Chapter 1 Demon Slayer Blade. After a busy day, Gyuder skillfully opened the browser and entered the URL. Today he decided to relieve the classic. Ali, it's morning. Go to death. You are a pervert. Looking at the blonde girl on the screen. The blonde girl. Kyoyu Alajiang. Forever classic. I'll never get tired of watching it. It's time to get the matter up. Just put some glue first. The wise time. Gyuder erected, full of regret and self-blame. Oh, a sin. It's another day of killing. The thrilling appetite of the Gyuder Haolican decided to take a good meal and make up for it. When I opened the door, a dazzling holy light flashed by. Open your eyes again, and in the dark night, neon lights illuminate the surrounding road, surrounded by humans wearing kimono and suit. Ding, ding, ding. Come on, go and take the tram. Okay. The tram stopped and a couple got on the bus. Ding, ding, ding. The tram drove away. The 10th century island-style architecture was confused. Hey, your uncle, little boy, where did you do it for me? Is this still in China? Ah, is the door of my room any door? The shuttle system of all worlds is being bound. 1%, 10%, 33%, 75%, 99%, 100%. The shuttle system of the Wanja shuttle system is successfully bound. Language module loading successfully. The current world of the host is the world of Demon Slayer Blade. Please explore the specific time yourself. Newbie gift package has been distributed and can be opened at any time. I'll go. I actually traveled through time. In addition to shock, the only one who is alone in the mirage is Drought and Amaranth. He wants to find a place where no one is available to open a Newbie gift package. However, just halfway through, Gyuder Hanyan a Sudluchu. This is the world of Demon Slayer Blade, and it's still at night. If you go to a place where there is no one, wouldn't it be a gift to the ghost? There is a small cart selling ramen not far away. There is a bench opposite the cart. There are not many people nearby, and there are less than 10 people looking around. Just here, the Gyuder swears to the craftsman. Next, the communication system. Newbie gift hack. It contains all the treasures in the heavens and all world. Practice technique. Ability C. Bloodlines. After opening it, you can get any of them. Note, using a password can increase the probability of obtaining more advanced items. Secret order. What's the point of bringing things? Where are you playing Naruto mobile game here? Although I don't know what the secret order is, I'm a silly dressed girl. If you miss it, what if you miss it right? VIP 666. Incorrect password. VIP 888. Incorrect password. Okay, play like this. Right. 5 minutes later, after entering thousands of secret orders in a row, all of them were wrong. The system of the Gyuder Hahao system issued a benefit system. I'll send you the URL I have collected for a long time. You can do it. Can you please let me open a good thing? As he said that, Mr. Gyuden Han was not right. The URL I entered just an hour ago. Password error, asterisk and percent, hashtag system error at hashtag percent and virus in the system asterisk UN percent, I carrot percent dollar. Damn it, the system was actually fucked by the virus on the website. Guard defended the sacred. If this is because of garbled code, the system will be broken, then it will be done. Newbie gift package has been opened. Get Sun Descent. God level Chi training method. Ziondu asterisk 9999. Zanpakuto. Ghost path. Single tomato sherry non asterisk 2. No bloodline restrictions. Level form increases with strength. Blank eyes asterisk 2. No bloodline restrictions. Level form increases with strength. The body of an immortal. Chakra seeds of 7 attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. God level chakra refining technique. Domineering aura. Low level. Increasing with strength. Armed color domineering. Low level. Increasing with strength. The domineering spirit of seeing and hearing. Low level. Improves with strength. Additional passiveness. The owner can feel the other person's thinking and emotions and convey the user's own consciousness to others, affect the mind and thoughts of others and generate strong resonance, and can even change the other person's values and ideological consciousness. This domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, which can be called the highest level, cannot be obtained through cultivation but is innate like dominant color and is even rarer than dominant color. Sictiles. Renren and Yuan. 3. Feeling the changes in the body and the various skills that come out in your mind. Gyuder Hans Hung Bo. I'll go. The virus is awesome. System restart hashtag percent Yuan. Restart failed percent and system self-destruction countdown 0. With a bang, the ecstatic Gyuder Haya was deaf in his ears and a roar. Both eyes were also exploded by the system, causing brief blindness. Finish. I'm having a big time. Dingling. The sound of glass crystal falling on the ground colliding with stone brick sounded. What's the matter? Although the explosion of the system of Gyuder Highly system has temporarily lost 5 senses, but with the existence of the immortal body, Gyuder quietly snatched the hexagonal crystal on the ground. Pick up the crystal and put it in your pocket. The origin of the plaque of Vunno's cooking crystal. If there is no error in perception, this crystal seems to have fallen to the ground out of thin air after the system explodes. Is the system core? Tongzi, are you okay? Gyudershan. The system did not respond. It seems that Tongzi really exploded. I'll be silent for Tongzi for a second. If you don't have it, you'll be gone. Anyway, I already have the capital to linger in the world of Demon Slayer Blade system. It's okay if you don't want it. The Gyuder crane was on the recliner, leaning against the back of the chair, and the five senses were slowly recovering under the restoration of the immortal body. Playing with the system core in your hand. Not only that, the more advanced chi from the Dragon Ball world in the body swallowed the spiritual power and chakra. This makes chi unique to chakra and spiritual power. The divine level chi training method and the divine level chakra refining technique are also being integrated and upgraded, forming a brand new chi training method. 5 minutes later, Gyuder Hana brother complained to the elders. The girl howled vinegar and climbed the machine to recite the model in the south. I found that as long as my mind moved, a transparent screen will appear at the core of the system. Backpack Ziondu *99999 function shuttle through all world not available. The immortal beings in the core of the system were taken out, and they found that as long as the mind moved, they could be put in and removed at will. But you can only take out the fairy beans and put them in. As for the function shuttle through all world, it appears gray-brown as described, not available. Putting aside the core of the system, Gyutarhi talks about the plot. The Sun bloodline, the immortal body, and the Thre color domineering aura greatly enhanced their physical fitness. I don't know the combat power, but I definitely don't fight Washeo. As for the Sun tail, Gyuder's drove brother Fu's mother for a while. As long as he wanted to follow him can grow tails, just have a tail, but now the strength is too weak, so there is no need to grow it. It only increases trouble and weakness. By the way, my experience is a bit awesome. It's simply a small class god, and it's also a passive small class god without consumption. If I remember correctly, it should be the experience of Princess Oki in One Piece Mermaid Island. With this, it's amazing. Then, the Zanpakuto sword with an original form of ordinary samurai sword appeared in his hand. Looking at the Zanpakuto Kwai in hand. What is your name for Zanpakuto? If the user wants to use the full strength of the Zanpakuto, he must know the name of the Zanpakuto he is using. If you don't know the name of Zanpakuto, you will not be able to explain it, let alone explain it. Yuluo. Two ethereal female voices, one left and one right, sounded at the same time. Queen Gutar he couldn't help but recite Yuluo. White light flashed, and the squids were in the pure white space. The neck was held by two arms of varying length. All of these two arms are delicate, smooth, and slender. Master, you are here. Two figures came from Gyuder to Gyuder, and he was so good at comparing to Gyuder. After seeing the two girls' appearance, the girl's body was in a stunning field. Yuluo, that's what it means. Royal sister and lowly. Not only that, the girl is also very familiar with her. The royal sister is Yukino Deep Dong, the snow girl in the undead snow girl and the curse ring, and lowly is Ali Kyuya, whom she met not long ago. Chapter 2 Zushi. Master, I am the concrete embodiment of your Zanpakuto. Yukino said, my name is Au. Kyuya Ali said, my name is Xiluo. The two girls said in unison, our name is Yuluo. Hearing the introduction of the two girls, the sirens of the siren, I don't know what to say. With this Zanpakuto, my kidneys are in danger. It seemed that he had noticed that Gyuder Hanan Chi Au and Xiluo stepped forward and hugged Gyuder tightly. Said, sorry, master, although we really want to help you fulfill your ideas, we are not able to be concrete in this world because of your strength, so please become stronger quickly. Xiaoluo, wait for you. White light flashed, and the slightest lap in the air, the Zanpakuto in his hand turned into a yin-yang sword with black and white colors. Yuluo has completed the first resolving and is still the usual liberating type. Gyuder Fenjian perceived that as long as he thought the sword in his hand could be changed into the same style at any time, one black and one white. It's bad. I forgot to ask Yuluo what ability he has. Everything cannot be cut, indestructible, and replicate. Yuluo's voice was in the beginning of the Zanpakuto that Wei Aun came into contact with, and he would have it forever. Copying seems to be awesome, but it is of great use to the current Gutahaha. After all, this is not realm, and there is no Zanpakuto to copy. At this stage, only everything is not to be cut off and indestructible to the Gyuder River apricot. After taking back the radish of 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 the. Originally it was a single Magata Sharinon, but after the various rewards of the novice gift packages integrated with the absorption system of the Gyuder and Chi, it was automatically upgraded to the 3 Magata Sharinon. With the blessing of the Sharinon, Gyuders saw people and things at the end of the night in the distance. It's okay, it should have a good effect in conjunction with the experience and hearing. After testing the Sharinon. It switched to rolling eyes. Rolling your eyes and opening it. With the center of the gyuder, you can see everything within a radius of 500 meters and there is no way to hide it. These two people don't seem to be human, right? Under the perception of rolling eyes, the circulation of energy in the body of a man and a woman walking towards her 100 meters away was very different from that of others. Ghost or ghost hunters in the ghost killing team. The gyuder Con Dixie Gorge lay quietly on the seat waiting for the man and woman. 3 minutes later, a man and a woman officially walked into the scene. After seeing the two of them clearly, Guta said. After seeing them clearly, he said, "Hello, Miss Ushi." Faced with the sudden greeting, Zushi was shocked and looked at Gyuder's drought hard time, retreated, quickly pulled up the kimono on his right arm, and his left fingernail fell into his right arm. He could cut it at any time and launch a vampire technique. Seeing this, Yu Shilang also stepped in front of Zushi. His hands turned into claws, and his teeth were grinning and stared at the skeleton fiercely. "Who are you, ghost or ghost hunter?" Zushi asked vigilantly. "Do you have to choose one of them? Why can't it be an ordinary human?" Ordinary people? Zushi doesn't believe in Gyuder's dry tomb. Not only know yourself, but also there was also a dangerous aura on it. It has nothing to do with ordinary people. The other party may even know that he would come here a long time ago and deliberately waited for him here. For the first time I met, my name is an ordinary person. Gyuder, hi. Come and ask Miss Ushi to do me a favor. After saying that, the Kyuden nut on the seat was lost. Where are people? Yu Shilang was shocked, looking left and right, but I didn't see the Gyuder Han Na Mori. You. Looking at the sudden appearance in front of him, Gyuder Haiziashi panicked and took a step back. Yu Shilang turned around and looked at him, and Gyuder Hao Yuhuan made a fuss about the customs of arbitrary and scheming. Go to die. Yu Shilang, eager to protect his master, slapped the skeleton at the skeleton with one claw. Seeing this, Zushi hurriedly shouted, "Yu Shiro, stop!" Having seen the rate of poverty in the Arid Order of the Arid Order, its own strength is definitely not weak. At least there is definitely no problem in killing yourself and Yoshiro in seconds. Never be an enemy. Now, although it is impossible to distinguish whether it is an enemy or a friend, once Shilang hurts the other party, he will become an enemy and there is no room for turning around. The breeze blows, blowing hair. Yoshiro's pointed claws stayed at a distance. The rosy in the Han womb nest was rejuvenated and the Saringai was restored. Mr. Zushi, although he was puzzled, Yoshiro still obediently stopped attacking and retracted his palm. Just now, Zushi sorted out his appearance and said apologetically, "Make the institution laugh. No obstacle." Gyuder He-Fi feedback. Yu Shilang is not qualified to hurt himself. Article, I don't know if I need my help. When I saw the silence of the silence, I was also very curious about such a strong man. Can he really help the other party? This is not urgent. Miss Ushi wouldn't invite me to sit at home. Hearing that Gutahi went to his and Lord Zushi's home, Yu Shilang suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart, which was quite unhappy. This person has bad intentions, and I am afraid he has some plans for Lord Zushi. Yu Shilang was about to remind Zushi, but he couldn't agree. Zushim smiled and said, "Of course, please follow me, please." Along the way, Shilang stared at the sea of Gyuder vigilantly for fear of the disaster. Fortunately, I had nothing to do along the way and came to Zushi's family successfully. Zushi and Yoshiro's houses are decorated with Yoshiro's blood ghost technique, which will reduce the sense of existence and confuse the vision, which is difficult for ordinary people to discover. But as long as you open your eyes, you will be in your eyes. In the living room on the first floor, under the order of Zushi, even if he was warded by the Phoenix, Yu Shilang had to go and take a look at the regret of the Phoenix. Article, can you say that you need my help now? The snails are scattered and their jades are broken. Miss Zushi, what do you think of me? Zushi frowned slightly and did not understand what Gyuder wanted to defend Song for a while. What do I think of you? I am not looking for a husband, so what do you have to do with me? What do you mean? Fight against Gyuba until dawn. Zushi was shocked. How does this person know what I am thinking? You must know that looking for someone who can fight to dawn with Guiwuzan has never told anyone about this. Even Yu Shilang never knew it. Looking at the handsome and confident boy in front of him, Zushi suddenly felt that the other party really had the ability to drag Guiwuzan until dawn. Zushi's face was nervous and half believing and half doubting. Are you really okay? Chapter 3 Capture of Zushi. For me, nothing is impossible. The momentum of Gyuder, he was in a state of failure. Buzz. The invisible domineering aura swept across the house, although it did not cause direct damage to Zushi and Yoshiro, but the ubiquitous terrifying pressure still made the two tremble. Originally dissatisfied with the fact that Gyuder Drought and Ram Chilang had collapsed to the ground, looking at Gyuder in horror, Zushi, who was sitting on the sofa, was not much better. Although nervous and scared, I was also extremely excited because she finally met a man who is not as bad as Guiwu. The last time he was not prepared. Guiwu broke into a self-destruction and ran away, and he was never born in 100 years, and he survived survived the death of Ji Kuyuanyi. But this time, I will never make the last mistake again. Ghost dance is not miserable. Your death is approaching. The domineering aura dissipated and the room was in a mess. Zhu Shi said tremblingly, if you can really help me kill Ghost Dan, I will repay you in the next life. Please. The world of beads is aimed at the ruthenium calcification. During the long years Zhu Shi has been studying medicine, researching himself every day, and looking for those who can drag Ghost Dance to dawn. Now that the opportunity has come again, Zhu Shi must seize it, because she didn't know whether this would be the last chance she had in her life. Mr. Zushi Yu Shilang saw that Zhu Shi bent down to thank the boy in front of him and said that he would repay him with a cattle and a horse in his next life. He was irritated. The Gyuder nuclear picking weights and blowing the street maple. Lang Yao's hand held up Zhu Shi's chin that bent over and buried in his chest and said, Miss Zushi is so serious. Just call me Ming Ang, and if you want to repay me after killing Giwuya, why wait until the next life? I don't think this life will be impossible. Faced with the loving actions of Gyuder and Lu Jingxi Saluo, Zhu Shi felt his heart beating faster, and his heart, which had not moved for hundreds of years, caused ripples. Zhu Shi's eyes dodged. His cheek flushed slightly, but soon he thought of something, and his face showed sadness and pushed his hands towards the skeleton. No, I am an evil ghost who cannot forgive my crimes and will never be Before Zushi could finish his speech, the Zushi who was about to complain was blocked. The loneliness of hundreds of years was released at this moment, embracing and catering to the skeleton of the skeleton. The two hugged each other and kissed each other happily in the living room. Yu Shilang, who was still slumped on the ground, was stunned. Is Lord Zhu Shi, whom I am thinking about, now being controlled by others? Why does this happen? After a long time, the Gyuder Han oval maple blue men opened their eyes. At this moment Zhu Shi's cheeks were flushed and very shy, and he did not dare to regret the sign with Gyuder at all. Zhu Shi, I know you want to die with Gui Wei Wen to atone for this sin, but since I'm here, this kind of thing won't happen. The next life is too far away. I can't wait. I will kill all the ghosts in the world and kill Ghost Wu Yuzhen to help you atone for your sins. Believe me, I will definitely let Gui Wei regret coming to this world. As a escape her, Zhu Shi was helpless and lived carefully every day for hundreds of years. On the one hand, you should avoid the evil ghost devils 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 devil. Zhu Shi didn't think about such a day, but she could not simply die if she was carrying her sins. Dedicating to killing Gui Wei and dying with Gui Wei is the best ending in his opinion. Nowadays there is a handsome, elegant, majestic, handsome heroic, extraordinary, domineering boy who chooses to help him atone for his sins. Kill all the ghosts in the world. Kill ghosts and dances. How could this not make Zhu Shi feel moved? Zhu Shi said with tears in his eyes, I believe in you, but can you wait until Gui Wu Bian killed before joining you? Before killing Gui Wu Yuzhen, Zhu Shi felt that he was still a guilty person, and he felt guilty and did not dare to go to the squad with the squad. Yes, I can afford to wait for this. Gyuder, he slumped and reached out to wipe away Zushi's tears. Yu Shilang, please go back to your room and wait for a while. Ming Ang and I have something to talk about, Zhu Shi said to Yu Shilang, who was stunned. Yu Shilang nodded dully. His eyes were dull, and he stood up and walked towards his room. After Yu Shilang left, Zhu Shi sat on the sofa and did not forget to ask, Ming Ang, what are you asking me to help? The medicine to turn into a human. When Zhu Shi was about to be surprised when he heard that Gyuder he was snatching the medicine for human transformation, he suddenly remembered that after he made clear distinction, he said, the human transformed medicine has not been developed yet, and some of the most important experimental subjects are missing. The blood of the 12 ghost monk. Gyuder he shift. Zhu Shi nodded, but at the same time he was curious about what Gyutar he's medicine to transform into humans. Does he have family or friends who have become evil ghosts? Zhu Shi, what year is it now? Zhu Shi was puzzled. Why did Gyutar he ask about this? Could it be that he is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years and just woke up today? No, if the evil ghost of an era is not impossible for him to know himself, and we also need human-turned medicine. In the second year of Taisho, Zhu Shi replied and asked Gyuder, hi, Ming Ang, are you an evil ghost? Evil ghost? Do you think I am? Zhu Shi shook his head and just passed through saliva with the Kyudan nuclear monsters and neon roasted ying. Zhu Shi was able to taste the Kyuda Han and the Emperor's Gyuda Han's gun. Don't think so much, I'm just an ordinary person. The medicine to transform a few evil ghosts back to human. Gyuder regrets the disaster and waves thinking about the timeline of Demon Slayer Blade in his heart. In the second year of Taisho, the weather and temperature of clothing are almost April and May. Then Tanjiro should still be practicing with Rikitaki Zuoji in Najiriyama. Meili in Ganlu Temple has joined the ghost killing team. The butterfly Connie has long been killed by the child. Giwu Yuzhen is likely to hide in Tokyo. Zhu Shi, 2 years. At most 2 years. I will help you kill Giwu Wushao. Before this, be aggrieved and be careful. Giwu Wuzan is likely to hide in Tokyo. Zhu Shi covered his mouth and was shocked. Ming Ang, do you think Ghost Wuya is in Tokyo? Well, so wait for me. Bang. A sudden explosion sounded and Gyuder quickly stood up. Bang. Another explosion sounded. Stay here. I'll go out and have a look. After saying that, Gyuder Hanmi's sedan jumped to the roof and looked in the direction where the explosion came. Chapter 4. Ganlu Temple. Honey. By the window inside the house, Yu Shiro, who had been in a daze, was looking at the scenery outside the house, heard the explosion and rolled and crawled and ran hurried towards the living room. Mr. Zhu Shi, it's not good. An explosion happened. Let's go out and hide. Although Zhu Shi has promised to be angry with Gyuder, he and WJ Yu Shilang thought again. Wouldn't he have a next life? If you don't do this life, then you will be in the next life. Anyway, as a ghost, you can live to the end of time. In the cycle of reincarnation, there will definitely be a lifetime Lord Zushi who will be with him. Gyuder Drogdil yellow can afford it. In the living room, Zhu Shi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that Yu Shiro was not anxious about his own affairs. How could Zhu Shi not understand the admiration of this little guy Yu Shilang? But the two of them will never come together. The roof, the carpet is full of emus. Remind the current timeline. Can it be a pair? The explosion was the center of the Tokyo imperial capital, which was about 2 kilometers away. If it was Pilang, Zhu Shi and the others would have no problem hiding in the house and it would not be affected. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Tak defended the geese and came into the house. You are hiding here and it won't affect you. Give me a blood collection device. Give it. Yu Shilang took out a blood collection device from his arms and handed it to the skeleton of Gyuder. Seeing Gu Tahi leave, Zhu Shi hurriedly asked, where are you going? Blood collection. After saying that, the Gyuder nuclear weight harvesting house rushed towards the center of Tokyo. 5 minutes ago, in the Tokyo imperial capital, a group of 10 people wearing ghost-killing team uniforms and strangely colored men formed a circle next to the street discussing how to find the traces of the 12 ghost moons Ixin 2 and Pilang. The lead of Purgatory Akasuro divided 10 people into 5 teams to ensure that someone could protect the people when he was in trouble and had no skills. Purgatory apricot and cheerful, shouting loud slogan, we will protect the peace in the imperial capital. On the side, Miri, who was teaming up with others for the first time, was a little crazy when she saw the passionate appearance of Purgatory apricot Shaoro. The two of them searched for traces of the wolf along the street. At this time, a little kid ran forward because he wanted to joke with his mother behind him. I didn't pay attention and hit Mealy's back. Since Mealy's muscle strength is 8 times that of an ordinary person, the little kid fell down and started crying after this collision. Seeing this, Mealy quickly squatted down to comfort the little brat. When the shrew not far away saw her child crying, he quickly stepped forward and snatched him from Mealy's hand. Indiscriminately, he scolded, what weird hair color are you doing? And you're not wearing a knife. I think you are a human trafficker. Right, you must call the police. Faced with the sudden reprimand and misunderstanding, Mealy shivered nervously. He quickly stuttered, no I am. However, the shrew, regardless of whether Mealy is a human trafficker or not, he did not give him a chance to explain and insisted on calling the police. But fortunately, the Purgatory apricot, full of righteousness, stood up, picked up the little kid, comforted him, and explained the reason to the shrew. The little brat, who had recovered his calm, sat on the shoulders of Purgatory Inshuro, looked at the strange hair color of the two, and said naive, what a strange hair color. It must be caused by the ancestors who ate too much. Right. After a joke about hell, Xing Shulang and Miri continued to search for the traces of the wolf. Bang. The explosion sounded, and one of the rooms on a row of 3 floors suddenly burst into flames and thick smoke rose. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, explosions came from all directions of the entire imperial capital, and people were surrounded by miserable roars. I'll go and save people. After seeing the big explosion, Mealy turned around and rushed to the location of the explosion closest to her. However, what Mealy didn't know was that a bullet was shooting towards the direction of his running. Stop. Apricot, who noticed the danger, grabbed Miri's Haori and Miri was forced to stop. At the same time, a bullet shot through Mealy and shot into the wall. If Mealy hadn't happened to be caught by Xing Shaoro and stopped, she might have been shot at the head. Mealy was stunned and frightened. Purgatory Itsuro turned around and looked in the direction where the bullet was shot. A black shadow on the roof opposite the street held a spear in his hand, removed the shell and loaded it again, muttering something in his mouth. Purgatory apricot Shaoro disappeared from the spot. Again he appeared and came to Pilang, holding the sun wheel knife in his hand. The breath of flame, the first type. The fire is not known. With one knife, Xing Shulang stepped onto the edge of the roof. Pilang took out his white glove and put them on his hands, looked up at Purgatory Itsuru. Purgatory apricot Shaoro also saw the lower in Pilang's eyes. The blue veins at the corners of his eyes burst out and he was full of fighting spirit. He vowed to kill Pilang and eliminate harm for the people. The Peach Wolf, who recognized Purgatory Apricot as Purgatory Xiaolang, smiled. Where are you pretending to be your mother? You don't know how you insulted me. I have been developing vulgarly for more than 10 years just for today. I will not be a ghost if I don't take revenge. In response to this, Purgatory Apricot Xiaoro just spoke. Who are you? Pilang was stunned. His whole body trembled. In his eyes, I am just a garbage that doesn't even deserve to leave memories. With a roar, Pilang fired 5 shots into his mouth with a pistol to vent and relax. Opposite it, Purgatory Apricot Ron was confused. Isn't this ghost crazy? After calming down, Pilang decided to use blood to remind Purgatory Akatsuro of what he had done to him. Because of you, so many people died in the imperial capital. After a fierce battle between one man and one ghost, Purgatory Apricot Xiaoro's ridge knife slashed at Pilang's neck, preparing to end the battle with one move, but it was tightened by the wolf shadow on the wolf's neck and could not be pulled out. Oh my god, why are you so uneasy? Pilang smiled evilly, and dozens of explosives fell to the ground. Bang! A big explosion occurred on the roof, directly blowing up half of the building. Mealy, who was organizing rescue, heard an explosion and rushed forward to try to rescue Purgatory Atsuru from the ruin. Pilang, who had only half of his body, stood up and his upper body recovered instantly, appeared beside Mealy and grabbed Mealy's ponytail with one hand. You are a subordinate of Purgatory. You have no taste of hair like him. Let go or pause. A figure suddenly appeared beside Pilang at some point. The arms were attached to the wolf's arms with one knife. Roll. A side kick hit Pilang's waist. The wolf flew backwards 100 meters away and was heavily embedded on the wall. How can such beautiful hair be contaminated by such filthy things? Where did the source of the burp in the Gyutar asked. Is it okay? My name is Gyutar Hai. What's your name? Chapter 5. The Wolf. It's been so many years since I can remember it. It seems that no boy has ever praised my hair. My hair color looks like a freak in their eyes. Extremely ugly. Because of my hair color and strange power, I can't find my husband in my hometown. Because of hair color, even if it is wrong with others, it will still be considered your own fault and even become a human trafficker. Now, there are actually people, and they are handsome boys, who praise my hair for being beautiful. Take the initiative to ask for my name. I am so happy, so nervous, and I like it very much. Moreover, he is so powerful that such a powerful evil ghost actually kicked him away. 2. My name is Mealy in Ganlu Temple. Thank you for helping me. Mealy arched her waist hard toward the Gyutar Han Lao arc. Get up, don't be so polite to me. After Mealy got up, Gutan shouted, Mealy, you look very good. Your hair color is very beautiful. I like it very much. Want to be with me? Mealy was shocked. Then my heart pounded. What does Ming Angjun mean? Is this confession to me? So direct. I like it very much. So excited. But will Ming Angjun accept his strange power? Seeing Mealy's pretty face blushing and her eyes were full of love, but she was a little hesitant, Gutak Hanza asked, touching Mealy's cheek. Xiao Mealy, are you afraid that I will be afraid of your strange power? Don't worry. No matter how strong you are or how amazing your appetite is, I will accept you. And my strength and appetite are also very huge. The Xian bloodline of Kotahaya will naturally not have much lower appetite. Mealy is very good at eating. It is good to eat, and it is a blessing to be able to eat. If Mealy can't be eaten, how could she have such a good figure? I heard that I was very fed. Mealy suddenly felt like she found home. Ming Ang, do you really don't care? Mealy, who is already deeply involved in the vortex of love, subconsciously ignored why she had so many things about herself. Of course I don't care. So, are you willing? 3. I do. Mealy shouted loudly, crying with joy, and finally someone could accept him. Then he rushed to the school and hugged the body tightly. Gyutar Drew Frog touched Mealy's head and said gently, from now on, you, Mealy in Ganlu Temple, is my woman. I won't let anyone or ghost bully you. Bang! With a gunshot, the Pang Wolf, who had recovered from his complete rebirth, had already crawled out of the wall and aimed at Mealy with a rifle in his hand. Grandma, show your love in front of me. Look at me shooting you to death. On the other side, Apricot and Shuro, who had just crawled out of the ruin, held the sunwheel knife and saw the bullets shooting at Mealy from a distance. Seeing that the bullet was about to hit Mealy, Purgatory Apricot Shuro quickly reminded hide. However, before he could finish his sentence, the bullet was only 10 centimeters away from Mealy. At the critical moment, the words Gyutar Heza extended his left hand covered with a dark armed color and grabbed the bullet. Catch bullets with bare hands. Ha ha ha, arrogant boy. When I saw the young cherry blossoms in Gyutar Hao Yuhuang laughed. I can't wait to hear Dr. Han Mao Xin Shu. Purgatory Apricot also believes that Gyutar Hang's hard roundabouts are entangled. After all, how can the body of the mortal body block the rifle's bullet? Looking for death. Purgatory Apricot Ron shouted angrily. In his subconscious, the bullet finally shot into Mealy's mind. The ending is already destined, and no one can die at the hands of Pilang. The breath of the flame, the type of the flame tiger. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro held the sunwheel sword in his hand and stabbed towards the Pialang. The flames around him were as fast as a tiger. Facing the flaming beast Pink Wolf, he didn't dare to be arrogant. Vampire technique Luhuokyukan Shadow Wolf. The shadow under the wolf's body turned into a shadow wolf and he rushed towards the purgatory apricot. Not only that, Pilang also pulled out a Gatling machine gun from his shadow. Revenge. Go to die. Purgatory Itsuru. In the middle of the ruin, the Gyuder nuclear incited his palm and a bullet fell to the ground. Mealy in her arms. Because of the battle between Purgatory Apricot and Pilang, she realized that she was still on a mission and needed to save people. Mealy looked at Gyuder Hai and asked Gyuder Hanba, Ming-Ang, I still have to carry out a mission to remove the bomb. Call me brother Ming-Ang. Let's go and remove the bombs together. I have a special ability to easily find the bomb. Gyuder Welding touched Mealy's head and said gently, yeah, okay brother Ming-Ang. Mealy was happy. The girl howled and rolled her eyes. There was no bomb in the surrounding houses. Let go. Here. The two came to a house, smashed the window with a punch, and took out the bomb placed inside. But at the same time, more than a dozen shadow wolves also walked out of the shadow and stared at the two of them viciously. Mealy was holding the bomb and looking at the dark, ferocious shadow wolf full of eyes, was a little scared. Brother Ming-Ang, Mealy has only joined the demon killing team for a few months now, and at most she has learned some basic swordsmanship. There is no heart to belong to the strong. It is impossible to kill these shadow wolves without injury. There is time to help Mealy become stronger in the future. Now, Gyuder Hang. Mealy protected her arms and said, don't be afraid, just leave it to me. Hug me tight. My brother is going to start showing. Yeah. Mealy nodded and hugged the skeleton with her hands tightly. The Gyuder He Zhong Lai Chiao Yui blinked. The Zanpakuto Yuluo appeared in his hand. In an instant he disappeared from the spot and appeared again behind Zhong Ying Lang. The shadow wolf paused and his body split into pieces. Escape quickly. Don't worry about me. Run away. Not far away. The shrew who had insulted Mealy was now being besieged by 5 shadow wolves. The shrew sat on the ground and shouted loudly to his son, asking him to escape soon. But the little brat had never seen such a scene. Not only did he dare not run away, but he also walked towards the shrew tremblingly and cried in tears. Regarding this mother and son who had bullied Mealy, Emperor Gyuder Hanchong took the blame. But I couldn't stand the prayer of honey in my arms. Brother Ming-Ang, save them too. Listen to you. Mealy's face turned red and she nodded lightly. Shave. The Gutak beat the prize and swayed the servant next to him and killed all the 5 shadow wolf with one blow. Too lazy to pay attention to the mother and son, Gyuder River was looking for other bombs with a glass. After finding 3 bombs and destroying them, killing nearly 50 shadow wolf, it was observed that the battle between Purgatory Xing and Pilang had entered the final stage, and the ruins of the Gyuder Han Tu Lu Di were piled up. Chapter 6 Killing the Wolf. Brother Ming-Ang, can you help Mr. Purgatory? Purgatory Apricot Xiaolang has the kindness of knowing Mealy, and Mealy must not repay her. Now Purgatory Apricot Xiaoro is covered in blood. His clothes are torn and full of traces left by the burning and explosion of gunpowder. On the other hand, although the large gun rifle and Gatlin's bullets have been fired, there are still many pistol revolvers that can be used, and there are no scars on the body. The condition looks much better than the Purgatory Apricot. Mealy is very suspicious of this state of doubt whether Purgatory Apricot Xiaolang can successfully kill Xiaoxian Sai Zio Yulang. No, the battle, the fruit of the fruit is the same as the Emperor's Pilagi. I'm afraid Itsuru won't need my help. Mealy, don't underestimate anyone. King Shulang has his ultimate move but has not used it. But since you have spoken, I'll ask him. Since you have to ask, you have to let each person and one ghost stop. The pupils of the Gyuder Ra and Chu Huangzai shrank slightly. The domineering color is activated. The unique aura of the king flocked to the Purgatory Akatsuro and Pilang who were fighting. The invisible pressure made the two of them suddenly pause. Pilang's limbs were weak and fell to the ground and could not move. His eyes were full of horror and he almost fainted. Purgatory Apricot is not much better either. Purgatory Itsuru, who reacted in time, held the sunwheel knife tightly on the ground with both hands and struggled to support his weak body, preventing himself from lying on the ground like a wolf. Who is there really such a strong man in the world? This kind of momentum is useless even if the sorrowful moon is coming. Is it possible that it's Ghost Dan? It's not a miserable thing. Purgatory Apricot Ro raised his head little by little, trying to find a strong man who released his pressure. Brother Ming-Ang, what's wrong with Mr. Purgatory? Since Mealy is not the target of the Overlord color, Mealy doesn't know what happened at this moment. I might be a little tired. Seeing that the Purgatory Xing Shulang was like a centenarian with a stick, the girl quickly dissipated her Overlord color. The Purgatory Apricot Sururo, who was struggling to support him, suddenly felt relaxed, as if the giant mountain pressed on him suddenly disappeared, and the fear of the superiors also disappeared. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro tried hard to pull out the ridge knife that was inserted on the ground, and after a few steps he finally straightened his body. Looking around, Purgatory Apricot Shaoro saw Mealy in Ganlu Temple and the boy who was about about the same age as him at that time. Is Mealy okay? Purgatory Apricot is a little unbelievable. That is the bullet of a rifle. Although you can avoid it, it does not mean that you can catch the bullet with your bare hands. And even if you are so close, you are still in trouble, let alone bringing people to avoid it. If it is a sound column, maybe it can. Is it a boy who is about the same age as me but has the strength of a pillar? Looking at the purgatory of Apricot Surura, I felt that it was not impossible. Zinc Shaoro, don't be nervous. My name is Gyuder. I just want to ask if you need help. Gyuder He's Chi Vinegar sent appointment to the Hanmyo team Xing Shulang. Hell, Purgatory Apricot Shaoro was a little confused, but when he saw that he was in the Gyuder He Concrete's raid value, he was a toad. I remembered that the two of them were still close in such critical situations, and I had some thoughts in my heart. Did Mealy ask this person to help him? Thank you. You are so sad that you are so cruel that you must be killed by me. Refusing to Gyuder Han's infernal affairs, Apricot Shaoro lifted his sword and turned to look at the Pepilang, who was still struggling on the ground trying to get up. After getting up many times without success, Pepilang picked up the revolver and shot the last few bullets into his head. After the neurons were reshaped, the wolf finally regained control of the body. Die it all for me. Pepilang stood up, and the two eyeballs in his eyes looked in different directions, in irregular directions. He had become a brainless person and fell into madness. Vampire technique Luhuoku cavity. War wolves. Hundreds of shadow wolves from all directions rushed towards the wolves, merged into the wolves' body and wrapped around their bodies. In just a moment it turned into a real werewolf, holding a huge Japanese long knife in his hand. Aou! With a wolf roar, Pepilang held the long sword tightly with both hands and stared at Purgatory Apricot. Realizing that the Pepilang has reached its strongest state, this blow will determine the outcome. Purgatory Itsuru also held the sun wheel knife tightly with both hands, his eyes full of perseverance and indomitableness, and every breath was accompanied by a blazing flame. One person, one ghost, and four eyes were facing each other, and they took action at the same time. Table tennis. The ghost sword and the sun wheel sword collided with each other and made a crisp sound of blows. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open, and his face was majestic, flashing with blood and blood. Make the final choice. Burn, burn. In the name of Purgatory. Yan's breath. Mystery. Choose type. Purgatory. The surging flames burst out from the Purgatory Apricot Shaoro's sun wheel knife, burning everything and cutting off everything. Kaboom! The flames went out, and only half of the remaining body remained and fell to the ground and could not recover. 12 Ghost Moon. The second of the lower strings, the wolf and the kill. The Purgatory Apricot, who used the final mystery, was exhausted and had difficulty breathing and was swaying. The cuter nuclear weight picking team opened the side of Xing Shulang and reached out to lift it up. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro saw that it was Gyuder Han's slightest, and he squeezed out a smile and said, "Thang, it seems I won." After seeing the victory of Infernal Itsuru, the members of the Demon Slayer watching the battle all rushed to this side, supported Infernal Itsuru and put him down on the ground, and then carried him to a simple bandage. Get out! The Gyuder's consuming marinating liquid collection device walked to Pepilang next to the remaining body. Insert the needle and automatically collect blood. Meow. The cat's meow sounded, and a black and white with some green hair, with Yushalang's blood ghost technique hanging around his neck, and a kitten with a small backpack on his back appeared out of thin air. Oh, Cha-Chamaru put the blood collection device into the Cha-Cha ball backpack, and the round sludge stall collapses. Chikaman, remember to say to Zushi after you go back, "Don't worry about me, I'll go back in a while." Cha-Chawan nodded spiritually. Meow. Another cat's meow, and Cha-Chawan disappeared. 3 minutes after the battle, the ghost-killing team's logistics hidden came on stage and began to formally treat and bandage the Purgatory Itsuru and other injured ghost hunters. Looking at the people being treated by the hidden members, Mealy suddenly asked, "Brother Ming-Ang, am I not suitable to stay in the Demon Slayer team?" "Mealy, you should ask yourself what you are like." Gyuder He-Huang put Mealy's head on, poke a hand at Mealy's soft breast, bullied. Mealy's ears turned red in an instant, recalling her original intention of joining the Demon Slayer team. In order to find a husband who can protect him, I chose to join the demon killing team. Now that my husband has found it, is it really necessary for me to stay here? Seeing Mealy's heart swaying, Gutak was in a state of collapse. Xiao Mealy, everyone has their own way, just follow their own heart. It's not only that you can do this thing by walking on this path, but that you can do it no matter which path you are on. Everything has a husband, no need to worry. After a moment of contemplation, Mealy collapsed against the nuclear barrier of the Gyuder. Brother Ming-Ang, I want to be with you. I want to become stronger. Chapter 7. Mealy leaves the ghost killing team. Haha, good. Then let's keep getting stronger together and kill the evil ghost. Gyuder Bo's old bay. Ahem. After bandaging and treatment by the hidden members, the Purgatory Apricot Shaoro, who was barely able to walk with the help of everyone, walked towards the Gyuder Han Tuyi, who was kissing. Immersed in the bridle of the Gyuder and the bridle of the bridle and heard the cough sounds coming from beside him and quickly let go of the bridle of the gyuder. Quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of your mouth and said shyly and nervously, "Refining Mr. Purgatory, are you okay?" "It's okay, just a little injury. If you didn't call the bomb to dismantle the bomb, I wonder how many people would die." Purgatory Xing Shulang thanked him at the "Please trouble you. A small matter is not troublesome. By the way, I don't know how to cut the flag and wield the whistleblower. I realized that the thieves If the gyuders are exhausted, the strength of the demon killing team will surely skyrocket. Join the Demon Slayer. Let's forget about this. I like to be relatively free," said Gyuder Howen. Purgatory Apricot feels a little regretful. "However, if you encounter the 12 ghost month and cannot solve it, I can help you kill it, even Ghost Dan." But before waiting for the Purgatory Apricot round, he said excitedly, "Real, stop, don't be excited. I haven't finished speaking yet, but the premise is that I can bring people to and from the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team at will. The little girls in the butterfly house at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team are the ones who are in the guise of the gyuder." This Purgatory Apricot Suruo hesitated because he could not make decisions about this matter. "I'll ask my lord for your opinion." "No problem, go and ask." Purgatory Itsushiro called the crow and informed the crow about the specific situation here. "Oh." The crow flapped his wings and flew high toward the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. 5 minutes later, in the courtyard of the Lord of the Demon Slayer headquarters, Yoyashikiya looked at the information from the frontline Purgatory in Shuro, sleeping into deep thought. Just power. I will oppress the second of the 12 ghost moon and Purgatory at Sushiro to the point where I can't fight. There are such powerful humans in this world. Will this person be the second successor to Kuyuanyi? If so, before finding Gui Wuzan, this person must hide. Otherwise, once Gui Wuzan knows that there are such powerful people in this world, it may be another century-old tactic to survive humanity. Hide until the nuclear labor. Yoyashiki took out another letter from the Raven. This letter was sent here directly after the battle. The situation of the battle on the front line is recorded in detail. When Purgatory Apricot Shaolang was buried under the ruin, the speed was comparable to the sound column. The Black Hand took the bullet, took the melee of Ganlu Temple to look for the bomb, killed the Shadow Wolf, rescued the mother and son, and returned to the ruin, which was terrifying and oppressed. All kinds of behaviors show that he has no malicious intentions towards the ghost killing team, and even takes the initiative to kill the evil ghost. This is really a big bet. The bet right. Ghost Dance Y Washeo's curse can end here. I was wrong in betting, and the ghost killing team was destroyed. The sacred Shikiya closed his eyes and the breeze blew his face. After a few breaths he opened his eyes again and said, "Go." Agree to his request and give him the right to bring people into and out of the Demon Slayer team at will, but at the same time he must also contribute when the Demon Slayer team kills the 12 Demon Moon and even Gui Wuzang. You can do the rest. A crow with a circle larger than other crows and a darker and brighter hair flapped its wings and flew rapidly to the Tokyo imperial capital. 3 minutes later, the crow successfully arrived in the imperial capital and came to everyone. It fell on the head of a hidden member and said, "Eisen and medical accent. Who is Gyuder Hai-jun?" Hearing this sound, the silhouette of Gyuder regret came, as if the next moment was a sentence. "When did you have the illusion that I did not use the mirror flower or water moon?" Everyone looked at the sea of Gyuder and looked over the nuclear crackdown on the Gyuder nuclear file. "For the first time I met. I am Yoyasa Saya's servant. After the order of Shizuya Shikiya, I came to answer your request. I won't say some polite words anymore. Probably you don't like to listen to them either. I'll just tell the result." Yoyashikiya agreed to your request and allowed you to take people to and from the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Similarly, when you encounter 12 Ghost Month, please help me. After hearing that his conditions were agreed, Kurthahao said, "No problem. Since that's the case, you can set off to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team immediately," said the Raven. "I'll take you to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. This is not urgent. I still haven't done anything. When I finish my business, I will naturally go to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Please use Meili's original Raven. There is some time when I have not said goodbye to Zushi yet." And Gyuder Hekang hurriedly returned to Meili and have a good time in the imperial capital. "I am not in a hurry to go to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team." The original crow of Ganlu Temple Meili. The crow was confused and the crow was cut into a hurry. Seeing the crow confused, Meili quickly explained that, "Mr. Purgatory, I'm going to withdraw from the Demon Slayer." "Sorry." Meili took off the Hiroshi knife from her waist and held it in her hand and handed it to Purgatory Apricot. This Purgatory Itsuro was a little surprised. Is such a good column-level seedling going to leave? It seems that they want to follow the girl and Huang Feng, and they are also considered to be handsome men and women. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro did not take over the ridge knife. Okay, agree to leave the team, but you don't need to return the Sun Wheel sword. I believe you will definitely use it in the future. Hearing this, Mealy said excitedly. Thank you, Mr. Purgatory. In the sky, a crow with a 4-leaf clover on its neck flew to Mealy. This bird is Mealy's crows. After seeing Miri choose to leave the team, the raven understands the sack muscle of the sack of the sack of the sack. I see. From now on, you will no longer belong to the Demon Slayer team but will belong to the Gyuder Sea. From now on, there will be special crows connected with you. Be sure to tell him what you passed to Gyuder Hanaga. Ah, why, master, do you want me anymore? Lee asked Mealy reluctantly. Mealy took Lee to her palm, stroked her head and said, who said I don't want you anymore? Brother Ming-Ang is my husband. From now on, I will always be with Brother Ming-Ang. Even if you belong to Brother Ming-Ang, can you still be with me? Hearing that it wasn't Mealy who didn't want him, Lee said happily, oh that's it, the master is the best. Chapter 8 Capture of Milk. The crow that had arranged the arrangement to produce Yoshia Yasuya flew away. Purgatory Akashauro and others also left the imperial capital one after another and returned to their own houses to find their mothers to report the results of the battle. And Gyuder walked towards the direction where Zushi was. Brother Ming-Ang, where are we going? Go and find a ghost. Ghost. Mealy was a little surprised. Since it is a ghost, why not let the ghost killing team take action just now? Are we going to kill him? No, but staying at her house. Mealy was even more surprised when she heard it was a boarding. Brother Ming-Ang, will that ghost eat us while we are asleep? No, Xiao Mealy, because she is a good ghost. Then Gyuder Helioi told the story of Zushi. Hundreds of years ago, I was seriously ill and turned into an evil ghost to seek eternal life in order to accompany my children, but I lost my mind and killed my husband and children. After regaining his mind, he regretted his behavior, but because of his superb medical skills, he was forced to follow Guiwui Iwuzan and had to suppress his feelings in his heart. I felt that I had to continue to kill people, and at the same time I was secretly looking for Guiwuzan's weakness. One day, Zhu Shi and Guiwu Baon met Ji Kuyuanyi, the founder of Riding Breath in his peak period. Ji Kuyuan easily injured Guiwu Vasheo with just one knife, but because of the mistake, Guiwu Vasheo failed to finish the attack in time, causing Guiwu Vasheo to explode and escape. But this also made Zhu Shi escape from Guiwu Zhang's control. After 100 years and the transformation of the body, Zhu Shi reduced his demand for human flesh and blood. He only needed to eat a small amount of human blood every day to maintain his body functions. As a doctor, whenever Zhu Shi met a dying person, he would ask him whether he would be a ghost who did not have to eat humans and only needed to suck a small amount of blood to survive. As a result, Yu Shilang chose this path. To this day, Zhu Shi spends every day regret and studies the medicine that turns Giwasan into humans every day. He worked hard to kill Giwasan every day. After listening to the story, the posthumous title of Gyutarhang Cai's tomb is a little sad. He was obviously such a great mother, but she became like this because of Guiwuzan. Brother Ming-Ang, sister Zhu Shi is so miserable. I have decided I want to become stronger. Kill Giwu and avenge sister Zushi. Gu Tae Welding touched Mealy's head and said, there will be such a day. After going around, the two finally arrived at the villa where Zhu Shi was. The filters are broken. Arrive. Have you arrived? Mealy looked at the empty space around her and felt very confused. There is nothing here. Could it be that sister Zhu Shi lives underground? Gyuder regrets the slasher of the silence of the stern eyes. Ding! A noticeable knock on the wooden door sounded. Mealy reached out to grope forward in surprise. Touched. Brother Ming-Ang, this house will actually be invisible. It's night now. Don't disturb the people around you. Gyuder Hefei held the blessing on Mealy's small lips. Mealy smiled and closed her mouth obediently. The gate of the courtyard was opened. Yu Shilang stretched out his hand to signal Gyuder how to compete with him. When he saw the follower of the Gyuder Hedian, he was shocked because Mealy is wearing the ghost-killing team uniform at this moment. She is undoubtedly a ghost hunter in Yoshiro's eyes. Yu Shilang shouted loudly into the courtyard. Sir Zhu Shi, run! The ghost hunter is here. Ghost hunter! Hearing Yu Shilang's shout in the courtyard, Zhu Shi rushed outside the house. I saw the honey Li next to Gu Tak Han. At this moment Zhu Shi felt his heart was broken. Why? He had already agreed to be with you in this life. Why did you still bring ghost hunters here? Do you want to kill me? Ming Anju. Seeing Zhu Shi's grief, Gyuder Hankai misunderstood Zhu Shi. The Gyuder regrets the beautiful Oriole, and the Oriole is angry. Shilang glances at him and comes to Zhu Shi in an instant, holding Zhu Shi's face in both hands and said gently, don't listen to Yu Shilang's nonsense. Mealy is not a ghost hunter, and even if it's a ghost hunter, do you think she dares to bully you if I am there? Since I said I would let you live with me for the rest of my life, can I still lie to you? Seeing that something was wrong, Mealy quickly walked to Zhu Shi and said, Sister Zhu Shi, I am no longer a ghost hunter and I will not kill you. You are a good ghost. I have heard Brother Ming-Ang tell you. I will kill Gui Wu and help you avenge me. Looking at Meili's innocent eyes, Zhu Shi realized that he was overly worried. It's all Yu Shilang's fault. If it weren't for him, how could he have misunderstood Ming Ang? Erasing the tears from Zhu Shi's eyes, he threw Zhu Shi into the house with Meili in his right hand. Only Yu Shilang was left standing alone in the courtyard. Broken. Good intentions have done bad things. In the living room, there is a basic idea of there is a great opportunity to be held in the living room. Ming Ang, you haven't exposed too much strength, right? Gyutar here returned to collapse. No, don't worry. My current strength is not worthy of making Guiwu Baku afraid. And even if Guiwu Iwuzan hides in Infinite City and doesn't come out, I have a way to catch him and torture him. Zhu Shi, you'll be at ease. Well, thank you Ming Ang. Zhu Shi smiled, then looked at Meili again. Ming Ang was so bad. Less than an hour later, he turned back a beautiful woman, and the pectoralis major muscle is still so huge and white. Sister Meili, I'm sorry for what happened just now. After all, as a ghost, I'm really afraid of the ghost hunter of the ghost killing team. Meili giggled. It's okay, Sister Zhu Shi. Looking at Meili's cute appearance, Zhu Shi stood up and said, it's getting late. I'll clean up a room for you two. You guys go back to the house to rest first. As an old woman hundreds of years ago, Zhu Shi was not disgusted with men's 3 wives and 4 concubines. Anyway, Meili has already returned with Ming Ang, so why not get the bridal chamber today? Okay. Meili, who had been busy for the middle of the night, was already a little tired. The Gyutar Han Tuyi came to a house on the 2nd floor with Zhu Shi. You guys rest, I'll leave. After saying that, Zhu Shi quickly went downstairs, not disturbing Ming Ang and Meili's bridal chamber. The Gyutar Hanchuan pushed open the door and walked into the room. When she saw that there was only one bed in the room, Meili's cheeks turned red in an instant. There is only one bed in the house. How should I rest? Should I be with Brother Ming Ang? Will Brother Ming Ang suddenly attack him while he is sleeping? So nervous, so shy //o/omega/o// Brother Ming Ang, it seems that there is only one bed here. What? Don't you want to sleep with Brother Ming Ang? Gutahi talked about taming. Chapter 9 Zhu Shi's envy. At 3 o'clock in the sun. Ding. The knock on the door sounded, and Zhu Shi's voice sounded outside the house. Ming Ang, is it convenient to come in? Gyutar Hang covered with honey glass and said, come in. Zhu Shi walked into the house with 2 bowls of porridge. When he arrived inside the house, Zhu Shi put a bowl of porridge on the table beside him and said, since you wake up, then eat. As for Sister Meili, I'll feed her. Then he walked towards Meili with another bowl of porridge. The Zhu Shi, who knows how hard Meili is, will naturally not let Meili, who has been busy all night, do it himself. Then I'll trouble you. After thanking Zhu Shi, Gyutar Han Langlub along. Zhu Shi, who was about to wake up Meili, unconsciously glanced at Gyutar He Lai mansion. Then his body trembled and almost sprinkled the porridge in his hand. Zhu Shi felt guilty. No wonder Meili was so painful last night. I'm afraid that this kind of strong man cannot be controlled by himself. Even if he is a ghost body, he will probably be seriously injured. Even united Meili may not be good. Many people must be subdued. Looking at Meili, who was sleeping peacefully, Zhu Shi admired her from the bottom of her heart, and at the same time there was a hint of gentleness in her eyes. Meili is so powerful, not comparable to that of yourself. In the future, you can be the main force and use it to uniform the powerful. Zhu Shi woke up Meili and fed Meili porridge to Meili in person. After Meili and Gyutar finished drinking the porridge, they said in unison, hungry. Seeing that Meili and Gyutar were like starving ghosts, they went to make porridge for the two again. Even if you finish drinking a pot of porridge, the Gyutar Han rabbit is hurt by the bottom of the bottom. This bead was so shocked. It's okay if Meili says she's hungry. After all, her muscle density is 8 times that. Is very expensive. What's the point of defending the tent? Hehe. Zhu Shi, I forgot to tell you that I actually have a lot of food, several times larger than Meili. As he said, the scoundrel. Meili also looked at Gyutar's skeleton. Brother Ming Ang did not deceive himself, and he was very strong, even if he could not break free. This matter was proved last night. The same is true for intake. It's great to be with Brother Ming Ang. The two of them did not barely hungry until they finished eating all the few foods used by the Zhu Shi family to pretend to be human. You have eaten all the food. If you want to eat, buy it yourself. As he said that, Zhu Shi took out some money and handed it to Gutak skeleton. After hundreds of years of accumulation, Zhu Shi is still quite wealthy. By the way, Sister Meili is a new dress that I haven't worn yet. If it's the size, I have modified it and it should fit you. I'll wash your uniform for you and seal the hole in your chest. Otherwise, your brother Ming Ang would have to hold off all the eyes of men in this world. Zhu Shi said jealously. Why, Miri, who was deceived by clothesman Masao Maeda, thought that all the female members of the Demon Slayer team were like this. I remembered that I had this doubt when I joined the demon killing team, but after hearing what Maeda said that all the female members of the demon killing team were like this, I chose to believe it. Now it seems that I am being deceived. Meili felt ashamed, burying her head deeply in her chest. Brother Ming Ang, I'm sorry, I thought the other female members were like this. Gyuder drinks a hilarious It's okay, just correct your mistakes. Xiaomi Li is still the person I love the most. When I find that guy Masao Maeda in the future, I will help you punish him. Kiss me, put on my clothes, brother, I'll take you shopping. Meili shyly raised her head and stole the slander from Yin Street. Zhu Shi, who was standing beside him, felt itchy when he looked at the two extremely intimate people. I don't know when I can kiss Ming Ang like Meili. Okay, stop kissing Ming Ang. I also want to help Meili wear clothes. Go and wait outside. Zhu Shi gently patted Gyuder's drought and drove him outside the house. After closing the door, Zhu Shi began to change clothes and wash for Meili. Looking at Meili's plump and perfect figure, Zhu Shi was very envious. The competition is under great pressure. Half an hour later, Zhu Shi's Hong Yu helped Meili finish changing clothes. Meili, wearing wooden clog, wearing a kimono, folded her hair and walked outside the house with small steps. Gyuder said that the badgers were so thin. Looking at the change of the past style, she looked quite a lady from a noble family, and she is very cute and shy. Kawaii. Gyuder's dry mirror feed. Looking at the eyes of Gyuder, Hai Meili, who was focusing on her, asked happily, Brother Ming Ang, am I good looking? The Gyuder defended the Yuyuan to hurt the customs and said all the poems describing beauty that I had seen before. The eyebrows are like green feathers, the muscles are like white snow, the waist is like bunches of plane, the teeth are like shells, the fingers are like roots of peeling onion, and the mouth is like red elixirs. Take delicate depths, and the exquisiteness is unparalleled in the world. You should be a beauty. Meili listened seriously, but she didn't expect that she was so beautiful in Brother Ming Ang's heart. Hehe, Brother Ming Ang is also very handsome. Meili likes Brother Ming Ang the most. Meili stepped forward and hugged Gyuder high and lay down on the tomb of Gyuder Dry Man, listening to Gyuder Dry Man's breath. Chapter 10 Blood Sucking. Meili, let's go. Brother Ming Ang will take you to go shopping and eat delicious food. Okay. Gyuder defended Meili and left the villa and walked around the imperial capital. Both of them didn't know what was sold nearby, but they just went shopping anyway. When you meet someone who sells food, buy some food, and when you meet someone who plays, you will stop and have fun together. On the tram in the Tokyo imperial capital, Meili was holding various desserts and snacks in her arms, and she was having a lot of fun. This is the tram. This is the first time I've taken it. It's just that the speed is a little slow, Meili said through the window and looked at the crowd moving backward. Come to a site. I went to a place where I was very lazy. This is the center of the imperial capital, the most prosperous place in the island country. There were endless people coming and going around. While walking around, the Gyuder Han rabbit blows the boat in front of the shop. After a casual glance, Gyuder and Ajoki, who were originally walking forward with Meili, were Brother Ming Ang. Meili shouted and stopped, looking at the skeleton of the clothing store, looking at the various relatively cutting-edge and gorgeous clothes in the clothing store, especially those dummy models wearing white and black silk. Gutak said, Meili, let's go buy clothes. Entering the store, the waiter stepped forward to entertain him. What are you going to buy, sir? Pick as you like. Gyuder defended his loyalty and defeated him. Take out all the stockings in your store and I want them all. Whether it is black silk, white silk, sexy silk, long tube, short tube, or over-knee sock, I will take it out, all of it. When the waiter saw that the auntie drank and tear her beetle, he bowed and nodded respectfully. Sir, wait a moment, I'll pack it for you right away. Brother Ming Ang, why are we buying so many stockings? Meili asked in confusion. Isn't it enough to have a few stockings? And what is sex silk? The cream residue left by eating the cake at the corner of the mouth of Gyutarhang. Meili stretched out her fingers to wipe it off, put it into her mouth and said, Hehe, you'll know when you get home. After packing all the stockings and buying Meili a few favorite casual clothes, the two walked towards the villa. The villa was very deserted, and Zhu Shi and Yu Shilang all hid at home with their yard doors closed. I was afraid of being shined by the sun. Fortunately, before leaving, Zhu Shi cut off the slaughter of the slaughter. Otherwise, I would have to climb over the wall and enter. As soon as he entered the entrance, Yu Shilang reluctantly came out to greet him. Giving the purchased clothes to Yu Shilang, Gyuder He was defeated. Where is Zhu Shi? Mr. Zhu Shi is conducting research. Yu Shilang replied. Last night, after Cha Cha Wan handed the blood to Zushi, Zushi did not conduct research as soon as possible because he was worried about Gyuder Hanmo Shen hashtag. And in the second half of the night, I couldn't calm down because I eavesdropped on the wall. It was not until an hour after the Han Rabbit Man went out shopping that Zhu Shi, who was surrounded by a scar, calmed down and studied the blood of the wolf. It has been 4 or 5 hours now. Ming Ang, Sister Meili, you are back. Zhu Shi, who had just finished his research, walked out of the study and headed towards the slaughter of the slaughter. Well, are you tired? Looking at Zhu Shi's tired look, Gyuder Khan and Mu collapsed. Do you want to drink blood? I'll take it for you if you drink it. Zushi only needs to drink 50 milliliters of blood every day to meet basic need. This little blood is just for the charming legs of Guta haha. Come now. Zushi looked around the house. There were only 2 humans and there were no one else. If I accept it now, I will definitely have to bleed from these 2 people. Zushi quickly refused and said, no, I can't drink your blood. One is the future husband and the other is the future sister. With the lessons of the past, Zushi said that he would never do anything to hurt his husband. Why can't it work? This little blood doesn't hurt or itch to me. My blood is neat and it is much cleaner than the ones outside and the taste is sure to be delicious. You can linger after drinking it once. He possesses the body of an immortal as well as the blood of Sun people and also has the existence of chi in his body. Gyuder regrets the drought and dysfunction, has absolute confidence, so Zushi will never forget it. After taking a sip, open your mouth. The fingertips condensed a blade of air into his arm and cut a wound into his arm. Suddenly, the fragrance that only ghosts can smell instantly filled the entire villa. Zushi, who hasn't drunk such high-end blood for hundreds of years, almost never had any water leak. Yu Shilang also stared at the greedy greed of the rhyme of the Gyuder he sirloin. It smells so fragrant. After living with Lord Zushi, he has lived for so long. Every day he either drinks the blood that is extremely viscous with blood lipids and blood sugar, or drinks the blood that contains viruses. The taste is poor and there is no fragrance. This is the first time I smelled such a fragrant blood. 1 drop is stronger than 100 drops. Although he showed a greedy look on his face, Yu Shilang did not force himself to ask for the silence of the silent. There are still basic morality and self-knowledge. Unable to be rejected by Zushi, the arm of the Gyuder brown Benyang pressed on Zushi's red lips. Zushi, who had originally had grudges, directly broke his defense after tasting such delicious blood. Start sucking. It feels like a starving ghost rushed to the Manchu and Han banquet and was eating and drinking. Zushi, who was so jealous that she was eager to find that she would suck at least 1 or 200 milliliters, but she didn't expect that she would only suck about 50 milliliters, so she stopped. Why don't you drink it? Zushi shook his head and said, drinking too much is not good for your health. 50 milliliters are enough. Chapter 11. Transmission. And your blood has nearly 100 times more energy than ordinary people. These 50 milliliters are completely enough for me to consume for 3 months. Not only that, I feel that my physical strength and blood ghost skills have also become much stronger. Zushi felt the changes in his body and truthfully gave the Gyuder nuclear file. Listening to Zushi's description, Yu Shilang was also very greedy for Gyuder's drought, but the result is that the custom of Gyuder brown Benyang is accusing the custom of Yu Shilang, who was prepared in his heart, did not complain. If you don't give it to you. It's enough to smell it. I'll bandage you. As he said that, Zushi was going to get the medical box and shouting to pierce the arm for Guta. Gyuder Hihan through Zushi raised his arm and said, no need. It completely restored. Everyone looked at it and found that there was some residual residue, and Zushi did not lick the blood clean. There was no trace of scar at all. Zushi reached out to touch the very smooth, really scarless. Zushi said in surprise, Ming-ang, are you special physique just like the 8 times the muscle density of Meili? But mine is a super strong reply. Then brother Ming-ang, the one in your hand doth that. Because of his limited expression ability, Meili didn't express what she wanted to say after a long time. Okay, if that goes on, it will become a stutter. Guta said, Meili, you are talking about this. As he said that, the savage brown land energy condensed at the fingertips, forming a very sharp savage blade. Yes, it's this brother Ming-ang, Meili said excitedly. Looking at Meili's excited look, the Gyuder nuclear device collapsed. This is a way of expressing chi, and it is also the method of strengthening that I will teach you from now on. With this, you can even destroy the earth under our feet and even the earth in the future. Ah, everyone was shocked when they heard Gyuder Hana Fang really buzzing. Destroy the earth and the earth? Is this really something that humans can do? Even the gods and myths can't do this. I know it's hard for you to believe what I say now, but after I show you another use of anger, you will believe it. Afterward, Gutak was worried and calmed down, concentrating on mobilizing the energy in his body. Nanny, in the shocked eyes of everyone, the Gyuder trench was like a swan. In the living room, I saw that I had completely escaped from the ground, and I was very strong. Even ordinary people like Bidalai can learn it, but they don't know how to make it. Little dance technique, easy to grasp. In the living room, the girl was floating, doing various difficult movements at will. Looking at the shocked expression of the 2 ghosts and 1 person, the badger was ulcerated. How is it? Now do you believe what I say? The 2 girls nodded dully, thinking that the mother of Gyuder Hejiao was very ill, but they all thought that the road disease was not ill. Could it be that Ming-ang was an immortal who came to save himself? Brother Ming-ang can actually fly. This is too awesome. Is Brother Ming-ang a god in the sky? Gyuder's slow horns fell steadily from the air and stood on the ground. Okay, don't be stunned. Meili, go back to the room first and I'll teach you the method of refining chi later. Meili nodded excitedly and said, okay brother Ming-ang, run quickly to the 2nd floor and run to your yourself and the Zushi heard Gyuder Han Mengdian call out to practice chi together when he heard the fire. Some little disappointment regarding Zushi's little thought. Gu Tak was restored. Holding Zushi's little hand, Gu Ta Hao blew and took off the bat. Zushi sat down without saying a word. There is a scene of a quarrel between a young couple. The Gyuder crane was beside Zushi, holding Zushi in his arm, and whispered, "Are you dissatisfied with the cultivation method I didn't teach you?" Zushi shook his head slightly and said, "If you don't teach me, you must have your ideas. No matter what you think, I will agree without complaint." Gyuder he real. Zushi nodded lightly. Gyuder Hang Tao Road follower, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but I'm afraid that after I teach you, when you drink the human changing medicine in the future, the medicinal properties of the human changing medicine will not work for you. I don't want you to never become a human being in your life. Although ghosts have super recovery ability and may not even die after being beheaded, there are many restrictions. I guess you know this. Zushi, you don't want to live in the dark all your life, do you? Listening to the corners of the eyes of Gyuder Hanmo Shenjun Zushi, tears flashed. Just like the one who is a nuclear store, she really doesn't want to live in the dark anymore. She wanted to walk into the sun and feel the warm sunshine. Okay, let's go upstairs together. You can watch from the side as well. When you teach you the method of refining chi in the future, you can get started quickly. Well, thank you Ming Ang. Zushi started from the draught of Gyuder. Then the two walked to the second floor together. Inside the house, Meili sat cross-legged on the bed and the Gyuders were directly opposite Meili. The two of them faced each other with their palms as if they were really practicing the unique martial arts. Since Meili is not a person from the Dragon Ball world, if no one leads the air, you can't feel the existence of air at all. Therefore, the chi in one's body is transported to the honey body. Circulate in his body for a week to let Meili remember this feeling. Then cultivate your own chi. Sense the chi in your body and feel the chi of all things. Chi binds the lock of the human body. Once you can sense the existence of chi, then your cultivation can break through the limits of the body. If you cannot sense the existence of chi, no matter how much you practice, you will be bound to your limit. Just like Mr. Satan in the Dragon Ball world, although he is the most powerful person on the surface, he is weak. Bidalai, a daughter who can easily be beaten by her cultivation spirit. This is the mystery of chi, a bit like idealism. After a long time, after the mark of chi was engraved in the body of honey, the Gyuder Hang Sintao sent chi to the honey. The next step is to let Meili feel the anger by herself, and she no longer needs herself. Get out of bed carefully, he said softly. Let's go, it's already dark. Let's go out to play. Go out to play? That's not good, Zushi said embarrassedly. How did my pure pearl world become like this? My mind was full of lust. I'm not playing with you. I'm asking you to take me shopping. You've been in Tokyo for so long, and you must know where Tokyo is fun at night, right? When he heard that he wasn't playing with himself, Zushi's cheek suddenly turned red and hot. So it's shopping. Chapter 12. Going to the Mist Mountain. The villa was followed by Yu Shilang as Zushi's most loyal supporter. No matter how much harm Zushi has to Yushi, no matter who Zushi loves or who is loved by him, it cannot affect his admiration for Zushi. Yu Shilang always believed in this sentence: a dead person is facing the sky. In Yu Shilang's opinion, although an ordinary person, although some magical methods are used, he cannot live to the end of time. As long as you wait for Gyuder's nuclear laziness to play, you can wait for the reincarnation of the Pearl World to continue your previous relationship. I am so smart. Zushi walked and stopped in Tokyo on the lively night. Yu Shilang left after squeaking at Zushi. He has to buy human blood to maintain the most basic life activities. Neon lights illuminate the entire Tokyo capital, and all women and girls are wearing kimonos, accompanying relatives and friends, playing and enjoying things on the street. The man with 5 fingers crossed his hands and walked side by side on the bustling street. During this period, Gyuder howled and recited the song Si Jing, and Si Jing wanted to buy it for Zushi. But when I think of Zushi as a ghost, it seems that he does not eat human food, so he dispelled this idea. Instead, I bought a hairpin for Zushi. It was just the money paid by Zushi. Then, under the guidance of the shop owner, he then put on his hairpin and inserted it into his hairpin. It's very good. Gyuders are exhausted and silly. Zushi's cheeks were slightly red and a faint smile appeared. Well, thank you, Ming Ang. I spent 2 or 3 hours wandering around Tokyo until the crowds on the street became scarce. After the silence of Gyuder Haizu, Yu Shilang returned to the villa. Zushi entered the study and continued to study and checked the status of honey. The second floor. The Gyuder Han rabbit is a Mukeo Huan. Pushing open the door, Meili was still sitting cross-legged and feeling her breath. When Gutake was beside Meili, Meili opened her eyes. Seeing that it was Gyuder Han Li, Meili happily hugged Gyuder Hai and said kindly, "Brother Ming Ang." Yeah. Gyuder Hang. Meili hugged her in her arms, stroked Meili's hair and asked, "How about Meili? Do you feel angry?" After lying in the arms of the squat, his eyes were full of doubt. "Yeah, I feel it." Brother Ming-ang, but why are you even less angry than me? What's the point? As he said that, the sodium bruise of Garadam began to rise. Wow, brother Ming-ang, is this your anger? So powerful, Meili exclaimed. Meili, next I want to teach you the control of your energy. Control your own breath to a normal person, even worse than that of a normal person. Only in this way, when you encounter opponents who can sense their anger in the future, you will be surprised. The 12 Ghost Moon, the third of the wind strings. Akaza is the ghost who can sense chi. By perceiving the strength of the opponent's chi, we can judge the opponent's strength. Meili wiped off the sweat from her forehead and said excitedly, Brother Ming-ang, I finally learned to control my energy. After several hours of teaching, Meili finally learned how to control her energy. Successfully control your own breath to the level of an ordinary person. The bright moon hung high in the sky outside the house, and it was already midnight. Looking at the tired honey, Gutakan woke up and narrowed his head. After Gyutarhang's head was buried in the huge meatball on Meili's chest, he hugged Meili and fell asleep. 1 month later, in the living room in the villa, Gyutarhai, Meili, Zhu Shi, and 2 people sat on the sofa. Gyutarheke impeached Kong Pang Mai and put his right arm around Meili's waist and said to Zushi, Zhu Shi, are you sure you won't follow me to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team? Zhu Shi posted on the Gyutar Dryman AI and felt the last warmth and said, No, Ming-ang, please take Sister Meili with you, as long as you don't forget me. As early as a month ago, the day when Gyutar defended Meili to the villa, Zushi knew that Gyutar had the right to go to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer. I know that I will leave me one day and go to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team, but I am not very sad. I just didn't expect it to be so fast. It's only a month before I could give everything to Ming-ang. Ming-ang was about to leave. As for why Zhu Shi didn't follow the headquarters of the ghost killing team, it was because Zhu Shi knew very well how disgusted the ghost killing team members were about ghosts. She didn't want to let her fight with the people from the Demon Slayer team. This will not be good for anyone. It's better to stay here as long as Ming-ang has himself in his heart. The account file of Lai Muchen was broken in Gyutar Hantun Fiza's personal fat maple. Never forget it. In the silence of the silent, he was noisy about this. Although Sister Zhu Shi did not do anything to the man and woman, she did everything else she should do. Meili is not a stingy person either. It would be better if Sister Zhu Shi is such a good person to be his sister. After all, Brother Ming-ang is too powerful, even if he has 8 times the muscle density. Sometimes I can't stand it. It's just a pity that Sister Zhu Shi didn't follow her to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. As one of the few who has not experienced the attacks of evil ghosts and has taken the initiative to join the ghost killing team, Meili naturally cannot experience the disgust of ghost hunters towards evil ghosts. Brother Ming-ang, I want it too. Meili gave the Gyutar nuclear file. Okay, all. Muwa. Gyutars shook the lord and the pastoral minister Zhang Zi personally twisted the news. After a moment of warmth, I had my last breakfast. The villa. The Gyutar Han Tuyo hit the villa, jumped up and flew towards the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Yes, I also learned the technique of dancing in the air in the Gyutar dry and drought sputum. With the technique of dancing in the air, the speed of traveling is much faster. The crows fly in front. The Gyutar Han rabbits are Shi and Lun. Li, go to Nao Mountain first. Gyutarkan gave a gift from Yue Liang. As a raven, Li's mind contains the entire Tokyo imperial capital and a map of 100 miles around it. I naturally know the location of the Nao Mountain. Li changed the direction of her flight slightly and flew towards the Nanwu Mountain. It is mid-June now. When will the blue flowers on the other side bloom? In the original work, only Tanjiro and his mother knew about the blue one. No one knows whether the Tanjiro family has eaten it or not. As the most mysterious flower in Demon Slayer Blade, Gyutar Heian Huang went to see it and tasted it. I want to see how awesome this ghost dance is day and night, and the undesirable blue spider flower is. After more than 10 minutes of flying, the two finally arrived at the foot of Nao Mountain. Brother Gyutar Hizafeng noticed the breath of 1 big 2 small 3 small 1. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be Rinteki Zuoji Sagato Tanjiro and Sagato Nezuko who is asleep. Chapter 13 Tanjiro. Let's go up the mountain, Gyutar said with regret and panic. The two took off again and flew to a wooden house in the mountain. Joji Rinteki, who was making boxes for Nezuko outside the house, saw 2 people flying down from the air. Even though he had been killing ghosts for decades, he was still shocked and retreated, picked up the axe on the ground and looked vigilantly at the 2 young girls in front of him. Who are you? Is it a human or a ghost? Or something else? Retreat quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. In the air, when Lin Taksaki wanted to fall on Meili's shoulders, he hurriedly said, Stop. Lin Taksaki, they are both guests of the Lord. Put down your weapons and don't be presumptuous. Rinteki Zuoji was shocked. The Lord gave Yashikiya's guest? What a joke. When Rakaki Suoki was a pillar, he served the father of Shizuya Shikiya. After his death, he retired and became a nurturing person. Although she did not have too much contact with Shizuya Yoya, but it is is still clear about Yoshiyu's strength. Yoshia has the charm of a lord who surpasses his father, which is true, but this does not mean that he can make a guy with the power of an immortal become a guest minister. Although he was puzzled, he did not sense malice from the silence of the Honturan. Lin Takzuki had to put down his act. I wonder what the two adults are here. Mr. Lin Tao, let find Tanjiro and visit his sister. What? When he heard that Gutaki was robbing his aunt and visiting Nezuko, Lin Taki was shocked. Why did this person know that Tanjiro and his sister are here? Seeing that Lindao Zuoji became nervous again after hearing his purpose, the Gyuder nuclear device collapsed. Mr. Linlong, don't be nervous. We have no malice. We just come and visit the two of them. I like Nezuko very much. You really have no malice towards this brother and sister. Aso Jinji, Lindao, more than real gold. Lin Taki was silent for a moment and said, okay, Tanjiro hasn't come back yet. Nezuko is in the house. I believe you understand her situation. Of course, let's take a look at Nezuko first. The three of them entered the wooden house. In the small wooden house, Nezuko lay on the blanket covered with a quilt and fell asleep. The Gyuder crane was beside Nezuko, looking at Nezuko with a bamboo tube stuffed in her mouth, stretched out her finger and poked Nezuko's face and said to Miri, Meili, she is as cute as you. Meili nodded and said, well, it's really cute, but brother Ming-Ang, why is she biting a bamboo tube in her mouth? To prevent her from eating people, said Gyuder. Eat people? Meili exclaimed. Unexpectedly, I met another beautiful female ghost. If nothing unexpected happened, this Nezuko sister will become her sister in the future. As soon as he thought of this, Miri's eyes also had a little more concern for Nezuko. The squat of the Gyuder his hunger site was surrounded by a coffin, and he picked up his hair and talked about Nezuko's past. A family that seems to be ordinary and happy is the only successor of the breath of the sun in the world. Ah, Tanjiro's family is the descendant of the breathing of Hiroshi. Lintaki Zuoji was confused. I didn't expect Tanjiro to be so big. No, if Tanjiro is the descendant of the breathing of the sun, why can't he breathe of the sun? Lintaki Zuoji said in confusion. Don't worry, Mr. Linlong, listen to me slowly. Subsequently, Kyuta Hang Takre tells the situation of Tanjiro's family. Although he was the descendant of the breathing of the sun, after hundreds of years of evolution, the breathing method has long changed into a sacrificial dance. The god of fire, the successor of the previous generation of Hina's breathing method. Tanjiro's father died of illness before he passed on the Kamikazura's inheritance to Tanjiro. One day a year and a half ago, Tanjiro went out to sell charcoal and sold it until night. On the way home, an elderly man living alone was forced to stay at night and asked to live in his own home, but he did not return home. That night, Gui Wuzan, who conducted a large-scale ghost tournage host experiment, passed through the location of the Zayaman family. Tanjiro's mother, as well as 3 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters, were all killed by Gui Wuzan and injected with ghost blood. In the end, only one person became a ghost and survived, and she was Nezuko. Although Nezuko became a ghost, she lost most of the memories of human period, but after meeting Tanjiro, some childhood memories were evoked. Recognizing the other party as his brother, he resisted not taking Tanjiro. Today, a year and a half have passed. Nezuko has never eaten any human beings and uses sleep instead of recovery. Not only that, Nezuko's special feature is that although she is the ghost turned into by Gui Wuyan, she is not monitored and controlled by Gui Wuyan. Outside the house, Tanjiro, who had already returned, heard someone visiting inside the house and was about to enter and say hello, but when he heard that the other party was talking about his past, he stopped. I have been listening to the house outside the house, and I have been talking about the silence of 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 the. Tanjiro clenched his fist and his forehead was bulging. After a year and a half, I finally found out that the murderer who killed his mother, brother, and sister, ghost dance, is not miserable. You unforgivable. Tanjiro, come in. I have something to ask you. I felt that Tanjiro's Karta Hanmo looked at the location of Tanjiro outside the house and said. Tanjiro walked into the wooden house. Without saying a word, she went straight toward the chlorine. Please tell me where Gui Wuyun is. This person is so clear about his past, so he must know the traces of Gui Vasheo. Bastard. Luntaki, who had long regarded Tanjiro as his family, saw Tanjiro actually seeking revenge on Gui Wuyu. What is the difference between this and seeking death? Not only that, he even knelt down and begged for others to do things. Where did your backbone go? Lintaki Zuoji shouted angrily. Just based on your current strength, even if you know Giwa's traces are in vain, can you defeat him? Stand up. Lintaki Zuoki took out a wooden strip and whipped Tanjiro's back. Tanjiro was unmoved. Looking at Tanjiro, who was kneeling toward him, Kyuta River walking, stood up and came to Tanjiro and said, when Yoshiyuki Tomuka wanted to kill Nezuko, it seemed like that was what you begged him. Did you forget what he said to you? Kyuta's call to to the hierarchy still fears that way is stupid. Bang! The wooden floor was broken directly and Tanjiro's forehead knocked a hole into the floor. Oh, you're still so cowardly after a year and a half. Raise your feet and return to Nezuko. Tanjiro, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language and tell me what you want to do. Chapter 14 Blue Ribbon. I think. Tanjiro trembled all over and got up little by little. I want to kill Giwawu. Avenge my mother, brother, and sister. Tanjiro stood up completely, raised his head and roared desperately with all his strength. After roaring, Tanjiro's chest lumped and looked at Kyuta with determination in his eyes. Also, turn Nezuko back to humanity. Seeing this scene, Gyutarhan smiled, afraid of the cold temple. Yes, this is the expression that the ghost hunter should have. Tanjiro, I know you are not sure whether you can turn Nezuko back into humanity. Now I can give you a definite answer. Do you want to hear it? Tanjiro said without any hesitation. I want to hear it. Then listen, your sister Nezuko can become a human. Hearing this, Tanjiro was ecstatic and bent down to thank him. Alligato. Although Nezuko can become a human, the process required is very difficult. Not only that, there are many evil ghosts in the dark who covet Nezuko's flesh and blood, so try to become stronger. Boy, don't forget the breath of the sun, the god of fire. Whether you fully master the breath of the sun is the key to whether you can kill the ghost. Dan Gyuta drank Junjiao's side gave Tanjiro. Nezuko has not become a human and her brother-in-law Tanjiro cannot die suddenly. Just in case, this is Zayandu. No matter how seriously you are injured or how tired you are, you can instantly recover to your best condition after eating it. I want to use it after practicing hard so that I can continue to practice hard and become stronger. Whether to use it when saving people or saving lives in the future depends on you. By the way, eating a fairy bean can make you not hungry for 10 days. He believed in the sacred sack. Such precious fairy beans were of course used to save people. After putting away the fairy bean, Tanjiro bent down again to thank him. Alligato. The Howl's vinegar and Gang Quaker milk and Gang Guru milk and Gang Guru mud, Gang Guru milk and Gang Guru mud, Gang Guru milk and 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 Gang. Don't stay there all the time. Come here, I'll ask you a question. Tanjiro came to the squat and handed it to Tanjiro. The pattern on it is the blue-red shore flower that Giwasan dreams of. Have you ever seen this kind of flower? Tanjiro nodded and said, I have seen this kind of flower. My mother has taken me to see this kind of flower. This blue flower will only bloom at noon on July 15th every year and will wither in less than 5 minutes. It will bloom on July 15 and it is June 15. There is still 1 month left to bloom on the blue-red shore flower. Specific location. Tanjiro closed his eyes and recalled. For a while walking eastward along my house for about a kilometer, there is a small earth block there, and the other side of the small earth block will be full of these blue flowers every July 15. It done well. Nezuko is very beautiful and cute. Protect her. Let go. Farewell to Tanjiro. He flew towards the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team under the leadership of the Gudahan Hanchuan. Brother Ming-Ang, can Zayandu really be hungry after eating it for 10 days? Mealy in the sky asked in confusion. Try it. Gute. What's the ditch? Hehe. Thank you, Brother Ming-Ang. Mealy took the Zayandu and swallowed it in one mouthful. The body, which had already consumed a lot of physical strength, instantly recovered to its best state and there was no feeling of hunger at all. Wow, it's so amazing. I've really returned to my best condition and I'm not hungry. Mealy said in surprise. It's great to be with Brother Ming-Ang and you can eat all kinds of delicious food. Gyutar Hai, who has 99,999 fairy beans, cares about the gains and losses of these 2 or 3 fairy beans at all. After you have the strength in the future and can travel through the system core, you can go directly to the Dragon Ball world to make a wish to make infinite fairy bean or plant fairy beans by yourself, and the time to make a wish can be accelerated. There is no need to worry about the shortage of fairy bean. By the way, Brother Ming-Ang, what is that blue flower? Miri couldn't help but be curious when she thought about going to Najiri Mountain to look for Tanjiro just now. Blue-red shore flower. It is said that if a ghost eats this kind of flower, it can become a perfect creature that is not afraid of the sun. The sun will sword, and even if he is beheaded he will not die. But this is true or not, even knows whether it is true or not. Oh, Mealy was a little surprised. It turns out that Brother Ming-Ang has something I don't know. The account file of Gyutar Hikong rises and BPAYE is broken. Silly, I'm not an immortal. How could I know everything? Even the original author of Demon Slayer Blade did not clearly state whether the Blue Ridge can really turn ghosts into perfect creatures. It's all ghost Dan. It's natural to think Giwawuzan became a ghost who is immortal but afraid of the sun because he took medicine and he lacked the blue spider flower. Therefore, Gui Wei Wuyan believed that the last medicine that the prescription lacked, the blue-red shore flower, was supplemented and then made into medicine and taken, he could live without aging, not afraid of the sun, and become a perfect creature. However, if you eat the blue-red sponge flower and replenish the prescription, you will become an ordinary person. As for what effect the blue-red spider flower has, I picked the blue-red spider flower in a row and found an opportunity to catch a few ghosts and experiment. After half an hour of flight, the leader of the Demon Slayer finally arrived at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. A crow flew into the air and connected with Lee to exchange information. When he saw the Gyuder Han rabbit flying in the air, his eyes blinked a few times and shook his head. I doubted whether I had read it wrong. When can humans fly in the sky? Are you flying in the sky? Asked in disbelief. What do you think? Gyuder's true gift. This. How is this possible? The crows in charge of receiving the sacred people were almost suspected of the birth of the bird flying around the side of the Gyuder Han rabbit. You forget it. I'm just a crow, so let me leave this kind of thing to Lord Shakia. The crow, who can't figure it out, decided not to think about it anymore, and the short-lived bird life cannot be wasted on such things. Warren, come with me. I'll take you to see your lord. After saying that, the crow flew towards the villa where the Lord Shakia was. The crow looked back from time to time, wanting to see how the two of them flew. The result is that it cannot be seen. It cannot be seen at all. These two humans can move without having to do anything or touch their feet. This is too weird. It's really big. There are all kinds of forests. Chapter 15 Butterfly House. The scoundrels followed the crow and flew into the courtyard where the lord of the ghost-killing team, Shakia. After receiving the squid team headquarters of the squid team, Shakia also came to the corridor to wait for the squid frame of the squid. The result was that I saw two people flying in the sky. Nanny, it's really Ziodeo's butt opened his eyes. Someone can fly in the sky. After being shocked by Shizuya, he was delighted. I have bet right. With such immortals helping me, killing ghost dance is just around the corner. Warren, Miss Ganlu Temple, welcome. Shakia nodded. The swearing is a tragedy. There is no need to be so polite. The scenery in Butterfly House is quite good. You can arrange it, and Mealy and I will live in Butterfly House. Hearing that the sacred genus Kindi is living in a butterfly house, Yoshia was a little embarrassed. There is the residence of the insect killer, and it is the medical logistics department of the entire ghost-killing team. If there are no appropriate reasons, it is not easy for everyone in the butterfly house to move out. While Shakia was thinking about how to explain it, the slaughter was broken. By the way, there is no need to let the butterfly house move out. It's good to be more lively. Hearing this, Yoshia smiled and said, that's all about it. Shakia looked at a crow next to her, and the crow flew out of the courtyard. After a while, a masked Jin came to the courtyard. I'll take you to the butterfly house. After the silence left, the silence of Shizuya was thoughtful. It is required to live in a butterfly house, and there is no need to clear the site. Speaking of which, it seems that the butterfly house is full of women, right? Recalling the fact that Gyuder Han Naes Hong's Haikayua, as soon as he appeared on the battlefield of duel with Pilang, he took the honey glass of Ganlu Temple, and it seems to have something to do with Zushi. If the Gyuders and Huan Falcon were criticized, then everything seems to be much more reasonable. Is it just that Gyuder Hexiana's thoughts are just like that? Shakia looked up at the sky in the distance and murmured to himself, there are 2 days left to be the Zuhi conference. I wonder how my cute swordsmen are doing. On the other side, following him to the butterfly house, I saw Kanasaki Aoi waiting outside the courtyard to greet her, Kanahu, and 3 small people. The 3 little ones were talking non-stop when they saw the slogans of the Gyuder Han Tuyi and the Tuyi. Not, are those 2 people going to check into the butterfly house? Guess. It seems yes. That brother is so handsome. That sister's hair color is also very beautiful. Aoi Kamisaki and Kanahu also saw the Akuta Han rabbit. Kanahu just stood calmly and looked at the 2 of them with only a slight smile on her face. She could not see anything. She didn't say a word, not knowing what she was thinking. Aoi Kamizaki wondered why there were guests living in Butterfly House, and she was also full of energy. Because of the tone of the raven, the identity of this guest seemed to be at the same level as that of the pirate. Since that's the case, then you must show all your strength and serve these 2 guests well. When the girls in the house were standing in front of the house, they hid toward Kanzaki Aoi and Kanzaki and ran to the distance. His mission has been completed, and the next thing is the butterfly house. It has nothing to do with yourself. After leaving inward, Aoi Kamizaki hurriedly said, welcome to tear the matter through the incident. My name is Kanzaki Aoi. The 3 little ones also shouted, welcome to tear the matter through the incident. My name is Tegui Kiyoshi Nakahara Sumi Takeda Neo. Shineu blinked at the sacred genius to show respect. In order to avoid the silence of 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 the ninja Go-jian plays with her. She is the sister of Lord Kurohawa Luokongnai, the insect killer butterfly ninja. Since she is a little unfamiliar with expression, please forgive me. Gyuder he. By the way, there is no need to be so distant. I can't be that old age. Just call me my name or brother Ming-ang. Meili said on the side. Call me sister Meili too. Hearing this, the three little ones said in unison, brother Ming-ang. Hello sister Meili. Looking at the cute appearance of the three little ones, the young man Hao Yanjun was shocked. What three cute little guys? Seeing that brother Ming-ang praised him, all three little ones smiled happily. Kamisaki Aoi relaxed a lot when she saw the solemn pillars. Brother Ming-ang, please come in sister Meili. Aoi Kamisaki took the two to the huge courtyard. There are many flowers planted in the courtyard of the butterfly house, and colorful butterflies are flying among the flowers. There are clothes hangers on the open space in front of the medical building, and the clothes hangers are bedding that Aoi Kanzaki has washed and dried. Although Aoi Kamisaki was a ghost hunter who passed the final selection of the demon killing team, she was timid and afraid of death and could not attack the ghost, so Aoi Kamisaki was arranged in the butterfly house by Butterfly Ninja. Here, Aoi Kamisaki fully utilized her talents and basically took care of all the affairs of the butterfly house and organized the butterfly house in an orderly manner. It can be said that when Butterfly was not around, Aoi Kamizaki was the second owner of Butterfly House. When he came to a relatively empty two-story villa, Aoi Kamisaki said, brother Ming-ang, sister Meili, this is your villa. It has been cleaned up long ago and it is equipped with all the furniture and can be moved in at any time. Then Kamisaki Aoi pointed to the villa next to this villa and said, on your left is sister Worm Pillar Butterfly Ninja's villa, and on the left is my villa and Xiao Qing and others. Yeah, Gyuder he asked, where is the Butterfly Ninja? Brother Gyuder Welding found that there was nothing else in the butterfly house except the person around him. At human butterfly nest is not in the butterfly house. Mr. Cuckoo went out to buy medicine and he should be coming back soon. As he said that, a figure quietly appeared at the gate of the butterfly house. The Gyuder barked and saw the butterfly ninja carrying a bamboo basket. Kamisaki Ao, who didn't know that butterfly ninja was back, was wondering what. Gyuder suddenly turned his head and looked at the gate and heard butterfly ninja say, oh, you can actually find me right away. It's so amazing. Before Kamisaki Aoi looked at butterfly ninja appeared in Gyuder. When Kamisaki Ao was about to say something, Butterfly Nin handed the bamboo basket in her hand to Kamisaki Ao and said, Zayakui, go and do your business. Leave it to me. Kamisaki took the bamboo basket, looked towards the squid, and then left. Chapter 16 Butterfly Ninja. The jealousy paw is comparable to Bai Xian's black hair with a purple color at the end of the bangs, wearing a butterfly hair accessories on his head, less than 1.6 meters tall, with a smile on his face and a gentle tone, but he has been in an angry state, and the butterfly horny eyes reveal a sense of pity. Butterfly refused to be killed by the evil ghost, and later her sister also died at the hands of the evil ghost. However, even if you are weak, you can't cut the evil ghost heads. Even if you use a knife, you can only use poison to kill the evil ghost. Finally, after more than a year of ingesting wisteria toxin in his body, he was swallowed by Tong Mao and sacrificed his life. He barely killed Tong Mao and avenged his sister. Calculate the time. It is almost time node for the first time to intake wisteria toxin. Butterfly Nin frowned slightly because he saw a strange emotion in the eyes of the person in front of him. It seems that the other party has known him for a long time. Butterfly Nin asked lightly, well, why do you look at me with this kind of look? Did we know each other before? Gyotar Hitu, I don't know. Butterfly Ninja curled her lips and said, it's really strange. As the guest minister of the Lord, I guess he must be very strong. Can we talk about it? After the last battle of Pilang, Purgatory Itsuru was sent to Butterfly House for treatment and recovery. During this period, Butterfly Ninja learned about the strength of the Purgatory Apricot through the story of Apricot Suzuro. He was able to suppress the second half of the lower string and the Purgatory Apricot, who had barely possessed the strength of the pillar, based on his momentum and 100 meters away, and it doesn't affect the honey glass of Ganlu Temple beside you. This is really magical and terrifying. Trial? Yes, but if I win, can you agree to my request? What are the requirements? Butterfly was puzzled. You can agree first. After pondering for a moment, Butterfly Ninja said, I promise, as long as you win me, I will promise you a request, but the premise is within my ability, and it cannot be murder, arson, or something, and I cannot make some rude requests to me. Gyuder he, nature. What if I win? Butterfly Ninja asked back. If you win, I'll tell you who the ghost you've always wanted to kill. Hearing this, Butterfly's hair suddenly became furious. The smile on her face disappeared, and the veins on her forehead swelled up. The anger that was suppressed on weekdays was released. Draw out the sunwheel knife and point it at the skeleton of the Gyuder. Table tennis. The sound of iron tools colliding sounded. After Meili noticed the anger of Butterfly Ninja, although she knew that Butterfly Ninja would definitely not hurt Gyuder Hai, she still came to Gyuder Hia in an instant and pulled pulled out the sunwheel knife and pushed away the sunwheel knife in Butterfly Ninja's hand. Butterfly Ninja was about to open her mouth and ask. I was stunned when I saw that my sunwheel knife was pushed away so fast. Her speed is not inferior to her, and the strength is greater than that of yourself. Mealy stared at Butterfly Ninja unhappily and said, don't think about hurting brother Ming-Ang. Are you Mealy in Ganlu Temple? Butterfly said in surprise. Do you know me? Hearing Miri's answer from Ganlu Temple, Butterfly Nin was even more confused. According to Purgatory Akashauro, isn't Miri from Ganlu Temple just a member of the Ren level ghost killing team? Although it seems that the muscle density is 8 times that of an ordinary person, and Purgatory Apricot is interested in taking it as his stepson, but it's not that strong, right? The speed is comparable to that of yourself and the strength is stronger than yourself. Isn't this a pillar level combat power? Where is it just a level of Ren? A month ago, I did not refine Chi, and I did not refine Chi. It was indeed at the level of Ren. However, after learning the method of refined Chi, Mealy, and her strength has improved rapidly every day and night. After a month of Chi refining and various struggles with Gyuters until they were exhausted, Mealy was no longer comparable to her in the past. The archiving file of the Gyuter Mujajuan was broken. Mealy, take the knife back. It's all a misunderstanding. Brother Ming-Ang had spoken, and Mealy naturally took back the rim knife and retreated to Gyuter Heli. The jealousy in the dark mute said, are you having a lot of doubt? I will solve your doubts if you beat me, otherwise you must agree to my request. Come with me. Butterfly Ninja put away the sunwheel knife, walked to the rehabilitation martial arts hall at Gyuter Heshinuo House. Mealy followed closely behind. The martial arts hall is not allowed to wear shoes. The 3 of them took off their shoes and walked into the martial arts hall. Butterfly Ninja was wearing purple socks wrapped around her little jade feet and walked towards the weapon stand with the wooden sword. Mealy, wearing white silk, walked towards the seat in the distance and sat down to watch the battle. Instead, he went straight to the center of the venue, waiting for the Butterfly Ninja with the wooden sword to come to him. Looking at the empty hands of the Gyuter High, Butterfly Ninja asked, you don't take weapon? I just thought about it. If you want to defeat me, it's a dream. After all, you can't even beat Mealy, so I decided to let you. As long as you can hit me with a wooden sword, I will lose. Butterfly was stunned and suddenly became angry. This person is so arrogant. I want to see if it's a fool. Butterfly Nerve rushed to the skeleton with a wooden sword in hand and chopped straight towards the skeleton. I saw Gyutar Han swapping. No Huan closed his eyes, and behind his hands he quickly sideways to avoid the attack of Butterfly Ninja. The attack fell to nothing, but Butterfly Ninja took the knife and picked it up with his backhand. The heel of the Gyuter core exerted force, and his body was sliding backwards as if it was sliding on the ice surface, avoiding the attack of the Butterfly Ninja. How is that possible? Butterfly was shocked. Although the floor of the venue is a little smoother than that of ordinary ground, it is not so smooth, right? Watching the swordsman of Gyuter Fanjiaji Hineyi, Butterfly Ninja directly used the breathing technique to attack the sword of Gyuter. The dance of bee teeth really swaying. Butterfly Ninja stepped forward and held the sword in one hand and stabbed it straight, stabbing it at the Kyuta Hanman Misho. In response, the Emperor of Gyuter and the Emperor of the Three Kingdoms were stunned. Dragonfly dance, compound eyes, hexagon. Butterfly dance teaching. Centipede dance, centipede abdomen. The sword technique of the insect breathing was used by Butterfly Ninja, but all of them were closed with their eyes and their hands were covered with exquisite body technique. Not only that, Butterfly Ninja also found that Gyuter Hegemomi asked to attack and set an evasion posture in advance. In this case, Butterfly Ninja is very clear about it, that is, the other party has insight into his attack, observes his own micro-movement and prepares in advance. But the Emperor of Gyuter Han rebelled against the King of Muse. Why can you still sense the situation around the periphery with your eyes closed? Half an hour later, the butterfly fell to the ground with sweat. Purple socks wrapped in small jade feet, leaving a footprint on the ground every step. Butterfly Nervous suddenly felt desperate when he looked at the Gyuter C, who was only one step away from him. It was obviously less than 1 meter away, but it just failed to hit. The butterfly held the breath and his hand holding the wooden sword dropped naturally and no longer made an attacking position. With his eyes, Gyuter, he said, "What? Don't attack anymore. Are you going to give up?" Then he took a step forward, less than 30 centimeters away from Butterfly Ninja. Seeing this scene, Butterfly Ninja exerted force instantly. Dragonfly dance, compound eyes, hexagon. The Butterfly Ninja attacked the skeleton again at an extremely fast speed. It's very hiding, right? This time it was so close and it was a 6 combo, so I see how you can hide. This time, Gutak was so fat that he could remove his dysentery. Butterfly Nest was delighted and said excitedly, "You lost." Chapter 17 Requirement. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. Butterfly Ninja instantly stunned and lost her smile because she saw that the wooden sword was about to hit Gyuter Heomi's Nanghuang Buletinju. It was broken directly. It seems that there is a layer of invisible armor 1 or 2 centimeters thick covering the lie of Gyutar Hebazhu. Looking Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Butterfly Ninja fell into a daze. Me, grass, you are playing without a slut? You can't play? You a little trash? No, have strength? Ah, you don't dare to confront me in a hidden manner? You play nothing? Bah. In this regard, Gyuder Hanjing Jingqian smoked smell. There is no way who makes his talents so awesome. In less than a month, he practiced the armed sex to the level of exterior entanglement. He raised his arm, stretched out his fingers, buckled his middle finger inward, and pressed his thumb on the nail cover of the middle finger. Slowly stretched toward Butterfly Nin's forehead. Bang! The daughter-in-law was leaning on Butterfly Nin's forehead. Butterfly withstood the pain and retreated. A slight pain came from my forehead, which was difficult to eliminate. Butterfly Ninja released and threw down Mujian and rubbed his forehead with his hands, looking at the skeleton with resentment and grievance. He, you lost. It seems to be harmless, but in Butterfly Ninja's eyes, it looks like a big devil. Butterfly Ness thought that Gutahi made rude request to him and violated him. Very scared. After all, with your own strength, it is really hard to resist. No. Butterfly Ninja picked up the short sword again and raked Yu Chen towards the Gyuder. Gyuder regretted the attack and reached out to touch her forehead. Light green air covers the drought. The neon is exhausted and the old man is finally calm. The gas absorbs chakra and obtains the ability to chakra. Butterfly Ness suddenly felt a slight relief and the pain on her forehead disappeared. The voice of the Gyuder Halaquina came from his ears. Don't move, I'll treat you now. Butterfly endured the heat of her cheek and realized that she was a misunderstanding. Gyuder was forgiven. Snort. This person is so bad that he deliberately misunderstood him. To make yourself look ugly while treating the body of the wisteria. Turbulent. It seems that the Butterfly Ninja has not yet begun to consume wisteria flower poison. Okay, the treatment is done. The forehead doesn't hurt anymore, right? Butterfly nodded blankly. Her eyes kept looking at the hand that had just touched her. What was that thing on his hand just now? Why did the wound on his forehead instantly heal? Stop looking. I'm going to make a request next. Gyuder Ding Zhang. Butterfly Ninja waved in front of him. Butterfly Neng came back to her senses and said calmly, take it. You can't refuse to agree after I come forward. As long as I don't violate what I said before, I will agree. Sure. If there is no violation, will you still not agree? Impossible. Okay, you have courage. The Butterfly King gave a thumbs up. Butterfly Ninja thought Gyuder Hashong was flicking him, so he subconsciously raised his hand to cover his forehead. After seeing that it was his thumb, he quietly put down his arm. My request is, as the nuclear party of Gyuders asked for a request for a dry sack, the Butterfly Nest became more and more nervous. What exactly does this guy have to make? From now on, you cannot intake any toxins that are harmful to ghosts in your body, including but not limited to wisteria flower poison. The butterfly was worried about his heart and looked at the skeleton in horror. Who are you? How do you know what I think? Who are you? Butterfly nervous punched Gyuder Hebaxi's eyes were red and tears appeared on the corners of his eyes. Yesterday she remembered this way of killing the ghost in the string and avenging her sister, but the next day she was told by this person, and I also require myself not to use this method. Once you can't use this method, how can you avenge your sister? Sadness spreads in the butterfly's heart. The butterfly thumped the Gyuder sea with tears dropping on the ground. I can't agree. Otherwise you can't avenge your sister. Meili, who was watching the game in the distance, saw this scene and knew that Brother Ming-Eng was about to start again. The number of sisters is about to increase again. Brother Ming-Eng is so bad. He found another sister for himself. Although I think so in my heart, I still have to step forward to comfort me when I see my future sisters crying. As soon as Meili got up, she was planted by Gyuder He-han and Pu Gushu. It is not the time for Meili to take action. Gutahi talked about taming mathematical intersection symbol U mu ge mu. Butterfly nervous comforted Xiao Ren, who said that there is only one way to avenge your sister, and even if you use this method to avenge Chini, will Chini be happy? What should Chineo do after you die? Butterfly house. There are no butterfly houses. Is it still a butterfly house? Think about Kanahu, Xiao Aoi, Xiao Qing, Xiao Cheng, Xiao Neo. But I can't even cut off the evil ghost head. I really have no other way except this method. Using poison is the only way that Butterfly Ninja can think of. Xiao Ren, since you can't find a way in yourself, why not look for others? For example, on my body. As he said that, the butterfly flew up, feeling the empty footing. Butterfly Ninja quickly turned her head and looked under her. I found myself and I was empty. This, you butterfly looked up at the handsome boy holding him in shock. Why can it fly? Because I was sent by God to save you. Hearing the return of Gyuder Hisu, he said angrily, then God is really blind. He actually sent you a lewd embryo like this to save me. So, Miss Little Nin, are you willing to be saved by me? The other hand touched the Butterfly Ninja's hand, trying to hold the Butterfly Ninja's hand. Butterfly Ninja sensed that Gutak was shirking his hands and subconsciously resisted. I haven't promised to let you save it yet. Don't move, I'll take you out to fly. Hearing the drought of the butterfly stopped resisting. After the hand of the Gyuder he 5 good Butterfly Ninja. He covered his anger on the surface of the Butterfly Ninja's body. Then he loosened the arm holding Butterfly Ninja slightly. After completely letting go, Butterfly Nerve found that he didn't need to stop in the air. Try moving it. Butterfly Ninja began to walk in the air and the Butterfly Ninja's hand followed him. After Butterfly Ninja became familiar with this feeling, the nuclear equipment of the Gyuders collapsed. Go out and fly. Gu Ta Hao flew out of the venue with the Butterfly Nerd and the two of them flew freely in the sky, freely and unrestrained, relaxed and comfortable. Chapter 18 Capture Butterfly Ninja. 10 minutes later, Gyuder returned to the venue with the Butterfly Ninja and landed on the ground. Butterfly's heart was beating wildly at this time, and the feeling of flying just now was too high and too exciting. As apologize for the deceitful director, I am apologize for a dog, and I am a fool, but I am a pure boy. So, Miss Little Nin, are you willing to be saved by me now? Butterfly, who was still in a state of excitement, nodded dully. Now he has completely believed that the Gyuder river thieves will save himself. Gyuder and Lee held Butterfly Nin's cheeks in both hands and kissed Butterfly Nin's small lips. Butterfly endured a numbness in her body and wanted to resist, but her body did not listen to her words. Instead, she catered to the skeleton of the Gyuders. Butterfly Ninja hugged her arm, and the two kissed each other passionately in the center of the venue. After a long time, the Gyuder nuclear incited the butterfly nest, and the butterfly nest cheeks were red like a ripe little apple. The earlobes are also terrible. The heat was so hot that my mind was blank. Looking at the Butterfly Ninja who had been kissed and fell into numbness and dullness, the saliva remained on the lips of the Butterfly Ninja. He said gently, Xiao Ren promised me that I must not intake wisteria toxins in my body. I will make you extremely powerful. I am weak and unable to use the sun wheel knife to cut off the evil ghost neck. It doesn't exist. As long as I'm here, you will have an evil ghost who can kill Connie with one sword. Avenged Chini. Hearing that the butterfly came back to his senses, he stepped forward and hugged the sea of Gyuder and said, Thank you, Gyuder Hai. If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do. As he said that, Butterfly started crying with sob. After their parents were killed by evil ghost, Butterfly Ninja and her sister Butterfly Connie could rely on each other for their lives. But since her sister Connie died, no one can tell the Butterfly Ninja, and she can only bear it silently and move forward alone. Anger, grievance, confusion, sadness, loneliness, and years of various emotions followed one after another, all buried deep in the heart by Butterfly's son, and dared not show it. She began to learn from her sister's smile and show her smile to others. But that is just to make yourself look mature and steady, to cover up your fragile heart. She worked hard to become stronger and became a pillar, and he took in several stepsons with good talent, but these stepsons died one by one at the hands of the evil ghost. It seems that suffering has been targeting Butterfly Nest so that no one can rely on or tell it. The bad luck has been targeting the people around him, making Butterfly Nang always lonely. Butterfly Ninja knew that the evil ghost who killed his sister was the Winding Ghost. She wants to take revenge, but I found that even if the ghost stood in front of me and let myself cut with a knife, I would cut the ghost neck. Faced with such a weak body, even the butterfly torture that he thought he was smart was useless and could only find another way. Use the method of poison to sacrifice yourself and sacrifice your life for another. However, today there is a handsome boy of the same age as me. He uses his actions to show that even if you are a butterfly supported person and your body is weak, I can still give you the ability to kill the Winding Ghost. A sonorous and affirmative tone declared to Butterfly Ninja, my confident and absolute grasp of the Gyuder River are fierce. How could Butterfly Nang be unhappy, not excited, or excited about this? Crying with sobs, telling the grievances of Butterfly enduring the past. The tears that fell took away the loneliness in Butterfly Nest's heart. Anger still exists. It will not disappear. It will only make Butterfly nervous stronger. Perhaps only if the evil ghost completely disappear between heaven and earth will the anger disappear. Embracing the petite butterfly, the girl trolls the 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 trolls. Mealy didn't know the story of Butterfly Ninja, but it was absolutely right to hug the two of them together. Gute Welding touched Butterfly Nin's hair and said gently, from now on, you are no longer alone. There are me, there are honey glasses in Ganlu Temple, there are chestnut flowers falling from Chineu, and there are the butterfly houses. I don't know how long it took, but Butterfly Nang stopped crying, just quietly hugging the skeleton of the Gyuder. It was already noon, and Aoi Kamisaki walked out of the kitchen and had already prepared lunch. Go to the venue to find someone to drink with the guests. As soon as I entered the venue, I saw the scene of three people hugging each other. Aoi Kamizaki rubbed her eyes and and looked at it again. It is correct that Lord Butterfly Ninja hugged Brother Ming-Ang. Brother Ming-Ang hugged Butterfly Ninja, and Sister Mealy hugged Brother Ming-Ang and Butterfly Ninja. Yes, the relationship is a bit complicated. Looking at the peaceful scenes of the three of them, Aoi Kamisaki decided to quit first. I won't bother you anymore, I'll leave. Aoi Kamisaki began to turn around. The severe pain from his forehead made Aoi Kamizaki unable to help but make a sound. Aoi Kanzaki hurriedly reached out to rub her forehead, and at the same time her eyes full of tears looked in front of her. What did she bump into? As a result, Aoi Kamisaki actually saw the fallen flowers of Kana. Why is she here? After Aoi Kamisaki entered the venue, Kanaha saw that she was not having a meal for a long time and decided to practice sword first. As a result, I saw the drunkard and was a little stunned for a moment. I don't understand what happened to the three of them at all. And it happened that Kanzaki Aoi turned around and Kanaha was stunned again, and the two of them collided with each other. Although Chineu cannot express his emotions, it will still hurt when he is hurt. Kanaha reached out to rub his forehead pitifully and looked at Aoi Kamisaki. The sound of Kamisaki Aoi's pain alarmed the Butterfly Ninja, who was enjoying her hug. When Butterfly Nin heard the voice, she quickly turned her head to look and saw Aoi Kamisaki and Kanaki. Butterfly Ninja seemed to be afraid that the little secret would be discovered, so she quickly let go of the Sea of Gyuder. Han Rabbit's surname. Instantly he returned to his usual state and asked Aoi Kamisaki and Chineu, "Why are you here?" Aoi Kamisaki lowered her head and whispered, "It's lunch time." Chineu pointed to Aoi Kamisaki and stated that she was here to look for Aoi Kamisaki. She couldn't say that she was here to practice swords because Butterfly couldn't let her practice sword and wouldn't let her become a ghost hunter in the ghost killing team. Butterfly Ninja, who has lost her sister, does not want to lose Chineu anymore, so she has never allowed Chineu to practice sword and does not teach Chineu's breathing method. But he couldn't resist the talent of Chineu. Even if no one taught him, he mastered the breathing method by just recalling the practice of his sister Chini in the past. Whenever the butterfly was away, he would secretly practice sword. Chapter 19 Aoi Kamisaki burns out. Then go and have a meal, the Butterfly Ninja said to the Gyuder Han Rabbit as if he ignored it. Ming-Ang, Mealy, it's time to eat. Yeah, let go. Everyone came to the restaurant and the three little ones helped Aoi Kanzaki bring in the kitchen. Considering that from now on there will be 2 more people in Butterfly House, Aoi Kamisaki also specially made an extra meal for 5. But what Kamisaki didn't expect was the Akuta Heshinzi. The 5 people's regrets about Gyuder's words were just a twig. Seeing that he had just eaten some desserts symbolically, he gave his portion to Kanzaki Aoi and was very confused. Isn't it said that Mealy is 8 times the muscle density? How do you look like Gyuder Hanpan? Looking at the lunch in front of me, I was feasting on the food. Just as I was about to ask Mealy why she didn't eat it, I felt Mealy's thought. See The Color of Hearing. Read the first chapter for details. It turned out that when I saw Mealy eating fairy beans casually, Mealy remembered it in her heart. But by the way, Mealy has such a perfect figure. The back entry must have a unique flavor. As the chief manager of Butterfly House, Kamisaki Ao naturally won't let her customers get hungry. Seeing that the trader broke up, he didn't even eat, so he went straight into the kitchen to start cooking. Aoi Kamisaki had just finished making a lunch for 5 people, and within 5 minutes she was shocked by the Gyuder again. For the first time, Aoi Kamizaki felt the challenge. Very good, right? I want to see if you eat quickly or if I cook quickly. Aoi Kanzaki was ignited. In the kitchen, I tried my best to make food. In the restaurant, I was very happy. Half an hour later, Aoi Kamisaki collapsed on the chair weakly, lowered her head. Her hands naturally drooped. Her eyes were dull, and she was exhausted, and she had completely burned out. But fortunately, I finally fed the skeleton of the Gyuder, living the name of the general manager of Butterfly Room. Butterfly Ninja, Chineu, and the 3 little ones were shocked at the dining plates and rice bowls piled up on the table, and the unchanged body shape of Gyuder Haya was shocked. Is this really the amount of food that humans can eat? I noticed the eyes of the 5 people and the nuclear equipment of the Gyuders collapse. Don't panic with special physique. Then, beside the burned out Kamisaki, Aoi Kami touching Kamisaki's head and said, "It done well, I love it." Hearing this, Aoi Kamizaki smiled when she originally had no expression on her face, closed his eyes with satisfaction. Aoi Kamisaki sleeping. After scrambling the pot and spoon with all his strength for half an hour, Kamisaki Ao was exhausted both physically and mentally. I urgently need to sleep and rest and supplement in order to prevent the severe pain in Kamisaki Aoi's arms from being unable to lift after waking up. Kamisaki's hands emitted a light green energy to heal Kamisaki's arms. Butterfly Ne saw Gyuder River Zhonghui asking about Gujun Song Jingxian's troublesome plague and asked, "Ming-Ang, is this the same as what you pressed on my forehead before?" "Same. They are all the ability to heal injuries." "Can you teach me?" "Gyotar Hitu." "I can't teach this. There is a chi in any world, but chakra is not. The chakra's sodium is used because of a characteristic, so healing ninjutsu can be used. Normal chi, that is, chi that melee learn, and chi that butterfly ninja will learn in the future, will not have this characteristic. It's just ordinary chi. Therefore, Gyuderabo Beach is unsuccessful, and you can't learn it either. You need a special physique. Special physique? The pile of dishes on the dining table appeared in Butterfly Nin's mind. Is it a special physique of eating a cow for a meal? If this is the case, I really can't learn it. Where is Mealy? Butterfly Ninja asked. She can't learn it either. You can only learn a single chi. You can ask Mealy. She has been studying for a month and her talent for chi refining is pretty good. Gas. The word chi is familiar to most Chinese medical scholars. As the owner of Butterfly House and a doctor, Butterfly Nin knew very well what anger was. It's just that the chi in medicine is not the same as Ming Ang. In addition to the chi in medicine, Butterfly Ninja has also heard of another chi, which is a cultivation system different from the breathing method. It is called Do Chi. It is an energy derived from the ultimate martial art. It is said that some very powerful martial artists can do this, but no matter how powerful it is, I have never heard of any martial artist who can fly. Therefore, this is not the case. Well, what I rely on when I took you flying before was just angry. Hearing that flying relies on chi and can learn it myself, but the butterfly became excited and came to Mealy and asked Mealy what chi was. After eliminating the fatigue of Kamisaki's arm, Gyudarako's nephew's body was examined, and after confirming that there were no other hidden injuries, he picked him up. Asked the three little ones, who of you took me to Zyakui's room and let Zyakui have some rest? I. The three little ones rushed to defend the road for Gyuder in front. The butterfly ninja, who was discussing with Mealy what chi is, was also happy to see this scene. With the Gyuder Sea Butterfly House, it should be much happier. Following the three little ones, Gu Ta Hao stirred up the room where Song Jingxi was located. There are 4 beds in the house. Gyuder's is really defeated. Which bed is Xiao Kui in? The three little ones came to one of the beds and said in unison, this. *3. After gently putting Aoi Kamisaki on the bed, the three little ones came to their respective bed and said, Brother Ming Ang, this is my bed. *3. After Xiao Chang's Ionaho is tired and fall asleep, Brother Ming Ang must also carry Xiao Chang's Ionaho back to the bed. Looking at the cute appearance of the three little ones, Gyuder He-Fi, punishment, when you are tired and fall asleep, I will take you back to your bed and sleep with you. Is this okay? Okay. *3. I will sleep with Brother Ming Ang at that time. I want Brother Ming Ang to sleep with me in my arms. I want to sleep with Brother Ming Ang. After leaving the dormitory, Butterfly Ninja and Mealy have already arrived at the open space of Butterfly House, and Mealy will show some of the use of chi. Butterfly Ninja watched seriously. Chineu also stood curiously not far away to watch. Gu Tak Hike asked Chineu, do you want to learn? Want to learn? Chineu didn't know if she wanted to learn, so she took out the coins she handed over to herself by her sister Chini. When you need to make a choice, throw this coin and it will make the choice for you. Through seeing and hearing the colors, I heard the guitar high in Chineu's heart. Seeing Chineu take out the coin used for selection, so I pressed my hand on Chineu's hand that was about to throw the coin and stopped him. Kana, do you really don't know if you want to learn? Chapter 20 Healing Chineu. Hearing the question of Gyuder's drought, Chineu fell silent. Do I know? I don't know if I know it or not. Really don't know? Or is it fake and don't know? Do you really don't know? Or is it fake and really doesn't know? Is it true that I don't know if I need to toss a coin and I don't know if I really don't know if I really don't know if I have fake ones? Do you want to toss a coin? Should I toss a coin to choose whether to toss a coin? Gradually, Kanaho's various thoughts were entangled, causing him to stop thinking directly, stiffen, and sweat kept coming out of his forehead. Hearing that Chineu's heart was already in turmoil, the slack of the slack of the slack of the slack. Kana, look at me. Chineu turned her head and looked at the skeleton. The Kyutaku put his hand on Chineu's shoulder, looked at Chineu's eyes and expressed the thoughts in Chineu's heart, and at the same time used the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing to guide him. Your name is Rikwaluo Kanganeu. You just saw a girl named Miri of Ganlu Temple flying into the sky, flying in the air. Are you amazed at why she can fly? Looking at Mealy's smiling face, you feel comfortable and wonderful to fly. When you think of the syrup of the nuclear sodium, you think it probably because Mealy learned it. You want to fly too, so you want to learn to be angry too. Yukinhua falls into the sky. I want to learn chi. These it's all your inner thoughts and your inner voice. Listen carefully. Listen to your inner voice. What are your inner thoughts? Chineo looked at Kyuta Hana's eyes and said softly, I want to learn. Not far away, Butterfly Nin saw something wrong with Chineo and Carter Hanach and hurried to the two of them. Butterfly was shocked when she heard the 5 words I want to learn chi, because this was the first time she heard Chineo express her thought. Although they don't know what the two are doing now, Butterfly Ninja always feels that it is not the time to interrupt. Gyuder's is really defeated. Why do you want to learn to be angry? Chineo thought about it and said, because I want to feel what it feels like to fly. After Konoha finished speaking, she was suddenly stunned and covered her mouth with her hands nervously. What did you say just now? What does it feel like to fly? Is this what I said? Chinayo let go of her mouth, then remembered a bottle of drink that Chan Ahui had bought for herself before and said, 3 want to drink marble soda. After saying that, Chinayo once again covered her mouth in disbelief because she found that she could actually express her thought. I want to be a ghost hunter. I want to join the demon killing team. I want to avenge Sister Shanna. I want to kill the evil ghost. I want Sister Shanawi. As Chinayo said the last one, tears fell down her cheeks unconsciously. Butterfly, who was watching all this, was also filled with sand in her eyes and tears. After more than 10 years, Chinayo finally had her own ideas. Chinayo was finally able to express her thought. The treatment was very successful. The cuter nuclear incited Chinayo, patted Chinayo on the shoulder and said, go. Ziren can't wait. Konoha looked aside and realized that the butterfly ninja had been waiting for a long time. Sister Ninja, Kana. The two girls hugged each other and cried loudly. The honey glass flew to the bottom of the moon and the moon was covered with ulceration. Brother Ming-Ang, Chinayo, help her treat a disease and it has been cured now. Treat the disease. Don't you think she is usually a little silent and like a puppet? When I heard that Guda He Sheng Huo Huang Dan Mili really felt it was a bit like it. He can't speak, is taciturn, and only has one expression on his face. It is difficult to see a second one, especially with such intense emotions as now. Brother Ming-Ang is so awesome. Mili kissed Gyuder Hanmuchan's beheading. Then he asked in a low voice while Gyuder regret, will Chinayo become my sister? Guta he said. Mili hugged her in her arm, pinched Mili's buttocks with her big hands and said, what do you think? It's definitely true. After all, Brother Ming-Ang is a big bad guy. Old sex criticism. So will my little Mili get angry? Mili shook her head. As long as Brother Ming-Ang has Mili in his heart, Mili won't care. Muwa. Gyuder has his relatives Parenka so well behaved. Brother Ming-Ang will always have you in his heart and will never forget you. Soon the two girls stopped crying and let go of each other. Chinayo and Butterfly Ninja both looked at the cuter nuclear block. Thank you, Brother Ming-Ang. Ming-Ang. We will be a family in the future, so there is no need to thank you. Chinayo and Butterfly said in their heart. Is it a family? Hearing this word, Butterfly Nest was very shy. Chinayo was slightly sad. Is it the family of my brother and sister, or family among lovers? After hearing Chanel's thought, the Gyuder Han, it was not good to turn around and give her sister a guide. Let's talk about it when you completely take down Butterfly Ninja's blood. The young man from the skull and the other two came to the kendo hall. It is still like the Professor Mili who taught the method of chi refining. It was not until night that he could completely teach Butterfly Ninja how to refine his energy. The two women sat cross-legged in the center of the venue, carrying out their first understanding and consolidation of the chi. Another hour later, Butterfly Nin, who was the first to teach, opened her eyes. Before Butterfly Ninja got up, Konoha also opened her eyes. It seems that Chinayo's talent is much better than Butterfly Ninja, and Gutak is excited. The dinner has been prepared and waiting for Butterfly Ninja and Konoha at the venue. Seeing the two woke up, he hurriedly said, Sister Ninja, Chinayo, go and have a meal. Everyone returned to the restaurant again, but what different from the last time this time is that after tasting the dishes of Aoi Kamisaki, Konoha said happily, it's so delicious. Sister Zayakui. Aoi Kamisaki, who was eating, was stunned. Then he stuttered, fragrant fragrance. Jana, what did you say? Looking at the shocked look of Kanasaki Aoi, Konoha smiled and said, Sister Zayakui, I said the food you made is delicious. Aoi Kamisaki stood up suddenly, looked at Butterfly Ninja, pointed at Konoha and said, Sister Ninja, Chinayo, she has become cheerful, right? Butterfly Neng smiled. Yes. Aoi Kamizaki agreed with Butterfly Ninja's statement very much. It's all for him to treat Chinayo, explained Butterfly Ninja. Yeah, Sister Zayakui, it was Brother Ming-Ang who cured me, Chinayo also said. Hearing this, Kamisaki quickly ran to the front of the welding and excitedly hugged the welding and said, thank you, Brother Ming-Ang. Thank you for treating Chinalu. I don't know how to thank you anymore. Mili on the side saw this scene. I understand that Aoi Kanzaki may become her sister too. Now there are only 3 little ones left. Brother Ming-Ang shouldn't be so perverted, right? Chapter 21. Sleeping in a hot spring with Ziren. The next day, when I heard the excited voice of Kamisaki Ao outside the house, wow, Kana, you can actually fly. Pick me up. I want to fly too. Miri beside her was also woken up by the audacity of Kanzaki. Brother Ming-Ang, Chinayo has learned to fly. So amazing. Although Mili has 8 times the muscle density, she has a talent for controlling strength and grasping chi. She has taken a day to learn the Wukong technique, which is also a genius, but it was a little too difficult to see in front of Chinayo. It's really amazing. Let's go out and have a look. After kissing Mili's chi, after some warmth, the slutty man got up and went outside the house. At this moment, Konoha was flying in the sky with Kamisaki Aoi in her arm. The flight did not fly very quickly, but this still made Aoi Kanzaki shout excitedly. The three little ones raised their head and looked at the two people flying in the sky curiously. Wow, Sister Tsuneya can actually fly. So amazing. I want to fly too. Tsuneya was seeing the sacred Sister Zayakui, Brother Ming-Eng, and Sister Meili are out. Hearing this, Aoi Kamiya turned her head and looked and waved to him when she saw the sirloin Han rabbit and said, Brother Ming-Eng, good morning. Sister Meili, can all let me down? I'm going to prepare breakfast for Brother Ming-Eng and Sister Meili. Tsuneya flew down with Kanazaki Aoi and put down Kanazaki Aoi. Kamisaki Ao walked towards the kata hai and took the two to the restaurant. The third little boy saw that Aoi Kamisaki stopped flying, so he hurriedly ran to Kanaho and jumped and said, Sister Chanalu, I want to fly too. Me too. Fei Fi Fei. Tsuneya squatted down, reached out and rubbed the three little heads and said, come one by one. Everyone has a share. Don't worry. Okay. Asterisk 3. The three little ones shouted happily and finally could fly. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer team is full of crows. These crows are all eyeliners of Shizuya. On the one hand, they monitor suspicious personnel, protect the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team, and on the other hand, they pay attention to the movements of the pillars so that they can contact the pillar as soon as possible when encountering emergencies. After seeing that Kanaho could fly, the raven flew for a while and then flew to the villa where Yoyashiya was. Report the situation to Shikiya. In the villa, although Yoyashiya listened to the report of Yama, he still couldn't hide his excitement. Brother Gyuder Han Mushang can really teach others how to teach them. If all pillars are equipped with this ability, will it be easier to kill ghosts? No. Soon. Yoyashiya denied his thought. People cannot be greedy. What's more, the Gyuder welding book does not have the obligation to teach the art of column flying. Everything will go with the flow. Tomorrow is the Zuhi conference. At that time, I will invite you to come here and listen to his opinion. Refining chi is not just sitting cross-legged and meditating directly on the spot. The body also needs to be tempered. The gravity chamber is obviously unrealistic, so after discussing it with Butterfly Ninja, the Gyuder Han Tudi Ren went directly to Daejeong village. Let the knife maker there melt some weight-bearing equipment, some barbells and dumbbells and so on. The village head of Daejeong village, Taiti Kawahara, was shocked when he heard that the two needed such a large amount of iron. Because the amount of iron used was too large, it was a bit stretched to rely on the iron in Daejeong village alone, so Taiti Kawahara Tengzhen reported directly to Shizuya. The final reply was, be sure to complete the task at all costs. Seeing this, TG Kawahara Tetsujin no longer hesitated and said, Sir, I'll play for a week, and in a week we will transport all the equipment you need. Butterfly house. After getting the training equipment done, the butterfly nest was rarely with him. When did he take the opportunity to take down the butterfly nest? So the Gyuder Himame collapsed. Xiao Ren, let's go to the hot springs. Butterfly Neng thought for a while and said, hot spring? Okay, but before I taught me the air dance technique. Don't try to touch me. This is natural. At that time, we will teach you how to dance in the air while soaking in the hot spring. As he said that, Gu Tahao took the butterfly ninja's hand and ran towards the hot spring mountain. The two ran on the stairs up the mountain. Butterfly endorsed and ran away too. Looking at the mother of Gyuder, Dr. Mu said that Mao Chen Chang. Butterfly muttered, what a bad guy. In a separate hot spring with wooden fences around it, Butterfly Ninja, who had already entered the hot spring, saw the scattered look of horror when he also entered the hot spring. I didn't expect that Gyuder Han had such great confidence. Butterfly Ninja has no doubt at all that her petite self is no match for her at all. Ming-Eng, why don't you forget it today? However, the meat sent to the mouth was chased and thrown away by Gyuder Hes Hong Kong Mei. In an instant the butterfly couldn't resist the reaction. He was drunk frequently and loosened his hands and was also whispered by the squid. Back behind the back. Butterfly Ne said in panic, Ming-Eng, don't do this. Gyuder Hehan touched Butterfly Nin's cheek and said, SHH, speak softly, otherwise you will be heard by others. Butterfly took the opportunity to bite the Gyuder Han neon plant and said, let go quickly, otherwise I will ignore you again. As he spoke of Butterfly's teeth, he was still trying hard, trying to slacken the grapes for Gyuder He Huan's slack, but it was a dream to have a strong body that Gu Tahao wanted to bite his fingers with the biting force of the butterfly horny. The butterfly refused to steal the chicken and eroded the rice. Not only did it not bite the sea of Gyuder, but it was also stewed by Gyuder. Ah! Butterfly screamed. Chapter 22. The Pillar Meeting. Although the butterfly nest feels very painful, it is still within the scope of tolerance. In addition, the force of the Gyuders is used to exert force. Otherwise he would have died on the spot. This bad guy Ming-Eng, I wouldn't resist if I said this a long time ago. It's really strange now. Half an hour later, Gyuder Hang Xie tied the butterfly nerve. Butterfly endured the force and couldn't stand firmly. If it weren't for Gu Shahi's word, he would have hugged him in his arms and asked him to rely on him. He would probably have fallen into the hot spring. Butterfly Nin leaned against Gyuder Hana and gently hammered Gyuder Haya with his fist and muttered in a low voice, "You big pervert." Then he lay down in the draught of Gyuder and passed by. This leap was slept until the sun was about to set, and the afterglow of the setting sun passed through the jungle and shone into the hot spring. Butterfly Nerve woke up. There was no pain in my body. I guess I treated myself during the treatment of the stew. I'm a little conscientious. Seeing that Butterfly Ninja had woken up, Butterfly Ninja said while his hands were not on it. Woke up. Butterfly Nervous pushed away the arm of Gyuder Hana, turned around and took off his sled to the Gyuder trench and continued his fist. Bastard, 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 bastard. I didn't even say hello, I just took that one. Ah, you big bastard. A few minutes later, the tired Butterfly Ninja pointed at the Gyuder nuclear block and collapsed. Not like this next time. This position is really uncomfortable. Gyuder Hizayu pointed at his hand and said, I'll listen to you and you can do whatever you say next time you say. It's getting late. Go back to Butterfly House. In order to save trouble, the butterfly flew to the Butterfly House. 5 minutes later, the two fell on the open space of the Butterfly House. The Butterfly House where the Gyuder Han 2 Butterfly Nervous had been waiting for the Butterfly Nervous, and when they saw the two of them come back, they hurried forward to greet them. Brother Ming-Eng, Sister Nin, you are back. Aoi Kamisaki asked curiously. Brother Ming-Eng, haven't you gone to Daejeong village? Is Daejeong village very far away? Why are you just back now? When Butterfly Ne suddenly became uneasy when she heard Aoi Kamisaki ask why she came back late. I kept praying in my heart, don't say what happened in the hot spring. As the butterfly endured her wish, the Gyuders were so fat that they just said to soak in the hot spring. We took a hot spring in Daejeong village. The hot springs in Daejeong village contain herb which is very comfortable. When I have time in the future, I will take you with me. Hearing that he could go to the hot spring, Aoi Kamizaki said excitedly. Okay, Brother Ming-Eng is so nice. The three little sisters heard that they were going to take a hot spring bath and said excitedly, we're going to. Gyuder Hiiwei collapse. Okay, I'll take you there then. Butterfly Ne saw the girl trolling three small ones going to take a hot spring bath. He immediately looked at the skeleton with a strange look. Everyone dispersed, and Chineu, who followed Butterfly Ninja, observed the slight changes of Butterfly Ninja. The walking posture is a little different from before. From the moment Sister Nin and Kanaho could guess that the two had secrets that were hidden from everyone. However, Chineu, who had never heard of men and women, saw what the secret was. Soak in the hot spring. Soak the hot spring. Aoi Kamizaki was so happy when she thought about the opportunity to go to Daejeong village to soak the hot spring in the future. What do you need to prepare for taking a hot spring bath? It seems like I need to take off my clothes. Take off your clothes? Aoi Kamisaki suddenly felt that she had discovered something. Brother Ming-Eng and Sister Nin went to the hot spring together. So can it be understood that the two have met honestly? Ah, Aoi Kamizaki was shocked by her discovery. Sister Ninja becomes Brother Ming-Eng's woman, so what should Sister Meili do? No, Sister Meili seemed to be hugging the two of them in the venue that day. That is, Sister Meili doesn't care. So can you do that too? After all, Brother Ming-Eng is so handsome and has strength. On the other side, there are many examples of 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 in the other pages. There are many examples of there are many examples of there are many examples of the. Meili asked Gyuder Hai. Brother Ming-Eng, has Xiren already become your woman? Antarius is so happy and unhappy, and he said, well, from now on you will be your sister. Then Brother Ming-Eng won't take her over. Gute Welding touched Meili's cheek and said, this is not urgent. Xiren is not as greedy as you, and you don't know Xiren's physique. Can she bear such high-intensity training? Oh, that's it. The next morning, Kamisaki Aoi was in the squad at the squad in Gyuder Han and the girl Puncheo. Brother Ming-Eng is about to wake up and have dinner. Today is the day of Zuhi meeting. All Zu will be present and you have to go. Gyuder Heshin looked at him, but he didn't expect that he would also attend the throne meeting. Bang! After slapping Meili's butt, the nuclear gear of the Gyuder broke down. Xiao Meili, get up. I'll take you to the Zuhi conference. Meili rubbed her sleepy eyes and muttered, wait for me, Brother Ming-Eng. After putting on his clothes, the two walked out of the house. Aoi Kamisaki was waiting outside the house for a long time and said, Brother Ming-Eng has already prepared breakfast. Go and have a meal. Sister Nin is there too. The two followed Kanzaki Aoi to the restaurant, and the girls had already started eating around the dining table. When they saw the Gyuder Han rabbit, they all said hello. Brother Ming-Eng, good morning. Sister Meili. After breakfast, under the leadership of the crow, the butterfly ninja went to the courtyard where Shikia Yuya lived in the headquarters. At the same time, the courtyard where the pillars of the Demon Slayer headquarters were all found, following the crows in the sky and heading in the same direction. When the courtyard where Sayashiki Yoshia was located was more than 200 meters away, Brother Kyutan had already found 3 pillars in the courtyard. One leaned against a tree and there was another breath on his neck. neck. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be Snake Pillar Ihazioba. The other two stood together. One of them has a very strong aura, much stronger than the other two. It should be Rock Pill and Wretched Island Xingming. Another Gyuder Hexa is familiar with the Fire Column and Purgatory Apricot. During the period of Gyuder Welding Brother, 4 more breaths appeared in the courtyard. All 4 of them entered through the main entrance, and they climbed over the wall and came to the courtyard instantly. 7 people have already arrived at the current 8 pillars of the demon killing team, leaving only Butterfly Ninja. Since that's the case, I won't go to the main entrance anymore. Meili, Xiao Ren, let's fly in. Okay, Meili said happily. Flying, what a cool thing. It will definitely surprise others. Butterfly Ninja said, listen to you, but you have to take me to fly. Because of what happened to the Butterfly Ninja in the hot spring yesterday, the Butterfly Ninja has no time to practice chi and learn the art of dancing. Otherwise, I would be able to fly today. Of course, the hand of Gyuder Hizaudai Ninja enveloped the Butterfly Ninja's body. Meili, go. The 3 of them exploded and flew into the air quickly, flying towards the courtyard at an extremely fast speed. The pillars in the courtyard noticed something flying towards me, and they all looked up. Chapter 23 Fengzhu's Challenge. All the pillars were shocked because they actually saw someone flying in the sky. It's not like being thrown up or being beaten away. It's really flying in the sky. What's the joke? Fengzhu Muti Kawamiya looked in disbelief when she saw the Gyuder flying towards the courtyard. The 2 of Snakema, Irhuo Kobanu, and Mizumaki and Yoshio Tomuka were also a little surprised. Yunzu Tianyuan's eyes radiated and sighed. This person is so gorgeous, holding 2 girls in hand and flying in the air. Rock Pillar and moaning in the darkness and felt that someone was flying in the sky, and he clasped his hands together. It's really unbelievable. Amitba, ha ha ha. Yanzu and Purgatory Itsuro laughed loudly and said, the final mother is robbed. Yu Huang, the young man is robbed, and 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 the young Kashumi Toru Ichiro, who is usually indifferent to most people and things, opened his mouth in surprise when he saw this scene. Are those 3 people flying in the sky? Gyuder Hai Meili, Butterfly Nin, and the other 3 flew into the courtyard under the gaze of the pillars and fell down, standing on the ground covered with stone. The people who need to attend the pyramid meeting have arrived, and even one more person has emerged. Tam, the wooden door of the house in front of everyone was pushed open. The 2 girls walked out and said in unison, the Lord is here. There was still a single eye in the house, and Yoyaya, who had not lost his eyes, walked step by step to the corridor outside the house, came to everyone and said, you are all here, my lovely swordsman. The weather today is really good. It's very suitable for gathering. I am very happy and pleased to be able to see you all come to attend the semi-annual Zuhi conference. After the words of Shizuya Shikia fell, all the pillars respectfully knelt down on one knee and listened to the Lord's teachings, except for Butterfly Ninja. She also wanted to kneel down but was stopped by the squad. The Desert Inn said, you don't need Yao Ren. You don't need to kneel down to anyone except me. Butterfly couldn't resist, but Kyuda Hai gave an apologetic look to Shikia Yoshia. It's not that you don't kneel down, it's that your man doesn't let you kneel down. In response to this, Yoshia Saya expressed his understanding and said, Insect Pillar, from now on, you are like Waren, and you don't need to kneel down when you see me. Miri, who was beside her, heard that Yoshia Shikia didn't seem to mention her and saw that everyone else had kneeled down and asked Gyuder Hai nervously, Brother Ming-Eng, do I need to kneel down? Before she could scream, Shizuya Yoya said, you don't need it. Hearing this, Meili breathed a sigh of relief and slapped Meili's butt slowly. After following me for so long, I have not practiced my courage at all. Meili stuck out her tongue and said in a low voice, Brother Ming-Eng, I don't blame me for this. Everyone told them to kneel down. The 8 pillars should be equal, but suddenly one person has a special appearance, and there are 2 people who can see the Lord not worship, and even a bit like being fair to the Lord. So, someone in the pillar began to dissatisfied. Mudaki Kawamiya said dissatisfied, Lord, I'm Frang. Although we have received the news that the guest minister of Gyutarhi has an equal status as you, and seeing him is like seeing you. Now we don't even know his identity, and even the one he brings does not have to kneel down to you. We are disrespectful to you, and we are not convinced. I wonder if my lord can tell you what he has made to the Demon Slayer team and what he can bring to the Demon Slayer team. He killed a few more evil ghosts. Are there any 12 ghost months? A series of problems were told by Mashika Washimiya. With the help of his 2 daughters, Yoshia Shikia, who was sitting in the corridor, said apologetically, I'm not telling you about this in advance, so let me talk about the specific role of Guaren in the demon killing team. At the beginning, you all know the matter of the fire pillar Purgatory at Sushiro going to the imperial capital to kill the 12 ghost moons. Xiaxian number 2 Pilang. During the decisive battle between between the Yanzu and Pilang. Guoren defeated Pilang and the Yanzu by a distance of 100 meters from their aura alone, losing his combat power. In order to make the rest of the primate believe, Purgatory Apricot also said, "This matter is true. I can assure you, it's really just aura that makes me lose my combat power." Pilang even fell to the ground and couldn't get up and twitch. I almost doubted whether Guiwuyun appeared. He still trusts the character of Apricot of Purgatory Apricot. He said that he would definitely not be fake if he lost his combat power. Although Purgatory Atsushiro has not been a pillar for a long time and his strength is not as strong as other pillars, none of the people present can make Purgatory Atsushiro lose his combat ability based on his momentum alone. It is not possible to walk in the darkness of the silent, let alone 100 meters away. After this explanation, Zhongju then understood the joy of the plant in the drought-like plant. The dissatisfaction in my heart has eased a lot. If you are so strong, you are not bad, Yoshia said again. As for the evil ghosts killed by Guoren, there is currently no one, but it is not a problem to kill hundreds of them with Guoren's strength. What's more, Guoren is not here to kill these ordinary evil ghosts. His purpose in coming to the ghost killing team is to help kill the 12 ghost Yus and the ghost king Guiwu. In the future, once you have news about the winding ghost and ghost dance, you can all pass it to Guoren through the crow, but the premise is that the news is accurate. After the sacrificial slap in Chikia, Yoshia bragged the dissatisfaction of the pillars was eliminated. Immortal Kawashimi took a deep breath. Now he really wanted to see what the hell is the thief of 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 the thief of. Is it so amazing that he is as good as the Lord? I want to have a competition with Guoren. I can't decide this. It depends on the mood of Guoren. How many pounds of rice cakes does not help. The leech who wants to live in a butterfly house can't control the other party. If you want to fight, please seek the sacrificial pills yourself. Guoren, I want to have a competition with you to see your strength. I don't know what you think. Immortal Kawashia looked at Gyutar Hishifo. The Gyutar Han swung his weapons and the Emperor Bengzi was thinking about how to eliminate the Immortal Kawashimi in seconds and at the same time shocked the rest of the pillars. A second later, Gute howled and said in a shocking voice, "Yes, as long as you can hold on with me for a second, I will be considered you win." As soon as this statement came out, Zhongju was stunned and doubted whether there was something wrong with his ear. 1 second, I heard it wrong. It should be 1 minute. 1 minute seems to be wrong. Is it an hour? No, right? The cylinders looked at each other and saw that the other party was as confused as he was and instantly realized that he had heard it correctly. Just 1 second. What a guy, so arrogant. I want you to see how strong you have. All the pillars stood up and retreated, leaving enough room for the two of them to fight. Chapter 24. Kill the wind pillar in seconds. Meili was very proud and excited when she heard Gutakyu's speech. Brother Mingeng is so powerful that he can defeat the pillar of the demon killing team in 1 second. Also as a pillar, Butterfly Ninja still knows the strength of Fengzu much better than yourself. Although he was forcibly locked in the hot spring of the Kandang Hall by Gyutar and Yue in the Kandang village, he was unable to resist and took away his blood. But Butterfly still doesn't think that the phoenix is exhausted and the phoenix is coming to frame. After all, that's a pillar. Probably not. At least 5 seconds. When Mudaki Kawashia heard about the drought of the Gyutars, he felt a little insulted. Yuya Shikia was also a little confused. Isn't it too much for Guoren to be too arrogant? 1 second. Do you think it cutting melons and vegetables? After all, it is a pillar, so it won't be able to hold on for even a second. I really can't hold on for a second, so why do I have to kill the Demon Slayer? I can disband. Fukukawa Shia got up, put his hand on the hilt of the Hiroshikawa knife at his waist. His eyes were fierce and he grinned. Take out your weapon so that I won't be able to win. If you don't need it, you can take action first, otherwise you will have no chance to take action. Okay, I have a go. The angry Mudaki Miya directly pulled out the Hiroshi sword. Wind breathing, one type, dust whirlwind, and slashing. Step on. In the expectant eyes of everyone, Iwazaki Kawama took the first step. Then I saw the sharp eyes of the robe. Uyude Kawamiya fell to the ground without any sign. At this moment the pillars also felt like they were carrying a huge mountain on their back. An inexplicable sense of fear arose from the heart. My leg began to tremble unconsciously. Under the Karta Drought Eye, the domineering aura was mainly aimed at the immortal Kawame, but it made him faint and did not take too much pressure. At the same time, he exuded a little domineering aura, killing the other pillars with the sharp aura. The domineering aura dissipated and the pillars felt relieved and sweated profusely. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro sighed in his heart. The slashing of the loyal skull and the fan was tired and became stronger. Meili looked surprised. Brother Mingeng was still so powerful. The butterfly ninja, who was not affected by the domineering aura of the overlord, was confused. What happened? Why did Wyude Kawama faint directly? What happened to the other pillars? Why do they look so tired? inquired. What exactly happened? Why can't I feel anything? Hello. Yoyoshikiya pretended to be calm. The battle is over. Waren will win. Mr. Wildering you can lift but Hishuan aside and let him rest for a while. Yes, Lord. The demon killing team, the strongest and least affected. Wildering Yu Xingming walked forward and carried the fainting immortal Kawama to the corridor. Carefully put it down and let it rest for a while. After this time, Mude Shimiya took the lead in leaping with the Kyuta Hanmu. The pillars truly understood themselves and Kyuta Hanmu. That is the distance between heaven and earth. The other party didn't have to take action at all and he was defeated directly. There is no need to fight at all. Such a strong man should be regarded as a guest of honor. Looking at the unconscious Muti Kawashimi in order not to affect the beginning of the Jaihi meeting, Yoshiya Saya asked Waren, I wonder when I will wake up. About 5 minutes. After waiting for the coma of Immortal Kawashimi for 4 minutes, Immortal Kawashimi touched his head, stood up in confusion, and said to himself, Yes, what happened? Why did I faint? Where is this? When Mikui Kawashia saw Shikiya sitting not far from him, Mikui Kawashia instantly remembered what happened. And Gyuderkan Zaijian pulled out the sword, took a step forward, and then it seems that there is no then. It seemed that I fainted at that time. Damn it, did you really get killed in one move? Immortal River. Since I woke up then returned to the team. The voice of Shikiya's voice sounded and Miyaki Kawa realized that it was time for the Hashio meeting. Fukukawa Miya quickly stood up and knelt on one knee and said, Yes, Lord. After saying that, Miyadaki Kawama jumped off the corridor and stood back in the team. Now that everyone is already there, it's time to start the semi-annual pillar joint meeting. Pillars, come in with me. With the help of his 2 white-haired daughters, Shikiya Yoya got up and walked into the room. All the pillars, the Gyuder Han rabbits and Shien. After everyone walked into the room, Shikiya Yoya's 2 daughters closed the door again. The sunlight shines into the room through the wooden doors that stick to paper, giving the dark room a hint of light. In order to make the room brighter, Rika and Hinaya lit up the 2 lanterns in the room. The light is limited and a screen divides the wide room into 2 parts. Shizuya Yoya sat in front of the screen. Beside him were 2 daughters and 2 lanterns were 15 meters in front of the 2 daughters for lighting. The first time I attended such a formal meeting, Meili couldn't help but feel a little nervous and kept shaking. Gu Ta Hang leaned against Meili, gently patted Meili's butt and said in a low voice, Don't be nervous, they won't ask for your opinion anyway, just listen to a story. Ah, that's it, Meili said in a low voice. Seeing that the meeting was about to begin, the butterfly looked at the butterfly and made a swear gesture. The look of the butterfly looked at Meili and she also made a swear gesture. Meili wanted to laugh but finally got back in her mouth. Not that nervous anymore. Okay, the Zuhi meeting will begin now. First, let's report on the recent situation of the imperial capital. Akashauro not only inherited the name of his father's Yanzu but also inherited his jurisdiction, the Tokyo imperial capital. Purgatory at Tsuru. This is so first then that is. In short, the situation is not optimistic in the absence of manpower. As for Gui Wu's whereabouts, they have not been found yet. After hearing this, Yoyoshikiya nodded and looked at the next pillar. After all the 8 pillars were finished, the results were basically consistent. There are constant little ghosts. Big ghosts cannot be found. There is serious shortage of manpower and there is no information about ghost dance. Indeed, manpower is a problem. The pillar level combat power is currently missing. I wonder if any one of you can recommend it. There are only 8 of the 9-pointed masters so far and 1 person is still missing, which makes Shikiya Yuya very distressed. The cylinders looked at each other and shook their head. The demon killing team has too few advanced combat power and there are not many who know how to breathe alone. There are only a few pillars present who have mastered the entire collection. They really couldn't imagine anyone who could become a pillar. There was one of Yanzu and Purgatory Apricot before, but she was abducted by Gyuder Hehuan Yuzhang. Now it's not even a ghost hunter, let alone let it become a pillar. Chapter 25 Sun's breathing method and marking. Seeing that there was really no good candidate for Zongji, Yoyosaya prepared to hold the next issue of the Matsuki conference. I have a good candidate. Gyuder and Locust paid a visit to the file. Hearing this, Yoshiya was delighted. Isn't Gyuder Wan trying to elect Meili as the last pillar? Meili seems to have 8 times the muscle density and can fly, so it is not impossible to become a pillar. Oh, please tell me the name of this person so let me consider it, said Yoshiya Saya. All the pillars also looked at Gyuder Hai. I wonder who Gyuder he recommended. This person is Tanjiro Kaoru, the only remaining sun-breathing successor in this world. What is the breathing method of the sun? It sounds so awesome. Since the breathing method of the sun has been cut off for hundreds of years, only Yanzu, who is a swordsman family and has always served the lord of the ghost-killing team, felt that he had heard of this breathing method school somewhere. As the only one among the 8 pillars who had heard of the name Tanjiro Tomuka, Yoshioka's face was full of doubt. Tanjiro, the breathing method of the day? True or fake? Why don't I know? Didn't I send him to the teacher? water? Shouldn't it be the breath of water? It should be of the same name as the Lord. Shakia heard the breathing method of this day, excitedly wanted to get up and ask Yuder Hekenma Chiang Tong, but because my body was too weak, I didn't get up for a long time. In the end, he could only sit in place and face the severity of 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 the Guaren. Are you sure it's the breathing method of the sun? Isn't it Yan Zhi's breath? It is indeed the breathing method of the sun. Although he may not have fully mastered the breathing method of the sun, the specific sword style has been remembered in his mind. It is only a matter of time to learn the breathing method of the sun. Good, okay, if it is really as Guaren said, then this Tanjiro Kaoru is not bad for becoming a pillar. Seeing that the Lord was so excited, Zongju couldn't help but become interested in the breathing method of the sun. I want to see who the successor who mastered the breathing method of sun. Since the successor of the sun's breathing method has appeared, I should tell you the history of the ghost killing team and the story of sun's breathing method. Then Yoyashizuya began to be born from the birth of Giwuyu, talking about the birth of Jiguyuan, who was born with markings on his forehead and created the world first breathing method, the Rizi breathing method. He joined the ghost killing team and derived different breathing method based on the physique of different people. Immediately afterward, a pattern of famous marks appeared on the bodies of most swordsmen who were strong and mastered breathing technique, greatly enhancing the swordsman's strength. At this time, the Demon Slayer team was unprecedentedly powerful, and it was unprecedented. But there was a problem at that time, that is, all the swordsmen who mastered the markings could not survive the age of 25. This laid the groundwork for Ji Kuienshen's rebellion, and 50 years later, the strength of the demon killing team was sharply reduced and 100 was not yet available. The extinction of the breathing method of the day laid the groundwork. In one mission, due to Ji Kuyuanyi's mistake, he not only let Guiwuyan run away, but also let a female ghost run away. In addition, his brother Ji Kuienshen rebelled and killed his lord. Ji Kuyuanyi was asked to apologize, but fortunately, the newly appointed lord forgives Ji Kuyuanyi, just drove him out of the Demon Slayer team. If Tanjiro Zaemon is indeed the descendant of the Japanese breathing method, then Tanjiro's ancestors could only meet Ji Kuashiki at this time and learn Japanese breathing, because 50 years later, Ji Kuienshen, who suddenly became a ghost, reappeared and killed all the descendants of the Japanese breathing craft of the ghost killing team. It caused the extinction of the breathing of the sun, and the markings like the breathing method of the sun have never appeared since that day. Speaking of this, Yoyashikia suddenly said passionately, "My cute swordsman, the breathing method of sun is extremely important. He is related to whether the entire ghost killing team can rise again and whether it can compete with the evil ghosts again, because after my research on the history of the Demon Slayer team, I found that only swordsmen who have learned the breathing method of the sun can open the mark, and the rest of swordsmen who have learned the breathing method of the sun can open the mark. So, I suggest taking Tanjiro Zaemon to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team, and you will train him to achieve the pillar level combat power as soon as possible. I wonder what my lovely swordsmen want to do." "No objection, I will follow the orders of the Lord." "I have no objection, Lord." "Why so much me?" "Same for me." All the monks agreed with Yoyashia's proposal. They just want to become stronger, turn on the markings, and kill evil ghosts. "I don't care at all about the fact that I will die at the age of 25. The moment they joined the Demon Slayer, they had already put their lives aside. The opinions were unified, and the monks and Shizuya Shikia all looked at the skeleton. Now, the Gyuder howls and moves the party, and the base are afraid that the guards will be slightly flattering and chaotic. "Don't be so excited, hey, because there are some special circumstances in Tanjiro Zaemon. I haven't told you about it. When I heard that the lucky luck in my heart disappeared, when I heard that the Gyuder nuclear silence was gone. It is not the same name, but the successor of the Gyuder nuclear file Makahiro breathing method is that sister is the ghost Tanjiro." "But how did he know?" Yoshiyuki Tomuka doesn't understand, and he can't understand either. "Oh, Guaren, please say that as long as Tanjiro Zaemon is not the kind of evil person who is extremely evil and unforgivable, everything has room for negotiation. What's more, Shizuya would not think that Gyuder's Hangwei Pingfeng Huanyuan's issue. It is probably a bit outstanding or unique to anyone who can be recommended by Gudo Welding. He has a sister who has become a ghost." As soon as these words came out, the audience was silent. "It's indeed a bit different." A second later, seeing that Zongju wanted to start attacking and ask various questions, Shia Shikia said quickly, "Don't talk first, let Guaren finish speaking first." Upon hearing this, Zongju had to swallow the words from his mouth first. "This is the thing, that ghost, that night, that person like this. What happened to Tanjiro?" Zongju was not as excited as before and hesitated. "Oh, by the way, Nezuko is the perfect creature that can overcome the sunshine and regain the memories of the human period. and become the perfect creature that Giwasan dreams of. As soon as these words were spoken, the pillars instantly had the intention to kill Nezuko. We cannot let Guiwivashao eat Nezuko. We must destroy Nezuko before this, otherwise Giwasan will become a perfect creature. As for protecting Nezuko, the pillar will not protect a ghost. The pillars just had this idea, and the Gyuder River was burning and collapsed. At the same time, Nezuko can also become an ordinary human through potion. The pillars were shocked again. The evil ghost turned into a human, real fake. Regarding such an important matter, Shizuya Shikiya couldn't help but ask, Waren, can the evil ghost really become a human? More than real gold. Chapter 26 Angry Butterfly Ninja. Silent. A long silence. The atmosphere in the room was extremely depressed for a moment. All the pillars have their own thoughts. Some believe in Tanjiro's brothers and sisters, some do not believe in Tanjiro's brothers and sisters, and some have an indifferent attitude. After a long time, Shizuya Shikiya said, as the successor of the breathing method of the sun, Tanjiro Zaemon is qualified to be a pillar, but the premise is that Nezuko has never eaten anyone and will not hurt human, be friendly to human, and is not controlled by Giwa-ba. Tomuka, I won't hold you accountable for Tanjiro's affairs. Now I'll give you a task. I'll meet Tanjiro and Nezuko of the Sauceman at this time tomorrow. Yoshiyuki Tomuka respectfully thanked. Thank you for your kindness. I will definitely complete the task. The Zuhi conference is here first. My lovely swordsman, let's continue tomorrow. Leaving the courtyard of Shikiya and returning to Butterfly House. In the sword hall, the two men of the Gyuder Han Rabbit, the Phlegm Armor, Butterfly Nin, and Chineu are refining their chi. Since Butterfly Ninja has not yet learned the technique of dancing in the air, he has been thinking about it. Let Butterfly Ninja teach the others. Although the talent of Butterfly Ninja is not good, after all, the physique is there, but it is still a pillar and has his own unique understanding of the control of power. In just half a day, I mastered the technique of dancing. The squid slowly flew up, the higher and higher, the faster and faster, and soon became proficient in mastering the air dance technique. Flying down from the air, Butterfly rushed to the drought-stricken wall with excitement. Ming-ang, I finally learned it. Okay, Xiao Ren is so powerful. He learned the technique of dancing in the air so quickly. So is there anyone who rewards him for his husband? Asked the Gyutar Han Oyu Dairen. Butterfly ended up with his hand and was unable to bear the widow. It is a quiet place in Gyutar Haneo. Although it is just a kiss like a dragonfly, it is still a bit valuable as a Butterfly Ninja's kiss on his own initiative. Gutahi approached Butterfly Ninja's head and said in Butterfly Ninja's ear, Xiao Nin, since you have learned the art of dancing, should you fulfill your promise? Feeling the wet and warm air flow blowing in his ears, Butterfly Nin said with red face, what promise? Didn't you say you can't touch you before you master the dance story? Since you have mastered you now, does that mean that I can touch you? Hearing what he said before entering the hot spring, the butterfly refused to call him. Snort. You have the nerve to say, how did you agree at the beginning? But what did you do? I took my first time in a hasty way. I'm not ready yet. As he said that, Butterfly Nang beat the young man with a small fist with a resentful look on his face. Ah, big bad guy, see if I won't beat you to death. After a long time, the Butterfly Ninja, who was tired, smiled at the nuclear crackdown of the Gyuder nuclear device. Let's do this. When will you kill a winding ghost? I'll do it with you and everything will be followed. Drill a winding ghost. At this stage, it is easy to kill any stringed ghost, but where should I find the stringed ghost? What are the fallen heroes and prostitutes? Taro in Hannah Street. No, the medicine for transforming people has not been produced yet. When the fallen girl dies, my plum blossoms are gone. The other ghosts with the strings themselves cannot find them, and Tongma can barely find them. After all, it is easy to find such a big eternal pure land Buddhism, but I can't kill myself because I have to leave it to Butterfly Nest to avenge my sister. It seems that we have to speed up the production of human-turned medicine. With the medicine of transforming human, the rabbit waved the plaque and the ghost danced in vain. Otherwise, Guiwivya would die tragically and the fallen princess would have to be buried with her. It seems that I have to go out and find the blood of the 12 ghost month for Zushi. Seeing that Gutak Han Liddy was waving thanking the butterfly horny, he was a little anxious. Could it be that I am not even worth a winding ghost? Considering that the ghost and god that are in the 12 ghosts and moons are elusive, they may not be able to encounter them in several years. In addition, Butterfly Ninjutsu also missed what happened in Daejeong village hot spring that day. Butterfly Ninjutsu said again, if you feel embarrassed, the two ghosts with the string are not bad. They can't do it randomly. They can't put it wherever they should, and they can't put it randomly. Oh, Gyutariabo was a little surprised. Xiao Ren, keep your word. When he heard that the butterfly wandering asked for a request for a custom of the drought sack, he breathed a sigh of relief. With Ming Ang's impatient attitude and strength, it should not take too long to find two ghosts with the string. I can still afford it. Do you think I'm the same as you? At night, Gyutar Han Yan returned to the room with Mealy. The next day, due to the movement last night, Butterfly Ninja and Konoha dragged their tired bodies and left the room. When they saw each other's appearance they instantly understood and she heard it. Butterfly Ninja greeted Chineo normally as usual. But I was very angry. Okay, you Gutarhai did it on purpose. Is Chineo also becoming your on-the trade meal? Kanaho's cheeks were slightly red and she greeted Butterfly in a low voice. When they arrived outside the house they saw the energetic skeleton of the Gyuter. Good morning Koinan Kana. Guta greeted the two of them with a heartfelt gratitude. Chineo nodded shyly and said, Good morning brother Ming-ang. Good morning Ming-ang. Butterfly said gritting her teeth without laughing. If the eyes are hurt then Gyuter Hehuan will be killed by Butterfly Ninja's eyes. A small episode passed and the three of them came to the restaurant for breakfast. Seeing that Miri didn't come for breakfast, Kamisaki Aoi asked Gyuter Hai in confusion. Brother Ming-ang, where is sister Meili? Meili is too tired and is still sleeping. Kanzaki Ao nodded thoughtfully when she heard this. Chapter 27 Nezuko who is indifferent. After breakfast the squad went to the courtyard where Shikia Yoil was located. Come to the courtyard. Gutahaha lies and blows the grey beam, scans the convoy to tie the umbrella of the milk and fear of the guard. The box containing Nezuko was now being held in the hand by Yoshio Tomuka Yoshio. Opposite Tomuka Yoshiyuki is Mushikamiya. Mushikamiya said to Tomuka Yoshikamiya angrily, Hey, give me the ghost in your hand. Even Yoshio Tomuka, even birds with birds are instantly not allowed to fly. Miyakawa, and he bypassed Miyakawa with a box. Mutant Kawamiya reached out to grab the box from Tomuka Yoshiyuki's hand. Tomuka Yoshiyuki quickly lifted the box and avoided Mutant Kawamiya's capture. Seeing Tomuka Yoshiyuki and the fierce pillar shaking and snatching the box containing Nezuko, Tanjiro was in a state of grief and anger. Asshole, let me go. Otherwise, even if you are a primate, I will not let you go. Tanjiro kept struggling, but it was still useless and could not break free from the constraints of Irhei Koba. Seeing that Nezuko in the box was about to be shaken, well, the nuclear barrier of the Gyuter was broken. Hey, what are you doing? Yi Yang, give me the box. In the fierce look of Muku Kawashimiya, Yoshio Tomuka handed the box to Kyuta skeleton. Snort. Uyude Kawashaya didn't get the box, so he snorted coldly and decided to torture Tanjiro. A familiar voice came. Tanjiro looked up and saw the skeleton of the skeleton. Thank you, brother Ming-ang. The cherry blossoms on the side of Katahi came to Tanjiro and said, Let go. Look at it and you're so full of breath that you're so angry. Under the order of Kyuta Ihei Xiaobane had to let go of Tanjiro. Immortal Kawamiya also lost the opportunity to torture Tanjiro. The Gyuterhi family was afraid of Wei Sang. Have you learned to breathe in Rizi? Tanjiro nodded and said, Brother Ming-ang, since you left, Master has asked me to concentrate on practicing sun breathing and no longer practicing water breathing. In order to let me learn sun breathing faster, Master also personally taught me to fight me. Now mine can use a few breaths of sun breath for a short time. As the breathing line of water, Lin Taki is naturally very clear about the breathing of the sun and knows it's important. Therefore, he no longer let Tanjiro practice alone and chose to teach Tanjiro Onionon step by step. I was just about to participate in the final selection of the demon killing team this year, but I was brought here by Mr. Tomuka. While the two were chatting, Yoyashikiya walked out. In addition to Coin, the pillars respectfully knelt down on one knee, and Tanjiro was naturally pressed down. The weather is still very good today. Yoyashikiya sighed and looked at Tanjiro. After seeing the earrings on Tanjiro's ears, he was suddenly stunned. Then the smile on his face became even stronger. It is indeed the earrings recorded in the book. You are Tanjiro Kaoru, the descendant of Hinaki's breathing. Right. Tanjiro nodded. I'm Tanjiro Sakaman. Well, it's very good. I already recognize you and Nezuko, but whether you can be recognized by other pillars depends on Nezuko's perseverance. Then, Yoyashiki let his daughter read the letter written by Tsukiji Ryuki. The general meaning is that I am very optimistic about Tanjiro and Nezuko, and they will be the hope of the demon killing team. If Nezuko hurts others, Tomuka Yoshiyama and I will automatically apologize. Waren, now we need to verify whether Nezuko is really not interested in humans, so please cooperate with Bud Hikawa. The blood of immortal Kawamiya's blood, as the blood in the thin blood, has a huge temptation to ghost and is the best blood as an inducer. No problem. The storm of Gyuter Helin threw white storm and swept the coffin and squirted into Nanwayang. There was no direct sunlight here, so Nezuko would not be injured. Open the box, and Nezuko walked out. Suspiciously he looked around in confusion. She remembered everything that happened around her just now. There is a big bad guy who not only has to attack himself but also hurts his brother. Seeing Nezuko coming out, Akahakamiya jumped onto the corridor, pulled out the Hiroji sword and scratched his arm with one knife. Bring it on. Blood overflowed from the wound and dripped on the floor. A strong fragrance spread into Nezuko's nasal cavity. Nezuko unconsciously drained out of water and gasped. Looking at the Mudaki Kawashaya in front of him, Nezuko recognized him as the one who killed him and wanted to hurt his brother. Can't eat it. Can't eat it. Eating it will cause many people people to suffer. Nezuko clenched her fist, gritted her teeth, endured the desire in her heart, and curbed the ghost impulse. Tanjiro was also very nervous at this moment. Nezuko, you can't eat it. That's a human being. If you eat it, you will really become a ghost. Memories came. Nezuko saw her parent, younger brothers and sisters, and older brother Tanjiro. Snort. Nezuko snorted lightly and turned her head to the side. Immortal Kawami was stunned, because this is the first time he has encountered a ghost who can resist his blood. Tanjiro, who was in the audience, couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw Nezuko overcame the desire in his heart. Seeing that the result was clear, Yoshikawa smiled and said, "This time, we should be able to ensure that Nezuko won't hurt anyone." Right. The pillars were silent and did not look at Shikiya, but looked behind him with a look of surprise. It seems that something shocking happened behind it. Tanjiro off the stage was also confused at this moment. Nezuko. Yoshiaki looked behind him and saw a drop of blood on his index finger. Nezuko, who had resisted the blood of Mude Kawame, was drooling all over the ground at this moment. In the past, I want to touch the bad water. As he pointed, Nezuko's eyes moved. The fierce and evil arm turned around in circles, and Nezuko followed her arms. "I'll test you." Shikiya cursed in her heart. What a joke. Why does this happen? Didn't Nezuko overcome eating people just now? What's going on now? Could it be the thin blood in the Gyuder orifice? What are you doing? Seeing that the successor of the sun's breathing was about to be obtained, the Gyuder and the locust emblem came out. What does this mean? It's nothing. I just think Nezuko is quite cute. Teasing her. Don't worry, I won't let her eat it. As he said that, the blood from the fingertips of Gyutarhang stuffed into his mouth. He took it out again, and the blood at the fingertips had disappeared. He reached his finger in front of Nezuko and said, "Eat." When Nezuko saw that there was no blood on it, she choked for a few times and actually cried out, "Woo! Damn it!" The Gyuder defended the sacred man, and he wanted to tease Nezuko, but he didn't expect Nezuko to cry so carelessly. Tanjiro was confused when he saw Nezuko crying because of a drop of blood. "No, girl, you are no longer a child. There is no need to cry because you don't get something, right?" No. Nezuko seems to be mentally similar to a child now, and it seems normal to cry. Chapter 28 Arrangements for Tanjiro. All the pillars and even the Masaya Shikiya Yoshia were all very shocked. These, what should I do? Who went up to coax it? Speaking of which, what kind of treasure is a badger's liquid? It can actually make a ghost cry. In contrast, the so-called thin blood in the so-called thin blood of Miyaki Immortal is simply scattered, and Nezuko doesn't even take a look at it. Gyuda Welding Dang touched Nezuko's head and comforted. "Nezuko-chan, stop crying. Can I give you something delicious?" Nezuko, who was crying, stopped crying but was still choking, as if she would cry again if she was so worried about the role of the tyrant. Gyutarhan fed Nezuko his own blood but took out a fairy bean and broke it in half. Sway half of them in front of Nezuko as a magical food that can work against all creatures, whether powerful or weak, and has the same effect. It should be useful if you feed it to a ghost. Gyutarhan was sure, but what else can I do now? I can't really feed Nezuko blood. It's almost the same to feed white essence. Nezuko looked at the half-destined bean in front of her and sniffed her nose, but she didn't smell anything. But Nezuko could feel that she would not be hungry after eating this thing, so Nezuko nodded. Seeing this, Gyutarhan's hungbo is worthy of being a fairy bean, but awesome. Even ghosts love to eat. Gyutarhang Nezuko's mouth, the bamboo tube biting inside was removed and said, "Open your mouth." Nezuko opened her mouth and put half of the fairy bean into Nezuko's mouth. Nezuko swallowed half of the fairy beans into her stomach and then began to develop. Secondly, in everyone's surprised eyes, it's not right. It should be growth. My chest is constantly getting bigger. My body is constantly growing taller, and a ghost horn is growing on my forehead. The limbs are covered with weeping willow-like pattern. Nezuko directly transformed from normal to semi-ghost transformation. "I'll go." Looking at Nezuko's exposed cleavage, Guda Brown Benyang took Nezuko's cloth and covered it. No one is allowed to see except himself. When everyone saw Nezuko turning directly into ghost, they all pulled out the Hibaric sword and came to Shikiya in an instant, waiting for the battle, staring at Nezuko tightly. As long as Nezuko has a tendency to attack, she will kill Nezuko at any time. "Don't change anymore. If you change again, I will hit you in the butt." The Emperor Gyuder threw the clothes on Nezuko's chest and stroked Nezuko's head with one hand. "If Nezuko continues to change, she will become completely ghostly. It will lose your mind if you completely devilishly at the first time, and then Tanjiro will have to take action to awaken him. Very troublesome." Fortunately, Nezuko did not completely ghostly transform, and after the semi-ghost transformation was completed, she stopped continuing to ghostly transform. Nezuko looked at Gyuder with a smile. She looked a little clearer than before. Then she opened her arms and hugged Gyuder's skeleton. "At the same time, my body is getting smaller and smaller bit by bit, and it has returned to normal. It looks like people and animals are harmless." The pillars did not relax their vigilance because Nezuko's smaller size. What if it was a trick? Looking at Nezuko Nezuko holding her. Nezuko was dependent on her. Is it a mother who has milk? Touching Nezuko's head, Gyuder smashed the guard and said, "It's okay, Nezuko has no intention to attack human. I just ate too much and the energy in my body was not controlled well for a while, which caused the changes." Zongju was a little embarrassed and took the knife back again. At the same time, I also had a confusion in my heart. That is, what did Nezuko eat just now? It can actually cause such a big change. Nezuko, are you okay? Tanjiro asked with concern. Hearing his brother's voice, Nezuko let go of Kyuda and looked at Tanjiro, shook her head, indicating that she had no problem. Then he hugged Tanjiro and hugged Kyuda's body again. Tanjiro was helpless and his sister ran away after all. Seeing that everything was still moving in a good direction, Yoyosaki was relieved. There is no big problem, just a relatively big episode. Everything was under the control of Guaren and did not have much impact on Tanjiro. The successor of Rizi breath finally stayed. If this is because of the operation of Guaren just now, Nezuko attack human, then it would be a complete deer. Not only will the descendants of the sun's breathing method be lost, but the water columns of this generation and the previous generation will be explained here. What a thrilling day. Okay, this should really prove that Nezuko will not attack human, right? What's more, there is the existence of Guaren. My lovely swordsman, what are you going to worry about? In the audience, although Ihei Kobain wanted to defend himself, he was unable to defend himself under Yoshiyuki Tomuka's obstruction. It can be seen that Tomuka Yoshio still cherishes his life. Tanjiro Zaemon, I intend to train you as the 9 pillar of the future, the high pillar, and become the sharpest knife of the demon killing team. Destroy evil ghosts in the world, and even ghost dances. No misery. I wonder if you have confidence. Yes, Tanjiro shouted excitedly. Nezuko and I will definitely defeat Gui Wu Wuzang and continue to wave the blade in order to cut off the chains on our back. Yoshia smiled and said, I'm very confident, but now you may not even be able to beat the 12 ghost month, right? And it seems that you haven't even killed an evil ghost. Tanjiro was speechless and his face turned red. This, okay, don't be nervous. I will arrange for the pillars to train with you so that you can reach the pillar level as soon as possible and then go out to hunt down evil ghosts. Akukawa, hey, don't bully Tanjiro anymore. Now let's come in and continue the pillar meeting. The difference between this time's Jokia conference yesterday was that there was less Miri and more Tanjiro and Nezuko. As for why Tanjiro was there, of course, it was because some of the contents of the Jaihi conference were about Tanjiro. In order not to cause evil ghosts to hurt people a lot due to special training Tanjiro. After discussion, Zongju finally decided to let Tanjiro go back to his jurisdiction to conduct special training. Each column takes turns to train for 10 to 15 days. If there is an evil ghost injuring someone in the jurisdiction of the column where Tanjiro is located during this period, the column may allow Tanjiro to participate in the battle depending on the situation, provided that the opponent cannot be the 12 ghost month. If Tanjiro can achieve it is enough to fight against the 12 ghost month and the premise is invalid. After discussing the matter about Tanjiro, Zongzuru and Sayashiki Yoshia discuss some miscellaneous matters. This time the Jihei meeting was finally over. Chapter 29 Tanjiro with 200 effort. Part 1. After the Zuhi meeting ended, the Zuzu rushed to his jurisdiction at full speed. Tanjiro stayed at the headquarters of the demon killing team because the first pillar responsible for Tanjiro's special training was Butterfly Ninja. Gyuda Welding touched Nezuko's head, who had been holding her, and said, Nezuko, let go, I'm going home. It was noon at this time, and Nezuko needed to return to the box. Nezuko reluctantly let go of Kyuda, shrank her body and walked into the box. Tanjiro carried the box on his back, looked at Butterfly Ninja and asked, Master Butterfly Ninja, when will we start the special training? In order to reduce trouble and to avoid the collapse of the nuclear equipment of the Gyuder Hanyuan, Ming-Eng, you will be the special training for Tanjiro from today. If you teach it, you will be rewarded. As he said that, Butterfly stood on tiptoe and kissed the girl from the Gyuder Han Muslim. This is a deposit. Come on. By the way, what was the thing you fed Nezuko? Butterfly Nin is still very interested in the bean that can make Nezuko's huge changes. Iandu. The Butterfly Man talked about the role of Fairy Bean. The Butterfly Man was shocked and the silence of the Gyuder Hoga was rushing it. Butterfly Ninja was about to ask, where is this thing planted? The Gyuder Hanta clan collapsed. Don't think about it. There is no vegetation in this world that can produce Fairy Bean. Only I have Fairy Bean. Give it. You can take this half to study. I'll give you another pill. Seeing the immortal beans with 1.5 grains of uranium, the butterfly happily hugged the river and scratched the hemorrhoid. Ming-Eng, I'll go back to study the Senbian first, and Tanjiro will leave it to you. I'll share it with you when I find the result. After saying that, Butterfly Nerve jumped and flew toward Butterfly House. The thing about the siege of the Gyuders is that even the Bulma in the Dragon Ball world cannot be studied, and it would be strange if you can study it. Follow me. I'll take you to get a knife first. By the way, I made the demon killing team uniform. Hidden. Gyuder shouted in his arm. 3 seconds later, there? A hidden person appeared in the silence. What are the instructions for Gojion playing? Tao Tanjiro to the knife village. By the way, call Masao Maeda and ask him to sew a set of ghost-killing uniforms for Tanjiro. No problem, I'll play with you. V-sweep mission. As he said that, the Hito took out a black cloth to cover Tanjiro's eyes, stuffed his ears into his ears, and stuffed his nose into his nose. Then Tanjiro took his back and ran towards the Daejeon village quickly. As for the plaque said that he would take Mealy to the Daejeon village. I haven't taken a hot spring bath with Mealy. I don't know whether it is true or false if those women with big breasts in the anime will float up when they take a hot spring bath. Today I happened to take Mealy to experiment. Soak in the hot spring. Okay, brother Ming-Ang, let's go. Soon the silly talked about the scattered fried rice while Tanjiro was still reciprocating between different hidden secrets. After all, Tanjiro doesn't have the treatment of the priest yet and he can only be considered a stepson, so he doesn't deserve to know where the Daejeon village is. Come to the village chief Tai Zhen's house, and the sirens were in a hurry. Find a house to live temporarily to train future sun poles and at the same time create a knife for Tanjiro. This is easy to say. 4 houses. There are many more in the Daejeon village. As for the sun wheel knife, do you know what appearance requirements are for Gyuder Heron? It's just about the normal size, but I hope you will be forged by the village chief. Me. Tai Zhen was confused. If it is just an ordinary knife, it is enough for an ordinary knife maker to forge it. There is no need to let yourself go. That's right, because the owner of this knife is the successor of Rizi Breath. Sun's breath. Tai Zhen knew very well the value of these 4 words, which was the legendary breathing method. I didn't expect that I could hear these 4 words in my lifetime. If this person can use the sun wheel knife he forged, it will be a great honor for him. No problem, just leave it to me. I will definitely forge a sunwind sword worthy of the sun's breath. By the way, village chief, how much weight-bearing equipment has been made? Rizi's breathing is very harsh on the strength of the body. If you want to increase Tanjiro's physical strength in a short period of time, it is not enough to not be stressed. Some small sizes have been forged and can be used now. Then you can get me a set for the small size first. No problem. Then, under the leadership of the village chief, Gyuder spent a relatively quiet villa to live with Mealy for the past 10 days and half a month. Now I just wait for Hito to bring Tanjiro to the Daejeon village. On the way to the Daejeon village, Masao Maeda, who was sewn in the ghost-killing uniform, was full of doubts at this moment. Why did Gukatsu Yakuto let himself sew a team uniform for Tanjiro? Could it be that my superb skills have been passed down to the simplified Chinese Academy of Sciences? As soon as I thought of this, Maeda Masato the husband couldn't help but began to fantasize about his appearance of suffocating others. After coming to the Daejeon village, Maeda Masao saw Gyuder Hai and the Mealy of Ganlu temple beside him from afar. Yes, it looked familiar. Where have you seen that beautiful beauty? The hair color is a bit familiar. What's the name of Mealy? It seems that her team uniform was sewn by herself, but why don't she wear it now? When Kata Hai, who was waiting for Tanjiro at the door, saw Masao Maeda wearing glasses, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mealy, did you sew the clothes for you in the first place? Well, brother Ming-Ang is him. You go back first and help you clean up him for your husband. Hidden came to Kata with Tanjiro on his back and was comparable to Egypt. There has been brought here by Kairi Katajiro. Well, your mission has been completed and you can leave. After putting down Tanjiro, the Hitomi left the Daejeon village. Katahara covered Tanjiro's eye mask, ear plug, and nose stuffing and removed it. At this moment Tanjiro's face looked a little strange because he couldn't smell the smell emitted by the hot spring of Daejeon village. Brother Ming-Ang, is this Daejeon village? What does it smell? It smells so bad. The smell emitted by the hot spring that can heal. You can't use this either. I have something better. The time is limited. I plan to take you to kill the 12 ghost month in 10 days, but because your strength is limited, under normal circumstances I will definitely not be able to kill the 12 ghost month, so I decided to train you in devil. All concentration is achieved within 10 days and the regular one. Ah, Tanjiro was shocked. What about playing? You have been summed up for 10 days. Are you always there? Do you think I'm Superman? Now I can only support my breathing for 10 days at most. Brother Ming-Ang, can I really do it? If you don't force it, you will never know how much potential you have. Tanjiro, as long as you put in 200 times the effort of an ordinary person, more than 10 days are enough. Damn it, Tanjiro was confused. 200 times the effort of ordinary people? Use it for 200 days a day? 10 days are 2,000 days, nearly 5.5 years. This is indeed more than enough, but can anyone really practice 200 times as hard as an ordinary person? Chapter 30 Tanjiro who works 200 times the effort. Class. Brother Ming-Ang, will the 200 times of effort be exaggerated? Exaggeration? This is not an exaggeration at all. I have seen it with my own eyes. Tanjiro, who has a magical nose, can smell whether the other party is telling a lie. When Tanjiro smelled the slightest, the people were so irritated. Are there such awesome humans? friends? At the same time, Tanjiro was also full of energy. Since what Akyong said was true, then he must be able to do it too. Okay, brother Ming-Eng, from now on, I have put in 200 times my efforts to practice. Masao Maeda, who was listening to the two bragging, had a question mark in his head. One dares to say it and the other dares to believe it. Very good, put on the things in it, and from now on, you are not allowed to take off no matter what you do. The weight-bearing suit in Kyutahara handed to Tanjiro. Tanjiro held the bag with a weight-bearing suit, but the have you clutched? Hold it tight. Tanjiro replied subconsciously. Since that's the case, I'll let go. Tanjiro nodded. Just loosen it. There is no need to be so solemn, right? However, when Kata Welding looked for Huang to incite, Tanjiro realized something was wrong. The things in your hand are super heavy. Tanjiro quickly stretched out his other hand to hold the bottom of the bag and held it in his arms. The huge weight made Tanjiro bend down and arch his leg and stick his butt to transfer the weight of the bag to his thighs. Then transfer it downwards little by little and place it on the ground. Not sure what was inside, Tanjiro dared not let go and throw it on the ground. What if it is broken? A minute later, Tanjiro, who finally placed his weight-bearing equipment firmly on the ground, stood up straight and breathed out. Brother Ming-Eng, what this? Why is it so heavy? Can you really put it on your body? Weight-bearing equipment is worn on the body for weight-bearing and physical exercise. Tanjiro took off the bag and saw the iron ring and armor inside. This is weight-bearing equipment. Isn't the sand contained in the load-bearing equipment? How did it become pure iron? It seems that Tanjiro's hesitation was seen and the cuter nuclear file collapsed. Tanjiro, 200 years of hard work. Hearing this, Tanjiro was once again full of energy. In order to become stronger, to turn my sister back into a human, and to kill Ghost Woo Woo, I fought hard. Tanjiro put down the box containing Nezuko on his back. Start wearing weight-bearing equipment one by one. After she was fully penetrated, Tanjiro felt that he had difficulty breathing. My god, is this a 200-fold effort? Masao Maeda shook his head in his heart when he saw Tanjiro, who was so tired. If I had to work twice as hard as I could, I would just kill me and count the ball. Masao Maeda, I'll give you a task, said Mr. Gyuderkan. Masao Maeda stood upright in an instant and said, please also want to be defeated. Urgent Tanjiro to run around the knife village for 5 hours. Don't take off the weight-bearing equipment during this period, but if you feel that Tanjiro can't run anymore, you can run with him on your back. Just walk Tanjiro around the knife village within 5 hours. If I find that you use external forces or do not let Tanjiro circle the Daejeong village within the specified time, you will be in great trouble. As he said that, the Gyuder rammed the orphans and frozen phoenix was used to shock Masao Maeda. Masao Maeda suddenly shivered and nodded repeatedly in sweat and said, please ensure that the task is completed. The Kyutayan lifted the box, patted Tanjiro on the shoulder and said, Tanjiro, you can start. I will take care of you first. Come on, run. Take Nezuko back to the room. Mealy looked at the Gyuder he planting machinery and Nanwayu's tour. Why is brother Ming-Eng so angry? It's Nezuko inside. It soon became normal. Is this Nezuko? Looking at Nezuko, who had grown a lot bigger and had a lot more intelligent and clear eyes, Mealy was a little surprised. I fed her half a piece of fairy bean and became much smarter. Nezuko is Miri from Ganluyi. You can play with Miri at home first, and I'll urge Tanjiro to exercise. Nezuko nodded. Nezuko still liked the big-breasted woman in front of her, and she looked very kind. Miri, I'll leave Nezuko to you. I'll leave first. Don't worry, brother Ming-Eng. I will definitely take good care of Nezuko. Mealy swears. On the small path outside the Daejeon village, Tanjiro dragged his tired body and took difficult step, running forward step by step. The sweat shed completely wet the clothes, and the whole person was like fishing out of the water. By his side, Masao Maeda kept cheering Tanjiro up, cheering him up, and instilling all kinds of chicken soup. Time passed quickly, and Tanjiro didn't even run away 1/5 of it. He was already tired and almost fainted many times. Seeing that less than 1/5 of his run, Tanjiro was about to faint. He quickly put one of Tanjiro's arms on his shoulders, and with the other hand he held Tanjiro's waist to help Tanjiro continue to move forward. After walking another kilometer, Masao Maeda, who was dragging Tanjiro, was sweating profusely. Masao Maeda looked at Tanjiro, whom he was dragging, and found that he had fallen asleep in tears at some point. Damn, why do I say I'm getting tired more and more? Masao Maeda reached out and patted Tanjiro on the cheek and said, Tanjiro, wake up, breathe. Use breathing method. Just use the breathing method you have learned. Tanjiro opened his eyes hard, recalling the joy of the fire god that his father Dan. Tanjiro, remember to breathe. This is what my father never forgets to say to himself after he danced for 1 day and 1 night. Breathe hard. As long as you keep breathing, you won't feel tired. Tanjiro has been using Hinaki breathing, but now he can't do it. But I can use Sun's breathing intermittently, and when I can't stand it, I can take a Sun's breathing. Restore physical strength and refresh your spirit. Suction. Tanjiro used Reno's breathing to recover his strength and walked walked step by step with Masayo Maeda step by step along the periphery of Daimiya village. Another hour later, the two finally left nearly 3 out of 10. Take out a celestial bean from the crab and divide it into 10 parts. Open your mouth. Tanjiro opened his mouth weakly. One of the portions of the Kyudorawa was thrown into Tanjiro's mouth. Tanjiro swallowed it in one mouthful. Although his spirit and body had not fully recovered, he had at least the strength to run. Run. Let him go and let him run by himself. Masayo Maeda let go of Tanjiro, and Tanjiro began to accelerate little by little and ran forward. Seeing Masayo Maeda stayed motionless, the Gyuder Han Shao Badger was defeated. What are you still standing there? Chase me. Masayo Maeda was shocked and ran away to chase Tanjiro. Chapter 31 200 times the effort. Tanjiro Part 2. During this period, when Gyuderd was halfway through, he fed Tanjiro again. It is still 1/10 of the fairy bean. 5 hours later, Tanjiro and Maeda Masayo finally ran around the knife village completely and returned to the door of the villa. At this time, the sun had already set and it was already late at night. Nezuko saw that her brother Tanjiro had never come back, so she waited at the door with Miri. When he saw Tanjiro with his back hunched like an old man who was about to walk, he was rude and looked like he would fall at any time, so he hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Oh Nezuko. The tired Tanjiro forced a smile. Then he said to Masayo Maeda, who was standing beside him, I'm sorry, I couldn't run into 5 hours and implicate you. I will tell brother Ming-Eng and ask him to add the punishment to me. Although Masayo Maeda is not as tired as Tanjiro, he was on the verge of being fed to Tanjiro along the way and helped Tanjiro from time to time. Seeing that Tanjiro was about to die of exhaustion and was still thinking about himself, Masayo Maeda shook his head. No need. If you fail the mission, you will be punished. What's more, Masayo Maeda didn't think that Tanjiro could run for 5 hours when he was wearing so many iron pieces. It is already thankful to be able to run alone, rather than letting yourself carry it back. I don't believe it anymore. Guaren will punish us when we see that we are so tired. Gyuder Hiyoyoshi was afraid that Visang would feed Tanjiro 3/10 of immortal beans to restore physical strength and not affect tomorrow's special training. Then he said to Masayo Maeda, listen, my punishment for you is that you can't sleep tonight. You always look at Tanjiro and keep your breathing concentrated when you fall asleep. Once Tanjiro stops concentration, you must wake him up and keep Tanjiro breathing in full concentration. Did you hear it? Masayo Maeda nodded in surprise. He thought that he was so stupid that he didn't expect that he would just not sleep all night, which was not simple. Please ensure that the task is completed. Don't say it so well. If I find out that you didn't wake him up when Tanjiro forgot to breathe in full concentration, you would be in a state of pain. Okay, go into the house to have a meal. Finish the meal and go to bed. After saying that, Gutahaha walked towards the second floor with Mili and Nezuko. On the first floor is the rooms of Tanjiro and Maeda Masayo. Back in the bedroom, Mili looked at Nezuko, who followed Gyuder Hihuang back to the bedroom and couldn't help but ask, Brother Ming-Eng, are you going to be with Nezuko tonight? Where is the source of melon seed? Said, what are you thinking? Don't do it tonight, just leave. It's because Nezuko and Maeda Masayo were not safe in the same room. Miri is confused. Masayo Maeda's old sex is correct, but Brother Ming-Eng, you seem to be even worse. Go and take Nezuko to wash and sleep. The next day, the two of them put on their clothes and washed up and walked downstairs. Tanjiro and Maeda Masayo were eating breakfast sent by other ink with dark circles. After seeing a muttering unsightly greeting from her mouth, she continued to bury her head. Looking at the exhausted two people, Gyuder Crane knocked on the sedan chair and the neon frame. Suddenly, 3 hidden men appeared in Gyuder, so it was so comparable. What's the problem with Guaren? The husband said, go and take these 2 people away. Take a shower with cold water and then bring them back. Effect your order. Sanyan quickly took the 2 away, and in just 10 minutes, Tanjiro and Maeda Masayo returned to Gyuder with great energy. Are you full for breakfast? Gyuder Hishifu. The 2 shook their head. Eat first and continue to go to the lap after eating. Tanjiro and Maeda ended their breakfast in a hurry, and the Gyuder River was burning. It's still 5 hours running around the Daejeong village. If the time spent today is longer than yesterday, the punishment will not just make you stay up late. Run. As long as you can't run to death. Run to death. Accelerate. 6 hours and 15 minutes later, Tanjiro and Maeda returned to the villa again. I was feeding Tanjiro the last 3/10 of the remaining fairy bean yesterday. The nuclear file of Gyuder is broken. 30 minutes to settle lunch, then take an hour off. An hour later, Tanjiro, I'll accompany you to practice swordsmanship. Masayo Maeda, I will give you 5 hours off now to rest. After 5 hours, I will appear in the courtyard on time. Understand? Masayo Maeda and Tanjiro nodded repeatedly. I didn't sleep all night and I trained with Tanjiro yesterday and this morning. Masayo Maeda was so tired that he didn't even eat, so he went back to the house to sleep. An hour and a half later, Tanjiro came to the courtyard. The Gyuder River Yujing found that Zanpakuto Yuluo appeared in his hand. The current strength of the Gyuder Kongchang cannot make Yuluo concrete, but because of the special nature of Yuluo, it is completely possible for Yuluo to control herself and fight against the enemy. The Zanpakuto hovered in the air. Miro, give Tanjiro the opposite side more strength. As long as you don't die, then just abuse it. Yuluo received the order and directly divided two swords, a handful of Au and a handful of little radish. The two black and white swords quickly attacked Tanjiro. I was still immersed in why can it hover in the air, and why did Tanjiro, who became two sword, dodged and scratched his arm. Fortunately, Maru did not take any action, otherwise Tanjiro's arm would have been fragile. The Qatar shook Tanjiro's lost heart and scolded, Tanjiro, what are you doing? Be serious. After coming back to his senses, Tanjiro started dancing to block the sword, and at the same time he did not forget to breathe in the sun. 5 hours later, Tanjiro did not have a complete piece of skin on his body. He was covered in blood, but he was still holding the sun wheel knife and desperately blocking Yu and Xiaoluo's attack. The girl who had been cream-pied in the hot spring followed the red cheeks of Meili back to the courtyard. Seeing that the time was almost over, he took back Yuluo. Open your mouth. Half a grain of fairy beans fell accurately into Tanjiro's mouth, who was lumped on the ground. After swallowing the fairy bean, all the wounds that Tanjiro's body were cut by Yuluo disappeared, and his energy and spirit also recovered a lot. After a jump, Tanjiro stood up and bluffed the scoundrel at the scoundrel. Thank you, brother Mingeng. I have the fairy beans you gave me last time, and I haven't used them. In the next few days, brother Mingeng will use my 2 fairy beans first. Tanjiro saw that Gyuder had accelerated his growth rate and did not hesitate to consume a large amount of such precious immortal beans on himself. Tanjiro really felt guilty about it. Brother Mingeng is not close to him, but he is so kind to him. Tanjiro didn't know what to use to repay the Qatar. I can only return the null beans that I had nulled before to the null sea. As for the rest, I can only repay them if I have the ability to repay them in the future. Good boy, not bad. With a conscience, Gyuder Hengyang 2 fairy beans. Masao Maeda in the house heard the movement in the courtyard and quickly jumped off the bed, rolled and crawled to the courtyard. Warren, well, it's still punctual. Go. I'm still running around Daejiang village for 5 hours, and the time cannot be higher than this morning. If it's higher than in the morning, you can experience it yourself. 6 hours and 15 minutes later, Tanjiro and Maeda returned to the courtyard. It's still not 5 hours. Masao Maeda, keep staying up late. Masao Maeda nodded weakly. Accompany Tanjiro back to the room and observe Tanjiro's breathing. Once Tanjiro is not in full concentration breathing, Tanjiro will be woken up immediately. If you can't wake up, you can directly hit Mambo with an elbow. The elbow was in Tanjiro's lower abdomen without the iron armor on his chest. On the second day, Tanjiro covered his stomach and bent over toward the dining table. The scoundrel asked the scoundrel to tie the scar and said, I'll give you a task to find Taizan village chief of Daejiang village. Transfer the equipment he forged is here. Just say I want it. How much luck is there? Remember, you can only be lucky. We must not use tools such as cart. Let me see that there are other people who help you transport it, or you use a cart or something. I will let you taste what it means to be unable to survive and die. A chill came to my face and Masao Maeda was instantly shocked and sweated coldly. I feel like my mind will fall to the ground in the next second. Masao Maeda nodded dully and ran out of the house quickly. An hour later, Masao Maeda walked into the courtyard with difficulty with a sack of barbell pieces. After being placed in the yard, I left the yard because there was still nearly a ton of equipment not fully moved. The concrete edge of Gyuder may be injured and damaged. Go and find a 20 kilograms piece of squat in your arms and stand. Tanjiro did not hesitate at all and found a barbell piece with 20 kilograms in the sack and held it in his arms. Squatting in the courtyard. This is how to go back and forth. Run. Practice swordsmanship. Squat and stand and help concentrate when sleeping. Chapter 32 Tanjiro's new hibiscus knife. 15 days later, Tanjiro finally reached the state of full concentration and concentration. Strength has improved by leap and bounds. Masao Maeda also lost hope for life and was unpopular. In front of the husband, Gutahaha said, your mission is completed. You don't have to stay here from now on. At the same time, the fishy geisha appeared quietly. He planted an illusion for Masao Maeda. Every time after Tien Zhenfu fell asleep, Asao always appeared in his dream to mate with him. Masao Maeda, who didn't know that he had been planted with illusion, heard that his mission had been completed and he didn't have to stay here. An extremely bright smile appeared on his face and tears filled his eyes. Finally liberated. Thank you. I'm lucky to see you. No, it's better not to see each other again in your life. After saying that, Masao Maeda fled here desperately without looking back. Papa. Brown letter neon frame. 2 hidden men appeared in the yard. What are the instructions for Guaren? Call more people and move all the cultivation equipment in the yard to the butterfly house. Looking at least 1 ton of various equipment in the courtyard, the 2 yins called people without any hesitation. Then nearly 30 people hid in the courtyard courtyard using carts to carry the equipment in the courtyard. Just as the village head of Gaba village, Taizhen, asked Tanjiro whether the forging of Tanjiro's ripples. Taizhen and his men came to the courtyard. When he saw Taizhen seeing the hidden person being transported, he said, "Haha, Waren, it seems I'm here in time." Living up to expectation, the Sunwheel sword has finally been forged. As he said that, Taizhen took the wooden box containing the Sunwheel knife from the guard beside him. Looking at Tanjiro, who was wearing an earring, asked, "Is my friend the successor of Hiroyuki breathing?" Tanjiro, the sauceman. Tanjiro nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. The only one. The new ridge knife has finally arrived. When the previous rim sword was fighting against Yuluo, several digs had already been broken. Basically it cannot be used. Village chief, come in and chat. Gyuder nuclear file feed please. Taizhen's guard stayed outside the door, following the Gyuder Hondian sphere of the Weishao and sniffing the Yishui river. Miri and Nezuko also surrounded them curiously. 4 people and 1 ghost sat together around the round table. Taizhen placed the wooden box on the table and pushed the wooden board away. The Sunwheel knife with the sun's shaped knife inside was exposed. Tanjiro excitedly stretched out his hands and picked it up. Hold the handle of the knife in one hand and the scabbard in the other. Pull out the Sunwheel knife and hold it in your hand. Putting down the scabbard, Tanjiro held the handle of the Hirohara knife with both hands and used all his strength to the Hirohara knife's blade, and suddenly the Hirohara knife's blade appeared in a fiery red color. Red. It's red. It's actually red. Although the Hiroshideo was only popular for 1 or 2 seconds because of Tanjiro's limited strength, the village chief Tetsujin still cheered happily, standing on the chair, pressing his hands on Tanjiro's shoulders and said, "Sir, Ghost Hunter, please use this Sunwheel sword in your hand to kill the evil ghost in the world, please." Taizhen bowed deeply to Tanjiro. The sudden respect made Tanjiro feel helpless. He quickly put down the Sunwheel knife and said to Taizhen, "Old sir, get up quickly. It is my duty to kill all evil ghosts in the world, so you must not do this." As he said that, Tanjiro returned a gift to Tetsujin. Bowed to Taizhen. "No, no, no, Lord Ghost Hunter, I feel honored that the Sunwheel knife that was forged under the lower is used by you. Please accept my worship." Taizhen bowed again. Tanjiro quickly helped Taizhen up and bowed back to the gift. "After you bow, I will bow." Bowing around with a bang, there was a collision between the 2 sides' head. "Hiss," the 2 said in unison. Then he looked at the other person and laughed. After Taizhen left, the Storm Hantuyi took Tanjiro back to the butterfly house first. Nezuko sat in the box behind Tanjiro. Gyuder Hao Yohuanji took Tanjiro to hunt down the 12 ghost months tomorrow. Chapter 33 Return to Butterfly House. Butterfly House. Aoi Kamisaki and Chineu. When they saw the slogan, they called the slogan. Everyone went out to greet them. "Brother Ming-Eng, Sister Meili welcomes you back." Gyuder He-Fi, Xiao Aoi, Chineu, long time no see. Come and hug one. "Brother Ming-Eng, so many people are here." Aoi Kamisaki blushed. A little upset. Konoha didn't hesitate, so he carried it directly. Kata Welding touched Konoha's hair and hugged the twisted Aoi Kanzaki. "What are you hesitating? If you hesitate, there will be no place," Gyuder said with a blow to Pai Jinxi's cheek. Aoi Kamisaki shyly buried her head in the. After a while, the 3 little ones also ran out of the house and shouted, "I want to hug you too. I want Brother Ming-Eng to hug you too." Brother Ming-Eng hug. Gyuder and Chineu kissed their cheeks gently and said softly, "Xiaoqing and the others are still waiting." Aoi Kamisaki and Chineu nodded slightly and let go of the skeleton. The 3 little ones jumped and wanted to be judged by Xiao Cheng, holding Xiao Nao with his right arm. Asked Chineu, "Kana, where is Xianan?" "Sister is still studying the fairy bean you gave her in the lab. Every day she spends a long time studying the sage bean." Chineu's tone was filled with a hint of complaining. "So, take me to see. By the way, Xiao Aoi, arrange your accommodation in Tanjiro." Gyuder Hai Meili, Chineu, and 3 little 6 people came to the door of Butterfly Ninja's laboratory. Knocking at the door, the sound of Butterfly Ninja comes from inside the house. Enter. Entering the laboratory, Butterfly Nin was using a microscope to observe some tissues of the fairy beans on the pick. There are various books on herbs on the laboratory bench. Butterfly Ninja looked at the door and thought she was here to deliver food. When I saw that it was Gyuder who was playing with the spirit and poking the body, I ran quickly to the sea of Gyuder and was about to jump to the sea of Gyuder and jumped to the sea of Gyuder and the. But when he saw the 3 little ones in the box and coffin, he gave up this idea. Just gently hugged the skeleton. "Ming-Eng, you are back." "Yeah, I'm back." "Why, are you having problems with the experiment?" Butterfly held her tightly and was stunned. After her observation, she found that the so-called fairy beans are basically no different from ordinary broad beans. It can even be said to be exactly the same, but it has special functions that ordinary broad beans do not have. Butterfly Ninja tried to figure out why this is, but she has gained nothing to this day. In addition to having more knowledge about ordinary broad beans in my mind. "Stop studying this. It's meaningless. There are some things that are beyond your understanding." "Sorry, I disappointed defeated you. I was unable to find out the mystery of Fairy Bean. Butterfly Ninja said quietly. Why are you sorry for me? Don't put such pressure on yourself. Wait for me to come back in a few days and I will give you a blue spider flower for you to study. Blue-red shore flower, Butterfly said in confusion. Obviously, Butterfly Ninja doesn't know what the blue shore flower is. Afterward, the Gyuder Hyo Oyster Butterfly Ninja briefly told the story about the blue spider flower. After hearing this, Butterfly Ninja said in surprise, Ming-ang, can you really get the blue-red spider flower? It should be possible, but you can only know the specific situation if you get it there. Okay, it's already noon. Get some cleaning up and go to have a meal first. Yes. Butterfly nodded and let go of Gyuder Hyo to sort out his test bench. By the way, pack all the debris cut from the Fairy Bean. Inside Butterfly House restaurant, while everyone was there, the nuclear equipment of the Gyuders collapsed. Miri, Zion, Tanjiro has reached the level of full concentration and Qianzhong, so I plan to take Tanjiro to hunt the ghost of the 12 ghosts, the Moonlight Turn. As a result, you will complete your agreement with Ziren. I will be back in about 10 days, so I won't take you there. You are practicing seriously in the Butterfly House with the equipment sent by Hidden. After you have the strength to kill the Winding Ghost, I will take you to hunt the Winding Ghost. Does anyone have any question? The girls shook their head and obeyed the old sheath. At night, Butterfly Ninja sat in her room, looking at the night sky outside the house. Since the last time I was consumed by the Gyuder in a hot spring, I have been thinking about the Gyuder and the travels of the Gyuder. She thought that the Gyuders were in charge of the attack on the slaughter of 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 the. But I didn't expect that I had been leaving for half a month and had never come back. I finally came back, but I only stayed for one night. I will leave tomorrow. This time I will leave myself for 10 days. Big villain Gyuder High. After eating a clean mouth, I forgot myself. Butterfly sighed depressedly. Just as he was about to pull down the curtains and go to bed, he suddenly felt a familiar atmosphere outside the window. Ming-ang. Butterfly Nin looked out the window excitedly. I found that the skeleton was thrown away by the vinegar. Butterfly Ninja quickly opened the window and let the Gyuder mountain come. When I saw the squid, I knew that the squid was so stupid that I could not help but feel free to say that the squid was so stupid, but he still pretended to be puzzled and asked, why are you here? The Butterfly Ninja fell on the bed and said to the Butterfly Ninja's cheek, what do you think? Mealy Butterfly said shyly, I'll call her here too. Don't. Butterfly Ninja shook her head. Chapter 34 Ghost House Xiang Kai. The next day, the butterfly held back and gently placed it aside, kissed it on the forehead and left the room. Come downstairs. Chineu just got up. Looking at the Kata Hai Kangahu who was coming down from the upstairs, he frowned and rubbed his eyes slightly. I thought I had read it wrong. Good morning, Chana. Gyuder Hao was holding Wei Fu in her arms. I read that right. It's Brother Ming-ang. Brother Ming-ang, why did you get down from the upstairs? Chineu asked in confusion. Do you want to know? Asked Hanahu's chi. Chineu nodded. Gyuder Heshi's marriage was removed from his marriage time suit to dismiss Wei Zhou. Chineu's face was flushed and she had difficulty breathing. This, Brother Ming-ang, what does this feel like? Now Chineu only feels his heartbeat accelerated and his whole body is hot and uneasy. This is called love. Remember this feeling. Stop when I come back. Bye. In the living room on the first floor of the Gyutar Hoxim, Chineu stood there for a long time and couldn't come back to his senses. Gutaha was talking about swallowing the food. At this moment there was only Kanzaki Aoi in the restaurant. She was making breakfast for everyone in the butterfly house, but she looked a little absent-minded. The three little ones were playing with Nezuko in Nezuko's room, and Tanjiro got up early and went out for a run. Gutaha blows next to Jiao Jingxi. He asked, what's wrong with Zayakui? She looks absent-minded. When I saw Gutaha, I was frustrated and said, Brother Ming-ang, am I useless? Gutaha took Kamisaki Ao's hand and found 2 chairs to sit down, asking, Xiao Kui, why do you think so? Aoi Kamisaki lowered her head and said, because compared to the powerful strength I can help Brother Ming-ang kill Go Sister Nin and Sister Miri. As a member of the demon killing team, I can't take up a knife to kill Ghost. The reason I can stay in Butterfly House is because Sister Nin took in with kindness. When I heard that Brother Ming-ang was going out to kill Ghosts, I really wanted to help Brother Ming-ang kill ghosts with Brother Ming-ang and kill the 12 ghost you, but I didn't have the courage to propose. I was too timid to face the evil ghost. Brother Ming-ang, what is the value of a swordsman who cannot kill ghosts? What is the function of it? The hair of Gyuder Hehan's Hikongji Newies said, Xiao Kui, a person's value cannot be measured by how many people kill ghosts. If you can't kill ghosts, wouldn't it be enough if we don't become swordsmen? To me, Xiao Kui, your value is far greater than those swordsmen who kill countless ghosts. Because I don't have the food of Zayakui and the hug of Zayakui's love, I won't have the strength to hunt down evil ghosts. When I eat Xiao Kui's food, every slash I can swing and every evil ghost ghost I kill is rewarded by Xiao Kui. Xiaokui, you have long become a part of me. I will kill the evil ghost with Xiaokui's heart and Xiaokui's thought. So, Xiaokui, do you think you are still useless? Is it still a burden? Is it still valuable? Aoi Kanzaki shook her head with tears in her eyes. The Aguder smiled happily, came to Kanzaki Aoi, lifted up the hair on her forehead and kissed Kanzaki Aoi's forehead. Then he looked at Aoi Kamisaki's eyes and said, Xiao Kui, stop belittle yourself anymore. You are like Miri, Zianan, and Konohu, and you are unique in my heart. If you want to learn Eng, I will teach you when I come back. Okay. Aoi Kamisaki nodded happily and stepped forward to hug the skeleton. Be careful, I'll wait for you to come back. After saying that, Aoi Kamisaki took the initiative to kiss Gyuder Haneo. After a simple kiss, Aoi Kamisaki went to prepare breakfast for everyone with satisfaction. After breakfast, Kata defended Tanjiro, who left the butterfly house with Nezuko's box on his back, leaving the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team and rushing towards the foot of the mountain. The crow in the air of Gyuder Airlines waved and said, Lee, mobilize the crow and help me find a villa hidden in the mountains and forest. In terms of specific location compared with Asakusa, Tokyo Prefecture, it is located in the south-south and east-west position, and there are farmlands nearby. By the way, there are 3 children in the village where Kenktian belong, namely Ching, Genji and Takako. I'll notify me quickly once I find it. Since the only ghosts with the lower string that Tanjiro faced in the original work are the 3 ghosts of the lower string, the Ryukaku, the Ryukaku, the Ryukaku, and the one of the lower string, the Nightmare Dream. Therefore, Gyutarhi hastily condemned the positions of these 3 ghosts among the 12 ghosts in the lower string of the moon. I can only attack these 3 ghosts first. It is best to look for it when you are tired and just go directly to the Spider Mountain in Nation. Next is Yang Kai. Finally, it is Nightmare, because Nightmare appeared in Tokyo after the death of other ghosts in the lower string, before Wuzan began laying off employees. Where is the Nightmare Dream? As for why I looked for Zionkai first, of course Zionkai was the weakest, and it was just right to become Tanjiro's whetstone. Brother Ming-Eng, where are we going now? Tanjiro looked at the Kyudahi Shift who was walking aimlessly on the way down the mountain. Gyutarhi bandit file collapse. I don't know either. I'll know when Lee comes back. Let's go down the mountain first. When the headquarters of the Gyuder Hantunwei Shagu table oxygen killing team came to the foot of the mountain, Lee also flew back. Finished. Come with me. It only takes half an hour to see the butterfly house. Lee found the ghost house within half an hour based on those broken clues. I have to say that the efficiency of the slaughter is very high. Tanjiro, you're leaving. Gyuder regrets Wei Shan secretly gives away. Then the 2 ran quickly and followed the beauty of the sky. 2 hours later, the 2 successfully arrived on a country road with fields on both sides. Looking at the surrounding scenery, I was unfamiliar with the help of the silent. There's nothing wrong. If nothing unexpected happened, Tanjiro met my wife Saimano here, and they fought against the ghost house together. Lee, where is the ghost house? The Gyuderhi family is in a harmonious gown. Lee turned her head and pointed to the forest with dense vegetation and said, here. The Gyuder Hantun was afraid that the Wei was arbitrarily walking towards the mountains and forest. 10 minutes after going deep into the mountain, a 2-story wooden villa came into view. Carbon treatment Lang stared at the villa in front of him and said, it smells of blood. Why are you still standing there? Enter the house. The Gyuder Han was afraid that Wei Shi was squinting and Radon Osprey. Zionkai grinned after sensing someone entering the villa. It seems that new food is coming. R2 split it apart. Bang. Xiang Kai hit the transfer drum on his body. The Kyuda C, who was stepping into another house with Tanjiro, stopped. Since you have chosen to separate us, it's as you wish. I just don't know who you would choose. Tanjiro entered the room and the wooden door closed instantly. After reacting, Tanjiro quickly turned around and opened the door. As a result, the outside was no longer the corridor just now, but another room. A man covered in double-faced drums in the room, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Chapter 35 Kill Zionkai. It seems that I chose Tanjiro. The wooden door in front of Katar Han knew that there was no one inside. Among the mother-in-law of Yuta, Tanjiro had already entered the room where Zionkai was. Tanjiro should be easy to deal with Zionkai now. No need to worry at all. After the battle is over, go in and give Gui Wu Wuzan the intensity. The Gyuders and Mian Pan were afraid that Wei Shan would walk to the room where Wei was. Change it. Bang. Inside the house, Yang Kai beat the drum on his body and the room began to rotate from bottom to top. The direction of gravity changed and Tanjiro fell toward the roof. Before Tanjiro could adjust his center of gravity and stabilize, Yang Kai continued to accelerate and beat the drum on his body. Bound, bang, bang, booming and jumping around. As Yang Kai knocked faster and faster, the whole room was spinning like a drum washing machine. The clothes that need to be cleaned inside are Tanjiro. Tanjiro rolled back and forth in the house, rolling and impacting between the walls, ground, and ceiling. Boom, bang, 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 bang 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 b. As Xiang Kai hits the chest and uses sharp claw marks to bulge on both sides, Tanjiro becomes more passive. This can't continue, otherwise sooner or later you will be hit by the sharp claws. Tanjiro slowed down his breath, held his breath and focused, quietly waiting for an opportunity to take action. The atmosphere in the house suddenly became solemn, and Kai no longer retained anything when he noticed something was wrong. Vampire technique Shangsu drum beat. Xiang Kai hit all the drums on his body at super high speed. The room rotated faster, and the claw-like waves emitted by the drum on the chest also increased from 3 to 5. But despite this, Xiang Kai still felt uneasy. The indoor temperature seems to have increased. It's now. Tanjiro opened his eyes suddenly and held the hibaro knife with both hands. The moment the toes hit the ground, quickly use the solace of your feet to exert force. Sun's breathing. Cheese shape. Yang Huitu. Tanjiro started the ejection and stabbed Xiang Kai suddenly, creating a ring-shaped flame all over his body. Ding! Xiang Kai's head was stabbed directly by the Ruwa knife. But just this way you can't kill it. The breath of the sun, the shape of the one's hape dan. Tanjiro quickly slashed his sword, exerting force with his arms, and the Hiroshi sword slashed out from Xiang Kai's left head, surrounding Tanjiro, and slashed to the right side of Xiang Kai's neck. Hoak! A round of flame slash cuts off Xiang Kai's neck. Tam! The wooden door was pushed open, and the silence came. He grabbed Xiang Kai's head with one hand and grabbed his hair and lifted it up, ejected the blood collection device with one hand and went to Xiang Kai's body. Brother Ming-Eng, don't talk first. Tanjiro, who spoke in the guinea pig, he reached out and patted Xiang Kai's head, who was not completely dead, and said, hey hey hey, call Ghost Wu. No misery. Please answer the phone with Coward and Giwuyuzan. We found the blue-red spider flower. The 5-word blue rich side flower were played by the Gyuder nuclear party, the role-playing ghost dance in the Tokyo imperial capital. In an instant his eyes changed into ghost pupils, his face showed a hideous smile, and his eyes were full of excitement. Switch the perspective to Xiang Kai's side. Before she could ask Xiang Kai where this was, Giwuyuzan heard a message from behind. Damn it, it's really connected. Hey, are you the boss of Giwuyuzan? Giwuyuzan was about to get angry and ask Xiang Kai to kill the person behind him, but found that his connection with Xiang Kai was getting weaker and weaker. Damn, have you been killed? Gyuder Hang. Giwuyuzan had already answered the phone, so he reached out and patted Xiang Kai's face and said, Ghost Wui, look in front of you. Did you recognize who this is? Giwuyu switched to Xiang Kai's perspective, which naturally had the same feelings as Xiang Kai. Now the man behind him slapped Kai in the face, which was slapping himself in the face. Giwui is extremely angry, but he can't do anything about it. After all, Xiang Kai is dead, and now it's daytime again. The evil ghost can't he get there? Giwuwu looked at Tanjiro, then his face was stunned and his heart stopped. The figure of the man buried in his heart for hundreds of years quietly appeared in front of him. You're scared of boss? Are you afraid? Are you pale now like a dead person? Hehe, this is the new successor of the sun's breathing of the demon killing team. If you know the truth, just stand in the middle of the road with your head in your arms and let the sun burn you to death. Otherwise, this successor of the sun's breathing will kill you into your infinity city and chop you into meat sauce. It makes you unable to even self-destruct. Little brother, are you sweating profusely? He. When the nuclear accused K has turned into ashes and died completely, Giwuyuzan was forced to hang up the phone. Brother Ming-Eng, wouldn't it be bad for us to be so blatant? What if Giwuyuzan really hides in Infinity City? Tanjiro asked in confusion. Hide in Infinite City? Just you. Don't be stupid. Although Giwuyuzan is timid, he will not be timid enough to meet a successor of sun's breathing that has not even reached the strength of the ghost. He will hide in Infinite City and never come out. After Giwu calm down, he will send the stringed ghost to kill you in the cradle. So, try hard to become stronger, boy. In a room full of experimental equipment in a luxurious villa in the Tokyo imperial capital, Giwui, his forehead was pale and covered in cold sweat. He supported his hands on the laboratory bench in front of him, gasping heavily, and was extremely frightened. My body began to tremble unconsciously. The scars on my body that have not felt anything for hundreds of years also began to sting. Boss Sham is sweating profusely now. Asshole. Giwuyuzan pushed all the instruments on the experimental bench in front of him and knocked them away. Carry out desktop cleaning. Impossible. You are not that person. You can't become that person either. Drunk a waste who is not even the lower string ghost. Think you can threaten me? Sun's breath hummed. It depends on who is using it. Kihidorma. Once again, Rizzy breathe appears. Find him and kill him. In a room in Infinite City, Haihamu opened his eyes. The vitality is really tenacious. Can you not extinct in the world? Breath of the sun. Meow. Cha-Chawan appeared outside the ghost house, and the blood of the original ghost, Xiaxin Lu Xiangkai, drawn by Gyutar Hang, was placed in in Cha-Chawan's backpack. Cha-Chawan, don't leave now. There is still a tube of blood. As he said that, Gyuder was afraid that the guards would be injured and the room was broken. Get into the house and call Nezuko out. Tanjiro entered the room and called Nezuko out of the box. He watched Yuderika's blood collection device inserted into Nezuko's arm and asked in confusion, Brother Ming-Ang, why are you collecting the blood of ghosts? And Nezuko, make a human-changing medicine. The medicine to turn into a human. Tanjiro was shocked and asked in disbelief, is it the human-changing medicine I understand? It's the one you understand, the medicine that turns ghost into human. The ant said, so good. Go back, Nezuko. Nezuko nodded and returned to the box. Don't be so excited. Didn't I tell you before? Nezuko will be able to become a human in the future, and the way she becomes a human being is to become a human medicine. The two left the ghost house again, and the Gyuder called the special mark of the coffin, said to Cha-Chawan, Cha-Chawan, when you go back, remember to tell Zushi that the blood in this tube of blood is that you broke free from Gui Wu's constraints alone, and you have human nature. You have never eaten the blood of human ghosts. It is very important, and you must take it seriously and study it carefully. And that's right, I'll go back in a few days. Wash yourself and wait for me. Cha-Chawan nodded. Meow. Cha-Chawan disappeared. Although Cha-Chawan is not a ghost now, it is more spiritual than most creatures. It has an IQ comparable to a crow. It is still possible to simply pass a message. Chapter 36 Nation Spider Mountain. On the way to the ghost home, Tanjiro came from Kuta to the research object needed to develop human transformed medicine. The blood of the 12 ghost moon. Brother Ming-Ang, where are the 12 ghost month? Let's go and kill the 12 ghost month. The only ghost of the lower string that I know now is the lower string that is tired in the spider mountain in the field. Where is the stringed ghost? Tanjiro asked. I know 2 ghosts in the string, but do you have the strength? Gyuder Himenzi has no beard and is afraid that Wei is stupid. Just with your half-baked strength now, any ghost with a string can beat you out. Tanjiro smiled awkwardly. I was a little excited just now. Let's go to Spider Mountain in that field. Lead the way. When the Gyuder Han-tun was in the Spider Mountain in Weishan Bonnet Yen, the news that the two killed the Hakashixian Lu and Xiongkai was soon returned to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. The headquarters of the demon killing team in the courtyard of Shakia. Yoya Shakia listened to the description of the crow, smiled and said, the goal is clear and you can find evil ghosts through the crow. I just left the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team for half a day and killed the land of the Xiaxian. It seems like everything is in his control. Guaren is really unfathomable. On the way to the Spider Mountain in Nation Gyuder, he was afraid that the colorful horseshoe horses in Weishan were beaten to the point of being beaten to the pavilion. There should be only 5 ghosts in the mountains at present. There are the Spider Ghost Mother, the Spider Ghost Dad, the Spider Ghost Brother, the Spider Ghost Sister, and the strongest Spider Ghost Brother, who is the best brother of the lower strings. Tired. Has all 5 of the family turned into ghosts? Tanjiro said sadly. You are so sad. These 5 people have no blood relationship. Mom, Dad, brother, and sister are all tired and caught ordinary people or other ghosts and transformed them with their own ghost blood. For what the so-called family? After you get to the mountain, I will leave the 4 ghosts, Mom, Dad, brother, and sister, to me. You will be tired of killing me. Don't wave. You're fully equipped with fire power. You're much better than Xiang Kai's tiredness. After half a day of travel, the sun had set and the sky gradually dimmed. Gyuder Han-tun is afraid of Wei Shaokang maple blows and stirs the 4 characterized fermented non. There is an ominous aura, Tanjiro said with a serious expression. Ominous? I think it quite auspicious. The sun is setting. Call Nezuko out too. Oh, Tanjiro put down the box. Nezuko walked out, returned to normal, pulling the Katahanyi neon frame. After a little sense, Gyuder Han-tun determined the 5 ghosts in the mountain. Where are you? Tired? Just go find me. I'll take Nezuko to hunt other members. Tanjiro nodded, pulled out his hibiscus and ran quickly towards the direction where he was tired. There is a Kata Tatsuo Tanjiro who doesn't have to worry about Nezuko's safety. Can let go of the battle. The Gyudid was walking in another direction with Nezuko. He is going to kill the spider ghost brother with a human head and a spider body. As the spider webs around the sword are getting bigger and bigger, you can also smell the smell of blood and pungent odor from time to time. A sluggish sound came. A human with no hair on its head and spider body. It should be human. Climb out of the grass and looked at the man and ghost in front of him. After howling dumplings were given away, he asked in confusion, do you speak? Yes. The creature with a spider body in the human brain suddenly jumped up, opened its mouth and bit the skeleton. Chew. A hole of the Gyuder Hefi eye directly penetrates it. It seems that I can't speak, so I'll kill them all. Let's go. Nezuko, stop watching. Gyuder defended Nezuko to a pungent and stinky open space. Above the open space, a broken wooden house hung on a huge spider web, and 3 or 4 creatures with 3 or 4 limbs turned into spiders and only human heads were left. It's so smelly. The guy's welding core ankle was spicy. Even after Nezuko smelled the smell, she frowned and reached out to cover her mouth and nose. it's so bad, just fight quickly. The defender of the Kutayashi pulled out the gap-like hibiscus knife that Tanjiro used before. Hey. The moment the spider ghost brother shot out of his butt and fell from the broken wooden house, the weight of the uranium-brown benzene uranium was used to slash it. The light of a knife flashed, and the spider ghost brother's head still kept his face as he had lived and fell to the ground. There is nothing to say when you show up. After the spider ghost brother was cut off, the other human-headed spider heads were cut off, and he took Nezuko away from this stinky place. The tiredness of waiting for prey to come to the door several kilometers away was that he felt that his family and brother had been killed by someone, and he was angry. Dad, what are mom and sister doing? Why didn't you protect your brother? Tired. I was running towards the other family members on the spider silk, running in the mountains and forest. The other three ghosts sensed fatigue through spider silk and ran towards them as they ran towards fatigue. The four ghosts soon met. Sister Spider asked, where is brother? He was dead and was killed by the ghost hunter. Tai said angrily. My mother and sister were shocked and sweated in a cold sweat, not knowing what to say. The spider dad with the lowest IQ roared, take revenge. No one can kill my family. When the two female ghosts heard this, they nodded repeatedly and said, yes, take revenge. Avenge your son, brother. Seeing this, the anger of Thirsty was relieved a lot and said, you three are going to avenge your brother, and I will kill his companion. Killing a spider ghost brother will not make you feel tired. After all, spider ghost brother is not strong. Moreover, in order to maintain the family bond in my heart, I was tired and did not take back my own body. Ghost blood. The four ghosts separated. Parents rushed towards the direction of the Kyuden nuclear, and the younger brother rushed towards the direction of Tanjiro. Kyuder spent a few seconds looking forward and said, Nezuko, three ghosts are here. Do you want to join the war? Nezuko nodded. She also wanted to help brother Ming-Ang fight. Okay, since that's the case, I'll deal with the strongest ghost dad and ghost mom. You'll deal with the ghost sister. The Kyuder nuclear incited Nezuko's hand, and Nezuko's body began to develop twice, entering semi-ghost transformation. When I saw the spider-headed ghost father who was walking through the forest with his hands and feet stretching out his claws and grabbing him with one claw. On his side, several headless ghosts with sharp weapons controlled by the spider ghost mother also rushed towards the skeleton. For these evil ghosts who have no appearance and no brain, the skeleton stamp is worth thousands of pieces. Those who die can't die again. Instantly he came to the spider ghost who was hiding in a hidden place to control the headless ghost and was extremely frightened. He smiled and said hello. Looking at the warm smile in front of him, the spider ghost mother who was already scared closed her eyes and said relieved, kill me please. On the other side, when the spider ghost sister saw the oncoming half-ghost Nezuko, she sprayed spider silk from her palm, trying to tie up Nezuko and make a cocoon. Slowly melt Nezuko in the cocoon. Nezuko easily avoided the spider silk and came to the panicked spider ghost sister and kicked up. A kick shattered the spider ghost sister's ribs and smashed heavily at the giant tree behind her. Chapter 37. The lower string of the army. Exhausted and killed. The spider ghost mother is obviously the youngest ghost among the 5 members of the family of 5 in Nation Spider Mountain, but she is regarded as her mother. I am often beaten by the spider ghost dad because of doing something that does not suit my mother. I have always lived under the fear of the spider ghost dad and tiredness. She had already had enough of this kind of life. Now that someone can kill it, the spider ghost mom doesn't plan to resist. If you can be liberated after death, it is not impossible. Kill you. It's not impossible, but it's not now. Let's go. I'll take you to see how tired you die. As he said that, Gu Tahao took the hand of the spider ghost mother and walked towards Nezuko who was beating the spider ghost sister. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. We are all ghosts. Why do you want to hit me? You have such strong strength and will definitely like it if you are tired. We can become family. Forever family. Oh, stop hitting. Nezuko showed no sign of stopping when it came to the spider ghost sister who kept begging for mercy. Become your family? I don't care. To become a family member of brother Ming-Ang. Nezuko, stop and leave the next one to me. After hearing the voice of brother Ming-Ang coming from behind, Nezuko finally stopped. Get up from the spider ghost sister. When the spider ghost mother saw such a cruel Nezuko, she couldn't help but send her forgiveness to the Gyuder Hanazizi. I don't want to be targeted by Nezuko. The spider ghost sister lying on the ground didn't care about her when she saw Gyutarhan waving zinc consortia. Suddenly he raised his palm and shot out spider silk. Excited. Die. The spider silk that I thought I could instantly trap the coffin Yuhuang was cut into pieces in the moment of taking action. It fell on the ground like snow. The spider ghost sister was stunned in place in an instant. When she saw the Gyuder Hezi's stick seal, she was so proud that she would ask the sea to retreat and said, don't kill me. I can also be like my mother. Yes, I can listen to you like my mother and her sister. Spider pointed at the Gyuder hegemony and the desire to survive was full. Everything I did was forced. I was tired and asked me to do it. I was forced forced to do it too. I just wanted to survive. The spider ghost sister was still quibbling, crying, looking pitiful. The spider ghost mother walked to the spider ghost sister and reached out to her head. The spider ghost sister endured her fear and looked like she was enjoying herself. Gyuder Welding touched the spider ghost sister's hair and said, "Oh, what a pity. You could have been decent, but you chose an indecent way to die." The spider ghost sister was stunned and a severe pain came from her waist. "His body has been cut off with a knife." The slaughter and fat manipulator threw it away. Waving the sun wheel knife, the spider ghost sister's arm was cut off and her head was separated from her neck. Putting away the hibiscus knife, Gyuder Utsumaki held Nezuko with his right hand, heading towards the direction where Tanjiro was fighting against him. Only 1 minute before and after. My own bond, my own home people, their own fathers and sisters are all dead. Only one mother is left. Life and death are unknown. Tired and furious, go to die. Vampire technique and rotate. Faced with the sudden fatigue and the cocoon made of vortex spider silk flying towards you, Tanjiro dared not entrust his tyrannical resistance. The breath of the sun, the shape of the sun, the fantasy sun rainbow. Looking at Tanjiro, who had been hit by his own blood ghost technique, he was tired and not at all happy. Because 3 of my family have died, now he is going to kill the companions of the people in front of him and avenge his family. Sun breathing 3-shape tread sun mirror. A severe high temperature suddenly came from behind. The fatal danger came, and I quickly used my spider silk to cut off my head. The red mirror of the scorching sun slashed 2 times, slashing the tired neck, and the tired head fell down. Seeing this, Tanjiro exhaled and relaxed. Finally when Tanjiro put away his rosary knife, thinking about where to go to find the tired body, turned around and supported a spider web between his hands. On the ground, he looked at the shocked Tanjiro with a tired head and said fiercely, "Die." Vampire technique cord a thread. The spider web shot out from his tired hands and shot towards Tanjiro. After coming back to his senses, Tanjiro quickly drew his sword and fought back, but it was still 1 step late. Just as the sun wheel knife was halfway through, the spider web had already arrived in front of him. "It's over," Tanjiro said with a wry smile in his heart. "But it doesn't matter. Anyway, Nezuko already has someone to rely on." Ding! Death has not come. A sunwheel knife full of gaps appeared in front of him and smashed the spider web. "Brother Akyong," Tanjiro said excitedly. "Basic, don't worry." Gyuder He-Fi's feet. After crushing the spider web, Gyuder Han's pom-pom was said. "Why are you still standing there? Take a knife and finish the knife." Tanjiro quickly pulled out the Hiburo knife and came over his tired head. The breath of the sun, the shape of the second Biloshan. Death comes again. Tired and scared. Out of the corner of my eyes, I saw the spider ghost mother who was with Nezuko. Tired and hurriedly shouted, "Mom, save me." The spider ghost mother was indifferent and stood there watching her so-called son, her head being cut to ashes. "The lower strings of the army are tired. Kill them." The spider ghost mother finally died when she saw that she was tired and sat on the ground excitedly. Smilingly said, "You demon, finally die." The tired body fell to the ground because of the exhausted death. After returning the hammer and the turtle, he came to the spider ghost mother. The spider ghost mother looked up at the Gyuder High and smiled. "Thank you. Kill me." The spider ghost mother closed her eyes. "Gyuder's consumes money and plating the trash. Yuluo, can it be purified?" "It should be possible, provided that she has no resistance." Yu and Xiao Luo said in unison. "The Zanpakuto can send the mark on the head of the deceased soul to the place where the deceased should stay." Therefore, Gyuder Helong smashed the Emperor's Acai's tomb and the squadron of 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 the SQUA. After all, it doesn't hurt. The knife head of the spider ghost mother was stamped on the forehead and a white light flashed. A transparent black red ponytail little girl floated out of her spider ghost mother's body. "She is the spider ghost mother." The little girl looked at her current appearance in surprise and thanked her for saying, "Thank you, Brother Ming-Ang." Then his body became increasingly faded until it disappeared. "Did you go to heaven or hell?" After the soul left the body of the spider ghost mother began to dissipate. Nation Spider Mountain Spider Ghost Dad, Spider Ghost Mom, Spider Ghost Brother, Spider Ghost Sister, Spider Ghost Brother. Play. Chapter 38. The Courtesan and the Fallen Girl. Meow. Cha-Cha pills appeared again and the tired blood of Gyutarhang was put into Cha-Cha pill's backpack. Meow. Cha-Chawan disappeared again. Far away in the Tokyo imperial capital, Gui Wuzan, who was staying up late to do experiment, realized that his favored person was exhausted and instantly became furious. Incarnate as a desktop cleaning master, smash all the experimental equipment on the table to the ground. Who is it? Who did it? Gui Wuzan, as the ancestor of ghosts, can connect to any perspective of ghosts that are not out of their control. At the same time, when the ghost is very close to him, Gui Wuzan can still read the thoughts in the other party's mind and even control the ghost's actions and communicate with the other party's heart. In order to avoid any ghosts ghosts betray him. Guiwei still curses him in the middle and lower levels. Any ghost who tells about his information will die suddenly, no matter whether it is near or far. In order to find the legendary blue-red shore flower, Guiwei also set some keywords for the ghost, such as the blue-red shore flower, the family of the Yoshishi family, etc. Once a ghost hears the word blue rich boat, the ghost dance can directly connect to the other party's perspective. Old, no matter what distance, just like last time at Ghost House, but the premise is that this ghost is not dead and there are keywords. Obviously the tiredness is not in line with it, so Guiwei didn't know who killed his beloved, tired, only furious. At the same time, I was also thinking about the existence of the ghost in the lower string. Since the establishment of the ghost of the lower string, there have been many ghost hunters killed. However, there is not one column. I thought their existence would weaken the combat effectiveness of the Demon Slayer team, but now it seems that it has become a stepping stone for the growth of the pillar-level combat effectiveness of the Demon Slayer team. Now that I am exhausted, it seems that there is no need for the ghost of the lower string to exist. As soon as he thought of this, Guiwei felt it was necessary to hold a meeting for the ghost of the lower string. My daughter, after killing Xiaxian's army, Gyuder regrets the guard's injury and the equipment is broken. Tanjiro, my special training for you is almost over here. Where you should go to train in the next place has nothing to do with me. Remember, it doesn't matter if you die or not. Nezuko cannot die. If you still want to become stronger, think more about what your father said to you. Your father Tanjiro is stronger than you think. Stripes, transparent to the world. These are the abilities that must be mastered by killing ghosts and Muzan. Protect yourself. Goodbye. After saying that, Gyuder Hui blinked and flew towards Yoshihara Yukiwahawa Street. Let's go find the crying ghost fallen goddess to play. As the top brand of a well-known store in Hawaja, Duoji is still a young man. How can this be done? Fulanji uses blood ghost techniques to make guests fall into hallucinations, secrete dopamine, and entertain themselves, creating the illusion that they have done things. If there is a chicken, try the depth of the rooster. Yoshihara travels to Kiwahawa Street and the day may not be very lively, but at night it's very lively. The streets were crowded with people and the lights were brightly lit. To some extent it is even more lively than the nights in the Tokyo imperial capital. There is at least one door on the houses on both sides of the street and the girl from the store is sitting inside for customers to choose from. The top cards in those shops, such as those who are proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting and have beautiful appearances and graceful figures, are the opposite. In turn, choose the guess you like. The money needed to sleep with the courtesan for one night is about 14 million yen. Most people don't have the money to sleep with the courtesan. The guest of the Gyuder Hichi Demon Slayer team naturally has money, but he is not prepared to spend money. After all, it is illegal to spend money to get prostitution. It is not illegal to get a free job. I came to the door of a shop and looked at the three big word Yakoya written on the door sign. It must be here, right? Gyuders drove his father and brother to see the fallen girl on the second floor. The girls in the Kyoko house stood up to greet him. Handsome guy, come and have fun. Handsome guy, choose me. I'll live well. Handsome guy, choose me. I'm proficient in everything and can do any posture. Handsome guy, choose me. You can walk on water and dry road. Facing the face of Gyuder Hisyang Hun Huan, he looked very rich compared with the handsome men in front of the screen. The girls naturally don't want to miss it. What if the other party feels that they are alive and redeem themselves? The commotion of the girls in the shop attracted the attention of the boss lady who had tried to use a fruit knife to kill the fallen girl alone. The boss's wife is currently confused about why the number of girls in the store has decreased a lot, but when he saw the silence of the Gyuder Hanteng temporarily suppressed these confusions in his heart. Such a guest who seems to have strong financial resources cannot be spared no matter what he said. If you can get into the eyes of the fern girl, that would be great. After all, the courtesan can only make money when moving, rather than putting it there as a decoration. I wonder which girl this guest fell in love with when he came to our Kyakoya. Do you have a courtesan named Fulvera Fernji? The madam was overjoyed when she heard that the auntie drank a fat bench and grabbed the title. Yes, although Fernji is just the courtesan of our Kyakoya, her reputation has been resounding throughout Yoshihara Yuko. Customer, please wait here. I'll call her here. However, if Fernji fails to fall in love with you, I can do nothing. I hope I won't make things difficult for me. An old woman. Of course, I understand the rules. Then the madam stretched out her hand to look at the skeleton of the skeleton without moving. The meaning is very obvious. Hey, if you want to sleep with a courtesan, you need to order a courtesan 3 times in a row. The first time, the courtesan will observe your words and deeds from afar and not talk to you. The second time, the courtesan began to talk to you, deciding whether you were worthy of in-depth communication. If the courtesan thinks you are not worthy, then there will be no third time, and you don't want to sleep with the courtesan. If the courtesan thinks you are worthy, then there will be a third time and you will get the courtesan for one night. After one night, night everything has to be started over 3 times, a total of 14 million yen, and each time you have to pay 4.7 million yen. Although it is a bit expensive when you really have the third time, the courtesan will hold the courtesan road, but the Gyuder Hong's son, who has made up his mind to have sex for free, is declining. The aunt swayed the madam and hooked her hand, asking her to come to him. It is okay to give money, but be careful, after all the money will not be revealed. The madam walked to Gyuder Heathi and looked down at her hand. Look at my eyes. The madam subconsciously looked up and saw the 3 guya sharing on. He was directly hit by the illusion. Then the madam laughed. You are so generous. Guess I'm going to call Fenji now. The madam came to the second floor and pushed open the door of the room where Duji was. Fenji, the guest is here. A young and handsome guest must be in line with your taste. When the fallen girl heard this, she smiled. Oh, boss, since you have said you've spoken, I'm going to take a look and won't lose the face of Yakoya. Immediately afterward, he got up and walked out with the madam. Come to the corridor on the second floor and look at the lobby on the first floor. Look, it's that guest. What do you think? The fallen girl didn't need the madam to point her finger, and she saw the skeleton of the skeleton in the hall at a glance. Unlike the guests around who were full of lust, the Gyuders were drought, and in a drought Meng Ting's coat was so fierce that she was judged. Coupled with his handsome appearance and imposing momentum, it really stands out in the crowd of chicken prostitute. Extremely conspicuous. Chapter 39. True Capturing Zushi. The appearance of the courtesan Fern Ji caused a commotion among the clients of Yakoya. The Fern with various gold hairpins on his head was wearing a kimono. One person, one ghost, and 4 eyes meet. Unlike those ugly monsters, this man is very handsome. I really want to eat him. Duoji looked at Gyuder High on the first floor and was very satisfied. For the first time, I developed an appetite for a man, but I soon felt lost. Because Guiwen has issued a special order, he cannot kill those nobles or celebrities, otherwise it will attract the attention of the ghost killing team or the country. It is not conducive to the development of Ghost Dan. The man in front of him can name his own name, obviously a rich man, and must be a nobleman or a celebrity. It is obviously the meat delivered to your mouth, but it cannot be eaten. It really makes the ghost feel itchy. No, I have to find a way to taste the taste of this man, even if I only have one bite. Just how to do it? Soon, Duoji's head, which was not very smart, flashed with a flash of inspiration. I already had an idea in my mind. It looked very good. Boss, please arrange it. I'll watch from a distance. Hearing that Fenji agreed to observe the Madam Gyuder High, he was very happy. Fenji, go there first. Wait, I'll let him come up now. The madam left and quickly came to the first floor. Defend the Gyuder to a very spacious room inside the house. Where is the distance between Gyuder Heki and Do? At this moment the Doji was sitting behind the screen, observing the skeleton of the Gyuder. The road to the fallen jade in the Gyuder Heun King is right behind, but he didn't say much. In just 1 minute the madam took the best girls in the Kyoko house to pose and sing and dance for the karaoke, perform her talent, or accompany the karaoke hankinal wine to taste delicious food. For these pretty girls, Gutakan moved his hands and just admired the performances of the girls and asked the girls beside him to feed him fruit. 2 hours later, the full-fed slut smiled and said, "See you tomorrow, Miss Fern." Afterward, more than half of the girls and the madam were sent off from Kyoko house. I have observed the screen behind the house for 2 hours. I am increasingly looking for a taste of the scattered vinegar. If it weren't for the custom of making an appointment with the 8 thieves, the fallen princess might have directly sent his silk to follow him and kept it in the granary. After leaving the Kyoko house, the Kyoko mansion was Asakusa. I haven't met Zushi for more than half a month, and I don't know if Zushi was obedient and washed himself in bed and waited for him. Above the sky, I saw the study room with lights on. It seems that Zushi is taking notes in the study. The structure of the Gyuder Kanzei's eye who lived in Zushi's family for a month is still very clear. The study room has windows, but this window is very small. Normal people cannot get over it. It was just that the crow could stand under the window with her body upright. Therefore, the balcony on the second floor was pushed open. The door from the balcony, walking towards the study, the door of the study room of the Gyuder, and the bottle. Just put the black tea on the table next to it. If you have nothing to do, go out. Zushi did not look up but was still taking notes seriously. I thought it was Yu Shilang who entered the study. Antarius Nipu Lai now knocked on the street and covered Zushi's eyes with both hands. Before Gyuder could scream, Zushi stood up. He said furiously, "Yu Shilang, what are you doing? Let go." Gyuder instigated Zushi, and Zushi turned around angrily and wanted to open his mouth to scold him, but when he saw the anger on his face disappeared instantly, it turned into shock and joy, and quickly explained, "Ming-ang, I thought it was Yoshiro's child. It's okay. Do you miss me?" Gyuder Hehan touched Zushi's cheek with his finger. Zushi nodded happily. The chair in front of Gyuder Hang Zushi was pulled over and sat down, and held Zushi in his arms and let him sit on his thighs. He buried his head in kissing Zushi's pink lips. Zushi also actively responded to Gyuder high holding Gyuder Han and bad seals with both hands. Soon the tongues were entangled. Yu Shiro, who was resting in the house, heard Zushi's angry shout when he heard the direction of the study. He quickly got up and ran to the study, kneeling and crawling. Mr. Zushi, are you okay? With a bang, Yu Shilang quickly pushed open the door of the study and shouted anxiously, Mr. Zushi, are you okay? Bead. Looking at the sitting of the olive bulge of Gyuder Hang and Gyuder Hang's olive bulge, Yu Shilang was silent in an instant and silently exited the room and carefully closed the door of the study. I was afraid of disturbing the two of them's private lives. After a long time, Gyuder he started to turn his head. Zushi's complexion flushed and he took a deep breath. I almost suffocated myself to death just now. Seeing that it was almost done, Gyuder Hang Zushi picked it up and placed it on the table where Zushiji notes were just now. No, I can't be here. I still have to take note here. Hearing this, Gutak picked up Zushi again. Then go back to the house. Zushi nodded in Gyuder. The next day, the holy lion of the Gyuders stole the sleeping Zushi's chi. Get a good rest. I'll go out for breakfast and I'll be back soon. As a ghost, Zushi's body's recovery ability is naturally self-evident. It is far beyond the reach of a petite and weak woman like Butterfly Ninja. In addition, there has been no feeling in the world in a century. Therefore, last night Gyuder Han's oval maple collapsed. One person and one ghost, and he did not sleep for a night. Until the sun rises eastward, Gyuder Han beats the world. Zushi was so tired that he lay on the bed and fell asleep. After breakfast, I won the prize. Holding Zushi on the bed, closed her eyes and rested and slept with her. It was not until noon that Zushi woke up. The stroking the slut of the slut. The herd minister of the Han dynasty blinked and called the slut of the slut. Woke up. Zushi nodded happily. Get up. I won't go anywhere today. I'll be here to accompany you and do experiments with you. Zushi's eyes were filled with love and kissed the skeleton of the Gyuder. After a brief period of warmth, the two left the room. Zushi came to the bathroom to clean his body, put on new clothes, and entered the laboratory with Gutak Hihuang. Chapter 40 Storytelling. In the laboratory, Zushi was conducting experiments seriously. Gyuder dry dragons and dragon. Anyway, there is nothing to do, so it is also a kind of viewing to accompany Zushi here to do experiment. Beautiful ornamental. The beauty of a beauty. Moreover, the Gyuder river is fierce and subhuman blood, and a calm environment can increase S cells in the body. By then, as long as you have enough combat power and enough S cells, you can become a Super Saiyan easily. In the afternoon, Zushi, who had finished his phased experiment, collapsed at the nuclear facility sitting on the chair. It is only a matter of time to make the human transformed medicine based on the 12 ghost moon blood and Nezuko's blood that we now have. If you want to speed up the progress, it is best to get the blood of the winding ghost, or there are doctors who understand this as assistant. The blood of the ghost on the string is simple. The blood of the ghost was suppressed. As for the assistant, the butterfly tyrant of the house, but will Zyren agree to be with Zushi, who is a ghost? It's a bit difficult because she doesn't have love and tolerance for all charming creatures like me. Zushi is not a fool either, so naturally he can hear that the nuclear archives of Gyuders are disgusting ghosts. Zushi came to Gyuder Hebai and sat in Gyuder Thumb Rengzi with his arms wrapped around Gyuder Han Mao Mao Ba Seal, close to the account of the Gyuder Han mass minister. She is also one of your little lovers. Gyutar Han nodded in the existence of Butterfly Ninja. Yeah, so it's a bit difficult. Then don't tell her so as not to affect your relationship. Ming Ang, I am already satisfied that you can get the blood of the stern ghost for me. I love the drought and the maple collapse. Of course, I will not let the little lover who retreats to the death due to these trivial matters break up. Thank you for your hard work, Zushi. Zushi shook his head, and his head was pressed against the grave of Gyuder, and the drought man shook his head slightly. It's not hard with you here. Everything is not hard for you. Everything is worth it. Zushi, who had been resting in the school for a while, got up and came to the test bench and continued to do the test. It was getting late as the sun set. When the sun set completely and night fall, the other side of Yoshihara Yukiwahua Street also began to become lively. The Gyuder Haolakan Dang Ma Zushi, I will come back in the middle of the night. Remember to wait for me in bed in advance. Then he left the villa and flew to Yoshihara Yukiwahua Street. The madam in Kyoko House is now looking around at the door of Kyoko House, waiting for the sacred sacrificial 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 sac. When he saw the stalker walking among the crowd, he quickly ran over. He pulled the slander and said flatteringly, "Architect, here and here. Miss Fern has been waiting for you for a long time." The madam pulled the squad to the door of Kyoko House and shouted loudly, "Girls are picking up customers." Very soon, a snap. The girls who were still idle in Kyoko House came to the door to greet the skeleton. "Architect, please." A group of girls squeezed their breast towards the Gyuders, making them look bigger or more exposed so that Gyuders would spend some money to lie and give them them some money. But what they didn't know was that Gyuder Hao and Wei Dehuan didn't have any, and they still owe Zhu Xi a lot of money. Article: Is it still Miss Fern? Yes, it's still Fern Ji. Under the influence of the illusion, the madam directly agreed that Gu Tahahayai gave her money, so he directly ordered other girls to start working. Take Gu Tak Hang Tao to the room she was hosted last time. However, the difference between this time and the last time is that the Gyuder Han Na's verse is quietly cut by Mei Zhang but falls into the vagina. The duoji was kneeling on the ground as if he was about 10 centimeters away from Gyuder. Miss Fern, long time no see. Didn't we just met yesterday? After all, he is a brothel. Even if he wants to eat Gyutar Hai and is too impatient, he will not easily reveal his nature when he is a courtesan. Yeah, forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Miss Vini, let me tell you a story. The fallen girl smiled and said, okay, as long as you can order me next time, I will have the opportunity to taste your taste. What story do you tell? Although the fallen girl is a courtesan, if Gyuder Hanhui asked her to not accompany her, she couldn't beg for the silence of 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 the silence of. As the noblest profession in the mind of the fallen goddess, there is no mistake. Fenji, do you know the Rashomon River bank? The duoji frowned slightly. She didn't understand what Gyuder wanted to ask the bottom and dirtiest place of the flower street on the Rashomon River, but he nodded and smiled. Of course I know. As a member of Hwaja, how could I not know the bank of the Rashomon River? It's just a constructor. Does this have anything to do with the story you are going to tell? Of course there is, because the protagonist of the story I am going to tell was born there. He is called Prostitute Taro. As soon as these words came out, the body of the Shuji suddenly trembled, because the other party's name was the same as his brother's name. Is it a coincidence? Gyutar Han was so arrogant that he continued. Before the prostitute Taro was born, he almost died many times because of the miscarriage of his mother, who was a prostitute. After the prostitute Taro was born, he often abused and beat him because his mother thought he was annoyed, and he was almost beaten to death many times. But the tenacious prostitute Taro struggled to survive. The surviving prostitute Taro did not have the chance to survive the disaster, but still lived a life of not being able to eat, with only mice and insects every day, and his only toy was the 2 sickles that a guest who visited his mother had forgotten at home. Because he looked very ugly, he has a bunch of fleas on his body, and he is always unkempt and has a foul stench. He is often ridiculed and bullied by children of the same age, disliked by the locals in Yukuo, and regarded as a dirty monster. In his opinion, being born in Yukuo is a waste and burden just living. This kind of thinking did not change until the birth of Plum. I have been listening to the sudden question of Gyutar Hang Cai Kuoke and said, who is Mei? What's the relationship with the prostitute Taro? Under the influence of seeing and hearing, the fallen girl has basically regarded her as her brother. After all, the two are indeed a bit similar. Hearing that Mei can change the life of the prostitute Taro after her birth, Fuji was also curious about who Mei was. Mei is Mei, another child born to prostitute Taro's mother, is considered the sister of prostitute Taro. Plum is born with grey hair and blue eyes. She is considered an ominous person by her mother and wants to strangle her to death, but fortunately the prostitute Taro rescued him. Oh, Fini, why do you think that the appearance of grey-haired and blue eyes are so beautiful? So why are you considered ominous? I have never seen Mei. How do I know if she has white hair and blue eyes? What if she looks very ugly? Wu Ji said. Chapter 41. Who is Mei? Do you look ugly? Gyutar He ×2. Plum is not only not ugly but also very beautiful. Plus, with her white hair and blue eyes, after she grew up to be a girl, someone would chat with Mei whenever she walked on the road, and Mei's sweet smile could easily get tribute from others. Because of the existence of a beautiful sister, the inferiority in the prostitute Taro's heart has disappeared. Everything seems to be moving in a good direction. As he spoke, Gutak began to carefully examine the fallen girl in front of him. Miss Fern, I think if Mei is the same age as you, her appearance should be almost the same as you, except for the color of her hair and pupils. It's just a pity that her age is always frozen at the age of 13. Duoji always felt that this story was a bit familiar when listening to Gyuder Han Mu Cai, especially when she heard that Mei grew up. Her appearance was basically the same as herself, and that her age was always frozen at the age of 13. Duoji frowned slightly, and her heart trembled inexplicably. An emotion called sadness spreads in the heart of the fallen girl. What's wrong with me? Why is this happening? Duoji asked. Why is Mei's age always frozen at the age of 13? Is she dead? Yes, she died. Not only did she die that day, but her brother, Taro, also killed her enemy and fell on the street with Mei losing too much blood in order to avenge her. That night it was very cold. The night was dark and it was snowing. The prostitute Taro protected Ume under her, letting the wind blow the snow fall and never moving nothing at all. After a moment of silence, the silence of 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 Miss Fern. You are crying. The doji came to her senses and reached out to touch her cheek. A tear flowed out of the corner of his eyes at some point and was slowly moving down his cheek. Me, what is wrong? Why do you feel so uncomfortable? Me, who is it? The doji did not go to take the Gyuder Hannes Highlight and asked, May, how did she die? Who is her enemy? The Gyuder Hezangir confronted and collapsed. Plum was burned to death by someone. She was born on the bank of the Rashomon River and has been destined from the moment she was born. That's to be a prostitute. It was the first time she picked up the guest that day. The guest was a samurai, but because the guest insulted her brother, prostitute Taro, she used scissors to poke the guest's eyes blind. As for the result, you can imagine that May was tied up by the warrior and burned in a fire. After the return of the prostitute Taro, who went out to ask for the bill, the very beautiful sister May, who liked to follow her all the time, was lying in the pit burned by the fire. Her body was charred and unrecognizable. When the prostitute Taro was sad, May's boss lady took the samurai and tried to kill Taro too. The prostitute Taro was not prepared and was injured by a samurai knife. Although he tried hard to kill the boss's wife and the samurai, nothing could be saved. The prostitute Taro took May to seek medical treatment and help, but no one paid attention to it. It's snowing heavily and the prostitute Taro protects May under him. Next is the matter of Tong Mo turning the two into ghosts. The emperor of Gyuder Haeun sent the Wei Dang Falcon to blow the film. All of this requires Duoji to understand and recall it himself. When the ghost's will is firm enough, it is entirely possible to restore memory. For example, the bead world and Nezuko, or the one in the string Black Death Mew. The nature of the Foxheim is not bad because he has no human memory when he becomes a ghost. His age and mind are not mature, and coupled with the instigation and spoiling of the prostitute Taro, the Foxheim has the current personality. If the fallen goddess can restore the memory of the human period, she will probably have a lot of gentle temper. Although he looks very beautiful now and has a cold personality, he is indeed very funny, but he is definitely not as good as white hair and blue eyes. Miss Fern, my story is over. Do you have any questions? The doji did not answer. Gyuder Hanashishi, she is full of sadness in her heart and is now trying to recall her memories of her human period. As the fallen hero finished his life, the fallen hero felt that the plum blossom was the human period. The prostitute Taro in the story has a double sickle as a weapon, and his brother also has it. In the story, Taro, the prostitute, is working as a debt collection, and his brother often uses debt collection as a catchphrase when fighting against the enemy. In the story, the prostitute Taro has a white-haired sister, and his brother also has a white-haired sister, except for one with blue eyes named Plum, and the other with yellow eyes named Doji. The rest are all the same. Brother, come out soon. The fallen girl is so uncomfortable to endure the grievances and sadness in his heart. The fallen girl said to the swearing of the silence 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 of the article. Let's stop here today. I'm not feeling well. Then, Miss Fini, see you tomorrow. What should be said has been finished, and the Gyuder Hei book and two waved the plaque and continued to stay here. Whether the fallen goddess can awaken the memories of the human period depends on tonight. The girl's wife lies in the Huai River and left the Jingji house. After Gyutar Hoxim was released, Doji returned to his room on the grounds of being unwell. As soon as she returned to the house, tears came out of the corner of Doji's eyes again, and then she felt out of control. Even Doji himself didn't understand why he cried. Brother, come out quickly. Doji knelt on the ground and covered her face and cried, hoping that her brother prostitute Taro could come out to solve her doubt. Taro, the prostitute who had been lying behind Doji, heard Doji's call and gradually grew out of Doji's back. Ah, sister, I didn't mean to break your clothes. Taro, who saw that he had broken the clothes he was wearing because of his appearance, said a little apologetically. Doji shook her head and did not take this matter to heart. What she cares most now is whether she is May and whether her brother is Taro or not. It's okay, brother. Brother, do you know know May. After hearing the name May by the prostitute Taro, some of the appearance of the human period in the prostitute flashed through his mind. Ah, damn it, what are these? Taro suddenly curled up on the ground in pain, and his hands kept scratching. Even though he scratched the blood, he still had no intention of stopping. Asshole skin. Taro frantically used his fist to hit his head, trying to expel those painful memories from his mind. However, the more the prostitute Taro did this, the clearer the May figure in her mind was. Looking at the crazy prostitute Taro, Duohito stopped crying in confusion. Brother, what are you doing? As May's figure completely appeared, the prostitute Taro finally stopped self-harm. The memories of the human period have been completely remembered. Looking at the fallen girl who was kneeling on the ground and did not recall the memories of the human period, Taro, the prostitute, did not intend to restore the memory of the human period because they lived a difficult life during the human period. He didn't want to let the doji experience that burning pain again. It is naturally better for the fallen goddess to forget her. All the sufferings are borne by me. Plum. Just live the life you want happily. Chapter 42. I am May. Ha ha ha. Who knows? Maybe there was a bug in his head, the prostitute Taro said with an embarrassed smile, looking at the brother in front of him whose tone and personality suddenly changed. Duoji was a little confused. Brother, we are ghosts. How come we get into our head? And the place where I live is so clean. It's not the dirty place like the Rashomon River. The prostitute Taro was silent. The memories of the human period made the various excuses he found were all things that only happened on the banks of the Rashomon River. The past has finally affected the present. The reason why I remembered the memory of the human period when I heard the name Plum is because Plum is really important in my heart. It is everything about you, and it is the hope for you to live hard. Just why did May know this name? Who told her? The prostitute Taro was furious. May is clearly doing well now, but someone is trying to get May back in the past. Such things are unforgivable. This doesn't matter. Sister, can you tell me who told you the name May? I'm a guest. I just left not long ago. He has ordered me twice and will come to me tomorrow. Hearing that he had left not long ago, if he hadn't seen what that person looked like, the prostitute Taro would have wished he would rush out and kill him now. But fortunately there is still tomorrow. As for the nobles or a celebrity, ha ha ha, ridiculous. Even if you are a god, as long as you want to hurt May, I will kill you too. So, sister, can you tell your brother after he comes tomorrow? Brother will be by your side to protect you. When the celebrating road, a bodyguard needs to be protected, and it is not impossible for a prostitute Taro to become a bodyguard. But in Duoji's opinion, his brother is not very good looking and not suitable to be a bodyguard, which will damage his face. But Duoji didn't know how to refuse because she was really afraid that she was Plum. She didn't want to do anything to hurt her brother. So the fallen girl said, Brother, I can't decide on this bodyguard, but you can protect me in secret at that time. Escort me. Hearing this, the prostitute Taro rubbed the head of the Suhime and said, That fine. Just as the prostitute Taro was happy with his sister when he finally stopped talking about May, Duoji asked again, Brother, you haven't told me whether you know May. Seeing that the prostitute Taro did not answer, Duohito said again, Brother, I am May, right? Is the fallen girl Plum? Of course yes. But the prostitute Taro dared not say yes. He was afraid that once he said that the Fuka is May, the Fuka will remember the memories of human beings, experience that kind of pain again. But the prostitute Taro couldn't say it was not. He can't deny his heart. When Proudra Taro was hesitating about how to answer, he already understood that he was May. The Duoji, who was kneeling on the ground, hugged Proudra Taro with both hands and said softly, Thank you, brother. This soft brother finally made the prostitute Taro soften his heart. May, I'm sorry, brother. I'm not able to protect you. A Plum, sorry. It evoked the long-lived memory of the Duoji Chen. Memories from the human period surged like a tide and poured into the mind of Fulver. Duoji remembered her real name May. It is the little follower behind his brother prostitute Taro. A little bitch. Elder brother. The plum blossoms were tears falling like rain, and they remembered the ending of the silence 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 of the I can't help but blame myself. If it's not myself, how could my brother do that? My silly sister. I still can't change my crying habit. Prostitute Taro touched May's head and said pamperingly. After a long time, May asked the prostitute Taro. Brother, let's run away and stop eating people anymore. Okay, when the organization gives me the money tomorrow, we will have money. There is no need to stay here. We escape from that person. The plum, who already has the memory of the human period, also changed its mind and nature. I began to feel disgusted with things like cannibalism. Shut up. The prostitute Taro covered May's mouth. May, don't try to betray that adult. I'll die. If he could really escape from Giwuyuzen's control, prostitute Taro would definitely be willing, but they are ghosts who can't escape. Emanating ghosts. There is no place for them in this world. Moreover, Guiwuyan would not allow such a thing to happen. Once Guiwuyan knew that he and May had the idea of betraying him, it will die miserably. It doesn't matter if you die, but May cannot die. If you don't want to eat, you have to give me patience. Just beg you as your brother. Okay, May. May was scolded by her brother for the first time, and she was a little scared for a moment, but looking at his brother's eyes, May knew that his brother was trying to protect himself. May nodded and apologized. I'm sorry, brother, I didn't mean it. Just know your mistake. My brother has never blamed May. Don't have this kind of thought again in the future. On the other side, Yoder returned to Zushi's family. In Zushi's bedroom, I looked at Zushi, who had already washed up and was lying on the bed waiting for him. At midnight, Zushi woke up and looked at the mess in the room. There are traces of battle everywhere, and I feel very distressed. After more than an hour of cleaning, Zushike finally cleaned the bedroom. The black tea that I came back from wandering out took a sip and smacked my lips. Sure enough, I still can't get used to drinking. It's not as good as iced black tea. Taking the black tea that he had taken himself, Yoder blows a sedan chair and finds Zushi, who has just finished cleaning. Come, a cup of black tea to moisten your throat. You have a conscience. Zushi took the black tea and tasted it, which was very pleasant. After drinking the black tea, the sun could not directly shine on the window. Enjoy the beautiful scenery outside the window. An hour later, Zushi, whose mood calmed down a lot touching the Gyuder Han, heard Minister blink. Ming-ang, let me go. I'm going to do an experiment. Let's go. I'll carry you there and see you do the experiment. Chapter 43. The Courtesan. As night fell, Gyuders and Zue kissed Ba to visit Yuahua Street in Jiyuan. At this time, the Flower Street has long been circulated, and someone will name the third time today, and it is likely to succeed. Once successful, everyone will have a look at the courtesan. At the same time, they also wanted to see which rich man could call the courtesan 3 times in a row. What is the charm that can be seen through the eyes of the courtesan Fern? The entrance of Kyoko House is so lively that it is so lively than before. The owner of the Kyakoya house, who had been waiting here for a long time, rushed up quickly. Architect, you can count it, but let me wait. It said that spring night is worth 1,000 gold at a moment. Why are you still here so late? Do you don't want to add Miss Fern? The boss of Kyakoya complained slightly. Some things have been delayed. Let's go. Take me to see Miss Fini. Okay girl, get the way out. The proprietress waved her hand, and the girls in the shop waiting with her quickly stood in the silence bar for the silent. Although there was a blockage along the way, under the roar of the boss's wife, she still arrived at Kyakoya successfully. Amid everyone's expectant eyes, the nuclear velocity of the Gyuders collapsed. Today it's still Miss Fern. As soon as these words came out, the audience was filled with excitement. The boss lady even shouted, it has been reached 3 times, and the courtesan Fern agreed to the structure. The courtesan is in the road. Rise. The boss lady came to the silence of 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 the article. Miss Fini has already conveyed her wishes to me and agreed to spend the spring night with you. But this last time, Miss Finnick needs to dress up well and spend the spring night with you with the most beautiful appearance. So I hope the organization will go to the open house and wait. Architect, please. Then the silence of the house was opened. In the dark, the prostitute Taro hid on the roof of the house and observed the skeleton of the skeleton downstairs. Although Proudra Taro wants to kill Kyuta Hai now, he can only give up at May's strong request. May finally met a man who had a little fondness in her heart, so she spared his life for the time being. After completing the work, directly turn it into a ghost. In this way, you can be with May forever. Although Guiwuyun does not allow his subordinates to turn humans into ghosts privately, it depends on who it is. This is not a problem for Winding. Today, the courtesans in Kyakoya are in the courtesan, and more than just ordinary people and ghosts are attracted. The sound pillars responsible for the jurisdiction of this area are naturally to come and see. Yu Tianyuan disguised himself as he stood on both sides of the street with his 3 wives. On the one hand, beware of whether there are ghosts around you to kill people quietly in the dark while there are too many people. On the one hand, we are looking at the grand courtesan Taoist. Lord Tianyuan has found out clearly. He is a young man named Gong who has been lit up 3 times in a row, wearing fishnet stockings and a hip skirt spread to her waist, revealing her deep cleavage. One of Yu Tianyuan's 3 wives, Hai He, reported to Yu Tianyuan Tianyuan the information she had found. Architect. It can't be him, right? Yu Tianyuan's mind flashed through Gyuder Han an idea. He draw his appearance. No problem. He also came from a ninja family. Hinaki is still very good at espionage. Soon, the image of the drought curtain of Gyuder was drawn. Damn, it's really him. Looking at the drawings, I really have a look with the scene of the girl and the girl. Yu Tianyuan is very sure that this girl is the girl and the girl. Just why did he do this? Does it be that you fell in love with the courtesan Fern? Do you want to redeem the Fern? Yu Tianyuan shook his head, unable to figure it out. There are obviously so many little beauties in the butterfly house, and there is a pink-haired beauty around me. Why do you still have to come out to find Fengshen woman? I really can't figure it out. Yu Tianyuan decided not to worry about the conscience. First, you can't control yourself, and second, you don't need to control yourself at all. Who cares about theft of the stolen karma? It's better to be on the Hwaja street and just take a look at the Hoka road. Soon, after some serious dressing up, Mei in a kimono walked out of Yakoya under the leadership of a group of little girls named Ball. The guard and girls who escorted Mei to Yangon outside Kyoko's house had been waiting for a long time. Mei came outside the house and stepped on the 20-centimeter high wooden clogs placed on the ground, and then the maid next to her assisted her to wear them. After everything was fully prepared, a warrior-headed guard at the front of the team shook the bell and opened the way in front, followed by many men and women. And plumb in position C. Mei was wearing wooden clog, put one hand on the shoulder of a guard beside her and stopped for a while, then swept her leg and dragged the heavy clogs on her feet and continued to walk forward. Just like this, I stopped, twisted and swept and walked slowly towards the roof. Nearly an hour later, Mei finally arrived at the door of the high house. The guard at the front of the team opened the curtain of the house. Mei let go of the hand that was placed on the shoulder of the guard beside her and walked into the house with the envious eyes of everyone. The curtain was closed again, and some guard blocked the door of the house with weapon. The purpose is to avoid disturbing the spring night time between the courtesan and the guest. In the hanging room, Mei walked down from the wooden clog, and several bald men next to her quickly began to take off the heavy clothes for Mei. Only 2 or 3 thin layers of clothing were left. At the same time, Gutak was taken out of the waiting room. Come to Mei, looking at the eyes of Duoji, who had changed a lot from the previous one, and at the same time, I heard Duoji's voice through my experience and feelings. Gyutar he recalled the memories of the human period. Gyutar he feed. Mei nodded gently and responded with a smile. Article, come with me. After following Mei for several turns in the high-rise house, the two finally arrived at the door of the house where they should do their business. Antarius he freshman said, let go. Plum. Pushing open the door, the two of them entered the room. 3 or 4 meters away from the house, several more bald men kept the door for the two of them. Inside the house, Gyutar Han was wielding his fierceness to roast rabbits and rice croakers. Instead, he sat on the ground with Mei's hand, reached out to touch Mei's cheek and asked, Mei, would you like to go with me? Mei nodded subconsciously, but soon shook her head and said, Article, sorry, I can't go with you. Humans and ghosts have different paths, and following you will only harm you. After you become a ghost, we will be together forever. But before this, please let me taste your delicious food. After hearing Mei's specific wishes and concern, the Gyutar he lambda stumbled. Then let's start. The flawless, bright, and delicate body was revealed. Chapter 44 Capture of Plum. This is the first time that Mei has revealed her body in front of outsiders. In the past, she used blood ghost techniques to make the other party fall into hallucinations and solve the problem by herself. But today, she wanted to give herself completely to the man in front of her. It can be regarded as my compensation for him. After all, I will turn the other party into a ghost and accompany me forever. 1 hour, 2 hours. Taro, the prostitute, gritted her teeth when she heard Mei's scream, wished she could weld the slash. 5 hours later, the sun rose to the east and the sun came out, but the sound still did not stop. The prostitute Taro was forced to hide in the dark to avoid direct sunlight, but it also lost the opportunity to recruit the cars. 6 more hours later, it was noon. The screams of happiness in the house continued. During this period, the madam in Kyokoya saw that it was now, and the courtesan of his family had not come back yet. Yu came to Yangon in person to inquire about the situation. Listening to the screams coming from the house, he Mei personally said, Boss, you go back first, I'll go back tonight. The madam was confused. Wait until the evening? My god, is this still a human? I asked why the architect came so late at that time, but didn't care at all. It turns out that even the daytime count. Is this really a day and a night of fun? Miss Fern will be broken. Seeing that the madam was still unwilling to leave, the madam's brown lemon coat was stolen, and cooperating with her experience and color, she forcibly changed the madam's perception. Come again in 7 hours. Don't let anyone come here during this period. The madam nodded dully and left the house with all her baldness. 5 more hours later, there was finally no sound in the house. In order to satisfy Plum's desire for mouth, Gyutar Brown and Brown look happy. After all, I can't really let Mei eat her own flesh and blood, and Mei didn't plan to eat meat from the beginning. This is a matter of cooperation with the Gyuters, so I was busy for 16 hours. Gyuter was in a trance, so he took out a blood collection device and inserted it on Mei's arm. Some blood was extracted. This time the meow did not sound. Put the blood collection device into your own pocket. Then he stroked Mei's head, looked at the little sister's eyes and said, Mei, now you have become my woman. I want to take you out of here, but I also know that you can't leave here due to some major factors, so I hope you give me some time. I will come here again in 2 days to get you and Taro Hor completely out of his control, take you to see the scenery outside and take you to a bigger world. Believe me, you will be much happier than you are now. Gyuter Heza stole the return of the Mew of the Scattered and flew away. Protect yourself, I'm leaving. By the way, I forgot to tell you my name. My name is Gyuter Hai, your future husband, the person who will be with you and protect you until the end of the years. The almost broken plum. Now only can I hear the skeleton of Gyuter. When I heard that Gyuter Han was warm in my heart, nodded gently. Leaving the roof, the Gyuters stirred the maple orchids to suppress the small. Zushi is still doing experiment. 2 days later, the blue-red shore flower will not bloom, and the human transformed medicine will not be made. But with the slightest solution of the slightest, Zushi was able to make a potion that allowed Mei and the prostitute to escape from the control of Giwuya in 2 days. The Asakusa ghost in the original work relies on this potion to first restore reason and get rid of Giwuya's control. Then he completely becomes a human through the human changing potion. As night fell, the prostitute Taro, who had been hiding in the dark for a day, was finally able to come out. The prostitute Taro quickly came to Mei's room and asked anxiously, Sister, where are others? Slum Noodles. He was blushing and said, Ming-Ang is gone and says he will come to pick me up in 2 days. Ming-Ang? Who is Ming-Ang? Why did he come to pick you up? What I said is that Gu Qiao's surname is Gu Qiao. Has he turned into a ghost? Mei explained. Brother, Ming-Ang is a gangster. His full name is Gyuters. I couldn't turn it into a ghost. Ming-Ang is so powerful, I don't have a chance. I was in a passive state for 16 hours. The body was destroyed, and Ming-Ang also said that he has a way to get us out of that adult. Brother, don't worry, then we will leave here together. Looking at her sister, who has always favored Gyuter Hai like a girl in love with her spring, prostitute Taro knew that his sister was completely trapped in love. Prostitute Taro really wanted to scold her stupid sister, but she believed everything the other party said. But when I was talking, I still couldn't say it. Seeing his brother Taro look as if he is so angry that he is not strong enough, Mei said, Brother, I am no longer the stupid sister I used to be. It can still be distinguished from the truth. Brother, just believe me once. Believe in Ming-Ang too. The prostitute Taro took a deep breath and said helplessly, What a silly sister. If he didn't come here again in 2 days, I would find him and kill him even if I searched through the whole world. Taro, the prostitute, returned to Mei's back. On the other hand, in order to speed up the creation of a potion that can help ghosts escape from Ghost Dan, Gyuter Han sent his spirit to tease the Pearl World. Zhu Shi has been conducting various experiments and placing various potions for the sake of Gyuter Heke Kaikiao Fenpu Not Sword. 2 days later, Zhu Shi dripped the potion in the dropper on the pick with the blood of the 12 ghost month. Then he quickly placed the slide under a microscope for observation. Looking at the morphological changes of cells in the slide, Zhu Shi curled up his lip and smiled. It is obvious that the potion that broke free from Giwu's control has been successfully developed. Gu Tak Hang, who was accompanying Zhu Shi, was very excited. He hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Zhu Shi and kept kissing Zhu Shi's face. Zhu Shi, you are really my lucky star. Thanks a lot. I'll take you back to rest. I'll give you a reward after the rest is over. Zhu Shi stretched out his little hand and patted Gyuter Han's recruitment party Ying to calm down. Ming-Ang, don't worry, it's not a complete success in development yet. After all, only one set of experiments was conducted. Wait until I'll do 2 more experiments. Okay, no problem. The rigor of the experiment is set up. I understand this. The Gyuter gangster cord collapsed and released the Zushi. Sit back on the chair. Chapter 45. The drug that gets rid of Washeo's control. 2 hours later, after multiple sets of experiments, Zhu Shi was finally able to confirm that the potion in his hand could allow the ghosts controlled by Gui Wuyan to escape from Gui Wuyan's control. Carefully divide the potion into 2 parts and package it and hand it over to the skeleton. Time is limited and only 2 copies are left for the control experiment. Ming-Ang, there should be no problem this time. Put the medicine on the seat beside it, and Gyuters was in the world. Thank you for your hard work, baby. Have a good rest and I will bring you a sister tonight. When he came to the laboratory, he put the medicine in the laboratory into his pocket and said, The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Legend of the Condor Heroes in his pocket. It was already evening as the sun set, but it was not dark at night, and Yoshihara Yukio was still deserted. Most brothels do not have doors open. The same is true for the Kyoko house. The Kyoko brown slow plum blossom window enters the Kyoko house. Come to the door of Mei's bedroom. Gyuter Himeng's twist. wrist. Who? The sound of plum blossoms came from inside the house. At the door of the room, I saw the plum lying on the tatami mat, looking at the ceiling and admiring his hands. Hearing that the person outside the house had no permission, Mei pushed the door open and she looked at the door angrily. Ming Ang. When he saw that it was Gyuder Han, Mei quickly got up and closed the door. Pull the Gyuder crane across from him. Ming Ang, you are here, Mei said excitedly and shyly. The squad returned to the grazing carriage and said, didn't you say that I'll be back in 2 days? Why, are you afraid that I won't come? Mei shook her head like a shaking drum and clasped her hands tightly and explained, no, it's just too thoughtful. Ming Ang, should you go with that while there is no one now? Mei blinked and her eyes revealed a simple and innocent desire. Follower, do you want the entire Kyakoya to know that I'm here? Recalling his loud screams 2 days ago, Mei playfully stuck out her tongue. Then I'll just sing. Don't worry, have you forgotten the purpose of my visit here today? As he said that, a bottle of potion in Gyutar Hang's pocket that could break free from Giwa's control was taken out. Mei looked at the bottle of potion and remembered what Gyutar's servant said that day. Amazement. Ming Ang, can this really make us out of that person's control? Gyutar Hefei went to the group to return to the evening and paid the price. Shh. Silly, you are my woman. Why am I lying to you? Call your brother out first and let him test the medicine. If it works, I will use it on you again. If it doesn't work, I will come back in 3 days. 3 days later will be the day when the blue other side of the shore is in full bloom. If the blue shore flower can turn the plum into a perfect creature, there is naturally no need to be afraid of Ghost Dan. Mei nodded, took off her kimono, revealing her original outfit. Brother, Ming Ang is here. Mei communicated with the prostitute Taro behind her. The prostitute Taro grew out of Mei's back little by little. Without any hesitation, the prostitute Taro directly held the blood-colored sickle in his hand, locking the seal of the Gyuder Han Malfa seal one after another. Once the Gyuder river is fishy, Wei Wei Momata, the prostitute Taro can cut off the Gyuder drought and bad seal in an instant. Seeing this scene, Mei quickly shouted to the prostitute Taro, brother, what are you doing? Pick the sickle away from Ming Ang's neck. Are you going to kill him? Ming Ang, my brother didn't mean it, so I'll let him go. Brother, please take it away. Mei's tone was so anxious that she even cried a little. Proud Taro ignored Mei's request and stared at Kyutai with his eyes tightly, resentful and dissatisfied. With your strength, I can't even hide my sickle, and I want to take my sister away, and bewitching my sister and let him betray that adult. I think you're tired of living. Haha. Gyutar Han Huang smiled. I see you are Mei's brother, so I gave you a face and didn't resist. Or what do you think you can get close to me just by your strength? Kneel down. Guta Hizang shouted angrily. The two sickles in the hands of Taro seemed to be under a huge impact and flew out directly. The walls shot towards the surroundings were embedded in the wooden board. As for the prostitute Taro himself, he was like carrying a huge mountain with blue veins on his forehead, red eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth and struggling to resist the invisible pressure coming from nowhere. Bang! In just 1 second, Taro's prostitute kneeled directly on the ground and the wooden floor was smashed by Taro's knees. Taro, the prostitute, was completely angry at this moment and only had endless fear. This person actually gave him a feeling of facing Ghost Dan. No, his aura is even worse than that of Gui Wu. Giwaba's fear of himself is a blood fear, and Gyuder regrets the slaughter of Arthromycetes, condemns the slaughter of Arthromycete. That is the fear of biological instinct. Now, am I qualified to take Mei away from here? Said Gyuder in a drowsy manner. The prostitute Taro nodded tremblingly. Seeing this, Huatar asked a man to put pressure on him. The prostitute Taro instantly felt relieved and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily and sweating profusely. Mei was confused. What happened? Why did my brother suddenly kneel down? And he also agreed to Ming Ang take him away? Is Ming Ang so powerful? I thought he had only good skills in bed, but I didn't expect that his own strength was so strong. Perhaps the words he said to himself that day could really be realized one by one. Take yourself out of here and see the outside world. Oh, you prostitute Taro, I am eager to protect you, so I won't pursue your previous behavior. It was just a punishment for you. You are eager to protect the plum blossom, but why am I the same? I feel at ease. I will never let Mei down and I will never let Mei suffer any harm. Give it. This is the potion I promised before. You can try the effect first. If it is really useful, then give it to Plum. Gyutarawa pulled out a bottle of potion with a syringe and handed it to the prostitute Taro. Taro, who had already walked out of the fear just now and had recovered completely, said hoarsely, I hope your potion really worked. After taking the medicine, Taro Yoshio directly inserted it into his heart. Press and inject. The medicine quickly flowed through the blood vessels along the heart. Don't resist. Don't decompose the potion. Let it slowly work in your body. Gyuder shakes the bait and silence the training of the Chapter 46. Prostitute Taro let go. As ghosts, they are able to decompose all toxins and drugs injected into their bodies. Depending on the degree of damage to the body and the ghost strength, it takes different time. Of course, if if the amount is too large for a while. If there is no time to detoxify, you will die even if you deserve it. A minute later, the prostitute Taro looked at his body in confusion. Now he has a very wonderful feeling. That is to say, whatever you want. There is no feeling of being bound. How about it? Have you broken free from Gui Wui Wuzan's control? Prostitute Taro said uncertainly. I don't know either. It seems that I have already escaped from that adult control. I met the prostitute Taro. Not sure. The uranium is broken. Let's read with me. I'll say something to you and say something. My name is Proud Taro. The prostitute Taro was a little confused but said, I am a prostitute Taro. I am the 12 ghost month, the 6th of the upper string. I am the 12 ghost month, the 6th of the upper string. My boss is Gui Wu. He is in Infinite City. The prostitute Taro hesitated. If the potion is useless, if I repeat this sentence, I will be killed by the curse in the ghost's blood. Even if I am one with Mei, I will still die. Prostitute Taro looked at Mei, the sister beside her. Then he made up his mind, closed his eyes and repeated, my boss is Gui Wu. He is in Infinite City. As soon as the word fell to the ground, the house was silent. Death did not come, and prostitute Taro did not feel the pain. Taro looked at himself in surprise. Excess. The prostitute Taro said to Mei excitedly, sister, I have become a ghost who has escaped the ghost dance and is miserable. From now on, we won't have to live here all the time. Mei finally let go of her heart when she saw that her brother had successfully escaped Gui Wu's control. Ming Ang succeeded. I can really be with Ming Ang forever. No need to listen to that adult's order. Mei cried with joy. The tears of Gyuder Hefen Ao Mei wiped away. Silly, stop crying. Now you. It's not too late to cry after you get rid of control. As he said that, Gyuder Hanjing had already absorbed a small bottle of medicine and pierced Mei's arm. Alright, remember not to break down the medicine in the body. It was still 1 minute and Mei also felt like the restraint of a prostitute Taro disappeared. Following the girl, Hao Qing, the wife of the mistress, Washeo. After the mistress, Mei finally got rid of Gui Wu's control. Mei excitedly stepped forward and hugged Gyuder's skeleton. Gyutar He Kong Rong Musi rushed back to the voyage and took the flight to the twilight. Mei, since you and the prostitute Taro have both gotten rid of Gui Wu's control, there is no need to stay here. Follow me. Let's go to the imperial capital to live. Yeah, okay, Mei said happily. Brother, let's go to the imperial capital. I heard that the imperial capital is much more luxurious and cleaner than Hua Street. Let's go there to live. Looking at her sister's happy smile, the prostitute Taro suddenly felt that it was a wrong decision to let her sister be the courtesan who said that you can only live on Yukua Hua Street for the rest of your life when you were born on the Rashomon River. Why can't you live with your beloved like now? For prostitute Taro, as long as his sister is happy, it doesn't matter where he goes. The slightest and strongest people. Good. As long as my sister doesn't leave me, my ugly brother, you can go anywhere. Don't say that to me. In Mei's heart, my brother is the most handsome person besides Ming Ang. The prostitute Taro smiled. I smiled ugly, but I was very happy and very happy. Plum, let all those people go and take the ribbon back and forth. I still like your gray hair. Everyone is leaving Huaja and Mei will live with her in the future. The girls trapped in the granary will naturally be put back. Mei nodded. For these girls, she had this intention as early as the day when she found her human memory. I am just afraid that after I let them go, they will talk nonsense everywhere and affect themselves. It has been delayed until now, but now there is no need for this. I am no longer a courtesan. I want to be Ming Ang's wife. Leaving here, live with Ming Ang forever. As the silk belts in the granary shuttled through the cracks of the walls of various brothels, the entire Yoshihara Yukua Hua Street became boiling. All the beautiful girls who disappeared are back. The ribbon merged into the Plum's body and the Plum's hair color changed to white again. The body is covered with black pattern, which has a bit of a beauty. The problem is not too big. When Plums turn back to human, they will naturally disappear. Mei, it's time to leave. In the Kyoko room, the madam received a notice from her subordinates that the disappearing girls had returned. Excitedly ran to check the girls' situation. Ask what happened. In the end, the madam came to the conclusion that there was something dirty on the flower street. As for why the dirty things sent the girls back, the madam didn't know and didn't want to know. As long as the girls come back, it's fine. It's getting late. Those girls who have just returned can take a break today and pick up customers tomorrow. After a brief arrangement, the madam walked towards Mei's room. It has been 2 days and Miss Fern should have recovered. The madam came to the door and knocked on the door. Fenji, how are you? Is it recovered? No one in the house answered. The madam thought Fern was asleep, so she knocked on the door again and asked, Fenji, how are you? Is it recovered? It's getting late. It's time to show your face. There was still no answer in the house. The madam noticed something was wrong and quickly pushed open the door. Where is the Fern girl in the house? All there is only Miss Finiki's kimono and hairpin. The unwilling madam continued to shout, Fern, stop hiding. I see you. Come out. There was silence inside the house. Ah! The madam screamed. The sharp voice alarmed the entire flower street. Fern G disappeared. Heavenly killed. I sent the girl back but took my courtesan away. Ah, look for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground and you must find the fern G for me. Chapter 47 Ghost Dance. The madam sent someone to search the entire flower street but couldn't find her own flower courtesan fern. Instead, she found the granary before May. Everyone on Hwaja looked at the pits covered with bones on the ground and took a breath of air conditioning. Damn it, how much does it take to hoard so many human bones? Is this the black hole that trapped the girls before? It's too scary. Did you think it was done by a ghost? I heard from my girl that it was done by Fanfic from Kyakoya. Fern G, what a joke. He's the courtesan. By the way, have you heard the screams of the boss of Kyakoya? I heard that. Could she be killed too? No, it's Fanfic who ran away. I understand this. I escaped for fear of guilt. Soon, something happened on Hwa Street and it reached the ears of the ghost-killing team Yu Tianyuan, who is in charge of this area. Yu Tianyuan rushed to Hwaja with his 3 wives in a ghost-killing uniform, looking at the pit piled up with bone. Although the evil ghosts eat people and don't spit bone, Yu Tianyuan still thinks it was made by the evil ghost. This is the intuition of the pillar. Will it be related to Guaran? This is the second idea that Yu Tianyuan has created. Mr. Tianyuan, many missing girls suddenly came back today. After inquiring, many of them had beautiful girls who said that the fern from Kyakoya had kidnapped them, saying Fern G is not a human. Listening to his wife's report, Yu Tianyuan had 2 conjectures. First, Guaran knew that there was a ghost here, so he recognized Fern G as a ghost, and first the ghost, and then the relatives were destroyed for justice. Second, Guaran knew that there was a ghost here, so he recognized Fern G as a ghost, and first the ghost was ghost, and then ran away with the ghost. Yu Tianyuan was swaying whether to destroy his relatives for justice or to escape with ghost. Decided to report to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Let the headquarters decide. After reporting to the headquarters, Yu Tianyuan arranged all his 3 wives into the flower building. The purpose is to avoid evil ghost laying with darkness under the light. If the more powerful evil ghosts are gone, the ghost-killing team will relax their vigilance about this place. Thus, he hunted humans secretly. On the other side, Yudurdrati returned to the Zushi family with May and the prostitute Taro. Looking at the white-haired plum with winding string engraved in the left eye of the Gyudur hegemony, the right eye is engraved in the white-haired plum with Lu engraved in the right eye, and the prostitute Taro with Lu engraved in the left eye. Zhu Shi was stunned. Yu Shilang couldn't help but tremble when he saw this scene. After all, Yu Shilang knew that Zhu Shi was an escape person, and Gui Wu Yuzhen had been chasing Zhu Shi. Ming Ang this. Zhu Shi was shocked. She had previously guessed that the Gouda Harrigan Yan Yan was gone. After all, when she came back every day, she could smell all kinds of fragrances on her body, and I also found myself to develop a potion that can get rid of Ghost Dan. But what Zhu Shi didn't expect was that Gyudur Hao Yu Huan Shan Neon Sheath 2 Ghost Yu, and it's a winding land. This is very awesome. The moon is in the upper string. Those are the top 6 combat powers under Gui Wui Yuzhen. Gyudur Hao called her back. She really deserves to be her own man. But who is the ugly male ghost? Why is it also a winding land? Can there be 2 ghosts in the same location in the 12 ghost moon? I'll introduce it to you. Zhu Shi, this is the 12 ghost moon winding string land. May, this is May's brother, prostitute Taro, a ghost who truly has the combat power of the 12 ghosts in the strings of the ghost. Because they are brothers and sisters, and some of the human periods depend on each other, they have become one twin ghost. The sacred disaster was caused by the sacred maple and the sacred maple. Hello, Sister Zhu Shi, my name is May. On the way here, Gyutar Sang Swanya Pantishuo talked about the situation here. Ergui heard that the place he was going to was actually the villa of the escaped Zhu Shi. It was also shocked. Unexpectedly, Zhu Shi, who had been looking for hundreds of years, actually drank fresh diced with Gyutar. This is my brother, Taro, the prostitute. Thank you for your development. The medicine allows us to get rid of Giwa's control. Prostitute Taro bent down slightly and said in a hoarse voice, Hello Zhu Shi. Zhu smiled awkwardly, and unexpectedly Yu Mei and the prostitute Taro were so easy to talk to. It's nothing, it's a simple task, and it's all developed by Ming Ang. Seeing a few ghosts standing in the entrance hall, the nuclear barrier of the Gyudars collapsed. Yu Shilang, go and make a pot of black tea. Mei, Jose, prostitute Taro, if you have anything to say, sit down and talk about it. 1 man and 3 ghosts were sitting in the living room. Mei Xiang Jushi talked about her past, and Zushi also talked about her past to Mei. Soon the 2 ghosts became familiar with each other. In an extremely luxurious room in the Tokyo imperial capital, Gui Wei was lying on the bed. Beside him was a plump young woman. The young woman's face was flushed and obviously had just experienced that kind of thing. It's just that it's not with Gui Wuzhen, but to entertain yourself. After all, Giwu has lived for thousands of years and has never done anything beautiful women, and now I just want to focus on my career. Work hard to become a perfect creature. The day before yesterday he had a meeting, and the result was the same as the original work. Only the outstanding employee Yan Meng survived. survived and was given the ghost's blood. Now he is driving a train at the train station and killing human, attracting the attention of the ghost killing team. This made Gui Wuzan very satisfied. After all, no boss would like employees who don't do things. After the meeting the day before yesterday, Gui Wuzan discovered many problems exposed to the 12 ghost mon. Xiaoxian Xiu is weak and timid and has no use. Although Shangxian Xiu is strong, she has her own thought. If it weren't for the suppression of He Shi Mao and his own, these guys would have been overthrown. It's time to examine the working status of the ghost in the Winding Moon. Let's choose the Winding Land first. Gui Wuzan sensed the direction of the Winding Land but frowned in just a second because he found that he could not sense the direction of the Winding Land. What's going on? You were still in Yoshihara Yuko when you felt it yesterday. There are only two situations when an evil ghost wants to avoid being perceived by himself. One is death. Second, just like the escaped man Zushi, he took advantage of his weakness and escaped from his own control. Now I am terribly strong. The second situation is simply impossible, and the Winding Land is not a doctor. Can't transform your body. Then there is only one possibility left. The Winding Land is dead. How is that possible? Gui Wei was furious and quickly sensed the location of the other stern moon. The perception result can be felt by the other 5 winding moons except the Winding Land. Obviously it was not my own perception problem, but the fact that there was really a problem with the Winding Land. A sense of crisis surged in my heart. Gui was panicked. Someone could kill the Winding Land in less than a day. This is something wrong. Chapter 48 Infinite Train Nightmare Part 1. After careful consideration, Gui Wuyan decided to go for a field investigation. He didn't believe that in this era there would be ghost hunters who were so powerful that they would directly kill the Winding Land in seconds, so that the Winding Land would not even have a chance to report the news. Just based on the record of the ghost killing team's pillar against the upper string ghost in this century 66+0, Gui Wuyan definitely doesn't believe that the Winding Land is dead. Of course, the psychological factors that dare not face fear and do not want to believe the facts account for a considerable proportion. For safety reasons, Gui Wuyan decided to let Feng Xian-san Akaza go and explore the way first. After all, there is no ghost that can be used now. There is only the stern moon, and the only one who looked like a human in the stern moon is Tongmo and Akaza. Tongmo cannot get rid of his body in the eternal Pure Land Buddhism, so he is the only one who has been looking for the blue-red shore flower for himself and does not have a specific place of residence. If Akaza finds that Yoshihara Yugyo really has a strong man in charge, he can pack up his things in advance and run away. Akaza, the location of the upper string land is lost. It is suspected of death or betrayal. Go and see what's going on. Akaza, who was looking for the blue shore flower for dozens of kilometers away, received news from Gui Wuyan and couldn't help but wonder. Handling land disappeared. Interesting. I want to see what kind of strong man Yoshihara Yugyo is. Ha! Akaza rushed towards Yoshihara Yugyo quickly. The imperial capital of Tokyo, Purgatory at Sushiro, was taking Tanjiro, who came to his place for training, to the train station. After receiving a clear message, all passengers on a train called Infinity Train disappeared overnight. It seems that there is an evil ghost. The two came to the railway station platform. The jungle rusty Tanjiro looked at the dark train that had just stopped in front of him and exclaimed, "This what creature is this? You can actually make such a roaring cry. Oh, someone actually came out of its body. Brother Purgatory, do you think it will be this city the patron saint of the city?" Listening to the speech of Tanjiro, the Purgatory apricot laughed. "This is not a patron saint. It's just a bigger vehicle. It is lifeless. Let's go to the opposite platform. Our target is not this train, but the train that is still parked in the garage and has not departed." Purgatory Itsuru pulled Tanjiro, who was thinking about it, and walked towards another platform. 10 minutes later, a train with the word Infinity written on the steel plaque on the front of the car officially departed, and the locomotive drove out of the garage with rolling smoke. Soon we arrived at the platform where Aisuro and Tanjiro were located. At this moment there were more than 2 of them on the platform, and hundreds of passengers were waiting anxiously here. Looking at the group of humans scrambling to enter the infinite train, Tanjiro asked worriedly, Atsuro Purgatory beside him, "Brother Purgatory, since we are going to kill ghosts on this train, wouldn't it be nice to have so many humans?" Purgatory Atsuro looked at the infinite train in front of him and said, "We are just ghost hunters, and we cannot stop people's will, nor can we interfere with the operation of society. All we can do is protect the humans in the train as much as possible. Don't let ghosts hurt them. The Demon Slayer has been like this for thousands of years. It is very difficult to make changes in a short period of time. It's getting late. Get in the car." Tanjiro remained silent and took the ticket in his hand and got on the train with Purgatory and Shuro. On the other side, Zushi put on exquisite makeup on Mei to ensure that Gui Wuao could not recognize Mei's queen on the street. Yutarhan left the villa with Mei and came to Sensoji temple to go shopping. As for the prostitute Taro, he handed it over to Yoshiro, asking him to take the prostitute Taro to experience the night in the imperial capital. When leaving Hwaja for the first time, Mei was very interested in everything in Sensoji temple. Take a look here and there, touch this and move that. She is simply a vibrant and pure and curious beautiful girl. Wow, Ming-Ang, this one looks so good. I want to buy this. Ming-Ang, this is so interesting. I want to play this. Woo, Ming-Ang, this is so hard to shoot. Please help me shoot it. Ming-Ang, what is that big box? Why are there anyone sitting inside? Is it a monster? Kyuder Hai, who had various gifts on his body, rubbed Mei's head and said, this is a tram. Let's go and take the tram first. After taking the tram, I'll take you to the train again. Gu Tahao took the tram with Lum's tender hands. Woo, the roar of the train started sounded, and Mei looked over curiously but saw nothing. The railway station is 2 streets away from here and is blocked tightly. Ming-Ang, did you hear it? The sound was so loud just now. What's that sound? A train is also a means of transportation, and you can understand it as several trams connected together. I heard that. I was more interested in train. That's the train. After all, she was a courtesan before. Mei had heard of things like train, but she had never seen them. But now when I am with Ming-Ang, I have the opportunity to go and see the train. In the tram, the enemy is better than the enemy. Although it was separated by 2 streets, it did not affect his ability to sense the suspected ghost in the locomotive, as well as the purgatory in Shuro and Tanjiro sitting on the train. Is there an infinite train? In this infinite train incident that was nearly a year ahead of schedule, will the third one appear in the show? If so, with the current strength of Tanjiro and Purgatory Apricot will still die. Tanjiro's current strength is not much different from the original work, but it is just a full collection of things. Not long after, but Purgatory Apricot Suruo fell. If this is the case, there will be few deaths, and it is impossible to kill too, because there are still 9 hours before dawn. It seems that it is very necessary to go there. 1 minute later, the tram arrived at the train station. Kyuder Han Rabbit Waste Aluminum said to be lazy. The gangsters are defeated by the bandit. Mei, come with me and go and save people. Save people? Right. On the infinite train, Tanjiro and Purgatory Apricot Ro were already trapped in a dream by the ticket check. Because of his strong strength, Akatsuro's body can be vigilant against the outside world even in his dream. He grabbed the threatened child on the opposite side, making it impossible for him to further destroy the spiritual core in the dream of Purgatory Apricot. Tanjiro uses his own reminder in the reflection in the water, and Nezuko uses the blood ghost technique to burst blood, burning the rope connecting to the dream. Tanjiro woke up from suicide. Chapter 49 Infinite Train Nightmare Part 2. Tanjiro's cheeks were already covered with tears. The dream is beautiful and happy, but all of this is fake. Nezuko and the passengers on the train were still waiting for him. Ah! Tanjiro roared, committed suicide, and woke up. I know that I and Purgatory Apricot Shaoro have been trapped in the evil ghost's plan. Tanjiro quickly asked Nezuko beside him to use the blood ghost technique and burst blood and burned the dream rope tied to the wrist of Purgatory in Shuro and the little girl. Without any hesitation, Nezuko cut through her palm and used the blood to burn the dream rope on Purgatory in Shuro's wrist. The rope broke and the little girl who invaded the dream of Purgatory Apricot Shaoro also woke up. Seeing that her chance to enter a beautiful dream was destroyed by Tanjiro, the little girl took out an awl and stroked it at Tanjiro's neck. If I could kill Tanjiro here, I would still have the chance to be given a beautiful dream and live in a happy dream for the rest of my life. Tanjiro easily avoided the little girl's attack and slashed the little girl out with a hand knife. Try to wake up Purgatory Atsushiro, but no matter how he shouted or hit him, Purgatory Atsushiro was still in his dream. It seems that if you want to leave your dream, you can only rely on your own strength. External forces cannot wake others up. As soon as he thought of this, Tanjiro decided not to call Infernal Atsuro. Change another method, that is to kill the evil ghost who releases this blood ghost technique. Tanjiro smelled his nose and smelled the nightmare standing on the roof of the train. Is the roof? Nezuko, you're watching Brother Purgatory here. I'll kill the evil ghost. Open the window. Jump to the train windowsill, and Tanjiro held the windows with both hands. Easily roll over to the roof of the car. After seeing the nightmare on the roof of the car, I passed by the umbrella of 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 the Without any hesitation, it was a big move. The sun's breathing select the one's sun halo of the dragon and head Dan. Before Yan Meng could open her mouth to mock her, she was chopped off her head. The same feeling came when he cut off the skull's tired head for the first time. Tanjiro turned around and chopped his head, which was still flying in the sky. Sun's breathing Feng type train. The nightmare dream that was about to start searing again, but before the head fell to the ground, it turned into ashes. But nightmare did not die. He has long been integrated with the train. As long as the front of the car is constantly running, you will not die. A sudden change occurred, and the stronger ghost aura was smelled by Tanjiro. There was a change in the carriage, and the originally normal train wall gradually penetrated into flesh and blood, turning into a wall of flesh and blood. Moreover, these flesh and blood can grow tentacles to kill those sleeping passengers. Not good. The whole train became an evil ghost. Tanjiro quickly returned to the train and waved his hibiscus knife to cut off the tentacles that wanted to kill human. Nezuko also transformed into a semi-ghost, and she could easily smash and kick the tentacles between her fists and feet, but these are not painful or itchy for Nightmare and can be recovered in an instant. What's more, Tanjiro and Nezuko are unable to share their skills, and they can protect the 3 cars at the top of the sky. No one can protect the remaining 5 cars. Facing the remaining 5 cars, Tanjiro was heartbroken and wished he could split himself in half and help the other half. Brother Purgatory, wake up! Tanjiro shouted loudly at the sleeping Purgatory Azuro. Purgatory Atsuro opened his eyes suddenly and quickly pulled out the sun wheel sword to cut off the tentacles that attacked the man in front of him. What a beautiful dream. I'm just a little ashamed. As a pillar, I woke up later than the team members, and I was shouted up by the team members. If there is a hole big enough, I really hope I will never come out again if I get in. Purgatory Apricot Tsuruo stood up to himself and left the seat. Faced with the tentacles that were striking towards him from all directions, Purgatory Apricot rushed forward in an instant, constantly waving the sun wheel knife in his hand, cutting off all the tentacles that were blocking him. I successfully arrived at the carriage where Tanjiro was. Nightmare, which merged with the train, felt that the body was suddenly severely damaged. It was clear that Akatsuro, who was a pillar, woke up. So what if it's a pillar? There are always places where you can't protect the 8 cars. Tanjiro, breathing in the sun earrings. Ha ha ha, that's right, it's you, the ghost hunter. That lord must be killed. If you kill you, I will be able to get my blood again. The ghost of the winding string. I'm determined. Looking at Tanjiro, who was too busy to take care of himself, Purgatory Apricot said, it's a problem. There are only 3 of us, so it may be a bit difficult to kill the evil ghost. The train has 8 cars in total. I can clean 5 cars, Nezuko, and you can clean 3. But who will cut off the evil ghost head? Leave it to me. A familiar voice came from outside the window. Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Purgatory Apricot Suzuro turned their heads and looked at each other. I saw the Gyuder C flying outside the train with a white-haired beauty on her back. Brother Ming Eng Waren. May please help them clean the carriage. I'll cut off the locomotive. The plum blossoms came down from the Gyuder lotus and jumped into the carriage. Tanjiro, who smelled May was not a human, had a strange expression. Brother Mingeng found another evil ghost girlfriend. Is it? Very good. Then I'll leave it to you here. Waren. Seeing that the crisis had been resolved, Atsuro Purgatory turned around and rushed towards the 5 rear hulls. Tanjiro, give me the Hiroshikan. I'll kill the ghost. Good. Tanjiro threw the ridge knife out the window and the chi flew to the locomotive. The Gyuda Hiju returns to a certain knife with a joke. Holding the sun wheel knife in hand, he looked at the position where the front of the car was connected to the body. The nightmare that hid in the locomotive in his head suddenly felt like he was going to die. Why do I have this idea? The nightmare was puzzled, so I had to continue to increase the tentacles in the train to attack Tanjiro, Nezuko, Purgatory Atsuru, and another female ghost to eliminate the uneasy emotions. Why is there an extra female ghost in my body? What a familiar figure. Nightmare observed plum blossoms intently. The more I look at it, the more I look familiar, and the more I look at it, the more I feel that I have seen it. Ribble attack. Gray hair. The Winding Land. Fallen girl. Nightmare was shocked. Why did the Winding Land appear here and is helping the Demon Slayer? No. Such things must be reported. If I know that Fulverji helps human and that he is also a ghost hunter in the Demon Slay team, I will definitely kill her, and then I can inherit the string land with justification. As the only lower string, I have been highly valued by Giwu Vasheo recently. Yanmen quickly called Gui Wu Yuzan. Grown-ups, I discovered the Winding Land and the Fallen Goddess. Chapter 50 Infinite Train and Nightmare. N. Gui Wui. I was a little confused. He hurriedly asked, are you sure it's the Winding Land and the Fallen Goddess? Sir, the smallest one is certain. That is the Winding Luluji. She is now inside me, helping humans and ghost hunters destroy my tentacles. Giwu Yuzan connects his own perspective with Nightmare Dream. I saw the Fallen Goddess I had been looking forward to for a long time. Damn it, it's really her. But why did she go against Yanmen? And why is the the makeup on her body so different from that of the courtesan period? Could it be that the doji really betrayed? Now, except for the doji who broke free from his own control and betrayed himself. Gui Wuzan couldn't think of why the fallen girl did this. Nightmare dream. The fallen girl has betrayed me, and immediately remove the name of the Winding Moon and the Winding Land. Yanmen, I see your strength and hard work. I now order you to be the new Winding Moon and Winding Land, and I will give you a new task, that is to kill the traitor fallen girl. Nightmare was very excited to hear that he had become the Winding Land. This feeling of being valued by the leader is so satisfying. Yanmen will definitely live up to your expectations. Now kill the traitor fallen girl. Then Yan Meng ignored the humans in the other cars and attacked Mei's car with all his strength. Mei had no choice but to reveal her full strength, and her eyes returned to ghost eyes. The left eye is super string and the right eye is Lu. Tanjiro, who was watching the battle, was shocked when he saw the 3 words engraved in Mei's eyes. Exclaimed, the Winding Land. Brother Mingeng is still so awesome. No matter what the hell is, he can easily grasp it. My own sister, Spider Mother of Spider Mountain, and now the Winding Land. Mei didn't pay too much attention to Tanjiro and focused on cleaning up the tentacles that were rushing toward her. For these tentacles that are broken when touched and look very disgusting if they weren't trying to be touched. Mei doesn't need to use all her strength at all. The gap between the upper and lower strings cannot be made up by drawing a few big pie. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro, who came from the last 5 carriages, saw the numbers in plum eyes. If he hadn't known this person he was defended by Gyuder, maybe he would just lash up in the next second. On the other side, the locomotive. After slashing out the body, Gyuder dried turbulently slashed the sun wheel sword, randomly waved the sun wheel knife and chopped the locomotive junction below. A transparent and invisible slash easily cuts off the iron sheet and iron floor of the car, passing through the spine located below the floor. Nightmare, who was still attacking wildly in joy, suddenly found that his body was out of control. The cut tentacles did not recover and grow. Ah, what happened? Why is the body out of control? Oh, why is my head moving forward but my body is not keeping up? No, my neck is cut off. After coming back to his senses, Yan Meng realized that he had his neck cut off. Why does this happen? Who is it? Before Yan Men's consciousness completely dissipated, Yan Men saw a figure on the train track in front of him. Is it him? No, he hasn't drawn the knife yet. Has drawn the knife. The locomotive that was leaving suddenly split into pieces. The fracture is very flat. The upper string lands pseudo. One of the lower string night dream destroyed. The katasi located on the first carriage of the train was cut open after seeing the locomotive in the distance. The corners of his mouth raised lightly and a smile appeared. Good guy. If I didn't come tonight, Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Purgatory Azuru will have to explain this tonight. Apart from myself, no matter who comes to the Demon Slayer team tonight, it is impossible for them to save these 3. There is nothing else. Just because the figure standing on the train track is following Guo Yuanika's brother, one of the winding strings, the pattern, the transparent, the 16-style moon breathing, the traitor of the ghost killing team, the black killing gang. After solving everything in the car, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Purgatory Apricot, and Mei came to the first carriage. Greeting, Gu Tak howls, Lu Kenshu, brother Mingeng. All the tentacles have disappeared. Are the evil ghosts dead? Die. But another end. The Gyuder stood on the train tracks under the knife. Turning his back to everyone behind him, he asked Tanjiro, are you going to fight him? Who? Tanjiro was puzzled and did not see any ghost. The ghost who unloaded the locomotive with 8 pieces. Didn't this be done by brother Mingeng? Gyutar he ×2. Due to lack of strength and the existence of Hei Shi Mao, only Mei noticed the danger of the 2 ghosts in the carriage. Flash and evil ghosts who are stronger than themselves. One of the winding string, Black Death Mao, Mei exclaimed. It seemed to be in response to Mei's exclamation. Hei Shimu's voice sounded. Fuji, it turns out that you have betrayed us just like what Lord Wuzan said. Call the prostitute Taro out and die together. Hei Shitmu appeared instantly at a distance of only 100 meters away from everyone. Looking at the face with 6 eyes, the 2 in the middle are engraved with winding and yi. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro changed his past and whispered to the cuter nuclear crackdown. Guaren, are you still fidelity in what you said before? Of course, the 12 ghost month and even ghost dances are all miserable. As long as you can't beat them, you can leave them to me. Gyuder he's pride and Nana's feet. At the same time, I started to warm up on the track. He looked like he didn't take Hei Shi Mao seriously at all. Purgatory Apricot breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Gyuder is very good at wielding his salary. Haihamu takes it seriously, and Haihamu also did not impeach Gyuder's fierce advice because of the existence of chi. Even if Hei Shimu has a transparent world and can see through the muscles and organs under the skin, he still cannot accurately see the. In Hei Shi Mao's eyes, Gyuder Hang's words are no different from normal people, but they are just an ordinary person. Those who can defeat themselves are either dead or not born yet. Kuro Kijima looked at Tanjiro, who was wearing the same earrings as Jukiko Yoshii, said, you are the successor of Rizi's breath. Right, I'll give you a chance to kill me. Let the horse attack over. I won't fight back. As long as you can hurt me, I will leave here immediately. You don't want these two ghosts around you to die. If you want to go to the sacred girl, you can do it. Just join the successor of Rizy breathing. For the Black Death who looked so highly attentive to himself, Tanjiro was so panicked. Is it true or false to play one of the strings? I am just a ghost hunter who has learned to concentrate on the field. Brother Ming-Eng, do I want to go there? It depends on whether you want to survive or not. Tanjiro nodded. I want to live. Hakuto Hai, who had finished warming up, threw the Hiro Shiro knife in his hand and said to everyone behind him, then leave it to me. Everyone retreat. I'm going to start showing off. Oh, by the way, I'll give you back. Ming-Eng, Mei shouted anxiously. The roar is barking. What's wrong? Mei jumped off the train, held the scented mouth and kissed each other passionately. After a moment, Mei let go of Gyuder Hai and said affectionately, be careful. If you can't beat it, run away. Don't worry about me. Gyuder hated the Vapa and returned to the MO to chase him and said with a smile, it can't be beaten. It doesn't exist. Let's see how you pretend to be a husband. Chapter 51. One of the Winding Strings. Black Death. Since Kuian won, right, the oysters and vegetables are broken. What a sad clown. I don't know why I was born in this world until I die. To be the world's strongest person, or to prove your particularity. If you are the best in the world, it seems that Guiwen can easily kill you, right? As for the special nature, do you have your younger brother's special nature or ghost Dan? What a sad life. In other people's eyes. Yoder Hanmu's 8 ping kilograms. Liao Su's data are so harsh and heartbreaking in Hei Shimu's ears. Every sentence is to punish the heart. Looking for death. Hei Shimu's voice sounded beside Gyuder regret. In just a moment Hei Shimu came to Gyuder Heli and pulled out the samurai sword on his way. Su crying God to go. Swing the knife to slash at the Gyuder's drought and bad seal. The expected head moved and the scene of the blood fountain did not appear. Table tennis. The crisp slash sounded and the crying God in Hei Shimu's hand went to the distant. Gyutarhan instigated the chewing of the zircon and the leeched locust and the leeched paddle, half in Hei Shimu's hands and half in the air. Because Su crying God is made of Black Death blood and bone, even if it is broken in half, it can still be regenerated into a complete knife. The half of the crying God in Haihamu's hands went to miss the Gyuder Han's robbery and the Phoenix Bulletin was restored to complete again. Looking at the Su crying God in his hand, if the broken half had not fallen on the railway track and made a ping-pong sound, Hei Shimu would have doubted whether he had read it wrong. When Su crying God was about to touch the man's neck, he broke it as if he had cut off the hardest thing in the world. Even the air can't attack, but it can't kill anyone. The sound of Gyuder Hefnna came into the ears of the stunned Black Death Mew. In the past I used to mock others, but today I was mocked by others. Haihamu was furious and his left hand passed by Su crying God. The Su crying God changed drastically in an instant. Not only did it grow longer, but 3 barbs also appeared on both sides of the blade. Hei Shimu waved his knife to slash at Gyutar Hai again. This time he chose the back of his neck. Like just now, the sacred god went to the distant. Gyutar Han instigated the chewing the sacred Muyin sword. No matter how hard he used, he could not go further. The breath of the moon, the shape of the moon, the vortex of the moon soul. This is a move that can release sword energy without waving a weapon. 3 sword energy with dozens of sharp blades of different sizes appeared out of thin air, bringing the sacred spirits of Gyutar Hebe. Then the moon-shaped blade on the sword energy broke away from the sword energy and all headed towards the Gyutar Hang. However, these hundreds of moon-shaped blade Luchenji's sword turned into light spots and dissipated 2 centimeters away from the sea. Uneasiness surged into my heart. Hei Shimao instantly retreated 100 meters away, as if facing a great enemy. After many years, I have once again felt uneasiness from human beings. The last time I had this kind of emotion was my younger brother, Ji Kuyuanyi. Since Kuyuan has been transparent and traceless all day long, it is reasonable for him to be uneasy. But what happened to the person opposite? The face is white and clean, and he doesn't look like a cultivator at all, and he has no traces at all. Even the muscle density is the same as that of ordinary people. Why can he bring uneasiness to himself? Why can't my attack work for him? Why? Hai Mao narrowed his eyes slightly and asked solemnly, You, who is it? Who am I? Said Gyutar. Who is this? I am an ordinary person in Gyutar Hai. The sound of the Gyutar Hana sounded in Hai Hei's ears. Hai Hei's 3 eyes shrank and his muscles tightened so fast. Before Hei Shimao could react, he kicked his body away. The storm was stolen and lifted his head. He patted Hei Shimu's face and said, Hey, call Ghost Wu. No misery. Please answer the phone with Coward and Giwuyuzan. A familiar voice came into Gui Wu's mind. The last time I heard it through the original lower string Land and Zionkai. This time, I heard it through my strongest subordinate, one of the string Black Death Mew. I remembered that when I answered a call from Kai a week ago, I thought my biggest enemy was the boy named Tanjiro who had the same earrings as Ji Kyoto and was also using the breath of Hero. But now now it seems that everything is wrong. A big mistake. The person who called him through Xiang Kai hid behind Xiang Kai and talked to him was his biggest enemy. A hand knife cut off Haihemu's head, which was something Ji Kuyuan could not do. In other words, if you don't even have the chance to self-destruct in front of this person, you may die. No, not possible. It is inevitable. Since escaping from Ji Kuyuan's hands hundreds of years ago, I felt that death was so close to him for the first time. The boundless fear surged into my heart, and I felt that his breathing began to become difficult. I didn't dare to say sorry to Gyuder through Haihei. The current ghost Wu Yuzhen only has one thought, that is, escape. Hiding in the infinite city, using the tactic of human welding the Gyuder to death and then reborn. Without any hesitation, Gui directly disconnected from Hei Shi Mao. My daughter! Gui shouted hysterically. The girl from Infinite City received the order and played the pipa to teleport the ghost Wu Yuzhen to Infinite City. Looking at Washeo in front of you, the adult actually had a very difficult time breathing, and Naruto asked quickly, Mr. Wu Yuzhen, are you okay? After a few breaths, Wu Yuzhen said in a panting, he said in a daze, from now on, no one can enter Infinite City without my orders. Infinite City, from now on, the city will be closed for 100 years. After conveying his orders to Mingnu, Wu Yuzhen felt a little safe. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and lay weakly on the ground. On the other side, Gyuder Hang Gui seemed to have hung up the phone directly after answering his phone number and suddenly felt bored. It has been guessed that Gui has hid in Infinity City. Oh, hey Shi Mao, it seems that your boss has abandoned you. I won't take you if I run away. Tisk tisk, it's so sad. Gyuder regrets the gift of vegetables in the courtyard. After Haihei Mao felt that he could not contact Gui Wu's son, he was also lost. Then he laughed, sad and sad. Ah ha 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 ha. After laughing, Haihei Mu took a deep breath and shouted hysterically after Kuyuan Yi, why are you, who only disrupt the world order, born in this world? Why is it my twin brother? Why do you show your disgusting and jealous ability? Why give me hope when I die? In order to be like you, to be unique, and to be the strongest warrior, I will abandon my wife and children and will turn into evil spirits and suck human blood. I thought I had broken free from the shackles, became the only one, and became the strongest. But you didn't forget to disgust me when you were dying. Why, you obviously had only one breath left at that time, and you still had to humiliate me, defeat me, and then die of your life. Why do you always make me live such a miserable life? I hate it so much. Go to death for me. Chapter 52. One of the winding strings. Black Death. Mu kill. Anger, jealousy, resentment, and various emotions made Haihemu completely abandon everything, even the dignity of a warrior. Hei Shimu's body changed suddenly, and the void crying spirit merged with his body. Black crystals similar to spider legs grow on the body. There are also tentacle-like limbs on the back that make the goddess priest feel cold. In the 18 Forbidden comic, Hei Shimu's body blew a step, shattered the ground, raised dust, and rushed to the Gyuder he concrete bath. But he did not regret the slap in Gyuder, but grabbed his head with one claw. I want to smash my head and grow a new one, then escape from here. I am no longer a warrior. Since that's the case, it's not too late to take revenge. Oh, do you want to smash your head and run away? Who gives you the confidence? Is Liang Jingru? The three Guya Sharinans appeared in the Gyuder and but only appeared for a moment. They began to rotate in their eyes, turning into a black dot, redifferentiate, forming a new pattern. But this pattern is like the three magma Sharinan just now, and it began to rotate and change again in an instant. Finally, another brand new pattern was formed. Eternal Maniatoscope sharing an open. I don't know what it looks like. If anyone has a picture of the Eternal Maniatoscope Sharinan that is different from the original Naruto, they can be published. If there are any good one, I will take it then. This is the Eternal Maniatoscope Sharinan. Before, I was obviously strong enough, but I did not open the Maniad Sharinan. It turned out that I had a big one and went directly over the Maniatoscope Sharinan and advanced to the Eternal Maniatoscope Sharinan. With the opening of the third force Eternal Kaleidoscope, the skeleton of the Gyuder Hanbei Hwa made a dark purple half-body skeleton as high as 15 meters high. The dark purple energy around the skeleton also emit fluorescent. Before Kurashimu's body could touch his head, Susanoo grabbed it. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from Susanoo's palm. Under the influence of the body, there are also mutations in the source of the scattered genus. 4 strange bone horns of different sizes and shapes protruded from front, back and left and right of the head. The teeth in the mouth are protruding and completely become sharp teeth. They are extremely ugly and the boss is grinning. He looks so ugly. The prostitute Taro looks pretty and looks jeweled compared to you. Tanjiro, come on the ridge knife. Gyuder shouted as he shook Tanjiro in the carriage. Everyone in the car saw that Gutahaha had taken control of Haihemu and asked Tanjiro for the ridge knife and understood that Gutahaha was trying to kill Haihemu. Tanjiro quickly ran out of the carriage, looking at the huge half-body dark purple skeleton that covered the skull, and for a moment he didn't know how to hand over the skull sword to the skull. Skeleton. After all, this half-body skeleton must have a physical entity to grasp Heishimu's body. It's okay, just walk in. Oh, okay. Tanjiro walked closer to Susanoo half-believingly. I reached out to touch Susanoo's skeleton and found that I could not touch anything. Is it so magical? Walking into Susanoo, Tanjiro handed over the Hiroshikin to the skeleton. The rank of the emperor is worth the emperor to pay tribute to the source of excessive materials. At the same time, Susanoo threw Kuroshimu's head into the air. The head and the body collide, and granulations grow with each other and start to connect. The girls saw that the supervised the sacred sword and then jumped up and slashed 1,000 times in 1 second. Before Heishimu's head could warm up with his body, he directly turned into pieces of Heishimu fragment. In order to avoid special circumstances, there is no exception. Ha! A Kigong wave wiped the fragments of Heihamu into ashes. No, it should be that there is not even ash left. One of the winding string Black Death Mao kill. After Heishimu died, Yin appeared one after another. Treat injured passengers on the Infinity Train and report what happened here to the Demon Slayer headquarters. Mei was shocked when she saw the Gyuder Trench Spring and the Black Death of Mao Ryu. She was also very shocked. She had already played Gyuder with Muruk, but she didn't expect that she was so strong. As for the Yanzu and Purgatory Apricot Root, his mood is similar to that of Mei. What kind of ability is this? The half-body skeleton that is 15 meters high and is not yet effective and flashes with fluorescent light is really evil and cool. Infinite City. Gui Wei Wu Ba's mind was not at all disturbed after he realized that Heishimu was killed. Everything is within your expectation. After all, that is a human being even stronger than Ji Kuyuanyi. But so what? As long as you are a human, you will die. As a ghost, I am immortal. When you die, it will be the day when my ghost King Giwasan reappears. Wait in the Sea of Gyuder. 100 years later, I will definitely destroy your entire clan. Although Gui Wuzan hid in Infinity City, he still had a connection with the Winding Ghost. Order them to seize the time to find the blue-red spider lily. As long as you find the blue ribbon and eat the blue ribbon and become a perfect creature, I don't care whether you follow Kuyuan or Gyuder Sea will stand aside. On the other side, the girl returned to Zushi's villa. What? One of the winding string Black Death Mew died. Then what about Ghost Dan? Escape back to Infinite City, Gyuder said calmly. Zushi was stunned, but when he remembered that Gyuder had made an appointment with Hangzhen Island, he said, Ming Ang, you can find Infinity City, right? Of course, everything is under the control of your husband. Even if Gui Weong is in the Infinite City, I can still pull him out. The Emperor secretly visited Dangli's wife because he really had the ability to find and pull out the ghost Wuzan who was hiding in the Infinite City. And there is more than one method. You should know that the Qi has a ghost path and its energy also has the characteristics of spiritual pressure. As we all know, although the Ling Wang Palace is in the Lingting Court, it is in another space. So, how to enter the Ling Wang Palace? As one of the most charming villains in the history of anime, Aizen Medical said, want to go to the Ling Wang Palace? I'll help you knock him down. From this we can see that in the face of absolute spiritual pressure, everything is nothing. Of course, this is just a method. Another way is to use the ghost path. The magical ghost realm is omnipotent, killing, setting fire, tracking, saving people, and even connecting the two realms. Isn't this second method coming? Chapter 53 Absorption System Core. It's easy to drink a ghost Dan, but now is not the time. After all, Butterfly Ninja has not yet taken revenge. When the day when the child dies, it is the time when Gui Wuzan moved. And now I am doing important thing, that is to study your own eternal maniatoscope Sharinon. After opening the eternal kaleidoscope, the Kothaya naturally gained the corresponding ability. If the Zanpakuto is a portrayal of the soul, then the Sharinon is a portrayal of the soul. What are the abilities of the eternal maniatic Sharinon? After saying hello to Mei and Zushi, Gyutar Han Langlei said that he had a slight ankle to meet the room where Han Turan was located and began to study the eternal maniatoscope Sharinon. As the saying goes, the most terrible thing in the world is the carnival of the ignorant. There will make everything full of changes and uncertainty in one's own eyes. Therefore, the left eye ability of the eternal maniatoscope Sharinon is analysis and application. The specific effect is as literal as it means, and it can be analyzed. Do everything, understand the essence of the world, and understand and comprehend it. This will achieve application and mastery. Very awesome ability. It can be said that as long as there is enough time, Gyutar Han is omniscient and omnipotent. After talking about the ability of the left eye of the Marliatoscope Sharinon, it is the ability of the right eye. This ability is very good. Perhaps it was because the soul of lust in my heart broke out, or it was influenced by my own enlightenment. Anime pause time in the academy. Of course, it is possible that there are both. The Gyuder River has already broken, and it is actually pause time. This time it really means literally. However, the range of time that he could pause was not very large. Moreover, with my current strength. I am afraid that before I take off my pant, time will flow again due to insufficient energy in my body. As for why the first thing I did after the time was to take off my pant, I knew it clearly. Damn, the ability of the right eye is really good. With my strength and Daniel Wu's appearance, do you need to pause time to do these dirty things? After making a weak complaint, the ability of the left eye was circling. If you want to play, just lay big. The system core left behind by the explosion of the system was taken out. In order to avoid accident resulting in the destruction of the system core, all the fairy beans in the core of the system were taken out. Picking up the core of the system, Gyudershin the ability of the left eye. Analysis start. The moment he activated his left eye ability, the slump fell on the bed. Not good. The master is playing with it. Zanpakuto Yuluo appeared directly into the room. The white-haired and big-breasted lady, Au, felt that the speed of the scattered sodium was passing and his body temperature reached more than 40 degrees Celsius, and he hurriedly said, Xiaoluo, feed the fairy beans to the master. After hearing this, the blonde two-pony-tailed lowly Xiaoluo quickly opened the bag containing the fairy bean, took out a fairy bean and broke it open with his hands. He put the fairy beans into the fairy bean. No, he won't swallow it, master, Xiaoluo said anxiously. I'll do it. Au took the fairy beans and put them in his mouth, kissed him and asked him to swallow it. Fortunately, it was successful. The sodium syrup of the Gyuder drought instantly returned to full body temperature at that moment, but in just 1 second the air was still passing rapidly and the body temperature reached more than 40 degrees Celsius again. Xiaoluo, go and call Zhu Shi and Mei here so that they can help the master swallow the fairy bean. Now the master's energy is passing by. We cannot materialize it and it will speed up the speed of airflow. Xiaoluo quickly opened the door, came outside the house and called Zhu Shi and Mei downstairs. Although the two ghosts didn't know each other and had never seen Xiaoluo, they quickly came to the second floor when they heard Gyuder's sarcastic move. Yu simply followed Gyuder Han Naxi to the two ghosts. Zhu Shi and Mei instantly understood it. After briefly learning how to assist swallowing, I began to take over Yuluo's work. Yuluo was removed from its physicalization and returned to the 3 days later. In the villa, the system core that had been holding tightly in his hand lost its original luster the slightest and sat up from the bed, a little confused. What happened? Inside the room, Zhu Shi and Mei saw that the slutty stumbled at Gyuder Brown Bao Mei and their eyes were filled with tears and they stepped forward to hug Gyuder's bone. The ability and perception of the left eye of the Marliotoscope Sherinon are quietly activated. Listen to your heart through insight and observation of everything in the house. The squat was clear about what happened. Damn it, dog system. It's not worry-free if you self-destruct. I almost sent me away too. Thanks to Yuluo's existence. Otherwise it would have been GG. Chapter 54 Shut Through All Worlds. Real-time pause. Gyuder Hai, who already knew what was going on, was not stingy at all. Let the two girls hold themselves and rely on themselves to soothe the uneasiness in their heart. Gradually, Zhu Shi and Mei fell asleep. 2 hours later, Zhu Shi and Mei woke up. Gu-tak welding touched Zhu Shi and Mei's chi. Zhu Shi and Mei nodded. As a doctor, Zhu Shi saw that Gu-tahaha was not seriously ill and slandered his forehead with Gu-tahaha, a more subtle feeling of Gyuder dry milk. After confirming that it was normal human body temperature, Zhu Shi also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Shi did not ask what Gyuder Hekiao looked like the night before, but asked about the identity of the white-haired lady and the blonde loli Ming Ang, who are that white-haired beauty and blonde girl. Zhu Shi asked Yu Luo about his identity because he was not jealous, but because he wanted to thank Yu Luo, and at the same time he wanted to get to know these two sisters. If Yu Luo hadn't informed her that Gyuder he was sick, she wouldn't have been able to grab it in time. Save. Oh, they both. Yu, Xiaoluo, come out to meet me. You will be sisters from now on. Hearing the master's order, Yu Luo became physical again and appeared beside the bed. Yu, a white-haired snow-haired girl with a good wife and mother, but also has the style of a royal sister, greeted Zhu Shi and Mei. Hello, Zhu Shi, Mei, my name is Yu, and it is the master's Zanpakuto, a small and cute mixed-blood loli with 2 blonde ponytails and blue eyes. Xiaoluo also waved her hand to greet Zhu Shi and Mei. Hello, Sister Zhu Shi, Sister Mei, my name is Xiaoluo, and I am also the master's Zanpakuto. You can treat us as the legendary sword spirit, Yuluo said in unison. Zhu Shi and Mei were shocked when they heard that Yu and Xiao Luo were actually the legendary sword spirit. How many secrets does Ming Ang have? After experiencing gracefulness with Gyuder, Zhu Shi and Mei started to single the oxim from Gyuder. Zhu Shi was going to continue to develop the medicine for human transformation, while Mei remembered her brother. I don't seem to have seen my brother in the past 2 days. Where has my brother been? Ming Ang, where is Yu Shilang and my brother? Haven't they both come back yet? I'm back, but I'm not in the villa, but in the utility room outside the villa. The sun is high now, and they'll be back after the sunset. Upon hearing this, Mei put on the new clothes sent by Zhu Shi and came to the window and looked at the utility room in the courtyard. Through the window of the utility room, I saw my brother in inside. Seeing that my brother had no big problems, Mei began to die for Gu Ta Hengwei. The current Gyuder trench has been rescued for 2 days and 3 nights, and the immortal beans have been prolonged. It fully stimulates the Xun bloodline in the body and improves its strength in the near-death resurrection. Compared with the past, his strength has increased by about 10 times. Strong and terrible. The Maniad Sharinon in both eyes is only 1 step away from the reincarnation eye. He rolled his eyes and was ready to move, and he could only evolve into a reincarnation eye in just 1 step. Zanpakuto Yulu has reached a level that can be solved. Not only that, the analysis and application of the system core of Gyuder and have gained the ability they have always dreamed of. Shuttle through all world and real time is still. These 2 functions not only do not consume any energy but can also be used at any time. It can only be said that it is a magical system. Damn, energy conservation is just a roadside in front of the system. No matter what system it is, you can kick it. Good, so scary. When the vision will come to a vast, deep, and dark nothingness. This endless void is dotted with countless dazzling or faint flashing spots of light. These light spots are not dull but are circulating between continuous birth and disappearance, as if the entire space is pulsating like breathing. Behind every glimmer is a new universe. As long as you can project your thoughts into the universe where the light spot is at any time, but then the world will disappear and appear in the universe where the thoughts are. I'll test. Open a blind box. Right, because I don't know which spot is the light in the world of Demon Slayer Blade. The teleportation of the Gyuder Heba Huan Yaime. What if the teleportation is over and cannot be returned? There is no rush to travel through the world. When the wives who have settled down in this world find the light spot where the world of Demon Slayer Blade is located, leave the anchor point and then pause the time to ensure that everything is foolproof. The world can travel through the world. The true time pause upgraded by the system core can be performed for eternal time pauses. This provides guarantee for Gyuder to sail through all world. It would not be that after returning again, my wives would all turn into oil because of the different time flow rates in the 2 realms. When you have a space similar to a small world in the future, you will take all your wives in, ship through all worlds together. The system core of the system core of the cyst of the Gyuder howling Kong worm species has no luster and has lost all its abilities. Try to pinch it a little harder. Table tennis. No matter how much the Gyuders played with them before, there was no destruction. The invincible system core turned into dust and disappeared into the world. I'll test your mother. Chapter 55. The development of human transformed medicine successfully. The system core disappeared. Although the core of the system is useless, I am afraid of the silence 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 of the silence. After all, those 99,666 fairy beans can no longer be placed in the system core. It's hard to deal with. From now on, I have to bring a large bag of fairy beans when going out. How much is it to fish? Gyuder River Chu Fengmu blows the crisp maple ray shaking. Seeing Zhu Shi was busy doing an experiment, decided to avoid detours for several months. Use the ability of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharinon left eye to analyze the real way to make the human transformed medicine. Zhu Shi. Although he heard that it was Gyuder Hana's voice, Zhu Shi did not stop his work. Zhu Shi said softly as if he was coaxing a child, Ming Ang, wait for me for 5 hours. Will you be able to deal with it after completing the experiment? Jade Zhu Shi misunderstood what he meant. Gyuder Hei Shiriken talks about Yun and maple lye sodium umbrella. There was a snap. Zhu Shi was in pain and looked at Gu Tak's skeleton with a little shame and anger. Angry and shy look. She looked very cute. Okay, don't be angry. Who said I'm here to find you? He. The hair that the Gyuder Hang Zhu Shi fell in front of him was stretched to his ears. Stroked Zhu Shi's cheek and said seriously, this time I'm here to help you develop human transformed medicine. Seeing that the girl was drunk and difficult, Zhu Shi was a little unbelievable. How do you want to help me? Help you avoid detours for months. The Gyuder Hong Zhu Shi was pressed on the chair. Sit down and watch the performance for your husband. Zhu Shi sat upright on the chair and looked at Gyuder's skeleton curiously. She was very curious. It seemed that Ming Ang had never been exposed to such an experiment in her own perception. Then how should he help himself avoid detours for several months? I saw that the pupils in the nucleus of the Gyuder nuclear eye changed and a strange pattern that should be symmetrical appeared. Then the girl's howling smart crickets are shining with the flutes of the mother's fashionable flutes of the mother's thin. Zhu Shi originally thought that Gu Tak's eyes would emit awesome light and so on, so he directly synthesized the human medicine. But it seems that this is not the case. The stolen camel horse was flattering and robbed Zheng. It's just like being stunned. 1 minute or 2 minutes. Gyuder he was good at waving the fishy way. I didn't even blink my eyelid. There won't be something wrong with Ming Ang, right? Zhu Shi was a little worried and was about to get up to check out Gyuder Haneo Kungo. Do not move. Sit there and don't move. It's almost time. time. I'm almost finding the most suitable ratio. Zhu Shi was a little confused when he heard Gyuder Fan's famous word. What does it mean to find the most suitable ratio? Ming Ang, the most suitable ratio is not seen and experiments are needed. Zhu Shi reminded him. Gyuder Han Chunchen. Seeing this, Zhu Shi had to sit on the chair and continue to observe the skeleton of the Gyuder. As long as Ming Ang doesn't have any trouble, it will be fine no matter how long it takes. But what Zhu Shi didn't know was what the various experimental tools and the medicinal liquids on the experimental bench do at this moment, and how to use the described ones clearly directly instilled in Gyuder. Where is the drought disaster? And as the medicines began to emerge one by one, how to do it first and then how to do it, how much temperature, the experimental environment, etc. Various detailed experimental steps are reflected in the situation of drought. Another minute later, Gyuder Hiku is forgiven. My eyes didn't look dull. Then, in Zushi's surprised gaze, the model of the sacred agents were prepared in various ways: heating, distillation, stirring, and dropping. It seems like that. 2 minutes later, Gyuder Airlines picked up the test tube containing the blue medicine liquid. Fit with your own vision. Shake gently. The medicine solution in the test tube changes color instantly. It turned into a bright red medicine solution. What is this, Ming Ang? Zhu Shi asked softly, afraid of disturbing the skeleton of Gyuder. The gentleman smiled confidently. The medicine to turn into a human. Zhu Shi. Salt beans don't contain salt. Ming Ang, you make it difficult for me to accept the conversation. Don't believe it. Zhu Shi nodded. I really don't believe it. Let go. Let's take you to witness the miracle. Gu Tahahao blew the door and walked out. Zhu Shi stopped at the entrance and did not step out of the villa. After all, it was during the day now, so I just gave it away when I went out. Zhu Shi, just stand at the door. Don't have to come out. Open the door of the utility room. And in the utility room, the two ghosts sitting on the ground drawing circles raised their heads at the same time, looking at the skeleton of Gyuder. Is there anything wrong? Yu Shilang asked. This is a human turning medicine. Who of you will come first? The potion of Gyuder Airlines was handed to the two ghosts. The two ghosts didn't go to pick them up. Yu Shilang didn't want to become a human because he had to wait for the next life of Zushi. I want to become a perfect creature. And the ghosts don't know that Gyuder has Hong Zin Mine sent the emperor to Qian Kong. What if it was a super poison that poisoned him to death? It was not given to me by Zhu Shi. I won't drink it. As for the prostitute Taro, the idea is very simple. Humans are too weak to protect their sister. What's more, my sister is still a ghost. Before my sister becomes a human, I will not become a human. Okay, none of you are interested in such a good thing. Brother-in-law, come on. If you succeed in becoming a human, the next one is Plum. You don't want May to live in the dark forever. The sun is very warm, the sun is bright, and Plums want to become human. After feeding a bowl of chicken soup, the prostitute Taro finally took the medicine for transforming into a human. What do I want to do? Drink it. Just like last time. Don't decompose the drug. Don't resist. Embrace degeneration. Oh no. Embrace return. With the experience of getting rid of the ghost Dan, Taro did not exclude the drug. Received the transformation from human transformed medicine. Crackling. The skeleton of the prostitute Taro was like fried beans squeezing each other to make a crisp sound. Taro, who had been bent over, was gradually straightening his body. The hair color also changed and turned back to its original black. The black spots on the face that had existed during the human period were also fading away little by little. 5 minutes later, Taro, the prostitute, stretched out his hands, his pupils full of shock. Have you turned back to human? That kind of omnipotence disappeared from the prostitute Taro's body. Extend your hand, I'll check it out for you. Taro, the prostitute, stretched out his palm, and the originally black fingernails have now returned to being like a normal person. The arm of the prostitute Taro examined the body of the prostitute Taro. A very ordinary body, no different from an ordinary person. It seems that it has been successful. Okay, Taro, you have become a human. Go out for a walk. I really become a human? Taro, a prostitute, asked again in disbelief. Really? Go. May is watching you by the window inside the house. The prostitute Taro walked across the kotasi to the door of the utility room. Take another step outside and you will be exposed to the sun. Taking a deep breath, the prostitute Taro took big steps. The burning pain did not appear in the expected situation. All there is the dazzling sunshine that makes you unable to open your eyes. Taro, the prostitute, blocked the sun with his arms and looked at the ground. Now I am indeed standing under the sunshine. I have really become a human. Plum. The prostitute Taro shouted loudly. He looked at the room where May was and kept waving his arms. Inside the room, May was already crying when she saw all this. My brother has turned back to human. Chapter 56. May and Zushi become human. In the entrance, due to perspective, Jose could not see the prostitute Taro standing in the sun, only the roar and laughter of the prostitute Taro. Is it possible that Ming Ang really developed a human transformed medicine? Zushi now wants to run out immediately and see if the prostitute Taro is in the sun. Prostitute Taro, come with me. Go Go back to the house. The prostitute Taro followed the tomb of the toad. After seeing the prostitute Taro standing under the sun with a smile on his face, tears flowed out unconsciously. The human transformed medicine has really been developed successfully. My hundreds of years of hard work finally came to fruition. Gutahahao blew a cry and wiped away the tears from the corner of Zushi's eyes. How is it? Do you still think you are having fun with your husband? Zushi shook his head and hugged Yoder's body. The two came to the laboratory. Will I come to develop the human transformed medicine, or do you? I'll do it, Zushi said. After all, it was the potion that he had been studying for hundreds of years, and Zushi still wanted to develop a bottle himself. But you have to wait for the Gyuder Airlines ratio to be said. Okay, you can conduct the experiment as usual. At which step, how much medicine is needed, how much temperature is needed, and how to react. I'll tell you. Gyuder, he told Zushi about the ratio and experimental details of the human changing medicine. 10 minutes later, under the question of Gyuder Hanmo, Zushi finally made the medicine for human transformation. Do you use it yourself or give it to Mei or Nezuko? Zushi shook his head. The rigor of the experiment. As he said that, Zushi began to experiment with the blood of the 12 ghost months with the human making medicine he developed. 10 minutes later, I looked at the blood of the 12 ghost month that met the experimental requirements. Zushi was very happy. Thank you, Ming-Eng. Zushi put down half of the human potion left and looked at the slightest toad. After the kiss, Zushi followed the steps just now and made another ghost-like medicine. The time is 4 minutes. It is more than twice as fast as the first time, but it is still better than Gyuder Hao. Zushi did not take this seriously. Ming-Eng was so proud that he was so proud. There was no need to be jealous. Because I don't know that the daughter of the sacred girl is a ghost, Zushi asked Ming-Eng. Besides Nezuko and Mei, do you have any other ghost girlfriends? This is also to facilitate your plan early. After all, the materials needed to develop human transformed medicine are not enough. At most 3 human transforming medicines can be made. If Ming-Eng had other ghost girlfriends who had not been brought home, Zushi would need to go out to buy the required materials. There is none left. That just right. I'll have one. Nezuko, Mei, Yoshiro. Because he was not clear about Yushalang's thought, Zushi also included Yushalang. Want to turn him back into a human. Is Yoshiro? Zushi, let Yushalang give this to him tomorrow. It just so happens that I will also have a gift for Yoshiro tomorrow. Tomorrow is the time when the blue other side flowers bloom. Since Yushalang wants to wait for Zushi's next life, he will let Yushalang wait as he wishes. Become the only perfect creature in the world, living until the end of time, living until it is sliced and studied. When the years end, the more Shalang will find that the pearl world has never had reincarnation. Alright, I will hand over this from Yoshiro, and you can give it to him when the time comes. Zushi put the human changing medicine on the test bench into a small glass bottle and handed it to the skeleton of the skeleton. Then he continued to develop human transformed medicine. 10 minutes later, 3 human transformed medicines belonging to Zushi, Mei, and Nezuko were developed. Zushi and Ming-Eng came to Mei's room. I saw Zushi and Ming-Eng coming, and I was holding a red potion in my hand. Mei, who already knew what the human-turned medicine looked like, came excitedly to the person and the ghost. Zushi, Ming-Eng, is this the medicine to transform into a human? That's right, this is the medicine for human transformation. Give it, this is yours, and you and Zushi each serve. Drink the medicine to turn into a human, and after becoming a human, I will take you 2 out shopping. Mei excitedly took the medicine to transform himself and looked at Zushi. Drink the medicine for transforming humans with Zushi. After drinking the medicine for transforming into human, Plum's appearance changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black patterns on the body are constantly lightening, and the color of the pupils has also changed, changing from yellow to azure. The body is also constantly getting smaller. The chest that you are proud of on your chest is also getting smaller. The changes in the jealous ape vendor were stunned. Damn it, Mei actually turned back to her prime years. This is too cruel. Does the human transformed medicine change according to the psychological age of ghost? Blue eyes, white hair, delicate facial features, and a white and delicate face. It's worthy of the name of White Plum. The jealousy turned back and sighed. Hearing the smile of the squatta smiled happily. Go forward and hug Gyuder's body. To be honest, Gyuders are in great harmony with each other and are in trouble. That is, has the membrane of Plum recovered? On the other hand, Zushi also became a human. Except for the rosy feeling of flesh and blood on the cheek, it looked even more tender. There has not been much change, but this does not affect Zushi's treatment of war in Gyuder box. Zushi is also very beautiful. I have a different kind of beauty. The beauty of a young woman is the only one who is a young woman. Chapter 57 Arrangement for Prostitute Taro. Don't make fun of me. When I get old and lose my sex life, maybe you will abandon me. Zushi joked. If you become a human, your lifespan is limited, and his appearance will naturally not last forever. It is inevitable that you will get old and lose your color. To be honest, Zushi regretted it a little, regretted becoming a human. If it is not human, it can accompany you. Always show your best side to Ming Ang, but now, it can't be done anymore. If you walk there, you will be sad. Hearing Zhu Shi's inner thought, Gyuder Hang Zhu Shi hugged him in his arms. The fingertips streaked across Zhu Shi's rosy cheeks. Follow your heart and your stomach. You only need to remember one thing, that is, becoming my woman, and you don't have to worry about lifespan and appearance. I will let you stay young and beautiful with your human body. Zhu Shi's lips moved lightly, and he wanted to speak. Gyuder Hefei held the posthumous title of Ken Lim Wei SHH. Just believe it. Just leave the rest to your husband. Zhu Shi nodded, no longer worried. After letting go of the Pearl World, the Emperor Gyuder threw the Pearl World and pulled the plum with one hand and walked out of the villa. The door of the villa was pushed open, and the prostitute Taro looked over. I saw my sister Bai Mei, who once made me proud. Plum, is it really you? Looking at Mei, who was exactly the same as in his memory, the prostitute Taro was very excited. He trembled and walked towards the plum. Gyuder instigated Mei, and Mei stepped forward and hugged her brother. Prostitute Taro, elder brother. With a word of brother, the figures from hundreds of years ago overlapped again at this moment. The plum is still so beautiful, and it still makes me proud. Sister, the prostitute Taro cried with joy. After a long time, Mei raised her head and looked at her brother. After observing closely, Mei then realized her brother's appearance. Something changed. The black spots that have been on the cheek and chest since birth disappeared. Not only that, my brother's back also seems to be less hunched. Brother, you've become better, Mei said in surprise. Regarding the praise, the prostitute Taro scratched his head and said embarrassedly, it's a little better. This should be a laborer in the dry tomb of Gyuder. After drinking the human-changing medicine he developed, my appearance changed. Wow, if this happened, my brother will be able to find his wife. Brother, why don't you thank Ming Ang? Mei pulled the prostitute Taro to the skeleton. The prostitute Taro came to Gyuder and was very similar to that of an adult. Although he was obviously an adult, he was a little bit young. Thank you, Ming Ang. I heard that Gyuder was sorry for his plan to forgive him. It's just a simple task. If you really want to thank me, go out and find a job. With your current appearance, it shouldn't be difficult to find a job. Stop asking for debts anymore. Live well. Just Mei said it would be great if she could find another wife. The shoulders of the Gyuders were said. Since Taro, a prostitute, has become a human being, he naturally has to live according to human habit. Mei has become her own woman, and she will never be able to rely on her prostitute Taro for life. Starting a family and starting a career is the future of the prostitute Taro. It seems that it is time to find Shakia and let him operate it and help the prostitute Taro. The silence of a prostitute's beard. I try my best. I will not let Mei down. Prostitute Taro swore. Seeing this, the silence of the fat maple whack and the taxes of the silence 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 of the silence. Zeus, give the prostitute Taro some money and let him go out and make a living. Good. Zeus returned to the house, took out 1/10 of the money she had saved for hundreds of years and handed it to the prostitute Taro. After all, it is my sister's brother, so it's better to be generous. Looking at the piles of banknotes and small bags of coins that Zushi handed to him, the prostitute Taro was very moved. I have never seen so much money since I was a child. It's not enough to use it. Prostitute Taro refused. Let's go ahead. How much is it? Zushi is speechless. It's not your money. You don't feel heartbroken, right? The refusal was fruitless, and the prostitute Taro had to take over the money. Afterward, after returning to the stern, the prostitute Taro left the courtyard and went out to work hard. Ming Ang, is my brother really okay? Mei is still very clear about what her brother's temper is. It's not very good. Gutak drank a prayer and gave a gift. Mei, but there is no big problem. I'll arrange a relationship for your brother. From now until it is buried, arrange him properly. The crow flew into the courtyard and fell on the squaw. Send a raven to follow the prostitute Taro from afar and tell Sayashikia Yoshia about the matter here, and ask him to arrange a job for the prostitute Taro I asked you to monitor. It would be best if I could arrange another wife. Received. Li replied, Master Mealy wants me to ask you, when will you go back? A week. I'll go back to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team in a week. Mei and Zushi finally could see the imperial capital during the day, and Dijian accompanied the two girls to go shopping. Thank you, Ming Ang. The plums are fed to the welding process of the Gyuder. Gutak hilariously and returned to the road to chase him. I should do it if my family doesn't speak 2 words. Let's go and take you out to see what the Tokyo imperial capital looks like during the day. After everyone left, there was only one ghost left in the villa and was still silently staying in the utility room. It seemed as if everyone had forgotten him. Yu Shiro sat on the wooden board in the utility room and fell into deep thought. He doesn't understand why no one mentions himself. I'm a human being. Why is no one not right? I am not a human being. it is normal for them to forget. After some self-instruction, Yu Shilang became beautiful again because she has become a human. Yu Shiro showed a bright smile on his face. 100 years, at most 100 years, I can be completely with the reincarnated Lord Zushi. By then, what a bullshit is the Sea of Gyuters. As long as I live for a long time, I will have everything. Hehe. Yoshiro laughed happily in the dark room. On the streets of the imperial capital on the other side, Mei and Zushi smiled happily. There is nothing happier than being with your beloved and enjoying the warm sunshine. Ming-Ang, come on, this candied haws are so delicious. Ming-Ang, here, the shape of this marshmallow is so cute. Ming-Ang, come on, open your mouth. You sip, I sip. Ming-Ang, how is my outfit? Is it beautiful? Ming-Ang, I'm so happy. Chapter 58 Blue Ribbon Part 1. All day long, Gyuter Regret Pod, the capital of the capital, is playing. It was not until night fell that the two girls returned to the villa tiredly. I just turned back to human, but it was still a little difficult to adapt for a while. It's like playing games with cheats. Suddenly you have no infinite energy. There are many limitations in everything you do, but it also brings a lot of fun. Many fun things that cannot be experienced when you are a ghost. For example, when they are ghosts, they are only interested in human, but after becoming human, you can taste all kinds of delicacies. Back to the villa. The building is not blow-proof. After letting go of the two women's arms, Zushi and Mei lay weakly on the soft bed, comfortable. At this moment, my tired body was healed. Seeing this scene, the door of the room was filled with silence. The next day, Gyuters beat up with a mirage and a young fan. He wanted to take Tanjiro to guide the way. One of the winding string Haihamu died and he was killed instantly. After receiving the news, Yoyashikiya could guess with his butt that Guiwuzan would definitely hide in Infinity City. After Guiwuya hides in Infinity City, the evil ghosts will definitely restrain themselves a lot. The demon killing team must take advantage of this period to expand ordinary players and increase high-end combat power, recruiting heroes from all over the world. The Demon Slayer team's big stage. Come if you have a living. It is unrealistic to want to overtake and return to the peak of the Demon Slayer team when Ji Kuyuanyi was in the Demon Slayer team. Therefore, Yoyashikitayasu slightly reduced the requirement of 100 million points, that is, the column level combat power must have 3-piece set, that is, marking, knife, and transparent world. All this is done is to prepare for the future Giwuyuzan to leave Infinite City again. At that time, the Demon Slayer team will even cut off the 5 most basic breathing method. Among them, the most awesome Rizi breath as the pillar of the demon killing team must be passed on. Therefore, Tanjiro and all the pillars were recalled to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Moreover, Yoyashikiya also ordered, from now on, if it were not for the super large evil ghost incident, Zu would not leave the headquarters of the demon killing team without authorization. You must stay at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team to train new people and take at least one stepson apprentice. It is said that Yinzu Yu Tianyuan's stepson is a very timid yellow-haired man. Yanzu and Wuming Yu Xingming's stepson is a rare ghost eater in a century. Fengzhu and Mutaki Kawashimiya's stepson is a pig-headed man. He makes a sudden progress there all day, which is very scary. Tanjiro, as the descendant of the breathing method of the Japanese, also helped to kill Zionkai, Lei, and participate in the Infinite Train incident to protect humans. He was promoted to the 9th pillar, the Sun pillar. Like other pillars, you also need to take up a stepson, but Tanjiro didn't find a suitable candidate. On the training ground, Tanjiro was serious about leading his dozen of his students to conduct various trainings. A black spot flew from the horizon. Tanjiro looked at him and smelled the Qatar Hana. Brother Ming-Ang. Tanjiro waved his hand and greeted. Gyuter Hao Fenjian is afraid that the guards are good at comparing. Let your raven go and ask Shikiya for leave and go back to your hometown with me. Go back to my hometown. Tanjiro was puzzled. What are you doing when you go back there? Do you still remember the picture I asked you to see in Nayashan? Tanjiro nodded. Remember, there is a blue flower painted on it. That's the blue-red shore flower. Tanjiro blinked, not too surprised. Obviously he didn't know what the use of the blue ridge flower was. It's useless to tell you. Let's go with me. By the way, where is Nezuko? Tanjiro pointed to the wooden box placed under the tree. Gyuter Hiufeng Juju squatted in front of the wooden box to block the sunlight and opened the box. Looking at the little Nezuko inside, Gyuter Hihan held a coffin and surrounded the madman's miasma. Nezuko, can you speak? Occasionally. Nezuko struggled to issue a few syllables. Although I can't understand what it means, by listening to my heart, I can hear Nezuko say, Brother Ming-Ang. It is obvious that Nezuko's mind has not yet returned to the level of the human age. Still like a little girl, only a small number of memories from human period. I know Tanjiro is my brother. I know that Gyuter he has a relationship with him. I know that he is a mother, a father, and I know that many people, but there is no complete human memory, and I also forget what happened at home that night. If Nezuko is given medicine to transform into humans now, Nezuko will most likely fall into a coma directly. She needs to find the memories of the human period in the dream before she can become a human. As for the time required, it depends on Nezuko's willpower. And why are they so simple to become human, such as Jushi, Mei, and prostitute Taro? That's because these three people have memories of the human period and only need to transform their bodies. Nezuko, do you want to become a human? Before Nezuko could answer, Tanjiro, who was eavesdropping on the side, shouted directly to the Kyuta trench. Brother Ming-Eng, can Nezuko become a human? Yes, this is the medicine for human transformation. You can become human again after drinking it. The small bottle of human transformation medicine belonging to Nezuko was taken out. It's just that Nezuko's condition is so special. She's very happy after drinking it, probably going to be in a coma. It requires regular observation, so I want to take Nezuko away and bring it back after it becomes human. What do you think? Tanjiro nodded repeatedly, trusting the sacred and beautiful girl. Brother Ming-Eng said that if Nezuko can become a human, then she will definitely be able to do it. Isn't it just that Nezuko has left her side for a few days? Anyway, Nezuko will definitely not be in danger with Brother Ming-Eng. No problem, as long as Brother Ming-Eng can turn Nezuko back to humanity. Good boy, come to the road. Tutor Konyeto Sakura stood up and patted Tanjiro on the shoulder. Very good, just rely on your trust. Nezuko will definitely be able to become a human. After saying that, Yutarhan said that the white squid was surrounded by Nanwo cherry blossoms and took off in place, flying towards Tanjiro's hometown, looking for the blue-red shore flower. By the way, Brother Ming-Eng, where are we going? Don't you go to your house? Brother Ming-Eng, the direction is reversed. Tess, you didn't say it earlier. Chapter 59, Blue Ridge Central. After half an hour of flight, the stolen Han dynasty was forced to fight the tax due Tanjiro's hometown. Looking at the house that had become dilapidated after being damaged by wind and snow because no one was maintaining and repairing it, Tanjiro felt mixed feelings. Tanjiro walked around the house one after another. I wanted to push the door and enter, but hesitated for a moment, but in the end I still didn't enter. In the Gyutar Han Kang Cheng Wo Yang Mai, he seemed to notice that he had returned home and became restless. In the box way, Brother Ming-Eng, let's go and see the blue-red shore flower. Tanjiro led the way in front, and the squid carbuncles on the side of the Kyutan spoon were behind Tanjiro. After walking and stopping 10 minutes later, the two of them arrived in front of a small land block. Brother Ming-Eng, that's it. Tanjiro looked into the sky, and it would take 3 or 4 hours before the sun could reach directly above his head. There are about 3 or 4 hours left before that blue flowers will bloom. Brother Ming-Eng, let's wait here. The wooden box behind Gyutar Hang was put down, sat on the back of the sun, and played with Nezuko in the box. Tanjiro was wandering around. Come to a clearing. This is the clearing where Tanjiro's father used to jump into the fire god. At the beginning of the new year, Tanjiro Zayaman would wear special clothes and special mask here. In this open space, from the morning of this day, he would dance to the fire god Kami Kari until the morning of the next day. One day and one night, sleeplessly, Tanjiro looked at the open space, followed his father. Tanjiro took out the hibiscus knife and began to jump on the fire god Kamiya. Wolf Dan, the sky of the blue, the red mirror of the scorching sun, the sun rainbow, the train, the burning bones of the sun, the sunlight turn, the sun halo of the dragon, and the head Dan, the flame Dan. The breathing of the 12-type sun was performed with Tanjiro's dance steps. When the 12-type of flame dance ended, Tanjiro was already sweating profusely and had difficulty breathing. In Tanjiro's eyes, his father Tanjiro's son Amen was still dancing with the god of fire, tiredly repeating over and over again from beginning to end. There is no difference in the movement. Father, why can you dance for so long? Aren't you tired? Xiao Tanjiro asked in confusion as he looked at his father's thin body. He didn't understand why his father, who had been ill and sick, could not feel any fatigue when he was having fun. Tanjiro rubbed the little Tanjiro's head and said kindly, Tanjiro, if you breathe correctly, you can keep dancing. The right way to breathe. Tanjiro looked at the scene in front of him as if he understood everything. Brother Ming-Eng told himself that his own god of fire is the breath of the sun, and there are 13 types. At that time, I had not figured out the god of fire, so I didn't know how many types of god of fire were. It was not until I fully mastered the god of fire that I realized that the god of fire seemed to have only 12 types. So what about the 13th type? After recalling what his father said, Tanjiro woke up. Use the god of fire from the first type to the 12th type continuously and complete a big cycle is the 13th type of the sun's breathing. Tanjiro straightened his body and jumped again with his father's figure. 1 type round Dan, 2 type billow sky, 3 type red mirror of scorching sun, 12 type flame Dan. This time Tanjiro did not stop again but continued to jump from the beginning to the fire god Kamiya. One Piece Wolf Dan. Time passes by minute by minute. It was soon noon, and the Kartarkhan was a sacred man. Looking at the small earth bun in front of him, clusters of blue buds are quietly awakening as if a gorgeous bloom is brewing in the tranquility. Gu Ta Haoli, his eyes were like torches torches, and the eternal maniatoscope Sherinon tightly locked the blue buds that were about to bloom. As time goes by, the tightly closed buds slowly crack the cracks in the gap. Thin and soft blue petals gently poked out their head. These petals gradually stretched out and then bent backwards in an elegant posture, outlining an amazing and beautiful arc. Deep in the core of the bud, the slender but powerful blue stamens stretch out unwillingly, exploring outwards until they reach a perfect length, and then gently bend backward, forming a sharp and harmonious contrast with the petals. The petals bend outward and the stamen bend inward. The two are intertwined with opposite arc, forming a natural picture that is both opposite and unified and beautiful. The Gyudersi, which observed the entire flowering process of the Blue Ridge flower, has seen the role of the Blue Ridge flower through the maniatoscope Sherinon, the same as Guiwuyan's guess. That is, after eating the ghost, he can really be immune to the sun and become the legendary perfect creature. But the nature of a ghost will still be retained. When the blue-red spider flower is eaten by humans, something very terrifying will happen. That food poisoning. In mild cases, vomiting for a short period of time, and in severe cases, vomiting for a long period of time. What would the blue-red flower that has never been eaten before? But now forget it. Pick a few flowers and go back and keep them for you. Shalang. 10 blue shore flowers were picked for each of the Zushi and Butterfly Ninja. After all, I had promised Butterfly Ninja to take the Blue Ridge flower back for her to study. The remaining 2 flowers are given to Yoshiro, making him a perfect creature and able to walk in the sun. Tisk, I am such a good person. After installing 10 blue flowers, I walked towards the direction of the Wiopan on the side of the Gyuder Han's house. At this time, Tanjiro, who had been dancing for more than 3 hours, had already jumped to the limit. Tanjiro, go, don't jump. Hearing that Tanjiro finally stopped, he staggered a few steps and barely stabilized his body. Kyudetsu Kakuba used therapeutic ninjutsu to relieve Tanjiro's physical fatigue. A few minutes later, Tanjiro, who had recovered some strength, broke down towards the welding line of the Kyuda. Thank you, Brother Ming-Ang. Don't thank you. I'll take you back to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. After taking Tanjiro back to the headquarters of the Demon Slay team, the Kyuda Hanshin feared that Wei Shaiwan would not be able to resist the slanting keys of the coffin and bloated into the casket. It was noon, and the girls in the butterfly house were having lunch in the restaurant. Among them, Chineu, who is the most talented and sensitive to the perception of chi, looked up directly at Gyuder's squad. The girls were puzzled. Kana, Brother Ming-Ang is back, Chineu said with a smile on her face, then came directly to the courtyard of the butterfly house. When the girls heard this, they followed Chineu's footsteps and waited in the courtyard. Aside the blue sky and white cloud, a small black dot flew towards this side. Mealy and Butterfly Nin also felt the sodium syrup of the syrup. The crowd of the butterfly house in Gyuder Hang has already greeted him in the courtyard, and the explosion is also speeding up. In just 1 minute, it fell into the courtyard of the butterfly house. Chapter 60 Blue Ribbon Part 2 Brother Ming-Ang, Brother Ming-Ang, Brother Ming-Ang, you are back. Ming-Ang. The girls gathered around the Gyuder heroes to ask about their well-being. Do you miss me, Miri, Butterfly Ninja, Kanahu, Kanazaki Aoi? All 3 little ones nodded and replied in unison. Think about it. Gyuder Hans Hungbo. Each of them has a loving wet kiss. As for the 3 little ones, they kissed them on the face. I haven't tasted Kamasaki's craftsmanship for a long time, so I started to eat it. Nezuko was playing with the 3 little guys, Mealy and the others. After eating and drinking, Gyuder Han took out 4 blue flowers from the bag of the white flower and handed them to the Butterfly Ninja, and explained what this is. Blue-red shore flower, Butterfly Ninja said in surprise, but unexpectedly Gyuder Hexian was shocked. Jiao Fortress Yu Wuzan searched for the blue spider flower that had not been found for thousands of years. Don't be happy so early. The specific effects of Blue Ridge flower may not be as useful as you think. It is basically not very useful to humans. For ghosts, it is the same as those rumored. Butterfly held away the blue-red spider flower and shook his head slowly and said, it doesn't matter. It's already very satisfied to see the blue-red spider flower mentioned in the biography. Since there is no research value, Butterfly Ninja decided to make it into a specimen and preserve it. Then Gyuder Hezekin proposed whether to go to the imperial capital to play for a few days. Except for Mealy, the girls shook their heads one after another. It's not that they don't want to go, it's just that they have to do too many things. Butterfly Ninja and Kana should work hard to achieve the state of being able to kill the winding string as soon as possible. Let Gyuder defend himself to avenge his sister Chini. Aoi Kamizaki is unable to get rid of her body because she is the butler of Butterfly House. What's more, there are 3 little ones who only need to take care of themselves. Okay, then I'll bring you gift when I come back. Zayakui, go. I'll teach you the method of practicing chi. Kanzaki Aoi was overjoyed when she heard that she was finally able to learn. Really? Thank you, Brother Ming-Ang. After I learn to be angry, I can fly in the sky like Sister Mealy, Sister Zyanan, and Sister Chineu. Kamisaki ran to Gyuder Hei and ran away excitedly. Heavily in Gyuder Han's house, Minister Zhang Zizi's sledge boat Note: when I noticed the eyes of the girls in the house, it seemed that they were all on me. Zayakui lowered her head shyly. The girls have actually tacitly understood this. Since the last time Gyuder defended Tanjiro and left the butterfly house, Miri and Zianan have found that Xiao Aoi is a little absent-minded. There is no need to think too much. The two girls knew that it must be the old man who criticized Gutakhi and Mu Menglong. Before leaving, she did not forget to hook up Xiao Kui's soul. What a bad guy. Butterfly Ninja looked at Konoha next to her, shook her head and sighed. His own sister was actually caught by Gyuder Hedian. Does Gyuder Hesanger want to eat sister rice bowl? When he arrived at the Jiandao Hall, Gyuder Heijin Jinxi taught the cultivation method of Chi. Aoi Kamisaki is the final selection of Ghost Hunter through the demon killing team in the same class as Kazuki Tomojiro. The moisture in it is self-evident. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stayed in the butterfly house and developed the inferiority character of the previous one. After teaching Kanzaki Aoi the practice of completing Chi, Gyutaran came to the sword Doken. With the care of Butterfly Ninja and Konoha, there is no need to be afraid of any major problem. Calculate the time Zushi and Mei should wake up too. So, after saying goodbye to Zyren, Gyutarhan flew to the imperial capital together with Meili. On the way, the new sisters of the Gyutar Helioi Pan, plum, white plum, grey hair, blue Jean's eyes, so amazing, it must be very beautiful. Otherwise, brother Mingeng wouldn't have let her become my sister. Yes, it looked very good, just as good as Xiao Meili. In the villa, when Zushi and Mei woke up, they first cooperated to clean the room tacitly. Since it was already noon and the two of them were no longer ghosts, they prepared lunch. Zushi's craftsmanship is very good and the food is full of color, fragrant and taste. It was just because I didn't know that the two girls were a little absent-minded and didn't have a big appetite. After lunch, the two girls chatted in the house, talk about the story of the Kota. Discussing the discussion, Zimajang begged to make an appointment with a man in love with him. The door of the villa was pushed open and Zushi and Mei quickly got up and ran towards the entrance. Sister Zushi, Mei, I'm back. Meili happily stepped forward and hugged the two girls. After just explaining to Zushi, Mei also learned about Meili's existence, a pink-haired beauty with a very simple mind, lively and cute and passionate mind. I am really cute and enthusiastic when I see you today. The three girls were like sisters who had been separated for many years and they were having a lot of fun chatting on the sofa in the living room. Meili learned that Mei and Zushi were also ghosts and now they all became humans. I was surprised and happy for them. On the other side, Nezuko, who defended the normal situation, came to the bedroom on the second floor. Nezuko, lie down well. What I want to feed you now is the medicine for human transformation. After drinking it, you can get back human memories and become human. It's just that the process is a bit painful. So, Nezuko-chan, are you ready? Gu-tat Welding asked while touching Nezuko's cheek. Nezuko held the squad in both hands and put it on her head, nodding happily. The Antarius drank and harbored the punishment and poured the transformed medicine into Nezuko's mouth. After swallowing the medicine to transform into human, Nezuko's eyes gradually closed, sleeping in a dream, looking for memories of the past. Close the door and suck the utility room in the courtyard. After Yoshiro's transformation, this place has become his small villa. Yoshiro, who was taking note, put down the notes in his hand and asked, is there anything wrong? Gyuder Hai-jun, there is no special emotion about Gyuder Hai Yoshiro. He is angry or jealous and he doesn't have any. All I have is just my expectation for a better life for Lord Zushi in my heart. I'll give you something. Take out the blue spider flower and the transgenic medicine. These two flowers are blue-red shore flowers. You should have heard Zushi say the specific effect. After eating the ghost, it can turn the ghost into a perfect creature without fear of the sun. It's my gift to you. The medicine in this glass bottle is the human transforming medicine given to you by Zushi. I hope you can become a human. It depends on you whether you want to be a perfect creature or a human being. Between a perfect creature and a human, Yushiro had no idea of choosing to become a perfect creature. But you still have to accept the medicine for transforming into a human. After all, it was given to you by Lord Zushi. Keep it well. Thank you, Gyuder. Yu Shilang was intimidating the Gyuder Hainra. After all, if there was no Gyuder Hainra and Mewtwo, even if he was really with Lord Zushi in the future, he would not be able to be together. Living in the sun. Gyuder he suddenly left the utility room. Chapter 61 Three Little Strong. Back at the villa, Meili and Zushi, the three girls of Mei, said they would go out shopping and asked the Gyuder to go. Gyuder is good at waving apricot and benzos and liking it. While accompanying Meili and the others shopping, Gyuder he Kang Yan snatched a gift for the butterfly house girls. Honey, Pearl World, and plums are also fermented by the rugged fermented 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 ferment. Of course, I didn't forget to buy gift for Meili, Zushi, and Mei. Time passed slowly. One morning 6 days later, Nezuko finally woke up. The tears flowing out of the dream soaked the pillow. After sensing Nezuko woke up, Gutak hurried to check the situation, push the door and enter. When Nezuko saw that it was a slut, she hurried forward and hugged the slut. Brother Ming-Eng. Nezuko, who has already remembered all the memories of the human period and has recovered her human body, lay on the silence of 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 the silence. The tragedy that happened at home a year and a half ago is still vivid in my mind, as if it was yesterday. My mother died and my younger brothers and sisters died. They are all that demon. They are all ghost dances. Inside the house, Yudahiko gently patted Nezuko's back and comforted Nezuko. Let Nezuko cry in her arms. Meili, Zushi, and Mei quickly put on her clothes and went out to check the situation. When I heard that Nezuko woke up and was still crying, I didn't go in and disturb the two of them. Each of them divides their labor, cleans up the cleaning, and prepares breakfast. An hour later, Nezuko finally stopped crying. With red eyes, he looked up at the skeleton of the skeleton. Brother Ming-Eng, let's go find my brother. Gyuder Hikan Limus and me Peng Koff and friends sent Xin Temue and said gently, okay, but I have to wait for breakfast. Now Nezuko, you are already a human being, so you can't do it without breakfast. Yeah, Nezuko nodded obediently. Then Gutahao walked downstairs with Nezuko. When they arrived at the restaurant, Meili and the others had already prepared breakfast, just waiting for Gutaha to blow his sword and then have a meal. During these 6 days, the sacred and sacred maple basket rabbit taught the cultivation method. Zushi's talent is slightly worse and he barely mastered flying the day before yesterday. Mei's talent is much better, almost the same as Xiren. Through cultivating Qi, Zushi and Mei's physiques have also been greatly enhanced. However, compared with Meili, they are still too weak. Every time Zushi and Mei saw that Meili could actually control Gutahai so much and couldn't help but sigh that they still had to work hard. Back to the topic. After breakfast, Yoder Hansu Ovalgen packed up his things together and prepared to go to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Before leaving, Zushi said goodbye to Yu Shilang. After leaving this place, I may never come back. The villa will be left for you. Yu Shilang, you are a good child. Live well. Yu Shilang Bayo was filled with tears, looking into the sky, watching the world go away until it disappears. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer team, Butterfly House. The women's volleyball teams up and came forward one by one. Gyuder is so good to compare with Ao Yangchek Han Muting's penis. Butterfly nervous took the gift and kissed him in the Gyuder Haneo. Chineu took the gift and kissed him at the Kyutaa Han Aga. However, compared with Butterfly Ninja, Chineu stuck out her tongue curiously. Aoi Kamisaki took the gift just like the Butterfly Ninja. It's the three little one. Gyuder regrets Ei Lukio. Xiao Qing, Xiao Cheng, and Zionaho took the gift, and everyone was at the sledge of 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 the. Thank you. you Brother Ming-ang for your gift. I like Brother Ming-ang the most. In the ward of Butterfly House, my wife Zani Yi, who was injured during training with Yunzhou Yu Tian Yuan, saw this scene through the window. Jealous hands scratched their head and pulled their yellow hair. The teeth rubbed and made a squeaking sound. Damn it, who is this? Why are the beautiful sisters and sisters who are gentle and elegant in their daily life who don't like to be close to others kissing him? And why there are so many beauties around him? Pink-haired beauties, white-haired beauties, black-eyed beauties, and brunette beauties. I'm so jealous. Oh, my stomach hurt so much. I was so angry that I had a stomachache. Why? It's unfair. Shan Yi's jealous stomach spasms and cramps, and he lay on the ground and howled. As early as the last time I came to the demon killing team to find Tanjiro, back to my hometown to find the blue ribbon. Brother Gyutar Han came to the three small strong men in the original work and had all gathered at the demon killing team headquarters. But I didn't expect that today I met my wife Shan Yi in the butterfly house. Yao Kui, the yellow hair in that ward seems to be in great pain. Don't you go and see it. Kamisaki Aoi followed the ward of the cuter hen and found that it was my wife Simon Yam. That's just a little hooligan. Don't worry about it, and his stomach is fine. He must be pretending. Aoi Kamizaki didn't want to care about Simone's affairs, but she chose to let Xiao Qing go for a checkup due to the doctor's responsibility. Forget it, Xiao Qing. Go and see what's wrong with my wife Shan Yi. Okay, Sister Zayakui. Xiao Qing returned to the room with a stolen As the logistics center of the ghost killing team, Butterfly House has a considerable flow of people every day, especially after the death of Hai Hei Mao, one of the winding line. The number of people at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team has increased several times. For the sake of the safety of his wives, the Kuta Hei Kol Slide asked the Chayayuya to build a large courtyard for himself. As soon as he thought of this, Yuter Brown Ben Yangzi kept a crow and expressed his thoughts to the crow. When the girls heard that the girl asked Shakia to build a large yard, they all said that they wanted to move in and let the girl weld her own room. Don't be anxious, you have a share. However, before the large yard was built, Zhu Shi and Mei had to live in Butterfly House. Fortunately, there are extra rooms in the Gyuder Han Tuyi, which is completely enough for the two of them to live in, although the two of them may not be able to use it. After all, during the sick days in the Tokyo imperial capital, Zhu Shi and Mei have always been in the same room as the Gyuder Good Heart one. After arranging the accommodation issues for Jose and Mei, Kyutan took Nezuko to the villa where Tanjiro was. Tanjiro is now a pillar and has his own big villa at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. In the training hall in the villa, Tanjiro was practicing with his friend Heina Shuk, whom he had just met not long ago. Ahaha, at dawn blind Heiaro, I have adapted to your speed. The pig is making a sudden progress. Tanjiro easily avoided the attack of Heina Shuk's mouth and smiled. Inashuk, my name is Tanjiro Zayaman, not Hakairo, and that's not my full strength just now. Eat my sword. Chapter 62. The mouth of Hirana Shuk. Oh, it should be said to be fate or fate. I didn't expect you to meet this Tanjiro. The Kyuta Haka Tanjiro was actually with Inashuk. Let's go, Nezuko. Tanjiro is inside the house. Nezuko nodded and pulled Yuta Hani's finger behind him. Ha, hit you. Inashuk used a wooden sword to hit Tanjiro wearing protective gear. Tanjiro ignored Inashuk but looked out of the house in disbelief, sad and excitedly. Nezuko, sorry, Inashuk, my sister is back. I'm going to see her. After saying that, Tanjiro threw down his wooden sword and rushed outside the training hall. It seemed that he noticed that his brother Tanjiro was also running towards him. Nezuko let go of the silence of the neck of the silent Nezuko. Elder brother. The brother and sister hugged each other and cried. Tanjiro was excited that Nezuko finally turned back into a human. Nezuko was excited that she finally saw her brother, and she was also full of apology. For himself, my brother was willing to kneel down to others. For himself, he was bullied by those pillars and distrustful. My brother has carried too much for him. Inashuk walked out of the house, looked at the brother and sister embracing each other, and said in confusion, oh, who is this woman? Suddenly, Inashuk seemed to have noticed something, looked around vigilantly, muttering, no, there are experts around. Where is it? Inashuk looked around and didn't see the hidden strong man. Instead, I saw an ordinary human being who is harmless, and ordinary human beings, the skeleton of 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 the SKE. If all wrong answers are excluded, then the strong man will be obvious. Because Inashuk and Tanjiro have not known each other for a long time, they cannot accurately read Tanjiro's name. It's the woman that Hakairo was holding in the blind man. Is she so powerful? Heioro, the premature blind man, actually knows such a strong man. Inashuk held two wooden swords in his hands and circled around the two of them. constantly observing Nezuko. Tanjiro let go of Nezuko and took Nezuko to express his gratitude to Gutada. Thank you, Brother Ming-Ang. Thank you for turning Nezuko back into humanity. Thank you, Brother Ming-Ang. Nezuko also thanked. Looking at Tanjiro and Nezuko, who suddenly bowed to him, Inosuke stood there in awkwardly. For it will be a family in the future. Why would we thank you? You call me brother. I call you Tanjiro. Although Tanjiro was prepared in his heart, he knew that Nezuko would one day be with the squad of the squad Huangzhen. But when this day really came, Tanjiro was still a little reluctant to let it go. After all, Nezuko is his only family. That Ming-Ang, Nezuko will ask you. Hearing that his brother agreed, Nezuko said shyly, Brother Ming-Ang, please take care of me in the future. Cuter Han Shenbo held Nezuko and held him up. Cute Nezuko, your brother Ming-Ang will love you very much. The squid was blown away by the squid, and the right color of the coffin was laughed with great heart. Tanjiro looked at Nezuko's smile and smiled from the bottom of his heart. Nearly 2 years have passed. Nezuko finally smiled again. If it weren't for Brother Ming-Ang, Nezuko might not have been able to become a human in her life. Then the four of them entered the villa. Tanjiro sent a message to the cuter Hanghan to send a message to the squad. Brother Okyang, he is the mouth-mouthed Inosuke, my friend. The howling Kong Lin assisted. He reached out and said, Inosuke, do you want to know who your mother is? Inosuke, who was feeding food into his mouth through the pig's head, stopped as if he was still after hearing the speech of Kyuta Hiriki. After a while, a trembling sound came from the pig's head. Ya, what did you say? Do you know who my mother is? Inosuke stood up and lay on the seat looking at the skeleton. The pig's nose was slapped in the slightest. No, right? I don't have a mother. Don't talk nonsense. Inosuke, who had always thought that he was ruthlessly abandoned by his mother, shook his head repeatedly and sat back. I don't want to listen to the so-called mother's affairs. Inosuke, everyone has a mother, and you are no exception. If your mother hears you say you don't have a mother, I think she will definitely be very sad. Do you remember the song your mother often sang for you? Pull it, hook it, hang it for 100 years, not change it. When you were still in your infancy. Kyuter Hesholin Ao tells the story of what happened to her mother. She ran away from home due to domestic violence, but she mistakenly entered the Eternal Pure Land sect. She discovered the secret of the leader Tongma, escaped and lost. Under helplessness, she threw Inosuke off the cliff, hoping to go down the river and survive, but I was killed by the child. By the way, your mother's name is Xiang Pingkainyi. After listening to the story of the reminds of what my mother said, even if you bet on your life, your mother will definitely protect Inosuke. Inosuke, who was glass-hearted, lay directly on the ground and cried to death. It turns out that she has a mother, and she loves herself very much. I don't know how long it took, but Inosuke curled up and fell asleep. Nezuko asked in confusion about the questioning of the Sea of Kyuta. Why did Brother Ming-Ang tell Inosuke about such a thing? Why? Well, maybe it's because I don't want her mother to be misunderstood by her son. Let's go. Let Shizuki Inosuke for a while. Let's go to another place to talk. Tanjiro and Nezuko left their location and came to another house. The two of them went toward the embarrassing story of the two, recalling every bit of the past. At noon, the house was filled with fear that Wei Tandi would disturb the house. After Inosuke woke up, he found Tanjiro and asked, Tanjiro, what's that ambition? Tanjiro took out a folded piece of paper and handed it to Inosuke and said, this is what Brother Ming-Ang left to you, saying that if you ask me about it, I will give you this piece of paper. Inosuke opened the paper with the word two of the strings and the two of the two, the 6 big characters. Putting away the paper, Inosuke asked with a firm look, Tanjiro, how strong is the second one of the upper strings? Tanjiro thought for a while and said, can fight at least 10 me. Inosuke was silent for a moment and bowed deeply to Tanjiro. Tanjiro, please help me become stronger. Ah, Tanjiro was surprised. Aren't you the stepson of Fengju but Hikawa? I think you get along better. Inosuke answered truthfully. He was so fragile that he couldn't get along with the irritable Fengju and Fukukawa. Chapter 63 Tong Mo and Lu Yu. It was late at night and only the two villas in Butterfly House were very lively. After finishing the matter with Miri, Zushi, Mei, and Nezuko, Kyuta Haoter the villa of Butterfly Nin and Chineu. Inside Chineu's house, Kotahehan touched Chineu's cheek and asked, Kanahu, do you remember the feeling called love that I told you to remember? Chineu nodded. Last time she was a scattered girl. I always remember the feeling of that day. Just as Kyuter he was about to do something wrong, he kept hiding in the house to guard against his sister's butterfly rushing out of the wardrobe. Ming-Ang, let go. Before Butterfly Ninja ended up saying it, Butterfly Ninja also pressed it on the bed. Xiao Ren, don't you really think I didn't feel you, do you? Then let's go together. If not, here are 3 small people in the villa where Kanzaki Ao is located and they live together. Kanzaki Ao cannot escape. Last night. Soon time passed day by day. A month later, both Butterfly Ninja and Konoha reached the level of training dolls who could easily kill in the knife village. During this period, the Katahan Oval also moved to a new villa built by Yoshiya Sakiya. The tragic Soyukang took down Kamisaki Aoi Ming is Chineu and I strong enough to kill Feng Shenzi and Tongma. In the hot spring in Daejiang village, butterfly nest lies in the Gyuder drought mouth and true feeding. According to the method I said, as long as I don't waver, I will definitely be able to kill the child's mole in one blow. Really? Butterfly Ninja and Konoha asked excitedly. Of course, I taught you two at least, and it's easy to kill a child's mole. Then when will we set off? It's going to be tomorrow morning. Killing ghosts does not necessarily mean that they have the advantage of the sun during the day. Even if Koinen and Konoha cannot kill the child mare in seconds, they can rely on destroying the house and let the sun shoot the child mare to death. Night falls in a remote village in the countryside. The black hair and blue eyes frowning and wearing blue magma around her neck. After the mission was over, I saw a very beautiful vase with aquatic plants on the side of the road. Don't anyone want it? Yun Yu picked up the vase and looked at it carefully, just as Hu Yu wanted to see what the bottom of the vase looked like. The vase in his hand suddenly began to shake. Not only that, the weight of the vase is also increasing dramatically. Seeing the strangeness, Hu Yu quickly threw down the vase, pulled out the Rihia knife from his waist and slashed at the vase on the ground. However, before it could hit the vase, two goldfish flew out of the vase. The goldfish shot out several toxin-carried bone spurs from his mouth, not only knocking away the sunwheel knife in Hu Yu's hand but also shooting into Hu Yu's body. Paralyze the Lu Yu. Oh, you're so lucky. I actually met the ghost hunter from the Demon Slayer team. A strange sound came from the vase on the ground. There are two mouths in the place where one eye is, and there is one eye in the place where the mouth is. The forehead was open with an eye, and there were another eyeball, and there were three red dots above. There are no ears, and there are four arms on both sides of the head. There was only one upper body, 5 arms each on the left and right body, and the lower body was a creature with black stripes of substance which drilled out of the vase. The silence of the sunwheel knife on the ground. Who wanted to pick up the sunwheel knife on the ground, and when he saw the strange creature that came out of the bottle again, he immediately collapsed on the ground. Nothing else. It is only because Yun Yu saw the 3 words winding and 5 on the other party's 2 eyes. The 5th of the winding string. Yun Yu sat on the ground, his eyes full of horror. No, 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 no. Please, I'll take you to kill my companion. You can let me go, okay? Oh, what a timid ghost hunter. It's a bit strange. Yohu twisted his body and looked down at the Lu Yu who was slumped on the ground. Thinking of the task assigned to him by Gui Wei Wuzan, Yohu suddenly asked, do you know where the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team is? Seeing that Yohu was about to ask his own question, Yu bowed and said, I know. I can take you to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team, but you have to promise me and spare my life. Does Yu know the location of the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team? Wu Yu didn't know it at first, but because of the seed plan of Yashakiya's seeds, the seeds of hope for the rebirth of Giwuyuzan in 100 years later, most of the capable ghost hunters of the Demon Slayer team were recalled to the Demon Slayer team headquarters for unified arrangement. Therefore, Guan Yu learned about the location of the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Damn, Yohu was confused. He thought that this ghost hunter, like other ghost hunters, would not obey, or just ask questions and don't know. But who knew that this guy actually agreed directly? Could it be a trap? When I think of even the invincible synonym in the winding string, one of the winding string, Hei Shimu, died at the hands of the ghost hunter, Yohu had to be suspicious. When Zhou Yu bowed and knelt down, he saw that the Feng Xian Wu did not directly agree to his request and said with a firm heart, I can become a ghost. As long as you can keep me alive, I can become a ghost and lead you the way to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Oh, Yohu was shocked again. Is this TM still a ghost hunter? Fake. This is the first time Yohu has seen such a greedy and fearful person who has killed a ghost hunter for hundreds of years. Interesting. Yohu twisted his body and looked at the Lu Yu who was still kneeling on the ground. After thinking for a while, Yohu decided to turn Wu Yu into a ghost and then asked him to take him to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. The main thing is that Yohu doesn't dare to believe it. This guy is too timid and can't believe it at first glance. But if you become a ghost, you can believe it, because ghosts cannot do things that are harmful or miserable. However, before this, I have to ask Lord Wuzan for permission. If you really find the legendary Ghost Kill Team headquarters, then you want to turn the Ghost Kill Team headquarters. It is definitely unrealistic to kill all the people by relying on themselves alone. Need to shake ghost. The jade pot changed into a dark vase with spots. Several huge octopus tentacles emerged from the vase, wrapping up the sack on the ground, leaving only half of the head for breathing. As long as you honestly bring me to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team, I will definitely not kill you, and it is not impossible to turn you into a noble ghost. But if you deceive me, I will make you live and die. After saying harsh words, word. Yahoo returned to the vase and began to call Gui Wuzan. Mr. Wuzan, Mr. Wuzan, I have a big discovery to you. I found the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team in the Infinite City. Gui Wuyan, who can turn himself into a perfect biological agent, heard Yahoo say that he has made a big discovery. Then he answered Yahoo's phone number. Yahoo, you'd better make a big discovery. In the pot, Yahoo heard the ghost dance and Wuzai's cheeks were slightly red and excitedly said, "Oh Lord Wuzan, it's really a major discovery. I caught a ghost hunter who could take me to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team." Yahoo, are you tired of living? Wu Kang was furious. Has the ghost hunter who was able to carry the evil ghost and was also the fifth one in the string and went to the headquarters of the ghost killing team? Do you think you are catching the pillar of the demon killing team? Or did you catch Yoyasu Saya's son? The ghost blood in the blood of Yahoo is constantly destroying Yahoo's body. Ah! Yahoo screamed in excitement and pain. Lord Wuzan is colliding in his body. Mr. Wuzan, this is true. If you don't believe me, please see. Yahoo requested a video call with Gui Wuzan. Wu Kang saw that Yahoo was tortured by him so much and still wanted to make him believe him. Switch to the perspective of Yahoo with doubt. The jade pot came out of the pot and looked at the Lu Yu who was tied by the octopus tentacles. Under the control of the jade pot, only one tentacle left behind in the octopus tentacle to tie up the octopus so that Lord Wuzan could see the full picture of the octopus. Mr. Wuzan, in order to survive, this ghost hunter said that he could turn him into a ghost first, then let him lead the way. In this way, there will be no betrayal of Lord Wuzan, and you can also tell whether what he said is true or false. Chapter 64. The second of the winding string, the child's mold and the killing. Gui Wuyan thought for a while and felt that he could give it a try. If you fail, you will lose a little blood of ghost. Once you succeed, it will be the day when the Xiaoshi clan is completely destroyed. How to calculate how to make a profit. After conveying his agreed instructions to Yahoo, Yahoo cut his palm without any hesitation. Open your mouth. Guan Yu opened his mouth and the jade pot dripped the ghost's blood into Guan Yu's mouth. Swallow. Don't spit out a drop of it for me, otherwise you'll just wait to die. The stronger a human being, the longer it takes to become a ghost. When Kuiyan Shen turned into a ghost, it took 3 days to transform into Black Death, but it is obvious that Wu Yu is not a powerful human being. He just took advantage of coins and transformed into a ghost in just 1 hour. The strength is just that, barely reaching the level of one of the lower strings. However, due to the vacant position of the winding string, Gui Wudian simply directly engraved Yunyu as the winding stream. As for one of the winding string, Gui Wuzan gave it to Mingnu. In order to find the headquarters of the Devil Slayer team, Gui Wuzan deliberately did not erase the memories of the human period of Lu Yu. From now on, Lu Yu, I'm asking you, don't lie. Do you understand? Wu Yu, who has become a ghost, nodded. After a long time, Gui Wuzan fell into silence after asking questions. According to Yunyu's answer, he did know where the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team was and could also go in, but he didn't know the Sea of Gyuder and even the Drought of the Rime. This is very uncomfortable. If Gyuder Hikang Quanwan supports Now Yu Jun, then he will send all the winding ghosts except Mingnu to attack the headquarters of the Demon Slay team. What is the difference between this and sending death? Since it is impossible to confirm that the young Yu Jun of Gyuder he is not sure, then I will send Mingnu to use her blood ghost skills to monitor the ghost killing team headquarters to find Gyuder Han now. Suddenly, the ghost dance appeared in tragic light. Once you find Gyuder Hai, you can let the girl General Gyuder Hao gaze awkwardly grab the body. With Mingnu's control over Infinite City, she can fully follow Gyuder Han's Yen Hui Kang seal. There is no food or drink in Infinity City, only wooden houses. I don't believe you. A human can survive in Infinity City for decades. He. Why is Grandma so smart? When he thought of his intelligence just now, Gui Wui, I couldn't help but laugh. I am really a genius. Why didn't I think of this method before? As soon as he thought of this, Gui Wu Wuzan could no longer suppress the urge to die in Infinite City. To be safe, it's better not to stay in Infinite City. A new stronghold and a new identity are needed. Yahoo, let Yu deliver your pod around the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Don't act without my orders. No one is allowed to alert the enemy. Early the next morning, Kyudahaha had a breakfast, said goodbye to the girls with Butterfly Nin and Chineu, and flew towards Otama County, Tokyo Prefecture. It's similar to the last time I went to Tanjiro's hometown. In the villa of Tanjiro, Inashuk, who trains very hard every day, seemed to have noticed something and found Tanjiro and asked, Tanjiro, you know that Gu Tatsuki is a good man? Tanjiro nodded and asked, what are you looking for him? I'm telling me that I need to find him now. Okay, I'll take you there. Inashuk came outside the house and suddenly turned his head and looked at a big tree in the distance. There's something there. Without any hesitation, Inashuk drew out the Hiroshi sword and rushed towards the back of the big tree. Angrily shout, come out. There is nothing behind the big tree and nothing except weed and insect. Running. Inashuk closed his eyes and carefully sensed the situation around him but found nothing. is it an illusion? Inashuk walked towards Tanjiro in a daze, turning around for a second but still didn't feel anything existed. The strange feeling of being watched also disappeared. Tanjiro and Inashuk had just walked a few steps and Inashuk stopped again. He had a feeling that he could not go to the Gyuters today to suppress the resumption of the drought. There is a problem. You can't go to the Sea of Gyuter today. Tanjiro, let's go back. Tanjiro scratched his head in confusion and said, okay, then I won't go. On the other side, since the previous Gyuter he Plak and Fan was Eternal Bliss Buddhism, it is very clear where the Tongma is located. After an hour of flight, the town where the sacred school of the sacred school is located. The three of them walked to a location 1 kilometer away from the Eternal Paradise. Ming-ang, is Tongma in it? Inside, a woman had eaten only her leg. Gyutar Hang said everything he felt. Enter from the gate. 2-story building opposite the 200 meters away. Count from left to right and the third bedroom on the right. This is where Tong Mo is. Go, I'll take the formation for you. When facing beautiful women, even if they are enemies, they will not kill themselves immediately. In short, it's wave. Therefore, the probability of Coin and Konoha killing Tongma in seconds is very high. Coin and Konoha flew over the wall and burning chi rushed towards the room where Tongma was holding the Hiroshi knife. Damn it, immortal. No, it's a fairy. God bless me. The Pure Land Buddhism for all eternal bliss. The believers in the Pure Land Buddhism for all eternal bliss saw Xiaonin and Chineu flying in the sky and they knelt down and prayed. Little did they know that the two of them came to kill them. Ignorant. Butterfly Ren cursed inwardly, flashed open the wooden window of the house with a knife and entered the house. Chineu followed closely behind. It is worth mentioning that because the butterfly endured the learning, the physical strength also increased a lot. Therefore, he no longer used the sunwheel knife, which originally had only the tip of the knife, and asked the village chief of Daejeong village to forge a regular style sunwheel knife. At this time, Tong Ma held the female thigh in her hand, and blood remained at the corner of her mouth. He stared blankly at Xiaonin and Kana, who suddenly broke in. There is no sense of crisis. Oh, are the two beauties coming to join the world of eternal bliss cult? Tong Mo smiled with a bloody mouth. We are here to take revenge, the two women said furiously. Didn't the Gyuter Hiroyo outside the house beheaded directly after entering? Why did I just chat? Avenge? Who are you for? Give my sister Butterfly Connie. Butterfly Ninja held the hibiscus knife in his hand and his veins swelled up and glared at Tongma. Tong Mo looked at the familiar Butterfly Ninja and poked his finger into his temple, recalling those people I've eaten. Oh, it's her. That dial. Are you her sister? It's a pity. It was dawn at that time and I didn't have time to eat her. Such a gentle and beautiful girl must be very delicious. Tongmo didn't take Butterfly Ninja and Chineu seriously at all and said to himself, die, you dirty trash. Xiren cursed angrily, stomped the floor at the same time as Chineu, and exploded and rushed to Tongmo. Tong Mo reached out to block it, but his palm was cut off the moment it touched the sunwheel knife. The two sunwheel knives passed through Tong Mao's head without any pause. Ah! Tong Magang made a confused voice and moved his head. Duan. Tong Ma's head hit the floor and rolled on the floor for several times before stopping. Looking at the second girl looking down at her, Tong Mao was wrong, shocked. Is my head cut off by a ghost hunter? Shut up, you damn beast. Butterfly stole the stinky face of Tongma. Step on the boy's head to the floor. One kick after another without any mercy. After stepping for more than a dozen feet, Xiren stopped. Kana, come too. Chineu also showed no mercy and stepped on the boy who had only half of his head in anger. This kick directly stomped on Tong Mao's head. Tong Mo died on the spot. He didn't even use the blood ghost technique, so he was killed instantly by Xiaonin and Kana, who it is worthy of being the most swaying winding string, and no matter who comes, you can bully it. The second one of the upper string, the child grinding and the killing. Chapter 65 Winding Meeting. Ah, Gui Wu, who was doing an experiment in Infinity City, was confused, looking around in a daze. It seems very helpless. He didn't understand why he could not sense Tong Mo's existence. Damn, the fallen girl got rid of control and followed Gyuter High. That was beautiful. You, Tong Mo, can't you be taken a fancy to you, right? Excluding the possibility of getting rid of control, the only option is to be killed. How long has it been from the winding land that broke away from its control to the second night when one of the winding was killed instantly, and 1 month later the winding too was killed? In less than 2 months the ghost of the string was lost half this. It's simply incredible. At this moment Gui Wuzan was already exhausted. I don't want to get angry because of these shit. After all, the one of the winding strings, the one of the black knowing Mao is gone, and it is normal that the second winding string, the two of the winding string, the two of the Tongma are gone. I took it lightly. If you die, just die. Oh, Shangxian can't die like this anymore, otherwise there would be no capital to attack the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. You can't get on it yourself. With a sigh, Gui Wuzan said to Ming Nu, Mr. Ming, please bring all the winding ghosts to Infinite City. The time cost of cultivating a winding string is too high, and not any person can be promoted to the winding string after becoming a ghost. Gui Wuyun must protect the only 5 remaining ghosts under his command. At least they cannot miss any of them before invading them. SHHH. The pipa in Mingnu's hand was moved and all the living ghosts of the string were summoned to the Infinity City. Shangxian 3 Akaza looked around in confusion. Didn't it be agreed that the city will be locked down for 100 years? Why did you suddenly come to Infinite City? What is Gui Wuzhen doing? I haven't found the Gyuder Airlines competition yet. Gui Wei listened to the voices of the ghost. To put it aside, a guy like Akaza who questioned himself must have a harsh lesson. But now, Gui Wuzhen has no worries in his heart and has no intention of punishing Akazo. As long as you don't cheat when killing the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team, let him go. After all, among the evil ghosts, the strongest one is Akazo. Alas, I feel so tired. Akaza, the second one of the strings, is beaten to death. As soon as this statement came out, Akaza, who was still confused, felt much better in an instant. CNM, after feeling that Akaza is very happy now, Gui Weong almost laughed at him. Akazu, you are now the strongest person in the Winding Moon. I'll ask you a question and you will answer it truthfully. Akazo knelt on one knee, beat the ground and lowered his head. I will definitely answer truthfully. Can you still become stronger? Gui Wu asked miserably. Yes, Akaza replied firmly. For Akaza, whose cultivation is cultivated by himself, as long as he has ghost blood he can become stronger. Is it just that Giwasang is willing to give it to himself? Very good, since that's the case, I will give you ghost blood until you can't hold on. Gui Wu's arm turned into a huge sarcoma and there was a bone spur at the front of the long sarcoma which penetrated Akaza's body. The blood of the ghost is being injected into Akaza's body little by little. Akaza endured the severe pain caused by transformation and becoming stronger and squatted in place without moving, without saying a word. Thinking of the pain of Yan Meng at the Xiaxian conference, Gui Wuzhen was very satisfied with Akaza. This is what the winding ghost should look like. After injecting a large amount of ghost blood, Akaza's momentum suddenly surged. Wu Yu was so scared that he couldn't stop retreating. Now Akaza feels full of strength. I don't know how much better than myself. If Tong Mo hadn't died, he would have to launch a bloody battle to change position, smash Tong Mo into a piece of meat sauce and then swallow it. But it was thanks to Tong Mao who was so strong that he could become so strong. Akazu, you can stay in Infinite City these days. I'll let you out to show off the strong after a while. Who else do you need ghost blood? Ghost blood for other ghosts. The baby who has become stronger. But for Wuzhen, isn't it his own blood? As much as you want. Previously, it was because I had to restrain my subordinate and the ghost blood was used as a reward for distribution, which should not be too cheap. But now, it's cheap. It doesn't matter if it can be exchanged for the improvement of the combat power of the winding ghost. Bantiangu and Yohu both shook their head, and their strength was like this. If you cannot improve yourself, injecting too much ghost blood will bring about the failure of your body. Well, Lord Wuzhen, I want ghost blood, said carefully. Gui Wuyan glanced at Yunyu. You'd better forget it. A garbage that doesn't even have the first type is useless to give you much blood from ghosts. Okay, that's all for this winding meeting. From now on, you must stay in Infinity City honestly and work hard to practice. There will be a moment when you can show your skills soon. On the other side, after killing Tongma, Kanahu and the other two flew back to the headquarters of the demon killing team. Over the ghost killing team, Gyuder and A Lu Chu frowned slightly. Minister's little eyes. I discovered it very quickly. I haven't gone to find you yet, but you came up first. When Xianin and Chineu saw that Gyutarhan was slacking off, they stopped and asked, Ming Eng, what's wrong? Chineu also looked at the skeleton curiously. It's nothing. I just discovered that Gui Wei Wuzang might have to attack the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. What? Xiren was shocked. Ming Eng, aren't you kidding? What do you think? Seeing the stolen joke, Xiren flew back to the stolen house and pulled the stolen house and moved the house to Yuya's villa. Kana, you go back first. Ming Eng and I are going to our lord place. The blowing the soup with Gyuder Hanto. After blowing the soup with Gyuder Hanto's soup with the soup with the soup with the soup with the soup of the soup with the soup of the soup. At this time, Shakia was completely blind. The message can only be conveyed through the two daughters around me. Who is here? After learning that it was the sacred man, Shakia Shizwaya said happily. I wonder what's wrong with Guaren coming to me. The nuclear file of Gyuder is broken. The decisive battle is about to begin. I wonder what the decisive battle is about. Guaren. Yoshia Saya was unable to understand what Kyuda-ku said for a while. The decisive battle between Giwyu and the Demon Slayer team headquarters. A traitor appeared in the ghost killing team and told Gui Wuzhen the location here, and if nothing unexpected happened, he will become an evil ghost. After sensing that Lu Yu was not at the headquarters of the Devil Slayer team, he found the headquarters of the Devil Slayer team so quickly. The Gyuder River sent Eula Falcon to the old way of the original work. I just don't know who turned him into a ghost this time. After all, one of the online launches Hai Mu has already GGGGGGG. Chapter 66. Ghost Dance with One Hand. Ah, this Guaren. Please wait a moment and I will summon the pillars here. In just a moment the other 8 pillars came to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team in an instant. Lord, I wonder what major incident happened. Yu Tianyuan saw that all the 9 pillars were here and Guaren was here, so something very important must have happened. There are many pillars and yellows elves in need of the frame. The other 7 pillars also looked at Shikia Yoshia. You can tell me. Gyutar Hang told his own discoveries. All the pillars were shocked and resentful. Damn, there are actually traitors. And he also turned into an evil ghost. I'm so mad. Your grandma. Damn, who is it? I'll kill him now. But Hikawa said furiously. Before waiting for the word to be taken, Yoshia said, don't be impulsive. Now is not the time to kill traitors. The most urgent thing is to discuss how to deal with the next decisive battle with Giwuya. Seeing that Shikia had spoken, Ikikawa could only swallow this temporarily and find another opportunity to kill the traitor in the future. Yoya looked at the sacred Gyutar. Guaren, I wonder what you have to do. The lawsuit file of Gyutar Huang is broken. Do you want to join the war? If you want to, I can give you a chance to fight against the Winding Ghost. After you kill all the Winding Ghosts, I will kill Ghost Wu Wuzan in seconds. If I don't want to, I can kill Gui Wui Wuzan now. Tongma is already dead and the revenge between Koinen and Chineu has been avenged. It would be impolite if Gui Wu's head was intact on his neck. Ah, all the pillars were stunned. But buddy, do you want to see what you are talking about? Can you kill Gui Wuju now? Are you an ant on the roadside when you are Ghost Dan? We admit that you are very strong, but you won't be able to capture Gui Wui Wuzan who is hiding in Infinity City. Is it a second move? That's in a different space. Even Xiren was a little suspicious at this moment. Gyutar was visiting Dangli. Ming-Ang, can you really kill Giwu now? Yes. Howling of Gyutar. Feet. If it was an hour ago, he might not dare to say this. After all, it would take time to find Infinity City. But now, just hold it with just a hand. There is nothing else. Just because the eternal maniatoscope Sharinon has evolved into the reincarnation eye and the rolling eyes has also evolved into the reincarnation eye. Although some special abilities Gyutar hangs his eyebrows and hair, it does not prevent Gyutar from catching the ghost dance in Infinity City and the ghosts that are in the string. The cylinders looked at each other in an eye and finally they all looked at Shikia Yoya. They cannot decide on such a thing. It depends on the Lord's wishes. Yoyashiki Saya took a deep breath and said, Guaren, please kill Gui Wu now. Now, the opportunity to kill Ghost Wu Wu is in front of you and it is 100% more important. Shikia didn't want to wait any longer. I didn't want to wait for a moment. Let the sinners of the Sayashiki clan disappear between heaven and earth at this moment to comfort those who are injured and killed by evil ghosts. Simple. Xiaonin, go back and call Zushi. Nezuko, forget it. Let's call them all. If you have revenge, you will be revenge. The nucleus eye of the Gyutar switched to the reincarnation eye and instantly the whole person was shrouded in green energy and suspended in the air. He gently held his right hand towards a shade of a tree at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. After spreading his palms again, everyone saw an eyeball with the 4 engraved in his pupil. This is Mingnu's little eyes. Although it is daytime now, under the protection of the yin-yang escape technique, the little eyes did not turn into ashes. Wu sang, are you ready? Ah, in the city of infinite space, the girl who was monitoring the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team through her little eyes suddenly screamed, which scared the ghost Wuzang who was doing the experiment. My daughter. Giwu is extremely angry, but soon he couldn't laugh because for some reason he actually saw the skeleton of the Gyutar. What's going on with this perspective? This is Mingnu's blood ghost eyes. Wu sang, are you ready? The sound of the Gyutar Hana sounded in his ears. Gui Wui was so scared that he instantly released his strongest attack method and used himself as the center to release shock waves around him. The shock wave shattered the test bench and shattered the surrounding houses. The winding ghosts who were practicing in Infinity City were alarmed. Akazu, the dog, the jade pot and the moon all ran towards the direction where Giwasan was. As a result, they saw a scene that shocked the ghosts. Infinity City cracked. A big hand covered by light green energy stretched out from the cracks in Infinity City and grabbed Gui Wui Wuzan. Before Gui Wui Ao had time to explode and escape, he found that his body was out of control and could not move. On the other side, the headquarters of the demon killing team, the sect, and Yoshia Saya looked at the skeleton of the skeleton stretching into the crack in the air with one hand. The shock was indescribable. The posture of an immortal. This is a true immortal. My wife, who is known as having the blood of a priest and has some special abilities, gave birth to Tianyan, is more beautiful than the magnificent curtain of the concave generation. Tianyan of the Sayashiki looked at the Kuta high in the sky and couldn't help but kneel down. This is respect for the god. The terrified ghost Wu Wuzan was arrested by Gyutar's apology. The dazzling sunlight shot into his eyes and Gui Wuyan subconsciously reached out to cover his hand to try to avoid the direct sunlight, but soon he found that he did not seem to have been burned by the sun. This is becoming a perfect creature. Ghost dance is ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. The perfect ultimate creature. No matter how awesome you are, you can't kill me. Ah ha ha ha. Silly, the girl is not bad at all. The last ultimate creature is already in outer space. What's more, you are not an ultimate creature at all, but I have sealed your various abilities. By the way, use the yin-yang escape technique to protect you so as not to die before you start to torture. The Gyuder nuclear incited to capture Gui Wuzan's hand. Gui Wuzan fell and collided with the ground. Several ribs in his body instantly broke and his internal organs were also seriously injured. Spitting blood in the mouth. Ah! Gui Wu screamed bitterly. Damn it, where is my self-healing ability? Gui Wu still has self-healing ability, but it will not be triggered until only one breath is left. Ah fuck, what did you do to me? Seeing that I was injured but did not recover, and this little harm actually caused such great pain to me. The ultimate biological dream of Gui Wuzan was instantly shattered. I understand that I have not become the ultimate creature at all. All this is all about it. Chapter 67 Torturing Ghost Dan. While the other pillars were still wondering if this was Washeo, Tan Zilang had already sniffed out that this person was the murderer who killed his whole family. Gui Wu. Tanjiro was furious. A roar. Ghost dance is not miserable. Gui Wuzan turned his head and looked at the person who called his name. It's him, the person he saw that day through Xiang Kai's sight, the successor of Sun's Breath. Without any hesitation, Tanjiro directly slashed Gui Wu's neck with a knife. The breath of the sun, the shape of the second, the sky of below. Gui Wuzan instantly separated the body. If Gui Wuzan had not had the boundary breaking through and overcoming the shortcomings of the Hiroshikan's beheading, Tanjiro would have killed him directly. Due to his various abilities, he was a fierce man. Gui Wu's pain resistance has also returned to normal. The pain in the head was so painful that Gui Wuba screamed. The body kept rolling on the ground. Tanjiro saw that the ghost Wu Yu was cut off by himself and did not die. Without saying a word, he waved his knife again. The breathing of the sun and the shape of the three wolf Dan, the sky of the blue, the red mirror of the scorching sun, the sun rainbow, the train, the burning bones and the sun, the sunlight turn, the sun halo dragon and head Dan, the flame Dan. After a set of combos, Gui Wei lost his scream. Trigger the seal last breath. Lock blood. The healing ability is activated. In just 1 second, Gui Wuzan, who was dismantled from the crowd, instantly recovered and became full of vitality. His face was full of fear. His forehead was filled with cold sweat and he was breathing heavily. Have you died once just now? No, I didn't die. It was my healing ability that healed all the wounds on my body. In other words, my strength has been restored. Gui Wuzan was overjoyed again, tightening his muscles and exerting force on his body, trying to release the shock wave again, but the result was nothing. I didn't even let go of the fart. Ah, why? Where is my power? Gui Wu was confused and shouted, where has my power gone? Tanjiro saw that Gui Wu was not dead and was about to call the other pillars to kill Gui Wu. Seeing this posture, Zhongju also understood that this ghost was Ghost Washao. It just seemed that he was controlled by Guaren and could not exert his original strength. Then isn't this a sandbag? Damn, since that's the case, grass, just do it for everyone to have a share. Wildering Yu Xingming proposed. Don't worry, Gui Wuyun has been controlled by Guaren and has become a sandbag that can be repaired. If you want to take revenge, you can do it anytime. If we go together, it will seem a bit crowded and we can't use it. So, each person has one life and they must be killed within 1 minute and then they will be restored to complete so that the next pillar will come. Zhongju nodded. It makes sense. I think it pretty good. So much me. Same for me. According to the time when it becomes a pillar, the rock pillar and the morning island will come first. Wuming Yu Xingming did not take a weapon but chose to use his fist. Wretched and mourned Yu Xingming while Amitbabuto was fist-handed and broken bone. The ghost Wuya screamed with every punch. Soon, a minute was about to arrive. Wuming Yu Xingming held Gui Wu's head tightly with one hand and was ready to go. Dong! The loud sound rang between the palms of the wretched island Xingming fist and Gui Wuzan's head exploded like a watermelon. My body fell to the ground and kept twitching. Seeing this, Yu Tianyuan couldn't help but praise. Awesome. It's worthy of being a tragic island, but it actually smashed Gui Wu's head with one punch. But it's a little less gorgeous. Next, my gorgeous god of ceremony will compose a song for you. The title of the song, Song of No Sorrow. Yu Tianyuan pulled out 2 small daggers and began to cut off Gui Wuzan's body. One fast and one slow, one deep and one shallow. The ghost dance makes the tragic and melodious sound. A Hayu demon. Gui Wuba let out a painful wail, a miserable roar. Tears gushed and spitting. The next one is the end of the song and it is also the climax. After saying that, Yu Tianyuan's 2 swords moved together and cut from Gui Wu's forehead to the solace of his feet. During this period, Gui Wu's screams never stopped. He called out the high note that wanted to destroy the world. Shikia Yoya sat on the corridor, listening leisurely to the beautiful music sung by Wu Ju. Ghost dance is not miserable. You have today too. Miri, who was flying towards the courtyard of Shikia and Zionin, who was flying into the courtyard couldn't help but tremble when she heard the heart-wrenching cry from the courtyard. Who is killing a pig? Why is it so painful to scream? Flying into the courtyard, Zushi-mei Nezuko recognized the identity of the person being tortured at a glance. Ghost Dancy is not miserable. The three girls all looked at the skeleton of Gyutar Hanji Steel. You are not mistaken. This is Ghost Dan. I have sealed all my abilities now and have become a sandbag that can only be repaired. Go. There are grievances to avenge, and there are grievances to avenge. Then Gyutar Howling Kongsu asked in the queue of pillars, is anyone who needs a stringed ghost? Fengju and Butt Hikawa hurriedly said, I want it. There is still that traitor. No problem. At the same time, in the Infinite City, the Winding Ghost was discussing what to do. Do you want to rescue Gui Woo Woo? All the ghosts have their own ulterior motive. Yoho said that Giwa must be saved. The dog kept muttering words such as bad thing, disasters, an unlucky one. No practical action. Akaza said that she really wanted to defend the clam string with Gyutar even if she was beaten to death. The girl who was singing in the winding strings had contacted the sea of Gyutar's close through her little eyes. It was clear that Gyutar's could not match the ghost power. I remained silent all the time. Among them, Lu Yu, who had just become the winding land, gave in his heart, tear the void and grab Gui Woo Woo and Wu Ba. What a horror this is. If you slip away, you will definitely die in Infinity City. However, before Hu Yu could speak and let Mingnu teleport herself out, Infinite City cracked again. Yun Yu was instantly frightened to the ground, looking at the light green energy hand in horror. The big hand hit. Yoho looked dead as if she was home. The dog was trembling for a long time, and Mingnu chose to put it on her. Akazu's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and Yu urinated her pants. Bring it on. Let me see how powerful you are, Akazu said excitedly. Chapter 68 Akazu 5 ghosts who were in the string grabbed them with one hand and held them with one hand. The power of space is used freely, and it appears again as the headquarters of the demon-killing team. The 5 winding ghosts and Gui Wuyan's reactions were exactly the same as before when they first arrived at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Stretch your hand to block the sun. But soon they found that they didn't seem to be afraid of the sun. As usual, the 3 skeleton ghosts except Naruto and Akaza were all thrown into the courtyard of Shikiya. Looking at the vicious pillars, Wan Yu quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. I was forced. Believe me, the breath of the wind, the shape of Ju, the typhoon of Weichuashan, the furious Fengju and Muti Kawamiya did not give Jutsu a chance to explain and instantly cut him into dozens of dollars. If it were replaced by the original Fengzin Noriki and Prostrom Taro, the one who died would definitely be Fengju. But now the winding land is Yu. A Negu who barely reaches one of the lower strings is not the opponent of Ikui Kawashimiya at all. The string land. On the other side, Gyutar defended Mingnu and Akaza back to the Infinite City. Mingnu can't die yet. An Infinite City will collapse even if Mingnu dies. At this stage, it is not realistic to create a starting ball space similar to Kagyuta Kagaya at Satsuki. The star ball space is the product of the heaven, and the heaven is the ability that only the Samund Sharinon can possess. The Samsara Eye is 2 levels different from it. Reincarnation Eye rightward arrow 6 Guya Symbiosis Eye rightward arrow Reincarnation Sharing Eye Unlimited version. No need to swallow the fruit of the divine tree. The small planet is quietly set off, but there is no place to place it. Therefore, Gyutar Hegwanide comes here to learn the most basic rules of Infinity City. Take a look at whether you can learn how to create an Infinite City and then attach it to the Reincarnation Eye, becoming one of the special abilities of the Reincarnation Eye. It is worth mentioning that the slightest inability to travel through all worlds is still there. All are attached to the Reincarnation Eye and become one of the special abilities of the Reincarnation Eye. Compared with the previous analysis and application of the Reincarnation Eye, it is more comprehensive and fast. Simply put, it becomes analysis and application 2.0. True time is still and traveling through all world. These two are constant abilities and will not change due to the upgrade of your eyes. Gyutar, Akaza and Naruto threw them aside and said, wait until I study Infinity City for a while and then I will face you off. No problem, as long as you are willing to show off with me, everything will be easy. Akaza respects the strong from the bottom of her heart and hates those who use despicable means. Of course, I agreed to the request for the sacrificial sack. No longer caring about Akaza, Gyutar Hang's reincarnation eye switched to the reincarnation eye. The light green energy on the body dissipated and a pair of purple reincarnation eyes appeared in their eyes. The eyes of the Gyutar Hejachang Huai's religion analyzed this infinite city. During this period, Akaza did not disturb the sea of Gyutar but observed the abdomen. Why did this person's light green energy disappear after the body's body became so low? Is it some kind of costly transformation now in a weak state, or have you reached the state of transparency? No, the realm of transparency is the existence that cannot sense the dochi. Akaza is puzzled, but no matter which one it is, he will not disturb the current Gyutar skeleton. An hour later, the Song dynasty was ordered to create the basic conditions required for the Infinite City. If you want to create a different space similar to Infinite City, you have to become a ghost. Because the existence of Infinite City is an extension of the Blood Ghost technique. Without Blood Ghost technique, there will be no Infinite City, and if you want to learn Blood Ghost technique, you must become a ghost. This is the rule of this world. There is a rule. It is also impossible to create the same Infinite City through analysis. But so what? If the rules cannot be bypassed, just modify the rules. Hang up. Yuluo, are you ready? Certainly. A Yu and Xiao Luo appeared in Gyuder Helio. Explanation. My world. I am the master of this world. All rules are set by me. A strange energy fluctuation came out from the head of Gutahijiang. Scan the entire Infinity City by one stone. The most basic rules that form an Infinite City are reflected in the situation. Rules and modifications. The rules that hindered himself from opening up different spaces were modified. After modification, creating a similar space like Infinity City no longer needs to become a ghost. Reincarnation eye analysis. The analytical ability is activated again, and the tanning and twisting are ashamed as the tanning and twisting. After analysis, it is used. Gyuder Han took out a fairy bean from his storm and swallowed it into his belly. The originally bottomed out instantly filled his energy. Reincarnation eye use. A space gate created by the reincarnation eye appears in Gyuder. I'll leave it to you here. I must maintain it. Wait for me to come out. Don't worry, master. Just leave it to us. The man who is a kid in the game is a cheat. By cheating, we have obtained a magical tool that we cannot have at this stage. Before saving, you cannot turn off the plugin. Otherwise, not only will the artifact be lost, but the account will also be blocked. Gyuder sails into the door of space. There is nothing inside the door of space. Nothing. After a while, Gyuder he asked Brother Carbon to find that he could not sense the specific size. It's a bit big. After confirming that the different space has been successfully opened, the different space has been created. Okay, the development was successful. Restore the rules. The three of them began to repair the rules they had just modified. If it is not repaired, Infinity City will have rule loopholes conflicting with the rules of this world, causes unimaginable consequences. Of course, the core capabilities of the system cannot be resisted. He has long been free from the rules and is not bound by this world. Otherwise, the method of creating Infinite City creates a different space of its own. So, it must be because Tongzi is powerful. If the time traveler had no system, he would have been hammered to death by the natives long ago, except those with extraordinary talent. After repairing all the rules, the Gyuder Han and Shunjun explained it. Then he took out a fairy bean from his pocket and swallowed it into his stomach. Gyuder and Shihuai comforted himself and created a different space. The door of space appears and the Gyuder Hepi privately leave. Yes, it's no different from what I just felt. It seems that it's really successful. Give me a name. Well, it called Teishu. Leaving Teishu, closing the reincarnation eye, the Akito howled and the Akaza was done. Come on, use all your strength to please me as much as possible. Hearing the sword of Gyuder Hanmu, Ikazu grinned and quickly posed. The technique is unfolded, destroying and killing, and Luo needle, destruction and killing style. Haha. Akazo stepped on the ground and rushed to the ground with all his strength to target the source of drought. It's too slow, said Gyuder in a droughty manner. Then Akaza felt a very powerful impact coming from her abdomen. Looking down, I didn't know when Gyuder Hana's head had hit her abdomen. As soon as he arrived, he suddenly flew backwards hundreds of meters away, penetrated several houses before he hit the wall and stopped. Akaza wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes full of excitement and fanaticism. Spalacy, the sea of Gyuder. Don't hide your weakness anymore. Let me see your full strength. Gyuder Hai smiled and said, are you full strength? As you wish. The scent of 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 the transparent energy fluctuations in furious winds and waves spread around the center of the Gyuder. Feeling the fighting spirit all over the sky, Akaza's face became even more excited and her whole body was trembling with excitement. Such a powerful force. It's simply a monster. It's so exciting. Hip-hop, destruction and killing style. Akaza rushed to Gyuder Aura again, but this time he changed his attack method. Stop in time and unfold the technique. Final style. There is no more than the remaining light of the blue silver. In an instant, Akazo shot hundreds of punches at super high speed, each punch with all the force, and each punch pointed directly at the key point. Akaza, is this your strongest attack? It's very good. It's close to Hei Shi Mao, but that's the case for me. Go, Liangxiu is still waiting for you. Gyuder Hagen swung forward with a punch, a seemingly weak punch, but it was so irresistible in Akaza's eyes. Bong! The moment Akaza's fist touched Gyuder's head, his fist not only broke but his whole body was cracked, turned into blood mist. As his eyes turned dark, Akaza opened his eyes again and saw a girl in front of him wearing a pink kimono, snowflake, and hair accessories, and even her pupils were snowflake. After seeing Akaza, the girl burst burst into tears in the corner of her eyes and went up to hug Akaza. "Hi Jun, you are here." Akaza hugged the girl in her arms in a daze. He didn't know why he hugged her. It seems like he is instinctively trying to support it in his arms. "My heart is trembling. It hurts so much. My heart hurts so much. Why do I want to cry? Ji, I'm sorry. I can't take you to heaven, but you will always be my disciple. Even if you become an evil ghost, I will not ignore you." A slightly apologetic and magnetic voice sounded. Akaza looked at him and saw a middle-aged man wearing a white martial arts uniform. Memories from the human period come into view. "My name is Ji." Chapter 69 Sexual Change and Ghost Dance. After sending Ji and Liangxiu together, the nuclear girl placed the daughter of Henry, opened her reincarnation eyes, cleared the space and returned directly to the headquarters of the demon killing team in one step. As for Infinity City, it also collapsed with the death of Naruto. The courtyard of the demon killing team headquarters, Shiya, was already crowded with ghost hunters. They were all ordered to torture Giwuwuo. As for Bantiangu and Yahu, they had been tortured to death long ago. They did not overcome the weakness of the sun wheel knife beheading like Guiwuzan. After his head was cut off, it naturally turned into ashes and died. Seeing that the storm of 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 the storm, I waved my hand and stopped torture the storm of the storm. "Guaren, your wives are gone. Are you here to kill Giwa completely?" When the ghost hunter had not yet beaten the ghost Dan, he said, "Kill it tomorrow, and you can deal with him as you wish before this. Of course, it's your ability to kill him." As soon as this was said, everyone in the courtyard shouted, "Guaren is mighty. Guaren is really an immortal." The wise and wise. Ignoring these worshipful gazes, the Gyuters stirred up the common people and made a fuss. At this moment the girls were in a very beautiful and relaxed mood. After all, torture Giwo, it is really exciting. It makes people feel happy. The girls saw the girl ramming the spirit and poking the fire to the wind and chase the silk and the rain. Thank you to the skeleton. The next day, Gu Tahahao stirred up the courtyard of Shikia Shizuya. At this moment Gui Wu's eyes were dull and his eyes were dull. He lay on the ground and had lost his desire for life. No matter how ghost hunters torture Gui Wuvasan didn't even say a word. Completely ruined. Guaren, Gui Wu Yu seems to have become a fool, Saya Shikia said apologetically. This situation was something he had not expected. Although it is his own fault that Giwaba's turn into this. If Gyuter torture Giwaba's name, isn't this a bad thing for him? Fool, I can save him even if he dies. The seal imposed on Gui Wu's body was lifted, switched to the reincarnation I form, and used the yin-yang escape technique to heal Gui Wu's spirit. Gui Wuzan's eyes returned to normal. When I saw the Gyuter Han ghost, Wuya first roared in horror, but then I quickly closed my mouth, got up and knelt on him. "And change your appearance and various organs. Change your gender and become a girl with big breasts and black hair, exquisite face, bulging figure with back and forth," Giwa said in a coquettish way. "Ming-ang Jun, brother Ming-ang, dad, owner, please let me go. Take me like a fart. Give me your life aside. Don't let them torture me anymore. They are not human. They are demon. I can become your female slave. You can play whatever you want." As he spoke, Giwasan began to tear his clothes and show his sincerity. Damn it! Gyutar Han was shocked by his sudden behavior. Seeing this, the two daughters around Shizuya Yuya blushed and reported to Shizuya Yuya. See, Shizuya Yuya was speechless. He was blind, not deaf, so he could hear it. What else can I report on such a thing? Damn it! The Gyuter he called the ghost dance and Wuzan kicked it away. Gui Wu hit the wall heavily, letting out a panting of enjoyment. "I want it miserable." Gyuter Hen, good. How bad are the ghost hunters? They all tortured Gui Wu to such a thug. Seeing his eyes blurred, his face lush, his tongue sticking out, his super quality figure twisted his body and crawled towards him with a cat step. Gyuter brown roasted carbonic acid to burn. Damn you, a male ghost. How could you burn like this? Ghost Wu is tragic. Let me change it back. The sex-turned ghost dance was stunned, and then she smiled in a daze. It turns out that Master Ming-ang like this. It's not impossible for Wu Zhang. After saying that, Gui Wui I turned into a little male lady. I saw that Gyutar He was floating. Damn it, Gui Wui, if you go to Chengdu, you will definitely be on the Chengdu must-eat list, and it's the top spot. I like damn. Oh, it turns out to be Ming. Before the ghost dance began to turn again, the lotus of Gyuter faded and the locust faded. Don't change again. I won't feel any grudges in my heart. He punched Gui Wui Wuzan in the head, hammering Gui Wui Wuzan in the head. Pull up Gui Wu's collar and throw it into the sky. In the courtyard, the howling of the roar begins to accumulate wave. The goal is the ghost dance that has not yet fallen from the sky. The turtle school of Qigong wave rushed into the sky, rushing the ghost dance that was falling freely into dust. Gui Wu's death did not stop the slightest of the turtle sex Qigong wave from taking off. The turtle school Qigong wave rushed into the sky and exploded, opening a hole in the entire sky. Ghost dance, no tragic and kill. The daughter of Shikia reported to her about the miserable consequences of the tragic consequences of the slaughter of Kaira. Hearing Hearing that Guiwuzan had been killed by the Kudo welding, Yoshiyasu immediately felt the curse covering half of his chi, and there was no original burning pain. Has it succeeded? Ha ha ha, I finally won. Go and call all the pillars over. It's time to tell them this good news. The exclusive crow of Shakia flew out 1 to 10, 10 to 100. Soon, all the ghost hunters at the entire ghost killing team headquarters received news that Guiwui was killed. All the ghost hunters showed happy smiles and tears of excitement. We finally successfully killed Giwo Washeo. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer team and the Daejeong village were also in full bloom. After Guiwui died, except for the evil ghost who is not the transformation of Giwuya, the only perfect ultimate creature in the world, Yoshiro. All the evil ghosts also suddenly died at this moment. Chapter 70. Gentle Sister Butterfly Connie. In the courtyard of Shakia, in the house where the pillar meeting was held, the pillars were summoned. My cute swordsman, this is the last stock meeting. After all, Guiwuyun has been killed, so there is no need for the demon slaying team to exist. From now on the ghost killing team dissolved. The pillars were silent for a moment and said, "Affect your order." Although it was disbanded, this did not affect the status of Shakia in their heart. A gentle smile from Shakia. If you didn't have your effort, you wouldn't have had the success you are today. Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone here. Shakia and his wife and children behind him knelt down to the 9 Minzu to thank him. After getting up, Shakia looked at the nuclear crackdown of the Kyuter nuclear stall. Thank you especially to Kyuter Haiguren. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how many years we'd have to work hard and how many swordsmen would die. I am a member of the family, and I am a member of the family, and I will express my sincerest thanks to you on behalf of all the members of the family, and I will give you my sincerest thanks. From now on, the only one in the Sayashiki clan is your leader. It will be your most loyal servant. Yuya Shizuya knelt down to Kuta Kam. The 4 white-haired daughters, a black Kairat son, and his wife Shizuya Tatsun also knelt down to Kuta Kam. Kyuter, he too, get up. I will accept sincerity, so let it go. Servant Sayashikia got up and said to everyone, my cute swordsman, although the Demon Slayer team has been disbanded, it is still open to you. It's still your home. After the disbandment of the demon killing team, the headquarters of the demon killing team suddenly became much quieter. Nearly 99% of the ghost hunters hidden took the travel expenses from Shizuya Shikia and left the headquarters of the demon killing team. Gyutar Han Mao eyes. Gyutar Hang locked himself in the house and studied the will a different space that looks back at Taishu. Since Taishu is still in a state of nothingness, humans cannot survive at all. Therefore, the yin and yang escape technique is used to create everything, and this will be a long time, at least 1,000 years to start. It's hard to do. In the Taishu period, Gyutar and Liu talked. By the way, this world belongs to you, so no matter how you modify it, it will not be a problem. Right then, Gyutar Hekian, craftsman, and began to test the limit he could modify. It was found that if the rules were modified through Yu Luo's solution and the transformation of Taishu could greatly shorten the time, which only takes about 5 to 10 years. You can barely accept it. To put it bluntly, it is still too weak. If Gyutar Hanmu only transforms into the bloody ring of reincarnation, it will not take so long for the people. Of course, this time will be shortened as the stolen goods are used. After exiting Taishu, Gyutar welding brother took the position of the girls. I found that Zionin was in his room, and with Kanahu facing the photo of Connie placed on the seat, and told the good news that he had killed Giwa Washeo. Is Butterfly Connie a very kind person? Maybe you can try to resurrect. Katarakaba found the courtyard where Yuyashia was located and found Yuyashia. I don't know what to do with me. How did the Butterfly Connie deal with her body after her death? Although Yuyashikia didn't know why Katahi asked this, he still said truthfully, after the style and Butterfly Connie died in the battle with the Winding Ghost, we buried him in the cemetery of the Demon Slayer. The tomb of the Butterfly Connie was found in the tomb of the Connie. After switching to the reincarnation I mode, reaching out to pass through the built grave, extracting some human tissue, the cemetery, and returning to his room. In the reincarnation I mode, the slightest through some human tissues, the entire body of the Butterfly Connie can be easily created. Soon Connie, the butterfly who only had body, no soul, no clothes, was created. You have a pretty good figure. After the body is completed, it is the soul. It is necessary to use the heretic and natural art of reincarnation to summon the soul of the Butterfly Connie from the kingdom of heaven. What is the cost of using the heretic and the natural art of reincarnation? There are two statements. One is life and the other is a large amount of chakra, which is enough to cause death. The second type is as follows here. Yuluo, protect me. Once you realize that you are exhausted, you will immediately feed the immortal bean. Gyutar Hang handed the big bag of fairy beans to Yuluo and the two girls. The second woman nodded, took out the fairy bean, and was ready at any time. Gyutar Hisyehuliang only made a SI seal with his hands. The heretics the innate art of reincarnation. A large amount of energy is poured out from the Gyuder Heju. Tianyu Butterfly Connie, wearing a kimono with many flower patterns, suddenly felt attraction as if she wanted to pull herself out of the heaven. Hey, what's wrong with this? Before Butterfly Connie could react, she blinked again and found that she was no longer in heaven, and there was a handsome man sitting next to him. There were two beauties of different looks sitting next to the man. Hey, where am I? While Butterfly Connie was confused, Au quickly put the fairy beans in his hand into the stewed stew of Kyuda crane. Swallow the fairy beans and the blood of the Gyuder nuclear Budu is resurrected. Arigo, you guys go down first. I'll talk to Connie. Yuluo disappeared instantly. Connie looked at the skeleton in shock. Feeling a chill, Connie realized that she didn't seem to be wearing clothes. That can you let me wear some clothes first? Connie said with a gentle smile without being angry. Of course. As soon as Connie headed, she stood up and looked for clothes she could wear. After searching in the closet, Connie put on honey glass clothes and said, "It's okay. You seem to have a lot to say to me. Do we know each other?" Connie sat beside the bed and looked at the skeleton in confusion. "I know you, but you don't know me. Let me get to know my husband. My name is Kurthahakanu and Chineu." Hearing the bottom of the nuclear root Wei Shi, the eyes widened in shock. "Ming Ang, are you talking about the little ninja and Kana I know? The ulcer of the drought irritating lung fi." "That's right, it's Butterfly Ninja and Kurimika Kana." Seeing that Gyutar Han was a tragic and disgusting child, he was indeed the husband of his two sisters. Chini said happily, "You are so awesome. You can actually become the husband of Koinen and Kanaho. Can you tell me what happened to Koin and Kanaho after I die?" "Certainly." Then Gyutar and snails were reported to Fu Lanqian. Connie was fascinated by hearing it. "I didn't expect that Xiren had such a big change because of my death, but fortunately I met you. And Chana, Ming Ang, I will thank you for Koin and Chineu." Chini gave the slut to the slut. "Thank you for killing Gui Wu too. So, Ming Ang, you resurrected me to give Koin and Chineu a surprise and also want me to join you, well, become a member of your wife. Is it right?" Seeing that his little thoughts were discovered by Connie, Gyutar was shocked to death. "Will you, Shanna?" Without any hesitation, Connie reached out to caress the guitar dry trading and smiled. "Of course I'm willing. Since Ming Ang resurrected me for this matter, how could I disappoint Ming Ang? And you have done so much to Koin and Chineu. As my sister, I should also express my feelings, isn't it?" Chapter 71 Demon Slayer Blade End. Connie's voice is like the warm spring sun, revealing tenderness everywhere. Asai Sai, what a gentle big sister. Faced with such gentleness, Connie, the emperor of the Gyuder, was a slightest moved. Seeing this scene, Connie smiled gently. "Oh I'm actually shy. I've been holding my sister all day long, but now I've been taken by my sister. How should Gyuder Hanhui say something to Shanahi? Ming Ang, should we give Koin and Chineu a surprise first, or should we taste me first?" Connie blinked playfully and looked at the skeleton. The slightest lunge into the bed. Downstairs, the girls were very confused when they heard the sound of Gutak Hishu. "Why haven't I heard this sound? Could it be that Gyutarhi pointed to bringing back a sister?" Koin and Kanaho looked at each other and both saw doubt and familiarity in each other's eyes. "Sister Xiren, do you hear it too?" Xiren nodded. "Maybe it's just a bit similar. After all, people cannot be resurrected. But brother Ming Ang's methods are great. Those ghost hunters all say that he is an immortal. What if it is really?" Sister Chineu asked. "If it is true, I will go in and cut him off now," Xiren said, a little angry. As the tallest and noble family member in her mind, Xiren doesn't want her to be ruined by the Gyuder Hefengxian. While not wanting to be his sister, Xiren also hopes to be his sister very much. She really wants to be with her sister. "Sister, is it you?" An hour later, after finishing work, the silence of the people in the world was called The Legend of the Condor He. All the girls gathered around, wanting to know who the new sister was. "Shhh Sai Xiaonin, you two come in with me." Xiaonin and Chineumi Ya Gyudarika, their sisters, called in. The guess in my heart was even more certain. "Ming Ang, is it my sister?" Xiren asked with his lips trembling. "You'll know if you go in and take a look." Gyuder defended Xiaonin and Chineu into the room. Inside the house, Xiaonin saw the familiar figure, familiar face and familiar smile, and instantly she burst into tears, run forward and pounced into Connie's arms. "Elder sister!" Xiren cried bitterly, crying in Connie's arms so sad. The same is true after seeing that it was Chini. He took a step back and hugged Connie. "Elder sister!" The two girls cried and sobbed and hugged Connie tightly. Connie hugged Koin and Chineu and said gently, "Oh." Xiren actually cried. She was embarrassed. "My sister still likes Xiren's smile more. Kanaku's has grown up and can open his heart and express his thought. It has become even more adorable." The girls poked their heads outside the house and looked inside. After seeing it was Chini, he couldn't help but be amazed at the sight of the silence 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 of the people who have been dead for so many years can still resurrect him. After comforting her little ninja and Chineu for for a while. She looked at the skeleton. Thank you, Ming Ang. Thank you for giving me the chance to see them again. Xiao Nin Kanahu will thank Ong too. Connie gently patted the two girls on the back. Chineo loosened Chan Ahui. Her eyes turned red and she broke into the well. Thank you, brother Ming Ang. As for Ziren, he looked at Gyuder with a little resentment and dissatisfaction. After all, his sister was criticized by Ming Ang. Ziren came to Gyuder and punched him with a punch. The trait seems to be very hard, but when he was about to hit, he took back all his strength, gently touched the Gyuder dry man. Big bad guy, but thank you, Ming Ang. Union set symbol. As long as you are happy. In the next week, Emperor Gyuder Han had a crush on his sect, just busy transforming the Taisha space or finding his place in the world. In his spare time, he taught all the girls to cultivate their energy so that Connie could learn the energy together. Finally found it in the Gyuder howling clever cricket, and oh, the light spot belongs to Demon Slayer blade. Now just mark it and position it and you won't have to worry about not finding your way back in the future. The Taisha space is not yet inhabited and I don't know what the next world is like. Since that's the case, then go and explore the way yourself. When Taisha's space is transformed, then take Mealy and the others over. As soon as I thought of this, the time is really still. At the moment when the true time is still, everything in the entire world of Demon Slayer blade except the sea of Gyuders was still. In nothingness there is no change in the light spot that belongs to Demon Slayer blade. Gyuder Hichi Xin Qian saw the girls who were stopped by time. The effect is good. You can go to the next world with peace of mind. Switch perspective and come to nothingness again. The badgers are hard to play with nuclear badgers. It's not that I only look at the light spot, but that I can't see the world inside the light spot. You need to go in before you know which world it is. All worlds shuttle and start. Volume 2, The Crown of Sin, Chapter 72. G. Pray. Some readers may not have read The Crown of Sin. It doesn't matter. I shorten the chapter as much as possible and finish it as soon as possible, and then release some popular work. The chapter of The Crown of Sin mainly focuses on the plot situation expressed in the animation, followed by novels and games. That is, before being captured by Dart, Chi did not have the soul and consciousness of the real name in his body. Where is this? Gyuder howled and concise. The quarrel, surrounded by abandoned concrete towers. Modern background. The way of the Gyuder opened his perception, and everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers came into view. Apocalypse virus. Lost Christmas. GHQ. Tokyo Bay Area 24. Antibodies. The Crown of Sin. Gyuder Hans Hung Bo. The Crown of Sin is an animation more than 10 years ago. It was a masterpiece at that time, a typical work of a grown-up male protagonist. But with the changes in society, people began to like works that the male protagonists were more capable from the beginning. Gradually, The Crown of Sin became a bad episode. Of course, there are also issues with plot transition, but this does not affect the love between Gyuder and some female characters. The Institute of Research. Just now, there seemed to be a female experiment in Gyuder Han's mother, an experimental subject that is exactly the same as Chi. In addition, 10 kilometers away, Yang Shinya was also coming here with his brothers Quintonyi and Kenji Torito, who had just been brought back from Africa. It was confirmed that the experimental subject in this abandoned research institute is Chi. The original work, Ken Nakamoto, exploded the Tokyo Sky Tower at the age of 12 and was imprisoned until he was 17 and was rescued again. That is to say, the time point we are at is 5 years before the plot begins. The institute where Gyuder Hyo's fist kicked off the steel door more than 10 centimeters thick with one kick and walked towards where he was. In an egg-shaped incubator made of transparent crystal filled with unknown nutrient solution, a girl with pink hair was curled up at this moment. The girl's skin is flawless and there is no trace of fat on her body. So beautiful. The girl in the purifier expelled vinegar and sighed. A desire to possessiveness and protection arises in my heart. The king's power is too heavy. You can't control it, so let it be left to me. You can be a student with peace of mind. Table tennis. The culture device was rammed by the Gyuders. Chi-Chi's curled body also stretched out. The delicate face was revealed. His eyes were slightly closed and he was still in a coma. Gyuder Hang picked it up. Yuluo. A Yu and Xiao Luo came out of Taisha space and stood in the Gyuder Helio. Help me and I'll dress her. Au took over the Kikai and straightened the Kikai. Gyuder Hanyu took out all kinds of women's underwear and put it on with Xiaoluo's help. 5 minutes later, I was very satisfied. It's so good. It's simply a healing goddess. Gutak Welding said, touching Chi-Chi's hair. On the other side, Yang Shinya Quartet and Shiro Kenji also came outside the research institute. This is the place where I was imprisoned when I was a child, and I used them to conduct various experiments, but later, due to the Lost Christmas incident, the place was abandoned. Yang Shinya heard that the Shindo Shuakairo, who used him and a group of children to conduct some kind of virus experiment, became the leader of the antibody, so he sneaked back to Japan. Come here to collect information and pull down Shuakairo. to a Cairo. Yeah, this door was forcibly broken by external force. The time is no more than 10 minutes. Military advisor Quarterpiece observing the gate of the institute make judgments on details. Someone is going one step ahead of us. Maybe it's inside. Get the weapon. Let's go in. Yeah, put the submachine gun on his back in his hand. Quartz and Kenji Tokyo also took out submachine guns and followed on both sides of Yacht. Resurge 2. Restore power first. Before coming to a main control switch, Shirago Kenji began to take out various data cables and connect them to the terminal in his hand. Alright, Suzy, throw. The entire abandoned research institute was illuminated instantly. Don't move. Yang Shinya held a submachine gun in his hand and aimed at the skeleton of the skeleton who was on the second floor and picked up the unconscious skeleton. Quartz and Tokyo Kenji were also holding a submachine gun in hand and aiming at the skeleton. The second-hand terminal of the City Household Research Department will be the one who is resistant to wages. It is annoying to search for the slag in the dry place. The result is that there is no such person. Are you refugees? The files of refugees are not recorded in the CHQ database. Ya is a refugee. Yan Are you blind? Do you think he is like a refugee? Quintant cursed Yan in a low voice. Kenji Toru looked at Gyuder Hai for a moment and was silent. It's really not very similar. At least that calmness in the face of guns is like something that refugees can have. If you are not a refugee, you can only be a person who sneaked back to Japan from a foreign country like you and others, or a hidden executive of GHQ. But no matter which one it is, controlling it first is definitely the best choice. Who are you? Why are you here? Ya asked. Gyuder Hiyukiao. Triton, you'd better move the gun away. If you scare me, I'll twist your head. Teritone. Sakuraman's real name was picked up by Yang Shinya, who escaped from the institute from the sea. This name was left Japan and went to Africa to make a living. Until now, I have never mentioned it to anyone. The only one who knows Terry's name is Sakuraman's family. At most, there is a mysterious person who saved his life. But how did the person in front of him know? I was so ill that I was shocked. Who is he? Ya. Quinton Ya was stunned and quickly woke him up. After coming back to his senses, Ya put down his weapon and signaled Quartet and Kenji Tokyo to put down the weapons in his hand. Looking at the Gyuder sea on the second floor, he asked, who are you? Do we know each other? Before she could speak, the guy in her arms opened her eyes. Blinking, he looked at the skeleton who was holding his own. Seeing that Jijing woke up, Jijing moved his eyes to Jijing in his arms. Woke up. Ji-Chi did not answer. Gyuder Hana's servant still had a expressionless face and naturally looked at Gyuder's body. It is very consistent with the label of Ji-Chi Sanwoo girl and natural naked gu. Ji-Chi's stomach made a gurgling sound. It's obvious that I'm hungry. Ji-Chi looked down at his stomach. Take out a rice ball from the first space. Don't ask what's in Taisha's space. If you ask, you have everything. You just can't live in someone's place. Open your mouth. Ji-Chi looked up at the squad and opened his mouth and bit it. The three of them downstairs looked at the loving unknown man and woman on the second floor, frowning slightly. Is this being ignored? It's okay if you look down on us, but can't you look down on the submachine gun in our hands? You are afraid you don't know what the caliber of the submachine gun in my hand is, right? Chengdu Kenji couldn't stand it anymore and asked, yeah, do you want to shoot? No shooting is allowed without my order, Ya said to Kenji Toruto. Since he doesn't take us seriously, then you can do your business first and copy the information here. Chengdu Kenji received the order and began to look for terminal sockets in the research institute. When he fed 3.5 balls of rice to Ji-Chi and was about to continue feeding rice balls, Ji-Chi spoke, said, eat you eat too. Ji-Chi reached out and fed half of the rice ball that he urgently ate to him and rushed towards the hyukao. The slap of the rice ball was eaten. Are you full? Ji-Chi nodded. Then Gyutarhan walked downstairs. Chapter 73 Ya's determination. When the quarterfinder saw Gyutar and Mian throwing Yahimei, he wanted to raise his gun and signal not to get closer. But when I remembered Ya's orders, I still chose to believe Ya. I hope this person will not be in danger. Ya, there is a major discovery. Kenji Takedo's voice sounded, and Ya said to the quartern beside him, you go and see what you found in Kenji Chinjayu. Just leave it to me. Be careful. This person is very dangerous. Quarters reminded. Ya nodded slightly. You have only two teammate. Gyutar Hishifu. You haven't answered yet. Who is it? Ya watched the nuclear crackdown and did not pay much attention to the weapon. It's not that he doesn't want to pay attention to the Ji-Chi, but that the current situation is very unfavorable to him and he must focus on the scattered lotus. Yeah, then I'll introduce myself. My name is Gyutar Hai, an ordinary person. Yeah, Yang Shinya. It's also Teritone. Since the other party knew Teritone's name, there was no need to hide it deliberately. Oh, Gyutar Han Naneo asked a private model to introduce himself. After sensing that the teammates around him were only Quinton and Kenji Tokyo, he was defeated. Do you have no other teammate? Ya shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Ayase Shinomiya and the throne have not yet become Ya's teammate. He also also lives somewhere in Tokyo. As for the funeral club, this was only chosen to be established after Yae rescued Chi Nun. Now, there is a high probability that I don't know Sakura Manji at the school festival. After clarifying the current situation of his future wives in his heart, Gyuder's was defeated. Do it well, and you will leave Japan's future to you. If you set up any special organization in the future, remember to invite me first. Oh, by the way, this is my girlfriend. How do you think she looked? The imitation of Gyuder's family. Then Ya looked at the girl. When he saw the girl's appearance, Ya's heart skipped a beat. Real name: in the unknown space, the tomb guardian of the ancient civilization. Date: the mechanism that determines the human will, the divine consciousness and the will of biological elimination. Tomb guardian referred to as date. Looking at the person he had never seen before with the experiment and even didn't know where he came from, his eyes were full of doubt. How is this different from what I planned? Why did he take away the experimental subject? Minja is the candidate. Adam. Who is he? Just as Dart was about to come out to correct the experiment and asked Ya to take away the experimental subject, he disappeared. Dart looked confused. Where are people? Ya exclaimed. Invisible clothes. There are high-tech technologies such as invisible clothes in this world, but they are very expensive. Ya, a poor man who just returned from Africa, cannot afford it. The roof of an abandoned building several kilometers away. Gu Tak Hang Chen filed the slightest question and asked, what is a girlfriend in Gyuder High? Girlfriend? You will know this in the future. By the way, I haven't told you the name yet. Your name is Guy. Do you remember? Ji Pray. The two syllables were repeated in her arms. After a long time, by sensing the direction of the real name, Dart still found the skeleton of the Gyuder. Just as Dart was about to step out of the unknown space, he was confused with Gu Tahi. Dart, come out and tell me. The eyes were shaped like a girl, looking at Dart in front of her in an unknown space. Dart's eyes were filled with incredibleness when he looked at the changing shape of Gyuder High. What this? Why doesn't it conform to the characteristics of human evolution? It's incredible. This is a form that even humans cannot evolve, no matter how many times they have experienced the evolution of the apocalypse. He is the perfect Adam, and he can actually see me. Dart walked out of the unknown space. The eyes were full of desire. Can you tell me where you are from? No, let's arrange it for me and arrange me and Jichi to the floor where the school festival is located and become neighbors. Seeing that Gyuder had made him feel like he was not in a hurry, asked back, what can I get by arranging you and Jichi to the floor where the school festival is located and becoming a neighbor? Get my favor. Dart smiled. I'm not Eve. What's the use of asking you to have a good impression of you? Speaking of Adam, whom Eve appointed, is in the building that this person mentioned. Interesting. Yes, in an hour you will become a neighbor of the school festival. Dart has close ties with the senior management of GHQ and the research institutes Shindo Shuakairo. It is very simple to arrange a Gyuder Hanafa. I'll ask you, why did you take her away? Dart looked at Gyuder and prayed, support as a wife. The cultivation game is not read. For example, a little lowly with a human body and fox ears is her girlfriend. I took a maid named Sylvie as my girlfriend, but Dart wanted to tell you about the container of the real name in the future. However, as soon as he said it, Dart shut up because he suddenly realized that he might die if he continued. Will be killed by the person in front of you. Death, a word that has nothing to do with Dart, almost became connected at this moment. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Just leave if you have nothing to do. Don't disturb my life, and I remember to ask someone to pick us up. Dart nodded stiffly, carefully returned to the different space and quickly began to contact Shuakairo Shindo and shouted for Gyuder before throwing it away. On the other hand, Yad also read about what happened in this research institute from Kenji Toru. Reminds of what my real name said to me. Dart Shuakairo Shindo. Resurrection real name. Damn Shuakairo Shishiro. I actually want to resurrect my real name and let it be used by them. No, I have to take action. After reading all the information, academic decision was made. He wants to create a force to fight against Shuichiro Shindo. Want to kill Shishiro and liberate the real name. You can't let your real name become a tool in their hands. Suddenly, Yae remembered that Gyuder regretted the appointment of the nuclear dealer. Do it well, and you will leave Japan's future to you. If you set up any special organization in the future, remember to invite me first. Have you expected it? Yae was thinking about something and then told the military advisor Quinton Tai and Tokyo Kenji around him. Quantity, I want to set up a resistance organization. Resist GHQ and let Japan return to the hands of the Japanese people. Are you willing to join? That's what he said, but what Yae thought about was the real name of liberation. It's really worthy of being Yae. Quinton smiled. It's only been a long time since I came back to Japan. I'm going to do such a big career as a military advisor. Of course I chose to join. So too, said Kenji Takiro. Yae, you will next invite the Gyuderkan Garden Sang Jun Bim to give me a gift. Yae nodded. Yes, we have to invite him to join us. This person is mysterious and plays an important role in our plan. Yae doesn't know what it does, but it's all to unite people's heart. Of course, the reason why Ya invited Gyuder to the Dry and Glutton was because of the experimental subject he took away. Chapter 74 School Festival. GHQ's Special Epidemic Prevention Force Antibodies. Just now I received a special order and I would like to pick up 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. Then they were sent to the residential area of Tianwang's area and a bank card was given. Let's pick up 2 people and they're a man and a woman. Interesting. What are their identities? Shuja looked at the photo of the man and the woman on the flip phone and was very puzzled. Apart from being a handsome man, these 2 people don't seem to have any special characteristic. What is the information about these 2 people? Blank. The subordinates on the side handed the terminal in their hands to the Shuja. Bank card. Just put it aside. The shit circle swiped down to refresh and then the information about the 2 people was found on the terminal panel. Only 2 short lines. Gyuder CG Prey, living in Tianwang's Hu. After reading the information of the 2, Shuja frowned slightly and raised the corners of his mouth. This is obviously what I just recorded. Oh, it seems that I have discovered something amazing. Let's go. I'll go there in person. The Shuja drove an antibody military vehicle and galloped towards the direction of the Shutter Hanchi. Dingbi. A military car was parked in front of the Gyuder Hanchi. After seeing the Shuja in the driver's seat, the Shuja was surprised and did not expect that it was the Shuja who came to pick him up. This guy is so cunning. The sentence in the original work, "Salute for the birth of the king," has been widely circulated today. But that's the case in front of me. So what if you are so cunning? Isn't it just a matter of knocking down with 1 punch? Please get in the car. Gutak got into the car with a blessing. Along the way, Shuja kept observing the 2 people sitting in the back row through the rearview mirror in the center console. I think that Ji-Chi, where is your home? Shuja pretended to look like a big brother and asked. Ji-Chi did not say anything but looked at the skeleton. SHHHHHHHHH. Didn't your boss tell you? Hearing that the words Gyuder Haoyuhwai were filled with a gentle and elegant word hang, the smile on the face of Shuji froze. According to the original plan, it was not me who came to pick up the 2 of them but my 2 subordinate. But out of curiosity, I chose to go there alone. And he did not introduce his identity to Gyuder Hanchi. How did he know his name? Ha ha ha. This is not a joke. I'm afraid you will forget it. The SHHHH smiled awkwardly. Continue to drive your own car. I felt more and more that the identity of the 2 was not simple. This little Tianwang's Hu is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Not long ago, a family member moved here at the institute. Today, another family came. We must pay more attention to this place in the future. Soon, Shuja drove to Tianwang's Huja residential area. Shuja got off the car and opened the door personally for the Gyuder Hangi. The jealousy apa compared to the Darkwood youth, and I felt the cherry blossoms, the stepmother who still has charm, the spring and summer, and the school festival where I sleep in my bedroom at home. Shuja handed over his superior from his pocket to the slaughter of the slaughter. Take the key. Gyuder Hemian is afraid to offer his sip. The shrew world is a little confused. I haven't said where you live yet. Under the gaze of the shit world, the Gyuder Hanchi came to the next door to the school tribute family, opened the door and walked in. Yes, it's a bit strange. I always feel like I've forgotten something. Shuja scratched his head and returned to the car. After turning on the lights in the house, looking at the room covered with a layer of dust on the ground, the Gyuder River machinery lots stretched out. Dart forced work is really not reliable. How long has it been since I lived in this room? I don't know if I can send someone to clean it before I come. Helplessly, Gyuder Brown slow rise. During this period, I saw that I was busy with my pump, so I also picked up the cleaning tools to help me clean the room. 2 hours later, the 2 finally cleaned the room. Ji-Chi reached out to wipe the sweat from his face, and the dust on his hands was stained with his face. The dust is all on your face. Gutahi, he's exaggerated. Ji-Chi reached out to wipe the dust again, and the more he wiped it, he wiped more and more. Why are you so stupid and cute? Gutak took out a towel from the space and wiped the dust and sweat from his face. It's beautiful. Gutak welding touched Ji-Chi's white and tender face. Okay, clean up. Let's go and have a shower. When he arrived at the bathroom, he asked, can you take off your clothes by yourself? Ji-Chi looked down at his clothes, took them off little by little, leaving nothing left. And the Gyuders is a pity that causes the brain crab pan. After putting his hand into the bathtub and feeling the temperature was similar, Gutak, who also took off his clothes, prayed to take a bath in the bathtub. Gyuder Hicken point mother wiping her body. Ji-Chi sat in the bathtub and did not react much. As an experimental subject, she has no understanding of this world, does not understand love, hate, and has no emotions and 6 desires. More than 3. No girl. The mind is as clean as a spotless piece of white paper, a perfect whiteboard. During this period, Gyuder Han undid his actions and made excessive moves. After all, this time it was a training department, so you can do it little by little, so there is no hurry. After washing the white-collar work, Gyuder defended the white-collar worker back to the bedroom, put on his pajamas and hugged Yang Xiang and fell asleep. On On the morning of the next day, I looked at the empty kitchen and fell into silence. I originally wanted to make breakfast for Ji-Chi, but now I don't need to make it. Since that's the case, I can only go out for a free meal. In the living room, Ji-Chi was holding the pillow in a daze. Are you hungry? Seeing that it was Gu Tahahao who was playing tricks on him, nodded. Hungry. Call Ming Ang, said the beautiful hair of Gyuder Hikanripi. Ji-Chi spoke again. Ming Ang hungry. First eat a rice ball and let's go out for a free meal. The slaughter is drinking and the slaughter is hired by the slaughter. Chi took the rice ball, got up and followed the squid and walked out of the house. Come to the next door. At the entrance of the school sacrifice house. Gu Tak He Meng Jishuo. Here you come. The sound of the school festival and the sound of hurried footsteps came from the house. When he opened the door, he couldn't help but cover his mouth when he saw the girl drought and yellow cloth. He muttered in a low voice, so handsome. Chapter 75 Free Meal. The sage asked shyly with his hands crossed behind him. That who are you? I am your neighbor next door. My name is Gyuder Hai. You can call me Ming Ang. Because I just moved here last night. I was in a hurry and I didn't prepare food. Gyuder was thinking about whether he could come to your house for a meal. Okay, it's okay. I was so happy to hear that such a handsome man was his neighbor. After all, she is just a girl who has just entered puberty. That my name is the school festival. It just happened to be done with breakfast. If you don't mind, can you come in and taste it? By the way, is she? The school ritual turned his head and looked at the squad. Li Zeu, who hired number 1 to pray. I forgot to introduce her to you. Her name is Ji-Chi. She lives with me and is here to have a free meal. Isn't it okay? It's okay. Yingman Chengxia, who had just left home and was about to go to work in the research institute, went downstairs to the floor where the Gyuder drank. Hearing someone's voice, I'm curious, looked over. After all, my son Yingmanji will live here in the future. It will be no harm to help his son get to know him in advance. I don't know if I don't look at it, and I'm shocked when I see it. After seeing how Ji-Chi looked, Yingman Chengxia was stunned. Real name. After the three of them entered the house and closed the door, Yingman Chengxia quietly arrived at the entrance of the school tribute house. Silently remember the door number. Yingman Chengxia came downstairs with a serious look on her face, got into the research institute's car, and rushed towards the research institute. It's not the real name, but it's exactly the same as the real name. If you insist on saying the difference, eyes are different. So who is that girl? For the safety of Yingmanji, Yingman Chengxia felt it was necessary to check it out. Not only are the cherry blossoms in spring and summer, but also the slags in the dry and dry slags in the summer. But at this moment, Ya was very confused because he didn't know how to find the skeleton. After I promised to create an organization, let me notify you as soon as possible. As a result, you disappeared directly. How can I notify this? I have it. Yad. I found Guta's silly and took his personal terminal and handed it to Yad. Yazai asked in confusion when he saw the. Isn't it yesterday? It should be the new editor last night, or there was a super hacker like me who hacked GHQ to make changes, or it's this person who has a background. GHQ's background. Ah, Ya was confused. Your sister. My organization is used to anti-GHQ, but you have a GHQ background? Just know where to live. Go to invite him to the funeral club with me tonight. School worship at home. The school festival brought out the breakfast he prepared. It just looks a little small, and it is only enough for 2 people to eat at most. That I've eaten it. You too can eat it. The school musical said awkwardly. The concubine was so angry that she pressed the school ceremony on the chair. It is not good for girls to not eat breakfast. Sit here. I'll prepare some more. The Gutak was playing the craftsman's room and preparing breakfast for the restaurant's prayer and school festival. She is the only one in the school ceremony, but there are a lot of ingredients in the refrigerator in the kitchen. At the Gyuder Brown Book ceremony, he came to the kitchen door. I'll help you. You are the master and we are the guest. If you kindly invite us, how can you help me as a guest? The kitchen was launched at the Gyuder Aviation School Festival. Sit here. Just wait for dinner. Then the little face of the school dojo was slightly red and sat back on the chair. Soon, in just 15 minutes, the breakfast was ready for Gyutar Hanjing. Put a plate to serve the dining table. Looking at the breakfast with a full range of colors, fragrance, and flavor on the dining table, the school festival couldn't help but exclaim, what a hearty breakfast. It smells so good. Don't sigh here. Eat it quickly. It will be not delicious when it is cold. Gyuder, he was beside him. Chi, you can start eating too. Ji-Chi nodded and savored the Gyuder brown score. After taking a bite, the school ritual opened, his eyes widened. This is delicious. Ming Ang, how did you make it so delicious? Ji-Chi nodded, agreeing with the view of the school festival. The plaque of Gyuder Haika said, the ancestral technique is passed down to men but not women. But if you want to eat it in the future, I can make it for you at any time. That's great. The school music said happily, but soon said embarrassedly, will you be a little trouble? No trouble. As long as it is for sacrifice, nothing will be troublesome. After listening to the school festival, my cheeks were slightly red and I stopped talking but focused on my meal. After hearing this, Chi turned to look at Gyuder and blinked. It seems to be saying, what about me? Of course there is my cute prayer. Gyuder Hikonga touched Chi's hair. The school festival was dedicated to making meals. While making meals, I did not forget to look at the Gyuder Han sitting opposite me. What is the relationship between Gyuder and Han, pray? After breakfast, the terminal in the school sacrifice pocket rang. The school festival quickly took out the terminal and checked the time. Oh, I'm almost late. Well, if you are not full, eat first. I'll leave first. As he said that, he quickly picked up his backpack and ran towards the door. Gyuder shouted, aren't you afraid that we are bad guys and steal your thing? The school festival in the entrance hall was stunned, looking at the two of them with a gentle smile. But you are not bad guys, and we are still neighbors. I believe you. Bye-bye. After saying that, the school festival put on its shoes and ran out of the house. Gyuder He Alpha, what a gentle and kind girl. Clean up the plates on the table of Gyutar Hang. Wash it clean. He took Chi to leave the school tribute family. Not long after I got home, a knock on the door sounded. They are two antibody personnel. Is it Gyuder Hai Guaren? Gyuders was shocked by the, this is your bank card. Mr. Shuja asked me to bring it to you. Gyuder He Xianzheng was just about to make some gold and sell it, but he didn't expect that he would send money so soon. This is good, and it saves a lot of trouble. With this money, I can go out for fun with Chi. Holding a bank card, the sodium skull file collapsed. Pray, we have money. Let go. I'll take you out for fun. Chi looked at the sacrificial card, although I didn't know what it was, but looking at Howling the Gyuder look, you know that this thing is very important. The background time of the Crown of Sin is 2039. Now is 5 years before the story begins, that is 2034. There are many more things that can be played than in Taisho era in Demon Slayer Blade, and I have never seen many things before. Now I have become a jungle bumpkin. Chapter 76 Prayer Flower Robe. Unlike Roppongi, which has become a ruin, the Tianwangzhu area still maintains normal social order. The entertainment facilities that should be available are not bad. Amusement park, cinema, snack street, video game city. Using the bank card given by Dart, Gyuder defended Chi to go to a large mall first. Buy some beautiful clothes for you. The clothes in my Taisha space seem a little out of place compared to the current society. In the mall, I changed into exquisite clothes and was very satisfied. It's very beautiful, but so, Chi can't just have this piece of clothing. All morning, Gyuder Han Chi never left the mall. At least 3 sets of various styles of clothing, maid outfit, JK uniforms, dark lowly clothes, etc. Anyway, as long as you wear them, you can look good. Anyway, some are money. Scan the bank card at will. Seeing the people around each of them, each with a terminal call device, Gyuder defended and purchased 2 more call devices. There are crows flying very fast in the world of Demon Slayer Blade, and the message transmission is not very troublesome. But if there is no call terminal in this world, it will be really uncomfortable. Passing by a restaurant, I pulled the fire to the fire. Ming Ang, hungry. After looking at the time, it was already noon, so Hu Gyutaran entered the hotel. After lunch, Hu Tak defended and went to the cinema. It's a very scary horror movie, and many people in the theater scream, but the Gyuder Han Chi, who was sitting together, did not say a word. I only know how to eat popcorn blindly. Gyuder he sent a stolen Lu to rob him, but he simply did not understand. It still takes a long time to train a wife who is considerate and has a certain understanding. After watching the movie, Gyuder River went to the amusement park with a persistent prayer. While eating various snack, ice cream, marshmallows, playing with various amusement facilities. As the evening approached, Gyuder Hangi took the subway and went home. Ming Ang, please here. When I took the school festival to go home from school, I saw the Gyuder Han who had just started on the subway. I quickly stood up happily and said hello. Sacrifice, what a coincidence. Gyuder defended the prayer and sat next to the school festival. Yes, I didn't expect to meet you here. When the school festival saw the Chi who had changed into modern clothes, he exclaimed, wow, is this Chi? He has become so beautiful. Chi replied expressionlessly. Ming Ang also thinks it looks very good. Then the 3 of them started chatting and laughing on the subway. The school festival talked to the Gyuder Hangi about what happened at school today. Gyuders and cricket low. A boy sitting opposite the school festival was wearing the same school uniform as the school festival. This person is Sakura Manji. After seeing the gazebo sitting on the gazebo, Yang Manji suddenly felt a feeling of heartbeat. So beautiful. When the subway arrived at the station, the 4 of them got off together. At the school festival, the Gyuder C prayed, and the 3 of them walked side by side in front. Sakura Manji followed the 3 of them from afar. In this direction, are the 3 of them suitable for living in the same place as me? Sure enough, when I came to the building in the residential area, I looked at the 3 people who went upstairs together. Sakura Manji was extremely excited. Living in the same building, there will be more opportunities to meet in the future. In the darkness in the corner, Ya looked at the cherry blossoms downstairs and always felt that she had seen them somewhere. Very familiar, but I just can't remember it. I've seen it somewhere. Damn, who is he? This kind of understanding, but I can't remember where I have seen it, made Ya very upset. Yan please help me check who he is, Ya said to the Hacker City household. Yan around him. Query the photos of the Takuto Kenji. Use Sakura full collection in the database. Ying Manji. My mother is Ying Manchun and the researcher of the Research Institute. After hearing the names of Ying Manji and Ying Manchungzia, Ya's heart beat hard. It's him, the real name of my younger brother, my childhood good brother, and a family. But why did I see the experimental subject that looks exactly the same as my real name, and I didn't go up to ask who she is? But I am very happy and feel like I am unrequited love. There are big problems. Forget it, let's not care about him for now. The main goal tonight is to Gyuder see or not to involve the game. When I saw that the Gyuder Hanchi did not go back to his home but entered the school ceremony home, I was confused. I originally wanted to wait for the slurry and liquid radish to come to invite you. What does it mean if you don't go home? Do you want to act now? Wait a little longer. Wait until they go home. While waiting, Gyuder's was suppressed and prepared dinner with a school ceremony. Chi was watching TV and there were programs similar to girls groups on TV. School festival in the kitchen for the snails to defend the snails. After the death of the European Communist Party, I found a red string from somewhere, tied it up, held up the red rope with both hands, crossed it constantly and picked up the rope, and it was obviously turning the rope. When I saw the, is it a flower rope? I can do this. The Gyuder and Oleg Wei pinched two of the ropes and inserted their fingers into the gap. Chi, you can let go. Chi, let go of your hands. The swaying brand pillow, a different flower rope pattern from the previous one, appeared between the stakeholders. Looking at the Gyuder, the GQ smiled. A slight smile appeared. This is the first time that Chi has smiled since he was rescued by the Institute of Kardar. Very innocent, gentle, and beautiful smile. At the school festival, I saw Gyuder Han-chi playing with flower rope and did not bother them. A man silently brought out the food in the kitchen. After all the food was served, the school festival said, Ming-ang Chi, it's time to eat. The flower rope held up in Gyutar Hang's hand handed it to Prey. GK took the flower rope and changed the pattern. Gyutar Hehan touched Chi-Chi's head and said, Chi, it's time to have a meal. Will we have fun after dinner? Chi nodded, put away the flower rope, and followed Gu Tahi Huang to the restaurant. After dinner, clean up the bowls and chopstick. After playing at home for another hour with the school festival, Gu Takan returned home with Chi. Ming-ang, please see you tomorrow. Ming-ang, remember to come to my house to make breakfast tomorrow. I understand. Sacrifice. See you tomorrow. Chapter 77. Join the funeral club. They're back. After waiting downstairs for 3 or 4 hours, the three of them met the Quadrant and the Ancestral 2. When they saw the Squadron and the Ancestral 2, they finally returned to their homes and hurriedly ran upstairs. Ding bell. The doorbell was ring. The auntie drank the door. Get in the house and talk. The three of them were surprised, as if all their actions were in the process of being in the present. The three of them closed the door and entered the Gyuders to suppress the situation. I saw Chi sitting on the sofa and watching TV. When Chi heard that someone seemed to be coming, he turned his head to look. It was the three people that day. After taking a casual look at the three of them, Chi turned his head and continued to hold the pillow and watch the TV. The three of them sat on the sofa on the side. The mirage of the mirage is beside the mirage. I'm here to invite you to join the funeral club. Ya said, just call me. Join the funeral club. Okay, no problem. But I still have something to do now, so I can't go to your base for the time being. Let's contact you through this for the time being. As he said that, Gyuder Hao and Ju planted weapons and committed suicide. Ya nodded and the two exchanged terminal numbers. With this, it is convenient to connect. No need to go to Tian Wang's Hu. I also want to let GQ join the funeral club and declare war with GHQ through her. Ya glanced at GQ and said, the so-called declaration of war is actually to make Guy become a famous singer and let him appear in GHQ's Shindo Shuakairo's site. Come and warn Shishiro Tandeo that the dead should not be blasphemed and do not think about resurrecting the real name. My join means she has joined too. As for letting Chi become a singer, let's talk about this later. Now I don't know how to sing. Gyuder soldering account low and said suddenly, yes. Chi looked at the skeleton of the Gyuder. Ming-ang, I can sing. Then Chi hummed a few tunes which were very rhythmic. Gyuder Hicken point mother holding the head of Chi. He said gently, okay, Chi can sing, but Chi wants to become a singer or even a song. There are more than just these tunes. I pray that I have to write lyric and compose music and do a lot of things. When Chi has done all this, I will let you become a singer. How about it? Chi nodded. In fact, she is not interested in becoming a singer or something, but just wants to tell Ming-ang that she can sing. As for Ya, the quarter, the two and the three Chengdu and Kenshi saw each other looking at each other, and their eyes were full of shock. How did he know that he wanted to train Guy to become a singer? Did you leak the secret? No. How could I leak the secret? Ya, you know, I can't betray you. After a moment of silence, silent. The three of them nodded thoughtfully. Everyone was sighing in my heart that the arid eye plant feeds of the Gyutar, the ability to know the future. It's so scary. If the Gyutar river-shaped bed is useless, then everything that happened in the institute before will be reasonable. Is there anything else? Gyutar Hishao looked at Ya with his hand. Ya thought about it and it seemed that there was nothing to say. Their purpose of coming here was to invite the Gyutar Han to pray. Now that I have invited it, the other party agrees. There seems to be nothing to say, right? No, there is still. That is whether the Gyutar river is related. Ya said seriously. I told you the truth. Actually, there is one thing we have here this time, that is to confirm whether you have anything to do with GHQ. GHQ? If you're talking about Dart, I asked Dart to arrange this house for me. Shocked. In addition to being shocked, it was shocked. Through the data left by Ya and the other two, they have already figured out who Dart is, a person who can control the existence of GHQ. Very scary. It turns out your sister. After hearing what Gyutar he had done, Dart seemed to be his subordinate. This is very scary. Isn't this clear that you are the real leader of GHQ? Invite the real leader of GHQ to join the anti-GHQ funeral club? It's a cheating, father. The key is that you agree. What about playing? Kenji Tokyo was ready to take out the rifle behind him and began to resist and flee. Don't get me wrong, I'm not the leader of GHQ. I'm not interested in GHQ. Dart will arrange a place for me. It's just a deal. It does not involve transactions in the funeral club. So, is there any other problem? Ya and the other two looked at each other. Ya looked at Gyutar Hai, stood up and stretched out his hand and said, no problem. Welcome to join the funeral club. Gyutar Si, Ya, Quintant Yi, Takato Kenji left Tian Wang's Hu and returned to Roppongi's stronghold. Ya asked the Quintant Yi on the side. Quaden, do you think the core cracks are scratched by the nuclear meter? The quarterfinder was silent for a moment, recalling the actions of the silence 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 of the sill. I think it's all true, and I think he didn't seem to be coming for us. Ya frowned slightly. The funeral club is currently only one of them. If it is not for them, then it can only be their future teammate. You meant he future? The quarter nodded. And it's highly likely to be one or more female players. Kenji Toruto said in a daze as he listened to what the two said. Damn, why are you talking so mysterious? Is it mysterious? Did you just make a fuss about the party in Gyutar Hang? Ya asked Xiang Chengdu. Thinking of the confused look in Gyutar Hang, Chengdu Kenji deeply agreed. It's really mysterious. He won't really have the ability to know the future. Right, it must be. Even things like void exist. What does the prophet of unpredictable mean? Ya said. Void, a human being born after the emergence of the revelation virus. Different people have different heart, and the void they have is also different. When he was an experimental subject in the research institute, he was injected with an AP virus, that is, an apocalypse revelation virus. Gain the ability to see the void in others' heart. In addition to the information read from the research institute, Ya also understood what the void is and the existence of the void, and why I was subjected to human experiment. Everything is related to the void, to atom, to the void genome. It is the king power. Yeah, it's time to get a vaccine. After a glance at the time, the quadrant reminded, infection with AP viruses is the easiest way to avoid crystallization. However, it is only effective for early stage infections, and people like those who have already crystallized will be useless. And you also need to get vaccinated for a long time. Chapter 78 Shinjuo Yan Er was arrested. Source Plastid Gene Research Institute, are responsible for researching the production of implicated viruses and vaccines. Multinational pharmaceutical company. It has close ties with GHQ, which controls Japan. It has a research institute at the headquarters of GHQ, the 24th district of Tokyo Bay. The only 3 void gene locks in this world were all studied here. The first branch was used for experiment, creating the first generation of Pseudo-King's Schoology. Schoology killed a lot and took the experimental subject Carol and ran away and disappeared. The last time he appeared, he protected Yat and killed Sakuraman's real name in the Lost Christmas 5 years ago. There is no trace yet. The second and third branches are now stored in Area 24. In the Research Institute, Yingman Chengxia used her authority to check the room number she had recorded at that time. I found that the only one living inside was a little girl called the School Festival. Isn't it right? Where is next door? Yingman Chengxia checked the room next door again and finally saw the figure in her memory. Ji Prey and Gyutar Hai Jun. This information is wrong. Looking at the short line of identity information, Yingman Chengxia was very upset. Although Yingman's real name is not Chengxia's biological daughter, Chengxia has long regarded her as her biological daughter. Now the duplicate of her suspected daughter has been brought out and she is so close to her son. How can you not be angry if you are full of cherry blossoms and spring and summer? What are the damn GHQ bastard doing again? Oh, what other bastard did GHQ do to make you so so angry. Chungzia's brother, also the father of Sakuraman Kuroju, came to the laboratory and asked nothing. Sakura is closed in spring and summer and does not want to say more to Shukairo Shindo. On the second day, Gyuder defended the Kikai and came to the door of the school ritual sacrifice house again. Ring the doorbell. With foam in your mouth, holding a toothbrush in your hands, wearing pajamas, messy hair, opening the door and having a confused mouth. Ming-ang. Ni last spicy. Gyuder he. Okay, go and wash up. Just leave the next one to me. Yeah. The school music ran back into the house happily. Chi-Chi came to the sofa and continued to watch TV. Gu Ta-hyuxian prepared breakfast for the two girls. After the school ceremony was finished, breakfast was prepared. Just, it's time to eat. Hearing that the TV was turned off and ran towards the restaurant. After breakfast, the school festival started packing up and heading to school. Since the school ritual sacrifice is located in Tianwangshu No. 1 High School, it is very far away from here, so it never goes home for lunch at the school ritual sacrifice, and it is usually done at the school. Give it, take this, it's lunch. The school festival was very happy to see her lunch bento. Thank you Ming-ang, you are so nice to me. The school story festival happily hugged the skeleton of Gyuder. Blessings pray, beloveds Ming-ang. After going to school for the school festival, Gu Tak Hang Tao took Chi-Chi out to play. Day after day, a month soon passed. The school music also fell in love with Gyuder Han in his heart. It's just that because of the fact that Chi-Chi has been chasing Gyuder Heli and he is a little timid, he has never stopped him. When you have a full impression of your favor, everything will be clear. At night, Gyuder he wanted to hold him and pray to sleep. Buzz buzz. The terminal sounded and someone defended the fence to the silent. This terminal is the personal phone number of the personal phone number. One is prayer, one is sacrifice, and the other is alive. I prayed in my arms and I slept next door, leaving only one state not within my own perception. Hey, Ya, what's wrong? We are planning to attack the Tokyo Skytree today. Are you here? Ya said. Skytree. If I remember correctly, Kenji Toruto went to prison because he exploded the Skytree. Just go in. It's not your business. It is better to go to prison. If you don't go to prison, how can a thug who is also a hacker master join the funeral club? In the past month, every time there was a mission, Ya would ask him if he would go. The Gyuders is a fishy man. Today is no exception. I won't go. I still have to sleep. Hang up the phone. Gyuders slutty clasped the fragrant scent again and slept. The development system is fun. On the other side, on a tall building less than a kilometer away from the Tokyo Skytree, Ya looked at the quadrant beside him and shook his head. As expected, after all, we don't have female players yet. Ya, you have to pay attention to recruiting female team members. Quinton Yi said. I will try my best to wait until the action tonight is over. Ya looked at the screen in his hand, which showed the location of Takuro Kenji, moving towards the Tokyo Skytree. Ya pressed one hand on the headphones and said, GHQ uses the Skytree to spread virus radio waves, and we must blow up the Skytree. At the same time, the name of the funeral club will be launched. Jian Er, act carefully. Half an hour later, the Skytree exploded smoothly. Not only were the top leaders of GHQ killed, but hundreds of Japanese working in the Skytrees also killed. After the Skytree collapse, hundreds of people were killed. This wave is a big kill. This made the entire Japan know the existence of the funeral club. Group the funeral club into a terrorist organization. Kenji Chinda was caught because he didn't run away in time. Logically speaking, it should be sentenced to death, but who made the second and 12 years old and underage? He was not even convicted but was detained in the 4th quarantine center and received reform education. The next day, just dawn, Ya once again defended the cricket of the Gyuders. The action failed last night. This failure means that Kenji Takiro was arrested or killed too many civilians. Isn't it because I called so early to take myself to save people? You won't go to save people now, are you? Asked in confusion. We don't have that strength yet, so we plan to hire some people first. Are you here? Hearing that the funeral club recruited people, Gyuders nuclear bunzi shunshu. If the newly waving person has a yase shinomiya or a thrush in his hand, you can't miss it. Come on, wait for me for an hour or two. Chi, it's time to get up. Gyuder Hantun Fiza slammed the forehead of the slanting no Chi. On the other side, Roppongi, the funeral club base. Ya hung up the phone and looked at the quarter finder. The girl drank fat and waited for her to hang her. She agreed to herself and said she would wait for an hour or two. At this moment, Quintant looked at Ya with a look of, look, I guessed right. As a matter of knowing what is going on, you just said that the action failed and the news of Kenji Takado was arrested was not notified and GHQ has not yet reported it. The result was made in the elliptical channel of the Gyuder Trench. Ya, you have to take such an important person in your hands. He will become the key helper on your way to becoming king. Quinton said confidently. It seems that I have already grasped the Gyuder High and can see through it. Chapter 79 Genius Otak Dong. Take Chi-Chi to the school ceremony home. Gyuder defended Hai's TV and asked Xiaoqi to sit on the sofa in the living room to watch TV. Let's watch TV here for a while. I'll call the festival and prepare breakfast. Xiaoqi nodded and was in the sledge of the Gyuder Han herdsman, leaving the living room and coming to the bedroom door. Knocking at the door. Sacrifice, get up. Yet I understand. A hazy sound came from inside the house. Seeing that the festival had already started to get up, Gyutar Han prepared breakfast for the two daughters and herself. On the dining table, the nuclear file of Gyuder is broken. Xiaoqi and I may not be at home in the past few days. Remember to eat on time at home and be careful of safety. The school ritual put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hand and looked at the skeleton in surprise. After a moment of silence, the school sacrifice said, okay, then you and Xiaoqi should also pay attention to safety. I'll wait for you at home. Gyuder he, don't worry, I'm very strong and I will definitely be able to protect Xiaoqi. After breakfast, Gutak defended and walked towards Roppongi. As the two went deeper into Roppongi, the number of people around them became less and less, and the house became more and more dilapidated. When I arrived at the Roppongi area, the surrounding area was desolate. In a dilapidated high-rise building, the quarterfinder looked at the location of the Kyuden nuclear with a telescope. Here you come, Xiaoqi. Here. The position where Gyuder howled and confiscated the beating was several kilometers away from the quarterfinder and had four eyes opposite. When the Gyuder Han Chi came downstairs, Ya and the quarter also made time to go downstairs to the first floor. The magnesium appearance is troubled. Ya smiled. Gyuder's was shocked by the haven't seen you for a long time. By the way, how do you recruit new team members? Gyuder he asked Brother Carbon to find that there were only people around him and no one else at all. This is simple. Find it. Quartet replied. But before that we need to recruit a master who is proficient in the field of hacking. When he heard the quarterfinder say that he would recruit hackers first, Ji Fen was in a panic and thought of the little beauty in the original work, the Pith, who had been wearing cat earrings. Oh, is anyone a choice? It's already there. Before Yan Er was caught, we had already considered this situation, so we asked Yan Er to set up a program that can screen out hacker expert. The final screening results meet our criteria. A girl whose parents all died of lost Christmas. As he said that, the quarterfinder handed the terminal showing the girl's image to the skeleton. On the terminal is a girl wearing a school uniform, black hair shawls, and Kate-ard hair accessories. It is obvious that the girl mentioned in Quintonyi is a Pith. Well, it looks pretty good. I'll leave this task to me and Xiaoqi. I've been joining the funeral club for a month, so it's time to do something for the funeral club. Hearing that the squadron squid volunteered to go, he looked at Ya. I want to see what Ya think. Originally, the two planned to bring the Gyuder Han Chi with them, and then through Ya's perception of the void in the girl's body, Ya's prescribed the right medicine. But now only the squid plant is replaced by squid plant. Ya smiled and said, no problem. Since you have spoken, the task of recruiting her will be handed over to you. Quantity and I went to recruit some other team members. Give. This is the detailed information of the goal. Ya passed the detailed information of the piss to the girl who was pissed by the piss, showing a satisfied smile. Xiaoqi, let's go find a piss. The piss, a super hacker genius who can compare with Kenji Takedo in the original work. Not only that, the pirate also has superb humanoid robot driving technology. Perhaps it is because he is very confident in his abilities and his throne has a bit arrogant personality. But the throne lived a very lonely childhood and was always alone. The only thing that can barely be called a companion is just two rabbit puppet. The loneliness in the heart makes the throne long for friends, family, and playmate, and the void has the ability to create puppet. A girl like this is the best guide. According to the information given by Ya, the Gyuder Han holds weights to blow the damage and blow the rhyme. Dingling. When the doorbell was ringing, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the house. The throne opened the door and said, come in. It is obvious that the throne has detected the umbrella through hacking technology. Gyuder he, sit down. Sit here. I'll prepare food for you. I have been the only one at home for many years. Now that I have finally arrived, the guest is in a very happy mood, so I naturally have to treat it well. Putting various snacks and fruits in front of the two of them, the pirate smiled on his face, pressed his hands under his thighs, and sat down at the Gyuder's green joy. Hey, you are from the funeral club, right? A orange on the table was peeled and handed to Xiaoqi, nodded and replied, that's right, my name is Gyuder Hai. She is Ji-Chi. Gyuder Ji Prey. After repeating the names of the two of them several times in a low voice, the whisper glanced at Ji-Chi, who was eating the snacks placed in front of him, and said, it's not bad that Gyuder Hai asked me to join your funeral club, but I'm going to conduct a 2-week inspection on you. Whether I join the funeral club after the end of 2 weeks depends on your performance in the past 2 weeks. After hearing the method of priests examining themselves and Xiaoqi in their minds, Gyuder He-Fi collapsed. No problem. I was a little confused when I saw Gyuder Dennis's purity. Don't you ask about the inspection content? No, you didn't even doubt Xiaoqi and I, so you brought us into your home. If you trust us so much. How can I not trust you? I believe the thief will not make things difficult for me. The piss was slightly stunned. Keep blinking and looking at the skeleton. After a long time, the throne showed a bright smile and said, Hehe, I knew I didn't see the wrong person. I have decided. Shorten the inspection period by 1 week. The examination content is that in the next week you and Zyoki will live in my house. The throne pulled out her hands from under her thighs and pointed at the Gyuder Han. Click. Chi bit the potato chips he was pinching with his fingers and looked at the piss blankly with expressionless face. Do you live together? Be able to live with the piss and cultivate feelings and increase favorability. Soon the three of them began to clean up the room. Looking at the same room as Gyuder dry yellow climbing, the throne asked in confusion, Xiao Qi, isn't the room I arranged for you opposite? Chi shook his head. No, I want to sleep with Ming Ang. Ah, the piss was shocked. Although she could see that the relationship between Gyuder River and Chi was very close, she never thought that they were even together when they slept. Xiao Qi doesn't look a few years older than him. Is this really a punishment? The throne looked at Gyuder Hai like a pervert, and she also revealed a hint of excitement in her eyes. Is this considered attracting a wolf into the house? Unexpectedly, the feeling of Gyuder Hanlongchen porcelain is like a big brother, and the feeling of oni sauce. There is such a pervert in secret. Big hentai, if this is what I would say. Gyuder and Locust Melon. One night, at that time, the young and beautiful girl will fight to the house and the hungry wolf. Hey, it feels a little stimulating when I think about it. Ahem. The throne coughed twice, pointing at the Gyuder nuclear cradle. The big perverta. No, Gyuder C. From now on and until the end of the inspection period, you are not allowed to enter my room without my order. Otherwise, let you taste my missile kick. Hey ha. As he said that, the throne kicked at the air beside him, showing his powerful force. Looking at the vibrant, quirky, and lively piss, Gyuder Hang Chi embraced her arms, stroked her smooth and tender cheek, looked at the piss and raised her eyebrows. I have such a beautiful and considerate and gentle Xiao Qi. Why are you doing in your room? Did you think so? Xiao Qi smiled slightly red, nodded and said softly, Seeing that Gutak was drunk with a grey face, he teased him in public in front of him. Dare to provoke yourself. The throne widened her eyes, looking at the skeleton in anger. You big pervert, do you think I am not as good as Xiao Qi? Eat me a missile fly kick. The thief jumped on the spot and kicked the skeleton. She thought that the Gyuder was trying to avoid it so she would fall on the bed. It will not cause harm to anyone. But what she didn't expect was that Gyuder was so excited and vigorous to refine Minlian's cyst muscles. The throne panicked. If she kicked Gyuder Haochensi, she would have no new friends. Hide. Before the throne shouted, the jade feet were covered with swelling and swelling. Logically speaking, the throne at this time should have already faced its head down, but the fact is that the throne actually maintained the flying kicking posture and was still in the air. The throne looked around in surprise. How is this possible? Just as the throne was about to suffocate the throne, Zheng saw that the throne was staring at the bottom of his skirt. The throne subconsciously covered her skirt. I'm wearing safety pants. Is there a difference between covering or not? I want to cover myself. You can care. Big pervert. The throne covered her skirt with a blushing face. After putting the throttle safely on the bed, the throttle quickly jumped out of the bed and said excitedly, Big pervert, did you see it just now? I Gutahi indefinite integral 2. Don't interrupt. I'm not talking about underwear. The piss said in shame and anger. I'm talking about what I'm actually hovering in the air just now. Oh, Omega, you are talking about this. Seeing Gyutar Han taking the magical things just now, he looked dull. Even Chi. The throne was very puzzled. No, we do you all look used to it. Xiao Qi, don't you think it's magical? Xiao Qi shook his head and said, Can I too? Ah, the piss looked like a black question mark. Xiao Qi let the piss see. After getting the silence of the silent, he began to use the silence of the air dance technique and flew up little by little. Ah, this. The throne widened her eyes and stuttered, pointing at the Chi floating in the air in front of her. Look, big pervert, Xiao Qi is flying. The pirate looked at the sea of Gyuder but found that Gyuder he Buletin Shenhu was playing. Damn it, the piss was shocked. Sitting on the bed, he looked at the Gyuder Han Chi in amazement. Big pervert, you are not that. No, I was hovering in the air just now because of you. The throne suddenly realized and understood. Big pervert, you. Ouch. Kara, the Gyuder he fell out first and Huan Chu complained that his daughter-in-law was bombed on the throne's forehead. What a big pervert. Am I very lustful? Call me Ming Ang or brother Ming Ang. The throne covered her forehead with pain. Big pervert, big bad guy. I didn't talk about teasing you, but I also wanted to see how fat I was. What is it if I wasn't a big pervert? The thrush sticks out his tongue. Don't want me to change my word. I'll teach you how to fly. Hehe. Brother Ming Ang, please don't lie to me. The throne stretched out her little finger. Her eyes blinked and looked at the skeleton like a good girl. Gyuder he alpha. Call it again. Brother Ming Ang. The throne said obediently. So well behaved. Hang the hook and hang it. It will not change for 100 years. The little fingers of both sides hooked together and and then pressed each other's index fingers together. Seeing that the hook had been successfully pulled, the throne happily got up from the bed and sat on the skeleton. Brother Ming-Eng, when are you going to teach me how to fly? Where are you and Ji-Chi coming from? Are you a human or a ghost? Can the people in the funeral club fly? The Piz kept coaching the servants like a curious baby. House, the room has not been packed yet. I'll help you. While the three of them were cleaning the room, the three of them answered the previous question. I will teach you to fly in a week. I need to conduct a weekly inspection to see if you meet the requirement. The whisper who was cleaning the room was stunned and something was wrong. How did it become an investigation into me? Xiao Qi and I are from the Tianwangshu area. Can't you tell whether we are human or ghost? The Piz smiled awkwardly. I wasn't too excited at that time. The only one in the funeral club. I and Xiao Qi will fly. I taught her how Zioki's flying abilities. Only you and Xiao Qi can fly? What abilities do the rest of the funeral club have? The thug said in confusion. I have no ability. I'm just a group of ordinary people. After seeing the sacred Gyuder Han Mu Shangzin, the throne thought that the funeral club had gathered various talented people and then resisted the rule of GHQ. But it doesn't seem like that now. This is a very ordinary resistance organization with some ability. At most, add a capable and powerful person, a great pervert. Gyuder. Chapter 80. Xiao Mia Aya Ling Se Light. It was almost noon. After the room was packed, the man started preparing lunch. If it was when I was alone in the past, the Piz might just prepare lunch, but now my family has come to playmate, and in order to learn how to fly from the pervert, the throne decided to give Gyuder Hagudwawan his own skills. Do you want me to help? Gu Tahahobu asked. The throne wiped the water stains on her hands and turned to look at the skeleton. You can still cook. I'm a little underestimating. I'll help you. After some busy schedule, lunch was ready. After having lunch happily, just as the throne was about to bring the school sacrifice came to the school ceremony. In the living room, Gyuder Han Chi chatted with the school festival through the terminal for nearly an hour. The thug who was eavesdropping on the side frowned slightly as he listened to the slightly ambiguous words of Gyuder Hez, whose joy. Good guy. It was actually more than one of my little girls who had fallen into the big pervert's scheme and were taken over by the big pervert. The big pervert is really hateful. If I hadn't been able to beat him, I would have to open his butt. Just finished the call with the school festival. The slap of 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 the slaw. Which little girl is this time? The Piz looked at Gyuder Han Nao Shuo in confusion. As a result, the sound from the terminal disappointed the throne. It turned out to be a man. Yeah, is there any problem? It's almost done here, and I can go back in a week. Gyuder raised his eyebrows. As he raised his eyebrow, the Piz is heading towards the Gyuder and the crane arena. Beeb. The jealous pirate smiled knowingly. So cute. How are you there? Looking at the information of new members coming from Yat, there are many familiar faces in it. The strong man is in it, but there was no Ayase Shinomiya. After hearing Gyuder Heliama's word, the throne also understood that Minja was the boss of the funeral club, but for some reason, I always sound like this boss is not as good as a pervert. Compared with the big pervert, Ya is more like a subordinate. It's so strange. Let go, pig. The sniper cried out to the puzzled and thoughtful pirate. Oh, Xiao Qi, go. I'll take you out for fun. One night 3 days later, Gyuder Hanto was strolling on the streets of Akasaka. Brother Ming-Eng, don't we go directly to participate in the funeral club's operation? Just now, Ya and Qatar Airlines made a phone call and said that they would take people to rob a GHQ's Apocalypse vaccine storage base in Akasaka. Ask Utahi not to come. Originally, for this daily task of hijacking vaccine storage base, Gyuder he sent a lot of money to add to the, but after hearing that it was in Akasaka, Kyuta became interested just because of the hacker's hacker. Kyutaki told Shinomiya Ayase's address Akasaka. This is a coincidence. If nothing unexpected happened, it will be today. Shinomiya Ayase, I'm here. Don't go. I prefer saving people than grabbing vaccines. Save people? I don't really believe in the escapist, but it is unlikely to go to save people. There must be some hidden information in this. The thrush took out his terminal and found information about Akasaka. After seeing the person about Akasaka in his search record, the throne clicked on the information about that person. Ayase Shinomiya, disabled person, not only women but also beautiful. After seeing the message from Shinomiya Ayase, the throne understood everything in an instant. Did the big pervert come here to save Ayase Shinomiya? Brother Ming-Eng, we are going to find Aya Shinomiya side? Asked the thug tentatively. Gutak nodded and said, well, that's right, just go find her. After getting the slightest thunderbolt, he muttered in a low voice, what a big pervert, I won't even let the disabled go. On the other side, Akasaka GHQ Vaccine Center, which is still 3 kilometers away from Gyutarhi, Ya has already successfully sneaked into it with members of the funeral club and immediately controlled the internal personnel one by 1. But there was still an error. During the transportation, a member of the funeral club accidentally touched the alarm switch. Dingling. Woo 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 woo. Various alarm rings rang. Yu's face changed suddenly, and he quickly said to the quarter finder through his headphone, "Quadrant, start Plan B." In a convenience store 1 kilometer away from the GHQ vaccine center, Ayase Shinomiya went out to buy daily necessities in a wheelchair. As soon as I finished the settlement and left the convenience store, I heard various alarms coming from afar. This direction, vaccine center. Before the alarm could sound for a few seconds, Akasaka's radio tower rang. "Hello, all Akasaka resident. The GHQ vaccine center is now open to the public, and all the vaccines in it are free. First come, first served." Say it again. In this Japanese where the apocalypse virus is raging, the preciousness of the virus vaccine is naturally self-evident. Vaccines like this from GHQ vaccine centers are even hard to come by. Even if you don't need it, you will take it out and sell it. It will be a huge sum of money to survive, to make money, and for various purposes. Tens of thousands of people living in Akasaka chose to follow the words on the radio and check the situation. The so-called Plan B is actually to make things bigger and attract more people to come here to distract the attention of the antibody and thus increase the probability of the funeral club successfully retreating. After launching Plan B, Ya directly ordered the members of the funeral club to move half of the vaccines in the warehouse outside the warehouse and open all entrances and exit. Outside the convenience store, Ayase Shinomiya, holding daily necessities, immediately chose to push her wheelchair towards her home after hearing the alarm and the radio. Obviously, this is a conspiracy. What kind of bullshit is open to the public completely free? It is all conspiracy. Organizations invaded the GHQ vaccine center and triggered an alarm. In order to escape, they chose to mix up the pond. Only in this way can they escape. In addition, Roppongi is next to Akasaka, and once Roppongi's abandoned people receive the news, they come here. At that time, no matter what kind of organism it is, as long as it is close to the GHQ vaccine center, it will be hit by 2 sticks. Ask you if you have received the vaccine. Staying here now is undoubtedly a gift to give away ahead, and after the antibodies come, no matter who you are, as long as you get the vaccine, you will all be served by Peanut. He was lucky and thought that with his speed he would be very likely to be able to return to Ayase Shinomiya at home. Put daily necessities in the bag in your arms. He pushed the wheelchair desperately towards the direction of home, but as a disabled person, no matter how busy Shinomiya Ayase is, she is not as fast as a normal person. What's more, it's not an electric wheelchair. Those rioters who rushed towards the GHQ vaccine center as soon as they heard the radio saw Ayase Shinomiya, who was pushing a wheelchair in the corner and holding a large bag of things. Without any hesitation, he stopped and looked at Shinomiya Ayase greedily. "Brothers, that disabled woman has something in her arms. It's a vaccine. You can't let him run away." In fact, whether the vaccine is being held in Shinomiya Ayase's arms is not important to this group of people. Importantly, there is a disabled and very beautiful little girl here. Damn it. Seeing 5 or 6 hooligans rushing towards him, Shinomiya Ayase cursed inwardly. "Pull out the dagger under the wheelchair. Roll. I don't have a vaccine here. If you don't believe me, please see." It was already this time, and Shinomiya Ayase naturally no longer dared to put the daily necessities in her bag in her arms. Shinomiya Ayase tear the bag open and threw it out. However, these hooligans didn't even look at the daily necessities on the ground, and their eyes were staring at Shinomiya Ayase. The eyes were full of lust. Seeing that these hooligans did not fight for strength because they threw out all the bags containing daily necessities, they retreated and gave up robbing themselves. Still looking at myself as lustfully as before, Shinomiya Ayase was extremely panicked. "Get out. Didn't you see that it's not a vaccine? Don't blame me for being polite if you get closer." Shinomiya Ayase roared and kept waving the dagger. Due to the majesty of the dagger, the gangsters did not dare to step forward as they were too close to Shinomiya Ayase. "Go to die. If you don't get out of here, you will arrest you all when the antibodies come." Shinomiya Ayase yelled loudly while waving her dagger. "I want to shock these hooligans and attract nearby people. I hope someone will come to save themselves. But now, except for this group of hooligans, everyone around is focused on vaccine, so they can't help but care about Ayase Shinomiya. It would be nice not to join this group of hooligans and bully Ayase Shinomiya." When the rogue leader saw Ayase Shinomiya's resistance fiercely, it was difficult to grasp for a while. In addition, he also wanted to grab the vaccine, so he ordered his subordinate, "Matt, what are you afraid of? Akamoto, snatch the dagger. When it's over, hurry up and grab the vaccine." The ordered gangster Akamoto had to wrap his clothes around his arms and rushed towards Shinomiya Ayase. Bang! Akamoto, who had just taken one step, had not taken the second step yet. The body flew backwards instantly, hitting the wall 4 meters away and slowly falling down. There is no sound. The gangsters turned their head and saw Okamoto, who died on the spot, and the wall that had been smashed out of a pit. They all took a breath and swallowed. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the black shadow who kicked Okamoto away just now. Damn it, trash! The cold light flashed by the gangsters in front of them, and the heads of the gangsters in front of them all moved home at the same time. One by one they fell to the ground. In the wheelchair, Shinomiya Ayase looked at what was happening in front of her and felt that everything was so unreal. The hooligan who was still looking at me unscrupulously and trying to invade him, but in just 1 second or 2 seconds they were all dead. Not one left. You okay? Akata Tsubeki looked at Ayase Shinomiya, who was still in the shocking scene just now. When Shinomiya Ayase saw Kata Hano's angry face, she burst into tears after hearing Kata Hoko's voice. The crying was very miserable, very sad, and very aggrieved. In the dark, Ya was about to take action to save Shinomiya Ayase, but when she saw the squid shaking squid, she turned around and disappeared into the darkness. It's okay. All the bad guys were beaten to death. Ayase squatted down and stroked Ayase's head. Comfort Ayase Shinomiya. Hey, my name is Gyutarhai. What's your name? Shinomiya Ayase choked and said, My name is Ise Shinomiya Ayase. Shinomiya Ayase just finished introducing herself, and the sound of the helicopter propeller spinning at high speed in the sky sounded. Several GHQ antibody military helicopters loaded with humanoid robot came to the sky above the vaccine center. Those rioters who were looting the vaccines thrown out by the funeral club to attract attention saw the military helicopters with antibodies appear above their head and panicked and fled away in a direction away from the vaccine center. Damn it, run away. The antibodies are here. At the antibody headquarters, the antibody commander watched the big screen in front of him and ordered in a dedicated channel. Within 5 kilometers of the vaccine center, no matter who is, as long as you are not staying at your home, you will be considered infected and will be shot dead. No one left. Throw. The roaring robot jumped out of the helicopter and hit the ground hard. Collision with the concrete ground and sparks are generated. As soon as it landed, she took out the extra-large Gatling and shot at the crowd. In an instant, terrifying screams continued. The human body remains exploded and splashed out. A thick blood mist formed. The violent sound of firearms and the tragic screams of the rioters were so scared that Shinomiya Ayase hugged her head and ears with her hands, and her whole body was trembling. After all, she is just a young girl in her prime, not the strongest man who can drive the roaring robot, the main combat power of the funeral club, and pursue independence 5 years later. Shinomiya Ayase's eyes were weeping and her face was filled with horror. I realized that I had no chance to escape the nuclear crackdown on the Gyutar nuclear file. Willio will die. You run away. Don't worry about me. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Shinomiya Ayase tried hard to squeeze out a smile and looked at the skeleton. The tears in the corner of the eyes of Ayase. I won't die. Neither me nor you. I take you out of here. Ayase Shinomiya picked her up from her wheelchair. A roaring robot that was chasing the rioters at the rioters smiled when he saw the rioters holding a girl. It's time to go away. Don't you want to be a desperate Mandarin duck? Then let's help you. Whoosh! A grenade dragged the tail flame from the hole under the roaring robot's arm and headed towards the snarling Hang. After seeing the grenade, he struggled to get rid of the grenade. Gutahiya has saved her once, and this time it is her turn. Although it may not be able to block it, but what if God save him? Chapter 81 The Ultimate Roar. If you feel that the plot of the past 2 days cannot be connected, it is because I updated the second update every day in the same chapter. If you go back, just read chapter 79 and chapter 80 again. The sound of gunpowder burning at the tail of the grenade sounded in Shinomiya Ayase's ears. Looking at the grenade that was far away from me, and no matter how dazzling the tail flame was, I could not move forward any further. Shinomiya Ayase was stunned. After a moment of surprise, Shinomiya Ayase smiled excitedly. God heard my prayer and saved the Sea of Gyutar. Gyutar Si Meng Zhongzhong. Escape quickly. Shinomiya Ayase excitedly gave secret gift to the Kuta Han. Kata Welding touched Shinomiya Ayase's forehead and said, The god didn't hear your prayers. Ayase, I said that neither you nor me will die. As long as it is the person I want to save, even if the god of death comes, he will not be able to take it away. Shinomiya Ayase looked at the skeleton in a daze. Has Gyutar reached his heart voice? What does what he said mean? Could it be that he forced the grenade to stop? Speaking of which, the silhouette is difficult to cut. Not only that, but several more circles of threads are also produced. It seems to be to understand the doubts in Shinomiya Ayase's heart. The kata box is a scattered person. A bang sound. The grenade exploded, but the stubborn and unharmed in the range of the grenade explosion. How is this possible? The antibody officer who fired the grenade saw the skeleton standing there intact. I was shocked shocked and my eyes were about to pop out. You dare to hurt Ayase? Die! I saw Gyuder reaching out to hold his hand gently in the direction where the ultimate roar was. The ultimate roaring body deformed instantly and the steel body squeezed and rubbed against each other. It made a creaking sound. Mars splashed everywhere, filling liquid flowing all over the ground. At this moment the ultimate roar is not only deforming but also within the GHQ antibody headquarters in Tokyo Bay 100 miles away. The man driving the ultimate roar attacked the Gyuder drought meta, which was slightly protected, also deformed in the control warehouse. The screams attracted the attention of the surrounding antibody commanders. Amid the terrified eyes of the commanders, the antibody in the control warehouse was directly crushed. With a bang, the entire control compartment was dyed red. The antibody commanders looked at each other and saw a look of horror in each other's eyes. This is this. Why is that? The antibody commander was frightened. Although the ultimate roar will also be damaged after being hurt, but that is mental pain and does not harm the body. As long as the operator has strong willpower, even if the ultimate roaring head is cut off, it will be broken down into hundreds of parts in 1 second. The operators who are 100 miles away will not be greatly hurt. But now there is a situation where the operators self-destruct, and it is exactly the same as the way of death of the body it controls on the big screen. This is very scary. Is this a capability that humans can possess? Let the grenade fired from the altitude stop in the air, and even if the grenade explodes, it will not be damaged. Instead, he easily held the body with one hand. Not only the body, but also the person who controlled it also died. Is this still a human? Can it be an experimental subject that came from the source of original plastid gene research? The words of a commander awakened everyone's memories. 5 years ago, a male subject made a big fuss about the gene study of plastid and then fled with another female subject. The abilities that men possess are also beyond imagination. When you touch your right hand, whoever you touches will die, and it can also extract various weapons from the human body. It can be said that the god is alive. Later, after a big battle, the man never appeared again and I don't know if he was dead. The damn source plastid gene research institute. It will only cause trouble every day, bringing unstable factors to society. A certain commander slapped the table with a palm, furious because of this dog days origin plastid gene research institute. I don't know how many of my subordinate died. If it weren't for the strict ban on all conflict with the Institute of Original Plastid Gene, this group of senior antibody commanders would have led the researchers in District 24 long ago. Oh, let's report what happened here. Upward. The roaring and roaring, not only the people who were seeing the antibodies but also the people of the funeral club, and it was passed into Ya's ears. Ya was silent. Quartet, are you sure this person will become a stepping stone on my way to become king, rather than an insurmountable mountain? 3 kilometers away, the pisses hiding in the dark were monitoring the pisses through small robots made by the piss. When he saw the intimate look of Ayase, he picked up Ayase Shinomiya. The throne rolled her eyes. Tisk, I am really a big pervert. It's all this time and I'm still playing with my sister. Seeing that the grenade was about to hit the sea pirate Gyuder, I couldn't help but worry. But when I saw the two unscathed and the ultimate roar that was consumed by the Gyuders, the throne was stunned by the flak. This is wrong. The piss looked at Ji-Chi, wanting to see the answer from Ji-Chi's face, but Ji-Chi just stared at the monitor with an expressionless face, without a surprised expression. It seems that everything is normal. Sister Xiao-Chi, aren't you surprised? Ji-Chi shook his head. Not surprised. Ming-Eng is amazing. Everything is reasonable. On the other side, Ayase saw the ultimate roar that was being pinched and showed the same shocked expression as the piss. How is it? I said you won't die. Ayase, just believe it. Shinomiya. Ayase looked at the person in front of her and felt a sense of security for the first time. It's great to be protected and have something to rely on. Qatar Khantan stroked Ayase Shinomiya's cheek and smiled. Do you want to start the ultimate roar? Before waiting for Shinomiya Ayase to answer, throw. The 9 ultimate roars around the vaccine center all stopped attacking, indicating that the indicator light in the connection went out. These 9 ultimate roars became the ownerless thing. Yeah, take these 9 ultimate roars away. Leave 3 for me, and the rest belongs to you. Yazai was very excited when she heard that Gyuder had a regret to make an appointment with the nuclear dealer. Damn, the ultimate roar of 6 unit. Our funeral club is also considered a rebellious organization. With these 6 ultimate roars, if you perform tasks in the future and oppose GHQ, you don't have to just run away. Big Cloud, go and find a car. Load all the ultimate roars for me and bring them back to the headquarters. I don't want the vaccine, just leave a box. With the ultimate roar, you don't have to worry about the vaccine. After receiving Ya's order, Daeun, the strongest in the funeral club, drove his car and rushed towards the location where the ultimate roar was. I don't know if there will be one of them with so many ultimate roars. Chapter 82 Treating Leg. The commanders of the antibody headquarters were missing when they saw that all the ultimate roars sent to the GHQ vaccine center of Akasaka were all lost. Sighing one after another, father. I dare not send the ultimate roar there anymore. Let's wait for the above order. Ming-ang, can I really drive the ultimate roar? As a disabled person, Shinomiya Ayase's dream is to be able to stand up. It is certainly unrealistic to get your legs back to normal, but it is not impossible to stand up again through the ultimate roar. Of course, I have already squeaked with Yat, the leader of the funeral club, to leave you an ultimate roar. Gyutarhan and Ayase walked towards the direction where the sage and the throne were. Then am I going to join the funeral club? Ayase asked in confusion by the stubbornness of the Gyutarhanyo. It depends on you. Whether you join or not, there will be an ultimate roar. Oh, so it can be heard that the strontium of the Gyutar dry sun is still very large. But in order to make it difficult for Akita-han to make trouble, Ayase Shinomiya decided to join the funeral club. Ming-ang, I decided to join the funeral club. No problem. I agree on Yat. No, Ming-ang, my wheelchair is still there. Always being slapped by the slurry, Ayase almost forgot about the necessity for moving a wheelchair. No, but Shinomiya Ayase opened her mouth and wanted to say something. Gyutar Hefei held her back to Kongwei's stubborn lips. Asked, believe me. Shinomiya Ayase nodded. When Kataa himself rescued the gangsters, Ayase Shinomiya chose to believe Kataa's body unconditionally. Although Ayase's legs were completely cured, it was difficult to not only take advantage of the benefits but also increase the chance of favorability. Ayase, in addition to the abilities you see, I also have the ability to heal myself. As long as it is the part that I massaged with both hands, no matter how serious the damage is, they will all be restored as before. Even if it's your leg, after my massage, you will be able to stand here. Under the street light, the thief raked the thief to the thief. Gyutarhan, looking at the girl's mace, she smacked her lips. What a big pervert, a stinky hooligan. Xiao Qi, sir, let's go home. Back to the throne's home. After the three of them cleaned up a house for Shinomiya Ayase, who was swallowing him neck to Gyutarhan, came to the room. Thank you, Zioki. Thank you, Piss. Shinomiya Ayase thanked Ji-Chi and Piss. The Piss waved his hand. What a big deal, Sister Ayase. See if there is anything inappropriate in the house. Tell me if you have any. I'll change it for you. Shinomiya Ayase shook her head slightly. I like it very much without it. The Piss did a great job. So did Zioki. The throne was very happy to hear Shinomiya Ayase's praise. Sister Ayase is so nice. What a pity I met the big pervert Gyutar. Xiao Qi smiled slightly and said nothing. Xiao Qi, sir, you guys go out first. I want to treat Ayase Shinomiya's leg. Xiao Qi, without any hesitation, he walked out of the house. The throne looked confused. What are the big perverts doing? Isn't it just treating the leg? Is it necessary to be so mysterious? Although he was confused, the pirate left the room and brought it to the door. But after a few steps away from the room, the pirate stopped and quietly arrived at the door, preparing to eavesdrop. Inside the house, Ayase said, take off your clothes. I'll give you a massage. Sitting beside the bed, Kyotaku pressed his hand on Ayase Shinomiya's leg and healed while massaged. The numb feeling spread from his leg throughout his body, and Ayase Shinomiya screamed softly in discomfort. The eavesdropping pirate jumped up and retreated in an instant. Is this treatment? Could it be that the big pervert was in the name of treatment? The throne is now upset. I wanted to rush in and find out, but I was also afraid to see what I shouldn't have seen. After all, if that is true, it will take a needle hole. Forget it. Let continue eavesdropping. 15 minutes later, Kyuta Hangjung massaged Shinomiya Ayase's thighs and healed it. The solace of the feet of the Gyutar he's entrenched glaze. Haha. Shinomiya Ayase felt the itchy feeling from the solace of her feet and couldn't help laughing. And bend your legs to form a triangle and stick the solace of your feet to the bed. As he smiled, Ayase Shinomiya shed tears. I cried with joy. His legs are conscious and powerful, and he is under his control. My legs have really recovered. Shinomiya Ayase stood up from the bed with her support, step by step towards the skeleton. Ming-angmi legs have recovered. Shinomiya Ayase kneeled on the bed, holding the skeleton. The thug who was eavesdropping outside the house heard the crying inside the house and what Shinomiya Ayase said. It turns out that the big pervert is really curing his illness. The throne opened the door excitedly. Brother Akyong, have you really cured Sister Ayase? Chapter 83 Shuakairo Shindeo. Shinomiya Ayase's legs were completely cured, and they were no different from normal people. Whether it is running or jumping, Shinomiya Ayase will not feel a little awkward or discomfort. Such a great kindness Shinomiya Ayase cannot repay. I can only remember it silently in my heart and then repay my kindness with practical actions in the future. Ming-ang, thank you very much. Ayase Shinomiya held Yuta Hai's head close to him and leaned against Yuta Han Maoyui, a little hindrance to the ministers. The softness on the chest is also squeezed and deformed. Yutar Han's stubbornness. The smooth and warm back feels very smooth. Ayase, do you and me still have to say this? Do you want to go out for a walk? Good. Shuakairo Shindo, the director of the 24th District Research Institute of the Institute of Origin and Pseudogene Genetic and the general director of GHQ Antibodies, frowned as he looked at the information reported on the antibody. Open the image left at that time. Watch carefully frame by frame. After watching the video, Shuakairo Shindo was stunned. He was very convinced that there was no one in the picture in the experimental subjects back then. Who is he? Is this ability to kill enemies 100 miles away really brought by the void? The apocalypse virus is awesome and the void gene is also awesome, but the silence of the evil spirits and stubbornness of the silence of the evil spirits and stubbornness of the silence of the evil spirits and stubbornness of the silence of the evil spirits and stubbornness 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 of the evil spirits and stubbornness. At least Shuakairo Shindo did not see that it had anything to do with the void. If you don't decide, ask Dart. Shuakairo Shindo and Dart are barely considered partners. It is very easy for him to find Dart. Dart, is this brought by the void? Shuakairo Tando faced the picture of the terminal in his hand toward Dart, who walked out of the void. Dart fell into silence after seeing who was in the picture clearly. As the tomb keeper of the ancient civilization Dat, I selected the ancestors for mankind, namely Adam and Eve, and came to this world. Now Eve has it and one Adam is missing. Originally Dart thought that if Adam O Sakura, which was appointed by Sakura Man, was not good and substitute Adam Oase, he would let Shuakairo Shindo be Adam. But after witnessing the robbery of the Gyuder drought that day, Dat had a better candidate, that is the skeleton of the Gyuder. But since he couldn't beat Hated, he did not dare to compete with the affairs of the Scarlet Vulture. Moreover, when the Han and Meng Chobang were praying to become Eve's container, he himself was not interested in becoming Adam. This is very uncomfortable. Dart was very conflicted and didn't know how to deal with it. Now, the Gyuder Riverside is a scattered wing. Who do you want to help? Helping Gyuder win illusory favor, he can get nothing. But if you help Shuichiro Shindo, the road will be narrower. Maybe one day he would kill himself by causing trouble to Gyuder Hanhuan. As the saying goes, the Western martial artist Wei Junja. After a moment of silence, Dart finally made up his mind. Mate, what a bullshit. I am not good at the tomb guard. Whoever you love is what you do. From now on, I will become a witness. No longer interferes in human evolution. No matter whether humans are prosperous and go to the Sea of Stars or die on Earth. I have no melons when it's raining. Jendeo, let's not contact us anymore. I'm afraid of Gyuder Hilue. As for the ability of the person in the picture, I can only tell you that it does not come from the void. Goodbye. No, never see you. Dart retreated into the void and disappeared in front of Shuakairo Shindo. Ah, Shindo. Shuakairo was stupid. Not a buddy. Haven't we cooperated well? Why did you suddenly stop seeing each other forever? Speaking of which, Gyuder River quality prying. Why are you afraid of his misunderstanding? Aren't you an immortal human will? Afraid of a bird? Dart, 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 come out quickly. Tell me what's going on. Shuakairo Tandu shouted in the direction where Dart left, but Dart did not show up. Shindeo Shuakairo's eyes were unconscious and he took a few steps back and barely stabilized his deed. It's over. Everything is over. No, it's not over yet. Shuakairo Tandeo showed a fierce look on his face. I still have antibodies, research institute and void genome. Anyway, the research is only one last step away. Dart, it's the same with you or not. I will definitely become the ancestor of mankind. Eve is mine. Shindeo Shuakairo hated him. Why can you be able to embrace the beauty in Yingman Heijo? And you have also developed various results about the enlightenment virus. Why can't I figure it out? Your children become Eve and your son reserves Adam. Damn, the future humans are all descendants of you. Yingman Heijo. I don't agree. I don't agree. Come, send all the antibodies and check for me a person named Gyuder Hana and the one in this image. The ultimate roar of humans in the air has already been heard among the antibody commanders. The world naturally saw it. The world with a clown pendant hanging on the video was held, and after watching the video, the world showed an excited and crazy look. Oh, this world is getting more and more interesting. What kind of power is this? Gyuder G, pray, I am here to find you. Notify and dispatch reach all antibodies. Target Wang Tianzhou. As soon as the morning was dawn, hundreds of ultimate roars came to Tianwang's. Thousands of antibodies are on high alert trying to slap Yutarhang, but the result was a waste. There is no one at home. The antibody had to return the same way. Yutarhang I such a major incident as a neighbor. The school festival was also affected, but since the two became neighbors for less than a month, the antibody did not ask any tricky questions. In addition, the school of music has always said that he is not familiar with his new neighbor. After a simple question, the antibody left the school ritual family. Gutak Hangyi was lying on the tomb and playing with the flip phone in his hand. Looking at the Gyutar Hezang on the mobile phone screen, the world muttered, Gyutar, where did you go? Why can't the surveillance camera capture your image? Half an hour later, the school sacrifice calmed down and returned to the bedroom. Say it to the cricket of 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 the CRI. Ming Ang, answer the phone quickly. Don't worry. The phone was answered, but I hadn't waited for the culprit to pray. The school festival said anxiously. Ming Ang, where are you? Are you okay? The antibodies went to your house just now. At the throne's home. The throne and Ayase prepare breakfast in the kitchen. Gutak was watching TV on the sofa. After answering the phone call from Ji and hearing Ji's anxious voice, Gutak chatted silently. It was because I was not careful about it, so it was too dangerous to leave a person alone in the Heavenly King's sacrifice. Wait for me. Xiao Qi, you watch TV first. I'll take the ritual. Gyutar Hang Qi picked it up and put it on the sofa and switched to the form of the reincarnation eye. He went straight to the Tianwang's to sacrifice his home. In the bedroom of the school festival, I looked at the reincarnation eye form that walked out of the broken void. The school festival was so surprised that it was indescribable. Ming Ang, are you? After exiting the reincarnation eye mode, Gu Tahao sat beside the bed with the school festival. Explain why I was hunted by antibodies for the school festival. Funeral club. The ultimate roar from the air. Ming angrily. Okay, who are you looking for me now? Gyutar's cheek was holding the school's mouth ritual in his hand. She, come with me. I'm not relieved to leave you here alone. Listen to Gyutar and Locust. Jingxi Chu said that he wanted to confess his love. The school festival was at a loss for a moment. Ah, Ming Ang, what do you mean? Sacrifice means literally. Come with me. Let's leave here and live together forever. I want to protect you by my side forever, not let you suffer any harm, and not be bullied by anyone. She, come with me. Gyutar Hana stared at Ji's eyes. The eyes were facing each other, and the heartbeat was accelerating. It made a thud sound. My cheek and ears were all hot. The school sacrificial scholar wanted to open his mouth and say the word good, but because he was too excited, his muscles were tight and he couldn't open his mouth. Seeing this, Gyutar Aviation School sacrifice was held in his arms. He said softly, She, don't you want it? Seeing that Gutake was dizzy, he didn't say anything because he was unwilling to do so. The school ritual sacrifice used all his strength and said, No, Ming Ang, I do. I'm willing to go with Ming Ang. I want to be with Ming Ang forever. After confessing affectionately, Ji lay weakly on the squat and held the small Gyutar Hilome. I also want to be with Ji forever. After a long hug, Ji asked, Ming Ang, where is Xiao Qi? She is waiting at the throne's house for me to pick you up. Well, a very lively girl. Let's go. I'll take you to meet them. When he heard the girl in the stool and the phantom girl, there was not much trouble in Ji's heart. There are some jealousy, but not many. Anyway, there are already Zyoki, so it doesn't matter if you have one or two more. No, I haven't washed up yet. Wait for me. When the sacred came to the door for investigation, the antibodies came to investigate. After the investigation, I was a little bit like this. Then the steps of the storm were comparable to those of Egypt until now. Go, I'll wait for you. After washing and dressing up, Gyutar, who switched to the reincarnation eye mode, appeared in the living room of the pirate's house while defending the school festival. Seeing Gyutar appearing in the living room with a school festival, Ji Qi greeted happily. Ming Ang, sacrifice Xiao Qi. After seeing you again, the school festival greeted you happily. The thrush and Shinomiya Ayase, who had prepared breakfast, heard the sound of strange women in the living room. Walk out of the kitchen and look at the living room. I saw the school festival that suddenly appeared at home. Seeing that the school festival seemed to have a good relationship with Xiao Qi, the throne instantly understood that the school festival and the Kuta dry tomb were unlucky. It must be the sweetheart who was left by the great pervert, now brought back. The big pervert is really hateful. Do you regard my home as his own palace? Ayase has no special feelings for the school festival. With the existence of Geiki and the Pith, Ayase soon accepted Gajima and Gajima 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 Gaji. In a blink of an eye, the 7-day inspection of the throne was over. Early in the morning, the throne knocked on the door of the Gyutar Han Chi. Brother Ming Ang is about to get up. up. When I thought about being able to learn to fly today, the throne was so excited that she didn't sleep all night. Finally, it was dawn. The throne shouted excitedly, awakening Ayase and Gigi. What happened? Today's pisses are so active. He took the initiative to ask Ming-Eng to get up. The doors of 3 rooms were opened at the same time. Katahai Zioku and Ayase came outside the house. Brother Ming-Eng, you're awake. Do you teach me to fly today? The throne changed her past and showed a look of disgusting expectation. Flying. Ji and Ayase didn't understand. Can you teach other people if you have dry milk? It seems to be Gyuder Khan's head glutinous rice, looking at the throne and pointing at his cheek and saying, here, kiss me, I'll teach you how to fly. Without any hesitation, the throne stood on tiptoe and came to the Gyuder Han heard Minister Zhangzi to look at the water. After kissing, the throne shyly lowered her head. Although during the days of life with Zioki, Ji, and Ayase, the pisses often teased the 3 girls and kissed them, but that is limited to women. This is the first time I kissed Gyuder Hai and took the initiative to kiss a man. It is inevitable that I am a little shy. Gyuder Han Fengzi reached out to rub the maid's hair. So well behaved. Okay, I'll teach you how to fly after breakfast. She, Ayase, so are you too. After breakfast, I will teach you how to fly. Ji and Ayase felt warm in their heart. I didn't expect that I could learn to fly. After breakfast, the throne quickly packed the dining table and looked at the skeleton with anticipation. Go to your room. I will teach you how to cultivate chi first. When you can sense the existence of chi, you will be able to learn the art of dancing with air. Ayase, Ji, come and watch from the side. In the throne's room, the girl drank the squid and took the vines on the bed, stretched out her palms and stood up. 2 people, the 4 palms face each other. Through the arm, the Gyuders and the bats blow their milk and breathe completely. Let his body remember this energy. Ji and Ayase stood aside and watched carefully. 15 minutes later, the Gyuder nuclear incited the throne's palm. Concentrate. Remember this feeling. Looking at Chia and Ayase, wave your hand and tell them that it is your turn. After leaving the throne's room, after the church festival and Ayase's cultivation of chi, Yutan was blowing and swallowing, holding Xiao Qi and watching TV with Xiao Qi. At around 2 noon, the 3 of them walked out of the house one after another. Now they have learned how to cultivate chi, and it is only a matter of time before they master the technique of dancing air. I have been in the world of Crown of Sins for more than a month, and I have never practiced seriously. It is time to find a quiet place to retreat and try to merge the reincarnation eye with the reincarnation eye. It's a bit troublesome to switch back and forth between these 2 modes. If you want the location, choose the Roppongi Funeral Club. Master, it's already been a week. Are you considering joining the funeral club? The piss nodded. The big pervert Zioki and Ayase have all joined the funeral club. How could they not join? Funeral club? Ming-Eng, do I want to join? After the last antibody question and the school festival knows that Gyuder Hang Yu's cough is so bad. The funeral club listed by GHQ as a dangerous organization. Do you want to join? The reason why the piss joined was because he agreed to Yat. If you give sacrifices, it depends on her own wishes. I want to be with Ming-Eng. I want to join the funeral club. Welcome to join. Chapter 84 The Crown of Sin. Roppongi Funeral Club. Gyuder heading Mu Chunlong gave up the appointment to take the woman. If they say so, you should check the arrangement. It's better to arrange some easy task. I'm going to go into seclusion recently and don't let them be in danger. No problem. Ya swears. After the last action against the GHQ antibody vaccine center, he has completely developed a sense of awe for Gyutar Han. Not only was the shock of the ultimate roar with bare hands, but the kindness of the 6 ultimate roars brought back to the funeral club under the leadership of the quarter, the slightest and slightest, the slightest and 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 slightest. Just 4 rooms are enough. Xiao Qi and I sleep with you. Gyuder, he's honor. The quarter center knows and calls the squadron to the Gyuder to the squad. Then, under the leadership of a female funeral club member, the 4 of them visited the funeral club. Understand the composition of the funeral club and members. As for Gyuder Hai, he was preparing to go into seclusion in the house for the safety of Zioki, sacrifice Ayase, and the 4 girls. Ayase, the old wall of the Gyuder was called out from the Taisha space. You, Xiao Luo, you don't need to transform the Taisha space for now. I want to go into seclusion and integrate the reincarnation eye and the reincarnation eye. You are secretly protecting Xiao Qi and the others. If anyone hurts them, don't ask me for instruction, just kill them. Yu and Xiao Luo nodded and disappeared in an instant. It was so comparable to Gyuder. Gyuder Hanyusha took out the fairy beans and placed them beside him and began to retreat. This retreat lasted for 5 years. It has been 5 years since the Gyuders held their eyes. During these 5 years, Gyuder Hikang opened his eyes, but every time he ate a fairy bean, he closed his eyes again. This time, the retreat directly transformed the Kartar Sanman Chuo to the highest level of reincarnation Sharinon, but also perfectly integrated it with the reincarnation eye, become a pair of eyes that even the name of Gutaka's name. The specific appearance is a dynamic starry sky pattern, very slutty. Not only that, these eyes have also become the norm. That is, if the eyes of the slightest eyes return to normal black pupils, mimicry camouflage is also needed. It's a bit messy, but these eyes are really powerful. Not only have the ability of the cavity eye, the 6-8 jade cavity eye, and the sharing animal, but also has the ability to roll your eyes and reincarnate your eyes. There are also available in Infinite Moon Reading and the Heavenly Emperor. Analysis and application. The time is really still, and the shuttle through all worlds has not disappeared. Now as long as you are aware of the Gyuderhi, everything in the world cannot escape his eyes. Not only can you see through the past, but you can also see the future. With such awesome eyes, can't you give a great name? It called Eye of Singularity. The Gyuder Haolakan Dong earth-shattering sword directly till the void. Come to the Taisha space of the Eye of Singularity. With the Eye of Singularity, the help of Gyutarhan and Yuluo can create everything at will. The sun was originally created only half of the sun. A dazzling light was emitted instantly, illuminating the entire Taisha space. In order to save trouble, the space of Taisha is a bit small. The sun system of the Gyuder Hankin Huan Chuntang is in Taisha space. Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Dwarf planet Ceres, Pluto, satellite, Moon, Titan. The Earth used to allow their wives to live. The Earth is transformed. It's just a dead star without any life. After the world of Crown of Sin is over, bring all your wives in and listen to their opinion. In the space of Taishu, the gods that are unable to be seen. The rules of the Taishu space can be freely formulated. It is no problem to keep your wives young forever. Leaving Taishu space, Gyuderkan Yungxian's eyes were mimic. Make it a normal black pupil. Where has Xiao Qi gone? The whole of Japan is caught in sight. Xiao Qi has grown up so old. Master, Ayase, the festival has become bigger and rounder. I actually went into seclusion for 5 years. They are snatching the void genome in Area 24. Interestingly, Dart actually chose to play with Gulaji and Carol. Shuakairo, the old man who was a man, started a human experiment again, and it seems that the research went smoothly. Xiao Qi and the others are in danger. Gyutarhi lost in the room. At the GHQ headquarters in District 24, Shuakairo, who had already obtained the virus stone in advance, his eyes were red, and he looked crazy at the screen in front of him, surrounded by thousands of special ultimate roars, surrounded by hundreds of armed helicopters, and the rice cooker Fenru with the void genome. You can't run away this time. Come back. Become the container of your real name obediently. Let me become the ancestor of the new human beings. Damn it. After seeing the surrounded by Tuankai, Ya was panicked. If GHQ captures GQ, he will not have to live. Just commit suicide so as not to be killed by the other one. Save Jichi is saved for me at all costs. After seeing that Jichi was surrounded, Ayase quickly connected to the ultimate roar and wanted to save Jichi. But before he could make the ultimate roar, two figures, one big and one small, one white and one blonde, suddenly appeared, blocked the three of them. Who are you? Get up and drive. Don't block me to save people, or don't blame me for being rude. The anxious thug pointed the weapon at Yu and Xiao Luo. Sir, Ayase, you don't have to go. The master has already set off. Yuluo said in unison. The three women frowned. Owner, the girl is so beautiful and charming, and the sister Au explained. And a real-time image of where Chi-Chi is located is displayed in the air. On the bridge, Chi-Chi was breathing heavily. Looking around, the ultimate roar was all about. Even if you can fly, there are still hundreds of armed helicopters in the sky. As for jumping into the sea is full of antibody military ships. Now it's really hard to escape. Faced with such a desperate situation, Chi-Chi couldn't help but feel sad. The thought of Kyuta Hanamori appears in my mind. Ming-Ang, I miss you so much. Ming-Ang, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm going to die. I can't become your girlfriend. Ming-Ang, thank you for saving me and teaching me what love is. The ultimate roar approached toward Chi-Chi little by little, compressing Chi-Chi's range of action. Rice cooker Phenala stretched out her claws from both sides of her body, waving her roaring towards the ultimate roar and pressing step by step. I want to protect the Chi-Chi behind me, but it is just a good idea but not a good use, and it cannot protect you at all. A tear flowed out from the corner of his eyes and slid down his cheeks to the ground. 10 antibody personnel walked out from behind ultimate roar, holding handcuffs, explosion-proof 4, and explosion-proof shield. Phenala was eager to protect her master and shot out 2 electric needles from her body, but they were all blocked by the explosion-proof shield. The electricity in the body suddenly came to an end because of the electric needle. Fei Nalu sat on the ground with weak limbs. Just in case, Shuja said to the antibodies beside him, adjust the anesthesia gun. On an armed helicopter in the air, an antibody was equipped with an anesthesia gun and aimed at GQ. This time I can't let her escape again. In the past 5 years, the four men Chen, Sacrifice and Ayase have become much much stronger with the methods of cultivating chi taught by Gyuder. Basically, one person can remove the ultimate roar with bare hands. It left a deep impression on the GHQ antibody force, but since the 4 people did not specifically temper their bodies, their strength has not reached the point where they can ignore large-scale thermal weapons in 5 years. Otherwise, you would not have been forced into a desperate situation by thousands of ultimate roars and hundreds of armed helicopters. Just as Ji Chi was preparing to fight to the death, cracks appeared in the space around him. A familiar aura came out of the space. It's Ming Ang. Ji Chi quickly turned his head and looked at the person he was thinking about. Ming Ang. Ji Chi hugged the skeleton excitedly. Yuta Hana's slender waist. Gentle doctrine. Xiao Chi. It's okay. Next. Leave it to me. He stretched out his hand to hook Finalu and the toiletries used to store Chi Chi in Finalu's body, and now the lid of the void genome was opened. The void genome flew out of it and flew to the small species of Gyuder dry neon species. Damn it! On the armed helicopter, Shuja was shocked when he saw the broken void coming to Ji Chi's side. A look of joy appeared on his face. He took out a pistol from his waist and shot the antibody beside him, who was about to pull the trigger, and fired an anesthesia needle. Shu Ji took out the flip-top mobile phone from his pocket, turned on the camera function, and photographed the bridge below. Table tennis. The void genome was crushed. The Gyuder Han is surrounded by soft spiral rising light. The two disappeared on the bridge like this. Where is the person? Shuja said in surprise. In the unknown space. Gyuder praised. A silk thread like silver thread was wrapped around the Gyuder River mansion. At the same time, the pattern similar to the world tree. This is the power woven with human hearts, the crown of sin. In his arms, a shiny light shone in his chest. The arms are wrapped around the Gyuders, and the droughts are caused by the scatteredness. Looking at the eyes of Gyuder Hana, Ming Ang, please use me. The void genome was successfully integrated into the Gyuder Hijing tomb, and the two of them exited the unknown space. On the bridge, Gyutar Hang reached out his right hand to Ji Chi's chest. Blue-purple crystals begin to gather in the heart of the sacred neon species. Oh, the shit! On the helicopter screamed excitedly after seeing this scene. Bring it on. Please salute for the birth of the king. Fire the fire. At this moment, whether it was the helicopter flying in the sky or the thousands of ultimate roars on the bridge, all of them showed the barrels and gun barrels of different calibers. Aim at the Gyuder Han and pray. Dong swish. Bullet grenade missiles. Tens of thousands of ammunition drove the tail flames and flew towards the two of them quickly. Gyuder Ha Yeou Chang Ying pulled out her void from Ji Chi's chest and a giant sword. He was shaken by the Gyuder and did not fall into a coma. Ming Ang, looking at the skeleton with love in both eyes. He was close to Gyuder Haneo Street like a dragonfly. Gyuder Hikang's slender waist, holding the giant sword in his right hand, pointing to the sky. The invisible position envelopes Gyuder Hai Zioki and the rice cooker Finalu. No matter how powerful the missiles are, no matter how large the equivalent, they cannot break through their position. After 1 minute, all the weapons were exhausted. The smoke dissipated, and in the middle of the bridge, the Gyuder Han Chi, surrounded by thousands of ultimate roars, was not hurt at all. Gyuder sailed to Nalu to enter the primitive space of the imperial center of the sky. Step on. Gyutar Han quit. Step forward with a huge sword in his hand. 100 meters in 1 second. Wherever you pass, the ultimate roar is broken into pieces. But in just a few seconds, the hundreds of ultimate roars on the bridge on the side of Tokyo Bay 24 are turned into scrap iron. Gyuder Crane looked at the sky and waved the giant sword in his hand again. The sword flashed, and all the armed helicopters suddenly exploded. The wreckage hit the sea. The only hundreds of ultimate roars left on the side near Zone 24 were shaking, and their bodies could not stop trembling. Is this really a power that humans can possess? Regarding the remaining hundreds of ultimate roars, Gyuder's sacrificial hyphen. The moment you want to hurt Ji Chi, the ending is already destined. That is death. Wave the giant sword horizontally. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of ultimate roars were cut in half. At this point, there was nothing standing on the bridge except the Gyuder Han prayer. Roppongi Funeral Club. Ya looked at everything that happened on the bridge. A group of panic. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the quarterfinder. Quantity. Do you think I can still become the king? The quarterfinder was also shocked at this moment. This is too amazing. One person and one sword, holding the girl in his arm, directly killing thousands of GHQ combat powers. Is it a squid, or is the void genome strong? Quarta smiled bitterly. Yeah, if you want to become the king, it may be difficult for billions of dollars. If it is because of the void genome, there is still one GHQ, and at most it can be done with all the owners of the burial society. Snatch it up and let Ya inject it. But if it is the slightest thing to do, there is really no way. Ya shook his head helplessly. Although the void genome was injected with carto welding, it was better than the kidnapped by Shuakairo Shindo. After all, once the virus is caught, the real name of the virus will be resurrected. GHQ Shishiro. I feel uneasy if I don't kill you all in one day. GHQ headquarters, Area 24. Shuakairo Tando looked at the broken bridge on the screen, staggered staggered a few steps and fell down on the ground. Why is this happening? Damn Gyuder, see, his real name is about to be resurrected. Why did you take her away? My Eve. Taking a few deep breaths, Shishiro stood up, going towards the device that stores the Stone of Origin. I still have a chance. I also have the Stone of Origin, the Void Genome, and the White Blood Cells. Chapter 85 Euterpe. The sea surface of Tokyo Bay. The shrew world lay on the wreckage of the armed helicopter. At this moment he only had one arm left. Shuja covered his face with his left hand and burst into laughter. Hey ha 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 ha. Not dead. I'm not dead. The shrew looked around and there were corpses of antibodies and wreckage of armed helicopters everywhere. I really deserve to be the power of the king. I want to give it a try too. On the other side, G, the pirate, and Ayase were rescued by the three of them on the screen displayed by Mororo. The hanging heart finally let go. A sigh of relief. At the same time, I was also happy for the romance of the Gyuder Brown Swamp. In 5 years, all three of them have undergone tremendous changes. G and Ayase's breasts both became much bigger. As for the piss, there are also changes, but not big. Of course, if you wear gelatinous electrode sensing clothing and pair it with a cat ear, it will have a unique charm. The three of them controlled the ultimate roar and asked Yu Luo's identity. Why did they call him Master Gyuder? Because we are the Master's sword spirit. They couldn't understand Zanpakuto and other things, so Yu Luo said that she was a sword spirit. Yu felt that Gyutarhaya took Chi back to the base of Roppongi Funeral Club and reminded him, "She, wizard Ayase, the master is back. You can go and find him." Hearing this, the three women quickly disconnected from the ultimate roar and ran towards the direction of the nucleus of the Gyuder. Gyuder defended and returned to the funeral club. Just walked out of the house, the three girls of Ayase rushed towards each other. A bright smile was bright and tears were in the corners of his eyes. Ming-Ang, brother Ming-Ang. The three girls rushed forward and hugged the skeleton tightly. In 5 years, I haven't caught and talked to Gutak. Now the three girls of Gyuder Brown Swamp can release the lovesickness and loneliness in their heart. Long time no see, sacred sage Ayase. He has grown into a big girl. So that's Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi smiled lightly, quietly hugged the silence of 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 the S. After a moment of warmth, the priest and Ayase were all in the world. Overall, it is a thriving situation. The slaughter is a slaughter and 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 Ya led all members of the funeral club to welcome the sacred lord and thanked him not only for saving GQ but also severely injured GHQ. After saying the compliment, he admitted his mistake. In front of everyone, Ya took the thorn from the quarter center and handed it to the skeleton. I'm sorry for the matter of quiz. If you hadn't come out of seclusion in time, GQ might have been arrested. I am willing to be punished for this matter. If you are angry, just use this to suck me. I will never hide. Gyuder Hang Yang. I felt guilty when I saw that. I was really sorry, and it was not pretending. After all, once the virus is captured, the real name of the virus will be resurrected. Ya didn't want his real name to be controlled by the virus again. For the real name, death is a kind of relief. The crime of death can be avoided, but the crime of living cannot be escaped. The slaughter and the enchanted slaughter instantly tore Ya's cloth and whipped it in his chest. A long piece of flesh and blood was tearing off from Ya's chest. A burning pain came from his chest, but Ya gritted his teeth and said nothing. The mistake is yourself. If you have any mistake, you will admit it, and if you have any mistakes, you will be punished. Gyuder shook his head. 5 twilight bath. After the whip was finished, the thorn in his hand also turned into ashes. Go down to heal your wounds. Thank you. The slightest the aborted Gyuder Han Lao arc. After all, if the other party really wants to kill him, no one can stop him from coming. The GHQ's battle after passing through the bridge was greatly damaged and his control over Japan was much loosened. Even if the Gyuder Hanchuo and others appear in their sight in public, they will not cause trouble. With the lessons of the past, at least before Shuichiro Shindo became the Prime Minister of Japan and completely took over GHQ, the silence of 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 the silent. The group came to the original home of the sacrificial family. Ming-Ang, this is my album. Oh, Xiao Qi has become a big singer. The terminal of the Gyuder Hangyang plays the MV shot by the funeral club. Shank Flowers of the Wilderness. Please tell me, why do people hurt each other? As a result, disputes continue. The familiar melody came into my ears and the silly silence of the Minsa. How many times have you heard about this song? It is not an exaggeration to say that it is one of the anime song. The title of the chapter is the song title, Euterpe. Xiao Qi, can you sing it for me? Gyuder Hehan touched Ji Qi's cheek with his finger. finger. Okay. Ji-chi held the hand that touched his cheek with both hands, singing for it softly. Friends who are gradually dying, what are you thinking? Use silent leaves to convey love. Before we knew it, the drought is difficult to move. The valley is surrounded by vast swan. Ming-ang, you're crying. Ji Kui reached out and brushed away the trough of Mue. Looking at the real chi in front of you, feeling the warm and soft touch in your hands. Yodershinyu di Munan Alpha. Yeah, who made my Zyoki's singing so beautiful? Looking back on the past, there are thousands of animations. Some anime are passionate, some are healed, and some are uneven, causing depression, making people watch it once and don't want to watch it again. The Crown of Sin is the kind of anime that is hard to satisfy. Nowadays, Yoder River Walk is destined to change the original ending. No matter it is the school festival or the prayer, you will not suffer any further damage. Proof of life. I will chant for the nameless people. The song ended. Yoder Hang Fairy Cruise hugged in his arms. Xiao Qi, it great to have you. Yoder Hantun Fiza stole the brow. The busy festival in the kitchen. The three girls Ayase did not disturb the two of them when they saw this scene. The battle at the 24th District Bridge made GHQ famous throughout the world. Thousands of ultimate roars plus hundreds of armed helicopters were killed by one person holding a girl in his arms and holding a sword in his hand. Regarding this battle, the United Nations has ordered the GHQ that controls Japan. If you cannot kill the Kartar Hianzi, then don't blame us for sending troops to peacekeeping. Such a big thing happened in GHQ District 24. As Japan's largest arms dealer, the Hospice family naturally received the news as soon as possible. Good guy, one man and one sword actually killed GHQ directly. Is this still a human? Didn't it mean that Shuya Kairo's void genome is very dangerous? Will it change genes or something and crystallize the body? Why is this person fine and has gained such a terrible ability? The current head of the sacrificial family, the grandfather of the sacrificial family, was amazed and moved when he looked at the letters sent by the intelligence department. Gu Ta Hai Jun, have you never heard of a newcomer suddenly popping up? GHQ will definitely be hurt after this battle. It may be a bit difficult to restore its status in its heyday. It's time to start the slogan of self-reliance and economic recovery. Damn it, target me. Don't you let me sell arms. Then I have to rebel against you. Sun Xiao Chuan, let's continue and send an invitation to the public. He said that my worship office is coming to revive Japan's economy and get Japan out of GHQ's control. I don't know if the little guys from the funeral club will come. They seem to be quite short of arms. How can anti-GHQ be without weapons? By the way, Arisha, hearing his grandfather's shout, Arisha slapped his heart, tried hard to squeeze out a smile, and looked at the grandfather who made him feel afraid and afraid. Tomorrow you will attend the banquet with me, and I will announce that you are the heir to the group. Remember to be pleasing. Don't dress too conservatively. If there is a man you like, it doesn't matter if you sleep with him, but remember, it's up to me to decide whether to keep seed or not. Did you understand? Arisha's grandfather sat in the upper position, pressing his hands on the crutch, his eyes as sharp as a sword, as if he could see Arisha clearly. Even what I thought in my heart could not escape his eyes. Arisa suppressed her fear, trembling and disgusting, and smiled and nodded. Yes, grandfather. Since his birth, Arisha's future has been planned by his grandfather, who started his gangster. Under the orders of her grandfather, she became the president of the student union with excellent character and academic performance. Under the orders of her grandfather, she did not even have the right to fall in love freely. She never dared to resist, nor did she dare to try to resist. Because of her mother, grandfather's biological daughter, she was brutally executed because she did not obey her grandfather's orders. Moreover, in order to make Arisha more obedient, her grandfather repeatedly told her the gangsters when she was still young, allowing her to watch the bloody and cruel videos at that time. The mirror image of hell that will make ordinary people mentally ill at a glance completely erased Arisha the thought of trying to resist. For this old man, family affection is not worth mentioning at all. He only has the economic empire he has built. So Arisha decided to resist fearlessly and follow his will, and end up with death and nothing. It is better to suppress your heart, suppress yourself, and use your only rights and freedom to put a thick hard shell on your weak heart, obediently, live as well as possible, and then walk into the hell that will never be sunny. Leaving the conference room, looking at the full moon in the dark, Arisha's mind was full of scenes of the battle at the GHQ bridge. For a woman, one person, and one sword, killing the entire GHQ. I'm angry, and beauties. Who dares to be enemies with the sacrificial court for me? A smile of self-deprecating, Arisha walked towards the end of the corridor. After accompanying the four girls of Jichi to visit Tian Wang's Hu for 3 days, Ya called. The family of the internship launched a cruise banquet. Don't say it for now. Let me guess whether it's about revitalizing Japan's economy. On the other end of the phone, Ya nodded and said, yes, I plan to disguise myself with you, mix in, and then have a deal with the ancestral family to become a partner. You know, the funeral club lack heavy firepower and arms. If there were were heavy arms that day, Chi would not have been trapped on the bridge. No problem. Time. Place. Gyuder hands Alpha avulse off the yellow quail vaguely. Warm cup and black curtain. Regarding the revitalization of the Japanese economy, purchasing arm, etc. Gyuder Han no Waizake. What is really interesting is the eldest lady, the heir of the sacred school family, the president of the student union of Tianwang's No. 1 high school, the blonde girl, and the Arisa of the sacred school. The 4 daughters of Jichi returned to the Roppongi funeral club, and Gyuder Hanyai got on a cruise together. By the way, I reported to GHQ that someone held an anti-GHQ banquet here. Although GHQ's ultimate roar of Air Force armed helicopters and ground forces have basically been eliminated, but this does not affect their use of air-to-air missiles to shoot a cruise ship. After receiving the report, GHQ quickly formed an annihilation team led by Colonel Igurman Odan at the Tokyo Bay port. Colonel Igurman, the missile dragonist, does not seem to be suitable for attacking cruise ships. The strong colonel, with a tendon and flesh height of about 1.9 meters tall, showed his front teeth and smiled. Call me Dan, and there is nothing that is not suitable. Just put the dragoon down and shoot flat. Anti-aircraft cannons are set off flat. Everyone was shocked. On the cruise ship there is a locker room dedicated to cruise ship workers. The staff uniforms that were consulted by the Gyuders were thrown aside. I think it's good to be straight to the point. If you want to wear it, you can wear it. Seeing that the squatty of the Gyuder Hanhuat Ya simply stopped wearing it, that's fine. Anyway, if there is a quata-dried tomb, it will be exposed. Whoever accepts it will be fine if you beat it. Ya closed the cabinets containing 2 unconscious workers and walked towards the banquet hall of the cruise ship. In the banquet hall, all kinds of male wealthy men were wearing decent suits. Female family members or female wealthy people all wear gorgeous dresses that reveal most of their spring skin. The 2 walked through the crowd and walked straight to the location where the patriarch of the sacrificial house, who was sitting at the top of the banquet hall. This very purposeful behavior naturally attracted the attention of the sacrificial court. Arisha, who are they? This direction is where is my grandfather. When the entrusting court saw 2 young people walking towards him, he said to Yingman Chungzia, who was sitting opposite him, Miss Chunxia, let's talk about this for now. Yingman Chungzia smiled and nodded and walked down the platform from the other side. On the other side, the bodyguard in black stopped him. The burial court man looked at the 2 of them, wanting to see if the 2 of them in the funeral club were as omnipotent as the information said. Is it arrogance to walk towards me without any disguise or self-confidence? If even these 2 bodyguards cannot solve the problem, then it can only be said that the funeral club is just like this. Go out and jump into the sea, said Gyuder. Yes. The 2 black-clad bodyguards ran towards the exit of the banquet hall without any hesitation. Chapter 86 Cruise Banquet. Not only the ancestral court was stunned, but also Ya was stunned. Damn, the word follow the rules. This can't be brought by Wang's Hilly. Ya smiled helplessly. It seemed that he had no chance to be with the throne. Arisha, who didn't know what the bodyguard of Gyuder Hantas said, frowned slightly, was very curious about what the 2 bodyguards had heard of even the task of protecting the old man, and ran directly outside the banquet hall. The sacred man walked towards the sacrificial court step by step. Every time I go up the stairs, my black-clad bodyguard who is close to the ancestral court guard who is protecting the ancestral court will beat faster. Fear arose in the hearts of the bodyguard. The entourage man was also a little nervous at this moment. After all, what kind of evil is the evil one just now? Titania pulled open the chair and sat down on his own, picked up the empty wine glass on the table and handed it to the waiter beside him. Fill it up, thank you. After hearing this, the waiter glanced at the entourage man. After seeing him, he nodded lightly and quickly poured the red wine he was holding into the Gyuder drywood ticket. When Ya saw that the sacrificial lord was afraid that he would not take the entourage in the court, he also had confidence. A sacrificial courtyard, a super family that takes both black and white in Japan. Cut. How many armed helicopters does he have and how many ultimate roars? Ya learned to sit down with a chair and cross her leg, looking at the entourage man opposite. He took out a smaller version of the elder brother's big brother from his arms. The younger brother was small, and he stroked the table to the entourage man. The bodyguards around the ancestral court subconsciously used it as a bomb and wanted to cover the ancestral court retreat, but the ancestral court reached out to stop it. This is a chance to make the sacrificial court rise again. Oh, the entourage man smiled, smiling very ugly. Then what would happen if I didn't want this opportunity? The sacrificial court man's eyes were like eagles, like a hungry wolf waiting for an opportunity, staring at Ya. There are many people who can be seen in the sacred and do not need to bow down, and they can talk about cooperation in a negotiated tone like in the original work. Just put your face on it. Ya changed his sitting position, put down his legs crossed, held his hands and fingers together, pressed his elbows on his thighs, bent down and leaned forward and said, "It's very simple. There is no need for the sacrificial court to exist." Faced with such threatening word. The entourage man froze and then smiled disdainfully. Just you? I heard that the United Nations is going to send troops here to annihilate the skeleton. Don't you know? As he spoke, the entourage man did not forget to glance at Gyotarhili mansion. The red wine in the Gyotarhang wine glass drank all the time and put it down. Rearing on the back of the chair, he asked, United Nations, how many divisions does it have? The sacrificial court, who did not hear the specific meaning of the word Gyotar nuclear, sneered in his heart. Where did the division team come from in the United Nations? I don't even know the most basic organizational structure. It seems that I am just a brainless and arrogant barbarian. The entourage in the ritual office spoke to mock the Gyotarhi, but the words to his mouth became, I have no idea. The sacrificial man froze and his heart was filled with storm. How is that possible? When did you get caught? Sitting on the sofa in the banquet hall, wearing Arisa, a large snow-white dress, looking at the two people on the high platform who had no respect for their grandfather and even looked a little frivolous, were full of shock and curiosity. Who are they? Who is the young man leaning on the back of the chair? What did he say that even made his grandfather change his normal majesty and show his shock and fear? Why are the bodyguards who have been through the battlefield around my grandfather now sweating on their forehead? Could it be that man? Although Arisha knew what happened on the bridge in GHQ 24 because it was just a tech description and even no pictures, Arisha did not know the skeleton. I just had a little guess in my mind. The sound of a thrush came from the Bluetooth headset. Brother Ming-Ang, the missile has been aimed at you. After I still wanted to continue to play with the worshipper, I looked at Ya after I reported it. Ya understood, stood up and supported his hands on the table, looking at the entourage man. There's not much time left, old man. In the last 5 minutes, if you don't seize this last chance, the sacrificial court will really disappear. Gyotar Dermatawiakan turned around and looked at Arisa, who had been watching this side, waved his hand, left the seat and walked off the platform. Arisha frowned slightly. What does this mean? What is he going to do? Why do you wave to me? He walked towards me. Looking at the young man walking towards him, Arisha was full of doubts and expectation. Did he come to save himself? Every girl has a Prince Charming in her heart. Arisha is no exception. The Prince Charming in her heart is a man who can rescue herself from the sacrificial family. As Arisha snatched the chews and chewed the tills, Arisha's heart became more and more restless. Gyotarhao stirred up and searched the handsome young man in front of him. Arisha, would you like to go with me? Walk? Where to go? Escape from here? Arisha raised his right hand tremblingly, and before he could stretch out he was talked about salt. Then he quickly walked towards the door of the banquet hall and the deck of the cruise ship. As the two gradually moved away from the colorful light, the crowd was bustling. Arisha's heart seemed to burst out, full of expectations, and his pace couldn't help but speed up a little. The dark night, the cool cold wind, the quiet cruise ship deck. There is no roar of the propeller rotating, nor can it bait a speedboat that drove away quickly. The expectation in my heart was shattered, and the anger of being played with rose from my heart. Arisha tried hard to get rid of the slightest movement, and Zheng was about to yell, but I never thought that Gyotar Hefei went to the customs and asked the streets of Hanao. Shhh. Everything has just begun. The power of the king. A dazzling white light flashed, and Arisha was forced to close her eyes. After the white light disappeared and the deck returned to the darkness, Arisha opened her eyes. At this moment she is being fooled by the ant. There was a ball with strange color patterns floating on the Gyotar Han Muhuo. Although the angrily feels safe by the angrily honored the name of the apricot. But this does not mean that Arisha is a casual person. Arisha tried to push away the silence of 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 Arisha. Are you sure you want to push me away and return to the sacrificial courtyard? Arisha was stunned, stopped his movement and looked at the scene of Gyotar Han Muchan. What do you mean? Who are you? Gyotar Hefei. What does it mean? It's what you understand. As for me, my name is Gyotar C. After hearing the word by Gyotar, Arisha's breathing stagnated and his heart beat faster. Is it really you? Arisha asked in disbelief. The person in the fantasy appeared, and he really came to save himself and wanted to save himself from the sacrificial academy. If you want to change it, if you have a fake one. Do you know what this is? The void of Arisha in Gyotar Hang's hand was handed to Arisha. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar spherical object in front of me, Arisha shook her head. Have no idea. She is the concreteness of your heart, the layers of solid shells that protect the weak you. When he heard that, Arisha suddenly realized, in a moment it will be completely unfolded, showing your true self. I wonder if you are willing. If it were before there was no Gyotar and was in the sacrificial courtyard, Arisha would not have unfolded it. That will only hurt yourself. But now she wants to try it. After years of being closed, even Arisha is about to forget what she really is. I do. At the end of the sea, a little light suddenly appeared, and it is constantly getting bigger and brighter. Brother Ming-Eng, you're coming, the thug in the headset quickly reminded. Come on, throw it up. Taking his void, Arisha threw it into the air with all his might. The void is free from hand and transforms into a circular shield composed of 6 petals in the air. The moment the missile touched the shield, it suddenly exploded silently, turning into powdery fluorescence, scattering towards the sea and on the yacht. It was like fireworks blooming colorful. Arisha looked at such a beautiful scene and reached out to catch those bright and brilliant spots of light. But I was afraid of leaving the drought tide. Just looked up at this beautiful scene. Brother Ming-Eng, here you are again. This time there are 63. Looking at the red dots representing missiles on the screen, the throne couldn't help but become nervous. This is a missile, and its lethality is not comparable to that of the ultimate roar and armed helicopter. The Wanhua shield fell and returned to the small planting of Gyutar. Since the intensity of use of the void is related to the user, this time I need to use the Gyutar How bed and the bed. Look at it, don't blink. This time it will be even more grand and magnificent. After flying to a high enough height, Wanhua shield instantly expanded into a shield that could cover the entire cruise ship. 63 missiles hit Wanhua shield and did not cause any damage to Wanhua shield. The moment they came into contact with the Wanhua shield, they all exploded silently, dispersed, and became brilliant fireworks. Light up the entire deck. The banquet staff in the yacht banquet hall, who didn't know what happened, thought it was the fireworks set off by the organizer's sacrificial courtyard. After seeing the brilliant spots outside the window, the sacrificial court saw what happened outside the yacht through another perspective live broadcast. I thought it was already awesome to sweep thousands of ultimate roars and hundreds of armed helicopters. I didn't expect that I could block missiles. The sacrificial court, who has reselling arms business, naturally knows the power of the missile. Even missiles can be blocked, and there are only a handful of weapons in this world that can threaten the funeral club. At the same time, the sacrificial court also understood the United Nations. How many divisions does he have? Meaning, this is absolute confidence in your own strength. Taking a deep breath, the steward put down the little brother in his hand and looked at Yang Shinya sitting opposite him. Get up and stretch out your hand, and smiled. My friend, happy cooperation. Ya's mouth raised lightly, and he stood up and held the hand of the sacrificial courtier. Happy cooperation. On the deck of the cruise ship, the slightest and freezes the hand and it automatically dissipates. Back to Arisha's heart. At the end of the fireworks performance, Arisha hugged Gyutar High tightly for fear of Gyutar Hoxim himself. Don't take yourself away from the sacrificial family. Gyutar Hehan touched Arisa's hair. Don't worry, I won't leave you. From now on, you will no longer have any relationship with the sacrificial court. Yet, Arisha put his head on the and nodded gently. 2 speedboats arrived at the distance at sea level. Ya walked out of the banquet hall and went to the deck. Must is gone. Arisa picked it up, walked to the yacht, and jumped down. Arisha in his arms felt a sudden feeling of falling. Ah! Arisha screamed, holding her hands in front of her. She also looked at her. Landing smoothly on the speedboat, Argo, who was driving the speedboat, jumped onto another speedboat tactfully and squeezed on the same speedboat as Daeun and Yat. On the other side, at the Tokyo Bay port, Dan Wen asked the soldiers responsible for monitoring the missile design, "How is it? Did you hit it?" The antibody soldier said in silence for a moment, "Hit, but not completely hit." The brawny man Dan frowned and asked, "What's the meaning?" According to the data and radar chart, the cruise ship was indeed hit, but the moment the cruise ship was hit, the missile signal disappeared. I don't know much about the specific situation. Dan scratched his head in confusion and sighed. Ah, since that's the case, let's get here today. The mission is cancelled. Go home. District 24, GHQ headquarters. The shoe's boundary with a broken arm was now filled with various tubes soaked in unknown liquid. After the battle of the bridge that day, the Shuja was rescued from the sea. After just a simple bandage of his arm, Shuja found Shuakairo Shindo and said that he wanted to inject the void genome. I also want to gain the power of the king. A secret conversation with Gu Tat. See who can ascend to the throne and become the real king. In response, Shuakairo Shindeo agreed readily without thinking. The Shuja originally arranged the antibodies himself and had some relationship with him. It just so happened that I was worried that I didn't know who to use this third void genome to get the Gyutar reply garden. When I apologize for the bug, it would be better for the Shuja to actively accept the void genome. However, before injecting the void genome, Shuakairo Shindo also needs to modify the body of Shuja. After all, not everyone can possess the power of the king. Otherwise, Shuakairo Shinodeo would not dare not use this third void genome personally. Previous experiments have shown that not any person can gain the power of the king. The only person who obtained the power of the king in Shuichiro Shindo's experiment was Skulaji, and there are serious side effects. Whoever you touches will die. As for the other experimental subject, they either died of crystallization or were infected with AP virus, like the one who said that the genome of the void was not injected directly into the void without any concerns and gained the power of the king, and it seemed that there were no side effects. All of them made Shindo Shuichiro start to suspect that the one who sent the emperor to the throne would be the one who ascended the throne. Chapter 87 Capture of Jeju. Everything is ready, only the east wind is not available. An experiment to inject the void genome into the Shuja is underway. Not only that, because of the Okiao incident, Shuichiro Shindo was confined to the research institute. The Stone of Origin was also taken away by the Commander-in-Chief of GHQ. Once GHQ Commander-in-Chief General Yang uses the Stone of Origin to join the United States, then Shuichiro Shindo will be able to launch the second Lost Christmas through the Stone of Origin, covering the entire Japan. By then, all the GHQ officers who are incompatible with Shuichiro Shindo will become crystals, and Shuichiro Shindo will also become the real controller of Japan. But before this, Shuichiro Shindo still needs to find out the funeral club that he and GHQ hate the most. Reward them array of white blood cells. It is rumored that the base of the funeral club is in the Roppongi area, so before being confined, Shuichiro Tando ordered the antibody to take people to Roppongi to find the base of the funeral club. It would rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. Anyway, Roppongi is a deserted area, and most of the people living here are refugees. As long as they have no status, all of them are infected in the eyes of antibodies. The antibody commander sent to the Roppongi area this time was Major Gin, and among them, the son of Major General Yang, the commander-in-chief of GHQ, was also infiltrated. Daily Lu Yang, who has personality flaws, can't bear much responsibility even if he makes a fuss in Roppongi. Guyan glanced at Daily Yang, a blonde boy lying in the control warehouse, and thought to himself, the cruelty of Lieutenant Daily Lu Yang is well known among antibodies, and he has been punished for killing innocent people. If his father hadn't been Major General Yang, he would have been sent to prison long ago. The edge of Roppongi area at the boundary. Guyan sat in the command car and ordered start. No one left until I asked about the base of the funeral club. The antibody massacre soon attracted the attention of investigators outside the funeral club. After receiving the news, Ya looked at the skeleton. Please, in order to reduce unnecessary casualties, there are indeed a lot of people coming this time. If Gyutarhan is at the age of the pavilion, it will be difficult to defeat him. So Ya asked Gyutar to shake the frame, including the white blood cell in the sky. Gyutar he enthalpy species, but from the perspective, I have already seen that the white blood cells in the Roppongi area have been targeted. Once the white blood cells receive the specific location of the funeral club from the ground, they will shoot down and erase the stronghold of the funeral club from this world. Everyone looked at the ceiling along the Gyutar brown Famuying. The white blood cells cannot be seen, but the leukocytes can be understood. The white blood cells have already targeted Roppongi. After looking around for a week, I found that the members of the funeral club did not seem to be able to attack the void of the white blood cells on the orbit. If you can do it, you can also eliminate it. Simple. The Emperor Zheng of Gyutar How Yu held the finger gently in the direction of his finger. Stop, and said to Yat, it's over. Not only were the white blood cells eliminated, but those large forces of antibodies were also eliminated. The members who have joined the funeral club are still confused, and those who have participated in the funeral club's mission to the GHQ vaccine center in Akasaka were all shocked when they saw this familiar grasp. Masaka, this kind of thing is impossible. You should know that white blood cells are thousands of kilometers away from here. Seeing this scene, Ayase thought back to the night she was rescued by Kyuta Kiri 5 years ago. At that time, Gyutar Hisai Kinryu held it gently, and the ultimate roar in the distance was crushed. It is said that the antibody that controlled the ultimate roar was also crushed. Is this time the same as last time? Looking at the foolish and stupid boy, Ya smiled bitterly in his heart. The white blood cells that have been hanging over my head and are regarded as the biggest threat by myself. Is the white blood cells that are thorny in my eyes actually gone like this? This is too amazing. Forget it. Anyway, my ambition is not to be king. As long as the true name can die peacefully and no longer be resurrected or blasphemed, let him go. After the white blood cell in Japan was consumed by Gyutar, the remaining satellite remains also fell rapidly under Gyutar Hana towards the antibody troops stationed at the border of Roppongi. Antibody Commander Major Guyin quickly ordered, after receiving the news that the white blood cells fell to him due to unknown reasons, retreat. All members retreat. The white blood cells fell down. Although Guyin's order was very timely, the falling speed of the white blood cells was far beyond his imagination. Like installing a rocket, it does not conform to the law of free fall. Damn, this is unscientific. Before the large forces of antibodies evacuated enough safe distance, the white blood cells fell down. Dong! A huge explosion sounded, and even in the funeral club base dozens of kilometers away, the explosion could still be clearly heard. The large antibody army, 9 out of 10 of the antibodies died in this big explosion. What happened? Dailaru Yang, who is controlling this ultimate ultimate roar against the ultimate roar of the funeral club has not yet figured out what happened and is directly forced to disconnect from the ultimate roar of the driving. In the ruin, Daily Liu Yang tried hard to kick away the glass protective cover of the control compartment covered with crack. He stood up and looked around, and a scorching airflow came towards him. The surroundings are full of burnt and pungent smell. A deep pit with a diameter of nearly 100 meters in the distance came into view. Request for support. We were attacked by white blood cells. Request support. The dying antibody member fainted after dialing out the last message for help. Funeral club. The reason why I drank the slim braised lime slime is that the goddess in my heart has been taken into my pocket. Moreover, the crown world of sin has a relatively special ability and the power of the void genome and king. I already have it. Not only that, Taisha space can also live in people. There is no need to continue wasting time here. It's time to confess everything to the girls. Inside the house of Gyuder Hanchi, the Arisa Kata Ikatsuki, the sage, the Arisa Shinomiya, and the Arisa In, all called to their room. When I saw that I was not the only one in the house, I prayed, and the skeleton of the Gyuder, the other three girls, Subasa, Ayase, and Arisa, were also inside the house. I couldn't help but ask curiously, Ming-Ang, has something happened? The piss, Ayase, and Arisa also looked at the skeleton in confusion. Yes, brother Ming-Ang, why did you call us all here? Could it be, hey big hooligan? The throne pretended to be exaggerated, covered his chest, retreated behind Ayase, and looked at the skeleton playfully. Gyuder Hefei Zhang made his fingers that were swelling with his head and bounced at the piss behind Ayase. Ouch! The throne felt pain and reached out to cover her forehead. Big bad guy. Seeing this scene, the girls slightly laughed. The piss is still too naughty. I called you here to tell you about leaving this world. Leave this world? Arisha frowned slightly, unable to understand the Newton nuclear neon sheath. Akyang, are you leaving Japan? Ayase asked. Guta, he said. No, it's just leaving this world. Go to another world. Actually, I'm not a human in this world. I come from another world. All the girls showed shocked expressions when they said that Gyuder, he's a god. What does it mean to be a human being in this world? Ming-Ang, are you going to leave this world and return to your original world? Xiao Qi held the squat and looked up at the squat. The eyes were full of reluctance. After hearing Xiao Qi's word, the girls woke up and said goodbye to themselves. All the girls looked at the skeleton reluctantly. Even the thrush, who was usually lively, fell into silence at this time. I felt inexplicably depressed. It seems like I have lost something. Yes, I want to go back to my original world, but I'm not the only one. The original world refers to Demon Slayer Blade. There are also Zyoki, there are sacrifices, there are pisses, there are Ayase and Arisa. Gutak asked with a whip on his face. So, are you willing to go with me? Will, the women said in unison without any hesitation. Seeing that all the girls agreed, Gyuder, let's go. I'll take you to visit our future home. As he said that, a space gate leading to Taisha space appeared in the open space next to Gyuder Hans Hong Huanying. Expand the door of space, and the women walked into the door of space one by one. What a beautiful place. Ayase suddenly sighed. Looking around, there is a plain with various colorful flowers planted. This is the air garden temporarily prepared by the girls of Gyuder. There are no snake, insect, rats and ant, no flies and mosquitoes in this sky garden. Only beautiful flowers that never wither and are blooming. Ming-Ang, is this our future home? Xiao Qi pulled the Gyuder Han Neo treatment and gave a try. Part of the home. This is just a sky garden. In this space, as long as you can see, it is our home. Looking around for a while, I found that there seemed to be only flowers here and no one could live. The throne asked in confusion. Brother Ming-Ang, where is the house? The house has not been built yet, so you need to discuss with Meili and the others what to build the house. Meili, a stranger who had never heard of it and was suspected to be a woman, was instantly noticed by all the women. Meili and the others are your original wife? Arisha asked. Yes, like you. They are my favorite people. You will be sisters from now on. Regarding the sudden extra sisters, they did not show any dissatisfaction. As long as the girls' box is in trouble, the apricot is in trouble, the treasury is in trouble, they had already expected this kind of thing when the Gyuder nuclear party returned to its original world. Ming-Ang, can you tell us about your original world? Ji asked. There are also Meili and the others, the thug reminded loudly. Looking at the curious faces of the girls, Gyuder sat together and began to tell what happened to him in the world of Demon Slayer Blade. In a flash, most of the day has passed, and the things that happened in the world of Gyuder Dry Slayer Blade have been finished. The existence of the system is hidden. As for your various abilities, you can directly compile them into natural one. There is actually a world where evil ghosts exist, which is so amazing, Ji said without exercising his intention. It's actually more like a vampire in Western stories, Ayase said. I don't know if the ultraviolet lamp can kill it. The throne was eager to try it and wanted to experiment. Ming-Ang, when will we return to your original world? Arisha asked. After we eliminate GHQ, we will go to my original world. It was already night after leaving Taisha space and and returning to the funeral club. Except for some Onjiti staff in the funeral club, the rest have also returned to their room. The four of them, including the monk, Ayase, and Arisa, went back to their room. Inside the house of Gyuder Hang hugged and walked towards the bed. The big hand wandered on Ji Chi's body. Smooth skin, soft breasts. Yao Chi, I love you. Ming Ang, I love you too. The next day, Gyuder Kongji was sleeping soundly in his arms and placed it on the bed. Get off the bed. After kissing on the forehead of Ji Chi, he left the room. Where is Xiao Qi? The throne was a little surprised to see that she didn't even go to the yellow throne with the throne still sleeping. When I heard that the sirens of the Gyuder drought were even more confused. Does Xiao Qi still sleep in? And Arisha, who was standing beside him, had already seen through everything. If something goes wrong, there will be a demon. Just about nothing unexpected happened. Ming Ang had sex with Ji Chi last night. Do you need me to take care of Xiaoqi? It's trouble. Although the pirate often says that the pirate condemns the power of the wolf on weekdays, she herself does not understand the love. After listening to Arisha's word, the throne understood what was going on. The throne's cheeks turned red in an instant. The big pervert has already begun to attack Ji Chi. Who will be the next one? Sacrifice Sister Ayase, Arisa, or is it a petite, cute, and weak self? So excited, so shy, so nervous. Lick. The door of Ji and Ayase was opened, and the two girls walked out of the room. After seeing the sergeant, I was not sergeant today. Ji asked. Ming Ang, where is Xiao Qi? Still sleeping. Leave. The two women were stunned for a second, and then they understood everything. At the same time, a question arose in my mind. When will it be your turn? I need to take the initiative to go with the Gyuder Hejiaju. Don't worry, let's go soon. Go for breakfast first. Then bring breakfast to Xiaoqi and Arisa. Ayase said. Arisa. Ayase said in surprise. Why is there still Arisa? She wants to take care of Xiaoqi. Seeing that he misinterpreted the story of Gyuder's Hainanang, he thought Arisa was also with Ain last night, and Ayase blushed in shame. After yesterday's fall of white blood cells caused a serious blow to the antibodies, today's funeral community is particularly leisurely. Nothing happened in one day. At night, the four of them sacrificed. Ayase and Arisa returned to their house. It is difficult to fall asleep while tossing and turning in the bed. Tonight, will it be myself? Chapter 88 River of Sighs. After falling asleep with Xiao Kitty, Gyuder Heba went to the room of Ji Ming Ang. I was very surprised when I saw the Gyuder see sacrifice, but soon became shy and shrank his body into the quilt. In the early morning of the fourth day, boring sound waves spread from Tokyo to the surrounding area. Wherever the sound waves pass, those humans infected with AP virus begin to grow blue-purple crystals on their bodies, showing symptoms of crystallization. After hearing the sound wave, Ji Chi collapsed on the ground, showing pain and fear. No, she will wake up. I don't want to leave Ming Ang. Gyuder Hang put his hand on Ji Chi's shoulder. A stream of energy entered Chi's body, and Chi gradually calmed down. Ming Ang. Ji Chi stood up and hugged the squat tightly. The back of Gyuder Kongrong's thumb mirage. It's okay, she won't wake up. Xiao Qi, come with me to solve all this. Gyuder Ji Chi's hand walked out of the funeral club. After seeing this scene, the sacrificial scholar, Ayase, and Arisa hurriedly called the Sea of Huda. Ming Ang. Gyuder Han Chi turned around and looked. Be careful, we'll be waiting for you here. Ming Ang, you must come back. Big pervert, pay attention to safety and protect Xiao Qi. Ming Ang, I'll wait for you to unlock other positions. Gyuder He, I will bring Xiaoqi back intact. You must wait here for us to come back. Outside the funeral club, on the ground, there was a virus crystallization on the body at this moment, and members of the funeral club were organizing the funeral club to go to the GHQ headquarters. Destroy the device that releases the sound waves of the virus. You're here. Can you do without me? Tarzan's stall collapsed. Discard them all. We only have 3 of us. The soul of the real name has been condensed. Ya was suddenly stunned and nodded slightly. No problem. Looking at the quarter finder, he said, I'll leave the quarter finder here to you. If I will never go back, so the funeral club will be dissolved. What? Quintant frowned, wondering if he had heard it wrong. You heard it right. If I don't return, then I will disband the funeral club. Yat you. Yat why? Yat. Faced with the confusion and doubts of the members of the funeral club, Ya suddenly said sternly, this is the order. Just do it. Everyone in the funeral community was silent. The quartern smiled helplessly. It's really you. Yat. On the other side, GHQ headquarters. As Shuakairo Tando started the Stone of Origin, GHQ executives who did not inject the special vaccine for immune viruses all appeared on their bodies. Although GHQ Commander-in-Chief General Yang did not have purple crystals on his body, he was like the original work by his own son. Daily Luyang drove the ultimate roar and gave it to Tutu. Outside the room where Shuakairo Shindo was imprisoned, there was a prosthetic limb, and crystallized Shy World appeared on his body. A camera was pulled out from a student wearing the school uniform of Tianwang's Hu No. 1 High School behind him. With a click, the door was opened. Shishiro walked out of it. it. It seems that it has been successful. Looking at the void holding the camera in his hand and following a large group of high school students, Shuichiro Shindo showed a satisfied expression. Yes, Director Chundeo, I have mastered the power of the king. But some side effects inevitably appeared. As the more voids you draw out, the more crystals there will be on your body. Shuja raised his left hand and looked at the pattern on the back of his hand and showed a look of satisfaction. So, don't worry, I'll find a way to relieve this side effect when I completely take over GHQ. Shuichiro Tando walked towards the rooftop, followed by a large number of high school students who were hypnotized by hypnotic void. Let me go. I want to see Shuichiro Shindo. GHQ fell into chaos and realized that it seemed to have something to do with his brother Shindo Shuichiro. So Sakura Mankin began to look for Shindo Shuichiro, but before he found it, he was tied up by Shuichiro Shindo. After seeing that it was his sister, Shuichiro Shindo said to the antibodies that were detaining Sakura Mansungzia, let her go and give her a special vaccine. Yes, the antibody was taken out of the pocket and stabbed it into the arms of the cherry blossom. Vaccine? What the hell are you going to do? Sakura roared at Shishiro after spring and summer. Do what? Shuichiro Tando laughed loudly. Open your arms and look at Tokyo outside the window. Of course it's about reappearing that day. Let the lost Christmas start again. The cherry blossoms all over the spring and summer showed a horror. You asshole. Sakura Manchungzia wanted to step forward and beat Shijijiro, but she was bound by the antibodies and could not move. Take her with me too. Sakura Manchu was detained by the antibody and followed Shuichiro Shindo. Hi, hello. Shuja smiled and greeted Yingman Chungzia. Can I take a look at your son's void Sun collection? What's wrong with you? Back. Shuji reached out and pointed back. Among that large group of high school student, the game came out of it. After seeing the market, Chungzia hurriedly shouted collection, but the episode did not respond. Like a doll. If you don't answer, I'll just pretend you agreed. As he said that, Shuja stretched his hand to Ji's chest, wanting to see what Sakuraman he is, whose son, who was rumored to be as awesome as Shuichiro Shindo, looked like. What Sakuraman Heijo's void looked like. A ball of light was pulled out by the Bug World. The Shrew World subconsciously put it towards his broken right hand. Table tennis. A crisp sound rang out, and the right arm that had been broken in the Shuja world now turned into a crystal arm full of magic circuit. Oh, Spalacy. This is the real power of the king. The moment he pulled out of the void, the Shrew realm understood the function of this crystal arm. It can accommodate any void without limit, and even the apocalypse virus can absorb it. Without any hesitation, Shuja directly pulled out the void in the bodies of all the high school students behind him and put it into his right arm of the king. After hearing the excited screams of Shuji, Shuichiro turned around and looked. SHHH. Director of the STEM Road. I have gained the real power of the king. A right hand that can accommodate any void. The Shuja did not express the function of the right hand that can absorb the apocalypse virus. He wants to keep a move. If Shuichiro Shindo doesn't want to help him solve the virus on his body in the end, then hey, don't you, Shuichiro, want to spread the virus? Then I will absorb all the viruses in the entire Japan. At worst, you can win the game to the death. Stop playing. So are you confident that you will defeat Gyuder C and become the only king now? Originally, Shuichiro Shinomi planned to settle the accounts with the funeral club after he controlled the GHQ, retake the experimental subject, but now the husband world has been in a fight against Gyuders and Han. Now it's better to do two-pronged approach. Shuichiro Tando can't wait to become Adam in the new world. As long as I give me enough void, I will prove to you who is the real king. The shit world said excitedly. Since that's the case, let go and absorb it. Anyway, when you become Adam, the humans in this world will become extinct. It is their honor to be able to contribute to becoming Adam before death. After obtaining the permission of Shuichiro Shindo, Shuja broke the window, jumped up and jumped down from the 100-meter high building. A pair of void wings spread out behind him and flew to the surrounding schools. After absorbing tens of thousands of void, the body of Shuja has undergone very serious crystallization. If you suck it, you will have a shadow. The battle is coming. It's time to play with the silence of 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 the shy world flapped its wings again. This time he was going to Roppongi. At the same time, Gyuder defended Xiao Qi and Ya and flew towards this side. I felt that the Shuja actually pulled out the right hand of the king of Ji and absorbed tens of thousands of void. It's a bit messy. Ming Ang, He Zhang, who was flying side by side with him, was not sure about the fact that he was blowing the Muba sheath and cut the hasty muscles. It's nothing. I just feel a little moved when I see that the shrew world has actually gained the power of the king. Behind the two, they were so powerful that they were caught by the Gyuders. Sighing in my heart, the last void genome is gone. Four people met in the air. When Shuja saw that Kyuta Hanobu directly used the king's right hand to summon the samurai sword stored in it. Gyuder Hai, I have also gained the power of the king. It's really a bit unexpected, but so what? I don't even need to take action to kill you. The 90 of the breaking way black coffin. With a word, a 100-meter high black cube instantly enveloped the shit. The black coffin dissipated and the body of the shujo was bleeding. He died on the spot and fell to the ground. The king's power disappeared and the king's right hand returned to the shape of a ball of light. The void stored inside flew in all directions like a meteor, returning to the body. After all the voids returned to their original body, Ji's king's right hand flew towards Ji's direction. When I saw the silence again, I was still as shocked as before. Damn, the overseas Chinese are tired after being tired. There is also a gap between kings. After solving the problem, Gyuder Hangtao took GQ and Ya to the GHQ headquarters. At this time, Shuichiro Shindo didn't know that Shu's world was dead. I was looking at the soul of the real name in the river of sighing. Eve, wait for me. I will soon become Adam. Wang Ji returned to his body with his right hand and woke up. Come, are you okay? Spring and summer, am I in school? Ji looked around blankly and stood up from Chengxia's arms. Where is this? Chengxia, did you hear it? Some girls are calling me. What a familiar voice. Come, where is there any sound? No. Chengxia asked in confusion. No, there is. Ji walked step by step towards the river of Sai where Haiichiro was. Collection. Chengxia held Ji's hand, wanting to stop him, but Ji shook off Chengxia's hand. Spring and summer. That sound is really familiar. I want to go and see it. After saying that, Ji started running. Seeing this, Chengxia had to accompany the gathering to go there. The hometown of Yingman's family, the place where the stone of origin was discovered. Oshima. On the seaside of the big island, Dart is enjoying life with Skulaji and Carol. Suddenly, Dart sat up from the beach chair. Dart. Skulaji didn't quite understand what was going on. Oh, I still remember what I told you about the Gyuder Haosujun. Skulaji and Carol nodded. Remember? What's wrong with him? Can he become Adam? No, no, no. He is going to eliminate the revelation virus. Dart looked up at the sky. Once the enlightenment virus is eliminated by the Gyuder welding, I don't know how long it will take to reappear in this world as a human being. Then aren't you going to die? Carol asked. That's right. Goodbye forever. I'm sorry for your experiments before. After bowing to the two, Dart retreated into the void and left the seaside of the island. Bang! The wall where the river of Sai was suddenly broken and the sea of Gyuder came to the river of Sai. Shindo Shuichiro frowned when he saw the three people who broke in. How do you know here? You guessed. The elder brother. At the same time, Jai Spring and Summer also came to the river of Sighing. Chun Xia wanted to run to Shuichiro Shizuo to check Shuichiro Shizuo's injuries, but it was stopped by Shuichiro Shindo. Don't come over. I don't need your sympathy yet. Shichiro Tandeo climbed up from the ground little by little against the wall, looking at the high-ranking Gyuder drinking, smiled. Ha ha ha. The sea of Gyuder, the right hand of the shit world, is not your opponent. How could there be a monster like you in this world? Even the will of human being, Dart, who is immortal, is afraid of you. I lost completely. Shishiro leaned against the wall and looked at the cherry blossoms and Summer. Chengxia, do you know who killed Yingman? He is who? Chun Xia shook her head tremblingly, but she already had guesses in her heart. Looking at the stems and repair Slang Yao's evil smile, Chengxia couldn't believe the guess in her heart. It's me. I killed him. Who made that guy so talented? It was jealous. Not only that, his children also became Eve and Adam, the new world of the inner being. I don't accept it. I'm jealous. I hate it, so I killed him. Ha ha ha. Spring and Summer hate me. Shuichiro Shinodo took out an AP virus and inserted it into his heart. His body quickly crystallized and died on the spot. Before death, I didn't forget to disgust my sister. The Spring and Summer, who could not accept the truth, ran out with tears. Only the cherry blossoms gathered in the river of sighs. Many eyeballs grew on the river of sighing, surrounding them. Come, you're here. Come, it's me, sister. The voice of Sakuraman's real name came from his eyes. Ji looked at the eyeballs in front of him with a diameter of about 1 meter and felt frightened. Don't get close to me, monster. The word monster was spoken from Yingmanji, and the group of eyes were stunned in an instant. The waste gathering took advantage of this and escaped from the river of sighs. At this point, the river of sighing was only left with Gyuder C and 3 others, and the soul of the real name of the virus. Chapter 89 ending. Ya was in the sky, looking at Ji running away in a panic, and shook his head in disappointment. The collection changed after all. The game that was braver than myself in the past actually turned into a big waste. Ya, I'll send you to see your real name. Thank you, but can you wait until I get closer to my real name before sending me to see her? Ya begged. Whatever. The Gyuder Hang Ya was sent to the ground, and as soon as Ya landed, she quickly ran towards the direction where the real name soul was. After those big eyes were hurt by Ji, they vented all their anger on Ya's body. Summon the crystal spike and shoot at Ya. When Ya arrived at the crystal mesh cage that covered the soul of the real name, his body was already covered with dense spikes. Real name, I am here. Ya vomited blood and lay weakly on the net cage. Looking at the real name in the net cage. He smiled and gradually closed his eyes. The body and soul of the real name disappeared. The souls of the two have been sent to the place where they should be, the ideal world. After doing all this, when Gyuder he urgently abducts all the AP viruses in this world to be eliminated. Dart appeared in front of him. Oh, why are you here? I want to ask you to create a body for me. During the years of living with Skuljage and Carol, Dart felt an indescribable feeling. He wanted to continue to stay here and watched Skuljage and Carol grow old. Yes, I'm going to go find Skuljage and Carol too. You can hear my heart, Dart said in shock. Why can't it? Gyuder's fierce gift. Dart didn't know how to answer. The other party can even kill himself, and it seems reasonable to be able to hear his own voice. Let's go to Big Island. The two of them came to the Big Island. When Skuljage saw the space cracking again, he thought it was Dart who was back. When Skuljage saw the girl who looked very familiar beside Dart, he asked in confusion, Dart, who are they? This is Gyuder. Hi, this is her girlfriend Ji-Chi. Dart introduced to Skuljage. Carol was surprised when he heard that's introduction. You are Gyuder Hai-jun. Hello, the future elves. Carol, you actually know me. I know everything. The Gyuder Han-chi flew down from the air, said to Carol, do you want children? What do you mean? Skuljage asked in front of Carol. I can cure Carol's uterus. I can eliminate the side effects of your kingly power. Because Carol's uterus is in a cancerous state, the babies in the body are constantly repeating death and rebirth. The famous saying, the world is the uterus is death. Everything has decayed before its birth. This sentence was said by Carol. Why do you do this? What are the benefits for you? Skuljage asked vigilantly. Is it good? Just realize your dream. Skuljage frowned slightly and fell into silence. So, do you want to? Is it really possible? Carol's voice rang behind Skuljage. Nothing is impossible. I do. Carol walked out from behind Skuljage. A green light ball condensed from his hands and flew into Carol's abdomen. After the light ball flew into Carol's body, it quickly repaired and healed Carol's uterus. The cancer cells in it were erased at an extremely fast speed. A warm feeling came from the lower abdomen, and Carol suddenly felt comfortable physically and mentally. It's been treated. Is this okay? Carol asked in disbelief. Of course. Do you need Skuljage? Skuljage did not answer the Gyuder Hanashin's servant but asked Carol, what do you think now? Very good, very comfortable. All the comforts before. Carol, yes, come on. Because Carol's uterus has been in a cancerous state, the fertilized eggs in the uterus are constantly reborn and dying. Therefore, every time Skuljage uses the power of the king, the void drawn out from Carol's body is different. If the two voids that Skuljage draws out next are the same, it means that Carol's body has been completely healed. The howling a large saw was pulled out. Skuljage let go, and the large saw returned to Carol's body. After drawing again, it was still a big saw. Skuljage trembled and released the big saw in his hand. Obviously Carol has been completely cured. With a plop, Skuljage knelt directly on the Gyuder. He's howling toward the Gyuder. Thank you very much. After being solemnly thanked by Skuljage, the side effects of Skuljage's aviation Skuljage were eliminated. Subsequently, the Gyuder River pointed out that Dat created a normal human body, allowing him to accompany Skuljage and the other to live until old age. It can also be regarded as compensation for the first time when he arranged for himself to live. Under the gaze of Kusluyi, Carol, Dart, and Ji-Ching, Gyuder's sailor reached into the sky. All AP viruses in the whole world turned into purple streams and flew towards the island. Funeral Club. Those members infected with AP virus were extremely excited and unbelievable when they saw the crystals on their bodies and the viruses in their bodies turned into streams and flew in the same direction. These what going on? The virus in the body disappeared. Has Ya succeeded? Ya has succeeded. The quarterfinder looked at the purple streaming light in the sky and knew very well that this must have been done by Ya. He still knew very well how much Ya was. Only the one who can do this is Gyuder's skeleton. What a god. I don't know what's wrong with Ya now. All AP viruses gathered in the genus Hishin school and turned into a blue-purple crystal sphere. Everything about real name and prayer in this world has been wiped out by the Gyuder welding. Even GHQ turned into ashes and disappeared into this world in an instant. In the future, 100 years later, this stone of origin may come to Japan again, but at that time, I would like to expose my stolen money. After all, Eve will not be Sakuraman's real name by then. Xiao Qi, let's go home. Gutak welding touched Ji-Chi's hair. Ji-Chi nodded slightly. Yeah, go home. At Carol, Skuljage, and Dart's respectful sent him. Gyuder he secretly watched a hole in Sanja. Gyuder Han Ji-Chi walked into it hand in hand. The four girls of the funeral club, the sacrifice, the throne, Ayase, and Arisa did not attend the celebration banquet of the funeral club. Instead, I was quietly waiting for the foundation of the Gyuder dry tomb. What are you watching here? The sound of the Gyuder Hana sounded behind the four girls. After hearing this, the four girls turned around excitedly and saw the skeleton of the skeleton who had just walked out of the Taisha space. Ming Eng, where is Xiao Qi? In the sky garden. Let's go home. I'll take you to my original world. Sacrifice Hira Ayase. Arisa walks into Taisha space. The quarterfinder gasped and ran out of the funeral club base. Looking at Gyuder Hishi's defeat. Where is the kid? Dead. After a word fell, Gyuder he lost. The quartern stood there in a trance and was lost. In the world of Demon Slayer Blade, Gyuder is very happy and has a very young villa. After 5 years, the storm of the Gyuder Brown storm and the storm of the Sujo storm, the time static was lifted and Meili and the others all returned to their normal actions. Time began to flow again. Brother Ming-Ang, are you here to save face? Meili walked out of the house and secretly gave the guardian Han secretly. For Meili, I only saw Gyuder's skeleton last night. But for Gyuder, he said that he had not met Meili and the others for 5 years and had sex. Gyuder He talked and hugged Meili. Ah, comfortable. Well, Brother Ming-Ang, what are you doing? Didn't you do it last night? Meili said shyly. Who makes our Meili so cute? Gyuder Heke sips of milky air, put down the honey and said, I'll be playing with face for a while. You go and call Zyren and the others here first. I want to announce something soon. Jushi, Zyanan, Kanahu, Kani, Xiao Aoi, Nezuko, and Zyome were called to the living room by Miri. After all the wives arrived, the concrete officer went to the Huanzhong Ren's hang. Zyoki, Shizu, Ayase, Arisa walked out of it. Looking at the 5 beautiful women walking out of the space gate, Meili and the others knew what Gyutar he announced without thinking. It's just that I have 5 more sisters. Compared to this, Meili, Zyren, and the others were more curious about what Gyutar he condemned Yumute, what they brought here. It was clear that I didn't go anywhere in the morning. And why are the costumes of the 5 new sisters so fashionable and gorgeous? It's not like a person from the same era. Hey, she is Guy, she is the school festival, she is the pirate, she is Ayase Shinomiya, she is Arisa in the sacrificial temple. It's the sister I brought back to you from another world. From now on, you must get along well. Under the question of Gyuder Hanmo, the wives in the world of Demon Slayer Blade are also introducing themselves. In fact, even if they don't introduce them, Xiao Qi and the others can tell who is who. The girl had seen the appearance of the girls. Meili and the others were shocked when they learned that Zyoki and the others were from Japan in another world 120 years later. Full of curiosity about the world of Crown of Sin. Brother Ming-Ang, can we go to that world to play? Of course it's okay, but before that you have to spend a few days with Zyoki and the others in Tokyo. Meili and the others are interested in Zyoki and their world, and Zyoki and the others are also interested in Meili and their world. When Xiaoqi and the others were almost done playing, they took Meili and the others to the world of Crown of Sin. No problem, Zyoki, Ji, Ayase, Arisa, Tsubasa, we will take you to Tokyo. In addition to Zanpakuto, Au and Zyluo, a total of 15 beauties of different qualities, they appeared on the streets of Tokyo with Gyuder Hihuang. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, let Meili, Zyoki, and others not be seen by others unless Meili and others take the initiative to ask for the price to buy things. Of course, after buying things, the memories of Meili and Zyoki will disappear from their minds. For 5 consecutive days, Gyuder's 5 wives visited Tokyo Sky Garden. The young man and the other ones sat in the garden in the sky, discussing how to transform your future home. Let first come a luxurious palace. In the main hall, there must be a large bed of 100 meters * 100 meters. In this case, no matter how many wives I have in the future, I will not be afraid of having no place to sleep. There must be at least 1,000 small rooms of 100 square meters in the palace. After discussing the size of the palace with Meili and Zyoki, Gyutar Han began to transform the sky garden. Soon, a luxurious palace covering an area of 300 acres and 200,000 square meters appeared in the sky garden. As for why the palace was placed in the sky garden, of course it was decided by Meili, Zyren, and Zyoki. Helpless, the girl's brown brows are relaxed. Thank you. Fountain, hot spring, mountain, snow-capped mountain, large lake, beaches, volcanoes, rivers, waterfalls. The natural scenery that should be available makes it reappear in the sky garden. In order to facilitate Meili, Zyoki, and others practice with themselves. Gyuda dry crazy and hunting. Thank you. The layers are increasing. Twice the gravity of the earth. Twice the gravity of the earth. 10 times the gravity of the earth. 100 times the gravity of the earth. 1,000 times the gravity of the earth. There are rules that restrict the collapse of a certain squid hemorrhoid. For Meili and Zyoki and their travel, the nephews of Gyuder River imposed a layer of rules to enter and exit the Taisha space at will. After doing all this, Gyuda defended Miri, Jushi, Koin, Kani, Kanahu, Nezuko, Kame, Komi, Kokui, Koji, Ji, Yuki, Ayase, and Arisa to the world of the Crown of Sin. After all, I agreed to take Meili and the others to Zyoki and their world to play. How could I break my promise? Still, like Meili and the others took Zyoki and the others to visit Tokyo, Gyuder Welding and the others to make the rules of Zyoki and the others. The real world was so tempting for ancient people. There are so many places to enjoy and play, not to mention 2040. After accompanying Meili and the others to eat, drink and have fun in the world of Crown of Sin for 2 months. The girls returned to Taisha space with satisfaction. Go to the next world with Gyuder Hihuang. Volume 3 Naruto Chapter 90 Zionin. Long-length anime is really difficult to write, especially the timelines like Naruto, which spans a long timeline, and there are 2 sets of timeline, Book of Reproduction and Book of Array. Now's tentative wife Konan Tsunade, Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina, Pharmacist Nanoyu, Nohara Rin, Yurihiro, Shizumi, Terumi Mimi, Osama Yui, Uchiha Mayan, Sami, Amabai, Hakura, Kurozuki, Uchiha Izumi, Tentakityen Kazuma, Yamaoka Ino, Hinata, Uchiha Hinata, Shizuka, Aster, Sarah, Atsutsuki Kagaya came according to the comic, and her 2 sons, Hamura and Hei, came here for blessings. That's all for now. Let's not forget about Sakura Harano. The rain fell, and the roar of the roar was in trouble. Are there tall buildings made of various steel or stones around? To be precise, it should be a high tower. There are countless large and small pipes attached to the walls of these tall towers. Even the ground road has many drainage pipes on both sides. It can be seen that there seems to be a little rain here. Gyutarhan senses this world. Rain Hidden Village, Ninja, Mountain Pepper Fish Hanzo, Earth Wind and Fire Junction, Fire Country Konoha Village, Water Country Fog Hidden Village, Earth Country Rock Hidden Village, Wind Country Sand Hidden Village, Thunder Country Cloud Hidden Village. Damn Naruto. Interesting. Before the end of the welding of the zinc, 2 ninjas wearing rainy villages suddenly jumped out of the puddle on the ground. 2 ninjas held samurai swords in their hands and slashed at the Kyuta Han Muyao seal without any hesitation. It's worthy of being Yuyan village. There are so many talent. The people are so simple. They don't even ask questions. If they feel unfamiliar, they just use their knife. But I like. The 2 fists of his arms were swung out, and in an instant they appeared in front of the 2 ninjas. Before the 2 ninjas could react, they were hit on their heads by the slaughter. Blood gushed, dyeing the ground red, but it was quickly washed away by rain. Those ninjas of the rain village who were hiding in the dark, or those who were skillful in killing people, when they saw the nuclear punishment and the Zongnan, they all gave up the idea of killing people and catching treasures. I can't afford to offend. I can't afford to offend. I can't afford to offend. I can't escape. I can't escape. Is that little girl Xiao Nan? Among the mother brothers of Gyuder, a little girl with blue and purple hair is holding the origami in her hand and trying to exchange bread with a boss selling bread with the origami in her hand. Boss, can I exchange bread with you with the origami in my hand? Just one. As he said that, Zionin began to fold the origami in his hand in half and flip it. Finally, it turned into a puppy the size of a palm. Zionin picked up the origami puppy in his hand and handed it to the shop owner. The eyes were full of expectations and desires. I hope the boss can exchange. The boss glanced at the puppy in Zionin's hand casually and raised his lips and said sarcastically, "Are you a fool? What's the use of this dashed paper? I want you. Can you use it for food or for sale? If you don't have money, get out of business. Don't hinder me from doing business." Goo 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 goo. Zionin's stomach made a gurgling sound. She hadn't eaten for several days. If she wasn't so hungry, she wouldn't have taken out her origami for changing bread. You should know that in peacetime, the origami in Zionin's hands was not cheaper than bread. But now it is obviously not a peaceful era. It is rumored that the Second Ninja World War is about to begin. Looking at the bread emitting malt aroma on the counter, Zionin kept pursing his lips. I thought it would be okay to look at it a few more times to satisfy my cravings, but I didn't expect that I was looking at the plum blossoms to quench my thirst, and the more I looked at it, the hurry. Gudu. Zionin swallowed. Instinct ultimately defeats reason. Zionin put the origami and the puppy he folded with one hand on the counter and grabbed the bread beside him with the other hand. Run away. The incident happened suddenly, and even the boss did not expect that such a weak little girl would dare to steal her bread. The boss quickly got up, picked up a wooden cabinet on the counter, and rushed out. Damn it, stop it. Ba 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 ba. Zionin ran on the rainy road, and the shabby wooden slippers stepped on the shallow beach on the ground, splashing water. While running away desperately, Zionin kept tearing the bread in his hand and putting it into his mouth. Swallow hard. As long as you run to that dead end, it will be fine. In Zionin's memory, there is a dog hole in a dead end 70 meters ahead. Once she gets through the dog hole, the boss will not be able to catch up. Xiao Nan ran very fast, but the boss ran faster. The hair on the back of the neck was twitching, and a cool breeze blew across the back of the neck. The boss's wooden stick was about to hit Zionin's neck. Zionin has also reached the corner of the dead end. As long as you turn this corner, it will be fine. When he turned suddenly, he was about to succeed. The rope on Xiao Nan's slippers was broken because he could not bear the momentary force. The ankle was also sprained, causing severe pain, and the body tends to fall to one side. Danger! Just as he was about to pursue the boss who was waving a wooden stick to hit Yao Nan, he suddenly felt cold hands and feet. Once you beat this stick you will die miserably. The boss stood attentively standing there. I dared not move. I'm about to slip. Zionin didn't care about the pain in his ankle and kept the bread in his arms to prevent it from falling off the ground and getting dirty. The imagined fall did not come. It seems that my shoulders have been lifted up. Out of the corner of his eyes, a handsome young man in gorgeous clothes and without any trace of raindrops stretched out his right arm to support his body. He helped up his body that was about to slip. It was a very magical feeling because Zionin could feel that he was not exerting force, but he was easily straightened by the other party as if there was a strange force on one side of his body pushing himself. Is it okay? Guda Hilome looked down at Zionin. Xiao Nan suddenly felt like he was bathed in the spring breeze and was a little lost. After coming back to his senses, Xiao Nan shook his head and said, No. Is it okay? It seems that your ankle is injured. My ankle was indeed sprained, but now is not the time to say this because the boss is about to catch up with him. No. Where is the boss? Zionin turned his head and saw the bakery owner standing straight in place, full of horror. Following the perspective of the bakery owner, Zionin saw the handsome young man who helped him up. It's him. The bakery owner was afraid of him. Is he a ninja? Zionin looked at Gyuder C again. Then he realized that when the raindrops were about to fall on him, he actually avoided Gyuder's bones from an incredible angle. Recalling the fact that the Gyuder nuclear cloth squid was just now and with a strange ability to straighten himself, Zionin has already determined that the Gyuder trench has been removed from overseas Chinese pottery, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, unless he is willing to take me in. Booty's this possible? After all, no one will take in a little girl who has no ability. After hesitating for a moment, Zionin took out the only piece of colorful origami he had left from his arm. Zionin put the bread in his arms and began to fold the purple origami in his hand. In less than 30 seconds, a beautiful purple paper flower was folded out by Zionin. Give it to you. My name is Zionin. Thought you can hold me in. Zionin held the purple flowers in his hands and handed them to the skeleton. Looking up, showing a light smile, looking at the skeleton, looking at the cute Zionin in front of him. Gyuder He Alpha. Pick up the flower in Zionin's hand and insert it into Zionin's hair, rubbing Zionin's hair. Of course, Zionin. My name is Gyuder Hai. You can call me Ming-Ang or Brother Ming-Ang. After getting the drought tolerance, Xiao Nan was extremely excited and finally no longer had to wander alone. Zionin walked forward, trying to hug Gyutar Hai, but as soon as he took a step, he staggered and almost fell down due to a sprained ankle. Fortunately, I was held back by the squad. Don't move around. Support me. I'll treat you. As he said that, Gyuderian Zilui Ying's hands were emitting green light and held Zionin's ankle. In an instant, Zionin felt the stinging pain from his ankle. How about it? Take a look at it. Zionin nodded and twisted his ankle. There is no feeling of pain anymore. Completely returned to normal. Thank you, Brother Ming-Ang. Zionin stepped forward and hugged the skeleton of the Gyuder who was still squatting on the ground. Holding hands on the Gyuder Han Mu Benbo, Gu Tak Suk Xiao Nan and took off the broken shoes on Xiao Nan's feet. Exposed small feet. Zionin was suddenly taken off and was a little shy and nervous. The two little feet kept rubbing each other. Brother Ming-Ang, the shoes are broken. I'll take you to buy new ones later. Hearing this, Zionin nodded softly. Gyutar Han looked at the bakery owner. A gold coin was thrown out. The gold coins fell accurately into the arms of the bakery owner. Then Gyutar Han vaguely judged the hero Oxum here. Brother Ming-Ang, there are too many gold coins. I only took him one loaf of bread and gave him origami. Gyutar's plaque is alpha. Who said that it was a gold coin? Isn't it a gold coin? Zionin was puzzled. She could see clearly that it was gold coin. Not only Zionin can see clearly, but also passers-by and other shop owners watching the fun in the distance can see clearly. That's a gold coin. Before the gold coins in the bakery owner's arms were warm, they were stabbed through the chest and seized the gold coin. Looking at the gold coins in his hand, a passerby was overjoyed. Just as I was about to put the gold coins into my pocket, I realized that something was wrong with my hands. When I opened my palm, I saw that this was not a fucking gold coin. It was obviously a stone. Who stole my gold coin? The country of rain is a country bordering 3 of the 5 major countries: the country of earth, the country of wind, and the country of fire. Whenever there is a little turmoil in the ninja world, this must be the place where it will suffer first. Very unfavorable to economic development. There are even fewer shops selling clothes and shoes. Even if I found it, there is no size that Zionin can wear. Therefore, Zionin is still barefoot now. Xiao Nan, let's go to the land of fire. He was held in school by a sensational male, stern and straightforward male, stern and stalking, and was defeated by a stalking. Nation of fire is the country of fire, one of the 5 major countries. Yes, the kingdom of fire is much safer than the kingdom of rain, and its economy is relatively prosperous. When we arrive in the kingdom of fire, we will be able to to buy shoes you can wear. Okay, Zionin said happily. Hearing that the country is so good, she also wants to go and take a look. Along the way, the two of them walked and stopped, and after a day of rushing, they finally came to a town in the territory of the Kingdom of Fire. After entering the town, Gyuder Heron condemned Zionin to buy a beautiful outfit and shoes, and then took Zionin to the bathhouse. I opened a single room and let Zionin take a shower inside. Zionin curled up his leg and sat on the ground beside the bathhouse. His cheeks were red, and he shouted in a very low voice, "Brother Ming-Ang, what's wrong, Xiao Nan?" The source of the drought in Gyuder poked out from the crack of the door. The back is not reachable. The Gyuder Han Miiza came behind Zionin, pick up the bath towel beside him and gently wipe Zionin's back. After wiping Zionin's smooth and white back clean, Zionin's cheek and earlobes all turned pink. "Okay, you should be able to do the rest yourself." Zionin nodded and said softly, After Zionin took a shower, the Gyuder Airlines meal was taken out from Taisha space and savored the meals made by Meili and Ji-Chi with Zionin. "Sir Tsunade, it's getting late. It's time for us to go back and report on the mission." In the gambling house, a Konoha ninja said in the ear of Tsunade, who was gambling, "It's getting soon, so don't urge it. It's going to drive soon. Wait until I finish playing this." Konoha ninja shook his head helplessly when he heard this, because Tsunade had said this to him more than 10 times. However, every result is a crushing defeat. Then there is another hand in the speed of light. This one will definitely win. Konoha ninja looked outside the house. It was still early. Even if Master Tsunade plays a few more games, the problem is not too big. I just don't know if my money bag can withstand it. When the mission is over, I will ask Lord Naruto to reimburse him when I go back. The curtain was pushed open, and a handsome young man walked into the gambling house with a beautiful little girl with blue and purple hair in his hands. "Minors are not allowed to enter. I'm not an adult. I'm talking about her." The gambling boss pointed at Gyuder. He's roaring, "What's the matter now?" In the circle of Hezongpu, a pile of bills of the Kingdom of Fire with a denomination value of 10,000 yuan appeared in the hands. "Sir, please come inside." The owner of the gambling house leaned forward and stretched out his arms to howl for the silent. Gyuder defended Konan and walked straight to the gambling table where Tsunade was. Because Zionin is still young and too short, he can't see the situation on the gambling table. Gyuder Hanjing picked him up and let Zionin sit on his lap. As soon as the two of them were on the table, they aroused the discussion among the other gamblers on the table. When can even children be on the table? And they are still a little girl. You didn't see that the young man had a lot of money, so he said less than million. Just bringing a little girl, it doesn't affect the result, so the gambling house owner is naturally extremely happy. "I'll go." Which wealthy young master is from another family? Chapter 91 Betting. Even Tsunade, who had been staring at Ling Ben on the gambling table, couldn't help but look up at the skeleton. When he saw that it was really a young man with a beautiful little girl, Tsunade persuaded, "You can't come here for little sister. Hey, take your sister out of here quickly. Be careful to lose even your underwear." A huge sum of money was placed on the table and raised his eyebrows at Tsunade. "Lost all my underwear? You are the only one? Big fat sheep." The 3 words big fat sheep were inserted into Tsunade's chest like a sharp sword. Bang! Tsunade slapped the table and stood up, stepped on the chair, pointed at Gyuder Hai and said dissatisfiedly, "Bastard, I kindly advise you. You actually said I am a big fat sheep, although I do seem to lose a lot recently. But how can such a thing be said so openly? What a slut, isn't it?" Tsunade said in anger. "Do you dare to gamble with me? Let's see who is the big fat sheep. This is what I want." Gyuder Nuclear quickly agreed. "Come on." Gyuder Hefei's seeds are ignorant of rice and the sacred 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 and Tsunade understood and looked at Konoha Ninja beside her. Konoha Ninja was helpless and took out a stack of banknotes from his wallet and handed them to Tsunade with a bitter face. After taking the money, Tsunade asked, "What are you playing?" "Flower card Wape," a card game that already existed when Senjo Hashirama was alive. It can be 2 or multiple people depending on how to play. The most basic way to play with Gyuder Han's poems to the reef is naturally the most basic way to play. The casino owner's witness was taken out with a brand new flower sign that was not opened. After some reshuffle and disruption, the 8 cards were sent to Gyuder Hanchuo and the 8 cards on the table were also given. The rules are similar to playing mahjong. Play a card and then see if it can form a card with the cards in the field. Picking up the card, Gyuder Hanhui knew the result. "This is my hand that can form the 5 light, a deck of cards with the highest score." As the silence of the Gyuder Han, he was tired of touching the cards from the pile. The 5 light brand is formed. Onlookers, Gu Tak Han Tuo's nephew Yuan Mu was nowhere to be seen as Wugwang was formed, and they all said, "Damn it, how is this possible?" Tsunade looked at the 5 lights in the tampered loop of the tampered loop, and the corners of her mouth twitched. "It's over. Now I have to lose all my short." After seeing the Wugwang brand end. The casino owner asked Gyuder whether to continue. The fool continued, if you continue, Tsunade will form a card faster than you. One Tsunade chooses to end the game. The one who loses at that time is yourself. Finish. The verse of the roar of the Gyuder said with a smile. Big fat sheep, you seem to have lost. Crack. The sound of teeth rubbing sounded. Tsunade gritted her teeth and her back grooves were almost bitten to pieces. Take a deep breath. You're lucky. Turning his head to look at Konoha Ninja beside him, Tsunade smiled embarrassedly. Seeing this, Konoha Ninja had to take out all his money. Looking at the coins and banknotes on the table, Tsunade suffered a hardship because even adding this money is not enough to pay for the money lost in this gambling. He handed the large amount of banknotes to Tsunade and said, I don't have enough money. I owe it first. I will pay you back when I have money. Why pay it back? If you run away and leave here, where will I ask you for money? And I'm leaving here in a while and heading to Konoha. I advise you to give me the money now. You are going to Konoha? Tsunade asked in surprise. Yes, what's wrong? After getting the slightest tadida, Tsunade said happily, let me do this. I will protect you and go to Konoha. Just treat it as repaying the remaining money. How about it? Hearing that Lord Tsunade was about to escort the young man to Konoha, Konoha Ninja hurriedly said in a low voice, Sir Tsunade. Tsunade winked at Konoha Ninja. Don't worry, it won't take long. You are the only one. Said How Yuen, a slut. Are you questioning my strength? Tsunade stood up again, stepped on the chair, rolled up the sleeves of her right arm to reveal her smooth and white arm, and bent her arms and slapped her biceps and said, super powerful. As he said that, Tsunade slapped the gambling table with a palm. A snap. The gambling table split directly. Gudu. The sound of swallowing saliva came from the throats of the gamblers. When they saw the heart of Gyuder River quietly complaining about his wealth and were still weak, they thought they would snatch it up after waiting for Gyuder Hoxie. But after seeing Tsunade's strength, he became impotent instantly. If this woman is protected, then robbing the young man himself would give him a head. Tsunade also saw that the gamblers around him had bad intentions, so she chose to escort the skeleton. Of course, paying back the money is the main reason. The gambling table suddenly burst, which scared Zionin. Towards the drought of Gyuder, Yuju has stopped being vulgar. Gyuder Hehan touched Zionin's head with his finger and said softly, it's fine. Tsunade came to Kurtha and said confidently, how about it? It's okay. Since that's the case, as long as you send me to Konoha, you don't have to pay back the remaining money. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was overjoyed. Why are you still standing there? Let go. Tsunade looked at the boys of Gyuder and Ren and asked, by the way, is she going to? What about that? It's a little trouble. Tsunade pretended to hesitate. Gyuder AI took out the money that Tsunade lost to herself just now. 500,000. Tsunade smiled and took over 500,000 and sweared, pack to me. Then he returned 500,000 to Konoha Ninja. The four left the gambling house and walked towards the direction where Konoha village was. I don't know what you are calling. You didn't say your name, did you? Oh, is that? My name is Tsunade and I am Konoha's ninja. My name is Gyuder Hai. She is Zionin, an ordinary person. Ordinary people? Tsunade's face was weird. If Zionin was an ordinary person, she might believe it, but she didn't believe it at all. He slapped the gambling table with one palm and the other party didn't even blink. This kind of courage is not something that ordinary people can have. It is not ruled out that it is a ninja sent by the hostile ninja village. The closest countries to this town are the country of rain, the country of wind, and the country of Hechuan. Where will they be from? A country. What are you doing when you go to Konoha village? Enjoy life. Find a wife. By the way, now that the second ninja war has not begun, Kushina Uzumaki has arrived at Konoha village and joined the ninja academy. She has no good impression of Hatsuki Mizuno and even feels that Hatsuki Mizuno looks down on her. Chapter 92. Wooden Escape and Tree World Birth. As long as you enter Konoha village, you have time and ways to contact Kushina. Moreover, Konoha village is now born and is well known to her and is expected to become her wife. Not only Kushina but also Uchiha Mikoto. Hehe, wife, I'm here. Hehe, I almost forgot my big cup. Tsunade's wife. I noticed that the man who was drought was stern and said, what are you looking at? Admiring the beauty. Gyuder drank a prayer and gave a gift. Tsunade was taken by the slaughter of the slaughter. Although your breasts are indeed beautiful, this is not a reason for you to pee. With a snorted, he pulled the clothes on his chest upward and Tsunade said, look at it again. I can't spare you. Gyuder smiled fiercely and didn't say anything more. The road in the forest was extremely quiet and there were even no birds singing. Quietly quiet. As he walked, Tsunade stopped and reached out to block the Gyuder Hanto series. Mujiao B. Please protect the Gyuder Hantashi here and leave it to me. Tsunade rolled up his sleeves with his arms and walked forward. The Konoha ninja named BYP received an order and came to Kyuda Heli, holding Kana with his hands and looking around vigilantly. Gyuder he too. Tsunade's perception ability is not good. Hundreds of kamikaze shot out from the jungle on both sides. The design goals are not only Tsunade but also BYP and Kurtha Hixie Aonin. After realizing that Yuabai was attacking, Tsunade kicked the ground directly. A loud bang! The ground cracked and the air waves surged. Hundreds of kunao were all shocked to the ground by the powerful air wave. The surrounding trees began to fall slowly. 15 black shadows rushed out of the wood wearing white gauze covering both sides of their ears, and the white cloth was also tied with a forehead guard with exclamation mark and sand hidden village logo. 10 people surrounded Tsunade. 5 people surrounded BYP Gyuder Hanto. Among them, one of the 10 sand hidden ninjas surrounded Tsunade with an unknown thing wrapped in cloth on his back. Damn it! After realizing that Beep behind him was surrounded by 5 ninjas, Tsunade did not dare to be careless. I must solve these 10 people quickly to help Bip and the others. At this stage, Tsunade has not yet learned the art of the genius and has only a body of strange power, the precise control of chakra unique to the Thousand Hand clan, and has the fire, thunder, earth, and water attribute plus healing ninjutsu. But it is not difficult to win against these 10 Sasa hidden ninjas. I am afraid that BYP will not be able to solve these 10 sand hidden ninjas by himself. Wind escape, blade of wind, wind escape, free wind palm, wind escape, breakthrough, Feng Dun Luoang, puppet technique, the transformation of all the feet. Several wind attribute ninjutsu killed Tsunade, and even the ninja with the puppet on his back released his puppet, and his body was filled with poison-tempered kuna. He crawled at an extremely fast speed and rushed toward Tsunade. Tsunade jumped hard from the ground to avoid the attack, and at the same time he formed a seal to release ninjutsu downward. Fire escape, fire dragon, flame bomb. On the other side, BYP looked at the 5 Saha hidden ninjas who surrounded him and the Gyuders and knew that he might not be able to get out of here. I made up my mind and decided to fight to the death and replace 1 or 2. Bite Tsunade, enough time. Let the 2 people behind you live. Konoha ninja missions are always the first. Just as Bip held the wind-attributed chakra enchanted Kyuva, who was about to be on the way for the storm of the storm. Bang! The sound of palm slapping came from behind, and the sound was crisp and loud, and even Tsunade, who was 10 meters away, could hear it. The wooden escape and tree world is rebirth. This sound Gyuder see. No, what is he doing? Why do you want to shout out Grandpa's move name? Do you think this will release Grandpa's move? From the corner of my eyes, I saw a glimpse of the skeleton with his hands clasped. It looks like a grandpa, but it's only this. Suddenly, Tsunade suddenly felt a huge chakra attacking on the ground. Before Tsunade could react, the entire forest became restless. Thousands of trees with a diameter of at least 1 meter broke out from the ground, surged and spread. In a blink of an eye, this ordinary forest turned into a super primeval forest with countless towering trees. The sand hidden ninjas were all tied up by the branches of trees, and the chakra inside them was being swallowed by this artificial primeval forest. Tsunade stood on a vegetation that was not known as a rhizome or a branch, and looked at it in shock. The surrounding primeval forests were filled with incredible words on their faces. This is actually true. Is it really him? Tsunade looked at the skeleton who was smiling and waving to him. But why did he have this ninjutsu? Wouldn't die as the original secret technique of Grandpa. The first generation of Naruto, Shihu Hashirama, is not only used by Grandpa. Tsunade never saw anyone else use it again. Although wood escape belongs to the blood resistance limit, but I, who have the blood of the 1,000 hands, cannot escape from the wood. Not to mention your younger brother, Rope Tree. Tsunade looked at the howling of the silence 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 of the S. Gyuder Hyakonoha Ninja Bip knelt on the vegetation, touching the vegetation under his feet with his hands. The first generation of Naruto has appeared. Is this the legendary ninjutsu? Gyutarhan raised Zionin, carried BYP gently on tiptoe, and flew to Tsunade. Tsunade, wake up! The trance of the tinder of Gyuder wakes up. When Tsunade saw that Gutahaha came to her, he asked quickly, Gyuder, hi, how could you do my grandfather's wooden escape ninjutsu? Self-study. When Gyutarhao blows the pottery horn, fat and lan rain, he has already analyzed everything. However, the ninjutsu and physical skills that are available in the Naruto world, whether it is the limit of blood, the elimination of blood, or even the snare of blood, or the local immortal art, Gyutarhao's family will learn it. Excluding the Boruto biography, the wood escape of the blood resistance limit is naturally also included. Study by yourself, Tsunade said in surprise. If Gyuder Hexian is close to Kong Fi-jun, then his talent is not inferior to his grandfather Kishao Hashirama, and the amount of chakra is comparable to that of Grandpa. Ninjas who can release such a large area of ninjutsu are rare in the ninja world. This matter must be told to my grandmother. Chapter 93 Whirlpool Mizuto. After dealing with the sand hidden ninja, the 4 of them set off on their way back to Konoha. The forest that released the birth of the wood realm has also returned to normal, as if nothing had happened before. I was worried that the thief of the Gyuders could not keep up with my own footsteps, so I did not use chakra to rush on the road. But after seeing the strength of Gyuder's anger, Tsunade no longer kept a low profile. Concentrate the chakra on the soles of your feet. Shuttle through the mountains and forest. Along the way, Tsunade had a lot of thoughts in her heart. Kyuta Tsunade suddenly shouted, Kyuta Hana, you are really not a ninja from Rain Hidden Village in Rain Country? Tsunade asked. Of course not. I'm not even a ninja now. After all, I'm not even a ninja. Why, I really hope I'm a ninja from you Hidden Village. Tsunade shook her head. She just wanted to confirm it. If the ninja from the Kyuter Hanhuang Cyclone or other ninja villages, can you try to pull it into Konoha Village and become the ninja of Konoha Village? The grandmother Uzumaki Mito is the nine-tailed Tsubasaruki and has the ability to sense malice. As long as you defend the ancestral mother, you can determine whether the ancestral mother can be won over. Inadvertently, Tsunade looked at the skeleton. Well, a very handsome young man, and he is also very strong. As her wife, you should be very happy. Hey, what are you thinking about? Although I said that I could not make a conclusion so early, the people who are baking the trench and are still not sure about it. What if it is a lustful person who is the same as Jiraiya? After all, you can still speak very well when you look at your breasts openly. Whatever you say, you appreciate the beauty. I believe you. Tsunade quickly turned his head and stopped looking at the skeleton of the skeleton. In my heart, I have already labeled the label of Gyuder defending the clams and clam. After an afternoon of rushing, the four of them finally arrived at the gate of Konoha Village. At the gate, Tsunade's younger brother, Roseki, had been waiting here for a long time. Sister. After seeing Tsunade come back, Yoshiki ran to Tsunade quickly and began to act coquettishly. Facing Rose Tree's spoiled behavior, Tsunade reached out and gently pinched Rose Tree's cheek and said with a pampering look, have you hadn't had a good meal these days when I was not here? The rope tree gave a thumbs up, pointed at himself, and said with a confident smile, of course there is. I want to be a man of Naruto. Health must be the first priority. Is that so? The rope tree is so amazing. Do you want to visit your grandmother with me? Ah, is it really okay? Shenshu asked in surprise. It's really okay. Tsunade smiled. Nowadays, Mito Vortex is in his twilight years and has not been able to survive for a few years, and his strength is not as good as before. Once Uzumaki Mito is killed, the Nine Tails will be released. The damage to Konoha will be unimaginable at that time. Therefore, even if the Rose Tree is Uzumaki Mito's grandson, you cannot meet Uzumaki Mito alone without the permission of a specific person or under the leadership. I haven't seen the kind grandma for a long time. The rope tree misses it very much. Beep, go and submit the mission. I will report on the matter in person. Tsunade said to Beep on the side. BYP nodded, then disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Let's go. Let's visit my grandmother, the wife of the first Naruto Shinmara, who also uses wood escape. Uzumaki Mito. Wooden escape. Rangshu looked at the skeleton in surprise. You know how to escape from wood. What's wrong? Naruto's man. Naruto's man? Not quite right. Gyangshu reacted and quickly defended. What kind of Naruto's man? I clearly said I want to be Naruto. The word man is obviously at the mouth, but the rope tree just can't say it because after being said by the Gyuda, I always feel that it has changed. No, what I said is I want to be Naruto. Yes, I want to be Naruto, not Naruto's man. Okay, it's Hokage, not Hokage's man. Gyuda Honguo secretly gave him a pet. Bang. He clapped his hands and then opened them, and a wooden man more than 20 centimeters tall suddenly appeared in his hand. A wooden man with the same appearance as a rope tree. I'm giving it to you. The Gyuder aviator threw the wooden man at the rope tree. The rope tree took the wooden man and was very happy. It's really a wood escape. Thank you for giving me the wooden man. You're welcome. Seeing that his younger brother Rangshu had taken over the wooden man and he couldn't let it go, Tsunade was helpless and expressed her gratitude to the Kyuta Drosophila Lungama and gave her brother a gift. Standing on the concrete edge of the Gyuder lotus, the man gained the Gyuder dry harmony when he saw the rope tree. Showing an envious look, Gyuderian Zilui clenched his fist with both hands and stretched him in front of Zionin. Open and take a look. When Zionin saw Gyuder shouting at the head of the Safinusa, she was very convinced that brother Mingeng had something in his hand. Zionin put his little hand on the head of Kyuta Hana with full expectation. The two fists opened with the flow, and two very delicate wooden dolls with color appeared in the Gyuder dry neon species small. They are respectively there are Gyuder Hanto. Looking at the doll of Gyuder Heshong School and brother Mingeng, Xiaonan excitedly picked up the doll, stepped forward and kissed the girl in the squat. Thank you, brother Mingeng. Hehe, Zionin, so good. Holding hands with Konan, he followed Tsunade and walked towards the place where Uzumaki Mito lived. The ninjas responsible for guarding the Uzumaki Mito villa, after seeing Tsunade, not only did not ask Tsunade why he came here, but also the silence of the ninjas released directly. It seems that the value of the first Naruto granddaughter is, but in fact Tsunade takes the Sluderias with Gutak and slap in the cave. Everything is seen by Umbu. At the same time, the third generation of Naruto, Sarutobi Hinesan, was also observing all this through the crystal ball using the ninjutsu telescope technique. Nine-tailed people, Yuriki, are careless. Can you use wood escape escape and the range of ninjutsu be similar to that of the first Naruto. It's the enemy or the friend. Inside the villa, a pair of buns tied on her head bun and a purple prism mark on her forehead were Uzumaki Mito smiled when she saw that it was her granddaughter and grandson who came. Tsunade, Rosuke, you are here. Sit down. Oh, when seeing the handsome young man behind Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito said in surprise. Tsunade, is he your boyfriend? Tsunade was stunned and a blush suddenly rose on her face. He quickly explained, Grandma, what are you talking nonsense? He is not my boyfriend. His name is Gyuder, who fled from the Kingdom of Rain. I brought him to your place today because he knows wood escape and his power is basically no different from Grandpa's wood escape ninjutsu. Wood escape. After hearing the word wood escape, the originally turbid eyes of the Vortex Mito suddenly became energetic. Her eyes were bright and she didn't look like an old woman who had no way to survive for a few years. Uzumaki Mito stood up and walked towards the skeleton. You know how to escape from wood. It will be 100 million point Gyuder drought reward. Whirlpool Mito placed the table, picked up a small pot with dead branches and asked, can you use your wood escape to rejuvenate this flower? Simple. Throw. The dead branch in the small flower pot swelled instantly and the branches twisted. At the tip, a bud appeared quietly and soon bloomed to form a pink flower. When seeing the blooming flowers in the flower pot, Mito Uzumaki smiled knowingly. Thank you, Ming Ang. Place the flower pot on the balcony and let it bathe in the sun. Sitting back to the bedside, Uzumaki Mito looked at Gyuder Hishi's collapse. Ming Ang, what do you think of our Tsunade? Ah, not only Gyuder welding machine, Tsunade and Konan were also surprised and confused. Grandma, what are you talking about? What do you think of me? Tsunade was confused. She came here to let her grandmother see, and the squad was in danger. Why did he suddenly become? How about our Tsunade? This is to match me, and how soon? Uzumaki Mito did not answer Tsunade's question but instead sent her a look of don't worry, everything has a grandmother, then looked at the skeleton again. Tsunade was helpless and sat on the chair and looked at the sea of Gyuder and wanted to know Gyuder Hang Songshi's answer to this question. The sight of Rashiki was jumping back and forth between Tsunade and Kotaku. Could it be that Gutahi became his brother-in-law? Well, Tsunade's word, a Gyuder howls concealed the mother of the drought. Zhang Tang saw him and he was a common person to ask for his body. He quickly turned his head over. After looking at Tsunade for a while, Guta Hang Tak said, I think Tsunade is pretty good, both on the outside and on the inside. It grew up on me. Uzumaki Mito nodded slightly. As the wife of the first Naruto Senju Hashirama, he is also the first person, nine-tailed Tengariki. Uzumaki Mito's determination and belief are also stronger than many ninjas. Like Hashirama's Senju, she is full of love for the village. All my heart is for the village. The nine tails are very powerful, but they are just a bigger toy for the Shimura Senju who has wooden escape. Now the kingdom of Vortex has been destroyed and the Vortex clan, who is good at sealing technique, is gradually withering. Sooner or later there will be a situation where the members of the Unvwar of the Vortex clan can be used to seal the nine tails and become the nine tails Kokuriki. Uzumaki Mito must consider it for the future. Consider for the village. Although Chia Isha Hashirama did not pass down the blood-supported boundary wood escape of the Tianki tail beast, fortunately the Gyuder River Evil Rebellion boundary wood escape brought back by Tsunade, and it is almost the same as that of Hashirama's Senju. If you can keep the boundary of the Gyuder drought and difficulty in transcending the limit of the boundary of the Muye village, then you don't have to worry about the nine tails in the future. If you became Tsunade's husband, would you be a Hokage? Gyutar too won't. What are you doing when I'm idle and have nothing to do? Being an idle person in Konoha village. If you have anything to do, go and play with your sister. And by the way, pretending to be a pussy inadvertently, isn't this better than a bitter Naruto? That's how. Uzumaki Mito nodded slightly. Through the perception of nine-tailed chakra, she knew very well that Emperor Gyuder Han and Huan Long Huan were certainly not a great charity. If you have to describe it, you are a very ordinary person. It is not easy to have such powerful abilities and maintain the heart of an ordinary person. This is what Uzumaki Mito think. Next is to see the milk quality of 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 the milk quality. Ming Ang, if you have the Kyushuo Fukuo Konoha village in the future, will you take action? Gyuder was so excited that he replied hesitantly, meeting in the perception of Maida Jo, the silence of 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 the sill. But the real situation is that Gutahi used this to show show off his sister. Jouei Fukuo Konoha village? That couldn't be great. As for taking action, you didn't say when it was taking action. When Jouei was about to completely destroy Konoha village, wouldn't he still take action? So good. Akiang, have you ever thought about what you will do in the future? Asked Uzumaki Mito. The Gyuder Hienji Shun Niu must be left in Konoha, and it is best to make the best use of the good, and can play a role in the development of the drought. Traveling around the world, who can tell the truth about the future? It is absolutely impossible to stay in Konoha. Terumi Mimi from the hidden village, Mabai from the hidden village, and Black Soil from the hidden village are still waiting for me. Then, after Uzumaki Mito asked Guda Hishizi's father Xingsun for urgent complaint, he said, Ming-Eng, from now on, you can live in Konoha with Xionan. Tsunade, please make arrangement. It is best to be neighbors with you. Of course, it would be best if you can live with you. Faced with the intentional matchmaking of his grandmother, Tsunade was quite helpless. There is obviously not a single word of the 8 characters yet new. Everyone left Uzumaki Mito's residence, and Tsunade lived next door to him for the silence of 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 the become a neighbor, and he and the Gesle are in love with Muhui Gyukio. Sister Tsunade. Kushina Uzumaki came home from school and hurriedly greeted after seeing Tsunade. Looking at the sound of the rooster, I saw Kushina Uzumaki, who was about 10 years old, a very cute little girl with beautiful long red hair with a very red waist. Although I was obviously not very good at reading the word, but for some reason other students in Ninja Academy considered it ugly hair color. This made the custom of Gyuder to cooperate with the custom of Han Feng Huan Falcon to lift the honey glass of the New Ganlu temple. Your sister, as long as she is a female character, will she be insulted if her hair color is not black? Why didn't the students in Huangmao Bo Feng Shui gate an insult? This is unreasonable. Who is she? Gyuder his mother's verse frame. Uzumaki Kushina. Now I'm in Ninja Academy. What do I do? It's nothing. I just think her hair color looks pretty. Tsunade was puzzled because she heard that Kushina Uzumaki was being treated because of her hair color at school. Some hateful boys jokingly call it tomato. Although after his own teaching Kushina Uzumaki beat up all the boys, but he was also awarded the title of Blood Red Pepper. This is the first time she heard a boy proactively praise Uzumaki Kushina's hair color and beautiful. The few people were not very far apart, and Kushina Uzumaki naturally heard that the bottom of the nuclear Yorkum was beautiful. This is the first time she has been praised by a boy for her beautiful hair since she came to Konoha. Chapter 94 Uzumaki Kushina. And it's such a handsome boy. Uzumaki Kushina took the initiative to step forward. Her face turned slightly red. She stretched out her hand and said, hello. Hello, my name is Kushina Uzumaki, a student from Ninja Academy. Are you a new neighbor? Your new neighbor, she is Xionan. Please take care of me in the future. If you don't understand any ninjutsu, you can ask me. I'm very strong. I can do it even if it is the first generation of Naruto's wood escape or sealing technique. As a distant blood relative of the Thousand Hand clan, there are naturally many stories about the ninja god of the ninja world. What's more, Senju Hashirama's wife is from the Uzumaki clan. After hearing the sacred prayer of the Hokage of Hashirama, the wood escape, Kushina asked quickly, you really know how to escape from wood? Can you demonstrate it to me? Of course. The Gyuder Dennis collapsed and then looked at Tsunade. Tsunade, are you going? Tsunade was puzzled. Wouldn't she just perform a small wood escape ninjutsu? Do you still have to run around? Although he was puzzled, Tsunade still said go. Rose Tree said excitedly, I want to go too. Then let's go together. The kingdom of fire is near the border of the sea. Looking at the endless plains around, the vegetation that has never been seen before, and the air that tastes a bit weird, Tsunade was shocked. Time and space ninjutsu. Ming-Eng, where is this? The border of the kingdom of fire near the sea. What? Ming-Eng, are you not kidding? Tsunade was shocked. If the model of the nuclear equipment, then the 4 of them moved 1,000 kilometers in an instant. Damn, is this still a human? Even his grandfather, the first generation of Naruto, Hashirama, could not do it so quickly. It is said that the second generation of Naruto, his second grandfather, Tobirama, has studied a very powerful time and space ninjutsu, which is very fast and can achieve the effect of instant movement, but it is not as good as being able to reach 1,000 kilometers away in less than a second. Don't believe it. I don't believe it. Tsunade shook her head lightly. Sharpen my hand. Tsunade did as he did. Then she felt the solace of her feet empty. His feet left the ground, no longer bound by gravity. Tsunade looked at her feet leaving the ground in shock. Looking at the slightest, he found that he had also left the ground. This is not in line with common sense. Hold tightly. It's going to take off. Upon hearing this, Tsunade tightly held the squat. Before Tsunade could react, the things in front of Tsunade began to decrease at an extremely fast speed. Several kilometers away, the sparkling sea came into Tsunade's eyes. That the sea. I really came to the beach. Gyuder is so good at urging himself myself, and what he said is true. In an instant I arrived at the seaside of the border of the Kingdom of Fire at least 1,000 kilometers away. How is it? Are you still suspicious now? Tsunade shook her head. Her eyes looked at the sea in the distance, her face full of excitement. On the ground, Konan, Kushina, and Yoshiki looked at the two people in the sky and were shocked. Humans can actually fly. Compared to the land of the earth, there are 3 people on the ground who have earth escape and light and heavy rock technique. The knowledgeable Tsunade was surprised by the punishment of Gyuder Han Daisha. After all, even wooden escape has learned it by itself, so the light and heavy rock technique of earth escape must be no problem. But I didn't expect that the technique of suppressing the ridges of the Gyuder Han can fly so fast. I'm going down. Yeah, Tsunade nodded and said softly. The two flew to the ground, and the Gyuder He family worms were hiding. Kushina, which ninjutsu do you want to see in wooden release? Ah, can I still choose? Kushina said embarrassedly. Of course, there is the birth of the tree world, the arrival of the flower tree world, the art of the wood dragon, the art of the wood man, and the real thousands of hands. Thousands of true hands. I want to see thousands of true hands. Without any hesitation, Kushina directly chose the most powerful thousands of true hands. Thousands of hands. Simple. Everyone is closer to me. When everyone heard this, they howled to the Gyuder. Amid everyone's expectant eyes, the Gyuder nuclear hand clapped his hands and crossed his fingers to form a seal. Wooden escape, immortal art, and thousands of hands. Unlike Hashirama, the special collection of immortal arts chakra is the chakra. Because Gyuders are still old and lose their orifices body, even if you use fairy tactic, it will not appear. The one a character frog eyes, black patterns on the face or horns on the head. A wooden Buddha statue sitting cross-legged 1,000 meters tall appeared on the deserted plain. Behind this Buddha statue are there a round after circle of wooden arms pinching different gestures. At a height of 1,000 meters, everyone looked into the distance and looked down at the ground, and their heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. This height is at least 1,000 meters. The mountains in the distance are not even higher than their own. Is this true? Thousands of hands. Even Tsunade has seen his grandfather's biggest killer move for the first time, and it's really thousands of hands. This kind of ninjutsu only appears in Konoha village. Even if you don't release the moves, Konoha village may not be able to withstand it. If Tsunade had just thought that Gyuder Han Ranjun had the strength of Naruto, then now he has become the god of the ninja world who can control the ninja world and have the same name as his grandfather. This is too big, sister. Is grandpa's really thousands of hands so big? Asked Shenshu. It should be, Tsunade said uncertainly. She had never seen her grandfather's real thousands of hands. That's amazing. Gyuder Hai, you can actually release such a big wooden escape ninjutsu. You should be even more powerful than the 3rd generation of Naruto. Kushina said excitedly. 3 generations? Sarutobi Hinata. If he said I should be able to kill him with one punch. Gutak said with a smile. Ah, the 3rd generation of Naruto shouldn't be that unbearable, Kushina whispered, not very much in agreement with the Kartar drought. After all, if there were no 3rd generation of Naruto, after Uzumaki was destroyed, he would not be taken to Konoha village. I may be wondering where I can. Then 12 punches. If you do this, I will ignore you. Kushina said angrily. Okay Kaiosai. How about I perform another ninjutsu for you? A ninjutsu that the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinako uses every day. Is it really the ninjutsu that the 3rd generation of Naruto uses every day? Kushina asked curiously. Of course. As he said that, Gyuder Hao studied the felt block bulb Huanja crystal ball. After seeing this crystal ball, Tsunade always felt that she had seen it somewhere. Isn't this the crystal ball from Naruto's office? But the slightest anger among the people is a little bigger. Look, what I want to perform next is the telescope technique. A person who knows the chakra characteristics of a certain ninja can see what the ninja is doing now through the crystal ball. Everyone was surprised that there was such a magical ninjutsu in this world. As the chakra characteristics of the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinata were input into the crystal ball, Sarutobi Hinata gradually appeared in the crystal ball. In the crystal ball, Sarutobi Hinashen is peeping at Konoha girls' bathhouse through the telescope technique. Looking at the girls in the bathhouse and the beautiful figures of the young women, Sarutobi Hinata showed a vulgar smile. Looking at the women's bathhouse every day can not only promote blood circulation and stasis but also make people full of energy. Is the 3rd generation of Naruto also using the telescope technique? Kushina looked at the crystal ball. Sarutobi Hinato's obscene smile that made him feel very uncomfortable and disgusted, and frowned slightly. What are you watching from the 3rd generation of Naruto? Yoshiki curiously approached the crystal ball and wanted to see what Sarutobi Hiruto was watching. Stinky old man. Tsunade was furious. Pull the rope tree that you want to get close to the crystal ball behind you. Through Sarutobi Hinako's slutty smile, Tsunade already knew what this old pussy was watching. Such a vulgar smile must be some very obscene content. Tsunade thought Jirei was already vulgar and perverted enough, but she didn't expect that the old old man in the third generation would be even more perverted. He actually came to see the women's bathhouse through the telescope technique. The picture in the Kata Naruto crystal ball enlarged, and Kushina finally saw the image inside the crystal ball in front of the third generation Naruto. It's actually a women's bathhouse. This three generations. The three great Naruto figures in Kushina's heart collapsed with a bang. When Kushina thought that she might be peeped by the third generation when taking a bath in the bathhouse and taking a hot spring, she felt frightened, felt uncomfortable all over and had goosebumps. The same is true for Tsunade. Thinking of the silence 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 of the sill. Ming-Ang, is there any way for you to prevent the smelly old man from seeing me through the telescope technique? Kushina echoed. Yes, reach out, I'll just pretend your chakra characteristic. Tsunade and Kushina each stretched out one hand, and Kyuta Hofi held the two women's hands. A warm current finally fucked from the two girls' palm and then wandered all over their bodies. At this point Tsunade and Kushina's chakra characteristics were disguised and could not be observed. After 3 generations of telescope technique, the two girls could not be effective. If the third generation is using the telescope technique to observe others, but there are 2 women in the perspective, the telescope technique will not be activated and will not take effect. Seeing that Tsunade and Kushina were both pretending to be chakra characteristic, Konan said, Brother Ming-Ang, I want it too. Okay, Zionin has it too. The same is true, and the chakra characteristics of Gyuder Hang Zionin were also disguised. The rope tree who was pulled behind by Tsunade had no image in the crystal ball at all, was filled with big question marks in his mind. What are they? Due to the limited observation technology of the Naruto world, thousands of hands at the height of 1000 meters have not attracted the attention of anyone or any force. The Konoha Anbi ninjas in the dark only saw the Gyuder Hantashi and disappeared from Konoha in an instant and appeared again in Konoha 15 minutes later. All of this was reported to Danzo by Umbu. Are you a user of wooden escape ninjutsu? And there is also a time and space ninjutsu that can bring people and is very far away. Interesting. Although the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is okay and can trap 9 tails, it is only trapped 9 tails. It's not as effective as wood escape. For Konoha, this person must be fully in Konoha's hands. It would be best if he could add the root. It's just that Uzumaki Mito is not dead yet, otherwise he would be able to tie him up and brainwash him directly. As for the so-called ninjutsu that is as large as the first Naruto Senju Hashirama, you can have it if you say you have it. Now I only see you sometimes space ninjutsu and the wood escape that can make the dead trees spring. Danzo doesn't know the specific power because Danzo sent to check the ninjas in the forest where Sand Ninja attacked Tsunade and the 4 Tsunade were located. There was no trace of the forest being destroyed, not to mention the so-called tree world has come to it. Therefore, Danzang believes that it is a high probability that it is an illusion. In the dim room, a glass jar was placed vertically in front of Danzang. The jar was filled with unknown solution and a naked male corpse was soaked in the solution. If Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade come here, you can recognize who the male corpse in the jar is at a glance. The god of the ninja world, the first generation of Naruto, and the Hashirama Senju. In order to eliminate all existence that threatens the village, Danzo ordered people to quietly dig Hashima's grave. Prepare to have someone study Hashirama's cell. The purpose is to allow wood exit to reappear in the world. On the one hand, to enhance the strength of Konoha ninja, and on the other hand, to restrain 9 tails. Looking at the corpse in the jar, Danzo stood up and decided to go to Sarutobi Hiruzen to discuss the matter. Discuss whether to use the entire Konoha ninja power to study Hashirama's cell. Sarutobi Hiruzen trusts his good brother Danzo very much. I also hope to reappear the wood escape. Make Konoha great again. Agree to study the cells of Shimama, but it cannot gather the power of the entire Konoha because with the Qatar Hen's center, what if the descendants under the Gyuder Hanchuo verse value do not have the power of wood escape? Asked Danzang. That only means there are not enough offspring. Sarutobi Hinata replied. As long as there are enough offspring, will there not be a wood escape appear? It seems that Kushina, a survivor of Uzumaki, seems to be a neighbor with him, and when they meet they use the space ninjutsu together. After they come back, the relationship between the two has increased significantly. If Tsunade doesn't work, then Kushina Uzumaki. In the end, Kushina Uzumaki will become the Jutelu Jiraki, and with the Kushina Dryasa and Huan Haze Huan Miao, as long as there is wood escape on the Jutelu, it will not cause any storm, and it will even become our help. There are too many differences in the economic development levels among the 5 major countries, and Sakai village can no longer hold back. Danzang, before the new generation grows up, Konoha village still has to rely on you. Go down. Leaving the Naruto office, Orochimaru appeared beside Danzang. Saruto Hinata has agreed to study study Hashimara cells, but it is not a way to use the whole village to do its best, Danzo said as he walked to Umbu. When Orochimaru heard this, he showed a strange smile. Is that true? It seems that the teacher is quite enlightened. Danzo snorted coldly. Enlightened? I think he has to be enlightened. The first generation and second generation died one after another, and the Qianshao clan has declined. Only one ninja who is reluctant to see if the Uchiha clan and the Nine Tails are not enlightened. They will help him enlighten. Now Konoha village is an internal and external trouble, and he must have enough strength to stabilize the current situation. Orochimaru, you start organizing people to gather volunteers. Hashirama's cells must be studied quickly. Danzo has always looked down on Sarutobi Hinako and thought that Sarutobi Hinako had snatched his Naruto position. If I could have been as brave and resourceful as I am now, would Hokage be his position? Alas, forget it. Let's talk about being Naruto when this old guy abdicate. Everything is the future Konoha. Chapter 95. Become a teacher. Today is Rose Tree's 12th birthday. On the rooftop, Tsunade gave the packaged box to the Rope Tree. Happy 12th birthday, Rope Tree. Yoshiki handed the gift box in his hand to Tsunade and said with a pout, I'm no longer a child and don't need a gift. Rose Tree, you will always be a child in my eyes. Open the gift quickly. You will definitely like the things inside. Looking at Tsunade's serious look, Roseki opened the gift box and opened the box and saw the necklace in the box. Shenshu was stunned and asked in disbelief, this is? Tsunade leaned against the guardrail and smiled. That's right, it's that necklace. The necklace left to me by Grandpa's first generation Naruto Chihu Hashirama. But I think you are more suitable for this necklace. After all, Rose Tree is going to be Naruto. Yoshiki was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward and hugged Tsunade excitedly. I like my sister the most. Release Tsunade. The Rope Tree walked to the guardrail, looked at the entire Konoha village and said, I will definitely become a Hokage and protect my grandfather's treasure, this village. I want to work hard to become stronger. I want to learn ninjutsu and learn wood escape from brother Ming-Ang. I will never let down the title of the first Naruto grandson. Seeing that Yoshiki had such ambition, Tsunade was extremely pleased as her sister. Indoor, Kyuta, he is teaching Konan how to extract chakra and some ninjutsu about origami. Zionin has no limit on blood. The various ninjutsu abilities in the original work are actually a kind of use of ninja tools origami. While Kyuta Konan was talking about various ninjutsu, Kushina was also listening carefully. She was not interested in becoming a female Naruto. If she hadn't been recognized for being recognized in order to integrate into this village, she just wants to become stronger now and become a powerful ninja. Ding! A knock on the door sounded. The door was automatically opened and the Rope Tree walked into the house. Brother Ming-Ang, can you teach me wood dye? Wood escape? This depends on your talent, that is, the chakra level. If your talent is not good, even if you really master the blood resistance limit wood escape, you will not be the same as the first generation. Just like Yamato in the original work, in his hands wood dye can only build a house, and its power is basically no different from that of ninjutsu of other attribute. If you want to use wood escape to suppress the Nine Tails, you have to rely on the first generation necklace to barely suppress the Nine Tails with 5 tails. A batch of them were harvested. It depends on the chakra level. As the grandson of Shinju Hashirama Senju and a member of the tribe of the Senju clan, Yoshiki naturally has fine control over chakra, that is, strange power. The amount of chakra is several times that of ordinary ninjas, but this does not mean that Yoshiki has as many chakra as Senju Hashirama. Yoshiki learns wood escape plus his chakra level. Dinkian is the same as Afe plus Yamato's wood escape ninjutsu in the 4th Ninja World War. The thousands of hands of the real person are used as big as the woodman's art, and they are even less than the woodman's art. Kyongshu had no choice but to give up the idea of learning wood dye. Although wood exit is strong, it is not invincible. Rope Tree, if you want to become stronger, I suggest learning the 8 Gate of Physical Art or the 2nd generation Flying Thunder God's technique. These two ninjutsu can play a very good role in combining the Kyunyi clan's natural talent for strange power. Real men should fight with each other. I have heard of the 2nd generation's famous move. Although it is not a forbidden technique as in level ninjutsu, you need to apply for it if you want to learn it. What is the 8 Gate Dunjia? Brother Ming-Ang, what kind of ninjutsu is the 8 Gate Dunjia? It's not ninjutsu, it's physical skills. A very powerful physical skills. Once you reach the highest level, the death sect among the 8 Gate, you can hang up the shadows of the other 4 major ninjutsu villages alone. Is there such a powerful physical skill? Shenshu said excitedly. Don't be excited first. It takes more than 10 or 20 years of hard practice to reach the 8th sect, and once the 8th sect death gate is opened, you will die. The Rope Tree was silent and hesitated for a moment and said, I want to learn the 8 Gates Dunjia. I don't agree. Tsunade walked into the house. The Rope Tree didn't know about the 8 Gates Dunjia, but she knew about it. The Wanyan Xianen Meitai, who was the same class as him, is a cultivator of the 8 sect Dunjia. Every day, this guy started running around Konoha village before dawn and ran until the sun set before stopping. Therefore, there are also titles such as Iron Blood Dai and Crazy A Dai. As his younger brother, Tsunade is not willing to suffer too much except for the only relative of the grandmother's mother outdoors. Sister, I'm going to learn the 8 sects of Dungia. I'm not afraid of this kind of hardship. Grandpa and the others have suffered more for Konoha than me. If I can't even bear this little bit of hardship, how can I become a Hokage? How can I protect Konoha? Yoshiki said with his head held high and his chest tightly. Looking at his younger brother, Tsunade didn't know what to say for a moment. Suddenly I found out that my younger brother might have really grown up and was no longer the child he used to be. Oh, sigh softly. Then Tsunade showed a gratified smile and rubbed the head of the rope tree. It seems that the rope tree has really grown up. Come on, I look forward to the day when you become Naruto. Kyongshu's eyes were like torch and his eyes were firm. I will definitely become a Hokage. Tsunade looked at Gyuder Hishi's defeat. Ming-Ang, how do you teach the 8 gates of rope tree? I'm going to throw him to Meitai and practice with Meitai, running around the village every day and also honing the character of the rope tree. Tsunade nodded slightly and agreed with the Gyuder Hanmutan. It is indeed a good choice to let Maid wear a rope tree. Tsunade left with a rope tree inside the house. Go find Maid Day. Gyuder His Zinxin Link talks about danger. Kushina, don't you not start this year's Ninja Academy graduation exam? Well, it's going to start next week. What's wrong? Brother Ming-Ang, prepare to form a class. Do you want to join? Among the mother brothers of Hyuta, Uchiha Mikoto has decided to take the graduation exam next week. In order to get Mikoto to join her big family, Gyuder Haoluan and Huan Ai Ding set up a class. But brother Ming-Ang, you don't seem to be a ninja yet, right? And will the 3rd generation agree? Definitely. Gyuder He pregnant no fee. The 3rd generation and Danzo are so eager to have more women around them. Once you submit the list of students in your class, it will definitely pass in seconds. But I haven't met the conditions for graduation from Ninja Academy yet. Kushina lowered her head and whispered, this is simple. With me here, are you still worried that you won't get a job? Brother Ming-Ang, do you want to help me cheat? Kushina said in surprise. What are you thinking? Gutak's heart was broken. I'm going to tutor you only on it. Good. Brother Ming-Ang must be better than the teachers in the academy. At night, I followed Maid-Day to train for an afternoon of rope trees and found Orochimaru. Teacher, sorry I'm late. Looking at the very tired rope tree, Orochimaru handed a towel and asked in confusion, what are you doing? Why are you so tired? Kyongshu took the towel, wiped the sweat from his face and told Orochimaru that he was learning the 8 gate of the exit armor from Meitai. 8 gate Dungia. What are you doing when you learn this? Be stronger. Shenshu replied. Can't ninjutsu make you stronger? Yes, but I can't learn the most powerful ninjutsu. I don't have enough chakra. If I want to reach the level of being able to fight 4 shadows one by one, I only have the 8 gate Dungia. Ah, Orochimaru was confused. Is the 8 gate Dungia so awesome? It doesn't make sense. If the 8 gate Dungia is so awesome, it wouldn't be that Meitai would be just a shy man. What does it mean that chakra is not enough? Isn't there enough chakra in the rope tree? It's more than myself before, and it's similar to Tsunade. Why isn't it enough to chakra? What kind of ninjutsu do you want to learn? What is the most powerful ninjutsu? Orochimaru asked in confusion. Wood escape. Kyongshu replied. Wood escape. Orochimaru was even more confused. Isn't wood escape the blood limit? How can you still learn? Are you engaged in acquaintance with Raccoon? Yes. Isn't the only one in Konoha village who can escape from wood? It's a pity that my chakra volume is not enough. Even if brother Ming-Ang taught me the wood escape, he would be half a bachelor's use, which is very similar to ordinary ninjutsu and cannot be compared with my grandfather at all. How can I increase the chakra volume? Kyongshu sighed and looked into the night sky. After listening to the story of Yoshiki, Orochimaru was already a little more improved. This is the first time I heard that the blood resistance and limit wood escape can actually teach, which is so interesting. If you have time, you may go and find a trip to the skeleton. As for the lifting chakra in the mouth of the rope tree, I don't know that the interstitial cell tubes do not work. A piece of white paper suddenly appeared on the table in Naruto's office, and Sarutobi Hinata picked up the white paper. Uchiha Mikoto, pharmacist Nanoyu, Uzumaki Kushina. These 3 of them are his scheduled students when they form a class, but the graduation exam hasn't started yet. How could he be so sure that Uchiha Mikoto and pharmacist Nanoyu will take this graduation exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the paper in his hand and was puzzled. My mind was full of doubt. Putting down the white paper, Sarutobi Hitomi re-educated information from Uchiha Mikoto and Nanoyu. One is 12 years old, the other is 9 years old. The top you in the class have met the graduation requirement. There are problems. 10 or even 9 points are problems. Where did he know the names of these 2 students? What's the purpose? Sarutobi Hinata sat on the chair, closed her eyes, thinking about the reason. Why would you like to ask him? Let's discuss it with Danzang. Calling Danzo to Naruto's office, Sarutobi Hinashen pushed the white paper on the table toward Danzo. The class was formed by Gyutar Hegwanadine, and these are his 3 students. Looking at the name on the paper in his hand, Danzo asked, Uchiha Mikoto. 3 women. Sarutobi Hina nodded. Can you change this Uchiha Mikoto? The original book does not say whether Uchiha Mikoto is the same as Haruno Sakura, and here it is according to the Uchiha clan. Faced with the evil Uchiha, Danzo didn't want them to use the wood exit as well. This is not what I assigned. The graduation exam has not started yet. These are the 3 people that Kushina and Nanu want. He said that he was afraid that Uchiha would disagree. In Sarutobi Hinasar, it is definitely selfish to become his own student, and the fact is, it is really selfish. Let's not consider whether there is selfishness or not. Gutak became a teacher and formed a class. The Uchiha clan among the Konoha seniors will definitely know Gutak's drought and rosy, although it can be used to shake the catkins and block the defect. But is it a bit abnormal for the combination of 3 women in your class? It is inevitable to be suspected by the senior management of the Uchiha clan. It is not impossible to track down the existence of wood exit by then. Damn it, why are there members of the Uchiha clan? At this moment Danzo had the idea of erasing Uchiha Mikoto, but this idea was quickly denied. Sarutobi Hinata was silent, thinking about solutions. In just a moment Danzo thought of a good way. I want to hide it from the situation. Would escape. What a terrifying power. The synonym for the god of ninja world is scared to talk about it, and it is enough to change the terrain. Didn't Tsunade always say that the Gyutar River Fierce Lotus Festival is comparable to the wood escape? But what's the truth? We only see the wood escape that can give birth to flowers. In the forest where Tsunade attacked, there was no trace of the tree world's birth. There was even no trace of fighting. We have never seen the strength of the Gyutar Droughter. It was all said by Tsunade. If you are a teacher, then you agree with him. Uchiha is not convinced, so let Uchiha test his true strength. If the facts are true as Tsunade said, Uchiha rashly contradicted Gyutar High. Do you think Uchiha's face is good? And we can also create momentum through Gyutar navigation to shock the other 4 major countries. If Gyutar and the King of the Brown Emperor are afraid of being lazy and stupid, then use him to study the wood escape. No matter how you say it, it will be more beneficial than disadvantages for us. Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully. Since that's the case, then do what you said and agree to form a class. Let him meet with Konoha's senior management. The specific implementation plan will be finalized soon. On the second day, Gyutar Hezan stirred up the Tak and Blockang's morning speech. A member of the dark community wearing a cat-faced mask collapsed against the Gyutar nuclear file. The 3rd generation of Naruto has agreed to your requirement to become a teacher to form a class, but now we need to go through a process and get to know other senior executives of Konoha. Kyudo Hai, who had already known Sarutobi Hinata and Danzo's plan, smiled and said, then let go. The 2 disappeared in an instant in the corridor and appeared again outside the conference hall door inside the Konoha Naruto's office building. Gyutar and Splash. In the conference hall, the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinata sat in the top position, followed by Anbi Shimura Danzo. 2 senior consultant Mito Minion turned to Koharu, Sarutobi Hinata's wife, Sarutobi's Lake Biwa, the Thousand Hand clan, Tsunade, the Uchiha clan, the Hinata clan, and the Hyuga clan, and the 5 clans of Pig, Deer, Butterfly, Insect, and Dog. Class leader of the Autumn Road clan. Get the wind in the Autumn Road. The original work has a picture of the name, the freshly plastered bell of the cherry brown locust. I don't know the other one. Chapter 96 Konoha. I have the final say. In the conference room, 13 pairs of eyes staring at the skeleton. Zhang Ying looked at Tsunade with his 12 pairs of eyes outside. Tsunade smiling slightly, crossing his leg and sitting in the empty seat left for him. Tsunade was quite speechless about this. In such a solemn occasion, would you do this? The patriarch, who did not know the truth and did not know the truth, were looking at each other. No, this is the wrong person, right? They received the news that Konoha came from the outside village to form a class. I just waited for someone to come here and just went through the process. Why does it look a little wrong now? Where is this teacher from? This is the young man's side. In the conference room, Sarutobi Hinata's confidant recorded the records in his hand. Gyutar defended the Luanban Nayashi's persuasion. Suddenly the sound of the pages turning sounded. Then there was a sound of wooden escape. A wooden escape as powerful as the first Naruto. What are you kidding? After reading the information, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan laughed immediately. Boy, I don't know how you deceived the 3rd generation of Lord Naruto, but in front of me, you'd better tell me which ninja spy you are, otherwise you'll feel better. The patriarch of the Uchiha clan stood up, and the 3 magma Sharingan appeared in his eyes. As the captain of Konoha's guard force, he has the obligation to eliminate spies for Konoha. Ha! Gyutar Hegong. Who else has the same idea? Or do you think I am not worthy of being a teacher? Sarutobi Hinata didn't say anything, and Shimura Danzo didn't say anything. He didn't know the inside story and wanted to deny the senior consultant of Kotokanba. Sarutobi Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly, and the two of them understood instantly and honestly sank their butt. The patriarchs of the 6 tribes, Hinata, pig, deer, butterfly, insect, and dog, did not dare to say anything when they saw this. Sitting honestly on the chair, the 3rd generation of Naruto is not old enough to be fooled. Even if the 3rd generation is fooled, there is still a group of people hidden, that old otaku. The two cannot be fooled at the same time unless it is a game. Good cannibalism, tongue-to-mouth wrist, dark psychology. As for Tsunade of the Thousand Hands Land, she already knows the sarcasm. The distribution of the Akuta Handman did not even watch it, but leaned on the back of the chair, preparing to watch the show. The only patriarch of the Uchiha clan who stood up in the conference room saw that he was the only one among the patriarch and denied the skeleton of the Gyuters. I don't know that this is a game. I'm testing it. Damn it, right? The patriarch of the Uchiha clan was rotating his brain quickly at this moment, thinking about ways to break the deadlock. The information is very short, only a few lines, not even marked with age. Only the name is good at wood release, and it is the wood release ninjutsu that is as powerful as the 1st generation of Naruto. In other words, even the 3rd generation may not necessarily understand the skeleton of the Gyuters. There is a high probability that the 3 generations called their group today to test whether the Gyuter Hana polygon is the same as the one recorded. They dared not take action rashly because they were afraid that what was recorded was true. So let yourself test it. If it is true, it will not only destroy the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Kyuta Brown, but also receive a great help. If it is fake, they will not lose anything, and I only received a reward for catching a spy. Damn, what should I do now? Just as the Uchiha clan leader was hesitating, Gutat howled. It seems that there is no clan leader like him, or he doesn't recognize me as a teacher. Since that's the case, I'll let the patriarch of the Uchiha clan see if I'm a so-called spy. After saying that, the eyes of the slightest change began. Single Guya Sharinon, double Guya Sharinon, 3 Guya Sharinon, eternal maniatoscope Sharinon, and reincarnation eye Sharinon. The leader of the Uchiha clan was shocked. Not only him, but one of the people present was shocked. Even the 3rd dynasty and Danzo were shocked. Do you think I'm still a spy now? Uchiha Rafii, Uchiha Rafii, the leader of the Uchiha clan, pointed at Kyuta Hano and asked, "Ya, what are your eyes? Did it evolve from the Sharinon of the main Ladao? Who knows? No matter how awesome the ordinary Uchiha tribe members are, they cannot evolve the eternal maniatoscope Sharinon into the reincarnation eye. Only the reincarnation of Indra can evolve the eternal maniatoscope Sharinon into the reincarnation eye, and the flesh or cells of Azura's reincarnation are required." The girl howled and congregated the fan and shone her leg, held her chin, tilted her head, and said, "From now on, I have the final say in Konoha. Those who don't accept die." The powerful force and the most powerful domineering spirit of the top domineering spirit. Cracks appeared in the entire walls of the conference room in an instant, except for Tsunade. All the patriarchs sitting on the chairs, Sarutobi Hinako, Shimura Danzo, and 2 senior consultants were all oppressed by the huge pressure, and they collapsed the wooden chairs under their butts and sat on the ground. The eyes were filled with fear and fear. The ground where the Gyuter nuclear also collapsed instantly at the same time, but the chair under him was suspended intact in the air. Tsunade looked at the ugly appearance of the patriarch and the 3rd generation of Naruto around him, and everyone was irritated. What happened? What's wrong with them? Ming-ang, you. SHH Gyuter Hefei's genus is still quiet and scattered. Tsunade had no choice but to hope that Gyuter Hanshin was too much. Although he did not like this group of people very much, he did not reach the point where he had to be put to death. Everyone, although I have the final say in Konoha now, as long as you don't go against my will and are obedient, everything will be up to you. I won't interfere too much in Konoha's operation. Saruto Hinazo, you are still the 3rd generation of Naruto, and you, Shimura Danzo, are still the leader of Umbu. So, understand? No one answered, just because they were trying their best to resist the pressure and couldn't speak at all. Since no one object, just pretend you agree. The meeting ends. The pressure dissipated when the patriarchs of various tribes, Sarutobi Hinata, and others stood up in the conference room. The Kyuta Hanchuo suddenly disappeared. Sarutobi Hinako got up from the ground, her face blankly, and she could not see any emotional fluctuations. And Shimura Danzo had a gloomy face. This is the first time that Shimura Danzo has been so humiliated. Damn Uchiha, those eyes, I will never forget them even if I die. It is the upgraded version of the Sharinon of the Uchiha clan and the 3 Tuya Sharinon. As for the last circle of lines of eyes, Shimura Danzo fell into deep thought because these eyes made him unable to help but connect with the legendary 6-path immortal, the top reincarnation eye among the 3 major eye technique. Could it be those eyes? Damn, I originally wanted to make the relationship between Uchiha and Kyuta cherry, but now it seems that it has become a mummy-haired womb that has made the Uchiha clan and the Gyuter tie together. Damn it, evil Uchiha. Uchiha Rafii, the leader of the Uchiha clan, was feeling like like a roller coaster at this moment, up and down. What is the Sharinon? Isn't he the owner of Wood Exit? Gyuder, he sent the emperor to climb the badger and scratch the scandal. What should I show my Sharinon? Do you want to have a good relationship with the Uchiha clan? And how can we ascend to the eternal maniatoscope Sharinon to the eye with circles of patterns? Suddenly, Uchiha Rafii remembered the contents of the stone tablet left by the 6 paths of the shrine of the Nanga Shrine. Only humans with the Sharinon clan can understand that stone tablet. The higher the Sharinon level, the more content you can understand. He had a maniatoscope Sharinon and saw most of the content. There is one sentence among them. The two forces are mutually exclusive, and they are one, and they are pregnant, and everything is everywhere. Before, Uchiha Rafii couldn't understand what this sentence meant, but after seeing that the eyes of Kyudo-hai, who possessed both the wooden ninjutsu and Sharinon, had higher eyes than the Maneki Sharinon, gradually understood everything. Could it be that we should combine the power of the Uchiha clan and the Thousand-Handed clan? But except for Gyuder Riverheart Ridge, the other Thousand-Hand clan members do not have the wood escape ninjutsu at all. Shoo! Sarutobi Hinata coughed heavily, focusing everyone's eyes on him. I don't want the incident to come from you today. Don't be in trouble if you have nothing to do. He is not something we can resist unless the first Naruto is resurrected. Resurrection of the first generation of Naruto? After Sarutobi Hinata mentioned this, Shimura Danzo remembered the reincarnation of the second generation of Naruto's fame skills, one of the unique skills of the second generation of Naruto. But this ninjutsu cannot exert all the strength of the original body during his lifetime. Perhaps you can perfect this ninjutsu to enhance the strength of the reincarnated person in the filthy land so that he can be infinitely close to his original strength during his lifetime. As soon as he thought of this, Danzo could not suppress the urge to dig out the tomb of the second generation Naruto Senju Tobima. Ming-ang, are your Sharinans real or false? Tsunade looked at Kyuda's drought with curiosity. Of course it's true. Are you from the Uchiha clan? If you have Sharinon, you are the Uchiha clan? Then, will you become the Hinata clan if you have rolled your eyes? The mimicry of the singularity of Gyuder aviation becomes a roll of eyes. Rolling your eyes. This, what kind of ability is this? Tsunade can see that the actual function of the Gyuder Hanmochin is not a decoration, but Tsunade really can't understand this ability to switch between Sharinon and Rodina. Tsunade was vain and left the room with a snorted lightly. In a blink of an eye, a week passed quickly. After Gyuder Hehuan smashed Mutanti, Kushina successfully passed the Ninja Academy graduation exam. At the same time, Uchiha Mikoto and pharmacist Nanoyu also passed the graduation exams of Ninja Academy one after another. Not only that, Hoku Mizuma also graduated from this class. On the new day of school, Nanoyu, a genius pharmacist who is a civilian student but can compete with the big family, came to the classroom early, waiting for the rest of the classmates and teammates. She should have been sucked into the root organization by Danzo as a civilian genius, but because of the arthromyal brain, Danzo had to give up the pharmacist Nanoyu. I don't know who my teammates will be or who the teacher will be. While the pharmacist Nanoyu was waiting, Kushina Uzumaki came to the classroom. The two of them looked at each other. Kushina didn't know Nanoyu, but Nanoyu knew Kushina. After all, not everyone can have a nickname in school, and it is a strange nickname like Blood Red Pepper. Hello Kushina, my name is Nanoyu. Nanoyu stood up and greeted. Hello, Nanoyu, my name is Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina just finished introducing herself when a girl's voice came from behind her. This is the Uchiha Mikoto pushed open the wooden door and walked in. Yes, who are you? I am Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha's clan. Kushina and Nanoyu were a little surprised to hear that Uchiha Mikoto was from the Uchiha clan, because the Uchiha clan is the strongest clan of Konoha at this stage. The Uchiha clan members do not need to study at Ninja Academy. You can learn by yourself at home until you reach the strength of Zongnin and take the Zongnin exam. It is very rare for children from a large family like Uchiha Mikoto who graduated from Ninja Academy. The three of them took their seats and introduced themselves to each other. Some talk and some laugh, get along very well. Through Kushina's disclosure, Nanoyu learned that his mentor was a very handsome young man who also possessed the same wood-resist ninjutsu as the first generation. Mikoto also showed a strong interest in this. She had known for a long time that her mentor was Gyuder's. The patriarch of the Uchiha clan learned that the Uchiha clan was in trouble and was also agile. I found Mikoto directly and said with great thought, Mikoto, your tutor is a man named Kyuda. Bala bala. Mikoto, your mentor is very powerful, even stronger than the third generation of Naruto and comparable to the first generation of Naruto. You must study hard with her and be a good student. It's not that Uchiha Rafii doesn't want Mikoto to use the beauty trick but is afraid of being too lazy and making a mistake. The Uchiha clan was killed and destroyed by the way. On the other hand, he was in a hurry to get sick while going to his class. He also went to his class to take the student just like the original professional work. Among Jiraiya's student there was a yellow-haired civilian genius Bo Feng Shui Gate. The two passed by mistake. Since Jiraiya only completed the task yesterday afternoon and returned to Konoha and successfully promoted to Shangnan, he still didn't know that Gyuder. He pointed to the Rosie. Otherwise I will definitely have to go to the Pacific Ocean. Who are you? Why do you live next door to Tsunade? Pushing the door and entering, Guta howled and stirred up the three girls, Uzumaki Kushina, pharmacist Nanoyu, and Uchiha Mikoto. Oh, good morning. My name is Gyuder Hai. From now on, I will be your mentor. Guard defends the sacrificial feed. When the pharmacist Nanoyu and Uchiha Mikoto saw the sacred genitals, although they had heard Kushina say that everyone in front of the screen was the same, when they actually saw the sacred genitals, their hearts were still beat faster, and the little deer in their hearts were bumping. Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu stood up and said respectfully, "Hello, teacher." The man asked, "Did you all know each other?" Kushina and the other two replied in unison, "We have known each other." Gyuder, he too. "That's fine. I'll take you to the place where you gather in the future." Gyuder defended the three of them and left the ninja school. They have graduated from Ninja Academy, and the reason they are still here is just waiting for the arrival of their mentors. From now on, the teaching location and teaching time will be completely from the Gyuder How. Chapter 97. The Second Ninja World War. The four of them came to a river outside Konoha village. The buzzing of the buzzing. Kushina, go and teach Nanoyu to climb trees and tread water first. Mikoto, come with me. He reached out to the tree and two chairs grew on the torso of the big tree instantly. Sit. Mikoto reached out to touch the chair growing on the tree and found that it was really not an illusion. As the patriarch said, he had a wooden escape. It's so lucky that I can actually become a student of the owner of wood release ninjutsu. Mikoto, are you open your eyes? No, teacher. Mikoto shook her head. Not everyone in the Uchiha clan can open their eyes. It requires talent. There are many people like Mikoto who are not open their eyes at the age of 12. Then I'll help you open your eyes first. Ah, Mikoto was stunned. The first time I heard the opening of Sharinan was able to be helped by others. Teacher, is it really possible? Mikoto said excitedly. Of course. Close your eyes and stretch out your hands. Upon hearing this, Mikoto quickly closed her eyes and stretched out her hands. Gyuder Hisaya Palang's hand was trembling and Mikoto's delicate body trembled. Nervous and excited, a very special chakra flowed into Mikoto's hands, flowing down your arms to your eyes. Mijantan's eyes were filled with a lot of chakra, which constantly stimulated his eyes. The eyes are changing. Suddenly, Mikoto opened her eyes. Everything around has become very clear, and some details that were originally invisible have now become clear. Mikoto couldn't hide her excitement and exclaimed, "It's been successfully opened. Thank you, teacher." Mikoto hugged the skeleton excitedly. But I soon realized whether this would be bad or not, and I was not very reserved, leaving a bad impression on the teacher. Mikoto's face turned red and she quickly let go of her skeleton. He lowered his head and whispered, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I was so excited just now." Gyuder Hihan Ji Kong rises the slightest light. It's okay. The teacher also likes Mikoto. Dumb thumb. Mikoto's heartbeat accelerated, making a thud sound. Is this kind of thing not so good? Although the teacher is very handsome and amazing, but the family will not agree. Do you want to see how many magma you are? Isn't it all a magma when I open my eyes for the first time? Could it be that I am not a magma thing? Mikoto looked up and took the mirror and saw herself in the mirror. There were bloody eyes and there were actually 4 magpie in the eyes. 2 left eye and 2 right eye. This kind of thing is simply unprecedented. Teacher, I'm not mistaken. Is this really a double quota Sharinan? Mikoto asked in disbelief at Kyuta High. Didn't you already see it? Thank you, teacher. Mikoto likes the teacher the most. Mikoto was excited again. Hugged the skeleton of Gyuder. The Gyuder Heke Jinfuke hugged Mikoto with his arm. He patted Mikoto's back and said, "Okay, since you've opened your eyes, then go and train with Kushina and the others." With the use of Gyuder the samurai, Mikoto's Sharinan can be forcibly evolved into the eternal maniatoscope Sharinan, but the consequence is that Mikoto exploded instantly. Mikoto's chakra is not enough to support this power. The 3 of them have all the talent. The test of stepping on water and climbing trees has been fully mastered by the ability to basically control chakra. Gather. Kushina, Mikoto, Nanoyu jumped off the tree and came to Kyuta. So much. Now I'll test your chakra attribute. So I will teach you ninjutsu. Teach ninjutsu. Nanoyu was stunned. This is the first time he has heard a teacher teaches students ninjutsu. In most cases, teachers are not responsible for teaching students ninjutsu with attribute. If students want to learn ninjutsu, they need to do the corresponding tasks to exchange. This teacher is so special. Not only did he help Mikoto start the Sharinan, but he was also responsible for teaching ninjutsu. The white paper of the property of the gyuters is a waste of money. This is the paper used to test your chakra's current main attribute. Holding a piece of white paper in your hand, the nuclear barrier collapsed. Fire attribute chakra will make the paper burn. There is no way to be a slap in the countryside. The wind attribute will cause the paper to split in half. The upper right corner of the paper cracked like it was cut by scissors. Thunder attributes will wrinkle. The lower left corner of the paper was instantly wrinkled as if it had shrunk. The earth attributes will be broken. The lower right corner of the paper turns into ashes and dissipates between heaven and earth. The water properties will become wet. The paper is suspended in the air and the position in the middle is not affected by the first four attribute and becomes wet. Mikoto, Nanoyu, and the others were shocked when they looked at the paper floating in the air. Gyuter Hoxian actually has 5 attributes of chakra and it seems that he is very skillful in mastering them. Speaking of why paper floats in the air, what kind of magical ninjutsu is this? Ming-Ang teacher, where is the wood dye? Kushina asked in confusion. Wood escape does not belong to the 5 basic attribute. It is the product of the fusion of soil and water attribute chakra. It belongs to the blood resistance limit. Mikoto's Sharinan also belongs to the blood resistance limit. One person, one picture. Let's test the attributes first. The Gyuter aviation paper test was distributed to 3 people. Kushina's paper measurement turned into 2 halves and it is obvious that the main attribute of chakra is wind. The paper measuring in Mikoto's hands burn, which is a fire attribute. It is very consistent with the characteristics of the Uchiha clan. Ancestral fire attribute chakra. Nanoyu's paper test paper was wet and water dripping oozed out. It is water attribute. Although the test was soaked, the main attribute of chakra in Nanoyu's body was the yang attribute. The positive attribute chakra does not express the paper measurement, so it is manifested as the second attribute, the water attribute. After understanding the chakra attributes of the 3, Kushina's 3 origamis were distributed to Kushina, Mikoto and Nanoyu. Let them first practice using chakra to tear or burn or soak the origami in their hands. Origami and paper measurement are different and they do not have that high response to chakra. It takes a long time to tear or burn it. By the way, do you know how to use shadow clone? The 3 women shook their head and Gyutar Hang decided to teach them the art of shadow clones to speed up their practice of chakra. As for the multi-shadow clone, let's forget it. With their chakra amount, it is highly likely that chakra will be exhausted and died. I will teach you the art of shadow clone. The shadow clan art is different from the clan art. It can use chakra to create entity clone. The clones will distribute chakras evenly, have the consciousness independent of the caster's body and a certain ability to resist strikes. After the clone is removed, the clone's memory and experience will return to the body. Can accelerate your cultivation progress. Although the shadow clan technique only requires 1 seal as a level difficult ninjutsu, you cannot learn it by just taking a look. Mikoto, who has the double quota Sharinan, can learn it at a glance. Kushina and Nanoyu still need to practice well in order to get a perfect shadow clone. As noon approached, Zionin also took it over. Although Konan is only 4 or 5 years old now, his control over chakra is not inferior to Kushina and the other 2. Let's have a rest. It's time to have lunch. The lunch prepared by Gyutar Hang took out and the 5 of them sat together for lunch. Time passes day by day. A week later, Kushina, Mikoto and Nanoyu finally destroyed their origami using the corresponding attribute chakra. During this period, Gyutar defended the 3 of them to take on some tasks in the village. Finding kittens and dogs is just some low-level task that are not dangerous anyway. After the first stage of training was completed, Gutak began to teach 3-person ninjutsu. As the Uzumaki clan, Kushina naturally needs to learn sealing technique. Various sealing techniques are arranged directly. 4-syllable seal, 8-trigram seal, contract seal, locktail seal. Mikoto said that when Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Rafii saw Uchiha Mikoto directly activated the double Kwanjyo Sharinan. Without any hesitation, he took out all the various ninja technique he passed down from his family. Let Mikoto learn. Mikoto only selected some advanced fire escape ninjutsu, but she did not choose those low-level ninjutsu because she wanted to let Gyutar sail to learn fire escape. As for Nanoyu, Gyutar Hang talked about her medical ninjutsu. Every day, I catch a few fish from the river to let Nanoyu practice his hands. Practice chakra scalpel, fine defecation technique, palming skills, and regeneration technique. In the morning, just as the slightest, the rope tree ran over Brother Ming-Ang, the Second Ninja World War broke out. Yoshiki said excitedly. The Gyutarker instigated Nanoyu's hand and came to the tree with the rope tree and sat on the ground. Perhaps because of the butterfly effect, the Second Ninja World War was delayed by about half a month. Brother Ming-Ang, I'm going to go to the battlefield, go on missions and become famous in the ninja world and accumulate reputation for becoming Naruto in the future. Rongshu said excitedly. How about he throwing appointment to the good horseshoe? That's it then. be careful. Remember to bring the puppet I gave you. Puppet? What should I do if I break it? Rope Tree still likes Gyuder's puppet to veil his own. Listen to me, just bring it with you. It can save your life. In the future, you must bring it with you no matter where you go to perform a mission, otherwise I will let your sister suck your ass. Although the puppets of the nucleated Rope Tree are not as powerful as those of Xionin, they can still save the Rope Tree's life when they encounter fatal danger. Save your life due to the majesty of my sister, coupled with the sacred locust of the Gyuder core. The Rope Tree promised. Okay, brother Ming-Eng, I will definitely carry him with me. Take it with you no matter where you go to perform the mission. After returning home, the Rope Tree obeyed the draught of the rosary and took the puppet placed on his bedside and vitrated it through. In the afternoon of that day, the Rope Tree, who is the Zongnan, received the assigned task. At the same time, Tsunade and Orochimaru are also performing their respective tasks. No one said goodbye to the Rope Tree and once again found the skeleton. Brother Ming-Eng, I'm leaving. When my sister came back, she said I'm going to perform the mission. After sensing that the Rope Tree brought the doll on his body, the Gyuters returned to a crumble. No problem. After the Rope Tree left, Gyutar he hoped to the sky. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Brother Ming-Eng, what are you looking at? Kushina ran from a distance and squatted in the squattish bath. The Gyuter number Fang Kung's quip. Why don't you call me a teacher? I've called you Brother Ming-Eng instead. Isn't this Mikoto and Nanoyu not here? At this time, Mikoto and Nanoyu were both practicing ninjutsu by the river and could not hear the conversation between them. Kyuta Hefei straightened his head and signaled that Kushina could lie down on her arm. Kushina was not pretentious either. She lay in the silence of 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 Brother Ming-Eng. Why do you think there are wars between countries? Kushina's Umeno country was destroyed by a group of countries because people were afraid of Umeno country's sealing technique. She witnessed the demise of the kingdom of Vortak, the separation of her wife and the breakdown of her family. Kushina was extremely disgusted with war. She doesn't like war because people's desires are endless. Humans are always dissatisfied with desires. Brother Akyong, I'm so scared. I'm afraid that Konoha village will be destroyed by other countries like Umeno country, Kushina said with tears in her eyes, and she choked. Gyutar Han reached out to touch Kushina's long red hair. Kushina, don't be afraid. Konoha will not be destroyed by other countries because I'm here. Although I cannot guarantee the safety of other countries and others, I will definitely keep you in a peaceful country. As long as I am here, you will no longer have to worry about being displaced. I will be by your side forever. At night, the door was knocked. The door of the Gyuter. Kushina's figure appeared at the door. Brother Ming-Eng, can I live with you? Kushina asked, holding the pillow in her arms. Welcome, Gyuter. He stumbled and took Kushina's hand back into the house. On the other side, the border between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Sichuan, Rope Tree is performing a mission with his teammate. The task is very simple, that is suppress a den with only 3 middle-level sand ninjas. There were 4 people in the group of Rose Tree, one of whom was still the Shangnan. They are bound to win this mission. Bang! The detonation talisman exploded from the solace of the feet. Scatter! With a command, the remaining Konoha ninja and Rose Tree quickly dispersed, but when they jumped to the trunk of the tree beside them, a strange feeling came from the solace of their feet. It seems like I've stepped on something. There were dozens of another sound of explosion of the detonator, and the fire illuminated the forest. After the fire disappeared, the forest returned to silence. The Rope Tree was burnt all over, and it was beyond recognition, leaving only one breath. The doll in his arms fell to the ground. A green light shone and flew into the Rope Tree's body. 10 minutes later, the rest of Konoha ninjas rushed over to hear the sound. Seeing 3 corpses with their limbs split, the whole audience was indescribable except for the corpse of the Rope Tree, which was still intact. All dead. No, the Rope Tree has a breath. He is still alive. Send it back to Konoha. Chapter 98 Resurrection. Rope Tree, the grandson of the first generation of Naruto Rozaki. He was seriously injured and was beyond recognition. His whole body was burned, dying, and only one breath was left. Soon the news was learned by Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. As the teacher of Yoshiki, Orochimaru quickly left the battlefield after receiving the news, holding a short sword in hand. When you meet those ninjas who block their other ninjas, you can kill them without saying a word. Jiraiya directly used spiritual skills to summon the Toad Wenta. Toad Manta, jump quickly, go to Konoha village. After receiving the news, Tsunade also ran with all her might in the direction where Konoha village was. Inside the house, Gyuder he hid his eyes because of the nervousness. Kushina, who had not been sleeping but just rested with her eyes closed, noticed that the slutty Hanmenjo had slit her eyes, secretly opened his eyes and aimed at the skeleton of the skeleton. Seeing that the ant was so fat that she felt excited, she was about to open her mouth to ask why. Gyuder Hefei went to the stack to discuss the miserable brilliance. Looking at Xionin who was sleeping, Kushina understood and nodded lightly. I have have something to do when I go out so you can sleep well at home. The voice of Kushina rang in Kushina's mind. Kushina was extremely surprised and looked at the room. Konoha Hospital. Orochimaru, the first to arrive here, came to the side of Rose Tree, whose treatment had been basically declared invalid. Looking at the charred corpse, if it weren't for the necklace on his neck, Orochimaru wouldn't recognize it as a rope tree. Orochimaru trembled his hands and reached out to test Rosuke's breath to see if he felt it was wrong and why Rosuke still breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming that he was really breathing a sigh of relief, Orochimaru shouted angrily, "Why don't you save me? What are you doing here when you are still stunned? Isn't this still breathe?" The doctors were scolded by Orochimaru for a while and did not dare to say anything. Just when Orochimaru was about to draw a sword and chop people, a doctor stammered, "We have already saved it, but it's useless. Although we still have a breath, it just doesn't work. No matter what medical ninjutsu it is, it won't work. He's like a corpse now." As he said that, the doctor used the technique of treating regeneration and pressed his hands on the chest of Yanghu. The chakra was almost exhausted, and the chest of Kyangshu's chest had not changed at all, and it was still like co-based. "Get up." Orochimaru doesn't believe in evil. He can also use low-level medical ninjutsu such as the technique of regeneration, but he wants to see if it really doesn't work. However, the result is that it really doesn't work, just like what the doctor said. Most of the chakra was used, but the rope tree still had no changes. Orochimaru smiled bitterly, no longer had any emotions on his face. He reached out and took off the necklace from Rongshu's neck, turned around and walked out of the house. "There's that!" A doctor called Orochimaru and pointed to the puppet placed on the ground. Orochimaru looked down and turned around. "I saw the puppet. Go back and squat down and pick it up." Looking at the puppet exactly like the rope tree, Orochimaru remembered what Yoshiki said. Gutak used wood escape to make a puppet for himself, but this seems to have nothing to do with the current situation of rope tree. A breath brought by the wooden escape puppet? Come on, it might as well be the reason for the first generation necklace on your neck. Looking at the lifelike rope tree puppet in his hand, Orochimaru decided to take this thing away and keep it as a memory. When Orochimaru arrived at the door, Jiraiya pushed open the door and asked anxiously, "Where is the rope tree?" Orochimaru leaned back and said, "There's just one breath left there. See if you can save me." "I can't." Jiraiya came to Rosuke's side and looked at Rosuke, who had only breathed a sigh of relief, and asked the same question as Orochimaru, "Why don't you save me? Isn't this still breathe?" Before waiting for the doctor's answering again, Orochimaru said, "It's useless. Rose Tree's body is like being insulated from chakra. No matter what healing ninjutsu is, it doesn't work." After the doctors said that, they left the room. It was raining outside the house, and Tsunade finally rushed over. Gasping heavily, eyes were dull, Orochimaru leaned against the door and played with the puppet in his hand. Jiraiya stood on the other side, lowering her head and silent, ignoring the existence of the two. Tsunade walked inside. Jiraiya reached out to block Tsunade and said, "The rose tree has a breath, but the current situation is insulated from any healing ninjutsu. Nothing is different from a dead person. You'd better not go see him," Orochimaru said as he played with the puppet in his hand. "What does it matter? Even if I see it, I can't recognize it as her younger brother, Rose Tree. Why not have a look at this?" Orochimaru handed the puppet to Tsunade. Tsunade looked at the puppet in Orochimaru's hand and was stunned, remembering the skeleton of the skeleton. Because of war, every ninja will most likely become like this. Because there is no medical force, many ninjas cannot receive effective treatment as soon as possible after being injured, which worsens the injury and even dies. "By the way, Tsunade, and this necklace, there is still residual heat on it, but I don't know if it is the residual heat of the detonator or the residual heat of the rope tree." Seeing Orochimaru's more and more excessive talk, Jiraiya said angrily, "Orochimaru, stop talking. There is still a breath of energy, right?" Tsunade asked, looking at the dark corridor in front of her. "Yes, I'm still breathing a sigh of relief. It's so strange. It's obviously like a dead person." Orochimaru replied, "If you want me to tell me, it's better to let me send the rope tree for a while so as not to suffer more pain because of this breath." Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru fiercely, snatched the puppet and necklace in Orochimaru's hand and ran into the rain. "Run towards home." Kyangshu said that he liked the puppet that Ming-Ang gave him very much and couldn't bear to damage it. Now the puppet appears on the battlefield and the rope tree has a breath which must be related to the puppet. Just a puppet can save the rope tree in one breath, so Ming-Ang will definitely be able to save the rope tree. When Tsunade arrived at the tomb of Gutak Hengii, Tsunade was about to knock on the door. The door was opened. "When I saw Tsunade, I burst into tears. Ming-Ang, go and save the rope tree. He is going to die." "Woo!" Tsunade cried in a choke sob. Gutatsunomi took Tsunade's hand. "Don't worry, Tsunade, there will be no trouble for Rosuke." The verse of the Gyuder Hanshuo used his verse to make a mistake and appeared again at the entrance of Konoha Hospital. "Who are you?" Recently, Jiraiya has been busy teaching students and doing tasks. He has no time to pay attention to Tsunade, and naturally he does not know Gyuder. "I just feel like I've seen the skeleton of 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 the Gyuder Haijun Bazi Du Zheng's real feet. Gyuder Hezang, a servant, walked into the dark corridor with Tsunade. Jiraiya and Orochimaru followed him when they saw this. Jiraiya wants to know who this person is, what he is going to do, why Tsunade wants to bring him here, and what does the relationship between the two. Orochimaru wanted to see what the awesome thing about the tree said, and to see what the tree said. Pushing open the door, he blew up the rope tree like a coke. After seeing the coke rope tree, Tsunade felt it was difficult to breathe instantly, and she wanted to cry but couldn't cry. Tsunade curled up, squatted on the ground, crying silently. Gyutaran Zilakian held Tsunade's cheek in both hands. Tsunade, don't cry. Rosuke is not dead yet. I was able to completely save it without leaving any sequelae, exactly like the rope tree yesterday. The gentle chakra poured into Tsunade's body. Tsunade barely recovered and looked at Gyuder Hai and asked with a sob, really? I never lie. Get up and watch how I save the rope tree and return to the same state as yesterday. Gu Tahao took Tsunade's hand, pulled Tsunade up, and came to the rope tree. Tsunade held back her crying and stood aside and looked at the rope tree on the bed. Orochimaru came to Kyuta's desperation to see Kyuta's desperation tree rescued the coke rope tree and returned to the same state as yesterday. Gyuder's sailor pressed his hand on the chest of the rope tree. There is no green light on my hands, no energy of any color. Just rest on the chest of rope trees like this. Orochimaru was very confused when he saw this scene. Chakra with no attributes in his hand. What are you going to save? What are you kidding? Dong. A sound like a drumbeat sounded. Damn. Orochimaru frowned, leaned his head, and wanted to hear if he had heard it wrong. Why the corpse of Rose Tree made a heartbeat. Dong, dong, dong. A heartbeat came from Rose Tree's chest one after another. Orochimaru was stunned. Jiraiya was also stunned. Tsunade finally showed an excited smile on her frustrated face. As the heartbeat sound returns to normal, the body of the rope tree, which has become coke, is constantly expanding, returning to its original size bit by bit. Click. The carbonized body surface makes a crisp sound. Black coke-like skin falls off the body of the rope tree, expose normal flesh-colored skin. Orochimaru people were stunned. This was a trick. After most of the carbonized skin on the body faded, Rose Tree's arms trembled. Tsunade cried with joy and hurriedly stepped forward to hold Rose Tree's arm. Rope Tree, it's me. I'm my sister. Wake up. The rope tree's eyelids kept beating, trying to break away, and her mouth was trembling. Orochimaru, take the quilt behind you. Ah, oh. Orochimaru heard this and followed the quilt behind him according to the body of the pine tree. The palm of the hand that Gyutar Hangke put on the chest of the rope tree was retracted. Okay, it's back to normal. As for the remaining carbonized skin that has not fallen off, just take a shower. Ming-Ang, Rose Tree hasn't woken up yet, Tsunade said anxiously. He is too tired and needs a rest. You can wake up after a night's sleep. Don't worry, I'm not surprised. Gyuder, he suffocated and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corner of Tsunade's eyes. Jiraiya, who was beside him, saw this scene. His eyes and mouth twitched. Well, thank you Ming-Ang. If it weren't for you, I really didn't know what to do. Thank you Ming-Ang. Tsunade stepped forward and hugged the skeleton. Lie on the shore of the squat, feeling like a swan. Gyutar Hanujajang gently patted Tsunade on the back. Look, I'm crying again. If I wake up the rope tree and see you crying, where should the majesty of being a sister? Gang Jiraiya shook her head. Originally, I wanted to comfort Tsunade, but now it seems that I don't need myself at all. Well, I'll just stay outside the house. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru, who was full of desire to study the Rodoku, and said, Orochimaru, let go. Orochimaru looked at the rope tree on the bed and then looked at the room of Tsunade and the Karta skeleton. Wonderful Scarlet. As a student of Rose Tree, there is enough time to study. You cannot ruin yourself in the slightest gains and losses. This will make the gains less than the loss. It's time to think of a way to approach the swearing. This technique of living dead is simply a miracle. One night, Gyuder Han's nephew Su was waiting for the rope tree to wake up. Sunrise in the east. The morning sun shines into the house through the window, illuminated the rope tree still on the bed. The rope tree turned over, opened his sleepy eyes. Where is this? Before the confused Rose Tree could come to her senses, she saw her sister Tsunade sitting next to her and her brother-in-law Ming-Ang, who might be her future brother-in-law. Seeing that the two seemed to be looking at them, Rongshu's brain suddenly woke up. He pulled up the quilt on his body and exclaimed, Sister, why are you two here? Before Rose Tree finished speaking, Tsunade got up and hugged Rose Tree. With a sudden hug, the rope tree was a little confused and at a loss. Sister, it's fine. Listening to my sister's choke voice, Rongshu couldn't help but feel sad. Sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Am I not carrying out a mission? Where is this place? The story of this incident was told by Gyuder. He clammed. After learning that he was almost killed due to a mission, if it weren't for the puppet of Brother Mingan, he would have gone to see the god of death. Gyeongsha was scared and at the same time he was glad that he had heard Brother Ming-Ang's word and brought a puppet. If it weren't for this puppet, I would have died on on the spot and I wouldn't have been able to wait for Brother Ming's treatment. Sister, look, I'm fine. Qiangshu squeezed out a smile and comforted his sister. Sister, where is my necklace? Qiangshu asked while touching his neck. It's not that it was blown up, right? That's Grandpa's necklace. No, the necklace is good. Tsunade took out the necklace and put it on the rope tree again. Seeing the first generation necklace return to his neck, Rongshu was overjoyed. Hehe, it's my grandfather's necklace. I'm almost blown to death, but the necklace is not broken. Tsunade reached out and knocked on rope tree's head. He said coquettishly, what are you saying? Thank you, Brother Ming-ang. Qiangshu smiled and looked at Gyuder Hai and said, thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you for reminding me to bring a puppet. Thank you for saving my life. Tsunade beside him heard the rope tree and actually called Gu Takang's face turned red. He knocked on Rongshu's head again. What are you talking about again? I think you've blown up your brain. Do you want me to repair it for you? No, sister, I'm wrong. If you knock on it, the future Naruto will become a fool, Yoshiki said with his head covering. Chapter 99 Kissing Tsunade. Tsunade light-eye gently stroked the head of the rope tree and saw that the rope tree had really recovered completely without any sequelae. Turn around and look at the skeleton. My cheeks were slightly red. My heart beat faster and I bit my red lips tightly. Seeing this scene, the rope tree behind him quietly reached out and pushed Tsunade's back. I don't know if the Rozaki is too strong or Tsunade is weak. After being pushed lightly by the rope tree, Tsunade actually lay directly on the slightest. He looked up at Gyuder Hai with a shy look on his face and slowly closed his eyes, leaning forward bit by bit. It is difficult to say that the Emperor of Gyuder and the Emperor's verse is difficult to say. The other hand, holding the back of Tsunade's head, lowered his head and kissed Tsunade's red lips that were constantly moving forward. Seeing this, Rongshu hurriedly covered his ears and buried his head in the quilt. Not suitable for children. Click. The door was pushed open. You, let go of Tsunade. Jiraiya's voice came. Originally obsessed with the verses of the mother, with the romance of 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 the romance. In an instant his face suddenly changed, his eyes widened, and he looked at Jiraiya. Roll. Tsunade scolded him, and Jiraiya, who noticed that he would be in danger of his life if he didn't leave, quickly retreated, exited the room, and closed the door again. Orochimaru, who was guarding outside the house and did not go in with Jiraiya, was bombarded when he saw Jiraiya fucking a puff of smoke and said, I really don't have any wink. Jiraiya, don't be fooled. Tsunade has become a slut and you will never have a chance. Jiraiya suddenly felt upset, frustrated. Bastard, I can't compare to the skeleton of 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 the S. Why didn't Tsunade choose me? He chose a 100 million pointer who is more handsome than me, and his medical skills are only 100 million pointer than me. Apart from these, I can't compare to the yelling of the Gyuders. Jiraiya, the Mulogi ninjutsu that was comparable to the first generation was not a joke on you, said Orochimaru. What did you say? The wooden escape ninjutsu that is comparable to the first generation. Last night, because they were worried about the safety of the rope tree, the two of them kept guarding outside the ward and did not speak. After hearing the news from the house, Jiraiya decided to go into the house and take a look. However, as soon as I entered the room, I saw Tsunade and Kyuda's bones hugging each other tightly. Jiraiya is still not sure about the current situation. Orochimaru, is this Gyuder's capital to reduce the amount of money? Orochimaru told Jiraiya about the guitar bringed back by Tsunade. It is said that he possesses the same wooden ninjutsu as the first generation of Naruto, and the power is no different. Not only that, this wood escape can be taught to others. Inexplicably, he became a mentor of the Sharingan and brought 3 students, one of whom was a survivor of Uzuno country, one of the Uchiha clan, and one of the ordinary civilian genius. The most important thing is that all 3 students are girls. All of this reveals unreasonableness. Plus, with the miraculous trick of the living dead last night, you think you are better than Gyuder Haojun Bazi Du Zheng's real gift. Tutors of the Yunin. After hearing Orochimaru say that Gyuder is first phlegm first, Jiraiya finally remembered where he had seen Gyuder see and why he felt that Gyuder see and what he thought. It turned out that they had already met that day. By mistake. How can I repair it? How could there be such a perfect person? Oh, it seems that mine is really not as good as Gyuder's shout. Since Tsunade chose Gyuder see, I will naturally bless them both. After saying that, Jiraiya left the hospital. The rope tree has woken up and there is no need to stay here. Orochimaru did not leave with Jiraiya. He wanted to carefully study and examine Rosuke's body. I want to understand as much as possible level and understand what the power used by the Gyuderkan tree is. Why can we save the rope tree that can already be classified as dead? Human life is so fragile and insignificant. How short is a person's life? Orochimaru wants to live forever and live forever. He wants to use his eternal life to change the world. Inside the house, after Jiraiya left, Kyotan and Ujizhang put his face close to Tsunade's cheek and said in Tsunade's ear, "Tsunade, the rope tree has almost recovered and you haven't had a rest all night, so let's go back and rest first." Feeling the warm wind blowing in his ears, Tsunade felt a numbness in his body. Yeah, Tsunade let out a light whistle and Gyutar Han instantly disappeared into the ward. In the ward, Rose Tree poked her head out, and when she saw Gyutar Han Toyo Han Mu Jing-a leave the ward, she breathed out luckily. If my sister didn't accept Ming Ang just now, she would be punished for that push. The rope tree got up from the hospital bed, picked up the puppet that was placed aside and pushed it away ward door. "Is it okay?" Orochimaru asked. "Teacher, I'm fine, full of strength, and I feel like I've had a beautiful sleep." Orochimaru nodded slightly. "Follow me, I'll take you to have a checkup." On the other hand, the 4 Kushina who returned to Tsunade's house, who were gathering outside Konoha village, sent a message. "Kamen Kushina, Mikoto, Nanoyu, you practice on your own today." Then he hugged Tsunade and walked into the bedroom. Ming Yat. Inside the bedroom, Tsunade asked, "Ming Ang, are we going to see our grandmother?" "Go, so that my grandmother can rest assured. My grandmother will definitely be very happy to know about our relationship." After some washing up, the two of them once again came to the villa where Uzumaki Mito was located. "Tsunade, Akio, you are here. I was very happy to see the whirlpool of Midori. After all, the only relatives of Uzumaki Mito are Tsunade and Yoshiki. Yesterday I heard that the rope tree was on the verge of death, but fortunately Gyutar Hai rescued the rope tree from the god of death." "Ming Ang, thank you very much for the rope tree." Uzumaki Mito held the stern and thanked Zhang sincerely. "It's just a simple task. Rongshu is a good child. It would be a pity to die at such a young age." Okay, I didn't miss it. By the way, where are you here today?" Uzumaki Mito asked expectantly. Looking at Tsunade, she could see that her granddaughter seemed to be in love, and the other half seems to be the skeleton in front of him. "Grandma, Ming Ang and I are together," Tsunade said a little shyly. Uzumaki Mito was very happy when he heard this and showed a bright smile. Okay, Tsunade finally has someone to entrust. "Ang-ong, Tsunade will ask you in the future. This child has a relatively straightforward personality and has learned some bad habits from her grandfather Hashirama. She is very gambled. I'll ask you to take care of it in the future." "That's natural." Gyutar drought lungs 5 feet. It was getting late when I left Uzumaki Mito's villa. Anbi informed Tsunade to go to the Naruto building for a meeting. Discuss about the Second Ninja World War. "Ming Ang, you can go together." Tsunade looked at the nuclear crackdown in Gyutar. "I want the old man to set up a medical class, but it is highly likely to be rejected, so you still need to settle the stinky old man. After all, judging by what happened last night and the casualty rate of Konoha ninja in recent days, it is urgent to set up a medical class." "No problem. If the 3rd generation of Lao Deng disagrees, I will let him know why the flowers are so popular. I dare to reject my Tsunade's request. It's really lights in the toilet looking for shit." Listening to the return of the Gyutar Hisu, Tsunade was amused. "Haha, where do you hear such interesting words? Light the lights in the toilet look for shit. Ha ha ha." Looking at Tsunade, who was smiling from ear to ear, Gutak waved his arms silly. In a conference hall in the Naruto building, both the Yunin and the Yunin from Konoha village were gathered here. Jiraiya and Orochimaru both came. Not only that, the future Koha White Teeth, who will become famous in the entire ninja world during the Second Ninja World War, and even more popular than the 3 ninjas, copying the father of ninja Kakashi, Haki Sakumo, also came here. On the podium, the 3rd generation of Sarutobi Hinata and Konoha senior consultants couldn't help but feel their heartbeat when they saw the terrifying blow to Suyuzhang. "I kept praying in my heart, hoping that Gyutar Hanhui would do something. The Second Ninja World War has begun. If Konoha is again slapped by Gyutar Huangwu, it is likely that the village will be destroyed." The meeting was carried out normally. When it was the turn of Gunin to put forward his own opinion, Tsunade stood up and looked at Sarutobi Hinazawa sitting on the podium and said, "I think it's very necessary to form a medical unit." Because the Qatar C and Sarutobi Hinasan, who were beside Tsunade, did not refuse immediately. He did not dare to refuse, and nodded and said, "Tell me what you think." After receiving the approval, Tsunade said, "I think a medical expert should be equipped with a foreman team that has been conducting in-depth combat in the enemy camp for a long time. In this way, the success rate of the mission and the survival rate of the team will be greatly improved. Also, we must speed up the establishment and cultivation of ninjas with superior medical technology, establish medical institution and corresponding systems. Although it is difficult to see results in a short period of time, but this is very important for the future development of Konoha." Sarutobi Hizawa wanted to refuse Tsunade's request. After all, the Second Ninja World War is still in progress and Konoha village has no time to waste its medical system. You must concentrate on the Second Suffocation World War. What's more, establishing a medical system is not just about talking. It requires a certain amount of knowledge. Konoha village does not have this knowledge and needs to hire foreign aid. It's been World War II. Where can foreign players come from? Other villages will not lend you precious medical ninjas to you to establish a medical system. But when the word came to his mouth, Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not say it. He was afraid to look at the sea of Sarutobi Hinata sitting next to Tsunade. He was afraid that Gutaka would reject Tsunade's request, so he started a massacre. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Konoha's senior consultant beside him. The two nodded slightly. It was obvious that he agreed to Tsunade's request, although forced. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to agree. Tsunade, what you said makes sense. Koi does need to establish a corresponding medical system. Since it was you who asked me, you will be in charge of this matter. I give you enough authority and must improve Konoha's medical system and system. There is no specified time for Sarutobi Hinazo because he knew that this could not be accomplished overnight. It takes a lot of time and money. Giving Tsunade full authority to handle the matter is also hope that Tsunade can retreat when he sees the difficulties. Let's solve the current second ninja war first. After leaving the Naruto building, Tsunade was extremely excited because Konoha village can finally establish a medical system. Once the medical system is established, the ninja casualties rate will be greatly reduced. Ming-Eng, I succeeded, Tsunade said happily. Tsunade, don't be too happy too early. The third generation gives you the full authority to handle it. You need to complete all matters. Apart from paying money, he won't help you a little. Tsunade held the squat and pressed it on his chest. Climbed between the two P. He acted coquettishly. Isn't you still there? Gyuder Hihan Ji Kong Ji Nau Feng Gu Ji K Mu Chen blinked and said with a wry smile, you really know how to make trouble for me. Who made you my husband? And Konoha village is also yours. I am considering that I am helping you take care of Konoha village. Ming-Eng, you don't want to make Konoha village messy, do you? Listening to Tsunade's Japanese netizen's speech, Gyuder Hiyuwo collapsed. Okay, you're right. In the sky, the moon sealed by Kagaya Atsuki is very dazzling. Gyuder Aida picked it up, kissed on Tsunade's lips. Go home. After being sent home, Tsunade did not continue what was going on this morning. Kushina and Konan are still waiting at home for themselves to go back to rest. When I arrived inside the house, Konan and Kushina saw the silence of the sacred spirit. He quickly stood up to greet him. Brother Ming-Eng. Zionin came to Gyuder Ho, raised his arms and hoped that Gyuder Hang would pick him up. Gyutar Han raised Konan and rubbed Kushina's hair and asked, did you practice hard during the day when I was away? Yes. Yao Nan, who was rarely raised by Gyuder, said first. Then, with two little hands, a beautiful red flower appeared in Zionin's hand. Brother Ming-Eng, this is the ninjutsu that Zionin has developed today. Give it to you. The flower of Gyuder Hang Yang smiled and said, very beautiful flowers. Thank you Zionin. Chapter 100 Intercepting and Killing. Immediately afterward, Konan gave Kushina a red flower. Sister Kushina is for you. Kushina took the red flower, smiled, and pressed her forehead with Konan's forehead. Thank you Zionin. Since Tsunade was fully responsible for the establishment of the Konoha village medical system, Tsunade did not go to the front line to fight against ninjas from other countries in the next month. In the village, she and Huanglu were involved in trouble with Tao Kao Napu Lai. During this period, Tsunade scolded Gyuder and some questions about sealing chakra. It is obvious that Tsunade has begun to study the silent seal. Once the yin seal is successfully studied, the 100 heroes technique and creation and regeneration based on the yin seal will also be developed by Tsunade one after another. In this regard, Gyuder Haika told Tsunade about the principle of yin seal and then mentioned the technique of 100 thrones and creation regeneration. Help Tsunade master these two abilities in advance. In Konoha Hospital, Ming-Eng, is this thing really okay? Tsunade asked, looking at the crystal ball on the table. That must be done. There is nothing that can't be done by men. Call the 10 female ninjas you can trust and accept the inheritance. In order to reduce the burden on Tsunade, the inheritance of most basic medical ninjutsu crystal ball. But there are only 10 inheritance places in the crystal ball. 10 female ninjas walked into the house after receiving the notification from Tsunade. Cue and touch the crystal ball to accept the inheritance. At this point, the first batch of Konoha village medical system personnel were born, and these 10 people will also become one of the founders of Konoha village's medical system. At the same time, they will only obey Tsunade and will not be under the jurisdiction of Naruto. The other side, Rain is the country of Rain Hidden Village. As a country bordering the 3 of the 5 major countries, the country of fire, the country of wind, and the country of earth. In this second ninja world war, one was suffering from an old age. Shanjiao Hakuso Hanzo was threatened by the sovereignty of the country, and the people of the country were extremely angry by the killing of ninjas from other ninjas. Damn it, I'm a demigod demigod of the ninja world after all. Are you just not giving me face? Since that's the case, pass on the order. Fight to the Kingdom of Fire and Konoha Village. Fighting the Wind Country. Sand Hidden Village. Start a war. War to the Land of Earth and Hidden Village of Iwaki. Although the Rain Country is very small, the overall strength of the ninja in the Hidden Village of Mizu is not bad. The people are simple and have abundant martial ethic. In addition, the Samsaka fish Hanzo, who has a demigod of the ninja world. 3 of the 5 major countries are not taken seriously by my country. How many come? How many ninjas in my Rain Country kill? With the Rain Kingdom, it also joined the Second Ninja World War. The Kingdom of Rain has finally become the main battlefield for all countries. Hanzo is about to kill madly. After a mouthful of poisonous fog of the mountain pepper fish, most of the ninjas in each ninja village were killed and the rest were basically out of combat power. Ninjas in all countries have suffered major blows. In response to this, the Hidden Village of the Wind Kingdom directly dispatched an all-round female ninja and had a magical puppet technique go to fight against the mountain pepper fish Hanzang. After observing the performance of the mountain pepper fish Hanzo during several battles, Cho discovered Hanzo's psychic beast Shanjia, and the interval between each poison gas was 5 minutes. Not only that, Cho also cracked the poison gas of the squid fish Hanzo and developed many detoxification pills. This made the pepper fish very angry. Standing on the head of the mountain pepper fish, he cursed, "You puppet old lady is not moral. Don't take the detoxification pill if you have the ability. I see if you can poison you." Cho, who was controlling dozens of puppet, also cursed, "Where did the old man wearing a snorkel come from? It's better to go home and lie on the hospital bed with the trachea inserted into it to enjoy your old age." The 2 of them shouted and scolded, but neither of them wanted to take action. After all, Iwaki Village of Earth and Konoha Village of Fire are still staring at the 2 of them with a fierce look. Once any of the 2 sides are seriously injured, they will definitely be eaten completely by Iwahidun Village and Konoha Village. During Cho and Hanzo, Konoha Village stole the family from Sandun Village. Haki Sakumo led the Yunin team to kill from the border between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Sichuan, killing the entire Kingdom of Sichuan. Then he drove straight into the hinterland of the Wind Kingdom and came to the Sand Village of the Wind Kingdom, killed Cho's son and daughter-in-law. After receiving the news that Konoha began to steal the house, Cho immediately started rushing back, but it was still 1 step late. "When I returned to the hidden village of Sarawak, my son and daughter-in-law had already died, leaving only my grandson and Scorpion." Cho was furious and fucked her hands together. In an instant, dozens of puppet flew out and chased Cho in the direction of Haki Sakuromo's escape. 2 groups of people met in the territory of Sichuan. As a man with a Naruto robe on his arm, you can imagine the strength of Haki Sakuroshi. Haki Sakumo pulled out the short knife behind him and said, "The mission has been completed. You can return to the Fire Land first. Just leave it to me." After saying that, Haki Sakuroshi turned around to face Cho and Sakura village ninjas. In the end, Cho and Sasa Hidden Village chased the troops, were defeated and returned. Haki Sakumo was injured and successfully fled. In this battle, the ninja world directly designated Haki Sakuroshi as Koi White Teeth. Resounds throughout the ninja world. Therefore, the Kingdom of Wind gave up fighting with the Kingdom of Rain and began to attack the Kingdom of Fire with all its might. The Kingdom of Rain also took advantage of this to start attacking the Kingdom of Fire. In an instant, the Kingdom of Fire became the target of public criticism. In the Naruto building, Sarutobi Hizun looked at the information coming from the front line, slapped the table with a palm. "There is no one in Konoha village. Retreat the team in the country of land, the country of water and the country of thunder, and attack the country of wind and the country of rain with all your might. The country of Feng has Cho, and Cho's puppets are poisonous. The Kingdom of Rain has Hanzo, and Hanzo's psychic beast is poisonous. To gain an advantage in the battle between these 2 countries, an antidote is a must. If there was a medical team, that would be great." Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen realize the importance of the medical system. "If I had known this, I should have started to build a medical unit earlier." Now the only ones who are quite awesome in Konoha village's medical ninjutsu are Chuanya Koharu and Tsunade. Chuanya Xiaoharu is now a senior consultant of Konoha and cannot go to the front line. What about Tsunade, who is starting to establish a Konoha medical system? This also seems a little afraid to let her go to the front line. If you die on the front line, not only Konoha village will be lost, but the entire ninja world will be over. Sarutobi Hinata was in a state where no one was available for a moment. It's hard to do. Half a year after the Second Ninja World War began, Konoha's medical system foundation had been laid, and the next step was to develop steadily. In Tsunade's room, Tsunade lay on the slightest, whispered, "Ming-Ang, I want to go to the front line." "If you go to the front line, just go to the front line." Why? Tsunade was a little surprised. He thought that Kyoto Hanhui City was on the front line. "Aren't you afraid of any danger I have?" "Of course I'm afraid," Gutadawa said, touching Tsunade's smooth and white back, "but it's It's not right for me to go with you. With me here, what are you afraid of? On the second day, Kushina asked Kushina to take care of her brother Ming-eng. Where are you going? Kushina asked in confusion, holding Konan's hand. Go to the front line with Tsunade. Front line. When Kushina heard that she was going to go to the front line, she said excitedly, I want to go too. No, be obedient. And Mikoto Nanoya stays in Konoha village and waits for us to come back. Seeing that the silence of 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 the silent. Okay, be careful. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen learned that Tsunade was going to the front line, but he agreed without thinking. Although the foundation of Konoha's medical system has been completed, no medical ninja has been cultivated so far. Konoha's front line is still tight. In addition, it has never cracked the toxins of the two old dogs Cho and Hanzo, and every time they face it head-on, they cannot take advantage of it. This made Sarutobi Hinazawa very headache. If Tsunade can go to the front line and crack the toxins of these two people, the pressure on Konoha village will be reduced sharply. The ninja volunteers in Danzo were also a big consumption. Due to Hashirama cells, hundreds of ninjas have died. If you can't study 1, 2, and 3, you have to order the suspension of Danzang's research. After the affairs of Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu, they went to the border between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Kawano with Tsunade. The big country is suffering from fighting a small country. The country of Sichuan is sandwiched between the country of Fire and the country of Wind, and is randomly in and out by ninjas from these two countries. I have chosen to make it bad. Since you can't resist, learn to enjoy it. Princess Tsunade, who received Konoha, was heading to the front line. After discussion, we decided to send someone to attack Tsunade. Try your best to intercept Tsunade halfway. You must never let her arrive at the front line. Yes, hundreds of Hashimura Kanon, led by the third generation of Feng Ying and Akabusa. The original work was not given a name, so it was randomly compiled, rushed around the center of the battlefield, and entered the territory of the Fire Kingdom from the flank to intercept Tsunade. Konoha village likes to conduct sneak attack. Then I came to Sand Hidden village, and directly the strongest Feng Ying in history took the lead in attacking Konoha village and intercepting Princess Konoha Tsunade. I just ask if you are afraid. On a wasteland in the territory of the Kingdom of Fire, hundreds of Sand Hidden sides have been ambushed. Just wait for Tsunade to arrive. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, after Red Wind Sand came to the Kingdom of Fire, it began to transform sand iron. At this time, hundreds of tons of sand iron were buried underground in this wasteland. With these hundreds of tons of sand iron, even if the third generation of Naruto come, Akafeng Sand is confident to take it down. At a distance of several kilometers from the group of people in Cheyenne village, Gyuder's roar is a roaring verse frame. Tsunade, seeing that the squat and Orua waits, also stopped and asked, what's wrong with Ming Ang? There is a danger you can't deal with before, so let me do it. Just wait here. After saying that, the verses of Gyuder Hay's gown and hat were hard to come by. Run in the original direction. Tsunade stayed in place, chose a higher earth pillar, jumped up, and lay on the earth pillar, looking at the direction of the Gyutar Hoxime. I am not very worried about the ability to lose. Konoha's top combat power can be lost based on his momentum alone. This ninja world can hurt Kartahana and plate Tsunade. It's really hard to think of it. Tsunade wanted to see who was ambushing himself in front of him, and the ability to ambush the ambushing person. The sand ninja who was hiding in the land saw that Tsunade had entered the ambush circle. Instantly he jumped out of the ground. Surround the Gyuder Han and Melancholy. Nearly 100 puppets and attack ninjutsu were whistling. Not only that, the ground began to surging from the original yellow land to black sand iron. The third generation of Feng Ying Chifeng Sand stepped on the sand iron, spreading her arms and raising her hands high. Magnetic escape. Sand and iron burial. Black sand iron rose from the ground and rose to a height of nearly 50 meters. Go towards the center of Gyuder He till the heart. Above the earth pillars several kilometers away, Tsunade looked at the dark piece of sand and iron, a little worried about the skeleton. Ming Ang should be fine, right? The corners of his mouth which was bound by black sand iron, raised lightly. The transformation technique was eliminated. The original black pupil also changed into a blood-colored eye with a symmetrical pattern as soon as it came into contact with the transformation. This is. Chi Fengsha looked at Gyuder Hana's eyes and felt an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Why do these eyes look a bit like the Maniatoscope Sherinon? That's right, it's the Maniatoscope Sherinon. It's just the eternal Maniatoscope Sherinon. He started to look at Chi Fengsha and smiled. Chi Fengsha was shocked and shocked. This man could actually hear his own voice. Although the black eyes of Susanoo can also be used to open Susanoo, in order to show off, he decided to mimic it as a Maniatoscope Sherinon. It is time to see hundreds of tons of sand iron being welded and buried. The chakra flashed with fluorescent chakra. In just a moment, the sand iron that was about to be buried in the weld exploded instantly. Gudong. Sand Ninja looked at the dark purple giant in front of him, swallowing his saliva. Affair with giant phobia on the spot. Red Fengsha stepped on black sand iron and looked up at Susanoo, who was 1,000 meters high. He stood there in a daze and murmured, "The third force Susanoo. I have a lot of knowledge." The sound of the Gyuder Hana came from a height of 1,000 meters into the ears of Chifeng San. "Do you think if I go to the Wind Kingdom now, there is a chance that the Wind Kingdom will not be destroyed?" The red wind sand surface showed a difficult look, and the two words were spit out. Zero. Chifengsha's intestines are now regretful. If he had let him know that there was such a ghost thing in Konoha village, as long as he was still Fengying, he would never have started a war with Konoha village. Damn, Sarutobi Hinata is really a dog comparison. He has only taken out this kind of world-destroying killing weapon now. Will you die if you take it out earlier? Susanoo. Tsunade looked at the dark purple giant thousands of meters high, stood up and said in disbelief, "If I remember correctly, this Susanoo should be 5 times that of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo." As Hashirama's granddaughter, Tsunade has heard a lot of stories about Uchiha Madara from Hashirama since she was a child. Among them are related to Susanoo. According to Grandpa Hashima, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo is 200 meters away. Not as good as the real thousands of hands, but the Gyuder he was standing firm and struggling with each other. Chapter 101. The only opportunity in the country of wind. I am quite self-aware. I will give you a chance to not be destroyed by the Wind Kingdom. Would you like to? Chifengsha nodded repeatedly and his brain was almost shaken. I do. I'm willing to ask. As long as you don't destroy the Wind Kingdom, everything is easy. Very good. You killed these 100 ninjas with your own hands and then returned to the country of Feng and bring the ninja who came up with the head of Tsunade to me to the front line to send it. I just pretend that this has not happened today. Oh, by the way, don't forget your head. The sound of the Gyuder Hana sounded in Chifengsha's ears. Chi Fengsha clenched her fist. Her muscles were tightened and she closed her eyes. He said with difficulty, "Good, but please keep your word." "That's natural." Gyuder Aoi Susanoo was suspended in the air. Chifeng Sand controlled the black sand iron to kill those sand-hidden ninjas who didn't know what had happened. In just a moment the dark sand iron was dyed red. Hundreds of sand ninjas died at the hands of Chifeng Sand. "Sir, you have already killed them all. Now I want to go back to the hidden village of Sa. Kill Hai Lao Zhang. Please let me go." Chifeng Sha said with a expressionless face and bent over. "Go. Come back early. I'll wait for you on the front line." Gyuder shouted a joke frame. Chifeng Sand head ran towards the wind country without looking back. He wants to go back and notify all the senior management of the sand village of Sand. Let them stop being enemies with Konoha. The Kingdom of Wind is not the opponent of the Kingdom of Fire. If it were Uchiha Madara, the 200 meters tall Susanoo, Akabuki SA might have discussed with the senior management whether to release one and fight the entire sand village. But facing Susanoo, who is 1,000 meters tall, Akafeng Sand really doesn't have the courage to be enemies. At the same time, underground in unknown locations, a tube connected to the heretic golem was inserted behind his head, and the pale-haired Uchiha Madara suddenly looked in one direction. His face showed a look of horror. "This chakra, it's even stronger than Hashirama. Who is it?" Just as Uchiha Madara was shocked, Baiju emerged from Uchiha Madara. "Is it Susanoo?" "Susanoo is 1,000 meters high." "What did you say?" Uchiha Madara was shocked. "I didn't expect that my Uchiha clan would be so evil. This chakra is comparable to a tailed beast." "Susanoo, 1,000 meters high," Baiju said again. Uchiha Madara was confused. "Susanoo, 1,000 meters tall. Is this really a chakra that humans can have? If I had the Susanoo who was this 1,000 meter tall, the end of the battle would have been rewritten." "Do you need to monitor that person?" Baiju asked. "No, he will find you. From now on, all Baiju is not allowed to be too close to that person. You just need to have a rough understanding of where he is." Uchiha Madara sat on the stone chair and fell into silence. "Do you want to pull this person into the Moon Eye Plan?" Year of Moon Plan 1. By using none, the limited moon reading puts the entire world into illusion, thus realizing peace and reviving the Uchiha clan's land. At least that's what Uchiha Mama think, but behind his back he absorbed all human chakra in the world, and Heiju used the plan to resurrect Kagaya at Satsuki's mother-saving plan. But Uchiha Madara doesn't know. Baiju, what is this person's name? Uchiha Madara asked. Have no idea. Don't know. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. The Uchiha clan with such a chakra volume should be very famous from childhood to adulthood. Why Baiju didn't know? We only saw Susan, who was kilometer high, and did not see the person inside. Uchiha Madara was puzzled. Where did you see it? The wasteland of the Kingdom of Fire, where the 3 generations of Feng Ying in the Sand Village ambushed Tsunade. Baiju said. Uchiha Madara, who noticed something was wrong, asked quickly. What is the name of the Uchiha clan member next to Tsunade? What does it look like? His Baiju scratched his head. Memories for a moment said. I don't know. Why don't you know? It makes no sense. Uchiha Madara looked at Baiju, not pretending he really didn't know. A group of people suddenly became panicked. If he had guessed correctly, the Uchiha clan member would have discovered Baiju or even his own existence long ago, but he didn't regard it as a while. The younger generation in this clan used illusion to obscure his own existence. Even if Baiju sees him, he will subconsciously ignore his existence and turn unreasonable into reasonableness. What a terrifying illusion. Now that I have no reincarnation, I am afraid that once I meet, he will drag into the illusion. It's better not to mess with such people. I hope his existence will not affect his Moon Eye plan. Where is Akiang? After Susanoo dissipated, Tsunade stood up to check on the Qatar Hana, but he could not see anything. Only the 3 generations of Feng Ying, who killed all his teammates and ran towards the border of the Fire Country. Bang! Gyuder Han and Yahuhui Dinan's talk 2 pose brain quotes are so chaotic that it is so difficult to find. What are you looking at? Hearing a familiar voice from behind, Tsunade felt relieved. Of course it depends on you. Ming-Ang, I find that you are becoming more and more mysterious. Susanoo, 1,000 meters tall. You are so outrageous. Ming-Ang, you are so powerful. Why don't you just end the Second Ninja World War? Tsunade asked in confusion. Tsunade, do you think your grandfather, Chihu Hashirama, was still alive and the ninja world was peaceful? Typing. Even the first ninja war at that time had not even begun. What about after your grandfather's death? Before Tsunade's answer, the nuclear file of the Gyuder's collapsed. The peace agreement of the 5 major powers was destroyed. The first ninja war broke out, and the second generation Naruto Senju Tobira died on the battlefield after interrupting. So, Tsunade, although absolute strength can bring temporary peace, it cannot bring permanent peace, let alone there is no permanent peace in this world. The longer the peace, the greater the turmoil after the peace ends. Everything is relative, and no matter when, there will always be people who are dissatisfied. The verse of the jealous mother. Guta said. Let's go. The ninja on the front line is still waiting for your medical ninjutsu and the antidote to deal with Joe. Oh, Ming-Ang, wait for me. After thinking about it, Tsunade found that the nuclear quarrel of Gyuder was shock. In the past, my grandfather caught 9-tailed beasts and distributed them to them for peace. I hope they can use tailed beasts to check and balance each other so as to achieve the goal of peace. But the result was that after my grandfather's death, the countries that had the tailed beasts began to use tailed beasts as weapons to go to war with various countries facing the Konoha village, which was distributed to them at the time. They did not leave any mercy. On the other side, the country of wind is the hidden village of Sand, the strongest wind shadow in history. The 3rd generation wind shadow and Chifengsha finally returned to the Sand hidden village. After returning to the village, Chifengsha quickly held a Feng Ying meeting. At the same time, Chihiro passed on a letter, allowing Cho and others who were still fighting against Konoha on the front line to withdraw their troops immediately and stop fighting with Konoha. Sir Feng Ying, what do you mean? What about the hundreds of ninjas? Has Tsunade of Konoha been successfully sniped? Sir Feng Ying, the high-level staff of the Sand Village, sat on a chair and kept asking Chifengsha, shut up all the fuck. Chifengsha was originally asked by this group of waste who only know how to talk about it on paper. I was furious in an instant. The senior executive seemed angry when they saw Chifengsha and obediently closed their mouth. Call Hai Laozang here. Chifengsha said. Hai Laozang went to the front line to collect intelligence, said a senior executive of Sahiro village. I can come back after 3 hours. Chifengsha sighed deeply against the stone chair. I know you don't understand my decision. It's okay. I'll tell you now. Why do we make this decision? Red Wind Sand told the plan of interception and killing in the territory of the Fire Kingdom. It's very detailed. Susanoo is thousands of meters away. Do you know how big that is? I can't see it at first sight. Chifengsha said in a frightened state. Don't be enemies with Konoha anymore. The Uchiha clan's blood resistance boundary Sharinan is far from what we ordinary ninjas can deal with. Master Feng Ying, do you think it's an illusion? A senior executive of the Sand Village said with a chan. Illusion. Ha ha ha. Chifengsha laughed in anger. Do you think there is something wrong with my perception? Can't it be that the kind of chakra that makes me shudder and creepy is fake too? Chifengsha roared angrily. Seeing Chifengsha so angry and despaired. Everyone had to believe Chi Fengsha's word. There may be a tribe member who can use Susanoo to reach a height of 1,000 meters in Konoha village. The senior executives of Sahaidon village were silent for a moment. Could it be that the third generation of Fengying lords was really going to be the one who said, as that person said, and let the third generation of Fengying be self-destruct? 3 hours later, Cho and Hai Laozang and their group did not come back. Only one ninja who reported the news came back. Lord Fengying, Cho and Hai Laozang reject your order. I said I would kill more Konoha ninjas while Tsunade has not arrived at the front line. It's a snap. Soon, Chi Fengsha stood up from the chair. His eyes widened. What did you say? The other senior executives of Sakai village did not expect Cho to disobey the orders of the third generation of Lord Fengying. Are you going to completely destroy the Fengzi kingdom? Chi Fengsha said with great strength. Forget it. I'd better go to the front line in person. Inside the territory of Sichuan, in order to attack Konoha village, the Sakura Hidden Village of the Wind Kingdom chose to cooperate with the Sakura Hidden Village of the Rain Kingdom to jointly deal with the Sakura ninjas of the Konoha village. Cho's puppet technique is coupled with the poisonous fog that is half hidden. The ninjas in Konoha village fell down like lead, not an opponent at all. Even Hashiki Sakuroshi had no choice but to do anything about Koi White Teeth. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were only able to transport the poisoned Konoha ninjas back with the psychic beasts Toad Wenta and Wan Shi, and let the medical ninjas try their best to rescue them. They were no match for Cho and Hanzo at all. Psychic technique. Slug. A wet bone forest slug that was more than 10 meters tall suddenly appeared in the Konoha village camp. This is. Hearing the familiar voice and seeing the familiar psychic beast, Jiraiya and Orochimaru both subconsciously turned their heads and looked at them. Tsunade is standing on the slug at this moment with the skull beside him. Slug and slug. Tsunade used ninjutsu again, and the big slugs under her feet began to melt, scattering out slugs that were only the size of an arm, walking back and forth between the injured and poisoned Konoha ninjas, treating their injuries. A slug reported to Tsunade on Tsunade's shoulder about the current situation of Konoha's injured person. As long as the injury is not too serious, I can solve it. What's more troublesome is the 2 toxins in their bodies. I can't solve this. You need to come in person. Tsunade nodded while extracting Cho and Hanzo's toxins from Konoha ninja's body. He shouted to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, let's retreat and rest for the time being. The 2 nodded and ordered the psychic beast under their feet to take them out of the battlefield. Damn it, let her come to the front line. After seeing the slug, Old Hai hid and knew without thinking that it was Princess Tsunade of Konoha who came to the front line. The psychic beast slug is the clone of the wet bone forest slug, one of the 3 immortal lands. The entire ninja world is Tsunade with him. Dogu. To this day, Hai Laozang doesn't understand why Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade can obtain the inheritance of the immortal arts of the 3 great immortal lands, but other people, other countries, and other ninjas cannot do it. The interception mission failed. Did the third generation of Lord Fengying encounter Sarutobi Hinashen? Hai Laozang didn't understand very much. It shouldn't be. That's the strongest wind shadow red wind sand in history. Logically speaking, Lord Fengshao proceeded smoothly according to his plan, and even if the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinata come, he will have to fall there. Why did Tsunade still come to the front line successfully? Didn't you get sniped? Konoha has retreated to his camp, and ninjas from Sakura village and Yu Hidden village are not easy to pursue. Choose to retreat and fight again tomorrow. Hai Laozang asked Cho. By the way, sister, what did Lord Fengying say in the letter just now? Cho said dissatisfied. The third generation actually wanted us to stop joining forces with the Kingdom of Rain to attack the Kingdom of Fire. Let us retreat and have a good relationship with the Kingdom of Fire. What did you say? Hai Laozang was confused. Why don't you tell me about such an important thing? It broken. There is a problem with the interception mission. Hai Laozang said anxiously. What is the interception mission? Cho asked in confusion. When she was assigned to intercept the task, she was not present but fought against Konoha village ninja on the front line. The third generation of Lord Fengying took 100 ninjas to intercept Tsunade. Tsunade has now arrived at the front line, and it is obvious that the interception mission has failed. Not only that, I'm afraid that the third generation of Lord Fengying was caught by the ninjas of Konoha village. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let us retreat and we would have a good relationship with the Kingdom of Fire. Now it's completely finished. Because of the plan he made, the Feng Kingdom had to withdraw from the Second Ninja World War early and give up most of the benefit. Hai Laozang had already predicted the scene when he was judged by Lord Fengying. No, I have to run away. Chapter 102. The third generation of Fengying commits suicide and apologizes. Cho couldn't help but ask anxiously when he saw that his younger brother had caused such a big disaster. What should I do? Sister, I'm afraid I'm going to become a rebellious man. Rebellious? That's good. I can't help but explain why I'm killing you. Chi Fengsha's voice came from outside the tent. The curtain of the tent was pushed open and Chifeng-san walked into the tent. Lao Hai's heart sank after seeing the sound of Chifengsha. I know that I can no longer escape 3 generations of adult. Cho wanted to plead for Hai Laozang, but Hai Laozang stopped him. Sister, don't plead for me. Since the plan I came up with has caused huge losses to the Kingdom of Wind, I should apologize for my death. Cho made great achievements in the Second Ninja World War, and Hai Laozang didn't want to be implicated by Cho because of his own. All of them are already 40 years old, and in the warring state period they are considered to have lived longevity. Hai Laozang only hopes that Cho can enjoy his old age. It's just the 3rd generation of adult. I have something unknown. What exactly happened to the interception plan? What did you encounter in the Kingdom of Fire? Since I want to know, I will tell you, Chifengsha said. Cho also pricked up his ears, wanting to hear what was going on. Why did the front line suddenly retreat and get along with the Kingdom of Fire? Red Wind Sand tells what happened in the territory of fire. Cho and Hai Lao Tibetan were all dumbfounded after listening to the story of Chifengsha. Is Susanoo thousands of meters away? Are you kidding here? Neither Cho nor Hai Laozang believed in the narration of Fengsha. The 3rd generation of Lord Feng Ying may be controlled by illusion. 3rd generation masters are sorry. Hai Laozang shouted angrily and prepared to step forward to control the Chifeng-san. Cho followed closely behind, and all kinds of ninjutsu that cracked illusions were greeted. Chifengsha sighed slightly and shook her head helplessly. Why is no one believed what I said? Do you choose to believe it if you have to wait for Susanoo 1,000-meter high to fly over the Wind Kingdom? Magnetic escape sand and iron flow. Chifengsha waved his hand casually, and dark fluid sand iron gushed out from all over his body. He first knocked Cho away and bound his hands and tied them up. Then the sand iron condensed into spike penetrated Hai Laozang through 2 high-level combat powers in the sand-hidden village, the country of instant wind. The strongest 3 generations of Feng Ying in history are not bragging to you, Kyan, whether you believe it or not. Susanoo, a kilometer high, does exist. I can bear that kind of fear and despair alone. Remember, after I die, choose to establish a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fire and stop going to war with the Kingdom of Fire. We are really not opponents. Chifeng-san cut off Hai Laozang's head with sand iron, wrapped it with sand iron, left the camp and rushed towards the camp of the Fire Country. Sir Tsunade is not good. The 3rd generation of Feng Ying Chifeng-san from the sand-hidden village came to the camp and expressed his desire to see you. Akanaha Zongninhui reported. Tsunade looked at the skeleton. Hyotar Hiya told her about intercepting herself in Cheyenne village. Under pressure, the 3 generations of Feng Ying had to apologize for death in order to avoid being destroyed. Let's go. Chifengsha is quite trustworthy. Since that's the case, I will reluctantly give Feng's Higuo a way out. Hashiki Sakumo, who was discussing with Jiraiya and Orochimaru how to fight against the country of wind and rain, was unable to understand for a while. Why did Feng Ying aka Feng-san from the hidden village come to see Tsunade? Regarding the news about the Katadrao thumb, Haki Sakuroshi also heard Jiraiya and Orochimaru discuss it. It is said that he is a super strong man who is comparable to the 1st generation of Naruto and even surpasses him. He has a medical ninjutsu that can live dead. The rope tree that only breathed 1 breath was copied by the Gyuder Heiran. Moreover, this person is very strange and doesn't seem to be interested in Konoha's things. There are only his sisters, Tsunade, and those students in his eyes. Not only that, Haki Shuomo also learned through his intelligence network that there was a meeting between they. I just don't know what the meeting content is. The high-level Konoha, 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 high-level. The law chooses to ignore it and let the Gyuder nuclear power play. Konoha village looks like the lie of the Gyuder Hanachuang. Now, the 3 generations of Feng Ying from the sand village of the Wind Kingdom came to the BN of Fire in person, and it must be difficult. One more person. Sakuroshi Haki stood up and asked, Tsunade, does Gyuder C need me to help you explore the reality? No need, Shuomo. Just Ming Ang and I are fine. Tsunade declined. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Shisharu Osaku Haki are students who graduated from the ninja school in the same class of the same age. Then, please be careful. When he arrived in front of the formation, Chifengsha dispersed the spherical sand iron held in his hand, revealing the head inside. Hai Laozang's head. Princess Konoha. Tsunade, this is Hai Laozang, the head of the mastermind who came up to intercept you. Chifengsha said with Hai Laozang's head. Ming Ang, as it was unclear whether the red feng sand was plugged into the head or whether it was true that the Hai Lao Tibetan head. Tsunade asked the skeleton of the skeleton. Gyuder Han Kyoshin. Seeing this, Tsunade ordered a Konoha ninja beside him to take the head held by Akabusa. Now I have handed over Hai Laozang's head to you. In the case of interception, only my head has not been removed. I, Chifengsha, are not a person who is afraid of death. I just hope that after my death you can keep your promise and let let go of the Wind Kingdom. My country of Wind is willing to be friendly with country of Fire forever from now on and will not betray it, and immediately end the cooperation with country of Rain and the war with your country. Chifengsha looked at the Kyuden nuclear file feed. After all, the person who agreed with him at that time was the Gyuder C, and the 1000-meter Susanoo was also the Gyuder Han Dryme. Yes, I am worthy of being a shadow of a country and have backbone. I will naturally keep my promise when I promised you. But after you die, if the Kingdom of Wind takes the initiative to fight with the Kingdom of Fire, don't blame me for destroying the Kingdom of Wind. After getting the foundation of the sacred sack, Chifengsha bent down respectfully and said, "Thank you, Waren." Then he controlled his sand iron to cut off his head. Very decisive. The ninjas in Konoha village who were standing beside him were stunned. Is this reasonable? What exactly happened? Why did the third generation of Feng Ying slaughter himself in front of the Bien? Why did Cho's younger brother, Hai Lao Zhang, the main combat power of Sakai village, cut down by the third generation Feng Ying? What exactly happened? Hai Lao Zhang and the third generation of Feng Ying Chifeng San died in front of the Fire Bien. This news spread throughout the ninja world in just one afternoon. The senior management of Sakai village came to the front line in person to recall Cho and brought all Sakai ninjas back to the Land of Wind. At the same time, Daming of the Kingdom of Wind said that he would withdraw from the Second Ninja World War and cooperate with the Kingdom of Fire, resist the invasion of ninjas from other countries together. After receiving the news, the top leaders were all confused. What's crazy about this Wind country? In Konoha village, the country of Fire, Sarutobi Hinasan was very confused. Convene the senior officials of Konoha village to discuss what kind of conspiracy is like in the Kingdom of Fengzi. No need to discuss. Danzang walked into the conference room. It's all the trick of that man. Danzang summarized the information he collected and informed everyone in the conference room. It's very different from the real situation. Interceptunate is Susanoo 1000-meter high. 3 generations of Feng Ying apologized for his death. The senior executives of Konoha village and the 2 Daming from the Fire country came here to have a meeting. After listening to Danzo's story, I just felt my scalp numb. I thought that the pressure was already invincible to shock the heroes, but I didn't expect that there were even more invincible ones. Susanoo, 1000 meters high. This chakra amount is better than a shoulder-tailed beast. It's so scary. Fortunately, I didn't have a fun with Gu Takang at the beginning. Otherwise, the country of Fire will be the next country of Wind, even more miserable than the Wind Kingdom. The country of Rain. Hanzo learned that Feng Ninja suddenly withdrew from the Second Ninja World War and cooperated with Fire Ninja country, and the third generation Feng Ninja village also committed suicide in front of Fire Ninja frontier. A group of panic. Hanzo could clearly sense that the big thing was coming. If I can't handle it well, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive the Second Ninja World War. In the Kingdom of Fire, Konoha village is terrifying. Other countries have tailed beasts as their trump card, and my Rain country only has one spiritual beast, Mountain Pepper Fish. This one is a joke. No, you must find helpers again. The Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder are pretty good. I basically did not get into evil with ninjas from these 2 countries. Surrender to the Kingdom of Fire. What does not exist? The price of surrender cannot bear the Rain Kingdom. On the front line of the Fire Kingdom, Hashiki Sakuroshi Jiraiya Orochimaru learned that Hai Lao Zhang and Akabusa were actually dead, and they apologized for their death. Very shocked. I fought for almost a year, but I didn't expect that I was so relaxed and was forgiven by the Gyuder Han, and it also severely damaged the country of Wind. A shadow-level powerful man died in battle. It may take a long time for the Wind Kingdom to rise again and recover to its heyday. Because the Wind Kingdom withdrew from the Second Ninja World War early, the Wind Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom are in good terms. Many combat deployments require replacing, so most of the Shangnan on the front line were recalled to Konoha village for a meeting. Orochimaru finally got idle and was able to find the living dead man's technique of the Gyuder Heshi. Although he had conducted a comprehensive physical examination of the rope tree before, and a blood test was also taken, but no abnormalities were found. It's just very ordinary blood. There is no extraordinary energy or chakra residue at all. The sea of the shells are fierce, and the verses are heart-wrenching. The yellow corsage is the skeleton of 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 the skeleton. Although I know very well why Orochimaru is looking for him, but the old man is pretty and frustrated. Orochimaru, what are you looking for me? Then I want to learn the ninjutsu you used on the rope tree that day. That day, the ninjutsu that Gyuder sailed a breath and saved it perfectly was Yin and Yang escape. 6 availability. This thing is not as capable of teaching as the blood restinuity limit or blood restinuity elimination synthesized by the changes in chakra attribute. Only by becoming the 6th path immortal, that is, the 10-tail Manzulai, can you learn to have it. Orochimaru may become the 10-tailed Jajiraki, but it is unlikely that Orochimaru will become the 10th-tailed Jinchuriki. That's yin-yang escape. You can't learn it. Let's talk about it when you have mastered the power of the tailed beast. The power of the tailed beast. Orochimaru lowered his head and pondered and puzzled. Are you a lord? Orochimaru asked, but the sage of the Gyuder Han Tuo was sincere and sarcastic. Ming-ang, does that yin-yang escape have anything to do with Renji Riki? Tsunade asked. If you master the power of the tailed beast, what else can it be? It's related, but it's not one-tailed beast but all-tailed beast. Tsunade was shocked. He quickly reached out and covered his hand and stopped and looked around. After repeatedly confirming that there was no one else or the ninja of Anbi, he whispered, Ming-ang, you should not say such words to others. It will cause chaos in the ninja world. No matter which country it is, it will treasure the tailed beasts of its own country. If someone goes to other countries to capture tailed beasts in order to master the ability of yin and yang escape and the living dead, the impact that brought was self-evident. The turmoil in the ninja world. Gyuder He Alpha. As long as I am here, everything is under control. I have the final say in whether the ninja world is chaotic or not. Sister, brother-in-law, you are back. The voice of Rongsha sounded. Also coming with Konan, Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu were Konan. When the four girls saw Gyuder Hanyuba Fuda, they all excitedly stepped forward and hugged Gyuder's body. Brother Ming-ang, teacher. Tsunade looked at Gyuder Hai, who was held by the four girls without any intention of being jealous. Who asked Gyuder to say goodbye to the word? I am really not an opponent by myself. Can't grasp it. After a short time with Zionin and his group for several hours, the meeting was held in the room. In the eyes of other countries, the Kingdom of Wind has cooperated with the Kingdom of Fire, so the Kingdom of Earth, the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Rain have also chosen to cooperate. Come and fight against the country of Fire and the country of Wind together. Although the Wind Kingdom has chosen to cooperate with us due to all other reasons, the Wind Kingdom's strength has been greatly damaged and the support it can provide us is limited, so whether you can protect the village well depends on you to continue the will of Fire. Sarutobi Hinata sat on the podium and talked about the general plan of the actions in the next few months. Haki Sakuromo, Kato Duan, you are guarding the Yun Hidden Village. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, you three have spiritual beasts in the Rain Country. As long as you don't conflict with Hanzo Hedon, the problem is still not big. As soon as Sarutobi Hinata finished speaking, he regretted it. How come I forgot about the damn self? Tsunade can go to the front line, but she can't arrange for her to go by herself. If Tsunade is injured or other situations due to her own task, Konoha village is over. Yes. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the other two stood up and said. Sarutobi Hinashen glanced at the Kyudersi beside Tsunade and saw that the other party did not seem to be angry. He said carefully, well, it's great. Remember, if you encounter an unmatched opponent, you must retreat first and save your life. Chapter 103 Kushina and the Other Three Chunin Exam Part 1. After the basic combat deployment meeting ended, a group of ninjas went to different directions according to the deployment. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the other two naturally had to go to the country of Rain to fight against reinforcements from Hanzo and Tu and Thunder. Although the Wind Kingdom has withdrawn from the Second Ninja World War, the situation in the ninja world has not relaxed because of this. Instead, it expanded again. The three major countries, the country of Earth, the country of Thunder, and the country of Water, all sent people to sneak into the country of Wind to explore the information. Why should the Kingdom of Wind be in good terms with the Kingdom of Fire? Why did the third generation Feng Ying suddenly commit suicide and apologize? But the final result was nothing was found. Those spies were killed by the Sand Village ninja before they even entered the Sand Village. The Kingdom of Wind has been for 3 generations. Lord Feng Ying's death entered full martial law. Now I send someone to the Sand Village of Feng's Higuo. It's just a gift. The 3 major countries that did not find any information were speculating on the reason. Both the first and second generations were dead. Now if you want to talk about the only variable in Konoha village, it is the 9 tails. Now calculating the time, the Whirlpool Mito is also the one who stepped into the soil with half his foot. Could it be that Konoha village wants to burn it fully before Uzumaki Mito die? As soon as I thought about it, the major ninja villages with tailed beasts began to study how to use tailed beasts as war weapon. A year later, the junction of the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Rain, a large number of ninjas fell to the ground, either die or coma or wail in pain. There were only 4 people standing on the battlefield. The Rain country is the Rain Hidden Village ninja demigod Hanzo and Tsunade of Konoha village. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Hanzo, who was holding a sickle chain weapon in his hand, stood above the head of the spiritual beast Shan Pepperfish, looked at the 3 people who were still standing in the distance and not losing much. The mind is retching. Now all fronts of Konoha village are blooming and the balance of victory has tilted toward Konoha village. The Second Ninja World War will basically end with the victory of Konoha village. After fighting, Hanzo felt that he might be defeated. Once Hanzo is defeated in the battle, he will return to the Kingdom of Rain alive. The name kingdom of the demigod in the ninja world will also shrink, and it may be difficult to intimidate those great powers that covet reign. Jiraiya and Orochimaru supported each other, and there was a slug on each shoulder to treat his injuries. Tsunade clenched her fist and stood proudly, looking at Hanzo standing above the head of the pineapple fish. Now Tsunade has been welded by the Gyuder. His comprehensive strength has long reached the level of the fourth battle period in the original work. Yin Seal, creation and regeneration, and the art of richness. You already have everything you should have. Even if you don't have the opportunity to be with Jiraiya, Orochimaru will not be defeated when facing Hanzo alone. After a long time, Hanzo said, "You three are really amazing, especially Princess Konoha." Tsunade, "This treatment is really admirable. In addition to this strange power, you will definitely have a place in the ninja world in the future. The Ninja World War is probably going to end with Konoha Village's victory. Since that's the case, this battle will end here. Hanzang, I hope to call you three Konoha Sunin in the future. Remember, this is the name you exchanged for with your life." After saying that, Hanzo did not give the three people a chance to refute, and immediately left the battlefield with his own pepper fish. "Tis coward," Tsunade said, dissatisfied when she saw Hanzo disappear. Jiraiya, who was supporting each other with Orochimaru, looked at Tsunade's dissatisfied look and felt a little dazed. "Before I knew it, Tsunade became so powerful. The strength is far beyond his own strength and Orochimaru. Is it all because of that man?" After the war, Tsunade and the other two rushed towards the fire country, but he was stopped by two little kids on the way. One red hair, the other orange hair. The long red hair covered all the eyes. The leader of Jamao expressed his desire to worship them as his teacher. "Kill them. I have seen too many children who became orphans because of war. They all live a miserable life. It's better to kill them now, for their own good," Orochimaru said expressionlessly. When Yahiko heard Orochimaru say he wanted to kill himself and Nagato, he retreated in fear. Seeing this, Jiraiya hurriedly spoke out and stopped him. "Enough, Orochimaru. You and Tsunade will go back first. I'll take care of these two children for the time being." Tsunade was puzzled. "What's wrong with Jiraiya? If you don't kill, what does it mean to take care of them? This is my insignificant atonement," Jiraiya said. In fact, when the two chose to worship themselves as their master, Jiraiya thought of the prophecy that the Toad Immortal said to him. Jiraiya will become an excellent ninja. When he is alone, he will start to accept disciples. This disciple will bring changes to the world. I don't know whether this change will bring stability to the world or destruction. Tisk. Orochimaru was very despised Jiraiya's behavior. Walking alone towards the distant, Tsunade sighed helplessly and walked around the two and left here. Back home, Tsunade asked the Gyuder nuclear theft custom of asking Han Tuaya to the ultimate Orochimaru what happened. What a pity. Gyuder nuclear file feed. What a pity. Opportunities to study the reincarnation eye. Tsunade asked in surprise. Reincarnation eye. Ming-Ang, are you exactly the same eyes as yours? Well, it's a blessing that Nagato's hair is long enough to see the reincarnation eye in his eyes. Otherwise Orochimaru would be poached directly as soon as he met. Tsunade thought about it carefully and found that among the two children, the only one with red hair could not see their eyes. Tisk. If Orochimaru knew that he had missed such a big opportunity, he would probably regret it to death. Tsunade leaned against the school and held the school and asked, "I shouldn't have to go to the battlefield again soon, right?" Yet Tsunade nodded with a red face. "The front lines of the Kingdom of Fire and other countries are currently in an advantage. It's great, and I don't need to go to the front line for the time being. Can be with you." Princess Hibaya picked up Tsunade and returned to the bedroom. Yet, at midnight, Tsunade covered her quilt and took Konan and Kushina to outside Konoha village. The position of the arch enclosure. Last year's Zongnan exam was not held because the Second Ninja World War was in a fiery stage. Now the war in the ninja world has eased relatively a little, and the Chunin exam is held again, and sincerely invite ninjas from all over the country to participate. Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyo were excited to hear that the Chunin exam was held again, so he was excited to break the Kyuden nuclear file. "Teacher, we want to take this Zongnan exam. With the training of the Gyuder Hisek, the three of them have already reached the strength of Zongnan and are not even inferior to some Shangnan. It is still very easy to pass the Zongnan exam. Moreover, Mikoto's Sharinan has also been upgraded from the second Gulyu to the third Gulyu. There is no need to worry about a mere Zongnan exam." "No problem. Since you want to participate, I will sign up for you." Inside the Naruto building, when the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hina was worried about how to inform the Kyuda Han whether the overseas Chinese student would take the Chunin exam, a piece of white paper on the desktop showed the names of Kushina Uzumaki, Mikoto Uchiha, and Nanoyo No. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hinata decisively included the three of them on the list of taking the Chunin exam. On the second day, the Zongren exam arrived as scheduled. The first game, the ordinary written test for Kushina and the other three who are very good at studying. It is enough to have a hand in this kind of exam. There is no need to cheat at all. There is nothing to say, because at this time there was no case case that Konoha Huidia committed suicide by giving up her mission in order to save her teammate. Therefore, there is no question 10 testing the team's cohesion. After Kushina and the other two passed the first exam successfully, they followed the examiner of the second exam to the Death Forest to conduct the second exam. There were 19 teams that advanced to the second exam, along with the Shinen team from other countries. In the Death Forest, a 5-day exam is conducted. 10 teams Scroll of Heaven, 9 teams Scroll of Earth. Successfully collecting the 2 scrolls of Heaven and Earth and reaching the tower at the designated location will be considered to have passed the exam. Kushina and the other 2 were lucky and were assigned to the Scroll of the Earth. Just grab the team with the Scroll of Heaven. Nanoyu, which team do you think is easier to deal with? Kushina asked Nanoyu with the Scroll of Earth in her hand. Ah, me, my perception ability is not as good as yours. Among the 3, Kushina, who is the Uzumaki clan, has the strongest perception ability, followed by Nanoyu and Mikoto next. Of course, if Mikoto turns on the Sharingan, that would be a different matter. Yeah, Nanoyu felt it for a little and said, those 3 people in grass country. I think so too. Kushina said, it's a pity that they are also Scroll of the Earth. Seeing that the time was almost over, Mikoto reminded Kushina, Nanoyu, I'm leaving and heading to our entrance. Come to one of the entrances to the Death Forest. Kushina said, Mikoto, Nanoyu, we must pass this competition as fast as possible, break the record, and give the teacher a surprise. Yes, Mikoto and Nanoyu nodded heavily. They also think so. With the order of the examiner in the second exam, the 3 of them quickly broke into the door. With Kushina's perception, she searched for the team closest to her and possessed the Scroll of Heaven. Here, the 3 of them leaped on the thick branches above the high altitude that is beyond the reach of the naked eye. The forest is hard to be engraved. Watching the every move of Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu, since Ionin couldn't see it, Ionin opened his eyes with 1,000 miles away. On the other hand, not only Kushina but also Kushina's team, but also a group of senior executives in Konoha village are paying attention to this team. On the one hand, it is to protect the safety of the 3 women. Although it is a life and death case, it depends on who it is. It would be difficult for a drought to arise if it was injured or killed by ninjas from other ninjas in the Forest of Death. Not only will the ninja village be in great trouble, but Konoha village will also be implicated. On the other hand, I took a look at what happened to the 3 girls after the drought, because Tsunade became Orochimaru and Jiraiya, whose strength was beyond the same class. Uzumaki, Kushina, Uchiha, Mikoto, Nanoyu, the 3 girls as Kyuta are difficult to have a drought, so they should not be much different. The facts are just as they guess. The speed shown by Kushina's 3 female light is enough to crush the rest of the team. Kushina, who was at the front of the team, made a gesture, and the Mikoto Sanguda Sharingan, who was immediately following, opened the arc of his right hand, and Nanoyu's hands were shrouded in a light green chakra. Kushina spread her right hand into her palm, her fingers bent inwards lightly, and the chakra in her palm surging, gradually condensing into a ball composed of chakra spire bray. As the spirenoid in Kushina's hand was completely formed, 3 cloud-hidden ninjas wearing cloud-shaped ninja guards appeared in the sight of the 3 Kushina women. Before Union Village Shinen could react, the 3 girls jumped down from the trunk. Ruakangwan, Kakekeiji, Chidori, Chakra Scalpel. Kushina's Razangura knocked a Cloud Village ninja away. It ejected from the ground, hit the thick tree trunk, and died on the spot. Uchiha Mikoto's Chidori pierced the chest of the second hidden ninja. His pupils were dissipated and he also died on the spot. Nanoyu's Chakra Scalpel cut the last Yungziu ninja's head in half with a flat slash. He collapsed to the ground and could not die again. Damn it, whose powerful general is this? He is so brave. The members of the Umbu who were ordered to protect Kushina's 3 girls were shocked when they saw the 3 girls. Shunmiyun Hidden Village Ninja. Is this really the strength that Shinen can possess? Let us protect them. What a joke. The 3 of them can kill them in the Forest of Death. Okay, if I remember correctly, the scrolls of the 3 people in Union Village are scrolls of heaven. At the speed of these 3 women, the second Death Forest record that was broken by the little yellow-haired 2 years ago may be broken again. It's so scary. My Konoha village is also full of talent. Not only the members of the Umbu were shocked, but the Konoha senior officials were also shocked when they saw this scene. What kind of ninjutsu are these? Why haven't I seen it before? By the way, the green one should be the Chakra Scalpel, right? Isn't that medical ninjutsu? Why is it so powerful? Can you even cut your head off? Kushina ran to the body of the Yunyinkan shinobu that he killed and took off the scroll of heaven placed on his waist. Mikoto, Nanoyu, get the thing. Now hurry to the tower in the center of the forest at full speed. Mikoto, Nanoyu nodded, shook his arms and threw the blood in his hand away, followed Kushina's pace and rushed towards the center of the forest. As Kushina's 3 girls get closer and closer to the tower, there are more and more super large insect and bees in the forest. But these insects and bees, which are only 3 or 4 meters long, are just like that for the 3 girls. Just throw a kunai out and shoot him to death. death, at most one more spire ball. Compared with these weird creatures, what caused the more trouble to the three girls was actually the various institutional traps left by the previous candidate. It seriously affected the speed of the three women. Chapter 104 Kushina and the other three Chunin exam. Middle. 5 hours later, Kushina, Mikoto and Nanoyu finally arrived at the high tower in the center of the Death Forest, and it is the first team to come here. It took less than 6 hours from the beginning of the second exam to now. Successfully broke the record broken by the yellow-haired Watergate team 2 years ago. Brother Ming-Eng, sister Kushina and the others have passed this exam. The young man in the air said in a heart, "Let's go down and celebrate Kushina." Gyuder defended Zionin flew down from the air and came to the three girls. The three girls were excited when they saw the sausage of the Gyuder Hanto and said, "Brother Ming-Eng, teacher, we passed the second exam." "Well, we've done a good job, and there's still a long time before the exam is over. Let's go back first." The second exam is a full 120 hours 5 days, although the real situation ends in 2 or 3 days. Even so, Kushina and the others will have to wait here for about 2 days. It is better to be more useful with this time. Teacher, Rei's non is indeed powerful, but the attack range seems to be a little small. Is there a ninjutsu that has a large attack range and is even more powerful than the Rei's non? Kushina asked after a meatball broke a giant tree. Some. I have a lot of ninjutsu teachers like this. I'm optimistic. After saying that, the wind attribute chakra was added to it. Suddenly, the originally blue spiral ball turned into a white spiral ball with 4 continuous wind blades. The ruthless roared. This is. Kushina looked at the Musumaru in shock. Wind escape spiral shuriken. Get back and watch my performance. Kushina retreated to the distant Konan, Mikoto, and Nanoyu also looked at Yotayasuka Suriken curiously. In the eyes of the 4 women, the wind distance spiral shuriken was slapped by the Kyuden nuclear skip to a huge rock in the distance. The moment the wind escape spiral shuriken touched the huge rock, it exploded and spread out instantly, wrapping the huge rock inside it. Suddenly, the strong wind blew, and the 4 women couldn't open their eyes and stretched out their arms to cover their eyes. The strong wind dissipated and he looked at the direction where the huge rock was once again. Where are there any huge rock? A deep pit with a diameter of about 10 meters appeared in front of everyone. The 4 girls were shocked. The power of a small spiral shuriken is so huge. 4th high school first. Brother Ming-Eng, I want to learn this. Kushina quickly stepped forward and hugged Gutak Hineahuan and said, "It's okay to learn this ninjutsu, but if I'm not by your side, you are not allowed to practice this ninjutsu. If you make a mistake, your arm will be seriously injured. Do you understand?" "I understand," Kushina said happily with her eyes narrowed. Gyuder Hehan's Hikong Gna Xiao talked about Wei Na and took Kushina to the side of the 3 girls of Konan. "Zionin, when you will grow up, I will teach you some more powerful origami ninjutsu. For example, this." Gyuder's enthalpy value. Zionin's back instantly produced a pair of white wings composed of white origami. "This is the style paper dan, a ninjutsu that can fly. You give it a try." Zionin turned his head and looked at the white wings behind him, showing a happy face, trying to control the wings behind him. Under Zionin's control, the white wings flapped little by little and soon took Zionin to the air. After flying in the air, Xiao Nan rushed to Gyuder to hold Xiao. The small wings behind him flapped and kissed him at the Gyuder Han Muchin. "I like Brother Ming-Eng the most. I like Zionin very much too." Gyutar Han looked at Mikoto. "Mikoto, at this stage, you are going to increase the amount of chakra. When the time is ripe, I will evolve your 3 Igaji Sharinan to the Mainladian Sharinan. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he is a member of the tribe leader who is specially taken care of." Uchiha Mikoto is not clear about the Maniatoscope Sharinan. She knew that if the 3 Eagle U Sharinan wanted to evolve into the Mainladian Sharinan, her mind would have to go through great pain. But now, I can see that as long as the teacher wants to have enough chakra, the teacher can evolve his 3 Magma Sharinan into a Maniatoscope Sharinan. Mikan really cannot repay such great kindness. I can only agree with myself, and I hope the teacher will not dislike him. "Thank you, teacher." Mikoto shyly in Gyuder Haneo. It's Nanoyu's turn. A genius girl among civilian ninjas is far less than a super genius like Naruto, but he also has the resources of the supreme ninja. After the potential of the Gyuders and the Droughts and Falcons has reached a higher level, Nanoyu, your control over your chakra has reached a very fine level. It's time to teach you a stronger medical ninjutsu, silent seal, creation and regeneration, and the art of tycoon. These 3 are level ninjutsu, and the difficulty of learning can be imagined. Once you learn, you will not die no matter how seriously you are injured. You must study hard. Nanoyu, well, I will definitely study hard and will never let down the teacher's expectations. Nanoyu swears. It is estimated that Xian Sigma summoned the priest and asked Han Mang to look very handsome, and he is simply the male god Nanoyu dreams of. Faced with such an excellent teacher, Nanoyu is very willing to devote everything to the, but because of his civilian in origin. Nanoyu is not very brave to reveal his thought. I can only keep all this silently in my heart, and when I grow up I will find an opportunity to repay the teacher. Nightfall. Gyutar he is so fishy that he is stirring up the 4 gangrene caves. During dinner, Kata AI taught no Uyan sealing, creating regeneration, and the art of genius, and informed Tsunade about Tsunade. Just teach me. Anyway, these re-ninjutsu were also developed with you. You have the right to use it, right? Under the dining table, Tsunade pale feet climbed up little by little. Gyutarako thumbs up to get it. Next to the Gyutar he Emperor's sight. Mi Lejun stroked Tsunade calf. From time to time, I scratched Tsunade's jade feet. The numb and itchy feeling made Tsunade hum and sit on the chair and twist. Sister Tsunade, what's wrong with you? Kushina asked curiously. Konan, who was immersed in dry rice, couldn't help but look at Tsunade when he heard Kushina's questions. Tsunade's face was rosy and she smiled awkwardly. Nothing. He quickly withdrew his jade feet and glanced down at Gyutar Hai's eyes full of coquettishness and resentment. After dinner, the Gyutar nuclear root talks about Weichuo's messing around with the common people. Before leaving, Kushina suddenly hugged the skeleton from behind. Brother Mingeng, give Kushina some time. When Kushina grows up, it's okay. Gyutar Hizea Pao Zhang turned around, bent down and kissed Kushina's lips. I'm waiting for you. Love you, Kushina. Picking Kushina up and putting it on the bed. Kata hollow. Get off early. On the third day, the slightest paddles were blocked. The second exam of the Zongren exam has ended. Please take Kushina Uzumaki, Mikoto Uchiha, and Nanoyu of the pharmacist went to the designated location to conduct the Chunin exam qualifiers. In the second Death Forest examination, the 19th team and 57 candidates of Shinen passed the 4 teams together. 12 candidate. Among them, there is only one team in Konoha village, which is the team of Kushina Uzumaki. The other 3 teams are from Yinyan village, Sanyan village, and Yuyan village. The 12 candidates who passed the second exam were taken to a martial arts stadium. The Chunin examination is a good opportunity for neighboring countries to explore the strength of ninjas in other countries. Therefore, when the last exam is held, the knockout match between ninja senior leaders of other countries will also come to watch the game. For countries that perform well in the knockout round, the more orders the village will receive to task. After all, there are not only ninjas and ordinary people in this world. Ninjas also cost money. Since there are not many Shinen who pass the second Death Forest exam, there is no need to play another qualifier before the knockout round. Start the knockout round directly. Random draws and draws will not be matched by each other in the same team. Kushina's opponent is from Iwahai-dun village, Mikoto's opponent is from Sandun village, and Nanoyu's opponent is from Yuhai-dun village. 3 people and 3 opponents from ninja villages in different countries. After the draw, I took an afternoon off and the official competition started the next day. Teacher, let's have an afternoon off too. Only after resting well, you will have better energy to play the game tomorrow. Right, Kushina suggested. Kushina and the other 3 opponent Kushina have seen it. As long as Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu are not brain cramped and insisted on giving away their head, they can be said to be crushing them casually. There is no need to conduct a pre-examination assault. Gyutar called the bottom line of Fate 2. It makes sense. Then let's go to the hot spring. The 3 girls were very happy to hear that they were going to take a hot spring. He pulled Gyutar Han's milk and jumped toward the hot spring shop. But when the 3 girls learned that they were taking a hot spring bath with Huang Yuan with Guta, they immediately blushed. A little twisted. I wanted to smoke chlorine with Gyutar, but I was shy and nervous and did not dare to smoke chlorine with Gyutar. Brother Mingeng, Kushina said with courage. It's okay to soak in a hot spring, but you can't watch it randomly. Blind your eyes. As he said that, Kushina took out a piece of cloth and blindfolded Kyuta Hanu. The 3 girls pulled the blindfolded Gyutar He Huang to the hot spring in the private room. After taking a hot spring bath, the 3 women's faces were all red. The heart is also constantly pounding. Although they did not have anything to do with the Hantu, they all knew that they had been completely wiped out by the Hantu. Hey, so shy. Leaving the hot spring shop, Kushina and the other 2 went to eat barbecue and visited the legendary ramen shop opened by Ichira at Satsuki. Come to Naruto. Not eating illa ramen is like being in vain. The 7th generation of Naruto wrote the title himself. I still want to eat it after eating it. The current owner of the Han Tajaji Isle ramen shop has just taken over the business of the ramen shop from his father. The daughter of the play, Kazumi, has not been born yet. The next day, the long-awaited Zongnan exam knockout match finally began. Whether a player advances from Shinen to Zongnan is not determined by the result of the game, but by the player's performance in the game. Originally, the Wind Country, which was closest to the Fire Kingdom, had to arrange for Feng Ying to watch the game, but since the 3rd generation of Feng Ying died to the present, no one has inherited the shadow position, so only an ordinary senior executive sent to watch the game. Other countries are also ordinary senior officials who come to watch the game, and now it is still fighting the Second Ninja World War. Who dares to send his own shadow to the other party's base camp. Do you think you are the god of the ninja world? Shimarachi Hao. In the martial arts stadium there were already crowds of people watching the game around. All of them are watching the Zongren knockout round. Gyuder Hanchuo was sitting in the VIP seat while Zionin was sitting at the VIP seat looking at the martial arts performance venue below. In the first game, Kushina fights against Iwa Hidden Village passerby. The senior management of Union Village had a small plan in his mind after seeing the red-haired Kushina and hearing Kushina's full name. Passerby Iwa did not take it lightly because Kushina was a girl, because he had heard that there was a team of 3 girls. The first one who passed the second exam, Death Forest. One of the girls had red hair. Earth Escape and Earth Low. Passerby Iwa hit the ground with a punch and wanted to create a mudslide to limit Kushina first, then release the attack ninjutsu and defeat it. The range of soil and rock flow was very wide and it quickly covered nearly half of the arena. Kushina jumped to the tree in the corner of the ring. Earth Escape and Rock Iron Cannon technique. Passerby Iwa's chest bulged out a stone toward Kushina. As the distance of flight continues to grow, the stone quickly becomes the size of a human head. Wind Escape breakthrough. Kushina turned her head and spitted a whirlwind, and while deviating from the track of the stone, she flew to the treetops with the help of the whirlwind. Water Escape and Mist hidden technique. Kushina made a seal with one hand and held high with the other, and soon the martial arts field was covered with thick fog. It blocked people's vision. In the water country, the senior management of Mizuho village saw that the ninjas in Konoha village actually used the ninjas that only knew in their village, and they couldn't help but start scolding Sarutobi Hinazen's mother. Damn it, I'll send someone to secretly learn the ninjutsu of the Mizuno village, right? And he was so open and honest. Although thick fog blocks people's sight, it does not affect the perception of perceptual ninjas. As the Uzumaki clan, Kushina's perception talent is not low. After quietly coming to the back of Passerby, he saw a spireball. Passerby rock flew out of the thick fog and hit the viewing table where Konoha's high-level staff were located. If others are put, even if the ninjas of Konoha village win this game, Sarutobi Hinata would not agree to this person being promoted to the ninja. But this is not someone else but Kushina Uzumaki. Not only will the future nine-tailed man Kuriki, but also the slightest drought. I can't afford to offend you. Kushina's kid must have done it on purpose. Good character and strong strength. If you don't become a Zongren, who will become a Zongren? Chapter 105 Kushina and the other 3 Chunin exam. Part 2. Kushina announced her victory. The next 2 battles were all the battles in the other ninja villages, and they ended in a short while. Then came Uchiha Mikoto fighting Sand Village Ninja. The senior executives of the Sajai village who knew the cause of death of the 3rd generation of Lord Feng Ying, after seeing Uchiha Mikoto, wanted to go up and tear Uchiha Mikoto to pieces. But in the end, I just dared to hate it in my heart and didn't dare to express it at all, because he saw the whole body of the user of Suzano who left for the Sand Village with the 3rd generation of Lord Feng Chai, who was exactly the same as Tsunade and was still beside Tsunade. This series of phenomena proves that that man is the culprit, that the 3 generations of Lord Feng Ying's suicide. Uchiha clan snored. I want to see if you are as magical as the rumors. At this moment the senior management of Sajai village was so eager that the Shinen ninja of his ninja village killed this little girl from the Uchiha clan. In Sakura village, passers-by Seiku and Uchiha Mikoto entered the martial arts performance venue. The competition began. With the referee's order, Uchiha Mikoto instantly opened the 3 Gao Shao Sharinan illusion Sharingan. Passerby Sand was unable to react and was trapped in the illusion Chidori. In the blink of an eye, Mikoto appeared in front of Passerby Sand. Her right hand wrapped in white electric current had penetrated Passerby Sand's chest. Passerby SA died before he could remove the Sharinan illusion. Damn it. 3 Magma Sharinan. Bid Konoha village, you are cheating. After seeing Mikoto from the Sangoda Sharinan, the senior executives of other countries began to scold Sarutobi Hinata's mother in their heart. 3 Guya Sharinans are the standard configuration of the Uchiha clan of Konoha village. This is something that the ninja world has long defaulted. As a result, you let a Uchiha clan take the Chunin exam. You are intentional murder. The leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Leifei, saw his clan members so competent, and the game ended in an instant, in just 1 second. My heart is almost filled with joy. Danzo was observing everything secretly, and she was so angry that she was itchy. At the age of 14, I already had the 3 Magata Sharinan. What an evil Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked by Uchiha Mikoto's performance. Uchiha Mikoto's ninjutsu that she just released just now and the Sharinan are so well matched. Only Sharinan can see this kind of thunder escape ninjutsu that moves and stings at high speed. I have never seen the Uchiha clan use this ninjutsu before. Could it be that it was Gyuder Hang who talked about her? Uchiha Mikoto win. Mikoto won. Came to Hasiadi and said to Nanoyu, come on, Nanoyu, it's your turn. Kushina also cheered Nanoyu Nanoyu. Come on. Yeah. Nanoyu nodded heavily, stepped down from Hasiata and came to the martial arts stadium. The ninja from Yu Hidden Village also came to the martial arts stadium. As the only ninja team from the small country among the 4 promotion teams, he must perform well enough. Only in this way can his country not be looked down upon by a great country. Small countries also have powerful ninjas. Water escape and water chaos. Passers-by bulged their cheek and spit out loud. Water escape and water array wall. Nanoyu made a seal, and a wall of water rose in front of him, blocked the attack of passers-by. As a medical ninja, her attack methods are really limited, especially long-range attack ninjutsu, but this doesn't mean she doesn't. After using the water array wall, Nanoyu began to form seals with both hands. The hand speed is fast, with 44 seals in 3 seconds. After the water array wall dissipate, Nanoyu's last seal finally ends. Water escape and water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon formed by the current suddenly appeared and rushed towards the rain of passers-by who were also making seals. Nani? Passerby Yu was shocked. His eyes widened and protruded, trying to avoid it, but the water dragon had already come to him. Dong! The water dragon knocked passers-by to the wall and fainted. Nanoyu, who was playing in the game, said, "It's pretty good. It's not that he is not proficient enough. I can only start learning from the 44 seal water dragon bullet. Once you have enough proficiency, you can advance to Kasu 6 seal, Tobirama's 3 seals, and the final slap of your hands and whatever you want." The pharmacist Nanoyu won. Passerby Yu was carried down by medical ninjas to rescue him. At this point, all 3 Konoha village ninjas defeated their opponents and won, and they all showed outstanding combat power. He was very satisfied with the performance of Kushina Uzumaki, Mikoto Uchiha, and Nanoyu no. The 3 of them were Sarutobi Hina. Nodding slightly, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already made a decision in his heart so that all 3 of them could advance to Zongnan. The 3 of them who won Kushina waved to see where the Kyuden nuclear was transferred to Gyutar Hansei to the south and Kangmai's relationship. Gyutar Hibaisheng said that he was also happy that the 3 of them successfully won the game. There was still the last match between other ninja villages left, and the tomb of Gyutar Hiwan Sheoku took Konan and Tsunade to leave the viewing table first. Seeing this, Kushina and the other 2 left the martial art field and blew the silkworms with the yellow swan. "Performed well. Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal," Tsunade said angrily. "I want to have Yula ramen," Kushina said first. "Mikoto, where are you guys?" Nanoyu. Mikoto thought for a while and said, "Let's go rice ball." "I am the same as Mikoto," Nanoyu said nervously. The big-breasted blonde beauty in front of her is not only one of the 3 ninjas famous in the ninja world but also the teacher's wife. How can you not be nervous when facing the genuine brand if you want to secretly dedicate yourself to the Gyutar Hanag Ao Suoryui? A man, 5 women, and 6 people came to the busiest streets of Konoha village to shop and consume. After the Chunin exam, Danzo returned to his umbu. Because Hashirama cells have not been effective, and because Hashirama cells have died, a lot of Konoha ninjas, Sarutobi Hinata ordered the suspension of research on Hashirama cells. Danzang, let's forget about Hashirama cells. It's been 2 years and there are no research results, but I have lost a lot of Konoha ninjas. Whenever Danzo thinks of Sarutobi Hinata shook his head and sighing and is disappointed at himself. He is extremely angry. Damn, do you think I want to study Hashirama cells? All of this is for Konoha's future. In order to remove Konoha's time bomb, as long as I am in peace, I feel uneasy. Danzang also thought of using the forbidden technique Go Seal to defeat Gyutar Hebai, but when he thought of Gyutar's wasted wine, he lost his combat power and gave up this idea. It is better to resurrect the first Naruto Chihu Hashirama so that he and Kyudo will be sad and happy. The first Naruto resurrected the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. After several experiments, Danzang discovered that the quality of the sacrifice of the reincarnation of the filthy land had a great impact on the strength of the resurrected person. Not only that, the art of reincarnation in the filthy land also needs to be improved. However, the time it takes is probably a bit long. After all, not everyone is as awesome as the second generation Naruto Senju Tobira, and they are made at will. Looking at the baby covered with branches in the glass jar in front of him, Danzo couldn't help but shake his head. Failed again. Although Sarutobi Hizun ended Danzo's plan to study Hashimara cells, Danzo also accepted Sarutobi Hizun's orders on the surface, but it doesn't mean that Danzo really listens to Sarutobi Hinata obediently. I accept is not equal to I agree. Danzo and Orochimaru were still secretly conducting experiments on Hashirama cells. If you don't let me use Konoha Ninja, I don't need it. I went to catch some babies to conduct an experiment. The stone gate opened on its own, and Orochimaru walked in with a coma baby. He handed it over to Danzo. Lord Tianzang, it's time to put the sacred Sangjun on the sacred sacred sack. Who is he? Danzo took the baby in a coma and said, look, you're anxious again. Orochimaru, we are partners. Let's do this. Catch 10 more babies and I will tell you how to use them. Don't try to ask those Konoha seniors. They were all cursed by me. Whoever said they would die. Catching 10 babies seems simple, but it is indeed not too difficult. It would probably take a long time to catch 10 babies in the territory of fire without causing Konoha village ninjas. It will take 3 or 4 months to protect it. It's only 3 or 4 months. Orochimaru can still afford it. And now all Hashirama's cells are in Danzo's hands, and some experiments and many things still have to rely on Danzo. Orochimaru does not intend to break up with Danzo. Ha ha ha. Lord Danzang, how can you say this? Above Konoha Naruto, Kota, and the Konoha village under their feet sensed the entire ninja world. Konoha Platinum Generation Kakashi, Obito, Lin, Yuri Hong, Asuma, Kai are all 2 or 3 years old and are about to go to school. Jing Ian is already 3 years old. I decided to be a teacher at Ninja Academy. Of course, my wife or something. I started raising it since I was a child. On the second day, there was a slight release from the slightest. Regarding the incident of the sarcasm, Sarutobi Hitozaki was very conflicted. The quality of Konoha village ninja can be improved, but the downside is that these ninjas cannot be dispatched by themselves, just like Kushina, Mikoto, Nanoyu, and the others. If they don't want to do task, no one can force them to do task. After much thought, for the sake of Konoha, Sarutobi Hinata had to call the teacher of the ninja school. The first day of freshman's school starts. Ziriong's father, Zuraimamahong, was confused when she looked at the name of her daughter who was crossed out from the list of students in her class. He hurriedly asked the secretary, who was Sarutobi Hiruzen, beside him, where is my daughter Ziriong? Why aren't you in my class? She was transferred to another class by Lord Naruto. Master Naruto. Yuri Mahong was surprised. When did Lord Naruto still care about these trivial matters? Is my Hong so outstanding that she is attracted by Lord Naruto? Just as Yuri Mahong asked his secretary which class he had been transferred to, the secretary instantly left the classroom. Through his intelligence network, Haki Shuomo heard that Gyutarhi started to set up classes at ninja school. When he thought that his son was already at school, he thought that he was already at the age of going to school, so he planned to send Kakashi to the. But Haki Sakumo went all out and even asked for the third generation of Naruto, but he still failed to let Kakashi enter the Kyuta Hanmo River. Shuomo, the students in this class have been booked and Kakashi is not among them. Even if you ask me, it's useless. You need to go find me to go to the slap in the jungle. Haki Sakumo quit the Naruto office. I feel like I think, well, it's indeed similar to what I thought. The constraints of the Naruto. It can even be said to be above the 3 generations, but this has nothing to do with me, because I am malicious in the relationship between the two. Since there is no son of his own in the list, even if you look for him, you will find him. Helplessly, Shichuo Haidani had to take Kakashi to register for the original class. At the same time, Mate Day is also taking his son Mate Kai to report to ninja school. Unlike the original work where Mate Kai was not officially admitted to school because of the relationship between Rose Tree and the guidance of the Gyutarakan death, Rose Tree made an exception and gave Mate Kai a place with the relationship between his first generation of Naruto grandson. After learning about this, Mate Kai was very grateful to Robe Tree. Looking at Mate Kai, who was snot and tears, Rongshu scratched his head helplessly. It's nothing. As a teacher's child, Kai must have the talent to become a ninja. Even if ninjutsu is not good, isn't he still physical skills? The 4 of Haki Sakumo, Haki Kakashi, Mate Day, and Mate Kai met at the gate of the ninja school. Haki Sakumo took Yao Kakashi and greeted her. My son will still have to bear the care in school in the future. Please get along well with him. Haki Sakuromo said to Kai. As a young genius, Kakashi now has the arrogance of a genius in his heart, and he is a little disliked by Kai, who doesn't even know ninjutsu. I really don't know how this guy entered the ninja school. Of course, Kai, say hello to Kakashi. From now on, he will be your target to catch up. Before Kai could say hello to Kakashi, Kakashi refused. No, don't aim at me. You forget it, Dad. Go quickly. You're going to be late. Goodbye. After saying that, Kakashi walked towards the school. Shiki Shiriki could only smile helplessly at Mate Day with apologies and followed Kakashi toward the school. Looking at the 2 people walking towards the school, Kai raised his lip and shouted, "You are Haki Kakashi." Kakashi turned around and looked at him, not sure what this guy was doing. Kai smiled confidently and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Thank you for your support. Kakashi was very puzzled by Kai's inexplicable word. What else does this guy do? Kakashi turned around again and walked towards the school with Haki Shuomo. Kakashi, do you believe that child may be better than you in the future? Just him, Kakashi said disdainfully. Yes, it's just him. That child is hundreds of times harder than you think. Haki Shuomo rubbed Kakashi's hair and said, Kakashi, he will be a good opponent. You must get along well with him after entering school. Chapter 106. Ziriong, Jing Ian, no Haro Lin. Ninja School. Gyuder Drought Melancholy. There are only 4 students in total at this moment. They are Zionan, Ziriong, Jing Ian, and Lin Nohara. Ziriong, Jing Ian, Nohara Lin, and the other 2 have been seeing each other for so long, but there are still only the 4 of them in the class, and they can't help but wonder, what about the other student? The class ringtone rang. Gyuder he sucks Guo Tang Shake. Well, it seems that they have come. Shi Rihong and the other 2 heard the handsome teacher on the podium say that the people were already here, and turned their head and looked around. Are there only 4 people? Where did you come from? Could it be that there are really only 4 people in this class? Papa, the neon of the Gyuder number is broken. No need to watch it. There are only 4 of you. I'll introduce myself. My name is Gyuder Hai. Your future teacher is good at all kinds of ninjutsu. The first generation of wood escape, the second generation of water escape. Anyway, I can do ninjutsu that you can think of. Physical skills, illusion technique, sealing technique, medical ninjutsu, and perceptual ninjutsu, and I can do it. If you have strength, you will be a little bit stronger than the first Naruto. After listening to this, the doctor was stunned by Xiao Nan, Ziriong, Jing Ian, and Lin Nohara. Both of them were a little unbelievable. Teacher, do you really know how to escape from the wood? Shi Rihong asked with his hand. As children of Konoha village, what they have been instilled since childhood is the first generation of wood dye, the world's number 1. Unfortunately, only the first Naruto can do it, and the descendants of the first Naruto cannot escape. Therefore, after hearing that the teacher knew how to escape from the wood, several people raised their hands to raise their own questions regarding Shi Rihong's doubt. Gyuder Han Genzao's intention. It's good to have doubt. Only by questioning yourself can you use wood escape openly and reasonably. The 3 little girls' psychology changed from original doubt to surprise and unbelievable, and finally the grey umbrella of the Gyuder and the Hepman. The huge psychological gap in up and downs can leave a deep impression on the people. Of course, as he said that, Gyuder-ku slapped his hand and a small tree grew on the wooden table of 4 people. Ziriong silent. After seeing the small tree on the table in front of him, Lin Nohara screamed in surprise, and a burst of awesome sounds. The small tree blooms in different flowers, and then 4 different fruits grow. The fruits on the trees in front of you are all edible. After hearing this, the 4 people picked the fruit from the tree. After picking the fruit, the tree shrinks little by little and eventually disappears on the table. Zionan was the first to bite the fruit in his hand. Seeing this, the rest picked up the fruits in their hands and started eating them. It's indeed fruit. This handsome teacher is really good at wood escape. So awesome. Ziriong, Jing Ian, Nohara Lin. All 3 of them were facing Gyuder and Dukkashun's house. After Zionan and the others finished eating the fruit, Gyuder Hanhong Media introduced himself. My name is Zionan. I am a girl who is 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 a. But there is still a sentence in my heart that I haven't said it. He is also the future wife of brother Ming Ang. Sunrise is red and silent. When Lin Nohara and the other 2 showed surprise when they heard this. Zionan, do you also have wood escape? Nohara Lin asked. No, but I can origami. It's like this. Zionan raised his hand, and 3 white paper cranes flew out of their hands and flew in front of the 3 of them. Oh, so amazing. Is this also ninjutsu? Shi Rihong and the other 2 were amazed. Although they are students from Ninja Academy and have passed the entrance examination, they only know basic ninjutsu, clone technique, etc. There is no such thing as ninjutsu that turns stillness into movement. After Zionan's self-introduction ended, she had burgundy pupils and fluffy and long hair. Very cute child. My name is Ziriong. Become a powerful female ninja, just like Tsunade among the 3 ninjas. Well, it's very good. Hong. If Tsunade knew that she had such a cute fan, she would be very happy. Neck mute. A very quiet little girl. Jing Ian walked up to the podium and said softly. The sound was not very loud and it was very consistent with her name. My name is Silent. I also want to be a powerful female ninja, but a ninja in medical care. My idol is also Tsunade. One of the 3 ninjas is medical ninja. It seems that Shiny is very caring. I believe Shiny's goal will definitely be achieved. The last one is Nohara Lin. Short brown hair, dark brown pupils, no bang, revealing a smooth forehead, making it look refreshing and capable. The biggest feature is the 2 purple stripes on the face. Nohara Lin stood on the stage with her hands on her back and said with a smile, my name is Nohara Linear. The goal is to become a medical ninja. I want to use my medical ninja to heal those injured. After saying that, Nohara Lin also expressed her respect to Gyuder He. Very good. Get up, Linear. After the self-introduction, Gyutar Han and Trade Majun privately prepared textbook for himself. When I opened the textbook, I saw that the words Will of Fire were written on each page. After reading the Gyuder defended the road, he saw the words from the crack. The whole book contained 2 words. Close the book. Textbooks related related to mathematics, physics, and chemistry. It contains knowledge from elementary school to junior high school. It's a little useful. After all, whether ninjas are powerful or not has little to do with these things. Naruto, who handed in the Chunin exam, did not still seal at Satsuki Kagaya. The first lesson of the school year is naturally about the history of Konoha, but it starts with the introduction of the slightest and slap. By the way, a long time ago, the goddess of Mao, the six-path immortals, Indra, Asura, a series of legendary characters were slapped by Gyuder Hangboko. From Kagaya at Satsuki to the struggle between the various races during the Warring State period, but they are all castrated versions. About Asura, Indra's reincarnation, etc. Gyutar Han. The school bell rang, and Gyuder and V said, "Get out of class." The obsessoriong Jing-ian no Lin saw that the teacher was about to leave the classroom, so she stood up from her seat reluctantly. "Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, teacher." The three girls ran out of the classroom. "Xiao Nan, let's go home too." In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and Gu Tak was shocked and Hong was shocked, and Jing-ian and Lin became good brothers who could say anything. The school said that the teacher was Brother Ming-ang. After leaving school today, Gyuder Han-tun often came to the classroom but found that there was one person missing in the classroom. "Where is Mew, teacher? Something seems to have happened at Jing-ian's home. I have asked for leave." "This is her fake note." Lin handed a fake note written by Jing-ian himself with obvious traces of water droplets soaking to the "No need to see what happened in the Gyuder Hankin Road. Shiny's uncle, Kato Duan, was taken out of his waist and died on the battlefield. Since that's the case, we won't go to class today. Let's go to Jing-ian's home together." "Okay." Xionan, Hong, Lin quickly agreed. They also want to know what happened at their good sister's family. "Why do you need to take leave?" A group of four came to Jing-ian's home. Pushing open the door, in the dim room, Jing-ian curled up in the shadow by the window, constantly sobbing and choking. In his arm he was holding a dark green ninja vest. That was the Yunin vest that Shiny's only relative Kato broke. However, yesterday he was killed by someone who was unable to rescue him on the battlefield. Jing-ian did not stop choking because the door was pushed open. On the contrary, when he saw that it was Gyuder Hanto Zihong, Lin cried even more sadly after she came. The four of them walked into the house, and the Gyuders took out the Mary to the right of the silent. Xionan, Hong, Lin, and the three girls also walked into the house and sat on the left side of the silent. "Put your hand on Jing-ian's shoulder and hold Jing-ian in your arms." Gyuder called Shen Kong to be defeated. "Cry, you will feel better if you cry." After hearing this, Jing-ian said he slapped and started crying bitterly while lying on the slurry of the zinc. "Woo woo woo woo. Old teacher, my uncle, my last kiss and relatives died. Woo woo woo. I have no family anymore. Woo woo woo." The Gyuder River finally patted the silent back gently. "Mutually, who said you don't have family? Don't you still have Xionan, Ziriong, no Lin, these good sisters, and I will always be your family." Xionan, the sun is red, and Lin Nohara also comforted her. "Yes, Mute, we are your family too. We are good sisters forever. Don't be sad if you silently." After a long time, Jing-ian stopped crying and lay down on the drought. Gyuder shook Xionan and the other two made a gesture of silence and pointed to Jing-ian who was tired and asleep. The three of them understood and nodded. All of them stretched out their index fingers to their lips. "Just sit quietly in the house." I don't know how long it took, but Jing-ian finally woke up. The tears shed from the sleep mocked the droughted man. "The silent will be buried in the tampering machine." Aggrieved and pitiful, I looked at Gyuder's skeleton in anticipation. Then he turned around and looked at Xionan, Hong, and Lin on the other side, erasing the tears left at the corners of your eyes and saying, "Thank you, we will always be good sisters and family." "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, Brother Ming-ang." Five people hugged each other in the house. On this day, Gyuder wrote Xionan, Hong, and Lin Nohara and silently went to class. Instead, they took them to the beach for a trip. Konoha village is in the heart of the Kingdom of Fire. They have only heard of the existence of the sea from adults and teachers when they grew up in Konoha village. The blue waves kissed the golden beach gently, and the salty sea breeze gently blew on the face. "Wow, is this the sea?" Abandoning Xionan, who is hanging by the sea with the yellow swan, Hong, Jing-ian, Lin, and the other two looked at the blue sea and sighed sincerely. His face was filled with joy and joy. "Take off your shoes and leave a small jade foot on the beach." Each of the small footprint waves rolled by, and the small footprints disappeared again. "Xiao Nan, teacher, come and have fun. It's so interesting here." Ziriong, who had already run to the shallows, had long black hair flying with the splashes, and waved to Xionan and Gyuder's bone. The five people were playing in the shallows, laughing and laughing endlessly. The bright, sunny, innocent and cute smile filled the faces of every cute girl. When they were tired of playing, the five of them sat on the beach. Nohara Lin looked at the boundless sea in the distance and pointed at her finger and asked, "Teacher, what is the other side of the sea?" "Enemy." The enemy is revealed, but after thinking about it, it seems that nothing is wrong. After all, the ninja world is also on a planet, and there is only this continent. The other side of the Kingdom of Fire does not border the sea, but the Kingdom kingdom of wind is bordered by it. The country of wind is the enemy. There is no problem at all. It's a country of wind. After passing through the boundless sea, you will come to the land of wind. When dusk fell, Gyuder defended the 4 girls back to Konoha village. When the solace of my feet touched the classroom floor again, the afterglow of the setting sun was falling on my silent smiling face through the window. There were still shining star sand on the ends of her hair. Hong Lin and the young man hurriedly ran toward home. Gyuder defended Xionan and Jing Ian back to his home. Ming Ang, huh? Jing Ian, why are you here? Tsunade asked with a smile, bent down and stroked Jing Ian's hair. Gyuder combined with a verse to get an umbrella for burning candle. After learning that Shizun's only relative Kato had died on the front line, Tsunade squatted down and looked at Shizun gently and said, "It's okay, Mute. This is your home from now on. Come on, let's have a meal first. There are only 4 people on our table." Gyuder, Tsunade, Konan, and Silent Kushina and Yodoki are not at home. All are performing tasks outside. Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyo were so bored that they took on some tasks. Go out to play. Because the Second Ninja World War was basically over, only some local small countries were still in conflict, or civil strife occurred in some large countries due to regime changes. In addition, everything about Kushina and the other 2 was in the Kushina mother. Therefore, there is no need to worry about danger. Everything is under control. As for the rope tree, he has been promoted to Shangnan. The 16-year-old Shangnan is barely talented. In order to repay Meitai's selfless teaching, he took Meitai with him to take on some high-paid task that Meitai could not usually receive to help Meitai improve his life. With the experience of surviving the last disaster, Rose Tree took Gyuder to veil his puppet every time he went out to perform a mission. Wipe and maintain carefully every day. In the eyes of Kyongshu, this is a gold medal that avoids death and must be kept well. Even if you go to the toilet, you have to hold it in your hand. A month later, Tsunade, who came back from Uzumaki Mito, was in a little unhappy. Ming Ang, my grandmother wants me to take Kushina to her. Because of the 9 tails. Well, because the 3rd generation is afraid of you. Knowing Kushina and you, they dare not talk directly to Kushina about the matter about Kyuki. They can only use their ancestral tits to prepare for becoming Kyukuriku as soon as possible. Chapter 107 Kushina Haki Kyuki. Just go. Kushina and the others will be back tomorrow. Gyuder she said. Tsunade was very dissatisfied with the inconcern between Gyuder Ankan, but Kushina will become Jotala Jiraki. Once Kushina becomes Jotala Jiraki, she will no longer have freedom. It can only be active within a fixed range every day, just like a bird in a cage. With Kushina's personality, I definitely don't like this. If you haven't met the Samara, Tsunade might not care about such things, but after meeting Kushina again, Tsunade was not willing to sacrifice himself for the so-called village. Become a cage bird without freedom. Tsunade, you underestimate it too much. Who said Kushina wants to become the Jotala Tsubasake? I don't want my little chilly Kushina to become the one who everyone hates. You have a brilliant plan for your husband. Just kidding. Tsunade disagrees with Kushina becoming the 9-tailed genius, and the Gyuder River is made of a slim and magnificent. After Kushina became Jotala Jiraki, everything she did was in Jotala's perception, even having sex with the future with the drought-resistant housing. Of course, I hope to refute my mother and brother so that Joey could not sense it, but this is not the point. The point is that Kushina will not become the 9-tailed Tsukiriki. Gyuder he's miscellaneous writing about Zik. Just put your heart in your stomach. On the 2nd day, Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoya returned to Konoha village after completing the mission. When the 3 girls saw Gyutar Han, they came forward and hugged Gyutar's body. Brother Ming Ang, we're back. Brother Ming Ang, do you miss us? Brother Ming Ang, the girl Gyutar Han smiled and said, welcome back. I miss you so much. Let's go. Tsunade has already a big meal is prepared for you. After everyone had a nice meal, Tsunade, Kushina, and Kushina went to Uzumaki Mito's residence. Brother Ming Ang, where are we going? Kushina was puzzled. This direction is obviously not the direction of home. Tsunade, grandmother, where is the previous generation of Jotala Tsubasake? Kushina didn't react much when she heard it was Tsunade grandma, but after the 5 words 9-tailed Tsubakiriki were spoken, Kushina was stunned for a moment. I suddenly felt much more lost. After all, will I still become the 9-tailed Kauraki? Aware of Kushina's mood, Kutarago raised Kushina's palm and said, what are you thinking? I can't bear to let you become Jotala Jiraki. What should I do with the Jutai? The reason why Kushina was able to join Konoha village was because the 3rd generation of Naruto considered the out of print. If you want to control the 9 tails, you can only rely on the Vortex clan who is good at sealing technique. Gyutar Han asked. I asked the servant of Vina instead. Kushina, do you like to keep pets similar to puppy fok or something? Keep a pet? Understand the verse of the mother of Gyutar, Zwotar, and the slightest and weakest. Ming Ang actually wanted to raise the most powerful 9-tailed beast as a pet. Tsunade has no doubts about the fact that he is in danger of being in trouble. As long as you play nuclear robbery, you you will definitely be able to do it. But will it be a bit big? Kushina thought for a while and said, I don't know, I haven't raised it. Brother Ming-Eng, is this related to the Nine Tails? It's a bit of a relationship. If Kushina doesn't like pet, I'll switch to another way to seal the Nine Tails, such as stuffing it into a crystal ball. If Kushina likes little pet, I will turn Jutai into a pet that is the size of an ordinary kitten and dog and let Kushina keep it. Ah, Kushina was shocked. Can Jutai still be kept as a pet? The pet with 9 tails is so majestic when it comes out, and if you encounter an enemy you can't beat, you can still let the dog cough. Let Jutai bite him. Tsunade and Kushina really couldn't imagine what the picture was about when it came to Cutaker's story. Is it really good to be able to destroy a village's tailed beast, take it out to walk as a dog and show off to others? Don't worry, think about it slowly. Cuter Hikong writing the mail's day file feed. Nowadays Mito can survive at least 2 years. There is time. On the other side, the 9 tails sealed in Uzumaki Mito's body suddenly felt a chill. It seemed like I was targeted by some super terrifying thing. That feeling is even more terrifying than the 6-path immortal. Haki's 9 tails instantly exploded and chakra leaked. Uzumaki Mito looked at the 9-tailed chakra gushing out of his body and was stunned for a second and quickly called the Umbu who was in charge of guarding. Nani. Umbu was shocked when he saw the 9-tailed chakra overflowing from Uzumaki Mito. Asked anxiously, Mito, will Kuwaba be unable to control it? No, this is not done. I am very conscious. This is the chakra that Jouei used for self-protection to leak out for me. I have something. I'm eyeing it. Count the ninjas that can pose a threat to the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, a illusion that is directly controlled by an illusion. In the thousand-handed Hashirama, a wooden escape will make you sit and transform. But aren't these 2 people dead? Uzumaki Mito was confused. No, there is another person. Uzumaki Mito suddenly remembered his grandson-in-law, Gyuder Hai. He can also escape from wood, and it is said that his strength is not inferior to his husband Hashirama Senju. Gyuder he sent the emperor to steal and stole Mu Fixihun. Faced with Uzumaki Mito's inquiry, an Umbu quickly ran out of the house and came to the roof. I saw the distant back in the house. Report. Mito, I'm on the way here to drink the fat Zaiba. The people who walk with him are Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, and Konan. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito waved his hand and said, I understand. You guys go down. I can handle it here. The 2 Umbu retreated and looked at each other outside the house. One of the Umbu directly reported what happened here to the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru. After receiving information about what happened in Uzumaki Mito's residence, Sarutobi Hinata quickly summoned all the members of the Umbu and notified Danzang. Danzang Gutak was thundering and looking forward to slowing down the food. I even forced the 9 tails to be stressed and had to force the release of the 9 tails chakra to protect Lord Mito. Danzo asked with his back against the wall. So what are you going to do? Let's discuss with Gyuder River. If Gyuder Hexian had been experiencing a move, he would not have waited until now. Let the anus be dispersed. If you are misunderstood by the Carta welding, the anus be gone from Konoha. Although Tuanzang looked at Gyuder, the thorns in his eyes were thorns in his flesh. He would not weld them for a day. If you lose, Danzo will suffer for a day. In order to get rid of the C Tuanzang, he even studied the male form of the Tuanzai. Think about what to do this. Nowadays, Danzo has become a widow. You can roughly guess the significance behind the movement of the scattered sack. It is speculated that the scars of Gyuders are simply lustful. I came to Konoha because I was lustful. I became a tutor because I was lustful. And I was a teacher at Ninja Academy because I was lustful. In response to this, Danzang has come up with some methods to make Konoha village. For example, make all the women in the village ugly. But this is not the original intention of Danzang. Danzang wanted to get rid of the sea of Gyuder, not to let other villages of Gyuder heba. If a village that is drunk is so tempted by other villages, it becomes a weapon in the hands of others and is used to deal with Konoha. That done. Therefore, Danzang believes that before he has developed the killing of the skeleton, it is best to use a woman to stabilize the skeleton. Avoid conflicts with it. Seeing that Danzo was so confident, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to choose to believe Danzo. The dark community that had gathered was disbanded and ordered Umbu ninjas who are protecting Mito to report on Mito's situation in a timely manner. No matter how big or small it is, you will report it to anyone related to Yu Mizuto or Yu Jouei. Haki Q-tail and Uzumaki Mito's body felt that the danger seemed to have disappeared. Silently reclaimed the 9-tailed chakra that he lent to Uzumaki Mito. Mere humans still want to use their own power. I want to eat nothing. Downstairs of Uzumaki Mito's residence, Umbu hurriedly stepped forward and opened the door respectfully when he saw Gutake. Let's go. The grandmother has been waiting for us for a long time. Ah, do you already know that we are here? Tsunade followed Gyuder heady-toed in confusion. Come to Uzumaki Mito's room. Uzumaki Mito saw the sage again at the same kind face as before. Ming-Ang, you are here. Sit down. After everyone sat down around a round table, Uzumaki Mizuto said, Ming Ming-Eng, you must have known about Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but feel nervous when she heard that she was talking about herself. Although it means that Brother Eng has already said that he will not let himself become the nine-tailed man, he is still nervous. After all, Uzumaki Mito is also considered his elder and the elder of the clan. Well, I already know. So didn't this bring Kushina here? Ming-Eng, have you really decided? Gyuder drought punishment. It has been decided. Kushina, she. Uzumaki Mito looked at Kushina. I heard from Brother Ming-Eng, Kushina said. Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction. That's good. She thought that Gutakaya persuaded Kushina to act as the nine-tailed Tsukiriki. Can I take her around? Can. After getting the Ushida, Mito held Kushina's hand and walked out of the house, but he was stopped by two Anbi ninjas outside the door. Mito, please pay attention to rest. Anbi ninja said tactfully. I have something to let this kid take a look. It's fine for a while. When Anbi ninja saw that Master Mito said this, he could only give in. At the same time, the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru was reported. Uzumaki Mito took Kushina to a columnar building. The building is very empty, with whirlpool-shaped airs sticking to the walls and extending to the roof. The ground is carved with the clan emblem of the Vortex clan. Although the Vortex clan is now scattered everywhere and it has lost everything. Bala as a ninja who is known for his vitality and sealing skill, he was once a world-famous clan. Abba. In this home, the wooden clan emblem carved on this ground can enhance the sealing power of the human pillar, echo the large array outside, and achieve the purpose of a double seal. Kushina was silent and confused. What does Lord Mito mean? Why do you want to tell yourself about Ren Kongli? Brother Ming-Eng didn't tell her. Wouldn't he be a Kulai? Mito, is this what you want me to see? No, it's the spiral ladder above. With all kinds of doubts in mind, Kushina followed Mito to the rooftop. I saw Naruto directly opposite the big headstone statue of the first Naruto Hashirama, the big headstone statue of the second Naruto Tobirama, and the big headstone statue of the third Naruto Saruto Hinazo. If it were the past, Kushina might have felt shock, but with the way to the storm, Kushina, who had many scenery, did not feel anything good to see. Isn't this Naruto? Kushina, we came here as the container of the nine tails. But before that, before Uzumaki Mito finished speaking, Kushina quickly explained. Mito, you seem to have misunderstood. I'm not here to be the container of the nine tails, that is, the nine-tailed Tsukiri. The smile on Uzumaki Mito's face, who was about to express his emotion, froze instantly. Ah, no. Did I hear it wrong? Why did Kushina say that she was not here to be the Jutala Jiraki? Kushina, you said you were not here to be the Jutala Tsubasariki. Uzumaki Mito said in disbelief. Yes, Brother Ming-Eng said that he was reluctant to let me be the Jutala Jiraki, and he wanted to make Jutala my pet. Thank you for your kind gift. Uzumaki Mito was confused. She could no longer understand what Kushina said. Is it because I am too old to keep up with the children's thinking? Why would Kushina say such whimsical words like letting Joey become a pet? Kushina, are you sure Akyong said that he is reluctant to let you become the Jutala Jiriki and he wants to make the Jutala your pet? Uzumaki Mito asked again. Yes, Brother Ming-Eng really said that. Looking at Kushina's innocent smile without any lies, Uzumaki Mito was numb. Haki Q-tails in Uzumaki Mito's body were all laughed at Kushina's arrogant word. Let me be a pet? Who do you think you are? Heijo Hashirama dared not have such a dream. Brother Ming-Eng gives it to snort. I want to see your brother Ming-Eng. It's not enough to get me stuck in my teeth. Chapter 108 Desensitization Treatment for Nine Tails. Uzumaki Mito had no choice but to take Kushina down from the rooftop. Back in the house, Uzumaki Mito asked directly, Ming-Eng, how do you plan to turn the nine tails into a pet? Are you sure? Ryuto Mito was still very satisfied with the son-in-law of the Gyuder Henry son-in-law. I don't want to have a conflict with Gyuder Han because of the nine tails. This is not good for anyone. If Gyuder Hexian can't call the nine tails to become pet, she will naturally support her with both hands. But I am afraid that Gyuder Han will not be able to suppress the nine tails, which will cause the nine tails riots to bring harm to the village. I never do things I'm not sure about. Gyuder he pregnant no fee. Just nine tails. Hold them in one hand. In the body of Mito Uzumaki, Joey heard that the Gyuder nuclear tape was not under the double seal and the seal would not be broken. It has to be used for the high and low level of the porcelain string ring color stretching. The little guy who didn't even grow all his hair was so big. The angry nine-tailed tails forced out some tailed beast chakra covering the surface of Uzumaki Mito, revealing his anger and dissatisfaction. Mito saw chakra gushing out of his body again and knew that it was Joey who was angry and wanted to teach Ming-Eng a lesson. Ming-Eng, Jotail at Gyuder He Han Zheng signaled to the Vortex Mito without saying much. Said, Nine Lama, you're crazy. Joey, who was locked in a cage, was shocked when she heard that Gyuder's treasury and called the word. How did he know my name? What shocked Ju Lama more than that? When did the Gyuder Heitith appear outside the cage sealing him? Obviously he looked at the perspective of Mito Uzumaki and he had not touched touched the seal yet. How did he get here? Ming-ang, who is Julama? Tsunade asked inside the house. Is it the Nine-Tail? Well, it's the Nine-Tail, the name given to it by the Six-Path Immortals. Uzumaki Mito sensed that there was an extra in the sealed space. Ming-ang, are you? Tell me a lesson from Julama and come out later. Help it with desensitization training. Looking at the whirlpool water account in front of me, who could talk to me normally. I once experienced the toad that I saw in the silence of the toad. I also gradually believed that the nine-tailed tails became pet. Take a different path that is completely different from that of Hashirama Senju. Shock. That's right, to be shocked. You will be even more shocked next. I was so shocked that I made you cry. Gyuder Hyongkui strong pa pan pang ying hui tomb easily passes it through, entering the prison where the nine tails are located. Facing the unknown, Haki's nine-tail instantly burst out, arched her body, and all of her four claws stretched out her sharp nails. The chakra condensed in his mouth, and it was suddenly growing on the jade of the tail. The jealousy Ava compared to the dark tomb of the ninth tail said, I'll give you the time to release the tailed beast jade, and it's up to me after it is released. Hearing this, Joey wanted to spit out the jade in his mouth immediately and give it to Gutahi first. Arrogant child, Joey cursed in his heart. Silently continue to grow the tailed beast jade, but in a moment a jade that was larger than the nine-tailed tail was accumulated by nine-tailed tails. The ceiling space is not very large. It can be said that as long as this tailed beast jade is launched, Jutai will also be bombed, but in order to kill the arrogant boy in front of him, Jutai doesn't care about so many things. Anyway, I will not die, so I will suffer a little injury at most. It will be able to recover soon, but that kid may not be sure. Go and die. Jutai roared and fired his full-strength attack. Gyuder Hyukiao. He stretched out his palm slowly and caught the tailed beast jade that had only flew less than 1 meter. 9 Llama, is this your full-strength blow? It's a bit of a fuck. The tailed beast jade in his hand shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The chakra in the tailed beast jade is constantly compressing the tailed beast jade, making it stronger and more powerful. Seeing this scene, Haki Joei asked tremblingly, Who are you? I, your future master's husband. Gyuder see, the compressed one is only the size of an ordinary spiral. Look at Haki Nine Tails again. Pets should look like pet. Give them to me. Let's go down. Gutahizeng shouted angrily, holding the tailed beast jade in his hand. He directly pressed it on Joei's forehead. Bong! In an instant, a violent explosion occurred in the sealed space. The power was so great that even the ceiling space was almost unable to hold on, resulting in crack. Inside the house, the nine-tailed chakra, who had just disappeared on the surface of the Uzumaki Mito, appeared again. Compared with the previous one, there were 3 more tails behind it. All of these are nine-tailed chakras leaked from the cracks in the sealed space. Grandma, don't be nervous. It'll be gone in a while. Gyuder nuclear file feed. Is Uzumaki Mito nervous? Not nervous. She was not nervous at all. On the contrary, she was very excited because she could see what happened in her sealed space. She saw the silence of 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 the silence, and the nine-tailed beast jade that was originally compressed to the extreme was compressed again. Then a tailed beast jade broke up the nine tails half of its body. At the same time, it also caused some cracks to the sealed space. The nine tails were broken up half of their body, and the remaining half of them disappeared because of their body and were gradually turning into chakra, scattering in the sealed space. Jutai was dead, but not completely dead. As chakra polymers, there is no such thing as death. As long as the chakra is not consumed and they are given enough time, they will be resurrected again. In the sealed space, there are only 9 tails in the chakra state that scatters the state, condensing a head composed of red bubble-shaped chakra. Looking vigilantly at the skeleton, he said hoarsely, Who are you? Why do you have such a powerful force? What is your relationship with the Six-Path Immortals? The name Julama was given to him by the Six-Path Immortals. No one except the Six-Path Immortals knew his name. Gyuder Brown so knows his name. In the eyes of Joei, either the relationship between Gyuder River and the Tings is very good, so good that he can say everything and even speak his own name. But is this possible? They have a bad relationship with other tailed beasts. How could they mention their name? Then there is only one possibility left. Gyuder drinks freshly and reads the Taoist Immortal, and the 6 Dao Immortals tell the word Gyuder is good. Didn't I say that I am your future master's husband, Gutak? As for why I am so strong, you don't understand it even if you say it. Just be born. If the 6 Paths Immortal says, I know him, but he doesn't know me. Okay, your question has been answered. I will continue to train you for desensitization. As a pet, you actually have so many problems with your owner. It's not a good habit. Chapter 109 Pet O Nine Tails. The nine-tailed chakra, which was scattered throughout the sealed space, began to condense towards a point. The nine Lama was so surprised that it was indescribable. It's actually yin-yang escape technique, power that can only be mastered at the sick levels. As the nine-tailed chakras gathered together, a pitch-black ball appeared in the sealed space. While the sphere expands, it also undergoes various deformations. Soon a brand new nine-tail appeared in the sealed space, which was no different from its original appearance. But this time, nine-tails are not as arrogant as before. All there is fear and fear. This person is comparable to the six-path immortals, and he is no match for him at all. The last time I was bullied like this was the last time. Nine Lama, sit down. The Nine Lama, who had just condensed his body and resurrected with blood, had not yet reacted to what to sit. The sight of Gyuder Hanshin, who had two fingers in front of him, turned into two halves. How is this person? Nine-tails died again. The body was split in half by the center of the nucleus 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 of the nu. Before the nine-tails body dissipated, the nine-tails body was spliced well. Nine Lama, sit down. This time, Zhou Wei finally understood what to do. He quickly bent his limbs and lay on the ground. Zhou Wei originally thought that Gu Dahang would choose to stop like this, but when he saw Gu Dahiwei's toad, I knew I was going to die again. You are lying on the verge, not sitting. You deserve a punishment. Gyuders gathered a jade to seek Taoism and changed it into a dog-beating stick and slapped it on Zhou Wei with one stick. Jutai was sobbed. Once again, I searched for the slutty Hufei. Oh, do you want to bite me? I think you want to eat dragon fruit. Hearing this, Zhou Wei became depressed and hurriedly said, yeah, the Gyuder River is full of beard and the woodcutter is looking forward to the rare treasures. This time, Zhou Wei was honest. He only screamed and did not dare to make any movements related to resistance. Yes, it's making rapid progress. Nine Lama, sit down. Zhou Wei sat on the ground with his two hind legs bent. Gyuder Haoyi nodded. Stand up. Zhou Wei quickly stood up. Listening to the order of Gyuder, Derby was fully focused. Clockwise. Clockwise? What? Zhou Wei was confused and panicked at the same time because he had never heard of the word clockwise. Zhou Wei trembled all over and didn't know how to turn around. Seeing this, the Gyuder trenched in a turtle of rice. Jutai subconsciously shuddered. Just as he was about to open his voice and wail, he saw that the swaying direction was circling towards him. I don't know what clockwise is or what counterclockwise is. You said it earlier, but it's not that I don't have a long mouth. Nine Lama, you are a creature with brains and wisdom at least. Don't be like ordinary animals. After all, I'm not a demon. How could you hit you for no reason? You said right. Gyuder Hisai lie on Kongwu and hope to get sick. Very sensible. Yes, yes. Zhou Wei nodded quickly. Whatever you say is what you say. I was afraid of being beaten. I can't afford to offend you. Just be a pet. It's better than being locked in a ninja forever. The nine tails began to circle in the direction of this Gyuder. Because Gyuder had to turn many times, Jutai did not stop after turning one round but continued to turn around. Stop. Hearing the silence of the Gyuder core, the nine tails stopped. At the same time, I was glad that I didn't stop just now when I finished a round, otherwise I would have been another slap. Come on, Julama, give me the whole job. Back somersault. Grass. Go. Ignore it. Zhou Wei shouted and jumped up to roll the slap in the mouth. As for why there is the sentence grass. Go. Ignore it. Jutai didn't understand either. That sentence was not under my control at all, and I blurted out directly. However, looking at the appearance of Gu Dahaoyi, he should have done a good job. It's very good. You can see that you have already realized to be a pet. Since that's the case, change. Gyuder Hay steel cylinder pie. Zhou Wei suddenly felt that the space here had become larger, and he was very worried. No, I'm getting smaller. Through the reflection in the sealed space, Zhou Wei saw that he had changed back to what he had just been created by the six-path immortals. I lost it. Is my majestic and domineering image not good looking? Why did I become like this? Zhou Wei complained in his heart, but only this is the only way. I dare not show my dissatisfaction. Let go. It's time to leave here. The squid is blessed with a illusion in front of the nine tails. All the shackles on my body suddenly disappeared. It seems that the double seal does not exist. The scene in front of you is solid, and the nine tails look around. This is not the sealed space. Isn't this the room where Uzumaki Mito live? Jutai was overjoyed and actually left the sealed space. By this. From the corner of Zhou Wei's eyes, he caught a glimpse of the skeleton sitting on a chair and watching him. In an instant, I felt a cold sweat. If it weren't for the chakra condensation and had no excretion function, the nine-tail high and low had to urinate on the spot. Almost forgot about this guy. This is not freedom. It's simply hell. Just after leaving the tiger's mouth, it entered the wolf's den again. Uzumaki Mito looked at the nine tails, the same size as an ordinary cat in front of him, and suddenly felt novel. She clearly felt that the nine tails in her body had disappeared and that she was no longer Renjiriki. The burden on my shoulders for many years was finally put down at this moment. Spit out a breath of turbid air. Uzumaki Mito felt relaxed all over. Tsunade Kushina Konan couldn't help but want to pick him up when he saw such a cute nine tails. Ming Eng, is this the nine tail? Why does it feel different from what I understand, Tsunade asked in confusion. Did Uchiha Madara fight his grandfather in such a small thing? No wonder he lost. It was not unfair to lose at all. Its Jutai Julama, although it is now in a pet form, its strength has not weakened at all. It can still easily destroy Konoha. This will it be too dangerous as a pet? Uzumaki Mito said worriedly. It's not dangerous. As long as I'm still alive, Jutai will never destroy Konoha. His life and death are only in my mind. I have already experienced the experience of the stolen Emperor Takan secretly visited Dangli. My own life and death are really in his thought. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a bullshit pet. Chapter 110 9 Lama Mode O Uzumaki Kushina. As the saying goes, those who suck are heroes. It seems to be to confirm that Lama nodded quickly, constantly blinking his big eyes. I have no idea about destroying Konoha now. I just want to be a cute pet. The nine-tail, as big as a kitten, look cute and cute, coupled with the cunt sound of the sensation, instantly turned Xionin into a cute voice. So cute. Brother Ming-Ang, can I hold it? It's not that Joey deliberately acted cute and kept her voice clamped, but that her voice changed after simply becoming smaller. Of course, hug me. After getting the silence of the silent, Xionin immediately picked up the nine-tails. Nine-tails did not resist either. They closed their eyes and learned to turn the pain into enjoyment as much as possible. Kushina also reached out to rub the nine-tails of the nine-tails. Yudurha Kushina waved his hand. Kushina, come on. I'll establish a contract for you and Q Lama. After establishing this contract, you can use the nine-tail chakra at will. As long as the nine-tails are not dead, you are equal to infinite chakra. Q Lama panicked when she heard that she wanted to establish a contract with Kushina. Could it be that you want to go back again? Nine Lama, don't be nervous. Just establish a contract. You're the same everywhere. The hair condensed by chakra was hoped to pick up the hairs that were cultivated by chakra. Kushina sat in the silence of 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 the Brother Ming-Ang, what should I do? Extend your hand. Kushina obediently stretched out her two palms. Gyuder Hizea Pei I's Huang Zhang absorbed a trace of Joshina's chakra through his palm. Turn it into liquid. In the other hand, he held Ju Lama's hair, dipped it in the extracted chakra, and drew a strange pattern in Kushina's hands. The hair of Ju Lama in his hand is also getting shorter. After Q Lama's hair was exhausted, Kushina could clearly feel that she seemed to have a spare chakra. It is not an infinite refill, but it directly increases its chakra reserves. Now I am scary. As for the nine lamas, there is nothing to feel. I just feel that Kushina is very dangerous now. It seems that as long as the other party wants to kill him, he will explode on the spot. His life was completely controlled by Kushina. My grasp, what a ghost contract. Yudur Hanshua abandoned all the shortcomings of the past and only retained their advantages. That is, there is a single-threaded relationship between Kushina and Q Lama. Only Kushina uses the chakrafen of Kyra, and Kyra cannot use the chakra of Kyra. It is equivalent to the external power supply of a mobile phone. Kushina, try to call Ju Lama's chakra and use Ju Lama mode. Call the chakra of Ju Lama. I'll try. Uzumaki Kushina closed her eyes and began to make her first call to the nine-tail chakra. Chakra of the same color as Kushina's hair color surged out of Kushina's body and covered the body surface. At this moment, Kushina's whole body was wrapped in a red chakra cloak. Liquid energy ripple flowing on the surface. The edges of the outer cloak show a flaming dynamic effect. There are obvious wrinkles at the tail of the hem, which looks like the hem of the skirt. There are also two red fox ears formed by nine lama chakra on both sides of their forehead. Not only that, there is also a row of guigua on the collar and neck. Damn. Looking at Kushina's nine lama mode in front of him, Kuta River Walk. Unexpectedly, Kushina's nine lama mode was actually red, but it looks pretty good with a different kind of beauty. Tsunade Konan. Uzumaki Mito also lit up when he saw Kushina's nine lama mode. Very curious about how strong Kushina is now. Kushina opened her eyes. The pupils of both eyes have turned into nine-tailed vertical demon pupils. Kushina raised her arms and looked at herself carefully. How do you feel? Do you feel discomfort? Kushina shook her head. Brother Ming-Ang, I think I'm terribly strong now. Very strong, no discomfort at all. Brother Ming-Ang, why don't we compete? Kushina looked at Kuta High excitedly and jumped and tried to try. Let's go. If you want the location, just choose outside Konoha village. SHHH. The people in the house disappeared. Damn it, I can't sense the chakra of Master Uzumaki Mito. The Nanmu, who was responsible for guarding outside the house, was shocked. In the woods outside Konoha village, Uzumaki Mito saw that he was actually welded away from Konoha and said quickly, Ming-Ang, send me back quickly. quickly. Something big will happen. Grandma, don't worry, no big deal will happen. And you are no longer Jotela Jiraki. So what if you leave Konoha? Tsunade comforted her, holding Uzumaki Mito's palm. Uzumaki Mito remained silent. What Tsunade said is indeed reasonable. Gyuters combined with the verse of Shang Yellow Whirlpool Zionin and the other two threw out 3 jade for seeking Tao. I saw the Tao jade turned into a round cake and hovered at the feet of the 3. Stand on top. You can fly into the air. The air view is good and you can clearly see Kushina and Kyuta Hanmao Renba. Tsunade and the other two stepped on the quest for Taoist jade and flew into the air. Kushina in the Julima mode stands at a distance from the Kyuta Ri. Brother Ming-Ang, can you start? Get started. Just use your full strength. Don't worry about hurting me. After the words fell, Kushina disappeared. The next moment I came directly to Gyuter Hange Toad. The speed was so fast that even the 3 Tsunade who had a god perspective did not react. Kushina's hand is a miniature-tailed beast jade that hits the Gyuter Hanjiao field just as he was about to touch the cherry tree. The cherry tree in front of Kushina was lost. Kushina's pupils shrank slightly and 9 chakra arms decisively emerged from her back and they all condensed the miniature-tailed beast jade and pushed it back. No. Kushina, who noticed something, suddenly looked up at the sky above his head. I saw the Gyuter Hezang Juan rushing towards me in the air. Kushina, inertial thinking is not good. The spire ball hit the ground and instantly exploded a 100-meter deep pit. In an instant, thick smoke rolled. Kushina, who was the target of Rei's non-attack, had already disappeared with her super high speed. At the time when Kushina had already rubbed a wind escape siren's shuriken and threw it into the thick smoke. After throwing the wind escape and spiral shuriken, Kushina disappeared from the top of the tree without any stop. Brother Ming-Ang is right. Inertial thinking is not good. In the usual training, although Brother Akyang often came to him, Mikoto and Nanoyu in an instant with his speed advantage, he slapped his 3s on the butt, so much so that I still think that Brother Ming-Ang will disappear and then come to my back and continue to spang, ignoring the possibility of Brother Ming-Ang attacking from other directions. Judging from the current situation, Brother Ming-Ang should have deliberately controlled his speed to a level that is basically the same as himself. No one can do anything to anyone. As for melee battles, I don't have the advantage due to my height. Therefore, you can only use ranged attack and you have to fight one shot and change another position. This is how Brother Ming-Ang taught himself before. Chapter 111 The Ambition of the Country of Thunder. Outside Konoha village, Kushina and Kushina were punished with drought. It soon attracted the attention of Konoha village ninja. In addition, the Uzumaki Mito disappeared. The 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinata, Anbi Shimura Danzo, brought a group of Yunin and Anbi members to the outermost periphery of the forest. That Sarutobi Hinata and his group looked into the sky and saw Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito, and Konan in the sky, and the 9 tails held in Zionin's arms. But since the 9-tailed ones are only the size of an ordinary kitten, it has not attracted much attention. After seeing that there was no accident in Uzumaki Mito, Sarutobi Hinashen breathed a sigh of relief. If there is an accident in Uzumaki Mito and the 9 tails are released, it will be done. A rumbling sound came from the forest. Everyone went up to the treetops and looked into the distance. I saw a red shadow moving at high speed at the top of the treetops, and I couldn't see who it was. What a fast speed! Sarutobi Hizawa and Shimura Danzo were shocked. Every time the red shadow pauses for a moment, a roar will be heard from the forest again. Huge chakra energy balls rose in the forest. The power is so great that no one present thinks he can catch such an attack. Who is it? Gyuter, how soon? When Sarutobi was puzzled, he was determined to take pictures of the shells, not the sea of Gyuter. Then who is this Hong Ying? Sarutobi Hinata recalled the information from Uzumaki Mito reported to the Umbu. Kyuta Hirotune, Kushina, and Konan went to the villa where Uzumaki Mito was. Could it be it? Kushina Vortex? It's impossible. Although Kushina Uzumaki is red-haired, her strength is only Yukanai. This speed is faster than the 2nd generation Naruto Senjuto Birama's flying thunder magic. No, there is another possibility. The tailed beast turns into a. The red chakra cloak is a symbol of the transformation of a tailed beast. As soon as he thought of this, Sarutobi Hinata couldn't help but ask about Shimura Danzo. You are not saying that you are experiencing regrets and hope to perform. Now Joe was directly sealed into Kushina Uzumaki's body. No, my original plan seemed to be to seal the 9 tails in her body after Uzumaki Mito died. Hey, as such, I have to thank Gyuter Hai. But why do you always feel that there is something wrong? After more than 10 minutes, Kushina gradually became familiar with the powerful power in her body and became more proficient in using it. Bloody light and shadow continuously shuttle and teleport through the forest. If Kushina is allowed to perform on the battlefield, she will be honored as the Bloody Phantom. A few minutes later, Kushina saw that she could not do anything to the skeleton of the skeleton. Then he jumped up from the top of the tree and jumped into the air. Then, in a lying flat position, spread your arms, remove the 9 Lama mode, and fall downward. It's like experiencing bungee jumping. On the ground, Kushina flew into the air and steadily caught Kushina, holding Kushina. What, don't you want to live? Kushina hugged Yuta and the bad seal. He. No, I just want to experience what this feels like. Kushina looked up and kissed on the street of Yuta Crane. Happy smile. I like brother Ming-ang the most. I like Kushina very much too. The Gyuder Han 2Le said that Dalai surrendered to Bojing. Tsunade and the other two in the air were also sent to the ground by Qing Yu. Tsunade and Konan ran towards the direction of the Kyuden nuclear, while Uzumaki Mito looked in the direction of Sarutobi Hinako and his group. Sarutobi Hinashou nodded to Uzumaki Mito and left the forest. It's already this point and it's useless to say more. The nine tails have been sealed into Kushina Uzumaki's body. The nine tails will definitely not do anything randomly, and there will be a situation where they break through the seal. Wohuan Mito hasn't had a life for a few years. I have been a nine-tailed man, Jiriki, for the rest of my life, and I have only been truly free for a few short years. She has done enough for Konoha village. Now that Joei is no longer in her body, let her go. To celebrate the fact that Uzumaki Mito finally gained freedom, Tsunade and Kushina took Uzumaki Mito to wander around the village and have fun. The school was filled with the slightest and continued to teach his four students Ionan, Hong, Jing Ian, and Lin. 2 months later, Kushina, Mikoto and Nanoyu went out to perform the mission. With Kushina here, the three of them took on An's level mission very boldly. Just in case, Kushina also brought her little pet Julama. Mikoto and Nanoyu also founded a contract with Kushina and Q-Lama, and they also visited Q-Lama a lot. It's like petting a cat playing with 9 llamas. Even if you know that Julama is Jutai, it still doesn't affect them. If you are strong, you will be strong. Anyway, I have brother Ming-ang. The mission of Kushina and the other two on this trip is in the Land of Thunder. The tasker who asked the task to see Kushina's red hair and learned Kushina's name. Without any hesitation, he secretly sent Kushina's news back to the Land of Thunder. On the other side of the Thunder Country, the Vortex Clan, who was born with the holy body of human pulmonary, was about to come to the Thunder Country to carry out a mission. The third generation of Reikage AI directly ordered that Kushina Uzumaki must catch him when he stepped into the territory of the Thunder Kingdom. I was worried that the people in my country were not capable and could not control the 8 tails, which kept causing the 8 tails to go wild. This caused huge damage to Yungzhou village, and every time the out-of-control 8-tailed person was stopped, there would be many casualties. I don't know what to do. A ninja from the Uzumaki clan came and went to the Thunder Kingdom to carry out a mission. This is really a coincidence. Not only that, among these 3 people, there is actually one from the Uchiha clan. Damn, that's the Sharinon. It is said that it can control the tailed beast. If the Uchiha clan's eyes were pulled down, my Yun hidden village would not have to worry about the threats brought by Hakaiwei and Naiwei. Directly and perfectly control the tailed beast, turn it into a weapon, and then become the strongest country among the 5 major countries in one fell swoop. The 6 paths immortals are above. Bless me, Yungzhou ninja successfully triumphantly. Considering that Kushina and the other 2 dare to take on S-level mission, their strength is definitely good. Union village sent more than a dozen Yunin and the son of the 3rd generation of Raiying, the next Raiying, to round up Kushina. In the Laiying office, the 3rd generation of Laiying was full of confidence in this action. Can you still make a big fuss if you are just 3 young people? I'm sure I'll take the Vortex clan and Sharinon. It doesn't work if Naruto comes. As Kushina, who has the 9 Lama Chakra, she knows very well that the mission client is full of malicious intentions towards him. Brother Ming-ang once taught himself that once he knew that the other party was full of malicious intentions towards him, he must first take action. With the momentum of thunder, capture the opponent. So, after leaving Konoha village, Kushina directly entered the Julama mode and instantly broke the limbs of the Union village mission client. Another spire ball was given to the abdomen. Looking at the half-dead mission client, Kushina stepped on his chest and said sternly, "Explain. What's your intention?" Chapter 112 Time Traveler. Mikoto and Nanoyu were stunned for a second, and they realized instantly, this person has a bad intention to Kushina. Seeing that the task client never spoke, Nanoyu directly used the medical task to make him feel what life is worse than death. A mixture of saliva, tears, and snot slid down the client's cheek to the ground. The client trembled and painfully sent back Kushina and Mikoto's information. The story about Thunder Country was told. Why should I send my information back to the Land of Thunder? Tailed beast, because you are the Uchiha clan. Shihams, he is the Uchiha clan. Seal technique and Sharinon can control the tailed beast. The 8 tails of the Thunder Country often go wild, causing huge losses to Yungzhou village. Hearing this, Kushina, Mikoto and Nanoyu looked at each other and suddenly realized, I see. Kill. Kushina asked. Kill me. Mikoto said. Kill. Nanoyu said. The 3 people have a unified opinion. Dig a hole, release people, and fill the soil in one go. Let's go to the Land of Thunder. Kushina was very excited that the group of people people in the Land of Thunder were ambushing them. I have not really used it before the ninjas and other ninjas since I obtained the ninja mode. No problem, Kin. Mikoto has the Eternal Maniatoscope Sharingan of Gyuder, which can open Susan, but for some reason the Eternal Maniatoscope Sharingan does not have exclusive abilities. Nanoyu has the technique of yin sealing, creating and regenerating the Baihao. The three of them are very confident about their strength. Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu looked at each other and nodded. Follow the original mission route and head towards the direction of the Thunder Kingdom. In order not to arouse suspicion, the three of them deliberately slowed down and rushed to the road at the standard speed of performing the task. 1 day and a half later, the three of them successfully arrived at the border of the Kingdom of Thunder. 16 ninjas at the top of the ninja level. Kushina whispered, "I underestimate us a little." Mikoto said, "Fight quickly." At Nanoyu's order, the three of them crossed the border at the same time. Enter the Land of Thunder. At the same time, 16 Union Murakami Kunini buried on the border also rushed out from various places. Surround the three of them. If you encounter an enemy, no matter how strong or weak you are, you must do your best and not take it lightly. Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu are obedient to the three of them. Kushina enters the 9 Lama mode. Mikoto turns on the Eternal Maniatoscope Sharingan, condensing half of Susanoo. Nanoyu unbuttoned the yin seal, and a huge amount of chakra gushed out. The hands kept forming seals to release the water dragon bullet technique. The three of them instantly killed a group of Yungziu ninjas, leaving only the son of the 3 generations of Lei Ying used to report back. The news of the 3 people killing the ninjas in the Cloud Village was conveyed. Kushina controlled Shakura's arm and threw out the half-dead 3rd generation Raisha's son. "You still want to round us up with your strength? What a dream. It's almost the same for your 3 generations of Thunder Shadows." Konoha Village, who was teaching ninjutsu step by step, looked towards the direction of the Wind Kingdom. "Time Traveler, teacher?" Hong asked in confusion. The head of the nothing. After class, Gyuder and Liu talked, and his mind was filled with thought. The future Sand Village rebel genitals have returned to the present through the Lulan dragon vein, and his name was changed to Enlushan. At this moment, the queen who was fooling Lulan and using the power of the dragon vein to create various puppet. The dragon vein was not sealed at this moment. The centipede can go back to the past through the dragon vein. First, the dragon vein has never been sealed until the next 20 years. Second, the dragon vein was sealed by others and he did not interfere in this matter. Otherwise, with your own mean, let alone the centipede, even if the 10,000 feet come, you will not be able to break through the seal of the dragon vein. Forget it. I won't consider this matter for the time being. Since you can use the dragon veins to travel through time and space, can you do it too? The girl named Uchiha Hikaru in the era. After a little perception, I found that there was a seal of Uchiha light. Does it not exist at all? Or do you have taken it away? Time is always elusive, and even for the current situation, Gutaha cannot pass through time at will. Only time can be paused. After class in the morning, I returned home. Gyuder regretted that the verse was burning. Tsunade, I'm going out. The specific time is uncertain, and it may be very dangerous, so I won't take you. Help me take good care of Konan, Kushina, and silent them. By Gyutarha Nujisheng kissed passionately on his red lips, picked up Zionin again, kissed Zionin on the forehead, and left Konoha village instantly without waiting for the two of them to say goodbye. Inside the territory of the wind, a green-haired girl with a hairy hair on her head wearing a sand village and birch-colored hair on both sides of her forehead was controlling the fireballs floating beside her and fighting against the other 5 sand ninjas. Yekhang, as a burning blood-restrained ninja, you just choose to join us and wait for Lord Sand and Sulfur to become Fengying. The future is bound to be limitless. Dream. A fireball beside Yekhang attacked the Saurian ninja who was closest to him. Sand ninja couldn't dodge, and his arm was hit and was penetrated by a fireball. In just a moment the arm turned into coke. You are obviously rebellious, but it's so high-sounding. Mr. Cho won't let you go. Since the death of the 3rd generation of Fengying last time it has been in Sand Village, there has never been a new sign of election. It's not that they don't want to choose, but that there are too many people who want to be Fengying, and each one is very strong. No matter who you choose, it will arouse dissatisfaction among others. It causes serious damage to the Sand Village. In this regard, Cho, who was forced to become Fengying agent, was also helpless. We can only let them decide whether to make a duel or a discussion. It depends on you. Just choose a Fengying that can revitalize the hidden village of Sand. Mr. Cho, haha, we're so laughing to death. That old woman Cho doesn't care about this kind of thing. Since you don't choose to join us, then go to SI. Before the word death was said, the ninja of the Sand hidden village was stepped into the yellow sand by some unknown thing flying down from the sky. Suddenly, a burst of dust and smoke rose. Chapter 113 Uchiha Hikaru. I'll go. What's down? Just when the sand ninja used the wind escape to blow the smoke away, a huge wave of air swept out from the center of the smoke. Yekura and the remaining 4 Sajai village ninjas all retreated back. back. The wind is too strong. The smoke and dust dissipate and the foundation of the rosy falcon is frozen. He was still stepping on the head of the Saurian ninja who had fainted. Damn it, fuck him. Seeing that the boss was trampled on the solace of his feet, the 4 Seigakai ninjas didn't bother to ask about it and released their ninjutsu one after another. Want to kill Gyuder Hai. Seeing this, Yakang hurriedly reminded, careful and control the fireballs floating beside him, killing at the sand ninja who are releasing ninjutsu. Grass. Looking for death, a Saurian ninja was forced to stop casting and fought with Yakura. Looking at the wind escape fire escape ninjutsu that rushed towards him. Gyuder He lay on his arms. Shenluo Tianzhang. Before the 3 ninjutsu touched the sea of Gyuder, they stopped or exploded as if they were hit by a wall. Everything is inspiring. The powerful suction force sucked the 4 sand ninjas in the direction of the Kyuda core. Damn it, what a weird ninjutsu. The Saurian ninja who was fighting with Yakang was stunned for a moment. For the 4 sand ninjas who were forced to fly toward him, Gyuder Hefei pointed to the sword and drew a semicircle horizontally. The next moment the 4 sand ninjas who were still forced to fly were cut off in half. He became 8 dead sand ninjas. Yakang in the distance stood there in a daze. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Blood resistance limit, or is it elimination in blood? After the death of 4 Sagyutan ninjas, the Gyuder He family threatened Zhang. Is it okay? Yakang shook his head. It's okay, thank you. My name is Yakang and I'm a ninja from Sakura village. Who are you? I am an ordinary person traveling around the world in Gyuder Sea. I advise you to leave Sand Village early. You will die miserably if you stay here. In the original work, Yakura died during the 3rd Ninja World War. Although she is a burning ninja, although she has made great achievements in combat and she has made great contributions to the Sand Village. However, because Sand Village chose to cease war with Miss Village, they became victims. On the surface he was arranged to perform a secret mission, but in fact he deliberately sent Yakang to the ambush place of Wu Hidden Village. In the end, he died in the ambush of the ninja in the hidden village of Fog. Leave the Sand Hidden Village. Yakang never thought about this path. In her opinion, Sakai Village will sooner or later stabilize. After all, Lord Cho is still there. It was just that when he heard the men of Sandy Sulphur say that Cho had acquiesced to force others to join their respective forces and even ruined them if they couldn't get them, this made Yakang a little heartbroken. But seeing is true, hearing is false. Yakang decided to go and see it in person. Yakang said, I will not leave Sand Village. At least I will not leave until Sand Village is stable. Thank you for your help. Gyuder Sea, you go. After saying that, Yakang turned around and walked towards the She Hidden Village. Even if you are betrayed by the senior management of Sand Hidden Village, this kind of thing is impossible. Yakang said firmly, everything is possible. If you want to leave Sand Village in the future, you can recite my name silently in your heart. Worship. The silly and beautiful school flew towards Lulan. When he arrived in Lulan, Gyuder's Kun passed through the crowd with a huge slight gust and walked towards the location where the dragon vein was, passing through hundreds or thousands of people, but under the guidance of the badger's sack, no one noticed the sack. Coming to the dragon vein array I, the analysis and application of the Eye of Singularity. In just a moment Gyutar Han was using his own way of using his pull. The current dragon vein is transmitted to the past, but the specific time is even the one. Good luck is transmitted directly to the era where Uchiha Hikaru is. Bad luck is possible at any time. Get a bet, Ori. Just do it. The power of the dragon vein was shining in an instant. The whole piece of Lulan. This is the dragon vein. Queen Lulan looked at the source of the white light and quickly took people there. The Beizu, which has been renamed in Lushan, also followed the footsteps of Queen Lulan. The white light dissipated and everyone finally arrived at the position of the dragon vein, but I have not seen anyone who has been here. On the full moon night, in the village of the Uchiha clan, a girl with 3 blood-colored sickle-shaped head and tail connected to the Maenad Sherinon, and her hair was black and straight and was slumped on the ground in horror, with tears in her eyes. Standing in front of her were several members of the Uchiha clan with the 3 Gumayo Sherinon. One of the Uchiha tribe members who had experienced the ability of the Maniatoscope Sherinon 8,000 spears on the battlefield said, intoxicated and greedy. 8,000 spears. This ability is so outstanding. From now on, you can live as a weapon. Next to him, another Uchiha clan member suggested, if other pupil techniques are also transplanted to her, they will definitely be able to achieve several times the effect. When everyone heard this, they all had a light of inspiration. Good idea. This is the beginning. Several Uchiha tribe members walked towards Uchiha Hiroshi, trying to bind him, and began to engrave marks on his body which belonged to the abilities of other Maniatoscope Sherinon. Uchiha used bare hands and feet and retreated. Looking at the vicious people in front of him, he couldn't help but start crying. Don't cry. It's useless to cry. A man scolded. Don't want. Uchiha Hikaru retreated while crying. He kept shaking his head, showing fear on his face. Don't want. Don't want. Uchiha Hikaru roared hoarsely. The voice was filled with crying and miserable. Save me. Save me. Is anyone who can save me? Uchiha's light whine in despair. When the Uchiha clan members who were blinded by the power were about to capture Uchiha Light, the tribes close to Uchiha Light suddenly exploded and turned into blood mist. At this moment, blood splattered on the surrounding tribesmen, but Uchiha Hero, who was closest to him, was not stained with their blood, because in front of her, a young man blocked everything for her. Fortunately, I finally caught up. Kyuder Hizang Yukiao sent Gaijia to squat down. Check the status of Uchiha Light. Is the body injured? Looking at the young man who was familiar in front of him, touching his feet, leg, arms, chi, and head, Uchiha Hiroshi felt warm in his heart for some reason. After the examination, Uchiha Hiro was not seriously injured but was a little mentally shocked. He put his hand on Uchiha Hiro's head and smiled gently. It's okay, Uchiha asked with a choking smile on her lips, trembling. Are you here to save me? What about that light? Uchiha Hiro was hit hard in his heart and he lost his mind for a second and burst into tears again. Woo. Unlike the tragedy before, this time it is happy and warm. Uchiha Guang rushed to the school and cried bitterly. The Gyuder Hiken point planned to light up and the pressure was quietly launched. The dozens of Uchiha tribe members present had not had time to question him. It exploded instantly like those people just now, turning into blood mist. Chapter 114. 6 years later, Olulan. The Gyutarhan walked towards the direction of leaving the Uchiha village. After a long time, the tired light cried started with the murder of Gyuder. Tears were roaring, sobbing from time to time. She was very sure that she didn't know the elder brother who was holding her in front of her. Big brother, huh? What's wrong with it? Why are you here to save me? The Uchiha clan was born suspicious. The higher the Sharinon level, the less you trust others. Light is no exception. My parents died on the battlefield and the light awakened the maniatoscope Sharinon. Then an adult from the same clan came to take Guang to the battlefield and said what it was for the Uchiha clan. Let Light use 8,000 spears of ability. After the war, Guang thought he would become a hero. After all, his 8,000 spears were indeed very powerful, allowing his tribe members to kill all directions and fight 10. But unexpectedly, what I received was the greed of adult. They want to turn themselves into weapon, a weapon without any emotion, even deprived of your name. Why? Gyuder Hilome said. Of course it's because I like Wang. As soon as these words came out, Uchiha's lonely heart instantly aroused like a stone. Thousands of waves were like waves causing stormy wave. Like Uchiha said with trembling lips, but I don't even know who you are. Is it really worth it for me? The sun rises to the east, illuminating the dark night. It's not worth it for you, even if it's enemies of the whole world. Gyuder's side Lu Ziai said. I'll introduce myself. My name is Gyutar Hai, a person who wants to take you out of the darkness. The breeze blew, blowing the dark hair of Light. Guang stood on the grass and looked up at the big brother in front of him. His lips moved lightly, and Guang suddenly stepped forward and hugged the skeleton. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for like me. Thank you for letting me know that I'm not alone yet. Thank you, Gyuder Hai. Thank you, big brother. Guang raised his head, looked at the Gyuders and shouted. Guang also likes big brother. The most beautiful thing is the most. I like the big brother the most. Take a belt and have hissing kouni jong. The purple weight of Gyuder hugged the light in his arm. Goo 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 goo. Guang's stomach made a gurgling sound and he was obviously too hungry. Are you hungry? Asked Gyuder. Nuclear incited the light and stroked Guang's beautiful hair. Guang nodded embarrassedly. Give, eat. A delicate rice ball appeared in the hands. Thank you, brother. Guang took the rice ball, put it in his mouth and just took a bite. But suddenly I thought of something and took it out of my mouth again. Guang handed the rice ball with his teeth marks in his hand to the skeleton of the Gyuder with both hands. Said, big brother, eat first. Gyuder rammed capsule alpha. Guang is really sensible. Take the rice ball. The Gyuder nuclear spoon is a lingering badger. Then he handed the remaining rice ball to Guang again. Just took the rice ball and started eating beautifully. After eating a rice ball, I licked my fingers and felt unsatisfied. Give it. There's still something to eat afterward. The Gyuder River Trade Bomb Huan hired Naon to light up. Guang's eyes shone and he took the rice ball and continued to cook. Guang, would you like to go with me? Guang nodded while eating the rice ball. Willing. I'm willing to go with my elder brother. As long as the eldest brother doesn't leave me behind, he will be willing to go wherever he goes. The man walked towards the west with light. In the endless desert, there is a village. Because there is a dragon vein in the village, even if there is no water source around this village, there is no need to relocate. The dragon vein is everything. Watching the Lulan people walking past him but not noticed anything about him and his elder brother. Guang asked curiously, big brother, can't they see us? Well, some small means make them unable to see the two of us. The two of them came to the square dragon vein formation. Gyuder he's panicked too. Like, do you know where we can go through this array? I don't know. Guang shook his head. Future. Guang's eyes widened, very surprised. A question suddenly arose in my mind. Big brother, have you come from the future? Yes, I really came from the future, big brother, and I'm so smart. So my elder brother is going to take me to the future. future. Yes. Wang, are you willing? Yes. Big brother, didn't I say that as long as the big brother doesn't leave me behind, Wang is willing to go wherever he goes. Even in the future, Wang is willing to accompany the big brother. After receiving repeated affirmation from Guang, Gyuder Hang Guang picked him up. At the same time, it activates endless chakra in the dragon vein. The light once again illuminated the entire Lulin. After Guang opened his eyes, he found that he and his elder brother came to a columnar building. Gu Tax Howl Kong's light perception. I couldn't help but swear. Damn. Seeing that Gyutar Han swears, Wang asked quickly, Big brother, what's wrong? Gyutar He punishment. It's nothing, it's just a bit too future. 6 years after the Gyutar Han traveled to Gyutar Hebelulin. At this time, the Third Ninja World War had just begun. Jing Ian, Hong, and Lin are also about to graduate from ninja school. Shiriki, who was supposed to have died of suicide by a villager's online failure 2 years ago due to a mission failure, did not die for various reasons. The incident of being raped by the villagers did not happen, and they were still living well. Among the ninjas that Uden Nuclear knew, the only one who died was Uzumaki Mito. In the second year after the Gyutar Hoxime Wood Industry, it was Gigi. Ah, the girl's delicate voice rang out. Sarah, who came here to relax, was startled by the two people who suddenly appeared on her mother's grave. Sarah ran outward, and Gyutar Han waved the fishy ridge. At the same time, he took a step back with his hands in his arms. A yellow-haired boy lying on the ground suddenly appeared in Gyutar. After seeing the appearance of the yellow-haired boy, Gyutar swears, Damn it, damn, isn't this Naruto? I'm so tired. But there are some differences between Naruto and Gyutar River. The most obvious difference is that there is no beard of a demon fox on his cheek. Moreover, there is no sign of the Vortex clan on the clothes on her body. Naruto climbed up from the ground in a daze. Noticed someone beside him, pulled out Kawa from behind, turned around, and looked at the skeleton vigilantly. However, before he could be alert for a second, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and put away Kawaii. Brother Ming-Eng, why are you here? Naruto asked with a familiarity. Is this Sister Guang? Naruto was shocked when he saw the look of the ape. Brother Ming-Eng, why did Sister Guang become like this? Why are you so young? The Gyutar River said that this Naruto comes from the future. Stop, don't ask. I'll ask you an answer. No problem. Brother Ming-Eng, please ask. Name. Naruto frowned slightly, puzzled, but said, Habuki Naruto. Awesome. Gutak shook Naruto and gave a thumbs up. Your father is still alive. Ah, why can't you live? He is the 4th generation of Naruto. Stop. This is the past for you, but to me, the present. So do you understand? Your current words and deeds are very likely to affect the future. If you reveal too much to me, you may not have the future. Gyutar hurriedly stopped Naruto and continued to speak. Ah, it's actually the past. Brother Ming-Eng, can I still go back? Naruto said worriedly. Of course, but you have to wait for Beizu to die. Speaking of Beizu, Naruto then remembered that his purpose of coming here was to kill Beizu, the rebel ninja of Sand Village. Yes, and Beizu. Brother Ming-Eng, let's go and kill Beizu. The tomb of Gyutar Han flew towards the top of the pit. Naruto jumped and stepped on the wall and followed the toad of Gyutar and Hiro. The three of them broke the glass and came outside the pit. Chapter 115 Queen Sarah of Lulin. 6 puppets more than 2 meters high flew from a distance. The deer slingered in the air and the 6 puppets instantly turned into dust. In the dark, the 3 people from the Bofang Mizuno who were following these 6 puppets saw that the puppet was killed instantly and looked at the 3 people on the ground. That I look familiar. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere. Where are you two? Habuki Mizuno asked the 2 teammates beside him, Akito Tosa and Yumi Shia. I also feel very familiar. I have seen it somewhere. So too. I feel like I've seen that young man without a forehead guard. As for the yellow-haired person wearing forehead protection, it should be Konoha Ninja. Let's go down and take a look. The 3 of Mizuman jumped down from the tower and came to the front of the 3. The corner of the mask that took off revealed Konoha Village's forehead protection. Show your identity. Hey Fang Mizuno, Akira Dojo. The mission of the oil girl Shimiya is over. Just leave it here. Go back and report it, said Gyutar, a man who is happy and happy. Ah, Naruto was shocked. Dad. Before the word dad was released, Naruto was thrown back into the pit by the calf. The people in front of the 3 of Mizuman actually said their name, retreated to the safe position, took out the kunao, posed in a fighting position, and looked at the skeleton vigilantly. Who are you? Why do you know our name? The Sea of Gyutar. When the word Gyutar was released, the 3 of them were shocked. Impossible. He has disappeared for 6 years. Nao Feng Minato denied. During the 6 years of the loss of Kardar, Tsunade called a scattered agent to search Kardar. Due to the rich reward, Bofang Mizuno also took on this task, but the final result was that nothing was found. It's just like disappearing from this world. The only clue I found out was that he had appeared in the territory of the Wind Kingdom. Natsuki Mizuno recalled the portrait of the mission goal, and it was indeed exactly the same as the person in front of him. But it is exactly the same. It is not credible. Where is there anyone who hasn't changed for 6 years? Nothing is impossible. It's just time travel. Do you know who the person I just left behind is? Your son, your future son. The three of them were shocked. Does this really exist, like traveling through time? Forget it, I'll send you back. The squids are floating. Hakumizu Gate, Akito Ting's Day, Yumi Shia and Kakashi, who saved Yamato outside Lulin, instantly disappeared from the spot. It appeared again at the entrance of Konoha village. The four of them were confused and looked at me. I looked at you. What happened? How do we back to Konoha village? Kakashi asked in confusion. We met Gyuder and said, I hanged my son. Gutahai Jun, the strongest Gyuder C in the ninja world. Yunbi and Kashi said in surprise. Hakushimizu Gate was puzzled. Why was Kakashi so shocked? And what was the strongest thing in the ninja world? Why don't we know? Where are the strongest ninja world? Where did you listen to it? My father told me that he said that the reason why Feng Ying apologized for death was that he was working hard for the tomb of the Han dynasty. Kakashi said truthfully. At the same time, my eyes were filled with the eyes of Yuta Hanan. I'll go. Where is Kakashi? Kakashi, who helped him resist the puppet, disappeared, and Yamato was instantly panicked. His strength is not strong, and it is very difficult to deal with these puppets. Helplessly, Yamato had to run away. Help, Naruto. Kakashi, help, save. Where is this? The scenery in front of her changed, and Yamato suddenly found that she actually appeared in the building, inside a columnar building. Naruto. Yamato, who is responsible for protecting the safety of the fourth generation of Naruto's son, saw Naruto lying on the ground and unconscious. Hurry up and check the situation. Naruto, wake up. Naruto, stop whirl. The voice of the Gyuder Hana came from above. Yamato looked up. The sea of Gyuder. Yamato was shocked, but he didn't expect to see the past skeleton. You are here to take care of Naruto, and I will help you kill Beizu. Remember, you are not allowed to go anywhere. After Beizu dies, you can go back. No problem. Ensure the task is completed, Yamato said confidently. After solving all the ninjas in Konoha village that might be blocked, Gyuder defended the light and wandered around the village of Lulin, and joined the welcome team of the parade. Follow the team to the highest tower in the village and welcome the queen of Lulin. Sarah was wearing queen clothes and stood on the platform, looking down at the bottom and couldn't see her face clearly, but the large number of people were in a very happy and relieved mood. Because I protected my mother's Lulin became prosperous. Just as Sarah was about to wave her hand to respond to the people downstairs, a palm suddenly came from behind her. A palm pushed Sarah's back. Sarah staggered forward, and the platform under her feet was like tofu, tumbled heavily and collapsed, falling downward. At the same time, Sarah's feet were empty and screaming, falling to the ground that was 100 meters away from the platform. Light, protect yourself. The Sarah was curled up and steadily caught Sarah with her eyes closed and her body curled up, falling to the side of the light. Light, come with me. The light answered softly, jumping back and forth between the object. When he came to the corridor of a high tower, Sarah, who was jealous of the people, said, Sarah, you can open your eyes. Sarah then opened her eyes in fear. After seeing the nuclear face of Gyuder, Sarah did not give Naruto too big mouth like the original work, and also printed the Gyuder's whip and whip. First he was stunned, then struggled and said, let me go. The Gyuder nuclear incited Sarah. Sarah looked at the skeleton with vigilance. I remembered the person I saw in my mother's grave. Isn't it the person in front of you? Who are you? Why did it appear in my mother's grave? What are you doing in Lulin? Sarah, I saved your life at least. Are you not grateful? Sarah raised her eyebrows and then remembered that she seemed to have fallen from the platform. Oh, Sarah thanked Gyuder and Sui after realizing it. Thank you. Then he looked at Gyuder he vigilantly. Who are you? I am Gyuder Hai. She is Uchiha Hiroshi. We are here to kill the rebel Nerdzenzu in the Sand Village. Seeing that the doctor was so angry that he also introduced himself. I am the queen of Lulin. Sarah, if you kill the rebel genital Beiju, do you need my help? Chapter 116 Sarah's decision. Sarah didn't know that Beiju was in Lushan, so she kindly fulfilled her friendship with the landlord to help Gyuder's to help the betrayal husband and wife. I forgot to tell you that Beiju has another name in Lushan. When he heard that in Lushan, who was loyal to the country and the people, was slandered by others as a rebellious tyrant in Shahidin village, Sarah was excited and quickly denied. And Lushan? How is that possible? And Lushan is definitely not a rebellious man in Shahidin village. You have the final say whether he is a rebellious man or not. My puppet queen, have you forgotten why he fell just now? As soon as this statement came out, Sarah instantly I became much more depressed and said in a low voice, it feels like someone pushed me from behind. No need to feel that someone pushed you, and that person is the most loyal minister in your heart. And Lushan, never deny that he failed to protect the Lulin that his mother left for him. Sarah retorted, don't lie anymore. And Lushan wouldn't do that. Look, the people below who welcome me so much are holding various ceremonies. These are all the credits of Lushan. She is an outstanding person and has done a lot of good things for Lulin. Is that true? Said to Sarah. Sarah, now you can choose one of your people among the crowd below. Although he was not sure what Gyutar he was, Sarah still chose his own people. That the person wearing a green turban gun and a windmill in his hand. Sarah, look forward to it. You will soon find that these people are actually fake. Under Sarah's gaze, the people he selected suddenly flew into the air, but even so, the other people were still caring and celebrating just like they didn't see him. The citizen was disturbed by the howling of the Gyuder. Ah! Sarah was startled and staggered back. This is not the people, it is clearly a doll. Sarah, how many such dolls do you think are among the people below? The servant Sarah, who dared not answer. All the signs just now show that at least half of the people celebrating are said to be even. Sarah didn't dare to think about it anymore. If that is true, wouldn't I let my mother down on her instructions before her death? And the minister who thought he was the best to him and was closest to him actually wanted to kill him. All are dolls. Impossible, impossible. What lie are you telling? Even if you save me, you can't lie to me like this. Sarah kept shaking her head, unable to accept everything she saw. You don't know Enlushan at all. I will prove to you that Enlushan is innocent. After saying that, Sarah, who had the last trace of luck, was about to look for Enlushan. If Enlushan really did as I said, wouldn't you die if you went there now? Do you think your mother will let you do this? Sarah, facing the trouble of Gyuder, Sarah stopped. His whole body trembled. Tighten your lower lip and clench your fist. I don't know what to do. Kyuda Han Tuo was blowing dumplings beside him. Sarah, come with me. I'll take you to reveal Enlushan's true face step by step. Unable to refuse, Gyutar Hao took Sarah's hand and walked her towards the room where the women who were about to force Sarah to let Sarah release her husband. The three of them came to the end of the corridor, took the elevator, and came to the upper floor. In front of a room, the girls inside the house were startled by the sudden knock on the door, picked up the farm tools and weapon, and looked at the door. Don't be nervous, I'll bring you real Queen Sarah. Gyuder defended Sarah and pushed the door open and turned on the light bulb inside the house. Take off the mask and tell you what happened to you. Queen Sarah, who is still in the dark, the female leader in the lead, Masako, asked in confusion. Who are you? Why do you know our plan? It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I can help you find your husband and kill Enlushan. As Masako took the mask under her, the rest of the people also took off the masks covered on their faces. This group of people are either women, old people, or children. There is not a single adult male. Are you really Queen Sarah? Masako looked at Sarah carefully. Faced with Masako's questioning, Sarah said seriously, I am Queen Sarah. Seeing that it seemed that it was really Queen Sarah, Masako told them what happened to them. One day, all the men in his family were taken away, saying that it was Queen Sarah's order, and I heard that it is a weapon to make against other countries. What? My order? Sarah was surprised, thinking of the appointment of a nuclear dealer. I wanted to angrily scold. When did I issue such an order? Change in a low voice. I did not issue this order. Masako, tell your queen. Why are you calling her? Ah, isn't this good? Masako was a little embarrassed. After all, this was his queen on the other side, although it was a bit in name only. There's nothing wrong with it. What do you call me? Sarah also wanted to know what she looked like in the hearts of the people. Before Masako could speak, Salat, who was outspoken, said directly, Princess lifting princess. Not even the queen. Sarah's words were inserted into Sarah's heart like a dagger. Sarah suddenly felt that her breathing was much more difficult and her heart was extremely painful. How could this happen? Sarah's face improved a lot after tugging at the back of the Gyuder Hikongrong's thumb. At least it's not that uncomfortable. Sarah, you can correct your mistakes when you know them. You are still Queen Sarah of Lulan. If you are stubborn and choose to escape and not face the truth, the relic left to you by your mother will become someone else's. Now you should do what belongs to Queen Lulan. You must never give up easily. Sarah looked at the group of people outside her. His eyes gradually became firmer. I see. If Enlushan really did as you said, I would definitely kill him personally. The energetic Sarah said, not bad. I have the temperament of a queen. Masako, you take them home first, Sarah, and I will rescue your family. Thank you. Masako took the rest of the people away from the tower. That Mingang, where should we go to rescue their family? Since Sarah didn't know that the doll was connected to the pipe and borrowed the power of the dragon vein, she did not expect to use the queen's exclusive ability to sense the dragon vein. Let's go. I'll take you there. Gyuder Hihuangji beat up and held Sarah in one hand and came to the top of the underground war weapon doll. Chapter 117 Puppet O Enlushan. Opening the entrance of the ventilation duct, Gyuder Hanchuan Binyan went down. Sarah was lying on the ground and rubbed down little by little. The ventilation duct was more than 2 meters high from the sorghum at the underground war weapon factory. Sarah held the outlet of the ventilation duct with her hands and noticed that there was nothing under her feet and did not dare to let go. Gu Ta Hangju jumped up and hugged Sarah. Sarah, who was hugged by the Lord Khan, said embarrassedly, Thang, release Sarah and place Sarah securely on the beam. The three of them observed the situation below. Sarah saw those war weapon dolls made from assembly lines and the strong men tied with iron chains to provide power for the grinding. I completely believed in the skeleton. Enlushan is actually using the power of his people and the dragon veins to make weapon. I must stop his behavior. Sarah looked for the dragon dragon vein splitting eyes that the arsenal relied on. Please take me there, please, Ming-Ang. After I get there, I can close the array eye and stop the arsenal. Sarah pointed to the dragon vein splitting eye that was 5 meters away from her position. No problem. The Khan of Gyuder hugged Sarah, while Sarah hugged Gyuder Han Wei Ao Ying and jumped to the ground with Guang. Order you in the name of the Queen. You cut off the torrent of the dragon vein and suppress your power. Empty as the law. As Sarah finished reciting the mantra, the eyes of the dragon vein divided into formation were also closed. The arsenal stopped operating. Her Majesty, what are you doing here? An Lushan appeared on the platform at the entrance of the arsenal, overlooking the 3 people below. An Lushan. When An Lushan saw Sarah shouting his name, he saluted respectfully. An Lushan, I order you in the name of the Queen to stop this arsenal and release those people and no longer make weapons of war. In response to Sarah's order, An Lushan closed his eyes and shook his head slowly. Tisk tisk, my queen, you are really stupid. Now my war corps has been formed long ago and you no longer need your strength. Or why do you think I would push you down from the tower? Oh, by the way, you don't know yet. Actually, I killed your mother. Who made her so smart? She actually knew my plan and was preparing to expel me. There is no way. I have to kill it. Use the Shakara wire to control the dagger and kill her from behind. Like so. As he said that, An Lushan took off a sharp blade from the unfinished puppet, controlled it with a chakra thread and shot it at Sarah's back. An Lushan, who was controlling the sharp blade, was a little confused at this moment. Why did he suddenly say these words? The situation is obviously not at the level of a sure victory, so I should not be able to express my winning statement now. Forget it. It doesn't matter. As long as you kill Sarah and the whole of Lulan, you will be yours. No one will work when it comes, and the puppet corps will flatten every country. Hip ha 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 ha. An Lushan has already begun to fantasize about the scene of beating the 5 major countries. Sarah, who had already planned in her heart, thought An Lushan was already hateful enough, but she didn't expect that there was still a bombshell waiting for her. My mother was actually killed by the minister she thought was closest to. Sarah collapsed instantly. Tears flowed out of his eyes. He covered his face with his hands and sat in the same place with weak lump. My eyes were unconscious and gradually numb. Is this considered a thief as his father? Table tennis. The light pulled out from his waist and cut off the sharp blade shot at Sarah. Then, with the momentum of thunder, he cut off the chakra thread that controlled the sharp blade. He looked at An Lushan fiercely. Big brother, can I kill him? Although she didn't say much during this period, she saw everything that happened to Sarah. Deep sympathy for Sarah's experience. Sarah is a poor person who is being used like herself. You can't kill him. He has the power of the dragon vein. As long as the dragon vein is not closed, he will not die. I need Sarah's help. Gyuder pulled his side regretfully and raised Sarah's hanging head. Looking at Sarah's eyes, he said, Sarah, it's not the time to cry. What you have to do now is to go forward and do what you should do. Go and protect the Lulan that your mother left for you. As for An Lushan, just leave it to me. The swollen horseshoe crabs stretched towards Anlu Mountain. A powerful suction force came, and An Lushan flew towards the skeleton involuntarily. Bang! The Gyutarhi locust hit An Lushan's abdomen and directly penetrated his body. With a casual swing, An Lushan started to play with the sand and beaker smashed down a pillar in the distance. Sarah stared at this scene blankly. Unexpectedly, the Gyutars were fed to see the toad. Wang, take Sarah away from here. Go close the dragon vein. Sarah stood up and looked at the skeleton. Ming-Ang, thank you. I will definitely close the dragon vein. Wang escorted Sarah out of the puppet corps and rescued the people tied to the mill. With the existence of the dragon vein, An Lushan's injuries recovered in just an instant. Stand up, tilted his head, staring at the skeleton expressionlessly. You bastard, I know so much. I still want to close the dragon vein. Don't think about it. Let you see my ultimate body. An Lushan's body began to swell, turning into a big puppet with a human head and spider body. Noisy throw. Gyuder defends the squid. An Lushan's ultimate body instantly disappeared and turned into ashes, but with the blessing of the dragon vein, it quickly returned to normal. Asshole, who is this guy? You? Even with the blessing of the dragon vein, An Lushan was still beaten by the Gyuder soldier and replaced the Nomen wood. An Lushan once again burst into chakra, attracting all the puppets of the entire arsenal to himself. Fusion with yourself. In the blink of an eye, a super puppet 40 or 50 meters tall broke through the ceiling of the underground arsenal and appeared in front of everyone. Sarah, who had just met with Masako and the others, looked at the giant creature in the distance and felt worried. Ming-Ang, don't worry, Sister Sarah. Big brother will be fine. If this level of puppet is not the existence of the dragon vein, let alone Big brother, even I can defeat him, Guang said truthfully. After all, she has a maniatoscope Sharinon. This kind of puppet with only body shape and no attack power. For light, only 8,000 spears absorb enough chakra. It is only a matter of time to destroy him. Dragon vein super, and how fireball technique. Faced with the uncertainty in front of him, An Lushan directly used the strongest move. The purple energy cannon shot out from the chest of the huge puppet. Gyuder Hanhuan stood there. The Dragon Vein super rich fireball technique hit Gyuder High hard, but the next moment An Lushan seemed to be hit hard and exploded instantly. One of the characteristics of the chi containing spiritual pressure: when the strength gap between the two sides is too large, the attack of the weak will not only not cause harm to the strong but will also be bounced to hurt yourself. Chapter 118 Lulan ends. Waste. It's a waste to use the Dragon Vein for you. Kneel down. Bang. The invisible pressure pushed An Lushan, who was 40 or 50 meters high, to lie on the ground, unable to move at all. The real Dragon Vein is in the center. At the eyes of the Dragon Vein array, Sarah knelt on the ground and began to use Queen Lulan's bloodline to close the Dragon Vein. Cut off the chakra supply to An Lushan. Sarah put her hands on the array eyes of the Dragon Vein, and the queen-like breath surged all over her body. The array eyes recognized the bloodline of Queen Lulan and began to slowly close their eyes. The eyes of the Dragon Vein array were closed, and An Lushan's chakra supply was cut off. In front of An Lushan, who was so cute, he swallowed the chakra in his body. What are you doing? Where is my chakra? My Dragon Vein? My chakra? Bezu An Lushan wailed desperately, struggling, trying to escape from the shackles of the shackles of the shackles, but nothing was helpful. An Lushan's chakra was swallowed up, leaving only the chakra hanging in one breath. At the same time, the puppetization was forced to be lifted. The body was revealed. The old man with a beard, the Gyuder Hei genie, came out of the chain, tied An Lushan tightly, and dragged An Lushan to Sarah and others who were running towards him. Sarah finally let go of her heart when she saw the intact Gyuder Himeoji. He hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Gyuder's body excitedly. Ming Ang, very good. You didn't have any accident, Sarah said softly. The Gyuder nuclear incited An Lushan's iron chain, stretched out his arms, and also gave Sarah a hug. Good job, beautiful Queen of Lulan. Sarah smiled shyly. Ming Ang, what are you saying? All of this is thanks to you. Otherwise I would have been kept in the dark as a puppet, or I have been killed by An Lushan. Sarah really feels guilty of the title of this queen. After a brief hug and comfort, the nuclear barrier collapsed. Sarah, An Lushan is not dead yet. I will leave him a breath. Let you avenge your mother. Hearing this, Sarah let go of Gyuder C and looked aside. Noticed An Lushan, who was tied up by iron chains on the ground. The chain flew into Sarah's hands, and Sarah looked at the old man who had only breath left on the ground. Of course she wanted to kill An Lushan with her own hands to avenge her mother, but I am not the only one who hates An Lushan, but also the people of Lulan. I want to hand An Lushan over to them. The strong laborers behind Sarah, who were used by An Lushan as a cattle, when they heard Sarah's word, their eyes shone. Damn, you are so sad that An Lushan, you have fallen into my hands. Seeing that we don't mess with you to death, let you cry and cry, and the most painful death, it's up to you, as long as you are happy. Masako stepped forward and took the chain from Sarah and walked towards the distance amid the cheers of the people. Sarah looked at the people who were leaving and smiled with relief. I am also considered a competent queen. I did not let my mother down. Of course there is Ming Ang. S.A. Ming. Gyuder Han pulled his leg and shouted the other person's name at the same time. Seeing that the other party had something to say, he stopped again. Ming Ang, you first. Sarah, the Third Ninja World War has begun. If Lulan is here forever, it will sooner or later die. So have you ever considered leaving here? Take your people with you. Lulan is in the desert, surrounded by yellow sand, and it is within the territory of the Wind Kingdom. What is the country of wind? That is the most chaotic country among the 5 major countries, except for the water country's Blood Mist. Lulan will sooner or later destroy its country when she stays here. It is inevitable to join other countries. The Third Ninja World War. Sarah didn't know what the Third Ninja World War was, but Sarah knew what the hell was. But which country should I take my people to? Ming Ang, I can take my people out of here, but where should I take them? Go to the Kingdom of Fire. My family lives there. You miss me then, so it's more convenient to come to me. Just now, Sarah called the word Gyuder Han and wanted to ask Gyuder Fei, even if it was just a seed for himself. When he heard that he could go to the country where the nuclear area of the Kuders, Sarah was first excited and was also a little worried. Ming Ang, will the fire country agree to our joining? I will agree. I have everything. And you, my Sarah, just need to be a beautiful queen, said Gyuder welding, touching Sarah's red silk. Sarah was shy about the love behavior of Gyuder Hesidu, and her heart beat faster. Gradually, Sarah closed her eyes, pouted slightly, and leaned forward little by little. It has been done to be slaughtered by the Gyuder Hezekian. Gutahi waved his arm around Sarah's waist with one hand and held the back of Sarah's head with the other. Kissed on Sarah's pink lips. In Sarah's mother's cemetery, Naruto and Yamato's bodies lit up and gradually became transparent. Naruto, wake up quickly, and you're going back. Ah, who is calling me? Captain Yamato. Why are you here? What happened? Before Yamato could answer, the two disappeared into the cemetery. On the other side, Gyuder C. Light, Sarah, and the other two came to the eye of the Dragon Vein. Ming Ang, what else are we here to do? Seal. In order to form a closed loop in the timeline, I need to seal the Dragon Vein, and only specific characters can pass through the Dragon Vein. vein. The Gyuters had a seal that even the 6 paths of immortals had to sit for 3 days and 3 nights when they came. The rule was imposed that no one or any creature could pass through time through the dragon vein except Azai, Naruto, Yamato, and himself. After doing all this, the 3 of them came outdoor again. A little blood color in the sky gradually became bigger. Brother Ming-Eng. Kushina's voice rang. After seeing that it was the brother Ming-Eng who was thinking about day and night in his memory, Kushina excitedly hugged Gyuta's body. Gyuter he neck times si Lijaway. The little Kushina finally grew up and became a big girl. All those who should develop have also developed. Brother Ming-Eng, I miss you so much. Kushina hugged Gyutar high tightly and choked. The words are full of longing and love. 6 years ago, after Kushina returned to the village after finishing her mission, she heard Tsunade's sister explain that brother Eng had left Konoha village and didn't know where she went. I thought I would be back in 1 or 2 months at most, but I didn't expect that brother Ming-Eng would not be seen. When I waited for 1 month and 1 month, year after year, there is still no news about brother Ming-Eng. Despite this, Kushina still did not give up looking for the skeleton. She and Tsunade, Mikoto, Nanoyu, Konan, and others are searching everywhere in the ninja world. Basically, I have searched through the entire ninja world and never saw the Kyuta Hanahe. This morning she went out to search for Gyuter C as usual and returned fruitlessly at noon. After lunch, I was about to go out to search, but I heard the Naofeng Mizunaman discussing the discussion of the Kata Hanan Neo secret. After confirming repeatedly with Hatsuki Mizuno and others, it was really Kushina who turned on the 9 Llama mode and rushed towards Lulin at full speed. I happened to see the skeleton of the dragon vein. Chapter 119 Reunion. Sorry, I didn't expect to leave for so long. Gyuter Shadow apologized. It only took 2 or 3 days for me, but it was a full 6 years for Kushina. Lovesickness can also lead to illness. Kushina leaned against the school and shook her head slowly. There is no mistake in the meaning of Gyuter in the past, but I was holding the squid and chewing the squid for fear that the squids I was hugging were lost. Kushina hugged Kushina tightly and her fingers kept stroking Kushina's red hair, soothing Kushina's heart. It took a long time before Kushina gradually relaxed her arms, looked up and looked at the skeleton of the skeleton. Brother Ming-Eng, where have you been in the past 6 years? Why can't we find you? I went back to the past, traveled through time through the dragon vein, and after I traveled back again, it was already 6 years later. That is now. Sorry, Kushina, I didn't expect to leave for so long. Gyuter said apologetically. It's okay, brother Ming-Eng, just come back. Gyuter he lo maze thug and 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 thug. Kushina has grown into a big girl. Kushina lowered her head shyly. He whispered, brother Ming-Eng, can I become your wife? Gyuter Heza steals the list of quotations and shows that the acres of quotations are rare. It's okay at any time. Looking at Sarah and Guang beside him, the nuclear barrier of the Gyuters collapsed. Sarah, Mitsuki, let me introduce you to her. She is Konoha village ninja, Uzumaki Kushina, your future sister. Kushina let go of the arms of Kyuta Hano, held Lien Ming-Eng's hand, looked at the 2 girls and said, hello, my name is Kushina. We will be sisters from now on. Kushina, she is Sarah, the queen of Lulin, and she is Uchiha Hiroshi, a person from the Warring States period. The 3 of them briefly introduced each other and became familiar with each other. Gyutar Han began to organize the Lulin migration plan. After learning that the people of Lulin were reluctant to leave, they all chose to accept it. Everyone held hands to form a circle. Are you ready? It's ready. Sarah and Lulin's people shouted in unison. Very good. Leave. Start. The scene in front of everyone changed instantly. Surrounded by green grassland and an open door, he had already arrived at the gate of Konoha village. Damn it! The Konoha ninja who was guarding the gate was shocked when he saw dozens of people suddenly appear. It happened to be the beginning of the 3rd ninja war, and I thought it was a raid from the enemy's ninjas. He quickly shouted, enemy, before he could say the word she, but Kushina flashed to him. Shut up, it's me. After seeing that it was Kushina, Konoha ninja who was guarding the door also stood at attention instantly. He said respectfully, I'm sorry, Lord Kushina, I thought it was an enemy ninja attack. At the same time, the 3rd generation of Naruto was arranged at the door to wait for the Kartar-kun, and the Kartar instantly disappeared at the gate and went back to report the situation to the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaruto. The tasks of the 4 people of Bofeng Shuman were arranged by the 3rd generation in person. After the Mizuman and the others came back, they reported on what happened in Lulin. Sarutobi Hinata's heart, which had been calm for many years, couldn't help but thrust violently. It's over. The vanishing 6 years ago. Gyuter Hauhue only played the role of the spirit and poking the spirit. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded as he listened to the situation reported by the Umbu beside him. Is Lulin's queen? It really fits the desire of a man with a drought. Accept all. Let them live in Konoha village and follow the general arrangements of the big clan. Just a Lulin clan. All afternoon Sarah was arranging the residence issues of her tribe members. rivers. And the storm shone with light and returned to his home to reunite with Konan, Tsunade, Mikoto, Nanoyu, and silently. After 6 years of not seeing each other, the 5 girls were crying with joy when they saw the Gyuder trolling spring stool. They burst into tears with excitement. They were fighting to be the Gyuder River. Ming-Ang, brother Ming-Ang, Xiao Nan, who was once only at her waist, has grown up and taller and has become a graceful beauty. Mikoto Nanoyu is the same. All of them grew up and no one was left behind when they should develop. As for Tsunade, it was even more turbulent and went further. It makes people confused when they see it. What a snowy white. He was shaking when he walked. You guy, you have been away for 6 years. Do you know how I spent these 6 years? Tsunade hugged the skeleton tightly. The snow white on the chest is squeezed and deformed. He looked like a little lady and she felt resentment and dissatisfaction with Gyuder. For 6 years she stayed alone in the empty room. Every day I miss the skeleton of Gyuder. If she is not nourished she will go crazy. Gyuder Han and Yahuhui Dinan talk about Tu Po's thumb and Jiao's verse is worthy of a handsome man. Kissing on Tsunade for it, he said with a pampering voice, I have been wronged by you in the past 6 years and I will definitely satisfy you by night. Sorry Tsunade. Xionan took a step forward and entered the drought tide. Xiao Nan has grown up too. Do you miss me? I think. Brother Ming-Ang, please stop leaving Xionan alone. Xionan said with a little crying voice. Yutarhia is her only relative and she took her away from the Kingdom of Rain. Xionan really doesn't want to lose the body of the Gyuder. Never again. Sorry. Xionan. Gyuder Airlines was ruthless as a judge. Xionan doesn't want to lose him, so how could he want to lose Xionan? From the time when Konan of Rain Country was not yet tall enough to reach his crotch, he came to Konoha village to his waist. I lived with Xionan for 6 years. The stool of the Gyuder nuclear stool was cut in a hurry and replaced by Xionan. Hearing brother Ming-Ang's apology, Xionan could no longer suppress the tears in his eyes and lay on the drought of Gyuder. Gyutar Han sired Xionan's forehead, allowing her to cry in her arms and vent her emotions. After a long time, Xionan gradually stopped crying. Brother Ming-Ang, Xionan is fine. I have taken up a lot of time to sister Mikoto and sister Nanoyu. Alas, the sensible slack is heartbreaking. Xionan is so sensible. Mikoto, Nanoyu, long time no see. Gyutar he lay on his arms and the two stepped forward in unison, hugging Gyutar's skeleton. Brother Ming-Ang, I've been leaving for the past few years. No one bullies you, right? No. Mikoto and Nanoyu shook their head. Brother Ming-Ang, we are also very powerful now. With the eternal maniatic Sharinon that brother Ming-Ang personally evolved for me, no one dared to bully us. Whoever dared to bully us, Susanoo opened his entire body and made them piss it off. Mikoto boasted. And there are Kushina and Tsunade's sister, not only in Konoha village but even when they go out to perform missions, no one dares to block our way. Nanoyu also said. Now the names of Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu are well known throughout the ninja world. It is not inferior to names such as Konoha Sunin and White Crescent. If there hadn't been no war in these 6 years, the 3 of them would have been awarded the honorary title. What are the new Sunin? The Bloody Phantom, the God of Susanoo, the Immortal. That's good. I will test your achievements in the past 6 years tomorrow. If you fail, hehe, be careful of your butt. Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu were about to spank again when he heard that he was about to have a spank again, and for some reason he felt inexplicably expectant. Chapter 120 Reunion 2. After Mikoto and Nanoyu were slapped from the slurry, it was the last one. Silent. Seeing that it was finally my turn, I silenced and flew to the bottom of the house. Brother Ming-Ang, Jing Ian misses you so much. The Gyuder crane was on the sofa and asked Jing Ian to sit on his thigh. Konan, Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu looked at the miserable of the Gyuder Han Road and couldn't help but recall the past with brother Ming-Ang when he was a child. It was also like Jing Ian today, sitting in brother Ming-Ang's arms and acting coquettishly. Xian, have you studied hard with Tsunade during the 6 years I was away? After the silent, Tsunade took over the silent school class, responsible for teaching Hong, Jing Ian, Lin, and Xionan. Yes. Or you ask sister Tsunade. Although sister Tsunade occasionally goes to class drunk and often drinks at home, when she returns home and makes herself confused, she is still very responsible. I taught us a lot of things. Miss Xionan, Hong, and Lin also studied hard. Of course Gyuder Han didn't mean to blame him, but he didn't know why he did this. What's the point of looking at it? It's all because of you, Tsunade said coquettishly. If I hadn't stayed alone in the empty room every day, who would have relieved my sorrow with alcohol? And you little guy, your brother Ming-Ang is back, so I will complain to him and tell me. Right. Tsunade pretended to be angry, clenched her fists with both hands, pressed against Shizuka's head, rubbing Shizuka's head lightly or heavily. Ah, sister Tsunade, I'm wrong, just spare me. Jing Yin shrank his neck and played said with a smile, looking at the scene of the two girls playing. Gyuder box-eyed. Tsunade and Shizun are really worthy of being masters and apprentices. Tsunade, who had been playing with Jing Yin for a while, released her fist angrily. Inside the house, Konan, Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, Nanoyu, silently threw away what happened in Yakuto's New Year. Gyuder Hikankei was telling what he did and introduce Uchiha Hikaru and what happened to her. When all the girls heard this, they all expressed deep sympathy. The Uchiha clan is so inhumane. Tsunade frowned. To avoid Mikoto's misunderstanding, Tsunade said to Mikoto again, Mikoto, I didn't talk about you. I'm talking about the Uchiha clan before. It's okay, Sister Tsunade, I know. Mikoto shook her head and didn't take it to heart. Although she is also from the Uchiha clan, this does not affect her thinking that the Uchiha clan is hateful. What's more, this is the Uchiha clan 100 years ago, and it is not certain whether it has anything to do with him. In order to allow Mitsuki to adapt to their future life earlier, Konan, Kushina, Mikoto, Nanoyu, and Shizune left the villa with Mitsuki, accompanied Guang in Konoha village to play. Inside the house, after the girls left, only the nephew of the Gyuder Han Twaja was left. After casually setting up a soundproof and anti-peeping formation, he picked up Princess Tsunade in Tsunade's expectant gaze. Buried your head in Tsunade's chest. After 6 years of separation, Tsunade today is particularly fierce, like a wolf or a tiger, and is dissatisfied with desire. He worked hard to perform the moves taught her by the squad. Gyuder's eyes turned into a human-shaped self-propelled cannon, and he was about to die. A few hours later, Tsunade was lying on the floor, twitching uncontrollably. Her eyes turned pale, her tongue stuck out, and her face flushed. It has already flown into the sky. After Kushina and others returned home with the very happy Guang, who was having fun outside, Tsunade was cleaning the house with trembling leg. The land of the Konoha newly promoted Lulan clan. The Gyuder Han's legs were tied with his fingers, and he was pulled by Sarah to wander around the tribe. Listen to Sarah's ideas and introduction. Come to the exclusive courtyard of Sarah. Sarah pulled the Gyuder crane on the corridor in the courtyard. Ming-Ang, thank you for bringing me and my people here. They like this village very much. It's much better here than in the desert. Sarah leaned against the Sarah and through her appointment with the Sarah and her people. Do you like it? Asked Gyuder Harong. I like it. I like it very much too, because I can meet Ming-Ang every day here. Sarah showed a happy expression on her face. Ming-Ang, let's go back to the house. I want to have you. Before Sarah could finish her word, Gyuder Heza pulled her red lip and blocked Sarah's mouth. Then he picked up Sarah and walked into the house. Night falls. Mikoto and Nanu both returned to their home. Konan, Kushina, Shizune, and Tsunade also returned to their room and rested in the room. Since Tsunade had been fed before, tonight Gyuder Han will show his verse to the Digiado to pay attention to Nasha Sheng. In Zionan's house, Zionan lies on the bed and can't fall asleep for a long time. In the past, I always slept with Brother Ming-Ang, although after 6 years, I no longer need Brother Ming-Ang to accompany me. But after Brother Ming-Ang came back, Zionan still hoped that Brother Ming-Ang could sleep with his arms around him like before. Her slender waist was wrapped around her arms. This familiar feeling, Brother Ming-Ang. Xiao Nangsun turned over and saw his brother Ming-Ang. Zionan hugged Gyuder Hai excitedly and kissed him in Gyuder Haneo. Brother Ming-Ang, yeah. Gyuder Heza stole the girl and was tired of sleeping on Zionan's forehead. He left the room carefully. In Kushina's room, he heard the movement in the next room had stopped. Kushina quickly closed her eyes and pretended to go to bed. The quilt was lifted up and you didn't have to think about it, and it was a skeleton. Kushina stood up and threw herself on the Kuta Heba. Brother Ming-Ang, love me yet? At midnight, the 9 llamas sleeping in the living room woke up. For some reason, it slept particularly sweetly last night. The sun just set and fell asleep until now. It's really evil. Today is the day for the ninja school graduation exam. The students who had been on vacation for 2 days all came to the school with excitement. Brother Ming-Ang. At the school gate, Hong and Lin saw the school of the Samsara and ran quickly to the Samsara. Gyuder He Hongji yelled the girls. Chi Hong, Lin, long time no see. Brother Ming-Ang, I thought I would never see you again. Brother Ming-Ang, where have you been in the past few years? I miss you so much. I went there and I will tell you if I have time. It's getting late, so go to the exam first. Yeah, the 2 women nodded heavily. Although there was still I wanted to ask Gyuder nuclearly for a lot of things, but Brother Ming-Ang had to go to the exam first. Hong Lin entered the examination room with Jing Ian reluctantly. The graduation exam of ninja school is very simple, and the 3 girls came out of the examination room a few hours later. Some talk and some laugh. Obviously, they are very satisfied with their performance. Chapter 121 Test Result. Hong, let's go have ramen together. Yuan Fei's voice sounded from behind. In the silence of Hong, who was talking and laughing, she heard the voice of Asma behind her. A helpless sigh, smiled as much as possible, and turned around and said, Asma, I still have something to do, so I won't go. Yuan thought you'll go with Obito. I already have a feeling of drought in my heart, and I am not interested in Asma at all. Even if Asma is the son of the 3rd generation of Lord Naruto, it won't work. Okay, will Obito go to eat ramen? Asma called out Obito, who was disappointed and frustrated in the distance. Ah, ramen? Let's forget it. This time, Obito did not perform well in the ninja school graduation qualification exam. Daily Crane Tail. Obito glanced at the gentle girl next to Hong Lin Nohara. Some students gave casual help and greetings. In Nohara Lin's opinion, it is just a common thing, but for Obito, it is a care that can make herself happy all day. I realized that Obito seemed to be looking at him. Lin also greeted her symbolically. Obito. Obito strongman smiled and squeezed out a smile in response, and then ran out of the ninja school. Brother Ming-Ang. At the entrance of the school gate, Hong Lin Jing-Ian saw the squid and ran forward quickly. Brother Ming-Ang. Asma was confused. Who is this Brother Ming-Ang? Why haven't I heard of it? Why do Hong Lin Jing-Ian and others seem to like him very much? No, I have to investigate his identity. How are you doing? Hong Lin mute. Excellent performance. Lord Naruto praised me. Hong said happily. So too. Lin and Jing-Ian said in unison. Although the three of them were trained by the Kyuder-He style for only about half a year, it was still easy to deal with a ninja school exam. Moreover, in the year of the year, Tsunade was not the only one who served as a substitute. Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu often came to the ninja school to teach the three of them because Tsunade was drunk and could not substitute. Kushina and the other two were disciples of the bride who had been trained for 5 or 6 years. It is quite a lot to reduce the amount of acres from the west. With the three of them, Hong Lin and Jing-Ian, the strength of the three of them grew rapidly. It seems that you are doing very well. Since that's the case, I'll take you to a big meal. Okay, the three women said in unison. In a barbecue restaurant in Konoha village, Kyuda-He oysters were introduced. Let them get to know each other. Hong and Lin are only 2 or 3 years younger than Guang, and they still have many common topics. The 5 people were talking and laughing at the dining table, and Guang also enjoyed the current time very much. I am very glad that my elder brother was able to go over to save himself and bring him here. I have made me meet so many friends, good sisters. In the afternoon, on an endless plain in the Kingdom of Fire, Kushina turned on the 9 Lama mode, Mikoto turned on the Eternal Maniatoscope Sharingan, and Nanoyu unbuttoned the Yin seal on his forehead. 100 meters opposite the 3 girls, the Gyuder shouted that he was lying on the ground. Since yesterday, I said that I would test their achievements in the past 6 years of practice. I naturally cannot keep my word. What's more, the 3 girls are still waiting to hit their butt. Want? Go up. In front of Yuta Karakura, he clenched his fists with both hands and attacked Kushina and Mikoto's abdomen. Swish. Kushina, who reacted, burst out in place and disappeared. Mikoto activated the pupil power of the Eternal Maniatoscope Sharingan, and half of her body covered it. Although he was punched hard and flew back 100 meters, he hit Susanoo. It did not cause any damage to the body. Mikoto flew backward and condensed the whole body of Susanoo 100 meters high in the air and flew into the air. Stop and retreat. The 2 punches failed, and a 2-meter-long shaker of black stick gathered in the Gyuder River. Yukian, holding a black stick in hand, swept towards Nanoyu. Bang! Nanoyu exploded on the spot, but it's just a water clone. Wind escape spirals, sword in hand. There were 9 chakra tails behind the scenes, each of which controlled a wind escape spiral shuriken, plus the 2 left and right hands. A total of 11 wind escape spiral shuriken is facing the. A total of 11 wind escape surviving. There is a 11 wind escape surviving. There is a 11 wind escape. There is a different angle towards the Gyuder Hefeiae frame. Shenluo Tianzhang. The invisible repulsive force field vented out around, and all 11 wind escapes and spiral shurikens are being bounced away. Before waiting for the tent of the Katarakusa, Susanoo of Mikoto had already taken out his Susanoo weapon from behind. A huge crossbow. Dang thud. 3 consecutive shot. 3 crossbow arrows that can shoot through a mountain penetrate the space and appeared in the Gyuder in an instant. But before the arrows of the Sea of Gyuder began to dissipate, turning into chakra and being harvested by Gyuder and Dang, water escapes and water breaks the wave. Water escape Shui Dragon Bomb. 2 Nanoyu took advantage of the fact that Gyuder's crossbow arrows were unable to move and drilled out of the small pool left by the explosion of the water clone. A seal releases the water breaking wave that can cut off the rock. A seal releases the water escape. Ninja must learn the water dragon bullet. Facing the water escape ninjutsu that came from the side, Gyuder-He Yukiado was very satisfied. The cooperation between Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu is already very good. Looking at the current ninja world, the 3 of them work together and no shadow will be their opponent. Very nice. Utit just good. 8 Yon of the boundary road. Break the empty space. A transparent wall about 100 meters long and wide appeared in the room of the block all Nanoyu's attack. Wind escape spirals, sword in hand. After fighting a wave of attack, Kushina once again used the spiral shuriken. Mikoto in the air also pulled the trigger again and shot a crossbow arrow. Nanoyu's 2 water clones quickly retreated to a safe distance. The chakra was exhausted and turned into 2 pools of water, but the next moment 2 Nanoyu emerged from these 2 pools of water again. Constantly release the water escape ninjutsu. Faced with countless nerd techniques flying towards me, Gyuder Hankin stopped eating because I had a agreed with the three girls that I had to restrain my strength and could not exert my ability beyond the average shadow level. This also led to the fact that the Gyuters were forced to defend themselves. It is impossible to take the initiative to attack. Not only that, the three women also kept a safe distance from themselves. It is impossible to reach the two of them in an instant without using their strength beyond the shadow level. Grandma, who taught them such disgusting tactic. I didn't dare to go forward and approach. It's all nonsense. Oh, I almost forgot that I taught it myself, so let it go. Very good performance. He is worthy of being his own student. Chapter 122 The Only Wooden Escape Ninja. After half an hour of high-intensity release of ninjutsu, there was no bloodline, but the civilian ninja, Nanoyu, had the first ninjutsu break. The Gyuter shakes the Mirage Fissile. A Shinra Tianzhang pops out all the ninjutsu at the same time. Clap your hands quickly. Bang. Immortal technique Ming Shenman. Dozens of different sizes. The largest one is 100 meters high, and the smallest one is a wooden door frame of more than 10 meters falling from Mikato's head. Smashed at Susanoo. With Mikato's current strength, once she is trapped by the Mingshen sect, she cannot break free from the seal of the Mingshen sect. Seeing this, Mikato had to stop attacking and began to avoid the Mingshen sect that was smashing at her from her head. The Mingshen sect, which had been hiding for 80%, was still hit on the ground by the largest Mingshen sect. The Mingshen gate has the function of sealing chakra, and Mikato's Susan began to dissipate. The chakra sealed Mikato was caught, and once again he used the sealing technique to point and dot around Mikato, sealing the chakra in Mikato's body. Gyuter Hang Mikato carried it on her shoulders. Little Mikato, take it. Broken. Mikato was caught by Brother Ong. Seeing that Mikato was captured, Kushina quickly turned toward where Nanoyu was. We must hurry in front of the and take Nanoyu away. But the Gyuter Haotai wanted to hang himself. The 61 and 6 Staff Light Prison. the 6 Daituo of the Boundary Road 100 Steps Railing. The 75 and 5 Pillars of the Boundary Road. All kinds of fukats were flew toward Kushina by Gyuter Han, trying to seal it. It seriously blocks Kushina's pace. It makes the rake of chewing and stirring the ruthenium. In the same operation, the chakra sealed the chakra with the enthalpy of the genus. Gyuter Hihan's Hikong risen Nanoyu's hair. Good performance. After getting the squint, Nanoyu smiled happily with his eyes squinted. Thank you, Brother Ming-Eng. Mikato and Nanoyu were captured and had no hope of turning the table, so Kushina had to surrender. He came to Gyuter Hori obediently to receive punishment. Mikato, who was already blushing on her shoulders, put down and untied the seals of her and Nanoyu. It can be seen that you have not slacked off during the period when I left, so I decided to reward you with some delicious food. The slap of the hand. Immortal technique. Wood diversion. 4 Pillars Family. A large villa with a courtyard that was several times more luxurious than the small villa made by Yamato appeared in front of the 4 people. Wow, I'm dying in my first year of high school. Is this made by wooden escape? The 3 girls didn't expect that wood done could build a house. Looking at the big villa in front of him, Kushina remembered what happened last night and instantly understood what the Kyotakwai was saying to reward some delicious food. Let's go. It's delicious. All are inside. Gyuter walked into the villa with Kushina, Mikato, and Nanoyu, and casually release a soundproof and anti-peeping magic array around the villa. After a while, all kinds of panting and moans sounded in the villa. On the second day. Today is the day when I graduated from ninja school and became a student of Shinen and met with my tutor of Shinen, Hong, Lin, Jingyin, and Guang, who had already known in advance that she was a student of Brother Ming-Eng. Went to ninja school together. Lin saw that today's Jingyin did not ask the Gyuter dry phoenix Huang Xiao. Mining Guang, isn't Brother Ming-Eng at home? I'm not at home, and I didn't come back after I went out with my sister Kushina yesterday afternoon. I don't know where he went, said Jingyin. Not only did Brother Ming-Eng not come back, but even sister Kushina not come back. It's really strange. The 4 girls came to the classroom, sat together, and quietly waited for the silence of 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 the silent. The class bell rang and the classroom was filled with silence. Good morning. Where is that experimental subject? Danzo went out to do something, and when he came back he found that his lifelong efforts of Orochimaru, the only experimental subject that mastered Hashirama's cells, disappeared. I sent him to take the Chunin exam, Orochimaru said as he observed the test tube in his hand. Chunin exam? I reminded him not to use wooden escape. Of course, I'm not a fool. That's the only one who survived and also mastered the experiment of wood diversion. I'm reluctant to give him to my dear teacher. Orochimaru put down down the test tube in his hand, or killed by the squat welding. Since the last time I came from the, if you want to have the ability of the living dead and yin-yang escape technique, you must master the power of the tailed beast. In addition, from Duanzang, I learned that the eyes and reincarnation eyes that only the 6 immortals have. Orochimaru became interested in Sharingan, Hashirama's cells, or wood escape. As we all know, there are only 9 tailed beasts. Now, 1 tail to 9 tails are all in the hands of various countries, sealed in the body of Ren Kuriki. So, Orochimaru guessed the sacred sack is from the Emperor's beauties, but the eye of reincarnation. As for the relationship between the yin-yang escape technique and the tailed beast that day, Orochimaru did not think that Gutak he was stole and flattered himself. After all, Gyuder Hei Choksing Bench Chin Pushan Zhanggang Huang Cai Zamu album. The power of each tailed beast from 1 to 9 is different, so what will happen if it is put together? Therefore, Orochimaru guessed that by collecting the 9 tailed beasts and absorbing them, he could obtain the yin-yang escape technique. According to Danzo, in the Naruto building that day, Gyuder He Huan evolved the Guigo Sharingan into the eternal maniatoscope Sharingan. Even in the end it turned into a reincarnation eye. Everyone knows that the Gaze Jade Sharingan can evolve into the Mainledian Sharingan, but is the next level of the eternal maniatoscope Sharingan? At that time, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan asked the same question. Gyuder Hangan, who knows? There is neither affirmation nor denial. Therefore, Orochimaru had another guess, that is, the Sharingan could evolve into the Samanian, but it required some external force. For example, Hashirama's cells or wood escape. After all, Gyuder Haochuo cleanses his heart. It is not realistic to obtain yin-yang escape technique through the method of the tailed beast because Jutai became Kushina's pet, but the fusion of Sharingan and wood escape may be a try. So, in the past 6 years, Orochimaru has been in order to verify his conjecture. It's not on the way to dig a grave, but on the way to dig a grave. He dug up many tombs of the Uchiha clan and finally obtained 10 pairs of Sharinans with magma. There is only one wooden ninja cultured with Shim Amasa's Senju cells. This also led to Orochimaru not daring to conduct experiments at will for fear of killing the trained wooden ninja. Chapter 123 8-Tail Raid. It's good that the experiment is fine. There is a man named Kuriki who can master the 8 tails in Union Village. He poses too great a threat to Konoha Village. Saruto Hizaki hopes that the root organization can think of a way. It would be best if it could be removed. Danzo told the main story of visiting Orochimaru this time. 8-tailed Tsubaki Riki, not the kind of Kushina Uzumaki, right? Orochimaru asked. Of course not. Do you think anyone has any swelling in the flag? And swelling, but they are just swelling. When he heard that he was just an ordinary person, Orochimaru didn't take it to heart at all. I got it. I need some time. Although Orochimaru is now focusing on Sharingan and Hashirama's cells, it does not mean that he is not interested in tailed beasts. He also wanted to see what the 8-tail, second only to the 9-tail, is like. A week later, Orochimaru looked at the pill in his hand and was very satisfied. This is a magic pill specifically targeting the ordinary tailed or Juriki. Orochimaru holds the one in his hand. The pill left Konoha village and rushed towards Union Village. In just half a day, Orochimaru arrived at Union Village. While the night, Orochimaru sneaked into Union Village. Due to the intelligence network of the Orochimaru quickly found the residence of Hachiko Riki Bupi. As the tailed or the cloth ratio is basically no different from the other tailed or that is to be disliked by the people of the same village. Although the cloth gambler is already very open-minded, it is never possible to truly control the tailed beast if it is not filled with heart. The tailed beast will take advantage of the slightest relaxation of the slightest heart of the slut. The bed cloth is as always having nightmares, and the dreams are the villagers who hate themselves, dodge and roll their eyes. When Orochimaru came to Bubi's bedroom, he saw Bubi's forehead covered with cold sweat. A look of joy flashed in his eyes. This is simply God helping me. Now Buledin Bai is on the verge of fragility, and he just needs to feed the illusion pills into his mouth and everything will be over. After the magic pill entered Bubi's mouth, it was called melting in the mouth. It is absorbed and digested instantly. Bubi opened his eyes suddenly, trying to resist, but it's too late. Orochimaru's 5 fingers condensed the chakra and inserted it into his chest. Start to remove the 8-tailed iron armor seal in the body. What are you up to? Orochimaru didn't say anything, just blindly untie the seal. The iron armor seal was lifted and Buledin Bai lost consciousness. 8 tails escaped from Buledin Bai's body. Not only that, due to the illusion pill, 8 tails directly entered a state of rampage. Break the house. Oh, weird screams resounded throughout Union Village. Orochimaru, who was knocked out, took advantage of the fact that the 8-tailed man had just come out and was not very adaptable, so he drew out his long sword, cut a sample of the 8-tailed man's horns and then slipped away. In the laying office in Union Village, the 3rd generation of laying disappeared into the office instantly after hearing the familiar screams. Damn it, why did Yai go wild? Where is the cloth comparison? In Konoha Village, Tsunade's villa, Gyuder Gyuder was sleeping with her cute Zionin after a busy night. After sensing the eight-tailed rampage in Union Village, Gyuder took his heart. No, this is an opportunity. One of the few beauties who bring the Thunder Country Cloud Village, the future black skin, white hair, uniform secretary, and Amabai, and the first big breast, blonde iceberg beauty, Sammy, who is better than Tsunade. The chance to get it. Gyutar lost in the villa. It appeared again on the roof of a house in Union Village. At this time, the third generation of Lei Ying had already led a group of Yongziu ninjas to start fighting with the eight tails. It's just that I'm not very good at seeing the storm in front of the storm. Only the third generation of Thunder Shadows can compete with the eight tails, but it is probably a bit difficult to protect Yongziu village from being destroyed. Bai destroyed the buildings of Union Village, crushed them to death and slapped them to death and slapped them to death. Countless villagers of Union Village were killed. Dad, mother. A dark-skinned and white-haired girl crawled out of the destroyed building, looked around blankly, kept crying and shouting at her parent. The eight tails of the eight tail attacked without distinction, and one of them slapped the little girl. The third generation of Thunder Shadow, who was fighting with the eight tails, shouted loudly, AI. Lei Ying is named AI from generation to generation. I don't know what the son of the third generation Lei Ying is called, but during the Third Ninja World War, he basically locked in the position of the fourth generation Lei Ying with his excellent performance, so he is called AI here. AI, who attacked Bai on the side, nodded, and his thunder attribute chakra was surging. He suddenly rose up on the spot and rushed towards the little girl. The speed is very fast, but there is no way to howl. In front of the squid, he used his finger as a sword and swung it upward. A dazzling white light flashed by. This eight-tailed tail, which is 1 or 2 meters in diameter, exploded violently. Not even the dust is left. AI stood at a distance, and Gyuder Shina was in a state of indignation. Seeing everything, he was stunned at this time. What a strong destructive power. The seemingly casual blow actually directly knocked one of the eight-tailed tails into scum. This is much awesome than my father. So strong, so handsome. In another house where only half of the house was destroyed by eight tails, a blonde short-haired girl with a precursor on her chest looked at the little stars that were not working in her eyes. The eight tail suffered pain and noticed that there was a strong man. The remaining 7 tails attacked the third generation of Thunder Shadow together, knocked it away, and after adding several small-tailed beast jade, they turned around and attacked the skeleton. At this time, Gyutar turned around and looked at the same shocked Mabai. Gyutar and Xiao reached out to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of the eyes of the Bai. Gently rubbed the short hair of the linen and gently said, "It's okay." The comforting that hits the depths of the soul makes the linen calmer. But when I saw the sing of 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 the sing, he raised his arm tremblingly and pointed at Gyuder and said stammeringly, "Back, back, back, be careful." AI quickly reminded the little girl who was still bent down to comfort her. The roll. Gyuder shouted angrily, and the remaining 7 tails of the 8 tails exploded. 8 tail screamed and felt fear. Will die. The threat from death wakes up the lost and violent 8 tails. 8 tail looked down at the tiny figure below, and her huge body couldn't stop trembling. Escape. That guy has the ability to kill me. The 8 tails urged the chakra to give birth to 8 tails again, and rushed towards the beach without looking back. Chapter 124. The Dilemma of Sand Village. AI, who was standing beside him, his mind was blank at this time. This is malaria. With a look and anger, he directly knocked back the 8 tails. AI, what are you doing when you are stunned? The voice of the third generation of Thunder Shadow sounded. AI came to his senses and quickly led a group of ninjas to chase the 8 tails. It is impossible to let Bai escape into the sea, as this will cause Union Village to lose a lot of combat power. It will also pose a potential threat to Yongzhou Village, a threat to release the tailed beast Jade to Union Village every day. If the previous finger broke the tail, Ma Bai was shocked. Then the 7-tail cut that just now made the Bai unable to describe it, and her mind fell into a blank space. That's the 8-tail. Among the powerful people in Union Village in all dynasties, only Lord Lei Ying can compete with him, and it's just a competition, and it's very difficult to win completely. It takes several days to fight, consumes huge manpower and financial resources. But what about now? A handsome young man who had never seen before shattered his 7 tails of 8 tails with a shout. Not only that, he also scared 8 tails away. It's so scary. He is so handsome. At this moment, Gyuder Hanacho was deeply engraved in the hearts of all the women who saw the scene just now. From now on, they will have spring dreams at night. The male protagonist who puts himself on the spot in his dream will only be the Gyuder Lotus Oding. The name of the linen cloth in Gyuder Beiwa vs Guru Suwu. Ma Bai came to her senses and looked looked at the skeleton of the skeleton. Gyuder Hehan's Hikong poem touched Ma Bai's head and smiled slightly. Okay, the danger has been lifted, so I'm leaving too. See, goodbye if you are destined to be together. The sudden farewell made Ma Bai stunned. Then Gyutar Han Lang lost in front of her. The Gyutara's brown emperor's Zhou is not in his itinerary. Ma Bai was confused and felt as if she had lost something in her heart, which was very uncomfortable. The tip of my nose was sore and my eyes seemed to be filled with sand. I kept blinking and couldn't open it at all. Why can't I see anything? Lin Bai rubbed her eyes and tears dripped down her cheeks to the ground. Only then did Ma Bai realize that she was crying again. Ma Bai looked around again in a daze but could not find Gyutar Hanahe at all. You haven't told me who you are yet. Hey, where are the people? Sammy stood up and looked for the Kartar Hanamo. Goodbye if you're destined to be. Sammy, a familiar voice suddenly came from my mind, exactly the same as the sound of the shouting of Eight Tails. It's his voice. It turns out that he has noticed me too. Are you destined to see you again? I'm really looking forward to it. After leaving Union Village, Gyutar Brown Lu stirred up the 4 gangrene cave. Continue to sleep in the arms of Xiang Zionan. Time flies. 1 year later, the country of wind, the hidden village of sand. Today's sand village is particularly lively. First, because today the 4th generation of Fengying and She hidden village finally came into existence. Luosha. Second, Sakai village and Konoha village joined forces to defeat many attacks from other countries. Among them, a female sand village ninja named Yekara with a blood resistance boundary performed the most eye-catching kill on the battlefield. She is hereby commended. Yekhang stood on the high platform and the residents of the sand village below the stage shouted the name of Yekhang. The momentum is huge, even a little higher than the call for Luo Sha to ascend the throne to the 4th generation of Fengying. Among the crowd, some Luo Sha's subordinates looked at Yekhang on the high platform and said disdainfully, "Cut, damn it, I can give Yekhang a chance. If you don't say this, I'd think she is the 4th generation of Fengying." What did you say? A girl with 2 horizontal lines on her cheeks looked at Luo Sha's subordinate in dissatisfaction. Continue. Before the Sakai finished speaking, another Saiyan who was standing beside him covered his mouth and whispered in his ear, "She is Yekhang's apprentice. Don't be idle and have nothing to do to find trouble. Now Sand Village still needs Yekhang." Hearing this name speaks, the unscrupulous Saurian ninja then smiled. "I'm sorry, little girl, I was joking just now." As they said that, they left here. At the end of the celebration ceremony, Yekhang returned to his residence. Her apprentice Wan/Maki told Yekhang what happened in the audience. In response to this, Yekhang just touched the head of the girl and said, "It's okay, let them say go. Anyway, I'm not interested in Feng Ying's location, but they are obviously planning to you." Wan said, "Is the plot ill-behaved?" For some reason, Yekhang remembered the person he met in the desert, and Gyutar regretted the appointment of a nuclear dealer. "You will die miserably if you keep staying here, even if you are betrayed by the senior management of Sand Hidden Village." Since the death of the 3rd generation of Lord Feng Ying, Sakai village has been in a civil strife. The masters are almost dead. There are only a few ninjas that can be called the facade. Cho, Luosha himself and some newcomers. After Cho took office in Luosha, he chose to retreat behind the scenes and ignore the world. It can be said that the weakest among the 5 major countries is Sakai village. Some small countries dare to provoke the Feng kingdom. The current Fengzi kingdom needs strong people to take charge, and a leader needs to unite people's heart. If it is all like this, Luo Sha dares to betray him and tries to eradicate himself, then the country of wind should be destroyed directly. Suddenly, Yekhang suddenly felt very tired. All he did was for Sahaikang village. But some people ignore the interests of the sand village and act as a mess in secret, just for your own selfish desires. Volume. Don't talk nonsense after you go out. Teacher, don't you know my strength? Yekhang smiled gently, holding his curled cheeks in both hands. Okay, then teacher, be careful. On a lawn outside Konoha village, the silence of the light lying on the grass basking in the sun. The Chunin exam is approaching. Shi Rihong asked, Brother Ming-Ang, with our current strength, it should be more than enough to take the Zongnan exam. Right, there is no problem at all. It's still very easy to pass the Chunin exam successfully, but the filters of Gyutar and 6 Japanese ships collapsed. If you meet a little brat from the Uchiha clan during this Chunin exam, remember to be careful. Little brat, Lin said in surprise. Yes, it's the little brat, a little brat named Uchiha Shimizu. His strength cannot be underestimated. Uchiha Shimizu, a genius who graduated from ninja school at the age of 5, just like Kakashi. Kakashi was promoted to Chunin after a year, only 6 years old. After graduation, Uchiha Shimizu directly chose to take the Chunin exam in the second half of the year. Very terrifying. The students who participated in the Chunin exam with the Hong and the other 3 also included Maidkai, Uchiha Obito, Mushowo Genma, Asma, and other platinum generations. Chapter 125 Uchiha Izumi, Hong, Jing Ian, Lin. Although the 3 of them have no special bloodline, their blood limits are boundary. series. Perhaps her overall strength is not as good as Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu. Also she doesn't have it, but at least he was a candidate who had a higher strength than other candidates at the same time. It was also successfully passed the Zongren exam and promoted to Zongren, Uchiha clan residential area in Mikoto's villa. After absorbing the full genes of the strong, Mikoto asked the Gyuder nuclear lamps and scallions to send a close call to the pavilion. Ming-Ang, the patriarch, wants to abdicate and give up his position to me, and the other elders agreed to give way to me. Do you think I want to be a good person? Gute Welding touched Mikoto's smooth back and said, didn't you have the answer in your heart? Hehe, don't you want to listen to your opinions? Mikoto really has no idea about being the leader of the Uchiha clan. There are too many things to do as a clan leader. Every day you not only have to manage all the Uchiha clan big and small thing, but you will also become the captain of the Konoha police force and manage the entire Konoha village. Mikoto really can't do such a thing, and I don't want to do it either. She just wants to be with the squad. Huang Zhen, just follow your heart. Remember, no one can let you do something against your heart except me. Hearing this, Mikoto smiled happily and sought on the next morning. I wandered around the Uchiha clan's territory. A 2 or 3 year old kid was sitting on the roof at the door, staring at the sky without knowing what he was looking at. I noticed someone was coming, and the little kid looked at the skeleton. The jealousy of the ant. Well, I haven't seen it before, but this is Uchiha Fugaku's eldest son. Its name is Uchiha Itachi. As for whether he will become the future Uchiha Itachi, Kyuta Hanshuo. After all, my mother has changed. There is a lot of things to do, and Paiskin sent Hui and Reiner to come from the Fujio. Is there anything wrong? Uchiha Fujio just came back from the Patriarch. He was very excited when he learned that he had become a candidate for the Patriarch. He thought that the position of the Patriarch would be given to Uchiha Mikoto. After all, she had the eternal maniatoscope Sharinon. Moreover, in the past 2 years he has performed outstandingly on the battlefield. He has opened a Susan and killed his good sisters with her. It has brought great influence to the Uchiha clan, but unexpectedly this position suddenly became my own. Early in the morning, when he returned home, he saw Uchiha Mikoto's teacher Gyuder, who had a vinegar and had a chance to make an appointment with him. Uchiha Fujio thought Gyuder, and he accepted him as his apprentice, so he quickly greeted him respectfully. Uchiha Fujio pointed at Uchiha Itachi on the roof and said with a flattering look, "That's the dog, Uchiha Itachi." Then he shouted at Uchiha Itachi, "Why are you sitting there with the squad gun?" Pazan sent the weasel to jump off the roof and landed on the Kyuder Hema. "Oh, okay." Bypass Uchiha Itachi and walk towards the distance. "I am just looking at the scenery, that's all. As for accepting disciples, they do not accept men as disciples." Leaving the territory of the Uchiha clan, Gyutarho stirred up a small shop with Yaimen carboxylic sequin. There was a long queue in front of the store. Gyutarhi Yuneo often brought Konan, Kushina, Mikoto, Nanoyu, Hong, Jing-Ian, Lin, and a few people came to the store to buy tricolor dumpling. The taste is very good. After a queue for a while, the boy came to the squid. The age is only about 2 or 3 years old. 10 minutes later, it was finally the turn of the skeleton. Calculate who is in the family. Konan, Kushina, Shizun. 10 strings should be about the same. You need 10 strings of threa collar balls. What a coincidence, there are only 10 strings left. The boss's wife packed the last 10 strings of threa collar balls and handed them to the skeleton. At the same time, he bent down and looked sideways at the boy, who was silly, saying, "Little sister, the threa collar balls are gone. Come back in the afternoon." Uchiha Izumi showed a depressed expression when she heard this and pouted her mouth. The eyes were reluctant to leave, and the threa collar balls were staring at the Gyuder hero plant. "Big brother, I'll give you money. Can you sell me a string of threa collar balls?" "Just a string," Uchiha Izumi begged with a slight voice. Looking at the cute little girl in front of her, she handed it to her. "I don't want the money. Give it. I'll give it to you." "Hey, why?" said Gyuder Hise Li Feng. "Because you are very cute." Hearing the handsome big brother praise him, Uchiha Izumi smiled shyly and took the tricolor dumpling with embarrassment. "Thank you, brother." After saying that, Uchiha Izumi quickly ran towards home with the tricolor tuanzi. 2 months later, inside the office of the Cheyenne village Fengying, a group of senior executives of Sand Village were talking about something. That is whether there will be a ceasefire with the hidden village of Mist. Although we are now in a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fire, this does not mean that the Kingdom of Fire is willing to send troops for us to solve the troubles of the hidden village of Mist. Now we are attacked on both sides. One is Awaken village and the other is Fog Hidden village. Under the attack of both sides, Sand Hidden village is really a bit unbearable. Our background is not enough for us to fight against 2 major powers at the same time. I think so too. I think it's very necessary to choose to cease war with one of the parties, otherwise the Sand Hidden village will probably be beaten away. It is unlikely that a ceasefire with Iron Hidden Village. Now that Iron Hidden Village is in full swing, the dust escape of the little old man tying is simply unreasonable. Then there is a ceasefire with the Hidden Village of Fog. I think it's okay. After all, Hidden Village in the Mizuki Village is so far away. For their ninjas fighting with us is also a problem. I'm afraid that it will be necessary to make some sacrifices if you want to fight with Hidden Village in the Mizuki Village. At the right position of the round table, the fourth generation of Fengying Luosha listened to the discussions of the senior executives of the She Hidden Village. Everyone is quiet. Since everyone thinks that the armistice with the Hidden Village of Fog is a good choice, then let's Hidden Village of Fog send someone to negotiate with the ninjas in the Hidden Village of the Mizuno. In the Gobi outside Sakai Village, Yakang was practicing with his student papers, and he had no idea what was happening in Feng Ying's office. Although she has made great achievement, she is just a ninja after all, not a senior decision-making staff member of the Sand Village. 2 days later, the Sand Ninja who was sent by Luisa to the ninja gathering place in the Hidden Village of Mizuno came back inside the Feng Ying office. Damn it, what did you say? What a joke. This is the owner of the Blood Resume Limit, the hope of our Sand Village. I will never agree to use her death to exchange for a ceasefire with the Miss Village. I don't agree either. Chapter 126 Sacrifice Yakang. I agree. Sakura Village can't be consumed with the Mizuki Village anymore. Using Yakura in exchange for a truce to reduce the burden on Sakura Village and fighting Iwaki Village with Konoha Village wholeheartedly is the top priority. If Sakura Village can't even survive the Third Ninja World War, how can one say hope? I agree too. Damn it. In order to get Yakang to die, in order to get the truce with Mizuki Village, are you worthy of the villagers of Sajiki Village? How should you explain to them? Since I dare to say I agree, there must be a way. How can you ask me about it? I'm 8 in the morning. I'm on 8 o'clock. The senior management of the Sahiro Village who disagreed with Yakang for the truce started to curse in the office with the senior management of the Sahiro Village who agreed to exchange Yakang for the truce. Luo Sha looked at the smoky scene in the office. Bang! The big hand slapped at the desktop, instantly slapped everyone in the office. Shut up. Vote. Raise your hand if you agree. Lay down. Raise your hand if you don't agree. Lay down. 5 people agree. 5 people disagree, and they remain the same. We'll discuss this matter in a few days. Luosha is about to part with him. Among them, the high-level building of the She Hidden Village, which has always belonged to the Luosha side, hurriedly said, 4th generations of adult. This matter cannot be delayed. Every day, the greater the damage it will cause to the Sand Hidden Village. I suggest that Lord Cho be invited out and let her vote for this last vote. The truce with the Mist Hidden Village is indeed undesirable. A choice must be made early. Cho has been an agent Feng Ying for 6 or 7 years, and his voice in the Sand Village is more effective than the 4th generation Feng Ying Luisa to a certain extent. If Cho agrees, there is nothing to say to these senior executives who disagree. If Cho disagrees, he will need to send someone to negotiate with the Hidden Village of Kirikou. Time is life. Therefore, even the senior management of Sakai Village who disagreed felt that it was time to invite Cho out of the mountain. Seeing that most of the senior management suggested that Cho come out, Luo Sa ordered Cho to invite her over. When he came to Feng Ying's office, Cho heard that he wanted to make himself vote the most critical vote. On one hand is the present, on the other hand is the future. Cho feels that he is about to suffer from hypertension. Isn't this difficult for me, an old woman? After half an hour of contemplation, Cho finally looked up and said, agree. Let's talk about what's going on in the future. Oh, Cho sighed heavily and left Feng Ying's office. Yakang is a good girl, with strength and potential, and has made great contributions to Sahiro Village. But this is not conducive to the unity of the current Sand Hidden Village. The master is extremely good. On that day, Cho was also present for the 4th generation of Luosha's succession to the throne and the ceremony of commending Yakura. When the call for Yakang was greater than that of Luosha, Cho had a bad premonition. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. Even if Luosha doesn't want to kill Yakang, the senior executives on the Luosha side will find ways to kill Yakang. It is better to avoid civil strife as soon as possible. After Cho left for a long time, Feng Ying's office was still dead. The group of senior executives of the Sahiro Village who did not agree to exchange Yakang for the truce were heartbroken and very uncomfortable, and they almost shed tears on the spot. Such a good movie-level talent is gone. Luo Sa sat on the chair, looking at the ninja who was sitting beside him, who belonged to him, and agreed to exchange Yakura for peace with the Mizuno village, and asked, it's over here. Sa Jing, tell me your thought. How can I perfectly calm the anger brought by the villagers due to Yakang's death? Everyone, I feel deeply sorry for the matter of Yakang. If possible, I want to die on behalf of Yakang, but there is no way. Who can only let Wu Hidden Village be Yakang alas? Sa Jing said with a heartbroken look. As for how to calm the anger of the villagers, it's very simple. Isn't it enough to not let them know? We will issue a mission to Yakang to snipe at the small foreman army in the Hidden Village of Rock. But before this, we need need to inform the Wu hidden village of Yakang in advance of the mission location so that they can wait there and ambush Yakang. If Yakang dies like this, only we know the cause of his death. He died at the hands of the hidden village of Fog, but except for everyone present, everyone else would think that Yakura was killed by IWA hidden village. And we can also take this opportunity to start a full-scale war with Awaken village. Yakang is dead at the hands of Yan hidden village. This is what the villagers know. Now we are starting a full-scale war with Yan hidden village. What do you think the villagers will think? They will think we are avenging Yakura. To show our determination, this can not only gather the cohesion of the villagers but also stimulate the combat effectiveness of the ninjas. Of course, after Yakang's death, those who should be commended must be commended. After all, she sacrificed her life for the country. I've finished speaking. What do you think? Those senior executives who did not agree to exchange Yakang for the truce after hearing this plan, they just wanted to beat Sa Jing up. I'll test your mother. You are afraid you have had this idea a long time ago. Although they are very dissatisfied with Sai Jing, they have to admit that this is indeed a good way. As long as everyone present speaks tightly, Yakang is still the hero of Sakai village. This is a compensation for her. Very good. Since you all think it's good, then implement it as soon as possible. Sai Jing, please send someone to join the Mizuho village and choose the right location. Remember, confidentiality must be done well. Everyone, so are you. For the sake of the village, I can only let her sacrifice. For some reason, Yakang always feels that something bad is going to happen. Yakang left the room and wandered around the sand village. Listening to the noisy sounds around, Yakang felt that his hearing had been greatly improved. Even if she was a house and dozens of meters away, she could hear the voices of others talking. While walking around, Yakang suddenly came downstairs of Feng Ying's office building. Under the Feng Ying office building, Yakang heard Sa Jing's remarks coming from Feng Ying's office. The high-level buildings of Sand Hidden Village and the Mid-Hidden Village jointly wanted to kill themselves. Yakang only felt his scalp numb. The ears roared and the whole world was spinning. After a long time, Yakang barely stood up straight. For the sake of the village, I can only let her sacrifice. Luo She's voice came to his ears. Yakang gasped, forcibly suppressed his terrified expression, maintained balance as much as possible, and walked towards his house. Returned to the house and closed the door tightly. Yakang leaned weakly behind the door and sat on the ground. Tears burst into my eyes. She didn't understand why this happened. She was obviously not interested in Feng Ying's location. I just want to protect the Sand Hidden Village. For the sake of Sahaidun Village, she kept killing enemies on the front line. But why do the senior management of Sakai Village still let themselves die? Let yourself sacrifice for the sake of the village? Baga Road. What a joke about this kind of thing. Chapter 127 Capture Yakang. Gutahihi looked at Yakang, who was sitting on the ground leaning against the door, and said, "Oh, I've lost the little pearl." The voice of strangers came from the room. Yakang suddenly stood up, and before he could wipe his tears, he pulled out the kunao from his waist. While choking and crying, he looked at the skeleton vigilantly. After seeing clearly that it was the person in the bed, Yakang was stunned. "It's you." Putting down Koshi, Yakang wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, walked to the table in the room and sat down. "Are you seeing me for being embarrassed?" "Hey, I can't say that. I'm here to take you out of Sand Village. Do you want to follow me?" After this incident, Yakang no longer has any hope for Sa Hidden Village. Sand Village, hurry up and finish it. Where to go? Koi Village. Do you want me to play for Konoha Village? Do you think Konoha Village lacks your blood limit? Asked the squid, who was so angry that he could not help but hook his hand on Yakura's chin. Yakang beat the slap of 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 the S. She is still very familiar with the current situation in Konoha Village. Not only are there powerful people such as Sun and Konoha, but many other strong people have emerged in recent years, such as the Blood Phantom Uzumaki Kushina is said to be the nine-tailed Tsukiriki and the perfect Tsukiriki, and the Uchiha clan Uchiha Mikoto, who can turn on Susanoo, who often acts with the Blood Phantom, the water escape medical ninja Nanoyu, who has the same strange power as Tsunade, one of the three ninjas. He used the second generation Naruto's signature skill, Thunder God, to kill people at the invisible Bofeng Shui Gate. He is a member of the Thousand Hands clan with Tsunade, and is also Tsunade's younger brother, a rope tree that cultivates both ninja body. In short, there are many strong people in Konoha Village now, and they are completely capable of fighting against the other four major countries. It really doesn't require your own effort. Then why did you want me to join Konoha Village? Because I live there. I want to see you every day. Can't it be? Isn't anyone in Sand Village saying you are very beautiful? The depth of the village's first beautiful back is the most beautiful one. Stop being slick here. To put it bluntly, aren't you just coveting my beauty? Then are you willing to be coveted by me? Facing the pregnancy of Gyuder, amoeba, and Yakang dodged his eyes and did not dare to regret his sign with Gyuder. The strength shown by the Gyuder drinking fat party alliance helped him kill those Sarawak ninjas last time. Being with him may be a good choice. I have no hope for SA Hidden Village. I have fought for nearly 8 or 9 years, so I should find someone to rely on and enjoy my life. I will go back to Konoha village with you. Sakai village will definitely call me a rebellious person. Do you think Konoha village will accept me? Ha ha ha. Gyuder Box Alpha, why are you laughing? I forgot to tell you that Konoha village has always been in control. Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, Nanoyu, and others all say the same thing to me. My strength is beyond your imagination, no matter which aspect it is. If you are really as strong as you said, as long as you kill Shajing, I will let you deal with it. No matter what you do to me, I will actively cooperate. Now, Yakang doesn't care about anything. She could see that Gyuder Han, since Gyuder Hikinshensi saw that Huanyan was playing with his wife, it was not impossible. Is the sand clean? Simple. How do you want him to die? The Gyuder he shift. It's up to you. As long as he dies. Under Yakang's gaze, the Gyuder tied up and twisted his hand in the air like something said, okay, Saging is dead. If you don't believe me, please listen. Yakang's hearing suddenly increased several times. Across 1,000 or 2 meters, Yakang heard the shouts of the ninja who was going home with Satsuki. Ah, dead. Come on now. Saging is assassinated. At the same time, I saw the body of Shajing whose head had moved. Yakang's eyes widened. Unexpectedly, the stolen princess and the stolen badger's bag was moving, which was thousands of meters away. Can you kill Luosha with this move? Yakang asked in disbelief. After saying that, Gyuder Han-K was anxious to see where the source of the secret came from, but Yakang stopped him. Never mind, my grudges with Sakai village have been settled. From now on, I will no longer be a member of Sakai village. You are the only one. Gu Dahao smiled and stepped forward to pick up Yakang. The palms wander on Yakang's back, which is worthy of being the most beautiful back in the sand village. Very smooth and smooth. Yes, can you leave the sand village and do it again? Yakang begged in a sweet voice. Gyuder Han Hui's Hung silently took Yakang through the space and returned to his room. Yet, at the same time, in the office of Feng Ying in Sheyan village hundreds of kilometers away, Luo She hugged her head with her hands and showed pain. For some reason, he suddenly felt that his head was almost squeezed out. Not good. Lord Feng Ying, Mr. Saging is dead. Luo She endured the pain, stood up and supported his hands on the table. What did you say? Shajing died and Yakang disappeared, which made it difficult not to doubt whether Yakang made it. The most urgent task is to find Yakang first. The 4th generation of Feng Ying ordered to find Yakang with all his might. A week later, the entire Fengzi kingdom was searched, but Yakang was still not found. Luo She had already determined that Yakang had committed a murder and defected. Therefore, Yakang was directly classified as a rebellious ninja. This move naturally aroused dissatisfaction among some people, but under Luo She's suppression, the dissatisfaction quickly disappeared. As for the Wu Hidden Village, when I learned that Yakang had defected and that a high-rise in the Sai Hidden Village, Sai Jing was still dead, I said that I would give me a senior management of the Sand Hidden Village, so I chose to truce. The clay man still has 3 tempers. I really think that my hidden village is easy to bully. So Huluisa directly led his men to wipe out all the ninjas in the looting mountains of the Wind Kingdom in exchange for a ceasefire with the hidden village of Fog. Of course, it also paid a great price. The 4th generation Feng Ying Luosha was injured and unconscious, and Cho once again became the agent Feng Ying. Try to maintain the current situation of Sand Village and Rock Village. In the Sand Village, Cho sighed powerlessly. Since the death of the 3rd generation of Lord Feng Ying, Sand Village has been getting worse every day. How great would it be if the 3rd generation Feng Ying did not die? The country of fire, Konoha village. After a week of getting along, Yakang gradually became familiar with whom the people were. Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, is Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu, who is basically booked in the new 3 ninjas, is also Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu. What's even more outrageous is that 8 years ago he met the Gyuder Hail King in the Kingdom of Wind and wanted to go back to the past to save a girl. Not only did he succeed, but he also returned to the girl from the Uchiha clan and returned to the present and abducted the Lulan clan in the desert of the Wind Kingdom. This is simply a walking seedling, but Yakang likes it very much because the happiness of the people is so happy that the sensation of the Gyuder drink very satisfied. What an energetic man. Chapter 128 Kainoha Gemini Meteor. 3 months later, a war broke out in the Konari Mountain, located in the border area of the Kingdom of Fire. Yan Hidden Village and Yun Hidden Village launched an aggressive battle against the Kingdom of Fire. Kushina, Mikoto, and Nanoyu went there spontaneously. After a rattle, Nanoyu saved a little brat. After a simple treatment of the little brat, Nanoyu sent him to the orphanage. Mr. Nanoyu, is this a war orphan? Seems to have his brain been damaged, so please let you adopt it. Oh, this is fine. Our orphanage does this. What is his name? What's your name? Nanoyu didn't didn't know what the little boy's name was. Well, what's your name? The little boy shook his head blankly and he didn't know anything when he asked. It's bad. It's a fool. Since you don't know your name, I'll give you a name. Nanoyu knocked on it using the bandage he used to protect the little boy's head, and the helmet worn on his head said, "You just call it Do." Do nodded after hearing this. The teacher in the orphanage said with a pull, "Do, come with me." Do raised his feet, squinted his eyes and looked at the ground and stepped on the steps carefully. "But I stepped on it." "Careful." Nanoyu grabbed Do's clothes. He didn't let him fall. Nanoyu himself is myopia. He can see the problem at a glance and asked, "You can't see the road clearly?" Duan nodded. "You try this. Can you see clearly?" Nanoyu took off his glasses and put them on. "Damn it." Do shook his head. "How many trees are there?" Nanoyu pointed in the distance. 3 trees. "It seems to be just right. Since this is the case, I'll give it to you. You have to keep it well. If it breaks, you have to pay for it again," Nanoyu said, knocking on the helmet on his head. After leaving a sum of money for the orphanage, he left the orphanage. Do looked at Nanoyu who was leaving and silently remembered his appearance in his heart. Nanoyu returned to Kushina and Mikoto. The 2 girls noticed that Nanoyu's glasses were gone. "Nanoyu, where are you glasses?" "I gave it to that orphan. He is myopia." "What do you do? Anyway, it's very troublesome to do sex with Ming-Ang with glasses. I just took this opportunity to let Ming-Ang help me heal my eyes. After all, every time I put on and off my glasses will shake and fall off when it is serious, which is really troublesome. Myopia is still a casual way to prevent Gutahaha, who has the yin-yang escape technique. This is okay. Anyway, the battle situation in Kiritori Mountain is basically stable. Let's go back now," Kushina suggested. "Yeah." *2. The 3 of them returned home, and Nanoyu met the nucleus of 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 the. "Oh, that's it. It's okay. I'll cure your myopia. You can still meet a pharmacist's pocket when you are in trouble. The world will has been correcting and maintaining a normal timeline development process." "Interesting." He stretched out his finger and gently pressed Nanoyu's forehead. His eyes, which were originally blurred no matter what he looked at, became much clearer and clearer in an instant. Nanoyu's eyes returned to normal levels. A pair of eyes kept closing and opening, looking around curiously. "It feels so good that you can see anything clearly without any burden on both ears." Nanoyu stepped forward and kissed him in Kyuta Haneo. All words of gratitude are contained in it. A few months later, in a forest in the Kingdom of Fire, the 3-member team of Buzz Hwokyunji, Maidkai, and Ebisu, who have been promoted to Zongnan, encountered the 7-member ninja swords from the hidden village in the forest. "It's over. It's the 7 ninja swords from Mizuki village," said Birchi Kurashima, who was holding a wooden stick in his mouth. "It is said that it has the strength to destroy a small country overnight." "Ebisu Kai, have you figured out how to die? Can't you escape?" asked Maidkai. "You're afraid? You're not kidding." Ebisu was silent. "I don't know that Huoqianjian." Maidkai and Ebisu were sweating heavily on their forehead, "and I didn't even know how to resist." One of the 7 ninja knives was holding the beheaded sword and was about to swing the knife toward the other 2. It seemed that I had noticed something and retreated suddenly. In the horizon, 2 green meteors suddenly hit the location where the Loquat Shizang was just now. The thick smoke dissipated and the figures of Rose Tree and Meitai appeared in front of the 3 of Fuse Huoqianjian, Maidkai, and Ebisu. "Dad!" Kai shouted excitedly. "Hey!" Maidai did not turn around, stared at the 7 ninja swords opposite and asked, "You're okay?" "It's okay, Dad. You and Brother Shenshu must be careful." Maidai and Rope Tree nodded with their back. Koi Gemini Meteor. The 7 people of Ninyakut recognized Meitai and Roseki. Before he met the Rope Tree, Meitai might have been just a 10,000-year-old ninja, but he accompanied the Rope Tree to do a lot of tasks and passed many exams and finally became a Supreme Ninja, especially Supreme Ninja. Not only that, the 2 also made a name in the ninja world. Gemini Meteor. Rumor is that in front of Gemini Meteor, even if you are a shadow-level powerful man, you will have to be beaten up all over the ground. Facing the Gemini Meteor of Konoha, the 7 ninja sword dared not be entrusted and quickly set off a fighting posture. "Kai, you go first. Just leave it to me and teacher Dai," Shenshu said. "Yeah, be careful. Let's call people." Wazi Hojenma, Maidkai, and Ebisu ran towards Konoha village. Rise Sesshimaru, who was holding a tinatu knife and a needle, saw that the 3 of them were about to run and quickly shot out the needle more than 1 meter in his hand. "Soldier!" The Rope Tree jumped up and kicked it away with its legs tied with the weight-bearing iron block and pierced it into the trunk in the distance. "Don't worry about those 3 little kids. Now we are working hard to deal with Konoha's Gemini Meteor." The Zigwashin Puffer Ghost, holding the ninja knife muscle, said to the other 6 teammates, and instantly he clenched his shark muscles with both hands and smashed them towards the Rope Tree. The other 6 people also rushed towards Rongshu and Dai in different directions. The 8-gate Dunjia formation 7th gate Jingmen opened. Kyongshu Baju and Dai opened the door of shock. Sweat evaporates into blue steam, and the airflow around the two of them produces violent collision and then fused to form a larger explosive cyclone. All 7 people with the ninja sword were shocked and retreated, but this did not affect the offensive of the 7 ninja swords, because the huge air waves generated by the explosion will only occur once when the shock door is opened. The air waves around Rope Tree and Dai decreased, and the 7 people in the ninja sword stabilized their bodies and disappeared instantly. He killed at the 7 members of the ninja sword who were closest to him. Explosions, roars, thunder and lightning, wailing sounds and howling winds keep ringing in the forest. A quarter of an hour later, the forest became much quieter, but at the same time, huge changes have also taken place. The trees within a radius of several kilometers were destroyed, broken, and burned. There were 4 more corpses and 3 ninja knives in the pits on the ground or on broken tree trunk. The 4 corpses are Loquat Shai Zhang, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Black Ho Thunder Teeth, and Nameless Ninja. The 3 ninja swords are the Broken Sword and Beheading Sword with only the knife handle, the Big Sword and the Shaking Sword, and the Thunder and Teeth wrapped around the lightning. As for the few, the one was a double sword and a foul flake, which was passed away by the 3 people who escaped. Chapter 129. The Power of the Divine Can't Hide Tears. On the empty ground in the forest, Rope Tree and Dai were lying. After repelling the 7 ninja swords and killing 4 of them, they did not chase the remaining 3. Instead, he lay honestly on the ground, then closed the door and waited for the medical team. It's already good to fight 7 of 2 and kill 4 of them, and those 3 really ran a little fast and couldn't catch up. Ah, don't move, let my sister Tsunade come. A medical ninja who is not very powerful is a medical ninja. As soon as his hand was placed on Rose Tree's chest, Rose Tree screamed in pain. It's not much better for wearing either. Although he was shouting, his voice was smaller than that of a Rope Tree. What's the name? What a big man. You are still Naruto. Tsunade stood beside the Rope Tree. Sister, take me treatment quickly. I'm going to suffer to death. Tsunade summoned 2 small slugs, one climbing onto the Rope Tree and the other climbing onto Dai's body. Tsunade treats the Rope Tree and the rest of the medical ninjas treats the hair. After temporarily stabilizing the injury, a group of medical ninjas led the 2 to Konoha village. Sister, don't forget those 3 ninja swords. I want that big knife and shark muscle. When fighting against the 7 ninja cut, the Zigwashin Puffer Ghost can absorb chakra and recover from its squid muscles in his hand, and fiercely exchanged injuries with Rope Tree, but it made the Rope Tree very disgusting. The Rope Tree and Dai exchanged their opponent, but within a while they were trapped by the Watermelon and Puffer Ghost and faced the Rope Tree again. Then he exchanged his injuries for injuries and sucked the chakra in the Rope Tree's body for a while. After a battle, there was not much chakra left in the Rope Tree's body. Of course I have to use such a disgusting ninja knife. After this battle, the top 7 fighting power ninja swords in the Mist Hidden Village were killed. 4 of them and 3 ninja swords were also lost. This makes the water shadows in the village of Wuxi village far away on the sea so much that it is very easy. Damn it, why did Konoha village suddenly develop so well? After the death of the first Naruto, aren't the top strength of the 5 major countries Yun Hidden Village and Iwa Hidden Village? Why do you feel that Konoha village can defeat the 4 major countries that have united together now? A few weeks later, the country of Earth and the country of Thunder, which were originally united, suddenly broke. The land of Earth sent 10,000 ninja legion to fight against 3 generations of raiders. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights to finally kill the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadows. It has to be said that the military strength of the land is indeed awesome. In terms of the number of ninjas, other countries are hard to match. Moreover, most of these 10,000 ninjas are superior ninjas, and there is no inferior ninja at all. Not only that, this is not the full strength of the land. A year later, Uchiha Obito was successfully promoted to Zongnan, and Kakashi was promoted to Zongnan. It is worth mentioning that Uchiha Obito and Kakashi are still students of Hatsuki Mizuno. As for the 3rd student, he was a girl. She took over Lin's position in the original work. Not only that, after spending a long time with Obito, Kakashi, and Hakusumi Mizuno, he was really gentle enough to be friendly to everyone. The girl walked into Obito's heart without realizing it. Therefore, like the original work, the Bofeng Mizuno sect team was assigned to the mission of Shinwubi Bridge. Blast the bridge and cut off the supply of Yan Hidden Village. The goalkeeper Hatsuki Mizuki divided the team into 2 groups, one with himself and the other with Kakashi, who had become the Unini, leading the remaining commander Obito and the girl. Without any accident, Kakashi was cut off one eye and Obito was buried under a pile of huge rock. Before leaving, Obito gave Kakashi the Sharingan that he was not crushed by the rock. The cave made of ninjutsu collapsed again. Kakashi and the girl were forced to withdraw from the cave. At the same time, right below Obito was buried, Uchiha Madara was digging a tunnel without any trouble. It just happened to witness this scene. A plan came to my mind. There is Baiju. Take that little guy from the Uchiha clan to my room. After transplanting Hashimara cells to Obito, who had only half of his body, Uchiha Madara began to wait for Obito to wake up. A few days later, here it is, the gap between the underworld and the present world. The members of the Uchiha clan. You old man, what are you doing to catch me here? Cut off the cause and effect in the world. Only the winner is created. Only peace, only love, only the world of all this. Obito didn't want to listen to the crazy words of the old man in front of him and just wanted to return to Konoha as soon as possible. If you want to die, please give me a try. For Uchiha Madara, it is still very easy to grasp this little Obito. 2 Baiju were sent to take care of Obito, ensure that it has the motivation to survive. 1 month later, with the blessing of Hashirama's cells, the injuries suffered by Obito recovered quickly and half of his body grew again. At the same time, again, Naoki Mizuno took Kakashi and the girl to perform a mission. This time the opponent is Umbu of Mizuho village. There was no accident again, and Huofeng Mizuno and Kakashi were separated. The girl was caught and her body was stuffed into her three-tailed beast. Baiju surged out of the wall and reported to Obito about the 2 teammates he had been talking about in his dream. Obito and Whirlwind are integrated. The door was smashed with 1 punch, and there was a vortex of Baiju who deliberately controlled the speed, allowing Obito to see the correct picture at the right time. Obito's sweetheart was pierced through the heart by Kakashi's rage. Here, what exactly is this place? Obito directly evolved from the Nigata Sharingan to the Maniatoscope Sharingan. Kakashi fainted because he could not bear the load brought by his eyes. I don't admit it. This kind of thing, I won't admit it. Obito was furious, perfectly fitting the Hashirama cells in his body, and instantly comprehended the wood exit ninjutsu. Stepping on the ground, rushing up, a palm smashed the chest of a fog-eyed village, and used a wooden escape to make branches grow on his body. Wood escape cleaving technique. In just 3 minutes, Obito killed all the members of the Umbu in the Mizuki village present. Blood stained the earth red. So that's ITI. In hell, Obito returned to the ground and inherited Uchiha Madara's will and mantle. I want to create a world with her. The 3rd month after Uchiha Madara's death, Danzo heard that the Kingdom of Rain had an evil force saying that he wanted to end the domination of the 5 major powers and create true peace. It's ridiculous. But then again, there seems to be a guy with a reincarnation eye among the members of the Akatsuki organization. Reincarnation eye. Orochimaru was shocked. Unexpectedly, there were more than 1 pair of eyes in the world with the rumored 6 paths of immortals. That's right, it's the reincarnation eye. The reincarnation eye. Maybe we can bring these eyes back. I think so too. Danzo and Orochimaru's ideas coincided. The 2 of them, with the slogan of helping Yuyan village eliminate the villain, jointly encircled and suppressed the Akatsuki organization. Since the Akatsuki organization's original intention was to make the world peaceful, many ninjas joined, not afraid of the union between Danzo and Hanzo, but on the way to support Nagato Yahiko. These people were killed by Obito. Obito wants to control the Akatsuki organization. How could he let reinforcements arrive as they wish? Only by feeling pain can you lose hope in this world. Chapter 130. The 4th generation of Naruto and Hokkien. The result was Yahiko's death in battle. After Yahiko's death, Nagato realized and learned the ability to use the Kinemos. Facing the Dark Rain Ninja and Fire Ninja, Nagato did not hesitate at all and vowed to kill them all to avenge Yahiko. Technology Fortress. Mobile Toilet. The heretic golem was sent out and several chakra black rods were shot out from their neck, inserted into Nagato's back to receive chakra. A long purple dragon rushed out of the mouth of the heretic golem and swept across the battlefield. In an instant, only Hanzo, Danzo and Orochimaru were left. All the other ninjas died. If it weren't for the Samsara Eye, Danzo and Orochimaru would have run away when they were psychic and went out of the heretic golem. In the distance, Obito Kazuki stood at a high place, watching every move in the battlefield. What's wrong? There are people in the dark. I can't get the reincarnation eye. Let go. The inexplicable palpitations made Danzo look around. But I didn't see Obito and the others. I just feel that I will die here if I stay there. Orochimaru also listened to advice. Since you can't get it this time, then next time, leave it off. Orochimaru and Danzo disappeared on the battlefield. Hanzo saw the purple chakra dragon attacking him and knew he was defeated, so he used the instant body technique to escape from the scene. Suddenly, only Nagato was left on the battlefield. Seeing that the time was almost the same, Obito and Ju appeared in front of Nagato and told Nagato about his grand plan. A world without war. A world with only peace. As the conflict between the Akatsuki organization and the Kingdom of Rain and the Kingdom of Fire ended, the Third Ninja World War also came to an end. Konoha Village, Country of Fire. The 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to abdicate. Now he has a 3-person choice. One of Konoha Gemini Meteors, the grandson of the first Naruto Rosuke. Konoha White Teeth Hashiki Sakuroshi, Yellow Shine Hashimizu Gate. As for his beloved apprentice Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hinako never thought about it. In his opinion, Orochimaru will follow Danzo's subordinates and take over Danzo's position in the future. And after Orochimaru received this news, he was naturally resentful. I can ignore the location of Naruto, but you can't fail to give me the ideas. In order to strengthen his control over Konoha, Danzo strongly recommended Orochimaru to become the fourth generation of Hokage. But there is nothing wrong with it. No one except Danzo supports Orochimaru to become Naruto. On the other hand, students from the new ninja school graduated from the school. Among them are the red beans washing with the emperor's hands and the sunset of the Mao month. In order not to let use hand wash red beans become they use hand wash sweet potatoes in burrito. Gyuder Hang accepted it as a student. The same is true for the moon and the sunny face of Mao. Just like the moonlight and wind, I can't give Mao Yuzian a blessing at all, so it's better to let myself do it. I will definitely let Mao Yuzian know what a trendsetter is. A month later, Bofeng Shuman succeeded to the throne, become the fourth generation of Naruto. Before the third generation of Naruto, Sarutobi Hinata stepped down. Sarutobi Hinata gave all he knew about Kyudo Hanan Suoki to the Hoshimizu sect. Many instructions. Remember, don't mess with the skeleton. You are not his opponent. No one is. I naturally know about the Gyuder Heibo Feng Shuman. Let's not talk about Lulan and his party. The female Konoha strong men who know about the Feng Mizuno sect are probably most likely to be lazy with the Gyuder River. In this regard, Mizunobu was still very curious about this person. He had learned about the Kartar Hange before. Konoha came to Konoha village for 37 years. Now he has been in Konoha for 50 years and it has been 13 years. Although he has disappeared for 6 years, he still has 7 years. In 7 years, his appearance has not changed at all. This alone is enough to make people curious. 3 generations. Really don't worry about him. No, do whatever he wants. As long as he doesn't reach the level of destroying Konoha, don't interfere. No problem. Minato nodded. The reason why he was able to become Naruto was because he was more obedient and advised than Yoshiki and Haki Sakuroshi. It gives people a feeling of harmlessness. After all, in terms of achievement, Yoshiki and Haki Sakuroshi have accumulated since the Second Ninja World War. So how could Minato compare to the two of them? In the 51st year of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku and his second son, his unknown wife, were born. The name is Uchiha Suzuki. Above the roof of the sacred kata, he stared at Uchiha Suzuki in the territory of the Uchiha clan. A chakra in the sky that was unseen by the naked eye merged into Uchiha Suzuki's body. Gyutarhi looked into the sky. There was still a chakra left in the air. A chakra of Ajura. Indra's chakra can be integrated into Uchiha Suzuki's body because Uchiha Suzuki himself has Indra's bloodline. Then what should I do if this Ajura? Now, neither the wife of Bo Feng Shui sect nor the wife of Bo Feng Shui sect have the bloodline of Ajura. Sure enough, Naruto Hatsuki was born 3 months later. The Ajura chakra in the sky originally wanted to integrate into Naruto's body, but after approaching Naruto, he was stunned for a second and flew into the sky again. Interesting. It's still the roof, and the Gyuder and Vafang Kongwei are still in danger. Suck it in one handful. Go away. Katarika was forcibly thrown into Naruto, who was caught by Obito. Yes, that's Obito. Obito wore a tiger skin mask, a black hooded robe, and had long iron chains tied with both hands. Now he returned to Konoha village again just to take revenge, in order to kill his teacher Bo Feng Shui Gate. As for the reason, no one knows. The original work did not understand why the 9 tails were released. If you want to capture 9 tails, it would be contrary to the tailed beasts placed in the heretic golem. If you want to kill Watergate in order to avenge your revenge, the reason might be that you did not save your teammates in time. Both time. This trip is not only Obito but also Nagato. Obito comes to take revenge, and Nagato is also here to take revenge. When he knew that among the ninjas who killed Yahiko that day there were ninjas from Konoha village, he came here with Obito. In Konoha village, Nagato once again communicated with the heretic golem. The heretic golem, Akatsuki organization, and Nagato, the Eye of Reincarnation. After seeing the heretic golem, Danzo and Orochimaru quickly organized people to kill Nagato in Konoha village. The last time I was in the Kingdom of Rain, there was not enough manpower, so I saved you. This time in Konoha village, there are 3 and 4 Narutos, as well as countless ninjas. If you want to leave Konoha village alive, I will eat it. I'm a grass. Danzo was furious and finally let Nagato run away. A man in black robe appeared from somewhere and pressed his hand on Nagato, and the two disappeared directly. Everyone, don't worry about those 2 guys. The most urgent task is to eliminate this big guy. The Hufeng Mizuno, which brought a spear Yuan to Obito, appeared in front of a group of ninjas mobilizing in wartime.